Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of studying with my sister, accidentally became invincible right here on GMT Recap. The young man suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he smelled the scent of disinfectant. Then this place is probably a hospital. Am I still alive? Yuan glanced at the heart rate and blood pressure monitor next to him and saw that all the readings were zeros, while he still felt that nothing was out of the ordinary. What kind of broken equipment is this? Is it malfunctioning? The conversation outside attracted Yuan's attention. The doctor was discussing Yuan's health with Lan. Perhaps, before he woke up, his health was not good and quite serious, so the doctor had said that he might become a vegetable. Upon hearing his sister's name, Yuan became extremely agitated. Ignoring the tangle of wires attached to him, he rushed to the door to find Lan. The door opened, and Lan walked in. Seeing her brother awake, she was overjoyed, her eyes still filled with tears. "Brother, you're awake?" Unable to control her emotions, Lan ran to hug Yuan and burst into tears. Yuan patted her, assuring her that he was fine, but he also noticed something strange. Lan seemed smaller, almost like she had just entered middle school. When Lan heard her brother say he was fine, she cried even harder. "Don't lie to me. You were hit by a car and thrown out. How could you be fine? What about the car?" Yuan seemed to realize something. So, he had been reborn to a time after the accident 4 or 5 years ago. That meant it was now 2042. This was great news. Perhaps the heavens had heard his heart's wish and had given him a second chance to return to protect his sister. Everything was still salvageable. A man walked into the room and started a conversation with Yuan. The doctor said the chances are high that he has suffered brain death. Now, not only has he miraculously regained consciousness, but he also has such a clear mind it's really amazing. This man's name is Lin Dong Leang. He is currently the captain of the Yiying team and holds the rank of lieutenant in the military, a void energy wielder. Lin Dong Leang extended his hand, intending to shake Yuan's hand, but Yuan pulled Lan into the hospital room and slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Dong Leang dumbfounded. He could only retract his hand in confusion. Inside the room, Yuan warned, Lan, from now on, do not follow strange people like that. Lan replied, "Mr. Lin Dong Leang is a good person. Since I was hospitalized, he has been the one helping." Before Yuan was reincarnated, it was Lin Dong Leang who had secretly recruited Lan to become a void energy wielder, ultimately causing her sacrifice right in front of Yuan. Yuan remembered the scene before his reincarnation. The face of that man would never leave his memory. He never expected that the man had set his sights on Lan 4 years ago. He reminded Lan, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Has that man helped you with any strings attached?" As expected, the man wanted Lan to attend Chungying Academy and contribute to society. However, it seemed that Lan didn't know the details about that school. In that case, as long as she doesn't go to Chungying Academy, perhaps Lan wouldn't need to become a void energy wielder. But if she didn't become a void energy wielder, it would be even more dangerous. If the threat ever appeared and the two of them didn't even have the basic ability to defend themselves, it would be far scarier. Therefore, the best way to protect herself was to eliminate the danger herself. Yuan opened the door and stepped out. It seemed that he had made a new decision. "I'm asking Lan to handle the hospital discharge procedures for me, while I'll personally go find Uncle Lin to thank him." By chance, Lin Dong Leang overheard Yuan's words. He smiled and said, "No need for thanks. I just have a few things I'd like to discuss with you." Yuan was worried, wondering if, during the days he was unconscious, this man had forced Lan to do anything strange. Cutting straight to the point, Yuan said to Lin Dong Leang, "I know you're a void energy wielder. While I was incapacitated, you tried to pull my little sister into your faction. If I'm not mistaken, Chang'ing Academy is a training ground for void energy wielders, isn't it? Lin Dong Leang was taken aback that Zhong Yuan knew so much about him. He asked, "What else do you know?" Zhong Yuan's tone grew sharp. "I know plenty. For example, about the void zones and the beasts that exist within them. And Zhonglan, my little sister, is a genius. But you hypocrite, talking about contributing to society, what you're really doing is forcing a 12-year-old girl to risk her life." Faced with such baseless accusations, Lin Dong Leang was furious. He snapped back at Zhong Yuan. "Don't talk about me like I'm some kind of pervert. I'm only trying to find talents like her for the sake of humanity's safety." Zhong Yuan sneered. "So, eavesdropping on my conversation with my sister just now was also for humanity, was it? You creepy old man. I hope next time you stay far away from my sister." Not wanting to drag things out further, Lin Dong Leang said, "Zhonglan's talent could save countless lives, countless people. I hope you'll reconsider." As he was still trying to persuade Zhong Yuan, the latter suddenly said, "I agree to let Zhonglan attend Chang'ing Academy to be trained as a void energy wielder." Lin Dong Leang suddenly asked back, "Didn't you just oppose this and ask him to stay away from Zhonglan? Aren't these two things contradictory? Besides, I also have a condition. If you all don't agree, I won't let Zhonglan enroll." Lin Dong Leang continued, "As long as you agree, he'll pay whatever amount of money." Zhong Yuan, with a displeased expression, said, "I don't want money. The only condition I want them to meet is to send me to Chang'ing Academy so I can study with my sister. No matter how tough the training is there, or whatever tasks I have to do, I just want to be with Zhonglan." After speaking, Zhong Yuan waved his hand and left. Before leaving, he reminded Lin Dong Leang, Lan listens to you very well. If he doesn't agree with Zhong Yuan's condition, Zhonglan will definitely not enter Chang'ing." Lin Dong Leang felt awkward in this situation. Sending Zhong Yuan to Chang'ing was fine, but letting an ordinary person like him enter a special class that trains void energy wielders was a bit inconvenient. However, if he didn't agree to this condition, they might really lose a talent like Zhonglan, and that would be a huge waste. On the way back, Zhonglan was worried about Zhong Yuan's health after he was discharged from the hospital, but his body was still ice cold. Zhong Yuan didn't care much about that, feeling that his recovery at the hospital had taken too long. His arm was now covered with bruises from being constantly injected. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan felt something strange on his hand. These marks didn't look like regular bruises but rather resembled the birthmarks of a corpse. As soon as they got home, Zhong Yuan went to the kitchen and cooked a feast with many delicious dishes for his sister to enjoy. While eating, Zhonglan praised her brother's cooking skills. There's really nothing more to say. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan put down his chopsticks and stopped eating. Zhonglan, worried, said, "You're eating too little. You've been eating less since you were discharged from the hospital, and your condition seems to be getting worse. Maybe you should go to the hospital for another checkup?" Zhong Yuan reassured his sister, "It's normal to eat less after being in a coma. Once I fully recover, everything will be fine." After Zhonglan finished eating, he began to clean up and wash the dishes. While doing so, he couldn't help but think about his current condition. In fact, he hadn't felt hungry for several days now. Not only was he not hungry, but he also couldn't taste anything. Even more strangely, he wasn't tired either. He didn't need sleep or even to use the bathroom. What was most bizarre, however, were the bruises on his body. They appeared to be post-mortem lividity marks. At first, he thought there was an error with the hospital equipment, but after checking at home, he realized that he truly had no blood pressure or heartbeat. His body temperature and respiration were absent, and the post-mortem lividity marks were present. He had looked through an encyclopedia on post-mortem signs, and all the signs indicated that he was truly dead. The most logical explanation now was that the special power of the golden coffin had brought his soul back into the body of the person who had died in a car accident 4 or 5 years ago. But if it hadn't been for the golden coffin, he would have been saved by a void energy wielder. Zhong Yuan wondered, how is it that these wraiths can do this? There were many secrets in this world. If he could enter Chang'ing, he might slowly uncover the answers. Fortunately, the post-mortem lividity marks on his arm were gradually fading. As long as he didn't go to the hospital for a checkup, no one would discover that he had died. Otherwise, it would surely give Zhong Lan a terrible shock. Zhong Yuan was lost in thought when a phone call came in. On the other end of the line was Captain Lin Dong Leang. He was calling to confirm what Zhong Yuan had previously told him, that the task had been completed. After the summer break ends, you just need to directly go to Chang'ing to register with Zhong Lan, Lin Dong Leang said. Zhong Yuan skeptically asked, is it really that simple? Lin Dong Leang, irritated by Zhong Yuan's doubt, replied, it's not that simple. It's just that I can't bear to let go of a talent like Zhong Lan. However, he made it clear to Zhong Yuan that he could only be enrolled in the special class for void energy wielders as an audit student. Moreover, the regular academic courses couldn't be neglected, and if any subject dropped below 90 points, he would have to leave. This wasn't a problem for Zhong Yuan. He agreed with Lin Dong Leang to bring Zhong Lan to enroll. A few days later, at Chang'ing Academy, Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan arrived. Zhong Lan was very excited about everything at the academy. As they approached a statue, Zhong Lan eagerly asked Zhong Yuan, hey, who is this person? Standing in front of the academy like this, he can't be Kung Fu Z, can he? A voice came from behind them, belonging to Chung Yin Xiao, the founder of the Void Energy Wielder system in Nation H. He introduced himself as the person in charge of welcoming the new students into the special class. Hello, you must be the new student Zhong Lan and the audit student Zhong Yuan, right? We'll be in the same class from now on. Then, without much ceremony, he tossed Zhong Yuan a bag, saying it was the item pack for the new students. He turned to Zhong Lan, and his attitude changed completely. Smiling, he began to introduce himself more warmly. Inside the bag was a communication watch, which it was best to wear right away. He gently said to Zhong Lan, let me take you to the dorm to get familiar with the environment first. The recent actions of Xie Yihan made Zhong Yuan feel very irritated, and he just wanted to kick him away as far as possible. Xie Yihan continued to boast to Zhong Lan about how almost everything at Chang'ing Academy could be enjoyed for free. He even offered to take Zhong Lan on a tour of the nearby amusement parks and art museums. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward, pushed the guy away, and said, thanks, but no need to bother. We can take care of ourselves. After that, the two of them left. Xie Yihan looked at them with a crafty gaze, perhaps scheming something in his mind. Zhong Lan eagerly put on the new watch and urged Zhong Yuan to wear his as well. Shortly afterward, the watch notified, hello, new student of the special class, and sent an alert about the military training starting at 1:00 p.m., requesting them to quickly complete the enrollment procedures and assemble at the training ground on time. Zhong Yuan didn't expect the military training to come so quickly. He was curious to see what would be different about the special class's military training. At the training ground, the students were all furious because of the communication watch. Damn, I'll smash this lousy watch and see if it keeps ringing. Some couldn't stand it and started crying. The watch kept ringing and vibrating, making them nearly collapse from mental exhaustion. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhong Lan understood what was going on. The combination of the ringing and vibration was indeed very annoying. Zhong Yuan felt the same way, and it seemed that, except for the watches of him and Zhong Lan, all the other watches were ringing non-stop. Zhong Lan asked, why can Zhong Yuan's watch stop? Zhong Yuan explained, it stopped because I answered a question. Zhong Lan immediately started to act pitiful, begging, please, watch, stop ringing. If it doesn't, I won't be able to stand it. Unexpectedly, after begging like that, the watch actually stopped. Zhong Yuan was speechless, thinking to himself, initially, the watch had a keyword recognition feature, but now it seems someone is controlling the watch to respond to voice commands. From my guess, there's an 80% chance it's that Lori Khan who's announcing the assembly. Finally, the watch stopped. Zhong Yuan noticed the person who had just spoken seemed a bit older, so he thought, this person must be around 40. Looks like I particularly value talent, rather than someone's age. Luan stepped out and shouted, "Everyone, be silent." She was the supervisor for the new students during their stay at Chang'ing. If they had any issues, they could approach her, but the precondition was that they had to pass the upcoming military training test. Zhong Lan, being young, was exempted from the military training. The others, after signing the documents, immediately headed to the designated assembly area. At this moment, Xia Yihan, who had just finished reading the documents, shouted loudly, "Wait! What the heck are we signing here? Military training is dangerous, and what does it mean that the academy won't be responsible if something unexpected happens?" The supervisor decisively responded, "If you don't sign, you can directly go to the administration office to withdraw from the program. But I want to remind you, military training gives you the opportunity to receive the void essence, and I can help increase your success rate by 20% when absorbing the void essence." As soon as Luan finished speaking, everyone quickly signed the papers. Xia Yihanji, feeling both frustrated and unwilling to accept the situation, remained discontented. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan thought that these people cared nothing for their lives, only for the benefits they could gain. This wasn't too difficult to guess. The Void Star was likely used to enhance the abilities of a Void energy wielder. It might even be a crucial factor in becoming one, though the absorption rate seemed to be very low. Zhong Yuan reasoned that since he was already dead, these agreements didn't matter much. Fortunately, his younger sister didn't have to get involved in such dangerous matters. If he ever acquired the Void Star, there was a chance he could become a Void energy wielder as well. A stranger looked at Zhong Yuan with a strange gaze, silently thinking to himself, Zhong Yuan, with his thin, fragile appearance. His cultivation isn't complete yet he's surprisingly brave. He signed the agreement without hesitation, and he's the only one who responded with received. All 40 students from the special class had boarded the vehicle. As the vehicle was about to depart, the stranger suddenly approached Zhong Yuan. "Hey, Zhong Yuan." This unfamiliar young man reminded him. "If you feel it's dangerous, go hide in a safe area or use your wristwatch to call for help. At all costs, you must protect your watch, don't let anyone steal it." The advice he just gave was the reward Zhong Yuan received for providing the correct answer when the watch rang. As he spoke, the young man pulled Zhong Yuan closer to him. Zhong Yuan quickly grabbed his hand and questioned. "Are you the observer behind this watch? Why was Zhong Lan's watch also turned off?" The unfamiliar young man explained. "Because it's exactly the type he likes, so he couldn't refuse." "That's right, how does she look?" "From the sound, she seems like a sweet, beautiful girl." As he finished speaking, the vehicle started moving. Zhong Yuan sat in the car, cursing the guy as a pervert. But by then, the car had already traveled some distance. Because he couldn't hear clearly, the stranger assumed that Zhong Yuan probably wanted to thank him for the reminder, to the point where he was unwilling to leave him. The vehicle had brought everyone to Snake Gate Mountain. By this time, the students had gathered and were waiting for further instructions. Instructor Luan said that they all have the potential to become Void energy wielders, but before absorbing the Void Star, they are still ordinary humans. This military training course will make them deeply understand the weakness of being human. They were introduced to information about the military zones. The directional realm is a sealed-off area, mapped out based on several anchor points, equivalent to replicating a parallel space based on the original region. A Void energy wielder fighting within the directional realm will not affect the current world, and the directional realm is also the only way to control the otherworldly races. In order to obtain the Void Star from the government, countries will exploit artificial directional realms to imprison certain otherworldly beings. Snake Gate Mountain is one of these confinement areas. Their mission this time was to survive 3 days in the directional realm of Snake Gate Mountain. In front of them were backpacks filled with supplies they could use. Zhong Yuan was deep in thought. With the opportunity to obtain the Void Star, it seemed like he truly had a chance to become a Void energy wielder. Only by doing so could he protect Zhong Lan. The instructor added that in case of danger, they could use their wristwatches to call for help. These wristwatches not only tracked their locations, but also emitted high-frequency sound waves that could scare away lower-level otherworldly beings. However, activating the sound wave feature would rapidly drain the battery. Their watches only had enough power for 3 days. The gate to the directional realm was now open. "Enter the directional realm," the instructor said. Before they left, the instructor reminded everyone with a final message: they were all members of the H Nation, facing danger together. Instead of turning on each other, they should unite. Any act of killing a fellow student would result in immediate expulsion and be brought before a military court. Zhong Yuan understood the profound meaning behind this warning, but he had nothing to fear. He had to see what the other races in this place were like. They had been told that fighting in groups would be safer, but each team of void energy wielders could only have 6 people. Everyone was free to form their own teams. At this point, Zhong Yuan was struggling to find a team, continuously being rejected by his classmates. While he was still searching, a girl named Huang Xiaoyan approached him and asked, "Have you not joined a team yet? Our group only has 4 people, maybe." Before she could finish, someone else cut in, called her away, and told Zhong Yuan that they already had enough people. As she left, the girl did not forget to apologize to Zhong Yuan. He thought to himself, they only have 4 people, so why did they say they're already full? They just don't want me to join. The reason is pretty clear. Zhong Yuan thought again, so quickly, everyone is already targeting me. He felt like someone was watching him, so he quickened his pace to leave. Sure enough, the most dangerous thing in a hostile environment is the human heart. The group following him, seeing that he had run off, gritted their teeth in frustration. "Wang Mang, that kid took the small path, do you think he's noticed us?" Zhong Yuan looked at the guidebook. The alien creatures were trapped in a directional realm known as the Snowbone Snake, which hunted using temperature sensors. Their attack power was only average. However, their void star quality was very high, possessing 4 types of abilities. 1. It has a super-level ability that enhances the body's capabilities at random. 2. It can freeze objects within a certain range for 10 seconds. 3. It has a slow regeneration ability, allowing it to recover from bodily injuries. 4. It grants immortality, preventing death once when on the brink of dying. This creature is typical of having thin skin and a thick body. No wonder it's raised like a pig. Especially its ability to be immune to death, that's truly appealing. But it doesn't really work for him. Anyway, it's better to find one first and then figure it out. He was engrossed in looking for other races. As he was walking, he suddenly stepped on something that felt like ice. He was a bit surprised and guessed that a different race must be nearby. Zhong Yuan glanced around and spotted a snake on a tree branch. He swung his sword to attack, but they didn't seem to react. Zhong Yuan was also a little surprised. Even if these creatures are raised in captivity, they wouldn't lose their wild nature and become as docile as this. He remembered, it seemed that the instruction manual mentioned that they relied on temperature sensors to hunt. Right now, Zhong Yuan was no different from a piece of wood in its eyes, because he was a dead person with no temperature. If that's the case, then he would destroy them. Zhong Yuan swung his sword and decapitated the rogue beast. Something's not right. It seems like it's activating immortality, it's reviving. If that's the case, he would chop and chop, one strike won't kill it, then I'll add a few more. Suddenly, a blue orb fell out of the snake. Zhong Yuan picked it up. Perhaps this is the void star must have fallen out, surely the snake has officially logged out. His state of death couldn't be detected by the controller. If that's the case, I'll try absorbing the void essence myself. Lan Lan, his younger sister, was a genius, so surely his own talent wasn't any worse. Any skill is fine, I just hope to get one soon. The system displayed information about this void star and asked him if he wanted to absorb it. The Snowbone Serpent has the following abilities: Super Level Gold Sensing, which can be upgraded. Gold Level Freezing at Level 1, which can be upgraded. Gold Level Resurrection at Level 1, which can also be upgraded and is immune to death. Plundering disaster cannot be upgraded. After reading this, Zhang Yuan wanted to give it a try, since after all, he wouldn't die from it. He then selected Ready and Absorb. Zhang Yuan's body slowly began absorbing the Void Star. After a while, he successfully absorbed all 4 abilities. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, how can I be this lucky? Meanwhile, the group of 4 students led by Huang Xiaoyan was discussing the strongest ability of Nation H, which at the moment had only a 0.3% chance of successfully absorbing the death immunity ability. Xiaoyan was stunned. This probability is comparable to pulling a designated SSR from a basic physical group. Another person commented, aside from ensuring it's no lower than 100%, it's practically impossible to succeed. The last person in the group said, forget about that death immunity ability, it all comes down to fate. The key is to make good use of the wristwatch's soundwave function to get the Void Star and then go back to find a Taoist master. The 4 of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the group of muscular Wang Mang, who were staring at them from behind. Mang bro, our wristwatch broke before, and now we only have one left that's still usable. What should we do next? Wang Mang grinned maliciously, if our watch is broken, then the others' watches will be ours. The underlings were even more excited after hearing this. They were eagerly anticipating the opportunity to steal Zhang Yuan's watch. It seemed that from the very beginning, he had been in the sights of these thugs. In the supervisor's office, the inspector had overheard the entire conversation and the plan of Wang Meng's group. His expression turned sour. From the start, it had been hinted that the watch was capable of communication, yet they still dared to seek death. Truly, they were reckless clockbreakers. He was extremely dissatisfied with the actions of the group. Did you think we hadn't prepared anything and would just let you guys enter the mountains? Supervisor Lu Wen asked curiously. Has there already been internal conflict among the students? Should we intervene and assist? But the inspector refused, folding his arms behind his head and propping his feet up. Those fools are just asking for death. Even if we save them, it will only add more work for the military tribunal. Let them deal with their own fate. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was testing his new abilities. He had successfully frozen a few leaves. He marveled that this ability wasn't bad at all. It could freeze objects within 10 seconds, which could be a matter of life and death at a critical moment. Then there was the thermal sensing ability of the snowbone snake. The 10-meter range wasn't small. There were 4 types of snowbone snakes, and while the death immunity ability was practically useless, the freezing and super sensing abilities were good, but the best one was regeneration. Though it couldn't restore the body's temperature to normal, the birthmarks on his corpse had disappeared. This meant he no longer had to wear glasses to hide his cloudy pupils. Since it had immunity to death, the snowbone snake had to be killed twice before it died. Reflecting on how he had killed several earlier, they had all regenerated from the core on their heads. Zhang Yuan tried slashing at the head of one, and indeed, as predicted, it was just as he thought. Just hitting their heads can prevent it from activating immortality. The system displayed a message asking Zhang Yuan if he wanted to continue absorbing the void stars. He immediately absorbed these void stars. In a short time, his strength increased slightly with each one, but immortality still couldn't level up. Zhang Yuan now understood that skill upgrades also depended on void stars of the same type. Each void star represented one level and a random skill. He was curious about what would come after the gold level, but he needed to hunt a few more creatures to find out. The group of thugs led by Wang Mang were following the same path Zhang Yuan had taken earlier. They were also looking for void stars. One of them suddenly spoke up, "Mang bro, this road is getting longer and longer. Should we just give up?" But Mang bro was determined not to stop here. He thought that if someone as weak as Zhang Yuan dared to continue, then what was there to stop 5 strong guys like them? One of the group noticed the corpse of an alien race nearby, and they all stared in awe. "I can't believe someone like Zhang Yuan was able to defeat this snowbone snake." Wang Mang wasn't convinced, believing Zhang Yuan might have taken down the snake using the sound waves from his watch. Ordinary people couldn't be that powerful. But they quickly noticed 3 more snake corpses nearby. Wang Meng was now excited. Could it be that he's already become a void energy wielder? They didn't know that Zhong Yuan had just absorbed void stars, and both he and the other guy were already void energy wielders. One of the underlings felt something was off and advised his boss to give up, but the eager one insisted on finding Zhong Yuan to take his void stars. After so many battles, he must have used up a lot of energy. His eyes exuded a murderous intent. He believed this was the perfect opportunity for them to make a profit from Zhong Yuan. At that moment, Zhong Yuan was still fighting with the snakes. Around him, there were hundreds of them. Suddenly, he realized that someone was approaching his position. There were 5 of them in total, surrounding him. They seemed to be the same group who had been tailing him earlier on the mountain. Wang Meng, holding a knife, was already prepared for combat, and his expression grew more and more inhuman. "Kid, hand over the void star, and then leave." Wang Meng's group had surrounded him, ensuring he had no chance of escaping. Zhong Yuan observed their demeanor and guessed that they were planning to rob him. He began to raise his guard. Zhong Yuan calmly said, "I don't have any void star on me." Wang Meng, enraged, pointed at the pile of dead snakes and shouted, "Who do you think you're fooling? With so many snakes on the ground, you expect me to believe you don't have any void star?" Zhong Yuan responded that he hadn't had the chance to collect any yet. He thought to himself that the snakes here had only been knocked unconscious, not killed, but these people weren't out hunting the beasts themselves. Instead, they were trying to steal the fruits of his labor. He had to teach them a lesson before they possibly bullied Lan in the future. Zhong Yuan demonstrated the truth of his words by emptying his bag. Everything that fell out was just the items that had been prepared for him from the start. Wang Meng, seeing this, became even angrier. He pointed directly at Zhong Yuan's face and yelled loudly, "On the way here, there were 4 dead snakes. You've hidden at least 4 void stars." Zhong Yuan continued to feign innocence, explaining to them that those 4 void stars had been wasted because his attempt at absorbing them had failed. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng could no longer bear it. He continuously spat out curses at Zhong Yuan. However, given the current situation and his physical condition, Zhong Yuan could not let others know that he had fully absorbed 100%. Wang Meng, on the other hand, was calculating that Zhong Yuan would most likely be unable to fight any longer, so all he had to do was drive him away and the void star of the snakes on the ground would belong to him. After thinking this through, he said, "If that's the case, Zhong Yuan should leave the watch here and then leave." Zhong Yuan agreed to this suggestion. As he was about to take off the watch to place it on the ground, they insisted that he leave his knife as well. One of the men, seeing this, felt a bit sorry for Zhong Yuan and said to Wang Meng, "Leave him the knife." Wang Meng firmly refused. He was afraid that Zhong Yuan might use the knife to risk his life against him. Wang Meng's insistence caused Zhong Yuan to feel a bit frustrated. "Are you not afraid that by forcing me this way, I'll drag you all down with me?" The men of Wang Meng quickly reassured Zhong Yuan, "Calm down. As long as you return to the safe zone, you'll be fine." Another one chimed in, "You don't have to worry. I guarantee that we encountered no danger on our way here. The safe zone has food and water. You can stay there for 3 days and still complete your mission." Zhong Yuan pretended to compromise and play along with them, "You'd better not be lying to me." Saying this, he left according to their instructions, but before going, he stepped on the tail of the snakes to wake them up. The others had no idea what was happening, completely unaware of the countless snakes crawling toward them. They were still busy collecting the spoils, the watch that Zhong Yuan had discarded earlier. Still under the illusion of praising Wang Meng for being smart enough to easily deceive Zhong Yuan into leaving, they only realized their mistake when Wang Meng held the watch in his hand. His face turned pale with fear. The watch still had 95% battery, meaning Zhong Yuan had not used the sonic wave function at all. Did that mean the snakes weren't actually dealt with by him? At this moment, they became aware of the looming danger, but it was already too late. Dozens of snakes had surrounded the 5 of them. Wang Meng screamed in desperation, "Run, the snakes are still alive." His face was ashen, drained of all color. Their screams for help echoed throughout the mountain area. Zhong Yuan walked confidently, everything unfolding just as he had planned. It's not that easy to take something from me, he thought. It's just that those people underestimated me. Xia Yifeng and Huang Xiaoyan were still on their way to find the alien tribe. It was on this very path if they walked for another 10 minutes, they would reach a snake nest. Huang Xiaoyan asked worriedly, "Is it dangerous with only the two of them?" Xia Yifeng seemed unbothered, reassuring Xiaoyan, "Don't worry about such things, just trust in him." As they walked, they ran into Zhong Yuan. Huang Xiaoyan immediately ran up to him and asked, "Why are you here alone?" Zhong Yuan explained that earlier, Wang Meng and his group had stolen his backpack. Xia Yifeng felt uncomfortable seeing Xiaoyan so close to Zhong Yuan. Huang Xiaoyan, worried, asked about Zhong Yuan's current condition. "Are you okay?" she asked. Zhong Yuan replied, "I'm fine." He deliberately told them that after stealing his things, the group had gone off to kill the alien tribe. They must have finished by now. Hearing that, Xia Yifeng hurriedly pulled Huang Xiaoyan's hand and said, "We need to leave quickly, don't let them steal all the alien creatures." Huang Xiaoyan blushed, wanting to help Zhong Yuan since he had already lost all his supplies. "Wait, he's already been robbed of all his supplies. We can't just watch him die without doing anything." Xia Yifeng gritted his teeth in anger, but there was no other choice, so he pretended to show goodwill to Zhong Yuan. "Hello, from our team." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Yuan interrupted, telling him that he knew Xia Yifeng didn't want to be with him, but the main reason was that right now, he seemed like someone who had already passed away. Going without food or water for several days could make one look like that, and it might raise suspicions, so it was better to act a little. Moreover, at this point, he had no knife or any weapon to kill the alien creatures, so it wasn't very convenient either. Zhong Yuan said he would go with them to retrieve the backpack, and once they had it, he would leave immediately. When they reached the area where Wang Meng's group was, they were met with an unexpected and horrifying sight. All of them were lying motionless on the ground, with only Wang Meng writhing, several snakes crawling on him, his mouth screaming for help, but only a moment later, he too collapsed to the ground. Xia Yifeng was horrified, it was the first time he had seen so many snakes. Huang Xiaoyan was equally panicked. The strong and large group of people who had been there at first were now all lying down, all of them killed by the snakes. Both Xia Yifeng and Huang Xiaoyan, in their panic, ran away, while Zhong Yuan stood still, not moving at all. Huang Xiaoyan turned around and asked why he was still standing there, urging him to run. Xia Yifeng shouted at her to mind her own business and quickly pulled her away to flee. Zhong Yuan looked on. The two people who had been so eager to go and kill the snakes were now running away. He immediately grabbed a knife and started dealing with the snakes. Since these snakes had already killed someone, they would have no grievances if they were killed in return, right? Zhong Yuan rushed forward, slashing through the entire group of snakes, then systematically collected the void stars from each of them. Once finished, it was time for him to absorb the void stars. As usual, the familiar notification appeared, "Void star of the snow-bone snake detected." The system asked if he wanted to absorb it. This absorption would grant him super-level perception, level 2 of the light skill, level 3 of the light skill, Rebirth, and level 3 of the king skill. However, as always, as long as death was avoided, he could not level up. At this point, Zhong Yuan began to understand the leveling process of the void stars. To go from the gold level to the light level required 10 void stars. From the light level onwards, each level up would also require 10 void stars. It seemed that the probability of a skill leveling up with just one void star was not the same. Freezing had already reached level 3 of the light skill, but Rebirth was still stuck at level 3 of the king skill. It seemed that some kind of power in the darkness was preventing him from leveling up Rebirth. Judging from others' attitudes, it was easy to guess that ordinary people would find it difficult to absorb void stars. After a failed attempt, the void star would be discarded, so there would be no leveling up. The names of these skills matched the data. If that was the case, could others see the notification when he absorbed the void star? Zhong Yuan froze all the snakes in place. He couldn't afford to let the situation slip out. Having absorbed such a large number of void stars, he was now forced to deal with the pile of snake corpses. Inside the instructor's office, a notification came through on the student's watch, reporting that a classmate had been killed by a member of another tribe. The instructor told the students that this was not a small matter. The instructor instructed the students to use the emergency whistle to signal for help, so that the supervisor could come and handle the situation. Supervisor Yuan asked the proctor next to him, "Are we here to rescue those students? Because some of them have already been helped by their classmates." But the man next to him declined. "They're not in danger, they just don't know about the proctoring situation. However, we still need to go there and put on a show." The proctor arrived at the reported scene and asked the students nearby to confirm. "Is this the scene where the victim Xie Yifeng was injured?" Once confirmed, the proctor continued to examine the injuries of each individual. Most of the injuries were caused by the snow snakes, but one person had a knife wound. 3 of the watches were damaged, and 1 was out of battery. From the recording and the events at the scene, the proctor could already imagine the situation at that time. At that moment, Wang Meng's group had been attacked by snakes because they couldn't use the sonic waves. The watch could only repel 2 snakes but was completely useless beyond that. Wang Meng was desperately trying to start the watch. One of the group members, seeing the danger, ran away first. Wang Meng immediately chased after him, but the snakes quickly caught up to them. "Why are these snakes so fast?" Wang Meng reassured his teammates. "Don't worry, running slower than the snakes won't matter." But soon after, he pulled out a knife and stabbed his teammate in the back. He could only use his teammate to slow down the snakes, buying himself time to run faster. He guessed that the brave ones who broke the watches had probably been lured into the snake's lair by Zhong Yuan, and then Zhong Yuan used the snow snakes to defeat them. Looking at the surroundings, he noticed that at least 30 snakes had occupied the area for a long time. But why had Zhong Yuan arrived here first without being attacked by the snakes? The proctor exclaimed, surprised that a trick had emerged which even he couldn't see through. This was truly interesting. Xie Yifeng listened, but didn't understand what he was talking about. The proctor simply told them not to mind. "The truth is clear, your job is just to continue with the military training." He smiled to himself and thought, "This kid Zhong Yuan has ambition, decisiveness, and enough ruthlessness. He's just my type." In silence, he had already sent a message to Zhong Yuan. "As long as you stay alive, leave the killing to me." Outside the military training area, at the dining hall of Chang'ing Academy, Captain Lin asked Zhong Lan about her first day at school. Zhong Lan was happy, her face radiating joy as she spoke while eating pastries. "The campus is beautiful, the dormitory is huge, the teachers are very kind, the food in the cafeteria is delicious, everything is perfect." Lin Dong Leang handed her a phone, placed it on the table, and said, "This mobile phone has satellite communication functions, so even when you enter a directional realm, it won't lose signal. I brought it for you to use." But Lan Lan immediately turned her face away and said, "My brother doesn't allow me to accept things from strangers." Lin Dong Leang looked a bit surprised, realizing Zhong Yuan was right. He quickly adjusted and said to Zhong Yuan, "This phone is just a loan. You can use it, and when you're able to earn money, just pay me back." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lan's expression changed. She became as cheerful as before and picked up the phone from the table. "Then I won't be polite." Suddenly remembering something, Lin Dong Leang asked Zhong Lan where Zhong Yuan was now. The little girl honestly and innocently replied, "My brother is going through military training as arranged by the school." Hearing this, Lin Dong Leang could no longer remain calm and had fallen into a state of panic. What exactly was the Chang'ing Academy doing, dragging students who were just auditors to military training? What worried him the most was that if something were to happen to Zhong Yuan, Zhong Lan might resent him for the rest of her life. Lin Dong Leang was sweating profusely, telling Zhong Lan to continue eating, while he used the excuse of taking a phone call to leave. After walking a few steps, Zhonglan asked, "Isn't it very dangerous for you to go to military training? I want my brother to come back earlier." Lin Dong Leang, wiping his forehead, felt uneasy and reassured Zhonglan, "Zhong Yuan will definitely return," even though in his heart, he was deeply afraid that something might happen to Zhong Yuan. Instructor Lu Wen was at that moment sitting and eating with a stranger. They were talking about the student with the sunglasses. "Is the guy with the sunglasses really Su Ri, the legendary figure, who came here with us?" the stranger asked. Lu Wen told him not to call the man Su Ri, or else he'd be in trouble. She explained that this time, he wasn't attending the military training because of any favor for them. Just as they were finishing their conversation, a man dressed in white approached them. He introduced himself as Fong Yu, from the Fong Long group, who had come to the directional realm Snakegate Mountain to carry out a mission. "Excuse me, is the person in charge here?" Fong Yu asked. Lu Wen was slightly surprised, thinking to herself, "Isn't this the young master from the Fong family, ranked 68th on the youth roster? He's here on a mission, but the higher-ups didn't notify me to reschedule the military training." Lu Wen introduced herself as the instructor of Changying Academy and the one in charge of the military training this time. Fong Yu briefly explained his situation to Lu Wen. "My mission here is to assist a student named Zhong Yuan. Do you have his location?" Lu Wen replied that all the equipment was in Su Fongjing's hands, who was also the observer that had just gone to the Wang Meng group. But he had just gone to the number 1 safe zone and hadn't returned yet. After receiving the necessary information, Fong Yumo thanked Lu Wen and waved before leaving to carry out his mission. Once Fong Yumo had left, Lu Wen wondered, why would he suddenly rush in to find someone when the military training is going so smoothly? At that moment, the man sitting next to him continued the conversation. "I'm not sure about this search for someone, but I've heard quite a few rumors about this young Master Fong. I heard his older brother is suffering from a terminal illness. He came here to search for the Void Star to cure the fatal sickness of the Snow Serpent, and that's why he requested to be stationed near Snakegate Mountain. But he has a small flaw: he's severely face blind." A person with face blindness is assigned the task of searching for someone? Maybe his superiors had no other choice and had to let him take on this mission. Fong Yumo was still on his way, thinking that with Fong Jing in charge of the military training, nothing dangerous should happen. According to the map, if he kept going this way, he would pass through the snake's den. He wondered whether he should take the opportunity to deal with a few of them. After walking for a while, he suddenly came across the bodies of snakes that had been killed for their void stars earlier. But the disorganized cuts made it hard to believe that they were made by a new student. After walking a bit more, he encountered a young man hunting snakes. The person was Zhong Yuan, the one he had received the mission to assist. Seeing the knife in the young man's hand, cracked and chipped with mud stuck to it, Fong Yumo was astonished. He put his hand to his face in regret. "Oh my god, the knives given to the new students of Changying Academy are exquisite weapons produced by the surveillance department, and yet they've been treated this badly?" Seeing this injustice, Fong Yumo immediately approached Zhong Yuan and said, "Your knife is crying, that's not how a knife is supposed to be used." Zhong Yuan turned around with a confused expression and asked, "Who is Fong Yumo, and what are you doing here? What does me not knowing how to use a knife have to do with you? Is this a new way of starting a conversation?" Zhong Yuan mocked, "Are you teaching me how to use a knife?" Fong Yumo was a bit surprised. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. Normally, wouldn't someone feel embarrassed and walk away immediately? Zhong Yuan shamelessly pleaded, "Hey bro, it's our first meeting. Can you lend me a knife? The academy only gave out one, and it's already unusable." Fong Yumo, feeling helpless, tossed him a knife. As Zhong Yuan held the new knife in his hand, his eyes suddenly brightened. Fong Yumo promptly told him to leave. Fong Yumo's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "You can take the void stars that have been revealed, but the rest belong to him." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan's face turned pale, but he still said, "Fong Yumo, you're stealing from a student who's still undergoing military training. Aren't you ashamed?" Fong Yumo gave him a stern look and said, "This is not your territory, and there's no such thing as first come, first served. He dealt with the snake in the blink of an eye. He then turned toward Zhong Yuan. As for who the snake belongs to, it's naturally determined by strength. Zhong Yuan, after watching Fong Yumo's performance, suddenly thought, this guy was able to crush the head of the snowbone snake with just one strike. He must be an expert. The move he used was very similar to the weapon Lan Lan used in his past life, the standard weapon of an official void energy wielder. Fong Yumo was still boasting incessantly, showing off his abilities to Zhong Yuan. See? This is the difference in our strengths, he said. While he was still basking in his self-satisfaction, unaware that behind him, Zhong Yuan had started preparing to use his freezing powers to attack him. Zhong Yuan thought to himself that a void energy wielder, officially running over to steal from a student in the middle of military training, must have some dirty deal behind this. He had to teach him a lesson. Without thinking any further, he froze Fong Yumo and charged at him, landing continuous blows. But after just a short time, his hands had swollen and were nearly numb from the strikes. He had hit him so hard that his bones were close to breaking, yet Fong Yumo only staggered, and soon after, Zhong Yuan's hands returned to normal, thanks to his regeneration abilities. After some contemplation, Zhong Yuan felt that Fong Yumo didn't look like the kind of person who was beyond redemption. He should know when to stop. Zhong Yuan ran to collect the void stars scattered around and brought them over to Fong Yumo. In gratitude for the knife you gave me, this place is yours, he said, then took Fong Yumo's knife. I'll borrow this for a bit, and I'll return it later, and with that, he left, leaving Fong Yumo alone in that spot. When the ice melted, Fong Yumo was covered in bruises, trembling as he made his way to Fong Jing. Fong Jing, seeing him in this condition, couldn't help but be surprised. He laughed loudly, mocking Fong Yumo. Did someone press you to the ground and punch you in the face? You weren't badly hurt, but what a humiliation. I suppose your precious treasure was stolen from you too, huh? Fong Jing's laughter grew more and more dehumanizing. Indeed, laughing at someone else's pain always made one feel so delighted. Fong Yumo cried out in pain. Fong Jing, hurry up and heal me. Fong Jing reached out towards Fong Yumo, using the Su-Ri technique to bring him back to the state he was in 24 hours ago. In an instant, Fong Yumo returned to his original state, making him feel as though he were floating on air. Fong Jing called Fong Yumo over to talk about the unfortunate incident that had just occurred, so he could feel better. Fong Yumo, like a little wife, poured out all his grievances to his CEO husband. After listening, Fong Jing found it hard to believe. He said, "Are you sure it was one of Cheng Ying's students who took your spear here?" Fong Yumo was adamant that his story was correct, but Fong Jing observed everything from the beginning and couldn't detect any signs of a watch being activated nearby. At that moment, the only student not wearing a watch was Zhong Yuan, whose watch was actually in Wang Meng's hands. Fong Yumo couldn't remember the face of his opponent but was eager to fight. Fong Jing comforted him. When we regroup, the one who took your spear will definitely return. For now, you should focus on your main task. Fong Yumo agreed and inquired about Zhong Yuan's current location. Of course, there was one, but the true goal of his entry into the directional realm was likely the void star of the snow snake, right? Fong Jing had hit the nail on the head with that remark. Then, Fong Jing began to devise a plan for Fong Yumo so he could obtain the void star he desired. At this moment, Wang Meng had gotten lost. For the past 2 days, every time he encountered a snake, he had killed it and then gotten lost in the mountains. He was panting and thinking about what had happened to him. Looking up, he was horrified to see the seed being repaired. This was the 3rd time he had encountered such a sign. This man continued to run off in search of another path. Fong Yumo stood behind and silently apologized to Wang Meng. Perhaps the road signs under construction were due to Yumo's involvement, but in order to earn more void stars, he had no choice but to proceed this way. Zhong Yuan followed the map and arrived at the next location where there were supposed to be many snakes, but when he got there, all the snakes were already dead. Someone had beaten him to it. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but shout, "Who the hell is so inhumane as to devour all the snakes in this area?" He climbed a tree, scanned the surroundings, and noticed that the mountain peak across from him wasn't on the map provided by the school. Perhaps some snakes had escaped over there. Yuan decided to head over and try his luck, and as expected, after running that far, he finally found a few snowbone snakes. With a few void stars in hand, it was time to level up. Super Sensory, Level 4 Striking Bar, Level 6 Freezing Bar, Level 4 Rebirth Gold, and the familiar scenario of being unable to level up without immortality. After leveling up, the range of Super Sensory increased to 1 kilometer. The freezing time extended to 2 minutes. Once his mental energy was full, he could use it multiple times in a row. Freezing for several hours was no problem. After walking a bit further, Yuan thought to himself, the directional realm of Nation H doesn't distinguish between day and night, and my body doesn't feel hunger, so my sense of time is a little messed up. So much time had passed, it was probably time to regroup, right? While walking, Yuan suddenly felt something following him. He froze and turned around, only to see a giant snake slowly approaching, making him dizzy with shock. Impossible, how could such a giant be hidden here? Quickly, it lunged forward and bit into Yuan's shoulder, tearing through his shirt. He swiftly used his regeneration spell to heal the wound. Yuan was also aware of his own limitations. With his current abilities, it would be hard to land a hit on that enormous serpent. He wasn't sure if freezing it after leveling up would have any effect. Yuan first cast a spell to freeze the serpent's head. Seeing it work, he cast several more. He darted about, freezing the entire body of the serpent, rendering it immobile. Once that was done, he began stabbing the creature repeatedly with his spear. Though the wounds weren't large, they were enough to break through its defenses. Yuan silently praised the spear, thinking, this is truly formidable. However, the continuous use of freezing spells was depleting his mental energy. The serpent's head had been crushed, yet the void star still hadn't revealed itself, which meant the death condition still hadn't been triggered. At this point, it was time to start gathering. Some students had already returned and were heading to the instructor's registration desk. Wang Meng had also made it back. He sighed in relief, glad that he had found his way here. I guess I've found the way after all. Fong Yumo mentioned that he had escorted Yuan safely down the mountain and now it was time to hand him over to everyone to take him back to school. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng's face showed an expression of fear for some reason. Fong Jing laughed and said, Mr. Fong, are you blind again? The person you brought back isn't Yuan. Fong Yumo, confused, asked, Fong Jing, wasn't this the location you gave me? Of course, the location on the watch was Yuan's, but why was it now in the hands of this student? As soon as he spoke, Fong Jing began to move closer to Wang Meng. The voice was sharp and slow, full of authority and intimidation. I'm giving you a chance to argue your case. Wang Meng, who had once wreaked havoc, was now so terrified in front of Fong Jing that he couldn't even stand. On the ground, the shattered dragon lay in pieces. Yuan struggled as he thrust his spear into the head of the green dragon. Even a person as dead as he was felt exhausted. Yet, the creature was still trying to regenerate. A small, glowing orb appeared. Yuan, his face smeared with grime and breathing heavily, finally seized the orb, and the dragon perished completely. System notification. Void star of Snowbone Serpent King detected. Would you like to absorb it? Snowbone Serpent King has another ability, Ice Blood Burst level catastrophe cannot be upgraded. Requires comprehension of freezing ability. Upon description of the ability, all abilities will immediately increase by 12%. Duration, 30 seconds. After the effect ends, a period of weakness will follow, lasting 48 hours. What a terrifying ability. Good thing I didn't let it use that. Yuan pressed the orb against his body. Being able to absorb such power wasn't a wasted effort. The sky was clear, and the trees were lush. Dong Leang was crying uncontrollably, please don't let me die here, don't take me to the military court. Yumo looked at Fong Jing, who was comfortably sitting in a chair, and asked discontentedly, Fong Jing, was that intentional? Fong Jing, holding a water bottle, replied, "The witness and evidence are all here." He brought this upon himself. "No, what I mean is, you knew the positioning was wrong, so why still share it with me?" On the other side, Dong Liang was being dragged along, shouting loudly, "Please, no." Fong Jing casually asked, "Does it matter?" "The important thing is that only Zhong Yuan hasn't arrived yet. The person who stole the head of his group is definitely him." Then Fong Jing looked toward the cars and said, "Instructor, you should take the other students back to school first. I'll stay here and wait for Zhong Yuan." Luan, who was standing nearby, asked, "What about you two?" "We'll take Fong Long's group car to head back," Yuamoshi replied, checking the time on his phone. "It's 10 o'clock now, the assembly time has just started, but you've already sent the other students back." "Yeah," Fong Jing said, watching the car as it released smoke and drove away. "What else? Are we supposed to fight in front of the instructor?" The two of them looked at the distant mountain. Fong Jing continued, "Zhong Yuan is someone I've been keeping an eye on." Yuamoshi stuffed his hands into his pockets and replied, "When you get your revenge later, don't go too hard. You're the head of the medical department at Nation H. He won't die, but he'll definitely be exhausted." It was now 10:05, and Fong Jing and Yumo were feeling bored. Fong Jing sat on a bench playing a game, while Yumo was diligently doing push-ups, 20, 21, 22. Time passed, and it was now 14:20. Both of them were still in the same situation. Fong Jing kept playing his game, while Yumo had done push-ups up to 298, 299, 300. At 17:12, the sun began to set behind the mountains. Fong Jing lay back with his hands behind his head, waiting. Meanwhile, Yumo switched to weightlifting, 951, 952. Fong Jing was extremely irritated, feeling hot inside, and yelled, "7 hours? No one has ever made me wait this long, especially when he's a guy." Yumo patted his shoulder to calm him down, but Fong Jing was still in a bad mood. "Calm down," Fong Jing snapped, his temper flaring. "Don't stop me, I want to kill him." One was seething with rage, the other trying to reason. "Aren't you tired? Even if I die of exhaustion, I'll make sure he dies 100 times first." At that moment, Zhong Yuan, holding a spear, staggered over. He looked confused, like a young deer, wondering why none of the other students were here. Had he come back too early? Fong Jing and Yumo stopped when they saw Zhong Yuan approach. Zhong Yuan slowly walked closer, his spear in hand. If he had known, he would have taken another round. The spear in Zhong Yuan's hand was cracked, the water leaking out, filthy and stained with blood, blackened. Yumo's veins popped, his eyes bloodshot. "What have you done to my spear?" Zhong Yuan answered indifferently. "I just handled it normally." A dark shadow rushed forward, wrapping around Zhong Yuan's legs. He froze, unable to move. It was Yumo's shadow, filled with rage, charging at him with a fist. "Zhong Yuan, you bastard!" Another punch landed on Zhong Yuan's face. Fong Jing scratched his head. "You're being too harsh. Who was it just now shouting about killing him? You should have slammed him into the ground and sent him flying that far. Suri, I can't save you anymore. What if he really dies?" A flash of light appeared, and Zhong Yuan was sent flying backward, lying motionless on the ground, eyes wide open, completely out of control, landing 10 meters away. It seemed the shadow had a limited range. Fong Jing and Yumo continued to discuss things while Zhong Yuan, now holding a gun, needed to figure out how to extend the distance between them. Humph, what were these two whispering about? Fong Jing and Yumo were preparing to take on their roles as amateur villains. Fong Jing grinned maliciously and pointed. "Zhong Yuan, you're the one who got our classmate bitten by a snow snake. Clear evidence, a heinous crime." Yumo stood beside him, playing along. "Stop struggling, surrender and be bound." Zhong Yuan, his face covered in grime, was stunned. These two, one sneaked into the mountains during military training to hunt, the other had no intention of talking and immediately wanted to fight him. They were in cahoots, and they even wanted to kill him to silence him. Zhong Yuan activated the handgun in his hand, his superhuman senses assisting with targeting. He raised the gun and fired a continuous barrage. Yuan, protected by his iron body, took the shots, while Fong Jing swiftly dodged. Fong Jing looked at Zhong Yuan, struggling in front, and smiled. Give up. You can't even break through our defenses. Zhong Yuan could barely stand, pushing himself to the limit. Don't force me. The two played their roles as villains, their faces twisting into malicious grins. Force you? You have no way out now. Fong Jing thought, does this kid still have a hidden move? Well, let's see then. Fong Jing smiled cruelly. How dangerous. Once you're dead, your sister will be mine. Zhong Yuan was shaken, having reached his breaking point. He summoned all his strength, a blood-chilling surge. Touch my sister, and you will all die today. Yuan, standing beside him, scolded. Fong Jing, that's too much. Fong Jing raised a hand to cover his mouth, clicking his tongue in response. System notification. Your ability superhuman senses has increased. You've gained a new ability. Heat shielding at disaster level can be leveled up. Heat shielding uses the temperature in the air to form a temperature-constrained layer with a maximum range of 10,000 meters. Your ability freezing has increased. You've gained a new ability. Eternal Ice Domain robs one of the ability to level up. Eternal Ice Domain freezes all matter within a range of up to 10,000 meters at your will. Your regenerative abilities have increased. You gain a new power, the red level Immortal Branch, which can level up. Immortal Branch, you are immune to all injuries and negative states. The power radiating from Zhong Yuan lasts for only 30 seconds. There's no time to think much more, use the ability I understand first. Zhong Yuan unleashed the Eternal Ice Domain, a wave of ice heading toward Fong Jing and Mou. Fong Jing struggled to control it, resonating with life to revive Su Ri. Meanwhile, Yuan was frozen. Fong Jing's body also began to freeze. It's terrifying, truly frightening. If it weren't for Fong Yumo's iron-like body, this attack could defeat both of us. Fong Jing caught Yuan, who was continuously frozen, and kept trying to revive him. Su Ri can't be, the temperature around here is too low. Even though the healing state is active, it keeps freezing every few seconds. Zhong Yuan was also struggling and exhausted. This move had drained him a lot, just one use had completely depleted his mental energy, leaving him unable to continue. Zhong Yuan finally drew his gun, ready to face death, but the gun had been frozen and he couldn't pull the trigger. Zhong Yuan panicked, it's over, the gun is frozen too. Zhong Yuan forced himself to smile, realizing that his luck had truly run out. He fell to the ground, and even if he died, he would never give up. Mou stood frozen in place, while Fong Jing leaned against Mou, both frowning as they watched Zhong Yuan. The magnification ability can be increased up to 448%, and anything beyond this threshold can pose a life-threatening risk. His move just now certainly exceeded that limit. Fong Jing asked Mou to help me over there quickly. The two of them stood before Zhong Yuan's body. Fong Jing extended his hand to heal Su Ri. But Fong Jing had already been hit by the move, and with the use of his own energy, he was further shaken. I won't let you off even in death. Then don't die. Soon, Fong Jing collapsed to the ground. Mou placed his hand on his forehead. Who are you? Yuan helped Fong Jing leave, not forgetting to grumble. Fong Jing, that fool, creating his own karma, can't even survive it. I really am a fool for playing the villain role with you. At the hospital at night, a long red line appeared on the monitor. Beep beep, is it really hopeless? It's too cold, no heartbeat or blood pressure left. The life resonance has caused 2 void energy wielders from the healing system to faint. Sigh, send him to the morgue. But Fong Jing, wearing a patient gown, burst through the door and shouted loudly. Use your hands on me. Mou was startled at the person who had just appeared, puzzled. Who are you? Fong Jing, annoyed, replied, I'm not wearing sunglasses, and now you can't recognize me? Fong Jing shoved the doctors out of the way. All right, he's pretending to be dead, no need for you all to treat him haphazardly. Yuan pointed to Zhong Yuan, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Are you sure he's pretending to be dead? The birthmark on his body has also appeared on him, right here? Let me take a look. Fong Jing used his abilities to heal Zhong Yuan. Su Ri. All right, it's done. Just some bruises, don't say nonsense. Fong Jing crossed his arms and looked at the person lying on the bed. Are you really not lying to me? Can't I even tell whether a person is alive or dead? The next morning, the sky was clear, with fluffy white clouds. On the phone, there were the following lines: Youth Roster Void Energy Wielder Nation H, rank 68, Xian Ming, rank 69, Fong Yumo. Yumo looked at the screen in Fong Jing's hand and spoke up. Isn't this fake name a bit too ridiculous? Fong Jing replied. You were the one who said he defeated you twice. Not reporting it isn't good. Using his real name might cause him trouble with others. The name I gave him, you can explain it to him later. Zhong Yuan, lying on the bed, frowned. Too warm. Zhong Yuan suddenly sat up and shouted. Shut up. The two by the window were startled. Fong Jing happily looked away. I told you it was a fake death. You lost, so now pay up. Mou clicked his tongue, and the sound of the money transfer notification echoed. Zhong Yuan looked at the two of them, so nonchalant, and thought to himself. What's going on? When did I go from being their enemy to being friends with them? Zhong Yuan had a message. Brother, are you injured and in the hospital? I'm doing fine at school, the teachers and classmates care a lot about me. You just rest and recover, don't worry about me. When you wake up, make sure to call me. Zhong Yuan muttered as he read. Has it really been 2 days already? A person like me, who's supposed to be dead, hasn't been sent to the crematorium because they've helped cover it up. Why? Fong Jing, with both hands in his pockets, spoke. Hello, student Zhong Yuan. I'm Fong Jing, the student council president, 3rd year special class Chang'ing. It was my fault for intentionally framing you before to provoke you into fighting. I'm really sorry. Fong Jing extended his hand to make peace, but Zhong Yuan landed a punch on his face, sending Fong Jing's sunglasses flying. Fong Jing crashed into the wall, his face swelling up as he looked around in confusion. Zhong Yuan smiled and extended his hand. This is what you call no pain, no gain. Elsewhere, Dong Liang watched Zhong Lan sitting in the chair. Zhong Lan, relax, failure is not the end of the world. Zhong Lan held the red crystal in her hand, and Dong Liang instructed, hold it like that and carefully feel the energy within. Luan extended his hand toward the awakening crystal, silently thinking, the success rate of absorbing the void star is just a statistical result. The real key is still the person's natural talent and mental state. Blindly trusting in talent, Luan's face grew serious as he handed the girl, Wang Ting, the crystal. Are you really sure this will be okay? Zhong Lan, holding the crystal, frowned and tried to calm herself as she absorbed the energy. Many alien races had infiltrated this world, and only void energy wielders could stand against them. Uncle Lin had been so kind to her and her brother because he saw her potential. She couldn't fail, she wanted to protect the world and her brother. The Wang Ting in Zhong Lan's hand disappeared. She realized that the Cloud Wind King Void Star could be absorbed but might consume up to 20 years of her life. In the school courtyard, Zhong Lan eagerly rushed to her brother, Zhong Yuan. You're finally back. I was so worried. Zhong Lan grabbed his arm, where a red discipline band was tied, looking surprised. Hey, your uniform is really special. Zhong Yuan smiled and scratched his head. Yeah, I joined the student council. They are also disciplinary committee members. This is the student council uniform. Zhong Yuan listened to Fong Jing's words. After the military training, the school would give a 1-week break to facilitate the instructor's guidance for special class students to absorb void star energy. Since Lan Lan had a natural talent, she was brought to the school, so there must be similar arrangements for her as well. Zhong Yuan patted Zhong Lan's head. Lan Lan, has the instructor arranged any special study plans for you these days? Zhong Lan thought for a moment before answering. Oh, the school hasn't arranged anything, but Uncle Lin let me absorb a void star, the flame cloud wind king. Zhong Yuan's eyes showed slight surprise, while Zhong Lan appeared energetic and happy. Now you've become a powerful void energy wielder. In the future, it'll be your turn to protect your brother. Zhong Yuan had already known that, in this life, Lan Lan could not escape her fate of becoming a void energy wielder. The only thing he could do was to make himself stronger, so he could protect her. Zhong Lan grabbed Zhong Yuan's hand, puffed her cheeks, and spoke in a slightly sulky tone. Brother, aren't you going to ask me what abilities I gained? Zhong Yuan also asked, what abilities? Divine speed and heavenly origin, Zhong Lan replied. Zhong Yuan responded with a simple ah. Zhong Lan immediately ran to the nearby statue. Look carefully here, Zhong Lan said, kicking the statue so hard that it cracked in half. Zhong Lan eagerly asked, well, how about it? Am I amazing or what? Zhong Yuan chuckled. Lan Lan, I'm of course very happy that you've become stronger, but damaging public property means you'll have to pay for it. At this moment, a written self-reflection appeared on the table. Yuan, feeling a headache, reached up to rub his forehead. Nice kick, but don't do that next time. Zhong Lan could only smile and stand beside Zhong Yuan. Zhong Lin pulled Zhong Yuan along. All right, let's go. Zhong Yuan was slightly surprised. So, they didn't need to pay? Was it really that forgiving? Yuan, who was sitting on a chair, spoke up. Zhong Yuan, your performance in the military training this time was very good. Would you like to absorb void star energy and become a void energy wielder? I can help you activate your powers. Zhong Yuan thought for a moment. Did she not know that I've already become a void energy wielder? Zhong Yuan replied. Thank you for your kind offer, instructor, but I don't need your help to activate my powers. Yuan sighed, raising a hand to touch her forehead. This kid, even if he's not interested in becoming a void energy wielder, he doesn't need to be so blunt about it. Yuan suddenly realized something. Wait, he was wearing the student council uniform from Fong Jing when he came to the military training site. Was he looking for someone to take over as the new student council president? Could it be that he was the one chosen? The sky was clear. In a building that used to be a weapons warehouse. I've renovated it according to your request. The lower floor is the training area, and the upper floor is the living quarters. The furniture has been moved in. If anything is missing, just let me know. Zhong Yuan had his hands in his pockets as he walked and observed. They just casually gave me such a big dorm room. Is this the power of the student council president? Fong Jing smiled with respect. How could I treat you poorly if you're following me? Yuemo looked at Zhong Yuan walking beside him. I'm willing to teach you weapons. When do you want to start? Zhong Yuan answered. Let's go now. Fong Jing was eager. Sounds good, I'll join in and have some fun with you guys. After a while, weapons were scattered across the floor, and the only sound was heavy breathing. Both Fong Jing and Yuemo were lying exhausted on the floor. I can't take it anymore, I need Su-ri. Fong Jing said wearily. Su-ri is dead, there's the matter of burning paper. Yuemo asked again, do you still have resonant life force? I don't. Zhong Yuan was different, the other two were still strikingly handsome, looking at their own bodies and evaluating. It seems like I've found the feeling. Yuemo spoke up, it's already 3:00 a.m., let's have a late night snack before continuing to spar. Fong Jing, exhausted, noticed there were snacks in the fridge on the second floor, but he couldn't move anymore. Zhong Yuan, still unaffected, went upstairs, while the other two remained lying below, amazed. This kid we've been beating up doesn't seem tired at all. Tiredness is secondary, the key is this kid basically has no talent for using cold weapons. Umo, drenched in sweat, reached out to pat his head. The combat talent of a void energy wielder is usually no less, even if they've only been practicing for a day, the fastest would be 10 minutes before having some basic form. Swords, knives, spears, clubs, whatever weapon this kid can handle. Zhong Yuan came over with cans of drinks in his arms, the drinks were here. Fong Jing quickly grabbed a can, eagerly drinking. His spirits lifted. I'm alive again, I'm alive again. He squeezed the can until it was empty. Zhong Yuan happily asked, then let's continue training. Umo, drenched in sweat, had been training continuously for over 10 hours, only taking a 3-minute break. Are you a demon? Fong Jing collapsed backward. I've only come back halfway. I need another can to truly come back to life. Zhong Yuan stomped on the empty can. Alright, I'll give you all the rest time equivalent to 1 can of joy. Zhong Yuan tossed the empty can into the trash without looking. Fong Jing and Umo were wide-eyed, mouths agape. The trash can was more than 10 meters away, yet it was so easy to hit even when thrown casually. Could he really have a talent for using hidden weapons? Umo handed 2 empty cans to Zhong Yuan. Throw them again, this time both at once. The 2 cans landed precisely in the trash can. Umo gleefully took Zhong Yuan's hand. Zhong Yuan, hidden weapons are the most suitable weapon for you. Zhong Yuan responded, hidden weapons can't be as cool as a 40-meter-long saber. Umo clicked his tongue, touched his chin thoughtfully, and then said, you're really stubborn when it comes to close combat. Maybe you should try the Void Star Demon. It has 3 abilities, Courage, Fury, and Lethal Strike. Fury can significantly enhance combat ability, and it's not limited to any specific weapon. During the last operation against the Void Demons, I encountered one. After activating its Courage and Fury abilities, its combat power increased tenfold, entering a berserk mode. It was extremely difficult to handle. In the end, we had to assemble 3 Void Energy Wielders just to kill it. The 3 sat in a circle. Fong Jing asked, did you run into Huan? What happened to the Void Star? Was it handed over to the government? Zhong Yuan asked, where can you obtain the Void Star of a Void Demon? I can't assess it with Void Star judgment. Umo gestured, I can't teach you how to use weapons, but to make up for that, I'll help you with the Void Star issue. Fong Jing smiled. If Fong says it, then it's settled. Umo stood up to leave. I'll head back to Yuan City first. Can I send the Void Star directly to the school? Sure. Zhong Yuan frowned and asked Fong Jing, running on the road at 3 a.m., do I look like a ghost to you? In reality, he wasn't afraid of him, but he was in a rush to finish his business here and go back to deliver the Void Star to his older brother. Void Star? What is that? Fong Jing asked, holding a can of soda. The Void Star from the Snowbone Serpent has the ability to grant immortality. Umo placed a box of Void Stars from the Snowbone Serpent on the table. Brother, I've brought back the essence of the Snowbone Serpent. Though it's not very promising, you can still give it a try. Umo turned to leave but glanced back. Wait for me to become the head of the Fong family. I will definitely bring you back and restore the Yi family name for you. Yijin didn't respond, still using the breathing machine. Looking at the closed door, he thought, silly younger brother. The real reason my illness hasn't been cured is because of the Fong family. A dark, ominous energy surrounded Yijin's body. The Void Stars flew out of the box and began to shine. Yijin watched them, and surprisingly, this batch of Void Stars began absorbing the dark energy. The energy had received the immortality skill. Yijin was astonished. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, with a friendly expression, said, hey, my brother, this delivery wasn't easy. I'm just asking for a good review. Thanks. Zhong Yuan received the order. Ah, got it. The shipper sitting in the car didn't forget to ask for a favor. From now on, if you have any orders, just call me. I'll give you a 20% discount on shipping. Zhong Yuan opened the package, revealing golden orbs and a letter placed on top. Must be the void star from the joyous ghost Fong Yumo sent, right? Oh, there's also a piece of paper. Zhong Yuan unfolded the paper and read the contents inside. Since the moment you left without saying goodbye, I haven't been able to eat or sleep peacefully. I originally thought I would sever all ties with you, but unexpectedly, I can continue this connection with you. On May 20th, by the Yuan River, no meeting, no return. Zhong Yuan guessed it well, void star plus love letter. Is Fong Yumo relying on a rich woman? Zhong Yuan thought, calculating. What now? I've forgotten Fong Yumo's phone number. Should I have Fong Jing contact him for me? No, Fong Jing would definitely post this love letter on her social media, which would embarrass Fong Yumo. Forget it, I'll just go there myself and explain it to that rich woman. She can contact Fong Yumo directly. Zhong Yuan reached for a void star. The information of the void star appeared, revealing whether the void star of Demon Joy could absorb it or not. The void star of Demon Joy has the following abilities: green level courage that cannot be upgraded, rage boost, green level rage boost that can be upgraded, green level poison resistance that cannot be upgraded. Courage dispels all mental control, rage boost improves combat skills randomly, poison resistance grants immunity to all toxins. The higher the toxicity in the body, the stronger the ability. The maximum increase in attack power does not exceed 148%. The void star in Zhong Yuan's hand dissolved as he absorbed the full force of the green level 2 rage boost. Zhong Yuan reached for his blade, activating the rage boost. With the blade in hand, Zhong Yuan made powerful strikes, smiling. It turned out that one could wield a blade like this. A sound echoed as a student council room was created. I don't agree to let that new student named Zhong Yuan join the student council. That's Leiba, the student council's publicity commissioner. Leiba stood up and firmly opposed. A special class auditor? Since when does Chang'ing have that kind of establishment? Making him the discipline commissioner is the biggest joke in the world. The girl sitting across from Leiba explained, Leiba, don't get agitated. The president just wants him to do some errands, that's all. Guani spoke up again, that doesn't sound right. The girl who just spoke was Jianru. The student council secretary looked toward Guani. Guani voiced his opinion: a discipline commissioner needs strong ability, good character, and also bears the responsibility of supervising the student council president. Not just any random person can do it. I'm still holding the title of discipline commissioner right now, don't be so arbitrary. Fong Jing smiled and reminded him, speak plainly. Shang Guani, the former discipline commissioner of the student council, clenched his fist on the table and gave his opinion: letting Zhong Yuan into the student council is fine, but only as an errand runner. In class, the teacher was lecturing, the abilities of alien species often exist within their bodies as energy, and only after death do they condense into a void star. Zhong Yuan raised his hand to ask, teacher, when a void energy wielder dies, will they reveal a void star like the alien species? The teacher replied, the human body and the alien species are not constructed the same way, you can't equate them. Zhong Yuan continued asking, then what if someone started absorbing void stars from the womb, being born inherently as a void energy wielder? The teacher held his book, his face serious. It's forbidden to use pregnant women for experiments. Don't let your thoughts wander too far. The city with a clear blue sky. At this moment, in the school canteen, at the dining table, Zhong Yuan was picking up food with his chopsticks, constantly reminding, you are still in your growing years, so you should eat more. Zhong Lan, sitting next to him, replied, brother, I'm not a child anymore. I'll grab what I want to eat myself. Fong Jing appeared out of nowhere. Zhong Yuan, your sister is really adorable. Hearing it 100 times is not as good as seeing it once. Zhong Yuan, with a serious face, threatened, light punishment is 1 year, heavy punishment is a lifetime. Fong Jing smiled, don't glare at me, even if I wanted to, I'd wait for your sister first. The more Fong Jing spoke, the more it annoyed Zhong Yuan, who snapped the chopsticks in his hand. What did you say? Fong Jing raised his hand, waving it as he soothed, such an exaggerated protector, are you two really siblings? Zhong Lan happily grabbed Zhong Yuan's arm, and of course, Fong Jing imagined and exclaimed, primordial void? Zhong Yuan punched Fong Jing away, you're the student council president, and you don't know anything. Zhong Lan, confused, asked, what does primordial void mean? Zhong Yuan instructed, a good child shouldn't ask about that. Fong Jing, sitting across from them, smiled, then hesitated and joked, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Zhong Lan asked, when my brother was injured and in the hospital, the student council president helped him make the call, so it was you? Fong Jing quickly responded, yes, it was me. You can just call me Fong Jing. Zhong Lan pointed, Mr. Fong Jing, your tooth is broken. Will the glass hurt your eyes? Your eyes are a bit special, without sunglasses, you'll scare people. Zhong Lan curiously asked, hey, can I see? Fong Jing raised his hand to remove his glasses, because you're so cute, I'll make an exception today and let you see a little something. Fong Jing's eyes appeared to be a bright purple. Zhong Lan was amazed and found it interesting, wow, your eyes are beautiful, and they even glow. Zhong Yuan, sitting beside them, asked, were you born with that? Fong Jing explained, when my mother was 3 months pregnant, she absorbed the power of the Void Star, but it wasn't her who absorbed it, it was me. So, when I was born, I was already a pseudo-Void Star, and my body was tougher than that of a normal person. Zhong Yuan lowered his gaze, thinking, the teacher said this is something forbidden, and the secret behind him is probably not small. Forget it, it's none of my business, I shouldn't pry. Fong Jing suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, forget the important matters. Zhong Yuan, you're the disciplinary committee member now, you need to patrol the campus at noon. Zhong Yuan looked annoyed and asked, can I quit the committee? Fong Jing tempted him, the student council provides very generous support. Wouldn't it be better if they added a spicy chicken leg for your sister at every meal? Zhong Lan's face lit up, spicy chicken? Fong Jing explained, the academy is very peaceful, there aren't many fights, but recently, the student council has had a few ahem, you just keep an eye on things. As long as no one ends up dead, I'll help you clean up. Zhong Lan was excited, big brother, do you want to go fight? I'll cover for you. Zhong Yuan refused, no. I'm skipping to high school now, I have to go to extra classes. Zhong Lan, with tears in her eyes, said, please, I don't want to go to extra classes. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was patrolling. The girls passing by saw him and all turned away, feeling awkward and blushing. Praise. Oh, the new disciplinary committee member has arrived? The serious, patrolling look is really handsome. Zhong Yuan, with his super sensory ability, guessed in his mind that someone was secretly following him. Should he find a secluded spot to straighten things out? Zhong Yuan walked ahead, while the people following trailed behind. Hearing footsteps, Zhong Yuan turned his head and said, behind the tree, 25 meters away, 3 o'clock direction. Stop hiding, come out. Lei Ba and 2 other people stepped out. Humph, you actually noticed we were following you. Not bad, you have some skill. Take off your clothes, kneel, and bark like a dog, and I might consider sparing you. Zhong Yuan's entire body exuded a murderous aura. Is this the school style of Chang'ing Academy? Looks like I came to the right place. Lei Ba stepped out and stood facing Zhong Yuan, sneering, humph, you're quite aware of the situation, huh? Zhong Yuan walked forward and repeated Lei Ba's earlier words, what are you thinking? What I meant was, take off your clothes, kneel, and bark like a dog, and I might let you go. Lei Ba charged forward with a punch, you're asking for death. Suppressive sonic wave. Zhong Yuan lightly dodged, confidently dispelling all mental control, and smiled, why make such a big fuss? Zhong Yuan single-handedly knocked Lei Ba away, violently striking him in rage. Now it was too late to beg for mercy. One punch wasn't enough. Zhong Yuan soared up and down, pounding Leiba, until there was nothing left to strike. It was even worse than kicking a dog. Leiba, his face swollen, lay unconscious on the ground. The men who had been with Leiba couldn't believe their eyes. It's impossible. Except for a few major figures in the school, no one can break the suppressive sonic wave technique to control the opponent before launching a fatal strike like the boss. Who exactly is this Zhong Yuan? Zhong Yuan spoke up to remind them, aren't you taking him to the infirmary? The two quickly hoisted Leiba and scrambled away. Right, let's go. As they carried Leiba, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts, that demon, one wrong word and he beats you like a dead dog. He's truly ruthless. But little did they know, Zhong Lan was hiding behind a large tree, witnessing everything. Zhong Lan stepped out and pointed at the three of them. Stop, leave him here. He took out his phone, and without giving it, there was a click of the device. Zhong Lan's step was light, yet it caused the ground beneath his feet to crack terribly. A man hurriedly pulled out his phone. Heroine, please spare me. I'll listen to you. Zhong Lan, holding the phone with a smile, said, now, make him pose like a dead dog, with his butt up, head down, and arms raised in surrender. The other person hesitated. Heroine, isn't that a bit too much? Zhong Lan smiled kindly, it's perfect. Zhong Lan unlocked the Leiba phone with her fingerprint, the screen lit up, and with her fingerprint, it unlocked successfully. Zhong Lan used the phone to take a picture of Leiba's pose, happily pressed post, and grinned in delight, planning to share this embarrassing image on her moments. Zhong Lan asked the other two, did you see the post earlier? Share it. The two stood meekly with their heads bowed. Heroine, please forgive me. If Leiba finds out, I'll be dead. Zhong Lan put her hands on her hips, scheming. She told them all to share it with other accounts in the same car. Surely, he couldn't kill them all, right? Zhong Lan's gaze turned cold. I already took a picture of his position earlier. If you don't obey me, I'll send it to him. After saying that, Zhong Lan happily skipped away. The other two were left dejected, crying rivers. What kind of demon was Zhong Yuan? This one was the real ruthless and cruel one. Meanwhile, Leiba, lying in the hospital room with his head bandaged, cried in pain, not forgetting to complain. President, that kid is too brutal. He beat me up and even posted my ugly pose on moments. Fong Jing, sitting opposite, casually scrolled through the images of Leiba, liked them with a swipe, and even chuckled inwardly. If I told you guys how brutal he really is, it wouldn't be as fun anymore. Fong Jing spoke up, tell me how that kid defeated you. Leiba recounted, I still used my suppressive sonic wave as usual, but who would have thought that he wasn't affected at all and ended up knocking me out? Fong Jing thought for a moment. The suppressive sonic wave didn't work. It seems he successfully absorbed the courage from the ghost howl phantom of the Void Star. Fong Jing asked further, so what happened next? Did he use a weapon? Leiba answered, no. Fong Jing was surprised, why didn't he use a weapon? Puzzled, Fong Jing asked again, did he manage to absorb Furious attack or not? Leiba wiped away his tears with a handkerchief, I couldn't guess. If he had used a weapon, I wouldn't have made it out alive. Fong Jing, hands in his pockets, started walking away. Alright, you're still alive. I'll go now. Leiba, not done yet, called out, now that he's made me look so bad online, how am I supposed to show my face at school from now on? Fong Jing replied, no one cares about your little problems. Just go study at home for a few months, and you'll be fine. Leiba raised a hand, wait, President, treat me first, then you can go. Fong Jing, closing the door behind him, said, heartless. Su Ri can't fix a brain-dead idiot. What's this? A badge ranking 68th in the youth leaderboard. Fong Jing explained, this is it. The official ranking for the combat strength of void energy wielders. Only youths under 28 can be ranked on this board. Zhong Yuan looked at the information on the phone Fong Jing had handed him, 68th place, Xian Ming. Fong Jing whispered into Zhong Yuan's ear, this is the name that I and brother Fong came up with after racking our brains for you.
Sounds pretty amazing, right? Like something straight out of a legend, doesn't it?
Zhong Yuan thought it was too stupid, he'd rather call it Zhong and I instead.
Fong Jing felt displeased and crazily deducted money. Zhong Yuan asked, "What's the point of getting on this board?"
Fong Jing smiled, "It's to look like a part-time war god." Mang Wang smirked, "The 4-year limit is up, Xian Ming is returning, the employee card has been thrown away, and Qishir Corporation doesn't care about it anymore."
Zhong Yuan wasn't too concerned. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to working on my assignment."
Fong Jing hurriedly said, "There's something, I still have a weapon for you."
Fong Jing opened the weapon case.
The Extreme Dao series produced by the Supervision Bureau, an upgraded version of the trial model.
"Try it out." Zhong Yuan coldly rejected, leaving the weapon for someone else. Fong Jing panicked.
Hey, don't be so cold, let's go to the training room downstairs, I really want you to hit me right now. Zhong Yuan held the weapon with a blank expression, and in the end, Fong Jing's face was swollen, his body beaten to a pitiful state, but he was still smiling. Success, he really absorbed the furious attack skill. Zhong Yuan remained unmoved, coldly reminding, "The mental hospital in the city is quite good, I recommend you try it." Fong Jing kept smiling. "Our Yuan finally knows how to use cold weapons, I'm proud of you, son." Zhong Yuan kicked Fong Jing away, "Get lost." Zhong Yuan, holding the scabbard, glanced at Fong Jing, who seemed to be a little insane, but worked carefully, even preparing the scabbard bag. Zhong Yuan strapped the scabbard to his waist, noticing that there was a flying disc here to practice his reflexes.
"Now, let's try throwing the knives."
Zhong Yuan began the startup process, with a default speed of 120 km/h, initiating 3 random directions at 10-second intervals, for a total of 4 rounds.
"Please press start."
Zhong Yuan looked at the flying discs in front of him. "Please prepare and ensure that the distance from this machine is no less than 20 meters. The first round of shots will begin after 3 beeps." The flying discs were launched one by one, and Zhong Yuan focused on his training, throwing the throwing knives, each hitting the discs with a sound, followed by the game's announcement.
"Please prepare, the next round will begin."
But the flying discs continued to be shot out.
"Please prepare, the next shot will begin." "Please prepare, the final shot will begin." Zhong Yuan continuously hit the targets.
"Congratulations, you have completed the first training session. Your training score is 100 points.
Zhong Yuan pulled the throwing knife from the ground, satisfied.
As expected of the ultimate throwing knife series made by the monitoring department, the feel is just right.
The game's announcement rang out again.
"Congratulations, you have unlocked the next training stage." Zhong Yuan was surprised.
"Oh, so this is like a challenge game, with gradually increasing difficulty?"
"Not bad, I'll play this every day from now on." The sky was clear, the sun shining warmly. After days of hearing the sound of the flying discs, he finally reached the final level. Zhong Yuan looked at the flying discs, hit them several times in a row, but the final stage only earned him 80 points.
"Looks like my skills need improvement."
As the time notification went off, Zhong Yuan calculated, "Go to class, practice with the flying discs, do homework."
High school life really is full. No one is at the student union right now. Zhong Yuan suddenly remembered something. "Wait, is today the 15th? I almost forgot about that."
He was standing at the red dock. This should be the fisherman's red dock.
Huh, why is there no one around here?
The sound of a helicopter echoed in the sky, and a girl lowered a rope.
"Go ahead." Zhong Yuan looked at the person in the helicopter. Is this how the rich board these things? Truly an eye-opener.
Zhong Yuan climbed up, and Tiger reached out to pull him up. Their hands clutched each other tightly.
"Finally, you made it. I thought you weren't coming."
"It's not in vain that I worked so hard to help you get the Void Star, and even wrote that cheesy letter. I knew there would be a day you'd be moved by my sincerity." At that moment, Taigu suddenly realized, and hurriedly pushed Zhong Yuan away. "Who are you?" Then she collapsed onto the ground, crying with grievance.
He still didn't come. He never thought of me.
To him, I'm just a blob of butter for whipping at will.
Zhong Yuan quickly explained. Actually, Fong Yumo hasn't seen the letter. It was sent directly to me. I'm here to clear up the situation and thank you. Zhong Yuan stood by the door of the helicopter, ready to fulfill his duty. Before leaving, he didn't forget to thank Taigu. Thanks for your support. I'm off.
But Shaoan stopped him.
Wait. Did Fong Yumo ask you?
Zhong Yuan paused and responded.
Yes.
And Taigu was so shocked she almost dropped her jaw. Fong Yumo, such an arrogant person, was willing to lower his head and come to me for help.
Their relationship must be very strong.
This person might also be a powerful mutant.
Captain An anxiously grabbed his shoulder, speaking loudly, "What's your strength like?" He answered seriously, "This is very important, I absolutely cannot speak recklessly." Zhong Yuan was confused, but instinctively replied, "Well, basically, I can't die." And Taigu laughed loudly with satisfaction, "Wonderful, that's exactly the kind of talent we need."
Excited, and Taigu informed his serious teammate, "Old Yuan, we've got someone. Get to Shinnon Square as quickly as possible."
Shaoan took Zhong Yuan back to the main cabin, introducing him to Lin Dong Leang and Chan Hong.
"Let me introduce myself first, I'm Taigu, captain of the War God team. The staff at the Ba People's Command are also very friendly. Chan Hong is our main attacker, Lin Dong Leang handles the defensive systems to protect the team, Wu Jun takes care of healing. Yen Ta is in the main cockpit and is also a field investigator." Zhong Yuan was not an introverted person, his personality was open and easygoing, so he responded to everyone, "You can all call me Zhong Yuan." Captain An smiled so widely it seemed like her eyes were almost squinted, clearly pleased with the new recruit, shaking hands warmly. Zhong Yuan welcomed him into their War God team.
Zhong Yuan looked at Taigu, silently thinking, "Not bad.
A love letter written in such a cheesy way, so it turns out they want me to recruit UMO to help complete the mission." Wu Jun watched the physical cooperation between the two of them before her hands were freezing, but Taigu waved it off, "All ice-type destruction masters are like this." It took Wu Jun a long time to realize that the name Xianming seemed familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before.
That's right, it's him.
He ranks 68th on the list of elite youth. When everyone had settled down, Taigu spoke up with some concern. "Xianming, I won't hide it from you, the difficulty of this mission is very high. A week ago, several Void energy wielders from Deng Tagwa entered the Shenangjia domain to steal some valuable items. The nearby military and Void energy wielder teams were all taken down by an unknown poison. They are still unconscious in the hospital, and one member of the God of War team was also lost. Fong Yumo's shadow servant is immune to toxins, which is why we wanted to ask him for help. But you know, Xianming, if you think this mission is too dangerous, it's okay to back out now," she explained cautiously, while Zhong Yuan responded calmly.
"Since I'm already here, I can't exactly sleep on the plane."
Lin Dong Leang, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel excited. He cracked his knuckles and said, "Kid, you're pretty confident.
How about you try out a few moves against my old man?"
Zhong Yuan casually raised two fingers and used a freezing move, instantly immobilizing him in a shocked expression. Then he said, "Let's talk properly, no need to fight right away." And Taigu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but show a look of surprise.
"Impressive. How long does that move last?" Zhong Yuan replied, 2 minutes.
Hearing this, her eyes lit up, and with admiration, she said, "I've never heard of any ice-type skill that lasts that long." Zhong Yuan shrugged helplessly and replied, "Actually, I have a passive support skill that can boost the power of other skills." In his mind, he was calculating. A normal person absolutely cannot level up their skills. It's still better to find an excuse, he thought. And Taigu was even more impressed, his eyes shining like stars.
and he asked further, "Do you have any other abilities?"
Zhong Yuan helplessly replied, "Thermal sensing."
1 km. Old Wu opened his mouth, his chin nearly dropping, and exclaimed, "What?" Zhong Yuan added, "It's been upgraded." An image of a person appeared, a circle of gemstones adorned their back. Old Wu pondered for a moment, recalling the legend of nation H. Shen Ming was a god who controlled snow, responsible for death and the master of the Ming mansion. With such formidable ice powers, and good relations with Fong Yumo, it must be that this person wasn't wrong, right? He had never heard of such a powerful individual before, and the kid's age should be around level 3, right? While thinking, he evaluated Zhong Yuan with a glance. Meanwhile, Taigu pulled out a small knife and asked, "Don't you carry weapons? Are you used to using a dagger?" Zhong Yuan quickly responded, "No problem."
According to the latest intel, a hybrid hunter was nearby. Everyone needed to stay alert and maintain formation. They had descended into a desolate forest, reminding each other. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan raised his hand and announced, "Wait." He used his enhanced sensing ability to detect some animals in the area. Afterward, Zhong Yuan described the situation to everyone. There was a group of animals, probably wolves, about 9 of them, seemingly attracted by something. After hearing this, Taigu replied, deliberately leading the wolves into their territory to use them as food for the alien tribe. The military unit will regularly drop food for them. The unit has been wiped out, but the wolves can still find food. This is unusual, so Zhong Yuan said, let's go over and take a look. At this moment, a pack of wolves was salivating around a piece of meat roasting over the fire. The strong smell of grilled meat made it easy to reveal their location, and it was likely that the enemy had deliberately set a trap. The whole team was hiding behind a bush, discussing the situation. Zhong Yuan suggested, "I'll serve as bait to get them to reveal themselves." And Taigu responded worriedly, "Wait, that area might be poisoned." Zhong Yuan reassured her, "I'm not afraid of poison." Captain N was once again shocked by Zhong Yuan's abilities and exclaimed, "A true poison master, you can absorb such low percentage powers, and you still respond so casually." Hearing this, Taigu felt her heart cool down. She looked at him with a blank expression and asked, "What kind of monstrous genius are you?" Zhong Yuan then got straight to the point, "I'll go in first for 5 minutes, blend into the environment, and it'll be hard to spot me." With that, Zhong Yuan used his advanced camouflage. And Taigu seriously instructed him, "Go ahead, we'll be ready to support you at any time from behind." Zhong Yuan asked, "Should I kill or capture the enemy?" She decisively replied, "Kill, no matter what." The wolves, seeing a new piece of bait, turned and stared. Then, they howled at the sky one by one. Zhong Yuan had already jumped toward the wolves. He had a plan in mind, noticing that the wolves saw him but didn't attack. Instead, they howled to send a signal. It seemed that the enemy was close by. Zhong Yuan once again began using his super-sensitive perception, seeing 2 figures rushing towards him, one from the left and one from the right, both about 1 km away. They're moving slowly. I'll deal with this first. After calculating, he started to draw his sword, generating a powerful surge of spiritual energy, then leaped towards the wolves. The stopwatch beeped once, and in that instant, Zhong Yuan charged forward, delivering a swift strike that decapitated one of the wolves. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the sword to its sheath, and as he did so, the wolves beneath him, either dead or wounded, limped away. The stopwatch beeped again. At this moment, the system's voice echoed, "Scorpion poison detected, do you wish to absorb it?" Zhong Yuan quickly turned his head, a smile curving at the corner of his lips, thinking to himself, "Here they come." Standing amidst the pile of wolf carcasses, Zhong Yuan emitted a dense cloud of poisonous gas. The system's voice sounded again, "Scorpion poison detected, do you wish to absorb it?" Zhong Yuan absorbed the toxic fumes, and the system notified him, "All of your abilities have increased by 108%. After absorbing the poison, Zhong Yuan placed his hands on his hips, looking displeased. "This poison's weak as hell. Is this even possible? Outside, his teammates were observing and discussing amongst themselves.
And Taigu asked, "What did he just say?"
The person opposite replied, "He seems to be complaining that the poison isn't strong enough." Hearing this, she quickly responded, "Poison means the enemy is coming.
We need to provide support."
But when she turned to look back at Zhong Yuan, both she and her companion were left staring, stunned. The corners of his eyes glowed, and he swung his sword, releasing sharp blasts of energy. Two enemies were rushing forward, each struck by a knife embedded deep in their foreheads. Blood splattered everywhere as they fell backward. Afterward, he walked over to them, speaking dismissively, "Is that all? You're so weak." And Taigu rolled his eyes and asked his teammate, "Did any of you even see him make a move?" One person, holding his forehead, replied, "Don't even mention it. The other one is still crying like a river, and the enemies had some incredible camouflage. I couldn't even tell where they were." Zhong Yuan was now checking the corpses, pulling the throwing knives out as he said, "For now, there's no danger." And Taiga noticed the bloodstained throwing knife in his hand and frowned thoughtfully. This knife was clearly made by the surveillance bureau. The number etched on it indicated it was a prototype. It had never appeared in any purchase list. Could it be a specially crafted item? Xian Ming's identity was definitely not ordinary. Feeling a sudden chill, she stiffened, raised her hand, and forced a smile before asking, "Xian Ming, are you okay? Is there anywhere that hurts? Don't force yourself." "No, nothing's wrong." "That's good," he responded. She thought to herself, after killing someone, he's so calm. I shouldn't ask too many questions. Zhong Yuan gave her a questioning look. At that moment, Lin Dong Leang came over, grinning and complimenting, "Well done, the throwing knives are amazing." A teammate next to him gave a thumbs up and added, "Using both hands for the throwing knives, throwing at two different targets, years of practice to get to this point." Zhong Yuan casually closed his eyes and replied, "It's all right. I practice throwing at targets every day." The teammate was left speechless after hearing that. A flying saucer, is it the training device for the fake skill that was discontinued because it was too difficult, right? Then, he awkwardly asked again, "By the way, could you tell me how to set up the flying saucer correctly?" Zhong Yuan, being honest, replied, "The default mode is the level clear mode, just clear the levels one by one." He asked again, "What ability did you use to pass?" "I couldn't get past the first level with all my abilities." Then Zhong Yuan innocently asked, "You just need to hit the flying saucer, do you need to use an ability for that?" This left his teammate stunned, sitting down on the ground and dejectedly drawing circles on the earth, muttering, "I'm useless, I'm useless, I'm useless." Meanwhile, Taigo asked Zhong Yuan, "Can Xian Ming tell what abilities they were using earlier?" He quickly listed them. One is controlling the wolves, another is the scorpion venom, and there's also super camouflage. Those are probably the three. Upon hearing that, she panicked and grabbed Zhong Yuan's hand, asking, "Scorpion venom, are you sure?" He was a bit stunned, but quickly responded, "I'm sure. I have the real venom ability." Hearing his firm answer, Taigo put one hand on her chest and seriously said, "Xian Ming, on behalf of all the commanders of Shinnong, thank you. They're still in the IQU room because the poison's composition hasn't been analyzed yet." Then, she walked to the side, saying, "Wait, let me make a call to report the situation." At that moment, Zhong Yuan asked the other teammates, "Isn't the healing system's revival ability able to cure poison?" Old Wu explained, "Revival isn't equals, means all-powerful. The longer the poison has been in the body, the harder it is to cure. Xian Ming, your information really can save a lot of people." After hearing that, he pondered inwardly. It seemed that the strength of most void energy wielders wasn't that great. It made sense, the chances of an ordinary person absorbing void energy and becoming a void energy wielder were low, and without the ability to level up, technology still played a crucial role in combat. After finishing the phone call, Taiga turned to call Xian Ming, and he immediately responded. She continued, "So, what do you think we should do next?" At that moment, everyone was standing, gazing at the two corpses in front of them, and Zhong Yuan finally spoke up, the other party is a poacher, and the most likely outcome is that they will survive and take the spoils with them. Now, they've attracted too many people, and leaving will be difficult. They might try to force their way through the defenses. The best strategy right now is to capture an important figure to exchange for a chance to leave. Compared to a regular army that can use the tactic of overwhelming numbers, a team of elite void energy wielders is easier to deal with. And Taiga double-checked, asking, so, we just wait and do nothing? Zhong Yuan confirmed, that's right. Suddenly, a leaf fluttered down from behind them. Zhong Yuan turned around, frowned, and said, look, they've arrived. A group of people slowly emerged from deeper inside, and as they got closer, it became clearer that there were 4 men. One had dark skin, one had long curly blonde hair, one had purple hair, and the last one wore a cloak that covered him entirely, with only a dangerous-looking face peeking out, his lips curling into a smirk. The blonde-haired man stretched his arms out confidently and said smugly, I knew that the military would send a strong void energy wielder to block our path. Then he stepped forward, walking up to Untaigu, grinning as he greeted, I'm very pleased to meet you. The one who arrived was she, the beautiful young lady Untaigu. She couldn't understand what Robert was saying and, thinking he was insulting her, she angrily retorted. He continued to smile, his eyes squinted, and replied, Thank you for your blessing, I also wish for your family to be prosperous. Untaigu put her hands on her hips and fired back. He smiled even more brightly in response. I don't have a sister. Old Wu spoke to Zhong Yuan, this person is named Robert, one of the top 100 powerful figures in Deng Tagua. Be careful. He turned back and asked. What about the others? Old Wu answered. I'm not sure about the other 2, but one of them is from Nation H. Before he could finish speaking, another blonde teammate angrily pointed forward and shouted loudly. Zhao Zhang, didn't you die? How are you with the group of poachers from Deng Tagua? The country spent so much effort to cultivate you, and now you dare to betray it? Zhao Zhang sneered and responded mockingly. Cultivate me? Don't joke. It's just because I didn't deliver the Void Star and they casually suppressed me, taking away my resources and achievements. His gaze grew increasingly dangerous. If it weren't for Jiao Yao acting as a bridge to help me, I wouldn't even know how free and happy it is to be a void energy wielder in Deng Tagua. Whatever I want, I get. Don't even mention the Void Star, it's nothing like Nation H. The average person doesn't even know. Before he could finish his sentence, a throwing dagger suddenly shot straight into his forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and a supercharged energy attack locked onto a single target, charging up. The person who had thrown the dagger quickly used energy to block the incoming attack. Before the throwing dart hit the ground, Zhong Yuan, in the midst of preparing to throw it, observed the situation and considered using his keen sense of smell to guide the dart. It seemed that dealing with them would require a different approach. At that moment, Robert calmly picked up the dart and, excitedly speaking in Deng Ta, said, the craftsmanship of Nation H really is impressive. It's a shame, though, that the one wielding the dart has no grace. Untaigu glanced toward Zhong Yuan and asked, I don't have a translator device. What is he saying? His blonde teammate, though unsure, replied, he seems to be praising the quality of Xianming's dart, while Zhong Yuan thinks the situation is well, a bit before him. Then, responding in Deng Ta, Zhong Yuan said, anyone who invades Nation H, we kill them, no matter where they are. Traitors to Nation H, their death is without question. I've never been graceful toward the dead. Robert, hearing this, became even more surprised. Deng Ta. This kid speaks Deng Ta well. I originally only wanted to spare Untaigu, but now it seems you're even more useful than her. Join us in Deng Ta, and I guarantee better treatment than Zhao Zhang. After he finished speaking, Untaigu asked again, what did he say? Zhong Yuan answered, he said that, except for you, he will kill everyone, and then invited me to replace Zhao Zhang's position. Her face showed a hint of worry. Oh, so what are you going to say in response? Without answering, Zhong Yuan directly walked up to Robert and extended his hand, saying, give me back the dart. Old Wu thought to himself,
How could someone like Shen Ming be moved by Deng Tagua? Clearly, he was determined. There was already a surge of power emanating from his hand. As for Zhong Yuan's side, after he got the throwing blade, he spoke up to thank them. Robert continued, do you guys from Nation H have any old sayings? A wise man submits to circumstances. Old Wu had already used the empowerment skill, increasing the target's power by 20% for 10 seconds. He turned around and felt satisfied, thinking it was not bad he had provided support at the right moment. Then, immediately, he raised both hands and used the freezing skill, shouting loudly, "I told you, I don't show mercy to the dead." Pieces of ice shot out from his hands, freezing the enemies on the opposite side instantly, catching them off guard, their faces filled with panic. Finally, Zhong Yuan, seizing the moment when they couldn't react, threw a throwing blade toward Robert. Die! Suddenly, the throwing blade was knocked back. Robert slowly melted and responded with a sinister look. The people of Nation H are treacherous and sly, daring to sneak attack. You must die for this. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan became a bit worried, realizing that not only had Robert broken the freeze, but he had also thrown back his own blade. If Robert was a powerhouse, even a furious attack might not be enough to injure him. Unexpectedly, Robert rushed in and punched Zhong Yuan right in the chest when he wasn't paying attention. He was thrilled, wearing a disdainful smile as he said, "What are you doing over there?" Zhong Yuan was sent flying back by the punch. Old Wu and his teammates quickly helped Zhong Yuan up and anxiously called out, "Shen Ming and Taigu, hurry up and help. Old Wu, quickly heal him." After raising 2 fingers to check Zhong Yuan's pulse, Old Wu was horrified and exclaimed, "Captain Shen Ming seems to have gone cold." And Taigu was startled, "What?" Another teammate, equally incredulous, shouted, "Shen Ming." Old Wu exclaimed in shock, "The heartbeat, respiration, and body temperature are all gone." He sorrowfully looked down at the person he was holding. And Taigu calmly reminded him, "This is not the time for sympathy. Old Xiong is attacking, Chan Hong is covering, we need to defeat Robert first." Zhong Yuan, lying with his eyes closed, listened to his teammates' words and thought, "Even though I really am cold now, I'm too embarrassed to get up. Forget it, I'll just lie here and think about tactics for now." At this moment, Old Xiong used his large body to pin Robert down, while Chan Hong swung his arm forward, attacking Robert with a piercing strike. Yet, Robert remained eerily calm. His gaze turned cold as he spoke, "You think you can kill me with just the 2 of you?" Suddenly, a flame rose from Robert's body, forming into a flame giant, which left Old Xiong, who was still holding him from behind, in awe. His eyes widened in shock. Robert then flashed a smug smile and said in Deng Ta's language, "Let me show you my true strength." The fire spread around him, causing Old Xiong to quickly release his grip and cry out, "It's too hot." Old Wu immediately summoned a gust of healing wind and directed it toward Old Xiong to assist him. And Taiga shouted in panic, "This is a power unique to Deng Tagua. Flame Giant. The intelligence is wrong. Robert's specialty is not just close combat." Chan Hong gritted his teeth in frustration, "What do we do now? My arrows are being melted by the high temperature." And Taiga tried to calm everyone down, speaking loudly, "If physical attacks don't work, use mental attacks. Everyone, get ready, I will expand." Then she began to use mental resonance, a wide area mental attack within a 500-meter radius, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Energy waves in the shape of circles emanated from her, gradually expanding around her. Everyone tried their best to cover their ears. Robert was no exception to the effects. Flames engulfed his body, and he fell to his knees, clutching his head and screaming. A hurried voice urged, "Quick!" At this moment, while Robert was still in pain, holding his head, he gritted his teeth and spoke in a strange language, "Do I really have to use that move? It seems I can't die in human form after all. I can only let the flames burn my body." The voice continued, invoking the glory of Deng Tagua. Robert began to transform into a flame giant, stage 2. As he gritted his teeth and stood up, his body was consumed by fire, growing stronger. The flames were so intense they spread out densely in all directions.
The members of the Shinnong army struggled, raising their hands to shield their faces. And Taigu grumbled in annoyance, "Damn it, I can't understand a word he's saying." Old Xiong chimed in, "I'll definitely learn a foreign language when we get back." Chan Hong, losing faith, responded, "Do we even stand a chance of surviving and getting back?" Just as the three were joking around, Zhong Yuan finally sat up and spoke, "You're no match for him. Everyone, retreat, don't look back." He raised a finger, and the flames around Robert started to extinguish. And Taiga was left speechless, stunned by the turn of events. "Shen Ming, you." Zhong Yuan calmly responded, "Didn't I tell you before? I can't die." Old Wu found it even harder to believe. Clearly, he had died and come back to life. The guy had some sort of immortality. Zhong Yuan then stepped into the flames, advancing toward Robert. He spoke to him in Deng Ta, "Robert, Deng Ta Gua always supports freedom and fairness. Let's settle this one-on-one." Robert was still blazing with anger, replying in Deng Ta, "Why should I agree with you?" Zhong Yuan explained, "After using this move, you'll die, right? Even if the six of us work together, there's no guarantee you'll get a good outcome. But if it's just the two of us in a one-on-one fight, you'll still have a chance to die with me." At this, Robert seemed intrigued and smiled. "Ha, I accept your offer. The great spirit of Deng Ta will live on forever." And Taigu, worried, tried to intervene, telling Zhong Yuan, "Shin Ming, don't, you'll die." The beggar replied, "Hurry up and go, don't hold me back." At this, everyone quickly followed his instructions and ran off. The blonde teammate swiftly hoisted Taigu onto his shoulder and called out, "Captain, don't act on your feelings." She was still deeply worried and reached out her hand. "No, we can't abandon our teammate." "Hush," Old Wu reassured her. "If he's letting us go, it means our presence would only hinder him. Right now, we should trust him." Seeing a small figure standing before a demonic-like body, everyone silently prayed, "Shen Ming, you must survive." Now, with only two people left in the space, Zhong Yuan and Robert stood facing each other. He spoke first, "I truly admire your courage. You could have avoided death." Zhong Yuan responded politely, "Thank you for your appreciation, but our stances differ. Moreover, your death is not necessarily mine." He spoke confidently as he activated his blood frost fury. Sharp shards of ice shot out in all directions. The system announced the traits and abilities of the user. Super sensory has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Heat Shield, which can defeat abilities that surpass yours. Freezing has been upgraded, granting you a new ability, Eternal Ice Domain, which cannot be overcome. Your Rebirth ability has been upgraded, granting you the new ability, Immortal Body. The system continued, this level can enhance your abilities further. Rage Strike has been upgraded, granting you a new power. Grandmaster of Combat can be upgraded. You are born to kill, proficient in any weapon, able to take your enemy's life with any movement. Zhong Yuan's face was now intensely focused as he gazed at his opponent. The sharp ice needles seemed to wait for his command to strike. Dan Robert was still emitting a strong flame, and with amusement in his voice, he said, "Is this truly your full power? Very well, make your move." Suddenly, he cried out, "Ah," startled and confused by the scene before him. Around Robert, everything had been completely frozen. The flames on his body had mysteriously extinguished, and Zhong Yuan calmly said, "I've already made my move." Immediately, Robert's flame giant form dissipated, and he was trapped within a sphere of air. He gritted his teeth and thought, "What is this? My transformation state has been lifted, yet I can't say anything. Why is there this invisible air wall that I can't see through?" At this moment, Zhong Yuan seemed to sense his confusion and calmly explained, "This technique of mine is called thermal burst pressure. Its ability is to extract heat from the air. The ideal gas law is PV equals nRT, which means I only need to control the scope and timing of cooling the temperature, and I can utilize the pressure differential in the air to create a flow of air around me, effectively reducing it to a state close to a vacuum." At this point, Robert seemed to go mad, clutching his own neck, mouth agape, eyes bloodshot and wide.
Zhong Yuan continued his explanation. The flame giant's second stage transformation would incinerate someone, proving it doesn't break the laws of physics. Flames cannot burn in a vacuum.
Robert, you've lost to physics. By this point, Robert had already coughed up blood and collapsed onto the sharp ice shards beneath his feet. He was dying, lying on the ground, struggling to speak with a hint of sorrow. "Joan, I'm sorry, I can't." Soon after, delicate and beautiful flames emitted, revealing a golden yellow pill within them. Zhong Yuan stood there, lost in thought.
As the small flames dwindled, he approached the pill. He was contemplating whether the effect of the blood rage had ended and if he was now entering a weakened state. Was he not falling unconscious directly because it hadn't consumed much of his mental energy?
Nevertheless, Zhong Yuan bent down, picked up the pill, and observed it in his hand. The system then notified him, detecting a void star anomaly.
Did you absorb it?
The aberrant species of the void star has the following abilities: Force level 3, cannot level up; Iron body level 2, cannot level up; Flame giant level 1, cannot level up.
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan analyzed inwardly. Sure enough, humans can also form void stars.
However, it seems different from the other races, as it doesn't appear directly but is hidden within the body.
The materials intentionally conceal this ability, perhaps to prevent internal strife among void energy wielders?
Even the War God team might not know this secret. Whether I keep it or hand it over to the nation, either choice could bring trouble. The abilities of the aberrant species of the Void Star have a set rank but cannot level up. Absorption can directly lock the rank, preventing it from leveling up, which results in losing more than gaining. After a while, a newly constructed mound of dirt appeared before Zhong Yuan. He thought to himself that it would be best to just bury it and pretend he hadn't seen it.
Right, they came here to hunt illegally, so they must have good stuff in their backpacks, right?
As he thought this, he glanced at the several backpacks beside him. But when he unzipped one, it revealed glowing spherical objects inside. The system prompt appeared again: Cuddly Star Bear detected.
Do you wish to absorb it?
The Cuddly Star Bear has the following abilities: Gold level Acting Cute, can level up. Acting Cute increases your charm, reducing the hostility of your target, with no range limit.
As Zhong Yuan heard the system and looked down at the items in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, what is this?
Then, he continued to open the other backpacks, thinking happily, there are 2 Cuddly Star Bears in their bags, but they both died from the high temperature of the flame giant. A powerful figure like Robert went hunting for the wild bears, even wanting to bring back a live one.
Its value must surely be very high.
Afterward, he stood up, not forgetting to pick up the backpacks. He thought to himself, well, putting aside the prejudice against its name, maybe it will become a miraculous, heaven-defying being after leveling up during the full moon. After a moment of calculation, he looked down at the glowing item in his hand and began to speak: Absorb everything.
The system notification displayed: Gold level max Acting Cute, your ability. Acting Cute has leveled up. Blue level max Acting Cute, your ability. Acting Cute has leveled up.
Zhong Yuan's body was surrounded by powerful streams of light, his skills continuously leveling up. Then the system continued to announce: you have gained a new ability, Super Acting Cute level 2, which can be leveled up. Super Acting Cute permanently increases your charm, causing the target to lose hostility, with no range limit.
Hearing this, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but swear. Damn it!
His teammates in the distance were still waiting. The blonde teammate had climbed up a tall tree to observe and reported, Captain, the firelight over there has disappeared, so the battle with Xian Ming should be over. Upon hearing this, Antaigu told everyone, alright, let's go back there and check it out. After walking for a while, they saw a familiar figure sitting with their back to them. A hurried voice called out, Xian Ming, I knew you were still alive. Antaigu was overjoyed, tears welling up, and she rushed towards Zhong Yuan. Suddenly, she tripped over a small stone and fell flat on her face, crying out in pain. Zhong Yuan felt speechless towards his sister, his expression flat as he asked again.
The mission is over, can you take me back to school quickly? His blonde teammate exclaimed in shock, you're still going to school?
Zhong Yuan stood up amidst the leaves blown by the wind, creating a beautiful scene. He confidently replied, "Yes, my sister is still waiting for me to go eat at the canteen with her. If I don't go back soon, she'll be angry." Soon after, the helicopter took off, flying over the rugged mountains towards the familiar city. On the phone screen, messages kept popping up. "Brother, why can't I reach you? Did you forget to charge your phone? Why haven't you come to the canteen for breakfast? Did something happen? Brother, I told Fong Jing to take me to the male dorm to find you." After reading the messages, Zhang Yuan helplessly thought, I should probably coordinate with Fong Jing first when I get back, then go explain things to Lan Lan. The lack of signal in the remote area was indeed troublesome. He turned to Ntaigu and asked, "Captain, where can I buy a phone that has signal in the remote areas?" She quickly replied, "Satellite phones need special approval, and even with merits, they can't be exchanged." Then, she winked and added, "However, if you're willing to officially join our God of War team, it's not impossible to get one for you." Zhong Yuan, looking out the window, casually responded, "I'll think about it." And Taiga then suggested, "Actually, someone as strong as you could try saving the domain. The treatment in Jiuqiu is much better than in ordinary teams. A satellite phone is just a basic piece of equipment." Zhong Yuan, upon hearing this, was surprised and exclaimed, "Jiuqiu." Jiuqiu is a special department directly under the management of Shangjing City, consisting of 9 people in total, each of whom represents an independent team. They usually operate alone, specializing in high-difficulty tasks that regular teams are unable to handle. After explaining, Ntaigu looked at him with a smile and asked playfully, "So, what do you think, Xian Ming? Are you interested?" Zhong Yuan quickly turned his face away and responded indifferently, "Not interested." From inside the helicopter, the voice of another teammate came through, "Captain, it seems the Changying Academy has misunderstood something. The principal has brought people here." Below, at the airport, 3 people were waiting in line for them. In the center was an elderly man with gray hair, the principal, Chen Wenxiang. The middle-aged man next to him was the head of the Academic Affairs Office, Gu Yan, and the last person was Shang Guanyi. When the helicopter landed, and Ntaigu along with his team descended, the principal quickly raised both his hands and greeted them warmly, "Captain, and welcome to Changying Academy. We are in charge of the operations here. I am Principal Chen Wenxiang. Please feel free to ask for anything." Then, he introduced the 2 people beside him. "This is the head of our academy's academic affairs, Gu Yan. And this is our academy's representative student, Shang Guanyi." And Taigu also quickly responded by putting his arm around Zhong Yuan and said, "We're just passing through, taking your student back to the school." This left the principal a bit surprised. However, he pointed at Zhong Yuan's bored expression and asked, "Is he a student of our school?" And Taigu became even more confused upon hearing this. "Don't you know Xian Ming? How can the principal not know him?" Gu Yan leaned in and whispered to him, "Principal, he is a student auditing Zhong Yuan, the one Major Lin placed in the special class a few days ago. A few days ago, Major Lin even sent someone to bring him back from the military training at the border." Shang Guanyi, who had been listening from the side, was shocked. He furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth in anger, and thought, "What? Zhong Yuan is just a useless person who relied on connections to get into the school? I thought he was someone who used his strength to knock Lei Ba out and quit school. I almost got tricked." With great arrogance, he pointed at Zhong Yuan and shouted loudly, "Zhong Yuan, our Changying never accepts useless people. You got into the special class based on connections, and now you dare to challenge me in front of the school leaders. Does this prove your strength?" This left the 2 adults beside him in a panic. Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "I refuse. By the way, who is your friend? Do we have any grudges?" Then he nonchalantly brushed past him and said, "Please, take your time with your discussion, I won't disturb you." In his heart, he thought, if this drags on, I won't make it in time for lunch with Lan Lan. Seeing his reaction, Shang Guanyi, furious, yelled, "Stop!" He decisively grabbed Zhong Yuan's arm and viciously said, "If you don't spar with me today, don't even think about leaving."
And Taigo, witnessing this reckless behavior, felt some amusement inside.
Daring to confront Xianming like this, he was truly asking for trouble. Before she could even finish her thought, Zhong Yuan was thrown down and slammed hard onto the ground. She immediately turned pale, gasping. After hitting the person, Shangguani pointed down and mocked, "Isn't it obvious why this guy loves like that? He's even worse than an ordinary person." Everyone quickly surrounded the unconscious Zhong Yuan. And Taigo anxiously supported his head, calling out, "Xianming, wake up, why are your eyes rolling back like that?" Shangguani still stubbornly pointed at him, saying, "Clearly, I didn't hit him hard, he's definitely pretending." Old Wu began using qi therapy to treat Zhong Yuan. Fresh green energy formed a spiral and moved towards Zhong Yuan, who was lying down. After a while, he sat up, rubbed his eyes, and said, "I'm fine, I just needed to lie down for a bit, I can get up on my own." In his heart, he thought the ability to regenerate during a weakened period was a bit weak, but at least it was still usable. And Taigo then stood up, angrily pointing directly at Shangguani's face, saying, "Apologize."
Shangguani hastily retorted, "What do I have to apologize for?"
And Taigo immediately shut him up. "We risk our lives for the country, shedding both blood and tears. When we return, not only do we not get a word of thanks, but we're also treated like this by you.
What do you think gives you the right to act like this?"
Zhong Yuan, helpless from behind, tried to explain, "I didn't shed blood, nor did I cry." Still furious, and Taigo turned around, pointing at Zhong Yuan and shouting, "Shut up." This made Zhong Yuan panic and break out in a cold sweat. The principal then stepped forward, tapping Shangguani on the head, and quickly apologized, "This matter is due to our school's negligence, making captain and laugh at us." Xiao Yi quickly apologized to him. Shangguani, still unwilling to accept defeat, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Uncle, that guy has no real strength whatsoever. A useless guy who climbed up through connections.
No matter what, I won't bow down to someone like him."
Hearing this, Taigo crossed her arms, looked down at him, and exposed his hypocrisy. "Look at you, relying on your own connections and still having the nerve to criticize others."
"I'll report today's incident to the military district commander."
"I hope your school prepares itself to rectify its campus culture." With that, she turned away, gently patting Zhong Yuan on the back and saying, "Xianming, let's get you back to the dorm." The principal, now in a panic, blurted out, "We're done for. Chang'ing is done for this time." Guyan stepped forward to support the principal, using a cunning expression to reassure him, "Old Chen Xiang, our academy was founded by the esteemed Cheng Yun Xiao. We have history, legacy, and contributions. They can't just shut us down that easily." Chen Xiang, still clutching his chest in distress, replied anxiously, "The school might be fine, but the principal is in big trouble."
Gu Yan was momentarily speechless, unable to respond to the outburst.
Chen Xiang cried even harder, sobbing pitifully, "You won't even call me principal anymore." The scene shifts to a large building, with a bright and clear sky outside.
Zhong Yuan peeked through the door with an expressionless face.
Fong Jing, who had been waiting for Zhong Yuan, saw him open the door and waved enthusiastically, cheering, Yuan, you're back." This startled Zhong Yuan, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He quickly shut the door again, calmly muttering, "I must have opened the door wrong." Even Taigu would be speechless at this guy. But Fong Jing swiftly pushed the door open again and shouted, "Not bad, huh? Gone all night and now bringing a strange girl back to the dorm." And Taigu, Suri, this action made the two people in front of him look at him with strange expressions. Zhong Yuan took the opportunity to enter the house first, leaving behind a remark, "You two can take your time talking if you know each other. I'll go upstairs to change first." Fong Jing, however, was still holding up a fist directed at Taigu, watching him closely. It was then that Taigu crossed his arms and smirked sarcastically, "I never thought someone like you, a monster, would come all the way to Cheng'ing to study." Fong Jing also placed his hands on his hips and responded firmly, "The only thing I can be fairly given is knowledge."
"Now that I've brought the person here, shouldn't you leave?"
She continued to jab at him, "Don't think that just because you rely on Zhou Chu and the Research Institute, you can do whatever you want." Fong Jing quickly countered with a teasing tone, taking the sun and moon, plucking the stars. There's no one like me in this world.
If you're so capable, why don't you try hitting me? He even deliberately dragged out the last few words, causing Taegu to growl in frustration and walk away. Meanwhile, outside a large building, the sky remained clear and blue. Inside, the three people Zhong Yuan, Zhong Lan, and Fong Jing were sitting and talking. After hearing the story, Zhong Lan angrily raised her voice. What? Last night, you were dragged off by some strange girl to play Gonghu Casket until dawn and still haven't logged off?
Fong Jing chimed in. That girl didn't know how to play, but she was so passionate about it. At first, your brother didn't agree, but she was really tough to deal with.
Fortunately, Lan Lan called me to check on you.
Otherwise, you might have had another sister-in-law by now. Fong Jing got more and more animated as he spoke, and one could only imagine how many times Taegu would feel like dying and coming back to life again if he heard this.
Zhong Yuan quickly turned to his fuming younger sister and gently said, "It's not that bad."
Then, the little girl suddenly screamed, accompanied by a stream of tears. Brother, I don't agree with this marriage. This woman now dares to say that you skip school to play games. She certainly won't treat you well, and after marriage, she'll bully you even more. Faced with this situation, Zhong Yuan also felt a bit helpless. He quickly grabbed Zhong Lan's hand and made promises over and over again. Lan Lan, don't worry, your brother will never marry, and I will absolutely never skip school to play games again. The little girl was still not reassured and asked further.
Then what if some other girl comes along and starts bullying you again?
He decisively answered her.
I can use Fong Jing as a shield. After hearing this, Zhong Lan was finally satisfied.
All right. What they didn't know was that the person on the opposite side was so distressed that they coughed up a large mouthful of blood, silently thinking to themselves how cold-hearted people could be. They were patting their chest to reassure themselves that everything would be fine. Suddenly, Zhong Lan turned to make a request. Brother Fong Jing, please protect my brother when I'm not around. Fong Jing immediately raised one hand in assurance, his expression as if he were an old man, and replied. Don't worry, if anyone dares to bully your brother in the future, I guarantee they will live a life worse than death. Then he lowered his hand, his round eyes thinking. I'll make sure to spend more time reading orthopedic medical books. Maybe one day, they'll come in handy. Suddenly, at a nearby table, someone was holding a notebook and pen, taking notes on something. They were observing the two siblings while also assessing their height and physique, which appeared a little shorter than their peers. Their pale faces suggested possible malnutrition. Eat less than my 12-year-old sister, all the meat in the bowl was given to her. My brother is just a regular member of the student association, receiving a subsidy of 30,000 every week. The subsidy of the discipline committee member is probably even higher. There's no way he wouldn't have money for food. Could it be that he's anorexic? As he spoke, the person continued to take notes vigorously. Seeing Zhong Lan focusing on eating to the point that even her cheeks were covered with food, the person continued. On the other hand, his sister, Zhong Lan, after becoming a void energy wielder, has been eating even more than before. Every meal, she eats 2 servings of spicy chicken, and most of the other dishes are also spicy, with quite predictable taste. As for Su Ri, he usually eats with his brothers, preferring a much milder diet, slightly sweet, and never touches any spicy food. After calculating and making some notes, the person took out their phone and sent a series of messages. Su's sister, today I'll try inviting Zhong Yuan and his brothers to the Malatang shop by the school gate. Su Ri doesn't eat spicy food, so he probably won't join. I'll message you back once I succeed. The person on the other side quickly replied, Later, when the 3 of them had finished eating and were about to leave, the person suddenly called out, Classmate Zhong Yuan, I heard there's a new Malatang shop by the school gate, and the flavor is really good. Would you like to join me to try it? He invited with a friendly tone. The brother, holding his sister's hand, firmly replied, Not going. Unexpectedly, Zhong Lan's eyes lit up with excitement as she raised her hand and said, Malatang. This caused the brother beside her to turn pale. Zhong Yuan helplessly looked at his little sister. In a hurry, he pointed at the chest of the friend and questioned, "Xie Feng, you've been secretly watching my younger sister in the cafeteria for several days now.
Turns out you're investigating her tastes and preferences?"
Only then did Xie Feng panic and explain, "No, it's not like that.
But Zhong Yuan wouldn't let me go and kept threatening me.
Under 18, the lightest punishment is 5 years, the heaviest is life imprisonment," his friend, caught in a bind, answered honestly.
It's a misunderstanding. Actually, Zhong Yuan, I was targeting you. This time, it was Zhong Lan's turn to panic.
Seeing her brother's shocked expression, she quickly grabbed Xie Feng by the shoulders and exclaimed, "What?
I thought you were only interested in girls, not guys too?"
This made Xie Feng's face turn even paler than before. He raised his hand to cover his face and explained, "I just wanted to make friends with you all, nothing else." Zhong Yuan quickly pulled his sister away, saying, Lan, this guy's motives are not simple, stay away from him." She replied, though with some regret, "Okay." But at the mention of Malatang, he quickly responded, "We can go on our own." At this, Zhong Lan finally smiled. They hurried off, leaving Xie Feng standing there in a panic.
Feng Jing quickly called after them, "Hey, you two going to get Malatang at the school gate? Let me join you."
Soon after, he caught up with the two siblings.
Zhong Yuan asked, "Aren't you the one who doesn't eat spicy food?" He leaned in and whispered, "Looking at how fragile you are, you can't back out now, right?" Zhong Yuan asked in surprise, "You can tell just by looking at me?"
Feng Jing confidently replied, "Of course.
Remember when Shang Guani knocked you over this morning?
He was punished with writing a self-criticism of 10,000 words. He had already been scolded 100 times by the student council, and who knows, they might find an opportunity to take action against him."
Zhong Yuan smiled happily and replied, "Got it. You'll be my shield."
At this moment, Zhong Lan was being pulled along by her older brother, looking around. When they reached a large restaurant, Zhong Lan turned to him and said, "Big brother, it's so crowded here."
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan suggested, "Let's take it to go."
Suddenly, a loud voice called out, catching his attention.
"Disciplinary little brother, over here, over here."
Zhong Yuan looked toward the voice and saw Su Yuaning waving at him.
He then asked, "Are you calling me?" She happily replied, "Yes, you're the new sensation on the school forum now. Let me introduce myself, my name is..."
Before she could finish, Feng Jing interrupted, "I was wondering who was occupying 4 seats by themselves in the restaurant."
"So it's ultimate wish, huh?" Su Yuanying's face turned sour as she retorted, "Suri, what are you doing here?" Feng Jing nonchalantly replied, "Of course, I'm here for Malatang."
He then turned to the chef and loudly ordered, "Boss, 1 bowl of Malatang, no pepper, no chile, don't make it too spicy." Even the chef felt speechless at this strange customer. At this point, in the restaurant, the 3 of them, Zhong Yuan, Zhong Lan, and Feng Jing, were sitting across from Su Yuaning. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and no one said a word. She anxiously wondered why she felt like the way they were looking at her was a little strange. Zhong Yuan looked at her as if she were a punching bag, Feng Jing regarded her as if watching a play, and Zhong Lan looked at her as though she were a strange woman.
Zhong Lan spoke first. "What? Ultimate wish? That's such a strange name." Su Yuaning quickly denied it. "Ah, my name is Su Yuaning. Don't listen to the nickname that Su Ri gave me."
She quickly leaned over to Feng Jing and teased him.
"Hey Feng Jing, ultimate wish is your special title."
Feng Jing didn't get angry, instead, he raised his hand toward Su Yuaning and Fletch. Ultimate wish is the most powerful supportive skill, increasing a person's limits by 448%, lasting for 3 minutes. This person is the only one with ultimate wish in Nation H. Pursuers can surround the school for 30 laps. At that moment, it seemed like a halo of light surrounded Su Yuaning with every word of praise he uttered. Zhong Lan, upon hearing this, refused to back down and replied, "Wait until I grow up, and the pursuers will be able to surround the earth for 30 laps. Zhong Yuan patted his little sister's head and affectionately said, "The earth is too small now, let's make it 30 laps around the Milky Way." Fong Jing then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "She probably didn't come to cause trouble for you."
Zhong Yuan irritably responded, "But she looks really annoying." Fong Jing reminded him, "She's the school beauty, show some respect."
Zhong Yuan, however, directly asked Su Yuaning, "You deliberately tricked me into coming to this Malatang place.
Just tell me what's going on."
She was still quietly staring at him before she got straight to the point, speaking seriously, "Here's the thing.
Every year, the Academy selects special class students to participate in the Void Energy Wielder University Tournament.
Last year, each school had one team, with 6 people per team. This year, it's changed to 2 teams per school, with 4 people per team."
Zhong Yuan immediately asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Su Yuaning replied incomprehensibly.
Leiba, the captain's team member, has dropped out of school, and with the changes this year, there are at least 3 vacancies.
Aren't you going to seize the opportunity? Zhong Yuan decisively turned his face away and answered, "Not interested."
Su Yuaning looked at him in surprise, then Zhong Yuan turned around and put on a smile, his expression kind as he explained. "It's not good to fight with classmates too much, especially when ultimate wish isn't that strong, right? With this ability, they should be able to secure the champion title, don't you think?" At this point, Su Yuaning stood up, pointing at Fong Jing, her anger flaring as she shouted,
"Isn't it all because of that unlucky guy, Suri? He pulled them out of the strongest team." Fong Jing replied indifferently, "That's just the difference between losing early and losing late." Zhong Yuan chimed in,
"Only the weak blame their luck, the strong can win against anyone."
Su Yuaning was left speechless by their retorts.
She couldn't argue back and, in a fit of rage, stormed off.
"I have nothing more to say to you." Zhong Lan's eyes then brightened as she looked down and spoke. "Hee, since she's gone, her Malatang is mine now." Fong Jing asked in surprise.
"Her portion is milk and apple flavor."
"Are you sure you can handle that?"
The girl replied calmly. "I can always add 2 spoons of chili powder." Fong Jing could only helplessly exclaim,
"A devil." Then he paused, deep in thought, and said,
"I thought Shangguani was being smart and trying to sow discord, but it turns out Su Yuaning was the one leading the charge to recruit you." Zhong Yuan, calmly picking up his food, asked,
"Do you two know each other?" Fong Jing quickly responded,
"I am Shangguani, and Su Yuaning is the leader of the 3 core members of the Changying Academy. This year, the rules have changed. Not only did Su Yuaning kick me out of the team, but she also tried to poach you in front of me."
"How shameless."
As for little Zhonglan, after squeezing almost all the chili paste into her bowl of noodles, she took a bite, and her eyes watered immediately.
She quickly stuck out her tongue, spitting and exclaiming, "What kind of hellish flavor is this?"
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan immediately swapped bowls with her, gently saying, "Let me have it, you eat mine." Fong Jing looked at this action thoughtfully, then continued with seriousness, "The university tournament has both team and individual competitions. Your abilities are clearly more suited for individual matches."
She intentionally didn't mention that, not even the prize.
But when he turned to Zhong Yuan, who was sipping from Zhong Lan's hellish flavored bowl, he was shocked and exclaimed, "Wait, don't you have taste buds?" Inside, Zhong Yuan thought, "Indeed, I don't." But he casually replied, "At least I can still sense where the taste was earlier." Fong Jing quickly listed the rewards. The top 10 in both individual and team competitions will receive Void Star rewards. The top 3 will receive 4 level at risk stones, the 4th to 8th will get 2 level at risk stones, and the 9th and 10th will receive 4 red level stones. Additionally, the top 10 will have the opportunity to enter the realm of their choice for training. After graduation, they will also be given priority to join the Void Energy Wielder teams.
Zhong Lan, slurping her noodles, sighed, "Oh, so this university tournament is a competition for Void Energy Wielders? Why does Ultimate Wish want to recruit my brother, someone so ordinary?"
Fong Jing, noticing this, pointed at Zhong Yuan and asked, "Haven't you told your sister yet?" He calmly replied, "Oh, I was just about to find an opportunity to say it."
If you don't say it now, when will you?
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan also calmly turned to his younger sister and said, Lan Lan, actually, I've become a void energy wielder.
The little girl was shocked and exclaimed, What? How many void stars have you absorbed? Zhong Yuan carefully responded, A considerable amount.
Zhong Lan immediately put down her chopsticks, a few droplets of noodle water still on her hands. Then she started crying bitterly, her tears pouring down like rain, looking utterly heartbroken.
Ho, my brother is going to die, he won't live much longer. Fong Jing, sweating profusely, asked, What do you mean? Why won't he live long?
While wiping her tears, Zhong Lan cried even harder, I absorbed 2 powers and lost 20 years of my life. My brother must have lost more.
Zhong Yuan himself was also stunned and exclaimed, What?
The scene shifted.
It was now night.
In the quiet darkness, outside a wall, inside were the 3 of them, Zhong Yuan and his siblings, who had returned long ago. Zhong Lan looked down at the void star, then dejectedly said, At first, Uncle Lin gave me a void star with hidden wind's powers, but it has 3 abilities, which would consume 30 years of lifespan. Zhong Yuan's expression was not much better, he stared into the distance, then looked at his sister, who was trembling with sadness, and felt a pang of sympathy. No wonder, before his reincarnation, her fighting style had been so reckless she must have known that her lifespan wasn't long. Then, he turned to ask Fong Jing, who was standing behind them, Fong Jing, when you absorb a void star, does it also consume your lifespan? Fong Jing immediately responded, As far as I know, only ordinary people who successfully absorb it can then learn about the abilities within the void star. During this process, there will be no change in lifespan. Cases like your sister's are the first I've heard of.
Zhong Yuan carefully asked, So, is there?
Fong Jing understood what he meant and cut him off, No. Whether it's the ability to extend lifespan or any technique, neither currently exist. Even if the ability to separate is possible, it cannot eliminate the effects caused by absorption. Then, he started to take off his sunglasses and used his purple pupils to examine the lifespan. The number 68 appeared above Zhong Lan's head. After a moment of thought, he realized he hadn't noticed it before, but now that he looked closely, it was clear that her lifespan had been reduced by 20 years. The talent of a void energy wielder is inherited, so the older brother must also be the same. He then began to examine Zhong Yuan's lifespan. The number 0 above his head made Fong Jing both confused and alarmed.
Was this the result, or the cause of his current lifespan?
Closing the lid of the box, Zhong Yuan instructed his sister, Lan Lan, from now on, never absorb a void star again, and never deplete your lifespan. Zhong Lan quickly explained, But Uncle Lin has high hopes for me.
Zhong Yuan reassured her, I will explain it to Lin Dong Leang. You should return the void star to him.
Then, he tightly embraced his sister and warned, Lan Lan, if you die, my life will lose its meaning.
Do it for me.
Please, don't continue. Zhong Lan was also moved and spoke softly, Brother. Then the little girl couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed, saying, If I don't become a void energy wielder, how can I protect my brother, protect the world we live in? There are so many powerful beings from other races, and ordinary people don't have the talent for the text.
Zhong Yuan gently asked Lan Lan, Do you know what humanity's talent is?
The little girl stopped crying and curiously exclaimed.
Zhong Yuan then explained, It's about enhancing physical strength through training.
A person running has surpassed the first finish line that appears.
It's about using strategy to defeat the strong with the weak. A general is pointing, commanding their soldiers. It's about weapon crafting.
A soldier with a rifle lies on the ground, waiting for the enemy.
It's about medical skills to save lives.
Doctors are hurrying, pushing patients into the emergency room.
These are all human talents. Ability is not the only thing that makes people strong.
At least, the first person to defeat a different race was not a void energy wielder. As he explained, he threw something from his hand, creating a strong beam of light that left the little girl in awe. What he threw was a throwing knife, which lodged straight into the wall.
Zhong Yuan continued, See?
Just like that, through practice, you can do something like this too. Moreover, now that you have two abilities, as long as you train hard, you might even become a powerful expert. While speaking, Zhong Yuan reached out and gently patted his little sister's head to comfort her. Zhong Lan, still with tears in her eyes, obediently replied, "Yes, I understand. I will try my best." Afterward, he glanced warily behind him and asked Fong Jing, "By the way, with a situation like my sister's, will she be taken for dissection and research?" He was still holding the black glasses in his hand at this moment, casually replying, "How could the dissection be finished already? You're putting on the glasses while continuing to speak." The team in the scientific institute changed their research methods every day, and they hadn't repeated the same process in over 10 years.
"Don't ask how I know."
At this point, he finally sighed in relief, then extended his hand and said to his sister, "Got it.
Lan Lan, let me borrow your phone for a bit."
She quickly handed it over. Lin Dong Leang, on the other end of the line, picked up the phone hurriedly and said, "Lan Lan, it's rare for you to take the initiative to call." But when he heard the voice on the other end, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Zhong Yuan."
Zhong Yuan said seriously, "Lan Lan's body has some issues. She can't absorb Void Star. Uncle, please take the Void Star linked water hidden wind back."
Lin Dong Leang didn't take it seriously and responded nonchalantly, "If there's a problem with her body, just treat it."
Zhong Yuan replied, "Genetics can't be treated."
Lin Dong Leang on the other end of the line was a little upset, questioning, "Zhong Yuan, it was you who agreed to let her become a void energy wielder. Now I've already arranged all her training courses.
Are you playing a joke on me?
You yourself don't even have the talent to be a void energy wielder."
Zhong Yuan responded, "My talent is no less than Lan Lan's. I've already become a void energy wielder myself." Lin Dong Leang, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "You're lying. Are you trying to trick me out of my resources?" He calmly asked back, "Then how do you want me to prove it?"
He frowned and replied, "From now on, I'll suspend all resources and privileges for you and your group at school. If you can still make it to the top 10 in the individual competition at the university tournament, then I'll believe you. Don't bring up the past." A moment later, the three of them were back at the dormitory. Zhong Lan raised her hand to say goodbye.
"Brother, I'm going up here."
Zhong Yuan waved his hand back and reminded her, "Go to bed early, we'll meet tomorrow." Fong Jing turned to speak to him, "Actually, you could let her move in with you in your own dorm." Zhong Yuan, acting like the perfect older brother, responded, "She can make more friends if she stays in the female dorm. Her school life shouldn't just revolve around me." He then reminded, "If you hide everything from your sister, there'll come a day when it's all exposed."
Zhong Yuan then turned to ask, "Does the research institute know that I can see people's lifespans?"
Fong Jing quickly raised his finger, smiling, "You're the first to know."
He then questioned, "Is revealing this secret to me some sort of suggestion that you won't spill my secrets to anyone else?"
"Of course," Fong Jing replied, "but compared to me, you should worry about yourself first. Lin Dong Leang has cut off your resources, and he still wants to be in the top 10. He's clearly trying to make things difficult for you." Fong Jing turned to tease Zhong Yuan a bit, but Zhong Yuan seemed lost in thought, looking away.
Suddenly, Fong Jing, feeling curious, asked, "You're not thinking of relying on a rich woman because of this, are you? Begging a rich woman is not the same as being one."
Before he could finish, Zhong Yuan innocently replied, "Yes, I can find a rich woman to help." Fong Jing froze in shock, exclaiming, "Not you." Zhong Yuan immediately called someone and said, "Captain, I need a favor. Do you still have that ghost howl phantom of the Void Star from last time?
Take as much as you can."
"Right, thank you, I owe you a great favor." He nodded as he spoke, his demeanor as if he wanted to repay the person on the other end of the line with his very life. The scene shifts to another space. At this moment, countless people are carrying various items back and forth in a large room, filled with cardboard boxes. The sound of a conversation can be heard.
"What's all this commotion for? Why is Void Star being so ignored?
It's the war god team's request, they said they need it urgently.
Missin Sealing, she issued a level 1 mobilization order? It's an emergency, how many are left in the warehouse? Quickly check and bring them out.
The other person hurriedly made notes as they spoke. The scene shifts again, and another voice rings out, Olden, your daughter has made another contribution this time. In a room, two men are sitting and talking to each other. The other man responds, this time, she can't take the credit. Clearly, the young man named Xian Ming contributed a great deal. More than half of the Huazhong military district was secretly poisoned, and we had people from Huadong going to assist.
The situation on the back end might be a bit more complicated.
The one speaking is Guanfeng, the commander of the Huadong military district.
The worst case scenario is that Huazhong has an insider from Deng Tagua.
The person beside him is Lu Jianlin, the chief of staff of the Huadong military district. He was reviewing the documents in his hand and then said, battle report. It mentions a man named Zhao Zhang who works alongside Robert. This person seems to have relied on Zhou Yao's power to join and take refuge with Deng Tagua. And Guanfeng pondered for a moment and replied, Zhou Yao, not the same as the Zhou Chu organization, the strongest in Nation H, always operating in the open. The organization named Zhou Yao always operates in the shadows, with its actions shrouded in mystery.
Though Zhou Yao sometimes uses questionable methods, overall, they still adhere to certain principles and boundaries.
As for the government, they turn a blind eye to them.
However, Zhou Yao's recent actions have become increasingly outrageous.
Lu Jianlin, while passing documents over to his side, calmly responded, let them deal with the issues on the Huazhong side, as for your daughter.
And Guanfeng, a bit surprised, asked, what's wrong with her?
He quickly turned his attention to the content of the document that had just been passed. Lu Jianlin continued, last night, she issued a level 1 command, mobilizing the entire Ghost Howl Phantom of the Void Star from the military district, totaling more than 2,000 units. And Guanfeng slammed his hand down on the table in anger, exclaiming loudly, this is really chaos. The Ghost Howl Phantom of the Void Star had been largely overlooked because both its courage and its true power were defensive in nature. It was meant to be compatible with the physical attributes of a void energy wielder specialized in attacks. If the physical constitution didn't match, no matter how many times you tried, it was a futile endeavor. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, filled with both anger and worry. Lu Jianlin, remaining calm, flipped through the documents and continued, the report mentions that the true power of the Xianming seems to come from the 10 Void Star Ghost Howls that your daughter mobilized last time.
And Guanfeng looked on, shocked.
Lu Jianlin continued, it's likely that this time's Ghost Howl Phantom of the Void Star is being directed towards Xianming. Then, he quickly folded the documents and said, this is not good.
I recommend mobilizing 1,000 units for her first, then tracking the direction of the Void Star.
And Guanfeng nodded in agreement. The scene then shifted to Han Wumo, who, at this moment, was slamming his hand down on the table, questioning the middle-aged man in front of him. How could you all be like this? My brother sacrificed his life for the country, and you won't even let him be buried in the Fong family cemetery. How could you sell his remains to the research institute? The man calmly responded, the agreement regarding the donation of his remains was signed by your brother himself.
We cannot go back on our word.
Han Wumo, dissatisfied, continued, at least you should restore his surname. The man replied, what could not be done in life cannot be done after death. The conversation continued.
Umo, you are the heir to the Fong family. Your outstanding brother has already passed away, so let's not bring it up again, alright? Outside, there were two people, a man and a woman, each holding a black umbrella, standing as if they had overheard. The woman turned to look at the man, smiling coldly as she asked, Sai, did you hear that?
This is what Fong family looks like after he dies.
How do you feel about it? Now, can you work for Iron Tower Nation with peace of mind?
The man remained silent, gazing up. She continued, and yet, they were willing to sell a void energy wielder, someone with both immense strength and a deep attachment to Nation H, to us. I really don't understand what the people of Jiao Yao are thinking. With that, the man decisively left. "Let's go," the woman quickly called after him.
"Wait for me."
The scene shifted to an office. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was standing in front of a woman, speaking up, "Director, I'd like to sign up for the university tournament."
The woman hesitated for a moment before responding, "This is a competition for void energy wielders, you know."
Zhang Yuan replied clearly, "I'm already a void energy wielder." Luan sighed at that moment, handed over a piece of paper, and said, "During the training to become a void energy wielder, you must report immediately." "Forget it, just fill out this ability form first."
Zhong Yuan quickly took the paper and turned away.
As he filled in the information, he thought, ability name, origin, level.
Only 8 boxes.
It's just that the bleeding outburst was so overpowered, the super acting cute skill even got downgraded a bit.
After reading the information on Zhong Yuan's paper, Luan was taken aback, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Immortality? Wait, hold on, it's here." She quickly stood up and rushed toward Zhong Yuan, shouting loudly, "Zhong Yuan, I'm sorry." He was also startled and fell backward.
Luan continued, her voice full of awe, "A void energy wielder can only absorb up to 8 abilities at most, any more will cause their body to explode.
And yet, you can even absorb immortality.
A rare talent," but she kept shouting in excitement, unable to contain her emotions.
Zhong Yuan, worried, responded, "Maybe you should stand up first and then speak."
Luan, still emotional, wiped away her tears. "If I had discovered this sooner, I would have given you a void star, something better, instead of letting these low-level skills take up all the 8 slots." "Wait, no, Major Lin has the ability to sense hidden energies, which is how she recognized Zhonglan's talent and brought her to our academy."
"Why couldn't I see your talent, even though it's so high?"
As she said this, she leaned her face close to Zhong Yuan's, filled with doubt. Zhong Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "My talent must be like Lanlan's, but I just don't have the time to waste anymore."
But neither before nor after his rebirth did Lin Dong Leang discover his own innate talent. Why was that? Could it be that the Golden Coffin, 4 years later, had activated his talent, and yet Lin Dong Leang was unable to sense its power?
To uncover the truth, he would need to find an opportunity to examine that Golden Coffin himself.
Zhong Yuan's expression was pensive.
When all was said and done, he lowered his head and spoke to Luan, "Instructor, the past is the past. Talking too much is useless.
I'm fairly satisfied with my current abilities."
By now, she had also returned to her desk and resumed reading the information.
"All right then, let me take a closer look at your current abilities."
The ranks of the skills under Snowbone Serpent of the Void Star are all above average. You must have absorbed a Void Star with considerable age, at least you didn't lose out.
Cuddly Star Bear? Isn't this an alien species that's forbidden to hunt? Never mind, as long as you absorbed it successfully, that's what matters.
As she spoke, she lifted her head and glanced at Zhong Yuan, then asked with a curious look, "What kind of ability is acting cute?
Can you show me a little?"
He sighed helplessly in response, "It's not that great." She gave him a serious reminder, "Since you've absorbed it, you have to use it.
Don't underestimate it just because of its name." "All right then."
With that, Zhong Yuan began to activate his ability Super Acting Cute. He smiled, narrowed his eyes, and looked down at Luan. Suddenly, a crow flew over his head.
Luan asked in confusion, "Have you activated it yet?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied with pursed lips, "Instructor, you've already fallen for it."
"You truly have." Her eyes widened in surprise, wondering inwardly why she didn't feel anything at all. Done, Luan looked down and shifted her gaze elsewhere, trying to calm herself.
"I never really cared about the kid, how could I continue to criticize him?
If his abilities are trash, then they're trash, but I should still compensate him more."
Zhong Yuan, on the other hand, stood there frozen. Then, Luan, full of determination, typed away on the computer while speaking, "Zhong Yuan, what is your family's annual income?"
He stared at Luan's reaction with wide eyes, surprised. Luan kept typing and continued, "Forget it, just report an income of 50,000 so you can apply for the top scholarship." There's also a nutritional program for teens. They give out 4 bottles of milk a day. I'll sign you up for that too. With your achievements, you should be able to win the scholarship. Your student status can be upgraded to a formal student in the special class. Zhong Yuan, in shock, thought to himself, the target has clearly been hit, but he hadn't realized the terrifying level of her super cute acting skills. Yuan read through the information and spoke again. It's rare to encounter a level 4 royal reincarnation, so you should try using it.
Zhong Yuan responded, I'm not injured right now.
She answered, just use your hair.
Cut off a centimeter and activate the ability immediately.
The surrounding hair will also grow out.
A level 1 royal reincarnation should be able to grow about 10 cm.
Without further words, she took scissors and decisively cut a handful of his hair, then said, go ahead, act.
Zhong Yuan quickly clasped his hands together, saying reincarnate.
His hair immediately grew at an astonishing rate, cascading down over his face.
Zhong Yuan, still clueless, asked, can I get paid for this haircut?
Meanwhile, Yuan was left stunned, unable to say a word.
After a while, Zhong Yuan walked out of the room and closed the door.
As he walked, he stretched his body and thought to himself that the weakened state seemed to only weaken his spirit and body, without affecting the effectiveness of his regeneration. Suddenly, he bumped into someone who had just arrived, causing his body to fall backward.
Zhong Yuan landed on the ground, his body still emitting the seductive energy from his acting cute ability. He touched his head and exclaimed, sorry, I didn't see you.
The guy who had been bumped into stood there dumbfounded, thinking, wait, I'm the one who got knocked down, so why is he apologizing?
I should be the one apologizing.
Zhong Yuan also tried to look up, noticing that the uniform the person was wearing belonged to a different school. The newcomer seemed to be struck by an arrow from Cupid.
Heart-shaped pink images seemed to float around him as if imagined. Wait, what's going on here? I just bumped into a high school girl. Isn't this supposed to be like one of those fate encounters in a manga?
Looking at Zhong Yuan, who was scratching his head cutely, the boy couldn't help but sigh internally, long black straight hair, pure, petite.
Definitely my type. Although the voice sounded a bit rough, this must be a girl, right?
Since the uniforms for both male and female students at Chungying Academy were the same, it was hard to tell the gender. He figured he should ask just to be sure.
Then, he raised his hand and gently asked, hey, what's your name? Zhong Yuan couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, I've already apologized, but he still insists on asking my name? This is ridiculous, time to leave.
He quickly activated his teleportation and dashed away, leaving behind a cloud of dust, which left the boy both surprised and a bit regretful.
Forget it.
I should focus on my business first and have my sister help me find her later. He then raised his hand and knocked on the door.
Come in. Hearing that, Lian opened the door and walked in.
Upon entering, the young man stood straight in front of Lu Wen and introduced himself. Hello, Instructor Lu. I am the president of the student union at Hualang School. Zhang Tiansu had come today to discuss with her the competition between the two schools.
She happily replied, welcome, please have a seat.
After a moment, Lu Wen poured tea and asked, the annual competition between the two schools is always organized by the student unions of both sides.
Why do you need an instructor like me?
Zhang Tiansu quickly explained, every year, it's always the same familiar faces battling it out.
Continuing like this doesn't mean anything.
Today, it's Chungying's turn to compete against Hualang, and I hope you can give the first-year students a chance.
We are sending only first-year students to participate. Lu Wen took a sip of tea and thought for a moment.
The previous year's competition had seen Hualang's team defeated by the triangular combination of Fong Jing, Shang Guani, and Su Yuaning. No wonder they didn't want to discuss it with the student union this year, deliberately limiting the first-year students to participate. It seemed that Hualang had recruited some very strong first-year students this year. After calculating in her mind, she responded, I agree with you, but the schedule for the competition will be decided by us.
Zhang Tiansu quickly responded, no problem.
Looking at the young man, Lu Wen noted that the Hualang students all came from prestigious backgrounds, their skills clearly superior to Chung Ying's. Letting the first-year students experience the feeling of stumbling a bit wouldn't be a bad thing. Zhong Yuan's combat strength was too strong. Once he left, he wouldn't be able to train others. Perhaps it was a good opportunity to announce this to the students while the boy was not here. In front of a shop, Zhong Yuan was sitting inside, preparing to get a haircut. He reminded the barber, "Sir, please give me a buzz cut." The barber responded, "I am a stylist, not a destroyer of looks." Zhong Lan, angrily fuming, said, "My brother just wants to look ugly. Please, Master Tony, give him a style that will captivate the world, one that will make everyone fall in love." The barber also replied seriously, assuring that he would complete the task. The little girl called out, announcing the success, but it still lacked a bit of soul. Zhong Yuan appeared with his neatly trimmed long hair, exuding a beauty that transcended gender. Zhong Lan, delighted, grabbed his hair on both sides, much to the barber's alarm. Zhong Yuan, his voice tinged with sorrow, said, Lan, just tying one side into a ponytail is fine." Only then did Zhong Lan, with a look of grievance, respond, "Clearly, when we were younger, you used to tie my hair like this and said that having two ponytails was the hairstyle of a strong person." He lied, and Zhong Yuan awkwardly smiled before turning his face away. Then, he patted her head and said, Lan is grown up now. It's time for me to unlock the power of dark magic for you." Zhong Lan froze. "Wait, you want to do that? It's too embarrassing. I'm not a little girl anymore." Her voice, full of complaint, reached Zhong Yuan, who replied, "If you want to tie my hair, you'll have to make an equivalent exchange." Zhong Lan cried out, and after they left the barber shop, her hair was tied into two cute braids. She pouted and said, "All right, from now on, I'll style your hair every day." Zhong Yuan, casually tying his own ponytail, replied, "Fine, from now on, I'll tie your hair in two ponytails every day." A moment later, as if realizing he had been tricked, Zhong Yuan was startled. Zhong Lan, feeling like she had come out ahead, happily replied, "Deal. Let's go to the public training room in school." A girl appeared and spoke up, asking, Ying, why did you suddenly increase your training load like this?" The one who asked was Jiang Si Yuan, Su Yuan Ying's roommate, and the twin sister of Jiang Tiansu. Looking at Su Yuan Ying, who was running hard on the treadmill, Jiang Si Yuan continued, "Could it be because Zhong Yuan refused to form a team, and you were affected by it? The competition rules changed, so it's only natural for you and Fong Jing to disband." Zhong Yuan is Fong Jing's person, and Fong Jing directly argued with Shang Guanyi for him. It would be unusual if he didn't refuse. Su Yuan Ying, exhausted and sweating from running, glanced at her friend and replied, "He said I'm not strong enough." Jiang Si Yuan, surprised, handed her a bottle of water and said, "Huh? Ultimate wish is the strongest support, and it's still not strong enough?" Su Yuan Ying took the bottle and smiled, responding, "The strongest support is ultimate wish, not me, Su Yuan Ying. I still need to train more." As she spoke, she tilted her head back to drink the water. Jiang Si Yuan, hands on her hips, sighed, "Even someone as talented as you is putting in this much effort. How are ordinary people like us supposed to live?" Suddenly, her phone rang with the sound of pork fat taken out of the cupboard. Jiang Si Yuan happily picked up the phone, smiling broadly, and asked, Well, my little brother is calling me today. What's going on? Do you want me to gather intel for Hua Lang?" At that moment, Jiang Tiansu, sitting in a corner, hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not about that." In his heart, he reassured himself, staying calm so that he could find the mysterious girl he bumped into in the hallway today. He couldn't turn against her. When seeing a male student, he would just give a quick tap on the head. It was a normal bad habit of female students, so there should be no prejudice. Now that he was attending a different school from his sister, he had escaped her shadow. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but recall the image of his sister sticking a note to his forehead, which made him turn pale. But in the end, Jiang Tiansu finally spoke, "I want you to help me find a female student. She's from your school, and this morning, she bumped into me in front of the Chang'ing staff room. Her hair was long, straight, black, slender, gentle, and especially cute." Jiang Si Yuan felt a bit intrigued and asked, are you looking for trouble, or are you chasing her?
Jiang Tiansu, on the other side, blushed slightly and answered shyly, well. I might like her.
Jiang Si Yuan, hearing this, happily exclaimed, great.
My little brother likes a girl.
The Kwong family won't be extinct.
Don't worry, little brother,
I'll go to the supervision office later and definitely help you find that girl. On the other end of the line, he helplessly called her name.
Su Yuaning, who was lifting weights beside him, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless.
The scene shifted to the Huadong Military District office, wherein Taigu was sitting and talking with her father.
She kept praising Zhong Yuan.
Father, you probably don't know how capable Xian Ming is, and Guan Feng replied with a hint of helplessness. I've bragged about his achievements to you 3 times already.
She then asked, so what do you really think of him?
He lifted a cup of tea and shared his thoughts. Zhong Yuan, only 16 years old this year, was already far ahead of his peers in terms of stability and strength. He was powerful yet humble, not showing off. He had no interest in joining the Void Energy Wielder team or Jiuchu. When others tried to knock him over or even shoulder check him, he didn't react at all.
This showed that he wasn't concerned with the matters of ordinary people.
Someone like him can't be judged by normal standards. You won't be able to control him, so you might as well give up. An image of Zhong Yuan appeared in his mind, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing sunglasses, and casually holding a cigarette while sitting with his legs crossed, accompanied by the word, "Cun." And Guan Feng continued, if you really can't let go, then go ahead and be friends with him.
Taigu stood up in anger and walked off. Fine, I'm not talking to you anymore.
He was baffled by his daughter's behavior.
Suddenly, his phone rang.
He checked it, then thought to himself, Zhong Yuan's file has just been updated, with the highest security level. Glancing at the confidential file, he thought further, cuddly starbear, acting cute, void star that Robert smuggled. It must have fallen into his hands.
With immunity to death and acting cute abilities.
Stealing security might be wrong, but compared to these things. Whether others have condensed the aberrant species of the void star is unknown, but given Robert's age, it is certain that he has already done so. His flame giant ability is the most valuable ability in Deng Tagua, and as the kingdom rises, they will undoubtedly find a way to retrieve it. It is a good thing that Zhong Yuan concealed the aberrant species of the void star, but it also brings danger to himself. And Guan Feng's gaze showed some worry, and in the end, it was still best to observe him for a while. At this moment, in the private dormitory, the sun was still bright, and the light shone on the building, making it even more dazzling. He was carrying a safe on his shoulder and, with a smile, said, "Hey, changed your hairstyle.
It suits you well."
Zhong Yuan also smiled helplessly and replied, "Originally, I wanted to shave it all off, but my sister insists on long hair." He put the item down and continued, "Got it, remember to rate 5 stars.
Okay, Zhong Yuan responded. Then, he began fiddling with the safe to figure out the code. It's open.
Looking at the contents inside the safe and reading the note, Xian Ming said, "No need to say thank you between friends." Zhong Yuan thought back to when he unlocked the blood-colored treasure and discovered that the ability to strike could be upgraded to that of a Grand Master. With so many void stars this time, absorbing them should directly grant him the ability of a Grand Master. The system interface appeared again, revealing the ghost howl phantom of the void star.
Is it absorbed? He quickly raised his hand and replied. Absorb it all.
Soon after, Zhong Yuan's body was surrounded by powerful beams of light. At the same time, the system continuously sent notifications. Berserk Strike, max level green steel. Your ability, Berserk Strike, has leveled up.
Your new ability.
Master of Combat, a master born to kill, proficient in all types of weapons, capable of taking the enemy's life with any technique.
His eyes widened.
The number of void stars seemed to have the potential to level up. After that, Zhong Yuan closed his eyes again, and the system notifications rang out once more. Master of Combat, max level. You've received a new ability, Retaliation, gold level, can be leveled up.
Retaliation requires the comprehension of courage. Master of Combat, level max, describes the ability.
The ability of Master of Combat immediately increases by 100%.
Retaliation. Green Steel, level max, describes the ability.
The ability of Master of Combat immediately increases by 1000%.
Your ability, Retaliation, has leveled up.
You've received a new ability, Blood Debt for Blood Debt.
Blood Debt for Blood Debt. Level 8 can level up, describes the ability.
The ability of Master of Combat immediately increases by 1000%. When attacked, absorb a certain amount of the attack's force and retaliate against the target, with retaliation power surpassing 300% of your original attack.
Ugh!
The sudden level ups caused Zhong Yuan some pain as he held his head and thought. The teacher once told him that the Void Star contained the negative energy created by the otherworldly beings when they died. Previously, when he absorbed it, he felt nothing and thought it was just due to his physical constitution. Now, it seemed the quantity was the key. His body didn't need sleep, but now he was starting to feel sleepy.
It seemed he couldn't just absorb large amounts of Void Star casually anymore.
He'd have to be more careful with his choices in the future. As he thought, he looked down at his hand. After the Grandmaster of Combat reached the peak level, he had received an equal exchange. The equal exchange turned into a blood debt for blood, and his power had multiplied tenfold.
Why did it feel similar to the ability of the demon Howling Joy King? Didn't Fong Yumo mention something about this? Could it be that otherworldly beings could level up and evolve into new abilities by themselves? Over time, would they grow stronger, perhaps even evolving further?
An image of a monster with glowing eyes and sharp teeth flashed in his mind. 4 or 5 years later, the massive claws had struck against a golden coffin.
Now that he had been reborn, would those massive claws appear in 4 years? Suddenly, a hand appeared in his view. Fong Jing covered Zhong Yuan's eyes with both hands and mischievously asked, "Guess who I am?" Then a scream rang out. Ah!
The shockwave was so intense that even outside the house, you could hear it. Zhong Yuan casually put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, "You should be thankful that my instinctive counterattack hasn't killed you yet."
Fong Jing raised his 2 limp hands and cried out.
"I knocked on the door, but you didn't respond. When I entered through the window, I saw you standing there in a daze, so I couldn't help but act on impulse."
Hearing this, he asked again, "What do you want from me?"
Fong Jing immediately became serious and extended his hand, which was emitting Suri, then said, "I came to remind you to attend the student council's regular Friday meeting." The scene shifted to a meeting room where 6 students were sitting across from each other. A short-haired girl spoke up. "The president already said, today we're bringing Zhong Yuan here.
Isn't it a bit much to not leave him a seat?"
Shan Guani proudly responded, "No matter what Fong Jing says, there is no seat for him here." Jia Ru was momentarily speechless. A moment later, Fong Jing opened the door and loudly announced, "Come on in, let me introduce the new member of the student council." Standing next to him was Zhong Yuan.
Fong Jing happily patted his back. "This is Zhong Yuan, a first year from the special class.
Starting this new semester, he'll be taking on the role of the discipline officer in the student council." After a brief greeting, Zhong Yuan casually said, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhong Yuan."
One person expressed clear dissatisfaction, "That's it?"
Someone beside them ground their teeth and added, "That's a really lackluster attitude." Fong Jing ignored their comments, pointed to a spot, and said to Zhong Yuan, "There's an empty seat over there.
Please sit in front." He responded as well.
"Oh." After pulling out the chair to sit down, Jia Ru spoke up, "Classmate Zhong Yuan, this seat is reserved for the president." His face immediately darkened, and he coldly asked, "Why can't I sit in this chair?" At this moment, Jia Ru panicked, holding the stack of documents in her hands. It was clear that the auditorium intended for Zhong Yuan to take over as president, and she needed to be sensible. She quickly offered her seat to Fong Jing, saying, "President, please sit here for now. I'll go get another chair."
Enough!
Suddenly, a shout rang out, startling her even more. Shang Guanyi was furious, pointing at him and loudly scolding, "Zhong Yuan, you're nothing but a despicable, shameless bastard, relying on dirty tricks to rise to power. If you're so capable, then come challenge me." He continued to curse with a string of foul words, which I cannot repeat here, filled with insults. Jia Ru tried her best to calm him down. Zhong Yuan's side could only feel confused by this person. Jia Ru was holding him back, trying to advise, stop talking. Shang Guanyi, emboldened, lashed out without restraint, "You're shameless, and your sister is no better. At a young age, she's already colluding with the high-ranking officials in the military district." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan could no longer hold back. His face turned black with rage, his eyes blazing like a demon, and he screamed, "Dare to slander my sister? It seems like you don't want to stand up and leave the student council meeting." He still didn't know when to shut up and kept provoking. "Show off power and influence, right? If you're so capable, come challenge me." Zhong Yuan coldly replied. "Alright then, if you lose, you'll have to apologize to my sister, be her dog for a day, and kneel every morning in front of the dining hall." Two hands holding a little dragon robe. Fong Jing kindly reminded. "Shang Guanyi, listen to me, don't fight." But by this point, Shang Guanyi was so furious that he didn't listen to anyone, grinding his teeth in anger. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Do you think you can scare me with those conditions? Don't even think about it, today I will expose the true face of this trash." Then, once again, he pointed at Zhong Yuan's face in a crude manner. "I accept your conditions, but if you lose, you'll have to crawl out of Changying Academy while fixing the damage. And you, on the other hand, remain calm and reply." "Fine." Fong Jing, who had been watching helplessly, sighed and then put his phone down, speaking seriously. "Alright, I'll be the witness to this fight. Let me emphasize, there's no mortal enmity between you two, so there's no need to take each other's lives." Then, the two of them began to stand facing each other. Zhong Yuan, still composed, said, "You can go first." Fong Jing, watching with great attention and amusement, was filming with his phone. Shang Guanyi swung his hand into a fist and yelled, "Exactly what I wanted. He's using explosive violence. After hitting, the target will explode." Meng Jing's strength increased by 150%, and he was surrounded by a powerful flame. In the battle with the Grandmaster, Zhong Yuan lightly dodged to the side, and his opponent's move missed. Shang Guanyi looked back in panic and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible." In his mind, he thought, how could I have failed? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless, powerless cripple? Zhong Yuan, on the other side, was also evaluating the situation in his heart. After activating the Grandmaster's fighting technique, his movements seemed to slow down by 40 times in his eyes. It appeared that Shang Guanyi was far inferior to Fong Jing, and it would be somewhat difficult to end him with just one move. Shang Guanyi, still unaware of the situation, launched a kick he believed to be extremely powerful, shouting loudly, "I don't believe you can dodge this." And of course, Zhong Yuan once again easily dodged, so fast that his clones could be seen with the naked eye. Fong Jing, watching from the side, was stunned, thinking, this agility is absolutely beyond what Rage Strike can achieve. "Impressive, your secret isn't any less than mine." Shang Guanyi's fist was still coming at him. 10 minutes later, the scene shifted. Zhong Yuan stood there, looking at the defeated opponent, while Shang Guanyi lay trembling, slumped over the table, his face twisted as if he couldn't believe the truth. How could this be? Clearly, he's so powerful, so why didn't he fight back when I knocked him down that day? Could it be that he just didn't take me seriously? He was deducing while suddenly opening his eyes wide, then once again swung his fist toward Zhong Yuan, intending to attack. "Zhong Yuan, whose name implied cowardice, if you're really capable, then don't dodge." Fong Jing was left speechless by this person, while he himself sighed in helplessness and muttered, "This is really troublesome." As Shang Guanyi gritted his teeth and swung his fiery fist toward him, Zhong Yuan remained calm, standing still and using the blood-for-blood technique. Then he thought to himself, "Since you've turned against me, your life and death are for you to decide." When Shangguani swung his fist toward him and saw Zhong Yuan still standing there without moving, he panicked and thought, "Wait, why are you standing still, not dodging? One punch from me will kill you." "No, it's too late." His fist quickly landed on Zhong Yuan's shoulder. The punch was so powerful that it tore through Zhong Yuan's shirt, but he managed to retract only half of the force. Zhong Yuan's eyes widened, and his pupils shifted. Immediately, Shangguani screamed in pain, "Ugh!" One of his arms seemed to have been shattered, with blood splattering everywhere. He writhed on the ground, trembling, unable to speak. In the end, Zhong Yuan raised a hand and used his healing ability on his own shoulder, thinking that at least he could retract his hand, though it couldn't completely heal the injury. Jiaru quickly knelt beside Shangguani, anxiously calling out, "Ae." The others also looked on in a flurry, with one person lifting his phone to snap a picture, speaking in astonishment. Fong Jing intentionally used the term witness before the battle began. Shangguani was ranked 209th on the youth leaderboard, and Zhong Yuan would rise in rank after this battle. The person next to him spoke up. "Zhong Yuan is strong, but one wrong word and he breaks someone's arm. That's a bit too much." Another girl also felt it was unfair. Shangguani had his position as a disciplinary commissioner snatched away by a thug like that. How pitiful. On this side, Fong Jing helplessly said, "I said I wouldn't kill him, but the moment you strike, you almost beat him to death. I can't even bear to treat him." Zhong Yuan, confused, retorted, "What strike? I'm standing here and haven't even moved, and he's the one who tore my shirt?" Fong Jing quickly rebutted. "His arm is broken, and you're still saying you didn't strike him?" Zhong Yuan sighed helplessly, thinking, "This is so annoying, can I just get past this situation?" Then he started using his ultimate acting cute technique. His eyes shone brightly, pure and innocent, as he said, "It's not my fault, we were just helping each other." Fong Jing saw his expression and yelled, "Do you think I haven't learned physics? What about action and reaction forces? He's disabled, and you're fine." At that moment, Zhong Yuan frowned in confusion, thinking, "Is that acting cute technique not working? Does this ability work sometimes and not others?" However, Fong Jing kindly said, all right. If your shirt is torn, let me fix it a bit." With that, the pieces of his shirt began to gather in one place, forming back onto his arm. Zhong Yuan asked, "Was today's situation expected by you?" Fong Jing immediately replied, "Pretty much." Jiaru was still sitting next to Shangguani, who's injured. Then she turns around and angrily shouts, "Ae is hurt like this, and you guys still have the mood to joke around? Fong Jing, hurry up and treat him." Fong Jing crossed his arms, annoyed, and responded, "What's the rush? Am I your personal tool, Suri? Do you really think that after 2 years of self-cultivation, my temper has improved? Do you think I'll just let you order me around?" This fool repeatedly challenged me, not listening to advice, insisting on picking fights with my people. "I'm not treating him. Do whatever you want." Saying this, he calmly sat down on a chair. Jiaru was speechless, only able to glare and shout, "You!" The people around them, who had been watching the entire time, began to discuss among themselves. To be fair, Zhong Yuan had avoided confrontation throughout the entire process. Just giving them a chance without counterattacking was already very graceful. Shangguani was indeed ungrateful. How could someone Fong Jing recommended possibly be weak? It was deserved that Fong Jing refused to treat him. As the discussions continued, Jiaru, with pursed lips, anxiously thought, "What's going on? They were all on our side, so why are they suddenly speaking up for Zhong Yuan? Usually, they don't just follow whichever way the wind blows. Forget it, I need to call the guards and get AE to the medical room. That's the priority now." While speaking, she took out her phone and started dialing. A moment later, a group of guards appeared. "Hurry and contact the medical room to prepare for emergency treatment." A red-haired guard spoke, addressing Jiaru.
What happened? Who did this to Shangguani City? Zhong Yuan stepped forward and confessed, I did it.
Fong Jing sighed and added, they were in a fair duel.
I can vouch for that.
The red-haired guard continued, regardless of the truth, if you've caused severe harm to Shangguani, you still need to come with us. We hope young Master Fong won't make this difficult for us.
Fong Jing quickly stepped up to him and challenged, what's the matter? Are you threatening me?
The red-haired guard responded promptly, not at all, sir.
We are simply following the rules.
Zhong Yuan then patted Fong Jing on the shoulder in an attempt to calm him down.
It's fine, I'll go with them for a while.
I believe the higher-ups won't fail to discern right from wrong. As they walked, he didn't forget to remind them, by the way, don't mention this to Lan Lan.
Fong Jing became more serious than ever. Ing Rin, do you believe that guy? Fine, if you choose to trust them, I'll give them a chance.
Upon entering a room, the red-haired guard spoke again, Student Zhong Yuan, we appreciate your cooperation. Before the matter is confirmed by the higher-ups, you'll need to stay in this holding room and await further instructions.
For now, you cannot leave. Zhong Yuan asked again, aren't you taking the phone?
He immediately replied, no need, there's no signal in here. Looking down at the bed, Zhong Yuan thought, I'm so sleepy, and there's a bed right here, might as well lie down and get some rest. With that thought, he reached out and turned off the light, then closed the small window on the door. After finishing, Zhong Yuan lay down on the bed, feeling satisfied and thinking, yeah, the dark space really makes a person feel extremely comfortable. If this room were a bit smaller, and the bed surrounded on all sides top, bottom, left, right, that would be even better.
Huh? Why am I having such strange thoughts? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Activating my super senses, I'll automatically wake up if anyone gets close.
Slowly, he began to close his eyes. A while later, he had drifted into a serene, peaceful space.
Phew! This quiet, dark world, this is truly my eternal haven.
Outside, 2 guards were watching Zhong Yuan through surveillance cameras. The red-haired guard found it amusing and commented, this kid actually turned off the lights and went to sleep, so carefree. The other guard added, maybe he's just pretending to sleep to avoid worrying. The red-haired guard, amused, proposed a game. I bet a pack of spicy sticks, he'll wake up in 5 minutes. The other guard followed suit, I bet 10 minutes. Cut to the principal's office, where Chen Wenxiang was reading through documents and said, the adjustment of study habits is aimed at our school.
Finally, it arrived.
Gu Yan, who was beside him, tried to comfort him, cheer up a bit, the scope of this disciplinary action on study habits covers our Huadong Chang'ing military district as well.
It's not like we're being singled out.
Chen Wenxiang's face turned pale, his forehead drenched in sweat as he pointed at a report card and said, look at these requirements.
All subjects must have at least 85 points.
The report card read, Chinese above 85, mathematics above 85, foreign languages above 85, physics above 85, chemistry above 85.
Then, he continued, if the exam scores don't meet the standards, they won't be allowed to compete in the high school competition.
If graduation scores are not up to standard, they will be forced to repeat the year. Xiaoyi's scores in all subjects were below the required standard.
Zhong Yuan's scores were all perfect, how is this not being singled out?
Gu Yan still tried to reassure him, the Chang'an team has already said that the previous battle made her realize the importance of knowledge. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, flustered, to report, Principal Chen, something's wrong.
Shangguani has lost his arm and is lying in the infirmary.
The medical staff who can regenerate limbs aren't here in time, and it looks like the arm can't be saved.
Both inside stood up, startled. The principal asked, where's Fong Jing? The guard responded, he was at the scene, but he refused to treat him. At this, Chen Wenxiang trembled and clutched his chest, exclaiming,
this matter, if Xiaoyi loses his arm, it would also mean that his entire body would be rendered useless. Gu Yan supported him, offering advice, Mr. Chen, don't worry for now. What's most important right now is to clarify the situation.
You're not unaware of Fong Jing's bad temper. If there's nothing we can do, we can still ask Commanderin to convince him to help.
Even so, his expression didn't change much either, clearly troubled. At this moment, the name Nguyen Fong appeared on the phone screen.
Fong Jing looked at the screen and sneered, "Huh, when you can't talk to me directly, you send this old fox to pressure me, right? Only you guys would do something like this."
After that, he leaned against the wall, answering the phone and speaking first. "Commanderin, you're calling me not to discuss the general situation, right? You're going to talk about how Hua Dong can't afford to lose Shangguan Yi, right?"
But the voice from the other side responded immediately, "Didn't you find that hard to understand?"
And Nguyen Fong continued, "I've already watched the video of the battle. Zhong Yuan did nothing wrong, and you are not obligated to save Shangguan Yi. Zhong Yuan is a rare talent.
If he chooses to trust us, we cannot intentionally show favoritism and let him down. Whether you save Shangguan Yi or not, the military district will not hold Zhong Yuan accountable."
And Nguyen Fong on this end made an effort to explain his thoughts clearly to the young man. "Fong Jing, you've known Guan Yi for 2 years.
What kind of person is he? You know him best. In the end, should we save him or not? I believe you have your own thoughts on this."
Fong Jing was silent for a moment, then replied, "I understand."
He then turned to see Zhong Lan drooling in front of a bowl of food.
He was surprised and called out to her. The little girl, with wide eyes, responded, "Brother Fong Jing, you just asked again."
"I only have this for dinner." Zhong Lan answered innocently, "Is that not okay?" Then she started to wonder, "Wait, didn't my brother go to the student council meeting this afternoon? Why isn't he here in the canteen with you?"
Fong Jing replied casually, "Your brother was bitten by a dog, so he's getting a rabies shot and staying in the hospital."
Zhong Lan exclaimed in panic, "Huh?" He continued, "He's fine. It's just a scratch, but you know, even a minor dog bite requires a shot."
At that, the little girl lowered her head, worried.
"Is that so?"
Fong Jing changed the subject, pointing to the food in Zhong Lan's hand.
"Lan Lan, while your brother isn't here, you're just eating stir-fried chicken with chili and nothing else?
I'll tell on you." Her eyes widened, then she frowned, looking adorably upset as she said, "Don't tell on me. I just accidentally took a little too much, and I was too shy to put it back." Standing in front of the food counter, Fong Jing then said, "Let's do this. I'll order some more vegetables and main dishes, then share them with you. Get a lot of the stir-fried chicken with chili, and I'll give you half of mine."
Zhong Lan, confused, asked again, "Aren't you someone who doesn't eat spicy food?"
He replied, "It's not bad to try something new every now and then." Once they sat down to eat, the little girl drooled and pointed at Fong Jing's food tray, saying, "Hee, Canton stir-fried chicken with chili is really delicious. I guarantee that once you try it, you'll get hooked."
Fong Jing responded, a little curious, "Is that so?"
He then picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Instantly, Fong Jing felt as if his whole body was on fire, his nose turned red, and his eyes nearly rolled back in his head, thinking, "Spicy, is this meant to kill me?
Is this something humans can actually eat? I shouldn't have trusted the taste buds of you two." Zhong Lan, eyes sparkling, asked, "So? I told you it was really good, didn't I?"
Fong Jing chewed through the pain, then gave her a thumbs up as a compliment. "It's so delicious, it could make you fly to the sky." This made Zhong Lan smile with her eyes squinted, while he turned his head and coughed.
Then, the two of them started eating and chatting again.
"Lan Lan, the dog that bit your brother is one that the principal sent to the student council to keep. It's been living here in the school for many years, so I'm not familiar with it, and that's why it bit me. We originally planned to bring it to you to play with, but now, it's been beaten by me and turned into a one-legged dog."
Zhong Lan casually replied, "What use is it to a lame dog?"
"Ah, the brothers hit its leg." Fong Jing recalled the scene and asked cautiously.
"That's right, we almost beat it to death. Do you think this dog needs treatment?" The girl continued to ask while eating, "Will it bite the brothers again?"
Fong Jing then adjusted his glasses and responded with a serious expression.
"It won't, I guarantee it."
The girl, taking a big bite, pondered for a moment and then smiled brightly.
Then treat it.
The scene shifted to Shang Guanyi's hospital room. He was still sitting on the bed, bandaging his wound with one hand.
Chen Wenxiang anxiously asked Mr. Gu, "Do you think we should call the military district again?"
Gu Yan replied, "Suri once every 24 hours, there's still 2 hours left.
Why are you in such a hurry? If Fong Jing really doesn't want to come, no one can force him." Shang Guanyi, feeling irritated, said, "Enough, all of you go out. You're just disturbing me from resting."
Jia Ru also spoke up, "Uncle Chen, let's step outside and give Ai some peace."
Chen Wenxiang advised, "Shall we, get some good rest?"
The three of them left the room in single file.
Shang Guanyi didn't say anything further.
Once everyone had exited, he covered his face in anguish and began to blame himself.
Why did I make such a stupid mistake?
I clearly know that Zhong Yuan is the person chosen by Fong Jing, yet I stubbornly doubted his strength. Zhong Yuan didn't even fight back when I hit him, and during the final duel, he always gave way to me.
Why didn't I realize that? Why did I keep trying to bully someone good like him?
Even if Fong Jing hadn't come to save me, I still deserved it.
As these thoughts raced through her mind, Shang Guanyi's body trembled even more intensely. Fong Jing appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing against the doorframe, and asked, "Now you regret it?"
Shang Guanyi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly knelt before him and apologized, "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
I won't dare again.
Please, I beg you, save me." Fong Jing quickly used Suri, placing his hand on Shang Guanyi's shoulder, both healing and comforting him. "All right, stop crying."
After a while, Shang Guanyi's arm had fully recovered, astonishing even him.
The fresh bandages that had been wrapped around it also fell away by themselves. After finishing the treatment, Fong Jing walked out of the infirmary, saying, "Consider yourself lucky this time."
He didn't want to kill anyone in front of others. Next time you seek death, no one will be able to save you.
Before leaving, Fong Jing didn't forget to remind him, "Don't forget to honor the agreement. Your arm is healed because his sister didn't want a crippled dog with one leg." Switching the scene to the guards, they were chatting among themselves.
"It has already been a full day and night, and that kid Zhong Yuan can still sleep?"
"Several times I brought him food, but he didn't respond at all."
"He can't be pretending to sleep, can he? Not eating, not drinking, and not going to the bathroom for so long. Could there be something wrong with him?"
At that moment, a man hurriedly pushed the door open and asked, "The military district has already investigated and filed a report.
Why haven't you released him yet?"
A guard pointed inside and replied, "It's not that we don't want to let him go, but he refuses to come out." The man was somewhat surprised and said, "Take me to see him." He pushed the door open and called out, "Zhong Yuan, wake up." Then, the man reached over to flip the light switch on. Standing in front of Zhong Yuan, who was still lying quietly, he continued, "The issue with Shang Guanyi has been settled.
You don't need to take any responsibility. If you want to sleep, go back to the dorm." However, when he touched Zhong Yuan, he was startled and exclaimed, "Why is this kid so cold?"
He then raised a finger to Zhong Yuan's nose to check his breath, and in panic, the man turned around and shouted loudly at the guard, "Quick, call the medical staff."
A guard asked, "Should we call Fong Jing?" The red-haired guard shouted angrily, "Do you want Fong Jing to know that Zhong Yuan is like this in the detention room? Hurry up and call Dr. Chang Ying."
Moments later, the elderly doctor hurriedly arrived. "I just saved Shang Guanyi's life.
It wasn't easy, and now this. They called me again."
You guys really know how to torment others."
A guard anxiously explained, "If it weren't for an emergency, we wouldn't have called you, sir."
The doctor responded, "All right, let me try to resuscitate him." After that, he began using life resonance. From his fingers, a soothing green spiritual power emanated. But it seemed that Zhong Yuan's body didn't accept this healing energy, so everything reversed. The doctor suddenly coughed up blood, sputtering. He collapsed backward, but fortunately, a red-haired guard caught him in time.
"Doctor, what's wrong with you?"
The doctor suddenly panicked, running off while saying, "He's frozen, it's too late to save him, farewell." The others, still confused, were left on Nguyen Feng's side. At this moment, he was on the phone. The medical records showed that Zhong Yuan had previously displayed symptoms resembling death, but it was actually just a state of suspended animation, needing no special treatment. The person on the other end of the line asked, "Which hospital's medical records are these?" He replied, "Fong Jing submitted them, we won't use the ones from here." The man, after finishing the call, seemed relieved and said, "If Commandarin says so, it should be fine, right?" The red-haired guard replied, "Well, we can't just let him sleep forever in the prison cell." Another guard spoke up, "I heard that raising the temperature in a room can stop animals from hibernating. Let's give it a try." Then, heaters and warming devices were turned on to their highest settings. The man sat beside the bed, anxiously watching Zhong Yuan sleep, waiting in anticipation. Meanwhile, the guards took turns reading out loud, trying to wake him up. "Winter is over. Zhong Yuan, wake up." The spring thunder sounded, signaling that the hibernating animals were starting to awaken. The man, seeing this, boldly made a few statements. "Zhong Yuan, you made a first-class contribution in the previous mission, and the higher-ups have awarded you the Venus Medal and a Flag of Honor. There are also plenty of bonuses. Wake up and receive your rewards." One of the other guards grew even bolder. He held up his phone excitedly and said, "I have dozens of high-definition and censored images in my collection here. I'll send them all to you if you wake up." But Zhong Yuan remained completely still, unmoving. The guard placed his hand over his chest, helplessly saying, "What now?" "We've tried everything." He continued, "It's hard to directly take him back to the dormitory." The man finally made a decision. "At this point, let's not be stubborn about saving face. Call Fong Jing." Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan continued to sleep soundly, deep within his subconscious. A vast, endless world of darkness stretched out before him. Thoughts echoed in his mind: no time, no space. This was the other side of the life and death realm, where he merged as one with this place. Suddenly, there were words highly charged, awakening him from the deep slumber within his subconscious. "Zhong Yuan, your sister has been beaten by people from Hualang Academy. Zhong Yuan, your sister has been beaten by people from Hualang Academy. Zhong Yuan, your sister has been beaten by people from Hualang Academy." The voice grew louder each time. Finally, Zhong Yuan opened his eyes. He quickly sat up and grabbed Fong Jing by the collar, questioning him. "What did you say?" The man hurriedly asked. "Zhong Yuan, are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary for a checkup?" The two guards embraced each other, exclaiming in relief, he's awake, finally, he's awake." Fong Jing was happier than anyone. He quickly took Zhong Yuan's hand and pulled him along, speaking cheerfully, "He's fine, no need for a checkup. Yuan, let's go, let's get some late-night snacks." Zhong Yuan picked up his phone and checked the time, surprised. "It's been a whole day and night? Why does it feel like I just lay down?" He thought to himself, and even his extraordinary sensitivity didn't wake him up. Then Zhong Yuan turned to ask in confusion, "Why did the principal let me off so easily? It's strange." Fong Jing explained, "With a commander backing you up, a mere principal wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you." He was still confused, exclaiming, "A commander?" Fong Jing replied, "The commander of the Huadong military district, and Guan Fong, the father of Antai Gu. Anyway, I don't understand why this fox is protecting you, maybe your sincerity moved him." Hearing that, Zhong Yuan raised his hand to his chin and began to think. He had been considering that if they continued to cover for Shang Guanyi, he would flatten the academy. But, perhaps it was best to keep that thought to himself. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, Zhong Yuan hurriedly turned back to ask, "By the way, earlier you mentioned that my sister was beaten by someone from Hualang Academy, right?" Fong Jing scratched his head and replied, "This story starts with the traditional competition between the two schools." The scene shifted to 12 hours earlier, where Zhong Lan sat, head bowed in dejection. I lost, she murmured. Xia Yifeng sat next to her, offering comfort. The students from Hua Lang come from wealthy families, so they've been training earlier than us. It's normal for us to lose. The guy named Cui Shengxi is very skilled. Just managing to exchange a few moves with him is already impressive.
You didn't even get close to his sleeve.
The girl continued to sob softly, replying, losing is losing.
I won't make excuses like you. It's clear that I wasn't strong enough.
I want to work twice as hard and become even stronger. Xia Yifeng, who had been trying to console her, felt wronged when she scolded him. Luan, sitting above, crossed his arms thoughtfully. This competition with Hua Lang had sparked Zhong Lan's fighting spirit, so it wasn't in vain after all.
Later, Zhong Lan made a phone call to someone, speaking with determination in her voice. Hello, is this Fong Jing? I have a request. You said I should fight. I want to ask for your help with a special training.
Back to the present, Fong Jing concluded with a sentence, that's how it is.
Suddenly, Zhong Yuan appeared like an enraged demon and questioned, she went and hid from me to fight. Why didn't she come to me for special training but went to you instead?
Fong Jing, small and quick, replied, don't look at me.
I've always been honest with you. Whatever happens, it's for your own good.
Faced with an overwhelming rage, Fong Jing kept explaining, to be clear, although your sister isn't physically hurt, her little heart has been deeply shaken by the people from Hua Lang Academy. She must have really hoped for a superhuman brother to seek revenge for her.
Unfortunately, this competition only allows first-year students to participate.
But Zhong Yuan was even angrier. Cracking his knuckles, he gritted his teeth and asked, what's the name of the person who hit my sister? The scene shifted to another space, where a group of people had gathered. A man in the middle raised his glass of wine and arrogantly said, everyone from Deng Tagway is as strong as an ox.
I could take on 5 by myself.
The people from this place are all weak as chickens, I can beat 15 of them with one hand.
The people around him laughed and flattered him. Xiaorun, watching this scene, gritted his teeth in anger.
This Cui Shangxi kept boasting about Deng Tagwa.
Disrespecting Nation H, are we just going to let this slide? Zhang Tiansu quietly reminded. We can't make a move for now. Cui Shengxi has half the bloodline of Sinigui.
The purpose of coming to Nation H was to participate in the university competition. His family had spent 200 million RMB on this, and in addition, they had exchanged other benefits with the board of directors. The board wanted to borrow 2 schools to set him up, so they even allowed me to bypass the Changying Student Council and speak directly with the faculty advisor. At least outwardly, they had to show him respect. It's just a pity that no one from the first-year class of Changying Academy could suppress him. As he spoke, he sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, causing both of the older brothers to look out in shock.
Trash from Hua Lang Academy, come out and fight. Zhang Tiansu anxiously asked, what's going on?
Xiaoren also replied suspiciously, it seems like someone from Changying is causing trouble. It's 11 o'clock now, and the competition still isn't over.
I'll go out and take a look.
As he spoke, Zhang Tiansu rushed out of the door. Outside, Fong Jing was holding a loudspeaker, continuously taunting, trash from Hua Lang Academy, come out and fight. Standing beside him was the androgynous beauty Zhong Yuan, the two of them looking incredibly cool.
Zhang Tiansu remembered the image from before, and in shock, he subconsciously exclaimed, it's her. Zhang Tiansu became even more flustered. It's her, the one I was destined to meet. But why does she look even more like a boy today?
On the opposite side stood Zhong Yuan, with stars glittering around her, just standing there. He quickly turned to ask his friend for an opinion.
Xiaoren, do you think the person standing next to Fong Jing is a girl or a boy? Xiaoren responded seriously, looking at it, that's definitely a boy.
In recent years, it's quite normal for boys to have long hair. In this hall, you shouldn't judge anyone based on their hairstyle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiansu found it hard to believe. He raised his hand to clutch his chest and sobbed, how could that be a boy?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Suddenly, at that moment, Cui Shengxi stepped forward, arrogantly saying, "The useless Cheng'ing, I knocked down 15 of his people and he still didn't admit defeat."
You're sending more people? Zhong Yuan frowned and asked, "Are you the one who hit my sister?"
He casually replied, "Hit one, send one."
Nation H, do you really not care about your face?
At this point, he was channeling his spiritual power into his hand and said something. "Today is the day for the scheduled match." As he spoke, he gathered all kinds of abilities into one punch and slammed it straight into his face. With courage, he froze the situation, seeking blood for blood. As he punched, he shouted, "I'm here to challenge you."
Isn't this what you asked for?
The punch caused Cui Shengxi's face to instantly distort, his body flying backward, crashing into the fountain nearby, causing his hat to spray a small stream of water, much like the fountain itself.
Exclamations rang out, "Damn, that's impressive. What kind of ability is that? Hurry up and get someone to treat him."
At this moment, Zhong Yuan remained serious in the same punching stance, his flow of spiritual energy not yet dissipated. After a moment, he looked at his clenched fist and cheerfully said,
"It seems like I've gotten stronger after just one nap."
Fong Jing beside him also widened his eyes in surprise, letting out an astonished sound. The image of 3 heads of Fong Yumo appeared in his mind. He considered him the standard unit for measuring combat power. Fong Jing then leaned in and whispered,
"How strong are we talking? Can you take on a few Fong Yumo?" Zhong Yuan raised his fist and replied, "It's not about how many I can kill, it's about paying a lower price." Fong Jing asked again, "Is the period of weakness shorter? How long is it now?"
Zhong Yuan asked, puzzled. "Why do you care about this?"
Fong Jing immediately answered, "It helps with hiding it for you."
As he spoke, he extended his hand to conjure a stream of spiritual energy, observing it while thinking. "It seems my mental strength has also improved. I can use 4 abilities at once without feeling tired. Who knew that sleeping in a cell would have such an effect? I could sleep a few more times like this." At that moment, Cui Shengxi staggered, supported by someone else as he stood up, a swelling bruise forming on his face. He couldn't hide his anger and shouted, "Those H-Nation people are despicable, taking advantage of my unpreparedness to strike. I'll kill you." Zhong Yuan, still gazing at the spiritual energy in his hand, calmly asked,
"Can we kill someone in a school competition?"
Someone beside them intervened.
"No, this person is an exchange student from Simigwei. Killing him would lead to international issues."
Only then did Zhong Yuan let out a small sound, indicating that he understood. The name Cui Shengxi, who was unreasonable, kept shouting, "Rubbish, this time we won't count it as another round of retaliation." Zhang Tiansu raised his hand to stop him and calmly said, "Wait a moment." He then turned to ask Fong Jing,
"Fong Jing, what's the name of the person you brought?"
He casually replied, "Zhong Yuan, a first-year new student, hasn't broken the agreement." Zhang Tiansu broke into a cold sweat and blurted out, "It's a male student that Fong Jing just yelled at." What a waste of words. At that moment, Zhang Tiansu felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, dropping straight to the ground and petrifying instantly, his mouth still hanging open in shock.
"It's a male student? Really a male student? No. Wait, didn't he say his younger sister was beaten by Cui Shengxi? Is his sister also a first-year student at Chongqing?"
They are in the same grade, and their hairstyles are quite different. Could it be that the girl with long straight black hair the other day is his twin sister? After thinking this through, Zhang Tiansu lowered his head again and introduced himself to Zhong Yuan, who was still confused. "Hello, Zhong Yuan, my name is Zhang Tiansu, I'm 18 years old, 1.89 meters tall, and weigh 78 kg. But he didn't stop there and continued, "I fell in love with your sister at first sight, and I'm serious about wanting to pursue a relationship with her with marriage as the premise." This left Fong Jing in a state of shock. The person beside him looked increasingly gloomy. "Great, if someone else were joking, I'd let it slide. He actually dared to do it, and even spoke so calmly like that. This person absolutely cannot be kept around. Zhong Yuan's eyes now turned red, like a ruthless and bloodthirsty demon. Cui Shangxi, who was standing to the side, thought angrily, Jiang Tiansu, you're pretty good, partnering up with him.
No wonder you prevented me from going up. Zhong Yuan, huh? Earlier you hit me, now it's my turn to strike you from behind.
As he thought this, a vicious and malicious expression appeared on his face, and he began using his mimicry ability. To explain this ability, by mimicking the target's abilities through contact, the total number of abilities would not exceed his own capacity. His mouth was wide open, looking as though he was preparing to gloat over the impending retaliation.
I am a void energy wielder with 3 abilities.
Even if you have a powerful punch, it cannot surpass the 3 abilities I possess. Suddenly, his entire body froze, his eyes wide open, and his expression showed complete confusion as if he couldn't understand what was happening. Then, Cui Shangxi coughed up blood and collapsed before the others could react.
Why did Cui Shangxi suddenly collapse? It was an ambush, they must have ambushed him. One of Cui Shangxi's subordinates pointed at them, yelling. Fong Jing, what did you do to Cui Shangxi? Why did he suddenly pass out? Fong Jing felt speechless at their stupidity and calmly replied, what does it have to do with me? Do I really need to ambush him?
Jiang Tiansu then urged, stop staring at us.
Hurry up and take him to the infirmary.
Song Fong Jing patted Quan's shoulder and said, Sai, if you want to admit defeat on behalf of Hua Lang, then I could help you save your people, it's not impossible. He couldn't bring himself to respond.
Why should I admit defeat?
Out of the 16 matches, Chang Chui has already won 15.
Fong Jing continued to tease him. Nonsense, the one who ends up last is the real winner. Zhong Yuan, now irritated, spoke up. Enough, changing the subject, huh? Do you think I'm easy to fool?
If you want to be with my sister, you'll have to step over my dead body first. As he spoke, a strong aura radiated from him, causing the 2 others to panic and struggle to maintain their footing. Fong Jing, in a state of panic, thought, crap, I got distracted by that idiot from Simi Guo and forgot.
I just smoothed things over for Zhong Yuan.
A volcano is about to erupt, the world is on the verge of destruction, I should probably run. Jiang Tiansu, though startled and afraid, stood before a man whose anger had darkened his complexion, his eyes glowing with intensity.
Despite his fear, he mustered the courage to ask, do you think I'm not worthy of your sister?
Fong Jing raised his hand in a silent salute to Jiang Tiansu, then prepared to make his escape. Jiang Tiansu, you better take care of yourself.
If you manage to survive, I'll call you the toughest scum in the world. Jiang Tiansu, still trying to reason with him, persisted.
My cheeks are flushed, my father is the chairman of the Jiang family's board, and I'm the richest young man in Nation H, ranked in the top 100 richest people worldwide.
Zhong Yuan angrily snarled, unable to change the reality, he was a beast.
The oppressive aura that surged from him grew even stronger than before. Jiang Tiansu summoned various abilities to defend himself against Zhong Yuan's attack: crystal jade, rock plate, bronze skin, and iron bones. From the elemental force at this moment, he was surrounded by a golden-yellow energy shield. He gritted his teeth and thought, what exactly did I say wrong for him to go straight for a killing move? Around Zhong Yuan, dark auras began to materialize. He coldly called out, what are you doing there? Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan punched hard into the energy barrier, causing Jiang Tiansu to be thrown into the air, spitting blood. Even he himself was startled. Damn. What kind of turtle shell is this? It makes a loud ringing sound when struck. The people around them were all worried upon witnessing this scene. The president is about to collapse. Quickly call the security team. Even though his head had been beaten into a swollen mess, Jiang Tiansu still pushed through and asked as best he could, why are you stopping me from pursuing your sister like this? Zhong Yuan's hair had now been disheveled, and his eyes were still bloodshot as he responded, my sister is only 12 years old.
What do you think you're doing?
At this moment, Jiang Tiansu began to reconsider in his mind, that girl with long, straight black hair doesn't look 12 years old.
Could it be?
Then he spoke up again, the person I bumped into in the hallway that day.
Was it you? Zhong Yuan, with a calm and beautiful expression, replied indifferently, what about it? Didn't I just bump into you a little?
And yet you've held a grudge all this time. At that moment, Jiang Tiansu felt as though a thunderclap had struck him, his eyes wide open in a pitiful look. It really was you, and yet here I am, he screamed inwardly, wishing for everything to be destroyed, as reality was too harsh. Death seemed like the only escape.
Jiang Tiansu knelt miserably on the ground.
Zhong Yuan then drew a flying dagger, speaking coldly, there's nothing more to say. It was only then that Jiang Tiansu snapped out of it, his eyes wide as he stared at the dagger in his hand. Suddenly, a group of people wearing uniforms appeared, with the leader, sporting green hair, raising a hand and loudly saying, subordinate shows mercy.
Zhong Yuan only gave them a cold glance, and one of the group issued an order, quick, restrain him.
The others began to unleash their attacks, a spiritual cage made of sludge, and their moves came charging toward Zhong Yuan.
He thought to himself, is this the security team of Hua Lang? Is the melting ground a result of void energy?
While thinking, he quickly jumped out of the way. Jiang Tiansu, pitifully, was still lying in the sludge. The others anxiously discussed among themselves, the target is out of range of the sludge.
Has the spiritual cage not been released? We've used it, but it's ineffective.
The leader, using life resonance, hastily said, Jiang Tiansu is stuck.
Quickly, pull him out. At this moment, Zhong Yuan quickly used his freezing ability to freeze Jiang Tiansu's entire body.
He thought to himself that if he were to be buried headfirst into the ground, he would likely die within a few minutes, as long as the guards didn't interfere. With that thought, he shot 3 throwing knives at the Hua Lang guards. They were blocked by the throwing knives.
Zhong Yuan calmly said, I don't like to indiscriminately kill innocent people, so stay still.
The guards gritted their teeth, thinking, this is bad, this person is too strong. We're no match for him.
If he's determined to kill Jiang Tiansu, there's nothing we can do to stop him.
In fact, we might end up getting ourselves involved. Then, turning to the person with green hair, he spoke loudly, Jinjun, cease the lifelink, now. The person named Jinjun responded, no, if I cease it, he will die.
I can still hold on.
His teammate anxiously said, no, if you continue, you'll die.
You still have a bright future ahead.
I'll help you investigate the Yiying team's matters.
Jinjun still tried to channel his spiritual power, responding both loyally and resolutely, if I can't even save a student, then what's the point of being in the Yiying team?
Yiying, the image of Jinjun and Zhonglan fighting side by side appeared in his mind. After recalling this, Zhong Yuan began to think things through. He had been Lan Lan's healing teammate in their past lives. Even until the last moment of their battle against the alien races, Jinjun never retreated. For him to die because of a scumbag was just not worth it.
Keep his life for that scum's name, and take it next time.
Thinking to himself, he began retracting his freezing ability. At that moment, Jiang Tiansu was still lying face down in the mud, still being treated by Jinjun. The other guards were astonished when they saw Zhong Yuan turning away.
Is he really leaving like this? Should we chase after him?
Chase after what?
Hurry up and save the person.
After walking for a while, Zhong Yuan saw Fong Jing sitting and waiting for him on a rooftop. As soon as he saw Zhong Yuan, Fong Jing spoke up, I thought Jiang Tiansu was as good as dead this time. Never thought you'd actually spare him at the last moment. Zhong Yuan casually walked by and replied, I'm tired, too lazy to fight anymore.
At that moment, Fong Jing appeared on the ground, leaning against a wall, and continued, because his healing system resonates with life, you didn't want to accidentally hurt an innocent person, did you?
Ah, the good guys always get bullied.
Zhong Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated.
Then, he took out his phone, looked at it for a moment, and said, no signal on the phone, can't hail a taxi, come join me for a night run in the Eastern Shang City team.
Fong Jing, irritable, jumped closer to him and yelled, night run? Do you know how far Hua Lang is from Chongqing?
Zhong Yuan held up 3 fingers and casually said, just 30 km. Fong Jing, fired up, retorted, 30 km and you say just. At that point, Zhong Yuan tapped into his contact list, Jiuchu, Yan Ruanan, Dengji, Rinping, Dong Xiang Yuan.
Zhongyang Qi cultivator Yi Yi Ning.
Then he continued, anyway, I'm not running away, I choose to call someone on my satellite phone. The scene shifted to another space, where tall buildings appeared. Outside was a wide, clean road, with a white car driving along it. Zhong Yuan was sitting inside the car, looking down at the female driver and thinking to himself. This woman had come to pick someone up, but she hadn't said a word the entire way. It seemed like Fong Jing didn't want to talk to her either.
The female driver had a cold expression and was focused on the road.
Looking over at Fong Jing, who was busy typing on his phone, Zhong Yuan thought again, could it be because I'm like a third wheel? Feeling the gaze on her, the girl turned her head back with an expression of annoyance. After getting out of the car, Zhong Yuan teased, I didn't expect you to have a sugar mama behind you.
Fong Jing responded, sugar mama? She's my mom's friend, are you sure you're not looking at her the wrong way?
He answered decisively, not a chance, it's getting late, I'm going to bed. As he spoke, he waved his hand and turned to leave.
Fong Jing then called out, you blind fool, that's not the dormitory, that's the cell. Zhong Yuan replied nonchalantly, leaving Fong Jing puzzled, if it's a cell, then that's correct.
A moment later, the two returned to the familiar cell.
Zhong Yuan lay down inside, I'll take a nap. What are you doing here? Are you going to use your eyes as a nightlight for me?
Fong Jing sat on the chair beside the bed and responded, I was afraid you'd sleep yourself to death, unable to wake up when called.
Upon hearing this, he clicked his tongue.
Fong Jing continued, or maybe you should tell your sister first.
Zhong Yuan helplessly replied, it's 1:00 a.m. now.
She's already asleep, and besides, she probably doesn't want to see me in the next couple of days.
Fong Jing was puzzled, why?
As he recalled the little girl from back then, Zhong Yuan explained, Lan Lan has always wanted to be strong. Every time she lost a competition, she'd hide in a corner and cry, always looking like she was unwilling to accept it. Then, with an angry glance at Fong Jing, he reminded him, she asked me to keep it a secret and have you train her. I won't interfere with this matter, but you'd better not teach her any weird stuff. Fong Jing, understanding the situation, replied, I still have some principles about this. Just to be safe, let's test this sleeping thing, Zhong Yuan said.
I'll sleep for 5 minutes, and you try to wake me up. As he spoke, Zhong Yuan lay down on the bed.
At first, Fong Jing was a little surprised, but then he understood the issue and quietly sat, waiting while watching Zhong Yuan sleep. A while later, he leaned closer to Zhong Yuan's ear and said, Your sister was beaten by someone from the Hualang Academy.
Zhong Yuan slept soundly, not reacting at all.
Fong Jing then thought of something even more complicated and, gesturing with his hands, said, Jiang Tiansu kidnapped your sister.
Lan Lan wants to run away with me.
Yuan, I've been attacked by people from the Hualang Academy, please wake up, Lin Dong Leang said, urging his sister to absorb the Void Star. But Zhong Yuan remained motionless.
At that moment, Fong Jing helplessly looked down, thinking, is he really not going to wake up? Could it be that even though he's asleep, he can still discern between what's real and fake and just isn't reacting?
Then, he silently made a vow, I am a mutant, and so are you. But you're the only one of my kind that I've encountered. No matter what happens this time, I will find a way to help you. The scene shifted to another space, where a grand and magnificent building appeared, its lights twinkling under the night sky. Inside a hospital room, a doctor was reporting to a woman, Madam, we truly did everything we could. The woman gazed into the glass room where Cui Shangxi, severely injured and unconscious, was receiving oxygen. The doctor continued, young Master Shang could have been struck by a mental attack from a void energy wielder, and we can't dispel it. The woman looked inside, frowning as she pondered. Her son was the trump card she used to control the Cui family, this absolutely couldn't happen. At a critical time like this, these two useless healers from Sini Guo couldn't do a thing. Suddenly, as though struck by an idea, her eyes lit up. She turned and hurried off, calculating in her mind, that's right, Nation H has an administrative bureau that specializes in managing the areas where energy users commit crimes.
I can use the name of Simi Gui to put pressure on them. Let them find an expert to rescue the person.
The phone screen displayed an incoming call from Ji Xiaorua AI. Jiang Si Yuan, who was working on her computer, immediately picked up the call.
You're calling me at 1 a.m., little brother. You're not drunk and asking someone to come pick up a corpse, are you?
By this time, she had already walked out onto the balcony and replied to the person on the other end.
Is it the black-haired girl with straight, long hair you asked me to find last time?
Don't mention it, I've gone through all the hairstyles in the student list, but still couldn't find her. Zhang Tiansu, whose head was wrapped in bandages, responded with a helpless expression.
Don't bother searching anymore. I already know who it is. There was a loud question from the other end, who?
He quickly replied, first year, special class, Zhong Yuan.
Jiang Si Yuan was so shocked by the answer that she couldn't help but think to herself, Zhong Yuan, the disciplined guy Ying was looking for a few days ago? While thinking, she looked over at Su Yuan, who was sound asleep in the room.
After finishing the call, Jiang Si Yuan sat back down at her desk, lost in thought.
Forget the gender for now, the hairstyle doesn't match either.
As she looked at the information on her computer, she began to break out in a cold sweat.
Damn, it really is him. Try changing his hairstyle with Photoshop. The male and female student council uniforms look similar, which could easily cause confusion.
Then, the image of Zhong Yuan was altered to change his hairstyle.
Jiang Si Yuan sent the Photoshop-edited picture to Jiang Tiansu and asked, little brother, is this the person?
When Jiang Tiansu saw the picture, he immediately started blushing.
It's him, wait, calm down, what am I thinking? That's the guy.
A different personality appeared, protesting.
Well, he's pretty handsome.
Saving the picture to look at later isn't a bad idea, might as well consider it stalking.
Right, stalking. After a while, he decided to save the photo and then texted his sister, do you still have it? His sister replied, what?
He responded briefly, the picture, 5 million apiece, no credit. He then added, I'll take 100 pictures, and transfer 5 million to you. The next morning, Zhong Lan was deep in sleep. The sunlight outside shone onto her bed, making the scene look so peaceful. Her phone displayed a notification, today is the 22 ND of the month, Sunday, with clear weather and mild temperature. Finally, she woke up after a long sleep and sneezed.
Maybe she had caught a cold. Zhong Lan, still dazed, thought, is it already morning?
Then she panicked as she looked at her face in the mirror, her eyes swollen and dark circles around them. She thought to herself, oh no, I cried so much last night, my eyes are all puffed up.
How am I supposed to go outside now? Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Zhong Lan was surprised. Why is Fong Jing calling me so early? Did something happen to my brother?
She quickly picked up the phone, not even having time to greet him. On the other end of the line, Fong Jing interrupted, your brother is fine, he just had a mild allergic reaction after the injection and is being observed at the hospital.
Zhong Lan asked him, puzzled, is the allergy due to G? Fong Jing replied, you'll learn about that in 2 years.
Anyway, your brother is in good health, he's just sleeping like the dead right now, no matter how much we call, he won't wake up. Zhong Lan casually said, that's normal for him. You have to shout right in his face to get him up.
Fong Jing then opened the recording app on his phone and told Zhong Lan, how about you try calling him? Zhong Lan put all his strength into a loud shout, get up. The sun's shining on your butt, get up and make breakfast for me.
Zhong Yuan, deep in a sound sleep, didn't wake up no matter how many times Fong Jing had called him, but groggily opened his eyes and sluggishly replied, what do you want to eat?
I'll go make it right away.
Zhong Lan, on the other end of the phone, laughed and teased, stupid brother, you're so out of it from sleep, how can you cook when you're at the hospital? You should rest. At this point, Zhong Yuan was fully awake, and he gently responded, oh. Zhong Lan continued, for the next 2 days, you'll have to eat with your roommate, don't worry about me.
Get lost. Zhong Yuan answered softly.
After hanging up, he turned to Fong Jing and said, "It's midnight, why are you still calling Lan Lan?" Fong Jing showed him the phone and asked,
"Try checking what time it is now." The phone shows it's 7:21 in the morning.
Zhong Yuan stared at the time, feeling confused. "I just slept for a minute," he said, then snatched Fong Jing's phone to double-check, only to be shocked and alarmed.
"Huh? Is it already morning?"
Fong Jing thought for a moment before replying, "Maybe your sense of time is different from others."
"I'll edit the recording of our phone call and send it to you as an alarm." Zhong Yuan thought the idea was not bad and responded, "Thanks. I'm glad you thought of it."
Fong Jing pushed his glasses up and smiled smugly, "You're too kind, too kind." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Yuan went back to lying down to sleep.
He calmly said, "Since the alarm is set, I'm going back to sleep. If the alarm doesn't work, you'll have to come up with something else." Fong Jing, annoyed, shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, hey."
He almost didn't give Zhong Yuan the chance to continue sleeping. The two of them walked together to the school dining hall.
On the way, Zhong Yuan suggested, "By the way, can I add a kitchen to my dorm now?"
Fong Jing was speechless at his level of demands.
"You're really something."
In the office of the senior commanders, Commanderin was talking with the director of the Rift Management Bureau.
The director then asked, "Commanderin, is Zhong Yuan acting cute with you?"
Upon hearing this, Commanderin spit out the tea he was drinking.
He immediately scowled and refused to answer. "Wang Padi, director of the Rift Management Bureau," he said seriously. "Don't laugh, I'm serious. There's a problem with Zhong Yuan's file, it's been tormenting me the whole evening. Sinigua's scrawny calf was beaten by Zhong Yuan.
His mother raised a huge fuss with the Bureau of Case Control, trying to pressure them into punishing him.
The people below took a look at Zhong Yuan's file, top-level confidentiality.
Even I, the bureau chief, can't access it. I had to pull some strings just to check acting cute." Chief Wang coldly asked, "Commanderin, don't tell me you don't know that cute bears are protected from hunting, and you're also unaware that the absorption rate for acting cute is extremely low. The fact that this kid has the ability acting cute already raises serious concerns." Commanderin spoke reassuringly, "Chief Wang, I know the inside story here, and the conclusion is that there's nothing wrong." Although he said this on the surface, deep down Commanderin thought, compared to this trivial matter, the reverse encirclement ability several times stronger, like the one demon Howling Joy King used when he fought Shangguani, is what truly needs attention. Commanderin spoke up, "Zhong Yuan's abilities far surpass what you see on paper. I was planning to recommend him for Jiuchu, and I hope Chief Wang will allow it.
Please don't add a black mark to his file."
In Sinigua's hospital room, the subordinates were reporting the situation to Madam of the Chui family. "Madam, we've already filed a protest with Nation H.
Once they resume work tomorrow, we're certain there will be news."
Madam Chui, her face twisted with anxious anger, shouted.
He understood the beep.
It had to be today. The Nation H's organizing committee would only be effective for 24 hours.
After that, it would be beyond saving.
At that moment, the door was opened, and Commanderin, along with his assistant Xiao Qin, entered.
The bodyguard from the Chui family, standing guard, cautiously asked, "Who is it?"
The madam of the Chui family quickly wiped the tears from her face. As soon as Xiao Qin entered, he pointed at Commanderin and introduced, "This is the commander from the Huadong military region, here to visit and check on the injured foreign friends." When Madame Chui saw that it was the commander who had arrived, she thought to herself, the commander came in person.
It seems the protest has had an effect. Is Nation H finally going to take action to save him?
She anxiously looked at Chui Shangxi, lying unconscious on the bed. As soon as Commanderin entered, he used a special technique to assess Chui Shangxi's injuries.
After a quick glance, he asked, "How many abilities does he have?"
Madame Chui, standing beside him, nervously replied, 3.
He then asked, "Is one of them the most common type of mimicry seen in Sinigua?" Madame Chui answered frankly, "Yes, that's right.
After thoroughly examining Cui Shangxi's condition, Commander Ren concluded, this child has suffered from a counteraction of his mimicry abilities. He only has 3 abilities, but he's mimicking skills that exceed that number. His brain has been continuously damaged by void energy, which is why it has come to this.
Upon hearing this conclusion, Madame Cui felt a chill run through her body and couldn't refute anything.
She collapsed to the ground in tears, sobbing, let that Suri person come, no matter the cost.
Lian coldly stated, it's not about money.
His face darkened, expressionless, as he continued, you must have seen the surveillance footage. A fair competition, yet he resorted to a sneak attack simulation and got what he deserved when it backfired.
Nation H will not take responsibility. Hearing Lian refuse to take responsibility, the woman erupted in fury, threatening, not take responsibility? Do you know who's backing that boy?
The Cui family's conglomerate, powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand in Sinigua.
Lian didn't back down, his voice icy as he warned, and do you know who's backing Zhong Yuan? She froze, puzzled, and muttered, what? Lian, you don't bother with trivial matters like this anymore.
He turned to leave, adding, Zhong Yuan's backing is the entirety of Nation H. At those words, the Cui family matriarch's face paled, and she collapsed to the ground. She knew her son was beyond saving. A desperate, anguished scream echoed from the hospital room.
Lian and Xiaoqin stepped into the elevator.
After a moment of thought, he said, the Cui family is easy to deal with. The real trouble lies with Jiang Tiansu.
Xiaoqin, confused, asked, didn't Jiang Tiansu say he wouldn't pursue the matter?
Lian sighed heavily, that's exactly the problem.
The young master of the Jiang family says he's taken a liking to Zhong Yuan's little sister, and his current attitude shows he has no intention of giving up the pursuit.
Xiaoqin was left speechless, unsure how to handle the situation.
Ugh, this. Lian shook his head.
Later, I'll go buy a legal book, give him a hint, Xiaoqin asked slyly.
Physical punishment or mental? Commander Ren pondered. Both combined. Early in the morning, the Zhong family brothers and Fong Jing walked towards the dining hall.
Zhong Lan hummed a little tune as she walked, huh. Zhong Yuan, missing his younger sister, gently said, come on, you're still growing, just sleep a bit more in the morning. When the kitchen in your dorm is finished tomorrow, I'll make breakfast for you and bring it over. Lan Lan looked at him with her big, sparkling eyes and coquettishly said, I don't want to. Hearing his sister say that, Zhong Yuan felt like he had been slapped on the ear, and he panicked, thinking, is it because my cooking isn't good? Zhong Lan hurriedly waved her hand to explain, no, your breakfast is definitely delicious. But if you get up early to cook, you'll be really tired. Also, the breakfast in the cafeteria is both plentiful and tasty, I'll let you try it. Zhong Yuan, seeing his sister's concern for him, happily said, he thought to himself, even though I don't have a sense of taste, I can already taste sweetness now. As everyone entered the cafeteria, suddenly, Shangguani ran over holding a bamboo steamer full of buns. Zhong Yuan, on guard, thought, Shangguani, what's he suddenly rushing over for, holding a steaming basket in his hand? Is he planning to attack from a distance with hot food? Zhong Yuan immediately stepped in front of Zhong Lan, warily watching Shangguani. Far from what he had imagined, Shangguani stepped forward, knelt down, opened the steaming basket, and said, here is your Xiaolongbao, sir. It was as if he had transformed into a dog trying to please Zhong Yuan. If he had a tail right now, he would have been wagging it in front of him. Zhong Lan witnessed this scene and, in a panic, said, outside the canteen, there's a person using a giant bao to propose to my brother. Fong Jing calmly responded, Xiaolan Lan, that's your dog. After the embarrassing event, everyone walked into the dining hall. Zhong Lan picked up a giant bao, took a bite, and happily said, yum, this giant bao is so delicious. Seeing Shangguani in a pitiful state, Zhong Lan turned around and sweetly pleaded with Zhong Yuan, asking him to stop making him act like a dog. Zhong Yuan told him that it wasn't quite right to make someone act like a dog, but he advised him to be human instead. Shangguani smiled and refused, he felt that being a dog wasn't too bad. Zhong Lan ran over, loosened Zhong Yuan's hair, and comforted him, Shangguani, don't be scared like that. Although my brother doesn't like to smile, he's actually a really good person." As she spoke, she released Zhong Yuan's hair, making him look much gentler, quite different from his usual self. Seeing Zhong Yuan indulge his younger sister, no matter what Zhong Lan did, Zhong Yuan just sat still and let her play.
Shang Guanyi stood there, wide-eyed and surprised.
He knew that Zhong Yuan was the kindest and warmest person in the world, but one still had to show some respect.
Zhong Yuan coldly said, "I told you not to be afraid, so don't be." After a while, Zhong Yuan had successfully transformed into a gentle figure.
Zhong Lan was happy with the result she had just created, switching to activation mode.
"Big brother, today you have to be gentle, no bullying the classmates."
Zhong Yuan darkened his face and angrily chased after her. Zhong Lan also wanted to change her hairstyle. The effect of switching status is to switch the statuses of both sides. You have to change your hairstyle too. The two played happily together.
Zhong Lan tightly held onto her hair, not allowing Zhong Yuan to touch it. "Ah, don't."
In the end, Zhong Yuan caught her and quickly tied her hair up.
She could only cry inside, resigned. Sigh.
Shang Guanyi, who had never seen this side of Zhong Yuan, was stunned, speechless. Fong Jing, sitting next to him, patted his shoulder.
"Stop being dumbfounded, go enjoy his dog food."
The image of Zhong Yuan letting her hair down was caught by Zhang Si Yuan at the dining hall. She quickly took out her phone to snap a picture, thinking to herself, draw an SSR Zhong Yuan card. The selling price for the bro must increase by more than 448%. After taking the photo of Zhong Yuan, she quickly edited it on Photoshop, making Zhong Yuan look just like a perfect girl with no flaws. Hee, I must use AI to change the clothes and makeup to make her look like a pure young girl. Of course, switching status means everything has to be changed. In the afternoon, in the special class, the homeroom teacher announced, according to the latest announcement, students who score below 85 in cultural subjects will not be considered for graduation nor allowed to participate in the university tournament. Students who are not good at academic subjects should try harder, otherwise they will be held back, just like this student. After saying this, the teacher pointed to a troublemaker standing beside him to warn and remind everyone to pay more attention to their studies. Once the teacher finished speaking, he turned to Zhong Lan. "Zhong Lan, your situation is special, you don't need to attend regular classes with the others, just go directly to find your previous tutor."
Zhong Lan stood up to pack her books and asked the homeroom teacher, "Yes, should I go now?" The homeroom teacher replied, "Yes." After Zhong Lan left, an empty seat appeared in the class. The teacher pointed to Shang Guanyi and arranged, "Shang Guanyi, you temporarily sit in Zhong Lan's seat." Once the seating was arranged, the homeroom teacher began the lesson. "Today we will talk about operations between sets." Shang Guanyi, with a serious expression and sweat on his face, looked at his book but didn't understand a single word. "Adding the empty set? What is all this? Even if I study it again, I still won't understand." Director Gu said Zhong Yuan is a top student. If I ask him, he won't beat me up, right?
Miss Lan switched to a gentle tone with him this morning, maybe I should give it a try.
Shang Guanyi mustered up all his courage, raised his book, and asked Zhong Yuan, Zhong Yuan, could you teach me how to solve this problem?"
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan was willing to help Shang Guanyi. Set M has 3 elements, set N. Shang Guanyi felt so happy that he could have cried like a dog when Zhong Yuan agreed to teach him.
He really agreed to teach me. Woof woof hoo. So gentle. Seeing that Shang Guanyi wasn't paying attention, Zhong Yuan turned to ask him, "Are you even listening?" Shang Guanyi, like a little puppy, his eyes bright, wagging his tail and acting cute, replied, "I'm listening, aren't I?" The homeroom teacher, seeing Zhong Yuan teaching Shang Guanyi, was quite pleased. Shang Guanyi directly asking the lesson's top student was also a way of learning.
Let them do what they want. 10 minutes later, Shang Guanyi drove Zhong Yuan crazy. In anger, Zhong Yuan pointed at the homework and shouted 5 times. The same question, he asked 5 times. Seeing him get angry, Shang Guanyi panicked and started crying, sobbing softly. Finally, unable to tolerate Shang Guanyi's pig-headedness any longer, Zhong Yuan decided to tie his hair up. With a glare like a bullet, he threatened, "If you don't get it right, I'll kill you." After washing his hair, Shang Guanyi saw that Zhong Yuan had tied his hair up and nearly fainted in fear. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, terrified that he might be killed at any moment.
That's it, the gentle attitude is gone now.
Just as he was panicking, the teacher called him to the board. "Shang Guanyi, come up and solve this problem." He slowly made his way to the board, his legs wobbling and swaying. He felt a dark force staring at him from behind. Just one wrong move, and he'd be sent straight to a haunted house. Luckily, he finally got it right, and the teacher praised him. "Well done."
Shang Guanyi wiped his sweat and sighed in relief.
Zhong Yuan turned his face away, refusing to look at him. As soon as he sat back down, Shang Guanyi was startled.
Did he just walk through the gates of hell?
In the afternoon after school, the two were leisurely walking together.
Fong Jing asked, "Hey, why isn't Lan Lan doing her hair?"
Zhong Yuan replied, "She started attending the cultural class by herself today. From now on, we'll mostly meet up at the canteen."
Fong Jing was confused by this.
Zhong Yuan was usually close to his sister, but today, he had let her go alone.
That's odd. You didn't go with her? Fong Jing asked.
Zhong Yuan sighed, thinking about how she wanted to be independent and not rely on her older brother anymore. He said, "I wanted to go, but she's not a child anymore.
She can't ask me for help with everything." Zhong Yuan then remembered the competition with Hua Lang's side. He asked, "Didn't anyone from the Hua Lang Academy come to cause trouble?" Fong Jing replied nonchalantly, "Trouble? The old fox already dealt with it."
Zhong Yuan was surprised.
"Commander and stepped in?"
Fong Jing said seriously, "It's likely because he values your abilities, just like that Lin person wanting you to risk your life for the military district."
Zhong Yuan interrupted, "They're not the same."
Zhong Yuan thought to himself, Lin Dong Leang had used his accident to force Lan Lan, who was still underage, onto the battlefield.
Commander and hadn't asked him for any mission.
Seeing this, Fong Jing pulled out his phone to show Zhong Yuan something.
"All right, stop talking," he said. "Give me a clue." On the phone's leaderboard, the Void Energy Wielder Nation H youth rankings are displayed.
Zhou Minai is ranked 137th, and Jiang Tiansu is ranked 138th.
Upon seeing Zhong Ni's name on the rankings, Zhong Yuan's face darkened, and he angrily prepared to teach him a lesson.
Fong Jing, still unaware, continued to gloat, proudly showing off.
"So, what do you think? Is the name this time to your liking?"
"Both names are on the list, so in the future, if you want Xin Ming, you'll get Xin Ming, if you want Zhong and I, it's Zhong and I." While boasting, Fong Jing suddenly received a few punches.
"Bop! Bop!"
Zhong Yuan angrily brushed his hands off.
After receiving the blows, Fong Jing finally understood. It's not an I but Yuan. It has two hooks underneath.
Right, Zhong Yuan, next time don't mix up the names," Fong Jing said, holding his head in pain. "Sigh, the real name on the leaderboard is meant to make an appearance before the public, and the trouble will never stop knocking on its door." In Fong Jing's training room, filled with all kinds of professional training equipment, Fong Jing was training Zhong Lan to enhance her combat abilities, while Shang Guanyi sat in a corner, quietly observing their practice.
Zhong Lan delivered a kick that was both fast and accurate, showing great potential. She turned back and asked Fong Jing, "Was my move just now correct?"
Fong Jing immediately praised her, "Very good, very standard. You're learning even faster than your brother."
Zhong Lan, surprised, asked, "Really?"
Fong Jing recalled the terrifying image of Zhong Yuan's training, the intense drills he had forced his brother through, and it seemed to appear before his eyes.
Some coach who doesn't want to reveal their name.
The more Fong Jing thought about it, the scarier it seemed.
Zhong Lan, upon hearing Fong Jing praise his potential, practiced frantically. "Humph, you want to surpass me while I'm unaware." Fong Jing then thought to himself, "Actually, I already know." Fong Jing placed a rabbit ear headband on Shang Guanyi's head. He said, "This doesn't seem quite right." Shang Guanyi tried to spar with him for a few moves. Seeing him wearing the rabbit ear headband and sweating profusely, Fong Jing comforted him, "Don't be afraid of getting hurt, I'm here." Shang Guanyi hesitantly stepped forward. "Then I'll go." Zhonglan confidently declared, "Let's go, I'll take the lead." That evening, Zhong Yuan was studying in his dorm room when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Zhong Yuan asked, "It's midnight, who is it?" He opened the door and immediately heard barking, "Woof woof 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 woof." Shang Guanyi then tightly hugged Zhong Yuan's leg and refused to let go. Zhong Yuan, losing patience, said, "Speak like a human." Shang Guanyi began crying and pleaded, "Save me, teach me, I want to become stronger." Zhong Yuan asked, "What makes you think I'll teach you?" Shang Guanyi, sobbing with tears and snot running down his face, said, "I know, you're super kind like Miss Lan said, you've taught algebra 5 times and only got angry once." Zhong Yuan, remembering the algebra lesson he had given him that morning, got furious. He kicked him far away and coldly said, "No, I'm not kind. Let go." Seeing Zhong Yuan's firm refusal, Shang Guanyi humbly begged, "I was wrong, I really was wrong, I'm sorry. I, along with Wang Side, was blind to challenge you. Actually, I'm really weak, I couldn't even beat Miss Lan." Hearing Shang Guanyi mention fighting with Zhonglan, Zhong Yuan immediately grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up as if he were a chicken, and angrily asked, "You fought with Lan Lan?" Shang Guanyi straightforwardly explained everything to Zhong Yuan. "That's right, Fong Jing told me to train with Miss Lan, and she beat me more than 10 times. I couldn't even change hands." After saying that, Shang Guanyi humbly begged, "If it continues like this, I'm not even worthy to be your dog anymore. I don't want that. I want to become stronger. Please, I can endure hardships and will listen to you in everything." Seeing that Shang Guanyi was being so sincere, Zhong Yuan felt a little moved. He gently said, "All right, in order for you to train with Lan Lan, I'll help make you stronger. From now on, every time Lan Lan has special training, you need to record the whole process and send it to me, but don't let her know." Shang Guanyi was thrilled that Zhong Yuan had agreed to teach him, showing his utmost determination, "No problem." He thought to himself, probably because Fong Jing was afraid that his sister would be spoiled, so he had asked him to supervise. It made sense. Zhong Yuan, on the other hand, thought that this time, he didn't want to miss out on Lan Lan's growth journey. Shang Guanyi's eyes lit up with excitement, and with enthusiasm, he asked, "Can we start training right now?" Zhong Yuan was left speechless by this thought. It was already midnight, didn't he fear dying from exhaustion? Shang Guanyi immediately put on a fearless, determined expression and said courageously, "If training doesn't kill me, I'll train until I die." Zhong Yuan did not disappoint his expectations, and immediately acted, using his attacking abilities against Shang Guanyi. He thought to himself, the improvement of a void energy wielder mainly lies in physical strength, combat skills, mental power, and the efficiency of using abilities. Shang Guanyi's foundation isn't bad. I really can't fight him without using my abilities, but I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him if I use my Grandmaster fighting style. Starting by just parrying a few blows, Shang Guanyi relentlessly attacked him, but Zhong Yuan only defended and did not counter. 2 hours later, Shang Guanyi was completely exhausted, his limbs heavy, nearly fainting from fatigue. In stark contrast, Zhong Yuan remained as calm as if nothing had happened. He thought, after such a long fight, I don't see any significant improvement from him. On the contrary, I become quite adept at the Grandmaster fighting style, and now I can precisely control the level of force to avoid killing him. Zhong Yuan, in a fit of anger, transformed into a beast, thinking, who exactly is training whom? Shang Guanyi sat down to rest where he could no longer fight, but he felt that he was getting stronger. Zhong Yuan was surprised and said, Shang Guanyi seriously assessed, the me from before wouldn't have been able to make you leave your starting position, but just now, you took a step. He then pointed to the small step where Zhong Yuan was standing, causing him to startle and look down. Shang Guanyi, feeling a sense of achievement, happily said, your small step is a big step for me. This month, I want to make you step 1 meter away from where you started.
In the evening at Shangjing City, Jiuchu Yuan Zi.
A deep, steady voice of a middle-aged man rang out. Eighth brother has retired. Opposite Chi uncle sat a beautiful young woman. Chi uncle poured tea and handed it to her. The young woman then asked, "What's going on? Isn't eighth brother helping the Bureau of Case Control investigate a case?" Chi uncle confirmed, "That's right.
The recent increase in cross-border cases has also uncovered some clues regarding old cases." Just as eighth brother was about to conduct a thorough investigation, he was severely injured and missed the deadline where Su-ri could have still saved him. Upon saying this, Chi uncle's face darkened, suspecting that the other party had a very high rank, and there were insiders in the military zone, but in front of him, this was merely a speculation lacking solid evidence.
The young woman then asked another question, "With the eighth position vacant, who are you planning to put in it?"
Chi uncle had already thought this through, and replied, "And Guan Feng recommended someone to me, a 16-year-old this year, still studying at Chang'ing Academy.
His abilities are not ordinary." The young woman was surprised and asked, "A classmate of Fong Jing?" Seeing that the young woman seemed to know him, Chi uncle asked, "Have you met him before?"
The young woman sipped her tea and pondered, perhaps Chi uncle should consider it carefully.
"No matter what, it's still worth looking into.
Just recently, he used his real name to make the youth list."
"Let my less than ideal student meet him then."
Early the next morning, at Chang'ing Academy, Yenta entered the office in an orderly manner and greeted, "Hello, classmate Zhong Yuan, my name is Yenta, team leader of the Southern Military District's Vanguard team, ranked 150th on the youth rankings.
I have come here today to challenge you."
Lu Wen, the head teacher in charge, spoke up, "Zhong Yuan, you are currently ranked 137th. If you don't accept the challenge, your rankings will be swapped." Zhong Yuan thought to himself, it doesn't make sense for him to come all the way from Huanan to Huadong to challenge me over a 13-rank difference. Jiang Shen immediately agreed, "I accept your challenge." He then thought, to understand his purpose, "I have no choice but to fight." Outside the Chang'ing yard, Zhang Tiansu led a group of people, with Xiuren following behind. He urged, "Hurry up, President, as long as you give the order, we'll immediately bring Zhong Yuan back to Hualang." Seeing his subordinates talking about taking Zhong Yuan back, Zhang Tiansu blushed with embarrassment and said, "Hualang, we are a respectable academy, what is this talk about kidnapping the vice president?"
"Don't speak nonsense."
Xiuren whispered to him, "President, no need to explain. We'll help you clear the obstacles on your path to love." Zhang Tiansu, already a little embarrassed, stubbornly replied, "Don't misunderstand, I simply admire him." Zhang Tiansu was shy, but her mood had already blossomed. The main reason we're here at Chang'ing Academy today is to apologize to him.
As for cornering someone, it depends on fate, it can't be forced.
At this moment, in the hall, Zhong Yuan was preparing to fight Yen Ta. The referee for the match was Gu Yan, the head of academic affairs, with Lu Wen, the instructor, observing from the side.
Fong Jing and Shang Guanyi were also standing nearby, watching eagerly.
Gu Yan spoke up to announce the rules, "The boundaries of the training field have been set, and no other students will interrupt.
I will be the witness for this ranking match. Once you're ready, you may begin." After Gu Yan's words, Yen Ta drew his sword and said, "Zhong Yuan, aren't you going to use a weapon?"
Zhong Yuan replied bluntly, "Your ranking is lower than mine, so I'll let you have one strike."
Yen Ta, hearing this, didn't hold back any longer and immediately began his attacks. "If you don't mind, I'll start now."
Yen Ta drew his sword and charged straight at Zhong Yuan, but Zhong Yuan nimbly dodged.
Yen Ta praised, "Good footwork."
Then he unleashed a series of deadly strikes, but Zhong Yuan deftly avoided every one. He thought to himself, he's only using the sword, not his void energy.
How does he intend to fight? Shang Guanyi, cheering from the side, shouted, "Zhong Yuan, 666. Defeat him, don't hold back. If you get hurt, Fong Jing is here to handle it." Fong Jing, observing Yen Ta closely, remarked, "Isn't this kid a student of Chi uncle? Has he been sent by that bunch from the dilapidated courtyard to test Yuan's strength?"
After a while of testing his abilities, Yen Ta said, you're ranked 137th, that's really low.
Zhong Yuan responded modestly, that's the same. Yen Ta, you're even more serious. From now on, I'll really fight.
With his sword, Yen Ta performed a move, the wind blade forming a quick whirlwind that shot straight toward Zhong Yuan, but it missed him entirely. Zhong Yuan observed and thought to himself, why didn't he aim properly at me?
Is he trying to show off his Grandmaster level abilities?
But Yen Ta then jumped high, shouting, be careful, and quickly sent two strong gusts of wind charging toward Zhong Yuan.
Second Blade of Justice.
Zhong Yuan stood still, calm and composed, but the two attacks didn't fully land on him.
He spoke up, attacking so cautiously, do you look down on me?
Seeing him say that, Yen Ta responded by mentioning his own achievements, my fastest sword speed is 18 strikes in 5 seconds.
I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Zhong Yuan calmly waved his hand, signaling, no need to hold back, just use your ultimate technique.
Yen Ta immediately changed his attitude, no longer hesitant, and with respect, he complied. At that moment, Yen Ta truly unleashed his attack. A huge gust of wind formed a massive whirlwind, with successive whirlwinds charging toward Zhong Yuan. Fifth Blade of Justice was no longer made of small tornadoes, but a raging storm crashing forward, its destructive power significantly greater. Zhong Yuan faced the whirlwind, his mind racing with tension.
At such a close angle, unless I fly, there's no way to dodge.
After speaking, Zhong Yuan used all his strength to leap into the air. Yen Tua, seeing Zhong Yuan soar upward, was stunned for a moment.
Nice move, choosing to fly up, but my wind blade lasts for 3 seconds.
If you jump now, you'll still be hit when you fall. Worried that Zhong Yuan might not be able to withstand the attack, Yen Tua shouted, Fong Jing, quickly use life resonance on him.
Hearing this, Fong Jing immediately responded with a dismissive tone, are you kidding? Life resonance on him? Do I even have a life left? Yen Tua, seeing the situation worsening, began to sweat nervously, why isn't Fong Jing making a move? We're doomed. I've really gotten myself into trouble this time.
But before he could panic further, Yen Tua froze.
Zhong Yuan flew up, then froze the air.
He coldly spoke, everything has been frozen, including the air.
Seeing Zhong Yuan slowly descending after freezing the air, Gu Techer was astonished, freezing the air can really make him descend so slowly?
Fong Jing quickly fabricated an explanation, normally, he's lightweight. He then thought to himself, his weight can be lifted with just one hand, even surpassing the limits of human capacity. Shang Guanyi, standing on the side, heard Fong Jing's explanation and immediately rebutted, the rate of free fall has nothing to do with weight.
I'm not good at physics, so don't try to fool me.
Fong Jing, seeing Shang Guanyi's counterargument, decided to teach him a lesson. Zhong Yuan froze the air above, causing the air to cool and contract to a higher density, creating strong convection with the air below. The wind resistance due to the intense convection partially counteracted gravity, reducing his falling acceleration. It is known that Zhong Yuan took 3 seconds to fall from a height of 8 meters to the ground.
What was his instantaneous speed just before landing?
Shang Guanyi heard Fong Jing's words ringing in his ears, panic-stricken, he hugged his head and said, stop talking, I admit I'm a fool. Seeing that Zhong Yuan safely touched the ground without any injury, Yen Ta sighed, the way you broke my fifth blade of justice is indeed impressive, but now the room temperature is very low.
You can't use the same move again. With that, Yen Ta launched the fifth blade of justice once more.
As the wind currents appeared, Zhong Yuan quickly dodged and accelerated, charging rapidly toward Yen Ta. His figure was so fast that it was nearly impossible to see. Zhong Yuan casually said, unfortunately, I have already seen through the trajectory of your fifth blade of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yen Ta, darkly stating, you can't use the same move again either. Then, he initiated a skill exchange with Yen Ta. Yen Ta resisted, sweat beads appearing on his face, yet he broke through his own fifth blade of justice by pushing forward. What speed is this? Yen Ta looked down at the ground, suddenly surprised to see a trail of water. He slid through, the humidity in the air froze and melted on the ground, reducing the friction. Seeing Zhong Yuan charging toward him, Yen Ta immediately used the wind jade wall, creating an immense whirlwind at close range to ambush Zhong Yuan from both sides.
Yen Ta was smug, naive, thinking this would be enough to defeat me?
Zhong Yuan forcefully threw a punch, a master-level strike. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. He punched Yen Ta, disfiguring his face and temporarily throwing him off balance. Yen Ta staggered, struggling to rise, and replied with a smile, "Cough, cough, cough, you actually managed to break through my wind jade wall from the front.
You really are strong, but now you must be so injured that..."
Before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Yuan performed a life-saving move.
He proudly said, "I have reincarnation, do you? If not, then quickly admit defeat and call for treatment."
Yen Ta, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in shock and spat out a mouthful of blood. Helplessly, he said, I lost."
The academic supervisor, Gu Yen, raised his hand, looked at Zhong Yuan, and called out, "Did you win, Zhong Yuan?" Shang Guani jumped up in joy, "That's awesome."
Luan rushed over and hugged Zhong Yuan tightly, happily saying, "That's great, Yuan, well done." Zhong Yuan, being tightly hugged by her, said, "Coach, you're hugging me too tight.
I can't breathe."
Fong Jing, who was treating Yen Ta, sneered and thought, "I doubt the authenticity of your claim that you're having trouble breathing."
After the fight, Zhong Yuan began to make peace with Yen Ta.
Yen Ta admired and said, "Zhong Yuan, your strength and demeanor truly command respect. I have gained a lot from this competition." Zhong Yuan also held Yen Ta in high regard, he was quite skilled as well. "I have learned a lot of valuable experience too." Yen Ta replied, "In the future, when you come to Guangyuan City, we'll continue our competition." As they were enjoying their conversation, Jiang Tiansu and his group walked in. Head of the Academic Affairs Department, Gu Yen, said, "Jiang Tiansu, why did you rush in here? Why didn't the campus guards stop them?" Xiao Run, arms crossed, remarked, "The guards here still need to improve their resistance to the allure of money." Jiang Tiansu saw Zhong Yuan shaking hands with Yen Ta and wondered, did they just fight each other and are now shaking hands as friends? At this moment, Jiang Tiansu's thoughts split into two directions. One was to step forward and challenge Zhong Yuan, believing that after a fight, they could shake hands, and the other was fear that he might be beaten to death by him. Caught in this dilemma, Xiao Ren walked up and patted him on the shoulder, continuing, "President, why are you standing there in a daze?" Jiang Tiansu snapped out of his thoughts, blushing as he said, "Oh, right." Gathering all his courage, Jiang Tiansu stepped forward to Zhong Yuan and said, "Zhong Yuan, I sincerely invite you on behalf of Hualang Academy to join us." Jiang Tiansu said seriously, "If you come, you'll receive a monthly allowance of 30,000, and we will provide all the Void Star resources and training materials free of charge. After I graduate, you'll be the next president of the student council. The position is equivalent to that of the principal, only second to the academy's colleagues." Yen Tua, who was eavesdropping, found it interesting. With such conditions, even he was tempted. How would Zhong Yuan choose? When Zhong Yuan saw Jiang Tiansu arrive, his cold, expressionless face said, "I refuse." He thought to himself, "To think he even dares to attempt to undermine me. If it weren't in front of so many people, I would have killed him right then." Zhong Yuan rejected him outright. "Jiang Tiansu, I have principles and boundaries. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can meddle in anything you want." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansu felt a pang of unease. He remembered that the main purpose of coming here today was to apologize. It was ruined. Earlier, Xiao Ren had interrupted, and he hadn't had the chance to apologize to Zhong Yuan. Jiang Tiansu quickly clarified, "Zhong Yuan, the misunderstanding before was all my fault, I apologize. I thought the person I bumped into in the hallway was your sister. That's why I said those words, I had no ill intentions towards your sister." Zhong Yuan tried to recall the incident in the hallway and thought it might have been his sister. Oof. At that moment, Zhong Yuan suddenly realized that Jiang Tiansu liked him, and he blushed in surprise. "Ha!" The anger then erupted. Zhong Yuan shouted, glaring at the Hualang school group, "Get lost!
The group, seeing his blazing fury, quickly fled. Xiaorun, while running, dragged Jiang Tiansu along. President, run! If you don't, he'll be climbing mountains all night. Jiang Tiansu was confused. What do you mean by mountains with no mountains?
Director Gu criticized, these people from Hua Lang are truly lawless. We need to strengthen the academy's security forces. We can't let them sneak around and poach talented students from Chongqing without anyone knowing. Instructor Lu Wen said, Director Gu, you're underestimating Zhong Yuan.
She won't go to Hua Lang. Lu Wen then turned to ask, Zhong Yuan, right? He replied bluntly, yes. And thought to himself, if I transfer, Lan Lan will definitely follow me.
Chongqing's school system isn't great, but at least it's better than the gang-infested Hua Lang. For Lan Lan's growth, she can't transfer, no matter how much more money they'd offer. On the way back to the dorm, Zhong Yuan asked Fong Jing, you're friends with someone named Yinta, right? Fong Jing neither admitted nor denied it. Why do you think that? Zhong Yuan explained, you didn't make any sarcastic remarks but went straight to treat him. Fong Jing seriously said, we're not really friends, at most we've fought a couple of rounds, just happened to meet by chance. Him coming over to challenge you isn't exactly a bad thing, but it's not a good thing either. Zhong Yuan didn't want to think too deeply about it, so she said, in that case, the less trouble the better, just let him go. Fong Jing laughed, you really are something. At a fancy hotel. Yen Tuo was sitting seriously, writing a report about Zhong Yuan. Report, the subject of the assessment, Zhong Yuan, is evaluated as follows. Combatability, 9 points. Judgment ability, 8.5 points. Endurance, 10 points. Mental stability, 7.5 points. Leadership ability, unclear. Charismatic personality, 10 points. Point accumulation, 10 points. Additional explanation for the point accumulation. Firm will, loyalty to our army, unaffected by money, hard to be bought with benefits. Overall conclusion, excellent personal combatability, exceptionally strong on the spot judgment, calm and slightly negative personality. Regeneration ability far exceeds the average, with remarkable perseverance that cannot be ignored, body temperature lower than average. High aesthetic value. However, Yen Tuo carefully reviewed the report, then stroked his chin and thought, delete the last 2 points. A lower body temperature is very normal for a void energy wielder of the ice system. Judging by appearance alone isn't great. After careful consideration, Yen Tuo pressed send to submit the report. Report completed. A talent like this is indeed something that can be encountered but not sought. Once the higher-ups finish reviewing, he will be a reserve member of Jiuchu. At the Changning School cafeteria, Zhong Yuan sat pensively, staring at his phone. Zhong Lan then asked, brother, is something bothering you? Zhong Yuan recounted, I saw the news too late, and now I can't be happy anymore. The Golden Coffin exhibition during the Golden Week in October. This precious golden coffin will be displayed at the Shandong City Museum for 7 days. Everyone can make an appointment to view the exhibition. Zhong Lan, upon hearing this, felt confused. A golden coffin? What's so special about a coffin? Shang Guanyi, upon hearing this, immediately agreed, that's right. It's also the anniversary of Chongqing School, and it's coinciding with Golden Week. The Academy will prepare many activities, such as free movie screenings, theater performances, a mini amusement park, a night market food street, a music band performance, and a maid CAF. The more Shang Guanyi spoke, the brighter Zhong Lan's eyes became. She eagerly wanted to participate immediately. Fong Jing sat up and asked him, you want to go to the exhibition to see the golden coffin? Zhong Yuan, with a regretful tone, said, MHM? Fong Jing then suggested, actually, you can get a ranking badge. That way, you won't need to make an appointment. Zhong Yuan asked in surprise, there's such a privilege? Fong Jing proudly replied, yes, if you get the Xian Ming badge, you can go anytime. Zhong Yuan's face brightened, his eyes shining, really? Fong Jing casually answered, I'll make the arrangements for you.
What day are you thinking of going? Zhong Yuan immediately picked the 4th. He thought to himself, although skipping the appointment might be a bit excessive, the golden coffin holds the secret to his rebirth. Be sure to be careful, Fong Jing said as he called his mother. He said, Mom, assign me the task of cleaning the museum. Fong Jing's beautiful mother, sitting in the office, spoke calmly. My dear child has grown up. This is the first time someone has come asking for your mother's help. On the other end of the line, Fong Jing replied angrily, So, will you help or not? His mother said indifferently, Help. Of course, I will help. The last time you asked the Supervision Bureau to send the model of the school's Dao sword, was that also for your little brother? Lately, all the news about you seems to be connected to him. Fong Jing impatiently asked, What exactly are you trying to say? Fong Jing's mother replied calmly, Nothing really. I just wanted to ask Huang Jinzhou to come back to Shangjing and tell me more about your little brother. At this point, Fong Jing exploded with anger. He yelled, You didn't even call me back during the summer, and now you're calling? Mom, be honest with me, is this mess with Uncle Chi's institute trying to rush and force Qingni? Fong Jing's mother spoke softly, Come home, and I'll explain everything to you. In a secret office room, Ruan Kai was currently reviewing information and receiving instructions from Deng Tagua. According to Jiuyao's intelligence, Zhong Yuan, 16 years old, studying at Chengying Academy in Shandong, with unclear abilities, is the one who killed Robert in the Shenanjia domain and took the foreign essence species from his body. This high school student, Zhong Yuan, either has the essence species in his possession or will absorb it himself. The only daughter of Robert has abandoned the right to inherit this aberrant and exotic energy. His task now is to retrieve this aberrant energy at any cost. Action code, Nirvana. Ruan Kai acknowledged the order, replying, Acknowledged. After receiving the mission, he immediately began to think and devise a combat plan. He thought Robert's daughter was truly foolish. The success rate of having children absorb the aberrant energy was nearly 100%. She had passed up the opportunity to become a top-tier energy user. He had been considering for several years now, laying an ambush in Nation H, setting up a company to provide protection and camouflage for the aberrant energy users of Deng Tagua. But recently, Nation H had suddenly begun strictly checking foreign powers, and sooner or later, his company would be exposed. Once he completed this mission and received the reward from Deng Tagua, he would retire to Bei Nangua for his old age. If Zhong Yuan didn't absorb the aberrant energy, that would be good. But if he did, he would have to capture him and imprison him for a few years, waiting for him to refine the aberrant energy and then take it. No matter what, he couldn't directly kill him. Ruan Kai scrolled down the report and saw the information, Zhong Lan, female, 12 years old, younger sister of Zhong Yuan. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Ha! He has a younger sister? That makes things simple, doesn't it? In the special third-year class, Welcome Home, Master and Miss, as Zhong Yuan and Zhong Lan entered the classroom, they were greeted by maids in cosplay. Zhong Lan happily said, Is this the third-year maid CAF? The layout is really nice, and the maid outfits are so cute. Su Yuaning immediately welcomed them. Would the master and miss like something to drink today? Jiang Si Yuan cheerfully offered, We have coffee, black tea, and fruit juices. Zhong Lan, seeing Jiang Si Yuan in a maid outfit, became upset. That's the final prayer, I suddenly feel like this maid doesn't look cute at all. Zhong Yuan focused on ordering 1 strawberry soda and 1 strawberry cake. Seeing that Zhong Yuan only ordered food she liked, Zhong Lan pouted and said, Brother, why are you only ordering things I like? Your appetite has always been small, but recently you eat less than half of what I do. At this rate, your body will collapse. Zhong Yuan indulged her, Well then, Lan Lan, you order for me. Lan Lan happily turned around and ordered another dish for Zhong Yuan, a mint and chocolate ice cream couple set. While ordering, Zhong Lan spotted Shang Guanyi, dressed in a maid outfit, hiding behind the counter ordering food. She called out, Brother Shang Guanyi, so you're here too? Zhong Lan quickly pulled out her camera and took several pictures of Shang Guanyi, Shang Guan's sister, with your exceptional beauty,
you'll definitely make it as this year's beauty queen.
Shangguani helplessly covered her face, embarrassed, and said, "Please don't." Jiang Siyuan quickly took out her camera and secretly snapped a few photos of Zhong Yuan.
She smugly thought only Zhong Yuan would participate in the beauty contest dressed in women's clothing.
This is the kind of thing only she could pull off.
A few hours later, images of Zhong Yuan in a uniform with her hair tied up appeared in the school news report about the 2042 beauty contest at Chang'ing Academy, New Hop. After attending the school festival, Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan walked home together.
Zhong Yuan said, "Lan Lan, it's almost autumn. Even though you like this outfit, it's time to change." Lan Lan pouted and disagreed. "The children's outfit you bought for me? I'm a grown, elegant lady now.
I won't wear children's clothes or tie my hair in pigtails anymore." Seeing Lan Lan still looking so adorable and innocent, Zhong Yuan thought, in my past life, I was too busy working to support the family and missed the changes in Lan Lan as she grew up. I still thought she was as gentle and fragile as she was when she was younger. 4 years later, she became obsessed with fighting. Perhaps it wasn't by chance. Seeing her innocence now, I've decided to protect Lan Lan so she can stay pure and cute forever. When they arrived at the bus stop, Zhong Yuan said, "Lan Lan, I'm going to the museum. Be careful at school, and go ahead and eat without me." Zhong Lan waved goodbye and went on her way. "Got it." Zhong Yuan stepped onto the bus and sat down, immediately thinking to himself. In recent days, he had been sleeping in a cell, and his mental strength had increased considerably. The period of severe blood loss had been reduced to 24 hours, and there were no signs of it shortening any further for now. According to the timeline of his previous life, a cave would appear in the museum 4 years from now, containing a foreign race with giant claws. This time, however, his and Lan Lan's destinies had changed. Even if the butterfly effect was at play, it probably wouldn't affect this event. When the time came to study the golden coffin, he might encounter something unexpected. It would be better to take a nap first, just in case. He decided to set his alarm tone to Lan Lan's voice. As soon as he entered the museum gate, the museum director and 2 assistants were already waiting. The director stood in for the team to welcome him. "Hello, hello. I'm Director Shi, and on behalf of all my colleagues at the Shandong Museum, I'd like to welcome you." The director kindly asked, "Would you like me to arrange a guide for you?" Zhong Yuan quickly declined, "No need, I'll just explore on my own." The director responded, "Understood. We've turned off all the surveillance cameras as per your request and will not reveal your identity." Zhong Yuan walked into the main hall, where the golden coffin was displayed. This was the golden coffin that had caused his rebirth 4 years ago. No matter how he looked at it, it remained unchanged, with no gap between the lid and the body, making it impossible to check what was inside. Touching it should be fine, right? As soon as Jiang Shen touched the coffin, a black hole resembling a teleportation portal appeared on the surface of the coffin. Zhong Yuan, curious, reached out to investigate, and immediately felt a strong pull. Zhong Yuan anxiously asked, "What's going on?" "Ugh!" and was instantly sucked into the spatial doorway by the coffin. In the girls' dormitory, a girl was lying down, scrolling through the school news about the 2042 beauty contest voting when she suddenly became angry on behalf of Yuan, saying, "What the heck, where did this girl with straight black long hair come from? Yuan Ying's title as the school beauty queen is about to be snatched away." Su Yuan, who was writing, casually said, "It's all just empty fame." After speaking, she set down her pen and walked out. "I'm going for training." B, in the dormitory, saw Yuan leave for training inside. Even with all her school memories, she still wants to train like a true professional. Jiang Siyuan, filled with guilt, said, although Ying says that she actually cares a lot about this. It wasn't really right of me to use Zhong Yuan's photo to steal her spot as school beauty, was it? Jiang Siyuan then opened her computer to do something, trying to ease her guilt. Sigh, I'll just vote for her then. On a small street in some neighborhood, Shou Ren's voice could be heard. First, he won Zhong Yuan's favor, and through her, he planned to recruit Zhong Yuan.
Then he added, but aren't we directly delivering the cakes to their door? Doesn't that make us look clumsy?
He was holding a box of cakes in his hand. Beside Jiang Tiansu, as he walked, a voice affirmed next to him, I'm confident about 70%. Then, he confidently crossed his arms, focused on one side, and smiled smugly as he sank into his own thoughts. He had information that Zhong Yuan was an expert at controlling younger siblings, then deduced further. He himself liked chocolate and mint ice cream, while his younger sister liked strawberry cakes. He then made another judgment, that although his older sister liked to joke, she wouldn't lie to him about this. Afterwards, the two of them arrived at a plaza, where there was a banner featuring two girls. Xiaorun glanced at the banner, and couldn't help but curse in shock, damn it, why is Shangguani also participating in the school beauty contest? He then muttered to himself, offering a reason, Chang'ing Academy has progressive thinking, it's a model for our generation to follow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiansu beside him also couldn't help but stare at the banner, his face going blank. Immediately after, he took out his phone with a proud look, his face glowing with radiance, raised the phone high, and while pressing buttons, made his decision, this is ridiculous, I'll vote for Zhong Yuan. When he opened the voting page and saw the ranking, Zhang Tiansu couldn't help but stare at his phone. He silently screamed in his mind, scoffed, and then expressed his confusion, why does Su Yuaning have more votes than the total population of Chang'ing? At this thought, Zhang Tiansu became furious, raised his hand in a dramatic gesture, his eyes widened as he glared at the phone, shouting, how dare Su Yuaning spam like this? Seeing this, Xiu Rin beside him also glanced over and let out a troubled sigh, looking at his friend. As for Zhang Tiansu, he still couldn't control his anger and made a decision, immediately mobilizing everyone in Hualang to vote for Zhong Yuan. He added, for every 100 votes, you'll earn 1 credit point. Then, without any prior agreement, the two of them simultaneously looked up at the banner hanging above them. Xiu Ren, dissatisfied, asked Zhang Tiansu again, so we use magic to defeat magic, right? I understand that, came the reply. Suddenly, Zhang Tiansu seemed to sense something and jerked in surprise, a gust of wind brushing past them both. After the wind passed, Zhang Tiansu seemed to snap out of his daze, startled for a moment. Then, he turned away from his phone, looking toward the person who had just passed by, shouting in his mind with confusion, hey, did someone just come out from here? Then, another question popped into his mind. Why use void energy to leave? Without hesitation, Zhang Tiansu quickly extended his hand, using his elemental power toward the person who was sprinting away, shouting at him at the same time. Under the restriction of not abusing his powers, the person, realizing he had been spotted, froze in place, his running speed slowing, his face turning pale with panic. Beside them, Xiu Rin covered his mouth and whispered, reminding Zhang Tiansu, President, this is Chang'ing, not Hualang. We can't interfere here. Then, as if suddenly remembering, he glanced over and spoke up to confirm, I forgot. Next, Zhang Tiansu looked towards the person who had just run past, now frozen in place, maintaining his posture and trembling. His face turned pale as he looked at Zhang Tiansu, silently assessing him. It was strange, this person was wearing full combat gear, which didn't seem suitable for attending a school anniversary. On the contrary, he looked more like a dangerous element. The man in military uniform quickly regained his composure, placed his hand on his hip, and turned to reprimand him, why did you stop me? He added, the play's about to start. Hearing this, Zhang Tiansu was equally confused, placing his hand on his hip as he looked at the man running wildly, and asked back in suspicion, a play? Meanwhile, the man continued to run and announced to him, I'm going to be late, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Zhang Tiansu didn't say anything further. After running for a short distance, the man in military uniform took out a walkie-talkie, casting a vigilant glance over his shoulder towards Zhang Tiansu, then reported to the person on the other end, I was spotted by 2 students earlier. Although I managed to deceive them, I can't rule out the possibility of being exposed. He interrupted me, and his name is Naoya Fujiki, codename Shadow Wanderer. In another observation room, a commander with reddish-purple hair stood in front of a screen with his team, then spoke, scolding Naoya Fujiki, how could you be so careless? On the other end, the man in military uniform responded to him. By coincidence, his ability counters mine.
The person with purple hair is Ruan Kai, codenamed Chameleon Dragon. Elsewhere, a muscular man was holding a set of clothes, propping it against his back as he asked the others, "Are you guys alright?" Before anyone could reply, he quickly added, "I've already set up the boundary on my side and pulled the academy students in." This man is Li Mingji, codenamed Superpowered Warrior. On a city wall, a very alluring girl was crouching, speaking into a walkie-talkie to confirm with Li Mingji, "I've got a bit of a problem here, this is Saint Zachary, codenamed Black Widow." She then proceeded to explain the situation. The male students in the school seem to be acting strangely. They're not participating in the oral exam but are instead pulling banners and running around like grasshoppers. Below in the yard, a bunch of students are screaming while the banners are shouting along. "My little sister Tian Tian is the school's new flower, and they've taken over a corner of the campus in the middle of all this chaos." Hearing this, on the other end of the line, Ruan Kai, the one with purple hair, immediately became serious and spoke into the mic, "Change the plan. Set up the free bubble tea stand right at the entrance to the cafeteria, and make them line up to use the restroom." Without hesitation, the plan was carried out, and a stall with a sign reading "Free bubble tea" was quickly set up. Saint Zachary stood at the booth, eagerly smiling and shouting to the students, "Free bubble tea here." Seeing this, the group of students quickly rushed over, and she didn't forget to remind them, "Please line up to receive your drinks." Next, a long line of students quickly formed to receive the free milk tea, and laughter and chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd, "Zhong Lan." Hearing this, she turned her head to see who it was, then realized she didn't recognize the person and hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" Then, Jiang Tiansu slowly presented a box of cakes in front of her, smiling gently, and introduced himself, "Hello, my name is Jiang Tiansu, and this is Qiuren." Qiuren popped his head out, smiling happily as he looked at Zhonglan. Jiang Tiansu added to his introduction, "We're classmates of your brother, just taking the opportunity to visit him during the school anniversary." Seeing the cake, Zhonglan's eyes lit up, and she drooled, staring at it without blinking. Then, she spoke to the two of them, "Oh, my brother went to the museum today." At this, Jiang Tiansu asked her cautiously, "Why don't you take the cake for him first?" Tempted by the sweet treat, Zhonglan quickly grabbed the cake and confirmed, "Well, that's fine then." After a brief hesitation, she spoke up again to the two standing before her, "My brother won't be back until this afternoon. How about you guys hang out at my school for a while?" Then, she casually made a suggestion. Zhonglan's gaze remained glued to the cake in her hands as she spoke, her voice soft and unsure. After that, there was a slight hint of regret, and the person informed the two others. "Unfortunately, the final performance was held yesterday." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansu panicked and shouted to confirm. "Yesterday?" Then, in doubt, he exclaimed to himself, "So the person we just met was him?" Interrupting in panic, Jiang Tiansu quickly sensed that something was wrong. He immediately pointed at Qiuren beside him and urged, "Something's about to happen, quickly call Instructor Liu." Seeing this, Qiuren quickly picked up his phone. His face was filled with worry as he informed Jiang Tiansu. The phone suddenly lost signal. Zhonglan, beside him, looked at her phone in confusion and muttered to herself, "There was clearly signal earlier." Upon seeing this, Jiang Tiansu quickly glanced around and concluded in his thoughts, "The school has been pulled into a different dimension. There's no day-night cycle in the dimension of Nation H." Then, Jiang Tiansu struggled to voice his further observation about the current situation, but the sun in this dimension seems to match real time, so it must be foreign technology. At the counter, Saint Zachary was holding a tray of milk tea, smiling gently as he mumbled, "Target number 2, position at the dining hall entrance." Upon hearing this, the other person quickly responded, "Keep the target occupied, we'll be there soon." Receiving the order, Saint Zachary grabbed the tray of drinks and walked over, surveying Jiang Tiansu's group. They were still standing there, assessing the situation. Then, she smiled faintly and raised her hand to touch her forehead. Immediately, a wave of mental energy radiated out, targeting a male student who was sipping bubble tea. He glared back at her. This was a mental contamination tactic, designed to destabilize the target's negative thoughts and control them to a certain extent. Next,
the boy's eyes turned purple, and the hand holding his bubble tea froze. He was struck by the flower bloom technique, causing intense hallucinations and paralyzing his nervous system. At high doses, this could be lethal. Moments later, the bubble teacup slipped from his hand and hit the ground, spilling the liquid. The group of boys, their expressions wild, had their eyes dominated and turned purple, suddenly bursting into laughter. He, this girl is so cute, I bet she sounds so nice when she cries. Meanwhile, Saint Zachary stood above, glancing down with a smug look, watching the drama unfold. Soon after, more and more boys fell under the control, rushing to encircle Jiang Tiansu's group. They were all acting erratically, making strange noises and muttering incoherently. Xiaoren positioned himself in front of the two others, guarding them from the out-of-control students. Then, Xiaoren adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the mad students. Behind him, Jiang Tiansu frowned, offering her assessment. Their eyes are off. It seems like they're under control. You should try using a revival technique to break the control. Upon hearing this, the boy quickly extended his hand forward and shouted the name of the technique. The bodies of the brainwashed students were quickly treated but staggered. Then, Xiaoren shouted again, his tone filled with urgency, "No, their rank is higher. Once I finish this, I'll be controlled again." After that, they laughed even more despicably, raising their hands excitedly as they muttered. Seeing this, Jiang Tiansu frowned, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists, silently deciding, although the ones being controlled are innocent classmates, there's nothing to do but fight. Then, he yelled the name of the move. Suddenly, from behind, Zhonglan charged forward. Jiang Tiansu, still frowning, didn't notice in time. She held a cake in her hand, planted a banana plant, braced one hand on the ground, and then kicked the face of a controlled student rushing toward them. "Be careful, big brother," Zhonglan called out. He looked back, mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. Next, Zhonglan was looking incredibly cool, still holding the cake in her hand, landing on the ground, her face serious as she confirmed, "You guys go ahead, let me deal with them." The brainwashed student she was punching kept charging toward her. Beside her, Xiaoren couldn't hold back, his face darkening as he excitedly commented, "Sis Zhong Yuan is amazing." Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansu had regained his composure and also looked at Zhonglan, adding, "Like brother, like sister." Then, the two quickly ran over and stood beside her, ready for battle. Jiang Tiansu immediately blocked in front and spoke to confirm with the little girl. "Thank you, Zhonglan. It's just that Xiaoren and I aren't in a situation where we need a child like you to fight alone." As he spoke, he was simultaneously executing his moves and shouting. With 3 times the gravity, a large streak of light appeared in front of his palm. Next, he punched the confused person, who quickly fell under Jiang Tiansu's strength. Beside him, Zhonglan was also affected, her body glowing in a shade of green. Under the effect of triple gravity, the strawberry cakes inside the box Zhonglan was holding began to fall out. She looked up, wide-eyed, unable to react in time to the falling cakes. Immediately after, she quickly sat down and held the cakes in her arms, but they had already been crushed. Zhonglan wailed loudly while hugging the cake. Big brother who was so amazing, he knocked down all the enemies in an instant. Nearby, Jiang Tiansu saw this and gave a forced smile. He was still maintaining his technique while looking over at the little girl and shouting words of comfort. "Don't cry, don't cry. Next time, I'll buy you 100 of them." Then, the 3 of them rushed forward together, breaking through the encirclement of controlled students while avoiding those being controlled who were chasing them with difficulty. Afterward, Jiang Tiansu knocked someone out and suggested, "Let's go to the broadcast room to call for help." Hearing this, Xiaoren, who was running alongside, asked Zhonglan, "Zhonglan, do you know the way?" She, still holding the box of cakes, ran alongside and confirmed, "Yes." Suddenly, in the space, someone holding a sharp knife was swiftly running after the 3 of them, while silently analyzing the situation in their mind, using the primal energy to suppress their own shadow, but they also couldn't keep activating it forever. Immediately after, the person seized the opportunity to appear behind Jiang Tiansu with astonishing speed, launching an attack on his back, causing him to scream out in pain. Next, his gaze shifted toward the assailant. Finally, he turned around, leaping back and shouting a move at him. The attacker was also struck by the move and slowed down. Then, Jiang Tiansu shouted a warning to the other two. "The assassin is near, don't step out of my primal energy range." Blood began to seep from Jiang Tiansu's back. In the end, he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his side in agony. Behind him, Zhonglan caught him, worriedly saying, "Big brother." On the other side, Xiaoren quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to call out the name of the move. Healing Gale. A burst of green healing energy rapidly enveloped Jiang Tiansu. Xiaoren shouted, confirming, "President, hang on, I'll heal you." Suddenly, a footstep appeared, accompanied by a mocking voice, standing in front of the three of them. "Heal? TCH, don't even think about it." The three of them saw him and quickly helped Jiang Tiansu to his feet. The attacker then began gathering a purple-colored move in his hands, called Sealing Restriction. Sealing Restriction targets a specific ability. Lasts for 5 minutes. If the target's power level is higher than the user of the sealing restriction, it becomes ineffective. He smiled smugly, extending his hand towards the three people and shouted, "Sealing Restriction Healing Wind." Immediately, Yuan Kai stepped forward, his face darkened with mockery as he looked at the three people struggling to resist in front of him, and spoke. "Give up resisting, and I might spare your lives." Then, he added, "Especially you, without healing, you won't be able to hold on with your energy." Seeing him, Jiang Tiansu, clutching his wound on his stomach, struggled to look at the man in front of him and mumbled, "Zhonglan, you block them, I'll go to the broadcast room and call for help." Seeing this, Zhonglan, who was behind, wore an expression full of worry and said, "I can't abandon my teammates." He then reminded her, "Don't be foolish, you can't fight them. As long as you can call for help." Xiaoren, noticing Jiang Tiansu's face already full of pain, looked at her with sympathy. Upon hearing this, she suddenly seemed to recall something and furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, "Right, help. My phone is a satellite phone, it still has a signal, I can call for help." Without hesitation, Zhonglan picked up the phone, pressed it to her ear, and waited with a serious expression. Her mind was weighing the current situation. The enemy was not only powerful but numerous, and even with her own strong abilities, it would be hard to make full use of her advantage. She paused for a moment, then silently made her decision. Uncle Lin at the military district can bring more people to help. On the other end of the line, Lin Dong Leang was sitting at the table with his subordinates when the phone suddenly rang. The person next to him gently reminded him, "Captain Lin, your phone." Upon hearing this, he glanced over. Then, Lin Dong Leang picked up the phone, looked at it, and furrowed his brows, somewhat puzzled, thinking to himself, "Zhonglan, my men have already turned against me, why is she still calling?" Without hesitation, he turned off the phone and slowly placed it down. After that, he closed his eyes, slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang, and made a decision. "Anyway, it's not urgent. I'll call back after the meeting." On the other end, Zhonglan received no answer. As soon as she held the phone to her ear, her face scrunched up with worry as she heard the automated voice from the operator, realizing the number she just dialed couldn't be connected. Finally, she held the phone with both hands, scrolling through her contacts, her face full of concern as she muttered to herself, "I can't get through, none of them are picking up." Yuan Kai, seeing this, glanced at her and sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, "Kids really have no patience. How can anyone in the business world expect to make a connection?" Zhonglan then sent a message to her brother's number. The phone rang with the sound of a connecting tone, and she confirmed to herself, "No choice, I have to call my brother." Suddenly, Jiang Tiansu coughed up blood with great difficulty, causing her to glance over in shock. Beside her, Xiaoren frowned, supported her from behind, and shouted, "President." In this situation, she became even more anxious, staring at her phone with a frown, contemplating the situation. Her older brother had called for help, but it would take time. However, it seemed like they couldn't hold on much longer. Next, Zhonglan placed the phone down in her hand and looked straight ahead. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiansu had already collapsed, with bloodstains on the ground.
Xiuren was anxiously standing beside him.
Finally, Zhonglan took a few steps towards Ruan Kai, who was sneering, and silently made a decision in her heart. If she wanted to continue living, she had to deal with the person who initiated the sealing restriction, preventing any chance of healing. She pushed the phone over to Xiuren, who took it in confusion, then instructed him, "Make sure your brother answers the phone. Once the connection is made, tell him to send help." After handling this, she quickly acted with determination, rushing forward. As she ran, she recalled her older brother's figure and his words. "Xiao Lan Lan, when you're facing an enemy stronger than you, don't be afraid. Just seize any opportunity, and you will win." Soon, Zhonglan stood in front of Ruan Kai, startling him, causing him to grimace and step back. She stared at him, her older brother's voice still echoing in her mind. "Remember, just kick hard at that spot." Then, she shouted the name of her technique, Tian Yuan, and with all her strength, kicked Ruan Kai in the groin, causing him excruciating pain that shot straight to his brain. His eyes bulged as he looked down at his crotch. After the strike, tears welled up in Ruan Kai's eyes, and he screamed in confusion. Next, he knelt on the ground in front of Zhonglan, holding the nightingale in his arms, his face bowed in pain. Behind him, the other two also looked up. Then, Xiuren, holding his phone, joyfully shouted the name of the technique, Healing Wind. Immediately, his hand reached out towards Zhang Tiansu, along with healing energy, as he exclaimed, "I've regained my abilities. Let me heal the president." Meanwhile, Zhang Tiansu, clutching her chest, murmured in disbelief, confirming this strong technique was definitely not taught by Zhong Yuan. Hearing these unclear words, the young girl turned her head to look at them and spoke up to confirm. Yet, he noticed it too, but the young girl didn't pay attention to the two people who had just appeared before her. It was Saint Zachary. She was reaching out her hand towards Zhonglan, shouting the name of the technique, Heavenly Tie. Immediately, energy threads shot from her palms, ensnaring Zhonglan. Next, she withdrew her hand, smiling smugly, folding her arms across her chest, and mockingly asked, "Is it really okay for you to underestimate me like this?" Behind them, Li Mingji remained calm, observing them. Seeing the two of them, Zhonglan was startled, her body constrained by the energy, and she glanced over at them. Next, Li Mingji extended his hand, and a purple energy appeared in his palm. He softly uttered the name of the technique from his elemental power before unleashing his energy furiously, shouting, "Submit to me." Beside him, Saint Zachary continued to smile joyfully, her arms crossed. Next, on the other side, due to the impact of the ability, they quickly collapsed to the ground. The phone in Xiuren's hand also fell, while Zhang Tiansu was struggling to withstand the power, cursing loudly. "Damn it, the opponent has primordial energy too." The subordinate of Xiuren, clutching his chest and kneeling, confirmed with a voice full of hesitation. "If I were in good condition, I could fight him, but right now, he's frozen." The phone that had fallen on the ground showed no signs of being answered. In a golden coffin at the museum, Zhong Yuan's phone rang. "Wake up, the sun's shining on your butt, hurry up and get up to make breakfast for me." Inside the golden coffin, Zhong Yuan was sleeping in the undefined space. The aura clung to his body when, suddenly, the phone's ringtone echoed. "Wake up, the sun's shining on your butt, hurry up and get up to make breakfast for me." Suddenly, he woke up, confused, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Then, Zhong Yuan looked around the undefined space, took out his phone, looked at the screen, and asked himself, "Ha? Lan Lan is calling me?" Without hesitation, he answered the call, put the phone to his ear, and asked the person on the other end, "Lan Lan, what's the matter?" But on the other side, a sharp questioning scream came through. "Zhong Yuan, where are you?" Hearing this, he was a bit startled. The phone was still pressed against his ear, and he listened intently. On the other side, the clear sky at the school, the phone he had just answered suddenly dropped to the ground. Zhonglan's body was being tortured painfully by Saint Zachary, suspended in the air.
Nearby, Shouren was lying in disarray, and Jiang Tiansu was pulled by the hair to the ground by that man, Li Mingji. However, despite the current situation, the girl still shook her head and refused the demands of those people. "I won't tell you where my brother is." Upon hearing this, the woman sneered and waved her hand to manipulate several invisible threads, pulling Zhong Lan's index finger back as she spoke. "If you don't speak, you'll suffer." Soon after, the threads began to apply more force. Finally, a cracking sound was heard as Zhong Lan's bent index finger was broken. The girl, her eyes shut tight, cried out in pain, but still resolutely said, "I won't tell you." Seeing this, Sane Zachary took the opportunity to mock her. "TSK, TSK. I want to see how long you can hold out." On the other side, Li Mingji stood with his arms crossed, watching Ren, who was struggling to lift his head, and gave an order. "This brat is still trying to resist." The Shadow Wanderer over there added another strike. Seeing this, the Shadow Wanderer next to him clasped his hands together and nodded, confirming the order. "Understood." Suddenly, Yuan Kai frowned and looked at them, shouting to stop. "Wait." Upon hearing this, the two men turned to look at him, curious, while Yuan Kai explained. "Essence power is a rare ability. If we kill him, Nation H will hunt us down to the death." Next, he appointed the task for us to retrieve Robert's Void Star, warning us not to make matters worse. Seeing this, Nadia Fujiki pointed at Jiang Tiansu, who was lying on the ground. His phone had fallen far away, and reminded, "If we spare him, we'll be hunted down." Then, Li Mingji, standing beside him, looked at him and added, "I heard Nation H just lost a valuable asset. The chaos from the foot battle will keep them too busy to care about us." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai, who had just arrived, disagreed with them and said, "But we still can't escalate this any further." While the three of them were arguing, Jiang Tiansu struggled to get up, his head aching as he tried to make sense of his thoughts. Their target was actually Zhong Yuan. He then made an effort to stand, clutching his bleeding stomach, wiping his mouth, and looking at the man who had punched him, deep in thought. Zhong Lan is in their hands, and Zhong Yuan will surely be threatened by them. No matter what, I have to save Zhong Lan. Thinking of this, he raised his hand, his face twisted in pain, and shouted the name of his technique, channeling 10 times the energy. Then, he firmly declared, "I'll risk my life against you." Seeing this, Li Mingji reacted quickly, creating a space with his technique, using his energy to nullify gravity and protect his teammate. Then, he couldn't help but express his amazement, still have the strength to resist? In another room, strange energy waves densely appeared on the bed, and Zhong Yuan's body gradually began to take form on it. He, however, was still fast asleep. Next, when his body was fully formed, he sprang up, shouting, his face filled with urgency as he called out, "All right, what's next?" He looked around again, observing and making assessments in his mind. "This is the detention room of the academy. I've returned." On the school side, Jiang Tiansu could no longer hold on, clutching his neck, coughing up blood, and shouting in his heart. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, thinking, "Still can't." Blood splattered toward Zhong Lan's phone. Then, as if realizing something, he reached forward, his face contorted in pain, shouting in his mind, "Wait, Zhong Lan's phone actually connected." His teeth clenched in agony. After that, Jiang Tiansu hesitated before taking action. "I have to speak quickly." But before his trembling hand could reach the phone, a blow shattered it into pieces. Seeing this, Jiang Tiansu screamed in despair, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, on Zhong Yuan's side, he again used his teleportation to move into the void space, holding his phone, scanning his surroundings, and shouting in confusion. "Where is this place? No boundaries, no exit, and my Void Star absorption ability isn't working." Next, he sent out his clones to scout around, but it was to no avail. Frustrated, he shouted in his mind, "I'm sure VN isn't in that golden coffin, right?" Thinking of this, Zhong Yuan grit his teeth in anger and looked up, screaming, "Let me out, I want to go outside." Then, he added, "I must return to the academy to save my sister." Zhong Yuan's hand tightened around the phone. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke drifted from the direction of the school.
Next, Zhong Yuan sat down, and the room shifted once more. He leaned his back against the wall, placed his hand on his knee, and interlaced his fingers, sinking into deep thought, carefully and calmly considering his next move. Then, he reasoned that the target of these terrorists was Void Star. They wouldn't kill Lan Lan before achieving their goal. Afterward, Zhong Yuan's mind replayed the scene at the school, and he wondered, puzzled, where would Lan Lan be now? He spoke aloud again, slowing himself down to reflect for a moment. Was there any clue in the sound? He recalled it, then suddenly seemed to discover something, his eyes widening as he shouted in his mind. There's the sound of pigeons on the phone. A flash of the cafeteria appeared in Zhong Yuan's mind, and he shouted to confirm, they're in the cafeteria. Immediately afterward, he teleported to a tree nearby and looked at the group of terrorists discussing their plans. His face was extremely cautious as he assessed the situation. There were 4 enemies in total, and Lan Lan was in their hands. After observing closely, his eyes widened in horror as he saw the girl tied up by them, her mouth gagged with cloth, trembling in fear. Anger surged through him as he shouted in his mind, these people dare to torment Lan Lan. Zhong Yuan continued to observe and saw the girl's arms, concluding that they had even bent her fingers. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. His eyes flashed with layers of murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! His hands kept swinging, slashing toward the devastating attack. On the other side, Li Mingji seemed to sense something, his face flickering with surprise as he frowned. Immediately, he regained his composure, turned, and shouted, the Tier 7 gravity of magnetic origin is launching sharp throwing darts at him. The man shouted to his comrades about an ambush. As for Zhong Yuan, he lost his calm and quickly charged toward them, growling in fury, let my sister go, and I will spare your lives. Seeing this, Ruan Kai, standing beside the dog, looked at him and shouted to confirm, target number 1 is Zhong Yuan. Beside him, Li Mingji was also stunned, still executing his technique, his voice trembling as he asked, how is he able to move under the 7th level gravity? Behind them, Saint Zachary grabbed the edge of his cloak, grimaced, and shouted at Naoya Fujiki, cover me. Seeing this, the latter quickly stepped in front, resolute as he confirmed, got it. Then, she swung her arm back toward him, confidently smiling as she named her technique, mental pollution. But Zhong Yuan's side remained silent, with no movement or expression. Next, Naoya Fujiki, holding a small knife, gleefully rushed toward him to strike. He thought to himself, as long as the mental pollution can distract you for a moment, it will be my victory. And you, don't even think about staying still and not reacting. Right after that, his body released a sharp burst of energy like a spear, thrusting backwards. Then, Zhong Yuan turned around and charged toward Naoya Fujiki, delivering a swift slash to his neck, killing him instantly, without giving him the chance to close his eyes. His body froze in mid-air before crashing to the ground, landing in a pool of his own blood. Zhong Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as his hand reached for the knife embedded in his shoulder. Without hesitation, he pulled it out. Seeing this, Saint Zachary, who was standing nearby, looked at him in shock and voiced her doubt, you killed Shadow Wanderer? She quickly turned to face him and shouted, mental decay, Kyohua effect. Raising both hands in front of her, she yelled, I want you dead. In response, Zhong Yuan only gave her a cold glance. His voice then rang out, as he checked whether the 9 venomous blooms had absorbed anything. He looked at her with clear displeasure, silently confirming it. A notification soon echoed, your true poison reader ability has been activated, and all of your abilities have increased by 102%. He then slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly walked toward Saint Zachary, causing her to retreat in fear. Zhong Yuan spoke, his voice cold, you're the one who tormented my little sister, aren't you? Meanwhile, she was lost in a state of panic, unable to comprehend why none of her abilities could control this man. Finally, she gritted her teeth and screamed at him, what do you want from me? Next, he took out his dart, holding it horizontally in front of his face. His eyes flashed with a deadly gleam, and he gave an answer to Saint Zachary that made her wish she were dead. In the blink of an eye, with incredible speed, he swiftly tied her up again, delivering several swift strikes that made Saint Zachary grimace. Before she could even react, he circled around behind her. Finally, when he stopped, just a second later, pieces of flesh from her body began to fall to the ground.
Zhong Yuan's eyes remained cold, devoid of any emotion.
Then, he moved closer to the person holding his sister captive. Beneath Saint Zachary, blood had already spread, and she lay unconscious. On the other side, Yuan Kai trembled, placing his hand on Li Mingji's shoulder, using a highly concealed technique and ordering him to retreat.
Retreat, now.
Seeing this, the man stubbornly stared at him and responded.
Retreat? What retreat?
Without hesitation, he grabbed Zhong Lan by the neck, tightening his grip, a smug smile on his face as he threatened him. If you don't want your sister to die, drop your weapon and surrender. The little girl gasped in fear, covering her mouth with her hands, unable to scream due to the restraints. At this point, Zhong Yuan heard this and dropped his weapon to the ground, his face expressionless.
He then raised his hands to shoulder level.
Seeing that he had surrendered, the other man, fearless of death, mocked him.
Kid, weren't you very imposing earlier? Let's see what you're capable of now.
At this, Yuan Kai's companion looked at him in shock, suddenly remembering something. He muttered to himself, not quite right, my super camouflage is still activating, yet this kid seems to have spotted us. Immediately after, that guy Li Mingji held Zhong Lan in one arm, subduing her, while with the other, he raised his hand towards him, sneering and shouting, try my tenfold gravity. The others quickly turned and fled towards the back. He ran, anxious, glancing back and commenting on his teammate, earlier, the primal force had no effect, and you want to try again? Pig, if you want to die, do it alone, I'm out. Goodbye. On this side, Zhong Yuan's expression was determined and cold as he assessed the current situation. He realized that primal force would affect the accuracy of the blue throwing knife. The knife was still in his hand, and he confirmed that in order to strike, he had to land a precise blow. Next, he took a light step on the ground, murmuring the name of the technique, frozen blood explosion. All his abilities surged to 12%. As he saw chunks of ice beginning to form, Li Mingji, still holding Zhong Lan by the neck, asked in confusion, strange, why did the temperature suddenly? He froze. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, still holding his stance, murmured the name of his technique, heat blast pressure. His face tightened, his eyes cold as he glared at him. Next, hot fumes began to appear in front of Li Mingji, making him even more confused. His hand was still around Zhong Lan's neck. Zhong Yuan remained serious, his face cold, his hand still performing the technique as he made his assessment internally. Last time, there was a vague feeling that the impact of thermal explosive pressure on refractive temperature was not as simple as Jia Ru had imagined. Sure enough, he interrupted, then shouted out in his thoughts. Temperature is internal energy, and when the internal energy is taken away, void energy surpasses normal physics, he explained further. Matter undergoes a transformation from quality to quantity, and eventually it will be taken away and completely destroyed. Along with that, Li Mingji's body exploded into many pieces of ice, while Zhong Lan was thrown outward. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan quickly ran over and held his sister in his arms. In the distance, Yuan Kai, who had been fleeing, was also shaken by the tremors. Then, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs unstable, hesitating in thought as he looked toward him. How terrifying, I basically can't escape under such a powerful force. Afterward, he spoke in a cowardly tone, attempting to negotiate with Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, I surrender. I can offer something to Nation H. But before he could finish, Zhong Yuan's cold gaze turned even more frigid as he shouted. Die! The chilling aura rapidly spread around them. Looking at his sister, who was trapped in his arms, he became even colder and spoke in rebuttal. Yuan Kai, I do not accept your surrender. Next, he held his unconscious sister in his arms and mentally called out the move Eternal Ice Domain. Immediately, large sharp ice spears shot up around them. The points aimed directly at Yuan Kai, who was horrified, his face turning pale as he raised his hands to defend. Finally, under the leadership, he embraced his younger sister tightly, and the ice blocks continued to radiate heat and rise to the surface. He then held his little sister even tighter and rested his forehead against hers, full of reverence. Later, at a high-end apartment, Fong Jing was sitting at the table, surrounded by a pile of documents. Suddenly, his mother's excited voice called out from outside the room. She approached and called out to him, "Fong Jing, come look at this." Upon hearing this, he closed his eyes in annoyance and reminded his mother, "Knock on the door."
How many times do I have to tell you?
Even if you're my mother, you should still knock. Then, she raised her phone in front of him, eager to show him something. "Look at what your junior did with this cut. His knife skills are really impressive." Fong Jing turned toward his mother, puzzled, and she then held up a photo. It showed the body of Saint Zachary still functioning, as though his flesh had been completely cut away, leaving only his head. She smiled brightly and made an excited comment, "The flesh of this void energy wielder was severed, but he didn't die. You can clearly see the void star state crystallizing within his internal organs.
This has tremendous research value."
She added, as though it were a side note, "There's also another person who has been frozen into a solid block of ice that hasn't melted.
He's being packaged and sent to the research institute."
Upon hearing this, Fong Jing rushed over, grabbed his mother's shoulders, and urgently asked, "Zhang Yuan would never attack someone for no reason.
What happened?"
In response, Fong Zhuzhen calmly held her phone in front of him and smiled, revealing more details. "The Huadong military region is discussing this matter." Upon hearing this, he quickly grabbed the glasses from his desk and made a decision.
"I'll return to Shandong City right now."
Hearing that, she couldn't hold back her grievance and spoke up again. "I already told you we'd go shopping together today. Who's more important, your junior or your mother?" Without hesitation, Fong Jing immediately replied, "My junior is more important." Hearing his answer, she pulled out a handkerchief from who knows where, pushed Fong Jing with one hand, and dabbed her tearful, aggrieved face with the other, scolding him playfully. "You heartless child, after all the trouble I went through carrying you for 9 months." At that, Fong Jing looked calmly at his mother and exposed her. "When I was little, I was kept in a nutrient solution until I was 12 and a half.
Did you think I wouldn't know?"
Hearing this, she still spoke up to remind him. "Even so, I'm still your biological mother." At that, he turned serious and reminded her. "If you're my biological mother, then don't keep secrets from me." Then he asked further, "What exactly does the military region plan to do with him?" Hearing that, she crossed her arms, walked toward the door, and replied, "Fong Jing, they'll probably award him a second-class merit." At this, he looked at her in confusion. Then, Fong Zhuzhen turned back, waved at her son, and smiled coaxingly. "Come shopping with me, and I'll tell you some insider news." In the office of the military district commander, Zhang Yuan sat alone, hands clasped together, resting on his knees, his face filled with worry as he sank into deep thought. Given the situation of killing the foreign void energy wielder, it was certain that he would face interrogation. Then, he spoke to himself, offering a solution. "The cause of this situation is because Robert's void star almost asked me if I should pretend to be ignorant." Next, footsteps were heard approaching him, but Zhang Yuan remained seated, lost in his thoughts, deliberating. The teleportation from the museum to the academy wasn't easy to explain, so he decided to simply pretend to know nothing. As for the person approaching, noticing that Zhang Yuan wasn't paying attention, he gently lowered his head and introduced himself. "Hello, student Zhang Yuan, I am the commander of the Huadong military district, Nguan Feng." He then regained his composure and added, "Due to our negligence, we allowed you and your sister to be put in danger at the academy." Finally, he bowed slightly, closed his eyes, and sincerely spoke to Zhang Yuan, "On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the military district, I sincerely apologize to both of you." Behind him, Xiao Qin was also looking in his direction. Hearing his words, Zhang Yuan was stunned and taken aback by Nguan Feng's actions. Soon after, a look of astonishment appeared on his face as he silently exclaimed in his mind. Commander Ng continued, offering further remarks, "The person who has always been quietly helping me when I was fighting people at Hualang." At that, Zhang Yuan regained his composure, stood up abruptly, and greeted him seriously, apologizing.
The one who should be apologizing is me.
A few days ago, I caused trouble for you by beating the foreign exchange student from Sinigua. Seeing him like this, Nguyen Phong also placed both hands in front of him, signaling.
Don't bend down like that. Look up and confirm your words.
No, it's just what I should do. Besides apologizing to you, I also want to thank you. Then, he bent down again, closed his eyes with deep sincerity, and said to Zhong Yuan, you saved my daughter and Tai Gu in the Shenangjia domain. Afterward, he added as a father, I sincerely thank you. Beside him, seeing this, also bent lower with full sincerity and apologized again. She gave you so many void stars, so thanking her is only right. On the side, Xiaoqin couldn't help but feel confused and wondered to himself, were they trying to see whose bowing posture was more standard? Seeing the situation wasn't improving, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, cleared his throat, and suggested, how about we sit down first and talk? Upon hearing this, Nguyen Phong agreed and looked toward Xiaoqin, reminding him. Right, Xiaoqin, I need to have a private talk with this boy. You stay at the door and keep watch. Don't let anyone interrupt. Xiaoqin quickly bowed in agreement, confirming, yes. After that, only Zhong Yuan and Nguyen Phong remained in the room. He sat on a nearby chair, stretched out his hand, and said, Student Zhong Yuan, there's no need to be so formal. Then, he added, the reason I invited you to the military district today is not to investigate or hold you accountable, I just want to talk to you. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan, who was sitting on the chair beside him, was also confused. He looked over at Nguyen Phong and asked, what do you mean? In response to his question, the man did not hide anything and directly spoke about his abilities. Then, he recalled the images from the battle that Zhong Yuan had participated in and informed him. The staff has analyzed your combat footage and found that your actual abilities are somewhat inconsistent with your records. Immediately afterward, he didn't hesitate to provide additional internal information. This incident has attracted the attention of the Scientific Institute. Inside the surveillance room, a group of people in lab coats were reviewing the footage of his battle, and they came to their conclusions. Nguyen Phong spoke again to inform him. If they come to investigate and you can't explain it, then you might have to go with them. Back to the present, Nguyen Feng's expression was sincere and serious as he looked at Zhong Yuan and asked again, Zhong Yuan, did you acquire the ability King of Heroic Joy from the 1000 Ghost Howl Phantom of the Void Star Pills? Hearing this, Zhong Yuan was somewhat surprised, then he realized that it wasn't a probe but a direct statement of the truth, which showed the depth of their relationship. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan lowered his head and pondered. Commanderin was so sincere, why would he pretend not to understand? His face tightened, and then Zhong Yuan looked at the birds freely soaring in the sky outside the window, before making his decision. I try to become stronger because I want to defeat the alien race protecting Lan Lan. Blindly hiding my full strength will only backfire. Immediately after that, he silently added, since the military district is willing to treat me sincerely, there's no harm in telling the truth about my abilities. Next, he gradually walked toward the open window. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, the sunlight outside shining on him, and he spoke up to confirm, actually, this ability isn't called counterattack 10 times. It's more like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then, Zhong Yuan spoke again to add, most of my abilities are not fake, it's just. Zhong Yuan paused for a moment before continuing, I've long surpassed the limit of 8 types. Upon hearing this, Nguyen Phong also looked at him, his eyes wide in shock. Before he could react, Zhong Yuan turned his gaze far away, filled with determination, and explained further, I can level up my abilities by absorbing the same type of void star. Finally, he spoke in a serious tone to assert, as long as I have enough of them, I can reach the highest level and gain new abilities. The rest of my abilities also work the same way, increasing one level at a time. Next, he turned to confess more. Besides, I also. But before he could finish, Nguyen Phong rushed over, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him wildly. His eyes were wide, filled with excitement, and he shouted to confirm with him, are you sure? As long as you get enough void stars, you can make your current abilities reach their highest level? Amidst this excitement, Zhong Yuan also calmly looked at him and spoke to confirm further.
That's right.
Upon hearing this, Nguyen Phong became even more enthusiastic and shouted, "That's great!" He stood opposite him in front of the window, his hand still resting on Zhong Yuan's shoulder.
The sunlight outside shone on the two of them.
Nguyen Phong joyfully cheered, losing control, "Heaven is helping Nation H." Then he added, "We now have another Supreme Powerhouse C coming Divine Staff class."
Outside, the sunset began to descend, enveloping the large building.
Only now did Nguyen Phong calmly sit down in his chair, look at Zhong Yuan, and begin to explain. In recent years, countries around the world have revealed certain things to the public about the Void Cave to some extent. He emphasized his words with hand gestures, speaking more seriously, only Nation H hides any truths that may harm the stability of the country, keeping them secret. Even the teaching materials on void energy are filled with many unrealistic aspects. The more he spoke, the more fervent Nguyen Phong became. He extended his hand toward Zhong Yuan, his face serious and determined as he said, "Regarding security issues, the Void Star alien race of Robert is not recorded in any files." He added, "Deng Togwa's ability to acquire intelligence related to your grandson proves that there are hidden spies within Nation H, but currently, there is no evidence to identify who they are." Seeing this, Zhong Yuan, sitting on the side, crossed his arms and placed them on his knees. He looked back at Nguyen Phong and voiced his own opinion, "The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. It would be better to use my grandson as bait to lure the hidden spies out." At his suggestion, Nguyen Phong did not hesitate to voice his approval.
"All right, I'll think of a way to arrange this. You go back to school first and wait for my news."
Upon hearing this, he stood up from his chair, looked at him, and bid farewell. "Then I'll take my leave now, waiting for your good news." Meanwhile, Nguyen Phong seemed to recall something and turned to him, calling out,
"By the way, there's one more thing concerning your parents."
He hesitated for a moment. Zhong Yuan turned his face away, his expression unreadable, but he spoke bitterly.
"Aren't they already dead by now?"
With that, he stepped out, closing the door without any hesitation. Inside, only Nguyen Phong remained, his face creased with worry, lost in thought. His hand moved in front of him as he grimaced, remembering what happened 10 years ago when the Void Cave appeared in Shandong City, affecting a large number of ordinary residents. His parents were among them. Afterwards, he had taken steps to conceal the truth, using the guise of the boy's parents to provide living allowances for the cousins. Finally, Nguyen Phong glanced around with sharp but compassionate eyes, silently concluding in his mind, "It seems the boy has already figured out the truth."
Outside, Zhong Yuan walked quietly under the sunset without looking back. Then, memories of his childhood flooded his mind.
He was sitting at the dining table, with a birthday cake in front of him, the small happy candles lit. He smiled brightly, resting his hand on the table, looking at the person opposite him and saying,
"Lan Lan, happy birthday. Recently, I've been working part-time at a pastry shop. This cake was a gift from the boss." On the other side, Zhong Lan looked at him with a sad expression and then asked, "Aren't Dad and Mom coming home this year?"
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan looked at his younger sister and smiled, reassuring her, "Mom and Dad are very busy and can't come home, but the things they can do, I can do too." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lan appeared excited, smiling brightly, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Then for next year's birthday, I want a big round cake with a ring of strawberries around it."
Back in the present, Zhong Yuan held the large cake, standing in front of Director Gu.
The latter, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, looked at him and spoke, "Zhong Lan's physical injuries have healed, but her psychological trauma might take some time to recover."
Zhong Yuan nodded in agreement, confirming, "She'll be fine. Director Gu, you can head back now."
Director Gu also agreed, "All right, I won't disturb you any longer." Immediately after, Zhong Yuan entered his sister's hospital room, smiled, held up the cake, and cheered, "Lan Lan, how are you? I bought a super delicious strawberry cake.
We can eat now, and have more later."
She, however, was curled up, hugging her knees on the bed. Without waiting for her response, Zhong Yuan walked over and sat down on the visiting chair beside her. Zhong Lan continued hugging her knees, her head lowered, and hesitantly spoke, "I'm fine, just a little scared inside." Seeing that, he raised his voice to speak to her, then talk to me.
Zhong Lan obediently responded, yes.
Then, she remembered imagining herself wearing a superhero costume earlier that morning, proudly placing her hands on her hips and making a declaration.
Most of the comic books I've read are about the evil not defeating the good.
After that, Zhong Lan added, although it's childish, I really want to be like the main character, someone who can protect the world and uphold justice. Next, she looked up, her eyes already glistening with tears, ready to fall, as she gazed at the palms of her hands and voiced her thoughts. I always feel that void energy wielders are comrades, and justice is about allies fighting together against the flaws among void energy wielders. We shouldn't kill each other. Hearing his little sister's innocent thoughts, Zhang Yuan somewhat understood and stepped forward, smiling as he wiped her tears. While holding a tissue to wipe her face, he gently explained, other people have different ideals.
When those ideals don't align, they can't coexist. People become enemies with each other. Then, he asked his sister, Lan Lan, what is the justice in your heart?
The little girl, still hugging her knees, barely raised her head and sniffled, saying, well, for me. Zhong Lan interrupted herself, then looked at the cake on the table, clutching her hands in front of her chest excitedly, and exclaimed, justice is strawberry cake.
At the determination in her voice, Zhong Yuan was left dumbfounded.
Next, Zhong Lan became even more excited, gripping her hands tightly and listing her thoughts. The person who makes the technology-based pastries creates the ingredients, and in a peaceful world, a raspberry bakery could open, and everything behind it would be my righteous cause. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl hugged her knees, feeling wronged and crying in a muffled voice.
Boo-boo, I'm still too weak.
I don't even have the strength to protect the raspberry pastries. Beside her, Zhong Yuan gently combed her hair, smiling as he spoke up with a suggestion. If that's the case, let me help you protect the raspberry pastries. Then, he added, Lan Lan just needs to wait for me to bring the pastries back, just like when you were little. Upon hearing these words, the little girl's face showed a hint of sadness. Her expression tightened, filled with melancholy, and she slowly shared her thoughts with him.
But in the end, I will have to grow up.
Hearing this, Zhang Yuan, still standing behind her as he braided her hair into two pigtails, gently confirmed with a light touch. As long as I'm here, Lan Lan can stay a child for as long as she wants. Then, he added, one day, 1 month, 1 year, even a lifetime, it won't matter. Zhong Lan still frowned, kneeling on the bed, obediently waiting for her brother to finish combing her hair. She sank into thought after hearing his words. Afterward, comforted by his kind words, she raised a hand to touch one of her braids and smiled happily, confirming with a grin. Then I'll stay a child for a little longer, until I can protect the raspberry pastries by myself. Afterward, Zhong Lan seemed to remember something and mentioned the next room, her voice echoing down the hallway. That's right, brother, next door there's another person with a beard-shaped pastry.
Aren't you going to check it out?
Next, the two of them walked over to the room next door where Jiang Tiansu was. Zhong Yuan was still holding the strawberry cake, while Zhong Lan eagerly announced, Brother Jiang Tiansu, my brother is here to visit you. Seeing the two of them enter, both Jiang Tiansu, who was sitting on the bed, and Xiu Ren, who was lounging with his legs crossed on the chair, turned to look. Then, Zhong Yuan scratched his face awkwardly, unable to look directly at them, and said politely but shyly, thank you for saving my sister. He added, I'm sorry for almost causing you harm last time at Hualang. Hearing this, Jiang Tiansu laughed warmly and brushed it off with a smile. To be honest, it's also my fault.
Back then, I made you misunderstand.
He's already apologized, so let's just move on from it.
Then, Jiang Tiansu extended his hand toward Zhong Yuan, sitting cross-legged and looking at him, asking, so, can we be friends now?
In response, Zhong Yuan calmly shook his hand and replied, of course, no formalities between friends, let's not mention any issues about digging corners or anything like that. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan, who was beside them, clasped her hands behind her back and smiled happily. Next, Zhong Yuan turned around, placed the cake on the table, and began cutting it carefully while explaining, there's also this that Lan Lan mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Jiang Tiansu, lying on the sickbed, curiously looked over. Then, as he brought a piece of cake to his mouth, he smiled and confirmed, "You can share a piece of the cake with me." Afterward, there was a phone screen showing a ranking table with the following contents: ranking of the Void Energy Wielder Nation H Youth League, first place Jiang Buyu, second place Xin Ming, third place by Wu Yan. Fong Jing, observing the phone, spoke up, informing Zhong Yuan, who was sitting across from him, also looking at his phone, "The old fox has ranked you in second place." In response, Zhong Yuan confirmed, "We were also awarded a third-class Venus Medal, a second-class Certificate of Merit, and the rank of lieutenant." He then added, "Two of the attackers on campus are wanted international criminals, and the bounty has been paid." Upon hearing this, Fong Jing couldn't help but exclaim, "Everything about this is so unreal." He then put down his phone, clapped his hands, put on his glasses, and loudly declared, "Speaking of which, the museum staff called my house the other day, saying you entered the exhibition hall but never came out, disappeared without a trace." He added, "I told them, it's normal for void energy wielders to leave no traces, they shouldn't be so surprised." Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, hearing him brag, was left speechless. Suddenly, Fong Jing became more serious, his face filled with concern, and spoke up. Recently, he hasn't been sleeping in his own dormitory but has been going to the detention room every night. Then, he suspiciously asked, "Surely you're not suffering from some kind of dependence, only able to sleep in dark, confined spaces, right?" Hearing that, he also looked at him, put down his phone seriously, and confirmed, "Maybe. Probably." Immediately after, Fong Jing pointed at him and asked, "Do you want to sleep in a completely dark, rectangular box?" Seeing that, Zhong Yuan excitedly asked where he could buy such a bed. Upon hearing his question, Fong Jing crossed his arms, looked up, and replied while asking, "It has to be custom made." "What design do you want?" Hearing him ask, he rubbed his chin with a serious expression, thinking about the image of a golden coffin, and then asked back, "Can it be made like a golden coffin?" "Just a small change so that the lid can open." Then, Zhong Yuan made a remark, "The best quality would be an alloy, as pure gold can't withstand impact." Seeing that, Fong Jing confirmed with him, "No problem." "Do you want a sliding lid or a flip lid?" Hearing that, he continued to rub his chin, imagining both options for the coffin lid, then sat up with his chin still resting on his hand and made a decision, "Flip lid, it's more convenient." Hearing his answer, Zhong Yuan quickly responded with an, "Okay," and confirmed, "Okay, I'll have it ready in a few days and bring it to you." Then, at lunchtime, the four of them, 3 men and 1 woman, sat at a dining table. Shangguani, while lowering his head to eat, glanced at Fong Jing and spoke with a sigh, "Fong Jing, you've been absent from school these past few days, so you've avoided a huge disaster." Upon hearing this, Fong Jing looked at him in confusion. Meanwhile, Shangguani continued explaining his remark, lifting his food to his mouth as he spoke. That day, the cafeteria gave out expired bubble tea for free. Anyone who drank it got food poisoning and had to rush to the bathrooms, only to break out in rashes. In the end, the misfortune didn't stop there. Every drain on campus froze up when the bathroom doors opened, almost like opening a treasure chest of gold. Zhong Lan, hearing this, gave him a disgusted look and grabbed the earring of Zhong Yuan while speaking. Confirmation, she suddenly lost her appetite, but he continued eating happily, not paying attention to Shangguani. At this point, Fong Jing couldn't hold back anymore and, resting his hand on his forehead, reminded him, "Shangguani, don't bring up topics like this while eating." Zhong Yuan, on the other hand, paid no attention to them, enjoying his meal, still holding a bowl of rice in his hand, chewing away. Hearing this, he spoke up, scratching his head awkwardly as he changed the subject. Well, about how I got suspected of being gay for wearing women's clothes to take photos, which led my family to arrange a matchmaker for me." Upon hearing this, Fong Jing, sitting next to him, also looked over at him, his face full of confusion. While picking up his food, he imagined what his girlfriend might be like and asked, "Didn't you already have a fake girlfriend?" Seeing this, Shangguani honestly spoke up in response. "They said that the sect isn't opposing them." Upon hearing this, Fong Jing sneered and immediately turned to Shangguani, making a comment. "What's that supposed to mean? Look, she's beautiful, has great accomplishments, a big butt, and standing next to you, it's like a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of manure." Hearing this, Zhong Lan, who was standing beside them, also leaned over and asked in confusion, "Is a big butt really considered an advantage?" Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, who was holding a bowl of rice and chopsticks, glanced over at the two of them, eager for gossip.
Fong Jing, hearing the question, raised his hand and confidently responded.
Of course.
Then he added.
Medically speaking, the wider the pelvis, the easier childbirth becomes, so yes, it's definitely an advantage. The little girl leaned on his shoulder, looking towards Fong Jing while listening. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan spoke up, scolding him.
Fong Jing, don't corrupt my sister.
Hearing this, his expression became slightly gloomy, but he explained logically.
As void energy wielders, we could encounter accidents at any time.
Then he confirmed.
If you meet someone you like, why hesitate?
Marry early, have children early, and contribute more to the country.
Next, he turned to look at him and Zhong Lan, sneering and joking. Not talking about you too. This caused the two to stop and stare at him.
Then, understanding the implication behind his words, he angrily punched him, sending him flying, shouting loudly. That afternoon, Fong Jing was again at the training ground, punching students lined up under the scorching sun.
A teacher stood nearby watching them and announced.
Starting today, our class will conduct practical training once every 2 weeks, supplemented with specific content, including martial arts practice, physical training, and mental meditation. Next, Yuan took a step forward toward the students coming from behind and spoke, introducing the instructors. For today's training session, the Special Forces District has sent several active duty martial level experts to teach. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, sitting in the back row, looked up at the group of instructors in front of him and calmly muttered to himself, "So, there are two familiar faces down there."
Zhong Lan also noticed and, with a slightly melancholic expression, thought to herself, Uncle Lin, why is it always him conducting the practical training?
Then, the group of instructors began their introductions. First was Lin Dong Leang. He seriously clapped his hands and gestured toward the back, greeting, "Hello, students. Starting today, the four of us will be guiding you through the basic practical training course." He continued, "Now, let's get to know each other first." Next, his voice rang out, as he shouted, "My name is Lin Dong Leang, from the Night Eagle unit of the Huadong Military District, and I am a void energy wielder specializing in command." Beside him stood 4 others, and Yuan stepped back, leaving the podium to them. Next, the other 3 introduced themselves one by one. The first, with neat brown hair, said, "My name is Chan Hong, from the War God unit of the Huadong Military District, a void energy wielder specializing in attack." Then came a young man with blonde hair, "My name is Xiang Chong, from the Starthorn Army of the Huadong District. Void energy wielder, defensive system." The last person is a girl. "My name is Mu Hong, from the Huadong Military District's Divine Archery Unit, void energy wielder of the support and healing system." Next, Xiang Chong pointed to a corner and confirmed, "I have won 2 martial arts medals at the military sports games. Students who wish to hone their skills may come to me." Beside her, the only girl in the training team also raised her hand towards another direction and made her statement. "Void energy wielders with weak physical strength, especially females, are better suited for the Void Star support and healing system. Students interested in this system may follow me." Behind them, Lin Dong Leang frowned, his expression turning grim as he fell deep into thought. The other day, the commander had summoned him to the military district office. He said. That day, Nguyen Fong sat in a chair, hands clasped, his expression serious as he looked at me and spoke, "Shaolin, when the Chang'ing Academy was ambushed, the first person Zhonglan called for help was you." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong Leang panicked, flailing his arms and shouting in disbelief. "What? A distress call?" And Nguyen Fong, calmly explaining further, continued. "You cut off her resources, yet she never cut off her trust in you." Then, with a resolute expression, he commented on Zhonglan. "She's truly a smart child." After that, he sighed and added. Even in critical moments, she was able to remain calm, make a judgment, and call for help from the military district. Then he spoke again, reproaching, "Are you really going to deny her just because she only has 2 abilities?" Immediately after, he addressed Lin Dong Leang with a request, "There is an opportunity right now, you might be able to restore the relationship with that child." Upon hearing this, he also widened his eyes in surprise. Back to reality, Lin Dong Leang still had his hands clasped behind his back. He slowly walked closer to him and his sister, then spoke, Zhong Yuan, I am in charge of your training. Upon hearing this, both of them turned their gaze toward him. Zhong tightly gripped her brother's hand, while Zhong Yuan quietly looked away, not responding. As for the younger sister, she was chubby. Then, he looked up at Lin Dong Leang warily and anxiously. He immediately stepped forward and spoke with a firm stance, Lin instructor, you are not suited to guide us. It would be better to change to someone else. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong Leang was slightly startled, and the other instructors also looked at him with doubt. At Zhong Yuan's refusal, Lin Dong Leang's expression was filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He reminded him, Zhong Yuan, don't bring personal emotions into the class. He then added, although I am a void energy wielder of the command system, it's more than enough to guide someone like you, who's an ordinary person. Below, Chan Hong also sighed as he looked at Lin Dong Leang. After hearing his words, he gave a wry smile, silently thinking to himself, if Zhong Yuan is an ordinary person, then I must be extraordinary. But on the other side, he exuded a strong aura, his gaze cold and unfriendly, and he asserted firmly. Your guidance is not qualified, he said. Then, he spoke again, reminding Lin Dong Leang to change the instructor according to my reasonable request. I also hope Instructor Lin won't bring personal emotions into the classroom. On the other side, Xiang Chong couldn't hold back any longer. Angrily, he shouted, stepping forward towards him, his hand reaching out. What do you mean by that? Captain Lin, with his impressive achievements and evident strength, was standing firm. He then questioned him. On what basis does a student like you act so arrogantly? Seeing this, Lin Dong Leang, standing next to him, also raised his hand to stop him and spoke out to intervene. Stop talking. He then bowed toward Zhong Yuan and solemnly apologized. Zhong Yuan, I admit I was wrong. I owe you all an apology. I sincerely apologize. On the other side, he stood in front of Zhong Yuan, while she peered out from behind him. Both looked at Lin Dong Leang, while Xiang Chong stood frozen, astonished. Afterward, Lin Dong Leang raised his head to look at him and refused Zhong Yuan's request to change the instructor. But this is not a valid reason to reject my guidance. He then gave him further advice. When you come to class, you must approach it with humility, rather than acting rashly and impulsively. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes, coldly and calmly offering his judgment. Even if you apologize, you must step on others' toes. I really cannot praise your character. On the other side, Mu Hong also glanced over, squinting his eyes before making a comment. It is truly shameful for a student to deliberately cause trouble in front of the instructor. Meanwhile, Xiang Chong could no longer regain his composure. He pointed at him and questioned, What exactly do you want, kid? Behind them, Zhong Yuan, terrified, shrank back and dared not look any further. Zhong Yuan, however, remained firm in his stance. Change the instructor? His strength and character are both lacking, he can't teach me. Seeing his arrogance, Xiang Chong, his fingers trembling with rage, gritted his teeth and stepped forward to deliver his verdict. I've never seen someone so arrogant as you. He then asserted, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll be dead in 2 seconds on the battlefield. In response, Zhong Yuan called out to him, Big brother, I advise you to eat more rice and mind your own business. Xiang Chong had already stepped in front of him, his face full of anger, furrowing his brows. He pointed to Zhong Yuan's throat and shouted, I should mind my business. You came here today, and we're going to fight. Seeing the certainty in his eyes, Zhong Yuan smiled mockingly and responded, If you want to fight, just fight. Don't make excuses. Behind them, Zhong Yuan sensed that things were spiraling out of control. She glanced nervously at her brother and tried to intervene, saying, Please, just stop. Despite her concern, Zhong Yuan remained calm, comforting her with a reassuring tone, It's fine. Finally, he looked at Zhong Yuan, smiled, and pointed at Xiang Chong, confirming, I'm fighting him. Just one punch. On the other side, he frowned upon seeing this, growing even angrier. Looking at him, he furrowed his brows and shouted towards Zhong Yuan, "One move, then I'll stand here and let you strike me with whatever energy you've got." He looked at him with unwavering determination in his eyes. Zhong Lan, holding the phone from afar, also furrowed his brows slightly. The man stepped forward with a sneer, saying, "I'll tell you in advance, I'm the number 1 defender, number 2 in the military zone. My reflection ability can also counter your attack." An unexpected footnote appeared to explain, reflection when attacked only absorbs 20% of the damage, with the remaining 80% returned to the attacker. The blond man teasingly waved his hand, laughing loudly as he spoke to him, "Little boy, go ahead and attack with all your might, I'll just stand still." He looked at him, speaking with an unusual calmness, "Are you sure you want me to use all my strength?" The man, still full of confidence, replied bluntly, "Of course." Suddenly, he turned and asked, "Mu instructor, do you have life resonance?" The man quickly responded, "Ah, yes, what do you want to do?" With a face as cold as ice, he gazed into the distant sky and spoke, "Then it's good." He stood in position, his eyes fixed on the man, thinking to himself, "Brave, the way of the ambassador, blood debts paid in blood, truly poisonous." A series of lights surrounded his body, radiating immense strength. He thought further, every minute, every second. Fight to the point of madness, to the point of death. The posture of a crazed fighter. When he saw him like that, his face turned pale in an instant, and he shouted loudly, reflecting the fact that the man was getting closer and closer to him. A powerful punch flew directly towards him. At the same time, a number flashed in his mind. His strength had increased tenfold, and was reflected back at 80%, meaning 8 times. This power was repaid with blood, and his counterattack came back 3 times. In the end, what he struck out was the gaze full of determination and resentment in front of everyone. He was sent flying far away by the power of his punch. The man with the golden hair landed with a shaking impact straight into the ground. His face was covered in fresh, bright red blood. The girl hurriedly ran over and said, "Life resonance, 1 punch could drain the life force of a defensive powerhouse, that's impossible." At this point, Chan Hong quickly scratched his head and stepped forward. The woman shouted, "He's been saved, his life is still intact." Then she fainted for a moment. Zhan Hong thought to himself, originally wanting to take the opportunity to teach Xian Ming the skill of disc shooting, but instead, things turned out like this. He hurriedly picked up both people and placed them lightly over his shoulder, saying, "I'll take them to the hospital." Zhong Lan smirked craftily, looking at the phone and thinking quickly. After finishing the video, she was just about to post it on her friend's circle. Commander An's new satellite phone was indeed very useful. Zhong Yuan approached and called out Lin Dong Leang's name. "Now, do you think you can guide me?" He was taken aback, thinking through a multitude of things. How could this be? Clearly, his talent is no better than an ordinary person's. I had once absorbed a form of energy that had the ability to sense at a red level. Apart from detecting the Wang clan's rank in the foreign tribes, it could also sense the void energy talent of an ordinary person. Suddenly, he recalled a day from the past and reflected inwardly. That day, I happened to meet Zhonglan, and the void energy sense activated automatically. Clearly, the girl is very suited to become a void energy wielder. She could, in the future, become the strongest powerhouse in the H-Kingdom. He quickly thought further, I've also looked into Zhong Yuan's talent. It's rare to see someone so unsuited to become a void energy wielder like him. It really makes one wonder, are he and Zhong Lan even blood related? Their appearances don't resemble each other at all. Unconsciously, he looked toward Zhong Lan and immediately thought, it wasn't easy for me to wait for a fortuitous opportunity when Zhong Yuan had his accident, forcing me to use Zhong Lan to get into the Chang'ing Academy. But now, with Zhong Yuan's talent being so low, how could he possibly become such a peak powerhouse in just over a month? Could it be that my void energy sense is malfunctioning? Then, a meaningful glance was cast from afar toward Zhong Yuan. Could it be that judging a person's value solely based on void energy sense was a mistake from the start? In a place called the Academy.
Jiang Tiansu was resting his chin on his hand, staring intently at his phone, then thought. Ha!
Zhonglan posted something new on her friend's circle.
Zhonglan's message appeared on his screen. She wrote, "See if my brother looks handsome." Tiansu blushed unconsciously, then smiled. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhong Yuan has gotten stronger again. The last time he hit me, it definitely didn't have this much force. Oh, I need to save this video in 3 copies.
At the same moment, Fong Jing approached, looking at the phone in his hand and said with a smile. Of course, Xiaolan Lan, forwarding it is a piece of cake.
Scene shift. Gu Yan was sitting and scrolling through his phone, deep in thought. Nice. Celian even forwarded it to his friend's circle, trying to impress all of Huadong, huh?
But this Zhong Yuan really looks good in photos. He gently stroked his chin, caressing his beard, speaking to himself. Come to think of it, when picking candidates for the ambassador role, it's normal to post a picture on the recruitment materials. Zhong Yuan is the strongest male king, winning 1.8 million votes. In another scene, a spotlight shone in front of him. A voice rang out. This posture, this expression, professional. Chang'ing didn't use the male king title this year, changed it to young hero, seems like it works well. Zhong Yuan was surrounded by the flash of cameras from reporters. Gu Yan looked at him and smiled confidently. Zhong Yuan is our youngest lieutenant in Huadong.
If he's not the signboard, then who else could it be?
Breaking off his smile, he saw the tired expression on his face.
He spoke, "Is the photo done? Can I go now?"
Panicking at the sight of him like this, he hastily asked, "You were so excited just a moment ago, why do you suddenly look so sluggish?"
He immediately responded, "That's the expression I use for business." Zhong Yuan quickly closed his eyes, thinking rapidly.
He realized that he had developed the ability to appear irresistibly charming, making everyone around him naturally like him. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. In conclusion, he needed to avoid using it on people. He should test it on animals first and see the results. In the city's night, the faint figure of Su Yuaning could be seen. She was walking, deep in thought, first inviting Zhong Yuan to form a team but getting rejected. Now he had even stolen the title of most beautiful. Truly, she felt like throwing herself into a furnace just to ease the boredom. Suddenly, she passed by and saw a man surrounded by cats, looking so adorable. Without thinking, she walked up to him and awkwardly patted his shoulder, asking, "Excuse me, how can I make these cats more affectionate?" Zhong Yuan turned his face toward her, making her gasp in surprise and shout his name. Upon hearing her call his name, Zhong Yuan lifted his hand to his chin and said, "I remember now, you're the one who tricked me into going to Malata that day." She smiled awkwardly and replied, "On the day of Su Yuaning, my name is Su Yuaning, it's not the final prayer." Then she asked him back, "Classmate Zhong Yuan, did you come here to feed the cats too?" He quickly glanced at the pack of food in her hand and said, "These cats are noisy every night. I'm here to punish them." While speaking, a thought flashed through his mind, "No, she's a cat lover, I can't badmouth cats in front of her." So he continued, "Just now, Su's sister said she wanted to get closer to these cats, right?" She smiled happily and said, looking towards him, "Yes, how did you manage to do that? Can you tell me?" He continued the conversation, "Sure. But everything you see today has to be kept a secret." She quickly agreed to his request, "No problem." Then he looked at her with firm determination and said, "If you want them to listen, you have to learn how to act cute." The corners of her mouth curved up slightly, and she involuntarily said, "Cute?" His hands gently stroked the calico cat in his arms. "Yes, act cute, that's how feral cats will like you." She looked at him with eyes full of doubt. "Are you speaking the national H language? I don't understand anything you're saying." She watched him gently pet the cat, exuding cuteness, and subconsciously moved closer, smiling as she spoke. "Zhong Yuan, let me touch it for a bit," she said with a slightly evasive expression. "Senior sister, are you trying to tease me?" She hurriedly denied it. "No, I mean the cat, let me touch the cat on your shoulder for a moment. He quickly sat down, gently picking up the cat from his shoulder and said, "Oh, I see. Please wait a moment." A blue light emitted from his hands, and a thought flashed through his mind. He had just realized that after using an ultra-cute expression to make the cat completely submit, it seemed that he could engage in simple emotional communication with it. The cat suddenly seemed to be wrapped by some kind of power, happily running toward Yuan. She was equally surprised and exclaimed, don't fight, there's still plenty of food for the cats." He looked at her with contemplation. Su Yuan didn't seem as troublesome and difficult as he had imagined. While he was in a calm mood, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Get up, the sun's already shining on your butt." After hearing the sound, he thought to himself, the commander's call at midnight must be something urgent. He quickly said goodbye to Su Yuan. "I have to go now, senior sister. You should rest early too." She immediately replied, "Oh, okay, you go ahead, leaving me with these adorable little meow meows." He looked at her while thinking to himself, the way these stray cats took the initiative to get close was truly wonderful. Will I be able to pet the cat with Zhong Yuan in the future? She was thinking, but suddenly paused for a moment before continuing her thoughts. Earlier Zhong Yuan said we need to act cute with them. Should I try that? She followed through, and the thought in her head instantly created a very cute pose along with a silly smile. The cats looked at her with disdain, then struck. After being hit, she immediately fell backward, crying out in pain. She hugged the cat food in her hands, her eyes welling up with tears as she said, "Hoo-hoo, it was all just pretending to be cute for nothing. Now look at this, I have scratches all over my face that I need to treat." She gently raised her hand to touch the wound on her face and murmured, "I have the power to pray with the most extreme strength, but a small scratch from a cat. I can't even heal myself." A series of past memories ran through her mind, and the image of her kneeling on the ground, her body trembling, appeared. A man with red hair stood in a very cool manner, and her father asked, "Who gave you this broken Feng Jiaoluo stone?" She replied, trembling and terrified, I bought it from a classmate." He began to show his violent nature, pushing her away and cursing her as stupid. Now, she only had the ability to pray with extreme power. As long as she stayed behind the battlefield so others could copy her abilities, she wouldn't need to risk her life. She could gain both fame and fortune. Void Star Lurspawn with shared prayer. The wealth and prosperity that our Su family possesses are the foundation we have. It must absolutely not be polluted by the trashy abilities of the wind's healing. After beating her until she lay trembling and writhing on the floor, he turned his back and continued, "Luckily, you're just a useless being with no talent. Aside from the foreign aberrant energy, you can absorb nothing else. Before you fully condense it, the aberrant energy will be passed down to future generations, so just stay here quietly and don't do anything unnecessary." Another unpleasant memory resurfaced, surrounding her with words full of deep, contemptuous mockery. Everyone said that the strongest were the best love medicine. She had so many people chasing after her, and all of them were pursuing extreme devotion, weren't they? Once the extreme devotion ended, she would become a burden and have to be protected. Such a hassle. As a tool for collaboration, she was still of use. Ha ha. Luan raised his hand without even looking at her face and said, "Sorry, my family has instructed me not to activate any abilities for you." She fell silent, biting her lip tightly, returning to the present. She held the aberrant energy in her hand and said, "I want to fight alongside my teammates, I don't want to be a burden just relying on others for protection. If there truly is a deity in the world of aberrant energy, please answer my humble prayer." Tears unconsciously fell from her eyes onto the aberrant energy. A melody rang out from the energy. She had gained the power of the wind's healing, her face full of astonishment. A helicopter flew through the sky, its sound echoed, then it descended to the ground below. "Zhong Yuan, sorry for disturbing you at this late hour, but the situation in Jinling City is urgent.
Void Cave is about to fall. He heard this and immediately responded, no need for formalities. Commanderin, just send me the battle situation and the documents. The voice on the other end quickly replied, got it. Your satellite phone can now connect directly to the battlefield communication channel. Remember to connect in a moment. He simply responded with one word, yes. He turned his gaze toward the driver, smiling lightly as he said, I didn't expect you to also be a pilot. The man quickly responded, it's nothing, I usually handle deliveries for Dongfeng, logistics for void energy wielders. One person fills multiple roles. He continued, this late-night conversation must be tough with overtime. He turned back to smile at Zhong Yuan, what am I compared to you? You all are the ones really working hard. The conversation between the two ended. Location of the Void Cave, Nyoto Mountain, Jinling City, Green Tier level. Opened 4 hours ago, the enemy's alien race, Primordial. Abilities of the Primordial, Super Regeneration, Poison Scythe, Death Strangulation, Super Excretion. The system displayed, and an intense battle broke out. One of the soldiers said, too many bugs, can't kill them all. This is basically not even a green tier difficulty. The Huang Tian team is on the verge of collapse, unable to react in time as a bug charges at them with incredible speed, followed by a painful scream. Upon hearing the scream, Gu Yan immediately said, the Huang Tian team has been wiped out. A young man with blonde hair, hearing this, panicked and shouted, no, Xiaoyi is getting married next month, she can't die. He quickly tried to calm him down, saying, stop talking. Let's deal with these bugs first. While they struggled to fight off the hideous bugs, a voice came through their headsets, this is the command center. All personnel, retreat immediately to preserve the strategy. Gu Yan angrily shouted, are we just going to ignore the lives of the people outside? If we die, another team can come in and fight. The battle 12 years ago, when Primordial tore through the domain boundary, we lost over 100 people just to suppress it. The memory of that is still fresh in our minds. And Guanfeng quickly responded, the domain boundary has been reinforced with 9 anchor points. It won't be easy to break through. Those with strategic level strength could turn the tide of this upcoming battle. I'm ordering you all to retreat because I don't want any more unnecessary sacrifices. At this point, Zhong Yuan finally arrived. Shipper quickly relayed the message to Dongfeng, telling the command center, we've reached Nyotu Mountain, please issue orders. A voice responded from the other end, command center has received. The domain boundary will open in 50 seconds. Fly at maximum speed. Dongfeng understood. He repeated the command. The helicopter continued to charge forward at a terrifying speed. The shipper started counting. 1, 2, 3. Successfully entered the domain boundary. At this moment, a group of people within the system looked outside and received information from the outside. The Nyotu Mountain communication tower received an unusual connection. The user logging in was Xian Ming. A man raised his hand and said, let him into the channel and grant him level 1 privileges. He looked down from the helicopter and whispered, lower the volume a bit, my ears are about to explode. The blonde man in front spoke. Hearing Xian Ming's voice, which seemed quite young, she quickly responded, complaining about the volume, you wouldn't have reached the Void Cave battlefield yet, would you? The goat-headed man added, I just hope this strategic level powerhouse can turn the situation around. Turning to Zhong Yuan, a swarm of bugs suddenly came rushing in from somewhere. The shipper, panicking, shouted, Dongfeng, instructions, a swarm of insects is heading toward the helicopter. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan spoke, increase altitude immediately. The shipper heard this and, surprised, turned back, you must continue, increase altitude until I tell you to stop, hurry. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly as he wondered if the poison scythe of Primordial could absorb them. It couldn't absorb them. Wait a moment, let's think about it. It kept repeating in his mind. He looked down to adjust, 1500 m, 2000 m, 4000 m. Wow! The reminder about this altitude finally faded away.
He held his backpack in his hands and said to the shipper, "All right, the air below is toxic. Make sure to maintain this altitude, don't get contaminated."
The shipper was surprised and replied, "Huh? Raising the altitude is for me?"
Before he could say anything else, Zhong Yuan spoke up, "I'll jump first." The shipper, full of confidence, pointed at himself and said, "Triumphal return, I'll bring you back."
He just smiled lightly and quickly jumped straight down.
The gray-haired man looked at the system and, seeing him jump, panicked, shouting, "Why did Xin Ming jump straight down?
This is a 4,000 m altitude. The maximum safe altitude for a parachute landing is only 1,000 m."
The person standing next to him quickly answered decisively, "Humph, he has a special landing skill." The image of him jumping into a swarm of disgusting insects appeared.
The sound from the earpiece echoed, "No way? Why jump out of nowhere like that?" Hearing the scolding through the earpiece, he responded, "Hey, if there's nothing wrong, don't yell like that."
The person on the other side, hearing his scolding, lowered the volume and continued, "Sorry, I'll be quieter."
"May I ask, what ability did you use to stay in the air like that?" The people around quickly began to gossip and whisper to each other.
Xian Ming dared to criticize, saying too much. The people around are also following suit, but the important thing is that the chief of staff isn't angry with him at all. Seeing that they were all focused on criticizing Zhong Yuan, the assistant to the chief of staff gently reminded them.
"Are you guys sure you're focusing on the right point?
Xian Ming is 3,000 meters high." Back with Zhong Yuan, he suddenly removed his support gear and said, "I won't use any abilities, I'll just jump on the back of a large insect.
If they attack me, we'll deal with it later."
Then he unleashed his ultimate acting cute skill to deal with the insects. Hearing the sounds of his battle, she quickly reminded him,
"Shh, don't disturb him while he's fighting."
Before she could process what was happening, the voice in the earpiece continued,
"It's over.
These bugs aren't as smart as the wild cats." Everyone was shocked and exclaimed in unison,
"Did it end in 2 seconds?
The people on the helicopter also panicked and shouted,
"Commander, what does he mean? What's with the wild cat?"
Yu Chang answered calmly,
"Strategic level."
He was fighting while thinking, reflecting that the acting cute ability was sometimes effective on people, but was always extremely useful on cats and insects.
Moreover, just using it once would make them continuously obey him.
Then he looked at his phone, which was displaying the location, and thought further. Out of the 6 Void Energy Wielder teams that joined the battle, only 5 teams remain, a total of 30 people. By chance, he looked down and saw a nest being attacked by a swarm of insects, prompting him to unconsciously ask, "Strange, why are these insects charging straight toward them? These insects aren't that intelligent, they shouldn't be able to sense their position." He thought quickly, his gaze filled with doubt, revealing a few words. Could there be a being in primordial with relatively high intelligence, and moreover, able to communicate with each other? He quickly relayed the information to Guyan's group. "There's a swarm of large cockroaches flying toward you.
I'm heading there to assist you in retreating."
Panicking, Guyan shouted into his earpiece, "We'll handle these insects ourselves.
Xian Ming, just focus on your mission."
Upon hearing Guyan's response, he immediately retorted, "These creatures aren't normal, if you kill them slowly, it will only make things worse." The others, seemingly glued to the situation, screamed out in response.
One of those standing next to Guyan spoke up, "Now you're criticizing us for being slow? Xian Ming is too arrogant." Another person, standing behind, yelled out angrily, "Don't come here, we can still keep fighting." The blonde-headed guy was also furious, holding up a flare and shouting loudly to the skies, "Take out all weapons, let's fight these insects and avenge the Huang Tian team." Before he could respond, someone pointed outside the cave, toward the silhouette of someone. "Wait. It seems like he's here." He stood tall, exuding an air of confidence, and said, "Is anyone afraid of heights? If not, I'll have this crew take you to the safe zone."
Guyan gasped, exclaiming, "One time, controlling 31 targets, directly breaking the highest record in Nation H." His expression tugged at his golden hair, still the same as ever, before continuing, is this the true power of a void energy wielder at the strategic level?
Someone asked, are these insects poisonous? Is it safe to turn them into humans?
He responded decisively, his tone indescribable. Their venom sacs are located on their legs and are released when they crawl, creating friction with the ground.
Their excrement is also toxic, but once they fly, it becomes harmless. Time's pressing. Everyone, listen to my orders and get on the bugs. Then, countless insects appeared.
He turned away, thinking to himself, let them all fly up to the sky. I can rest easy now and investigate the secrets of these creatures.
He casually took out a blazing red sphere and thought, I wonder if the Void Star of Primordial has any absorption properties?
The Void Star of Primordial has the following abilities.
Super regeneration at the red level, which cannot level up.
Super regeneration, with increased regenerative power, capable of producing tens of thousands in one go. Poison Scythe, a unique toxin of Primordial, which contaminates everything.
He continued his analysis. Death Strangulation, a royal level skill that can be upgraded. Death Strangulation uses its jagged mouthparts to attack enemies and drain their life force. Super Excretion, chain level cannot be upgraded.
The Super Excretion immediately releases a large amount of harmful excrement, accelerating the spread of Poison Scythe.
The frozen-faced man thought for a moment, what the hell can absorb?
Then he analyzed the Void Star. The will of the hybrid race cannot level up. The will of the hybrid race resonates through Poison Scythe's thoughts, requiring the ability of Poison Scythe. He stared at the Void Star with suspicion, deep in thought. It turns out, in addition to the 4 abilities mentioned above, there is also the will of the hybrid race resonating through Poison Scythe's thoughts.
Let's try an experiment first, he thought.
Scene change, the group of people was hovering in mid-air. The man with the golden head spoke, he's brought all of us into the sky, what does he want to do by stopping here?
Gu Yan helplessly said, I don't understand the world of strategic level.
A voice shouted, look over there. He turned around and was met with the words Luo Zhanggu, floating in the sky, pasted there by the little insects. He helplessly exclaimed, damn it.
The group looked at the words created by the insects, Luo Zhanggu. The atmosphere in the room became eerily silent. Lu Jianlin asked, Zhang Yuan, is it possible to control so many insects at once?
And Guan Feng coughed lightly and awkwardly said, don't ask, asking means you're at the strategic level. Lu Jianlin spoke into the communicator, that is, Zhang Yuan, the overtime fees are negotiable.
Could you possibly livestream from your phone so we can observe the situation on your end?
Immediately, a spatial vortex opened, and Zhang Yuan's voice sounded from the communicator.
Can you see it? Lu Jianlin asked.
Yes. The young man in the white suit exclaimed anxiously, oh my god, the number of bugs is no less than it was 12 years ago. And Guan Feng, with a serious expression, said, the previous estimates were still too optimistic. Lu Jianlin replied, we need to eliminate these bugs before they breed out of control.
Mobilize fire ammunition and carry out a bombing mission to clear the area. Zhang Yuan, standing atop a bug, said, we don't need to use fire ammunition yet. Lu Jianlin on the other end of the line expressed doubt.
Zhang Yuan raised his hand to activate his super skill, acting cute.
He thought the earlier experiment had been successful.
As long as he controlled a small portion of the bugs, he could use the will of the swarm transmitted through the venom to make all the bugs obey him. Zhang Yuan's command was transmitted to the bugs' brains, and they retreated back into the void cave.
Return, return.
The primordial, which had been moving, suddenly stopped and then turned around to withdraw. The people in the command room were astonished as they saw the swarm of bugs retreating in unison.
Oh my god, the primordial is retreating.
Another person exclaimed, this is incredible.
Yet another person shouted, wait, I've never heard of the foreign race retreating to the eastern zone.
The voice from the communication device transmitted to Zhang Yuan. A miracle, Zhang Yuan had created a miracle.
We are witnessing the birth of history.
Suddenly, he noticed another primordial creature.
It was holding an arm, completely unaffected by the super-level acting cute. Zhong Yuan suspected and thought, this smaller bug isn't affected. Could it be the Worm King? The blonde-haired young man, seeing this scene through the communication device, shouted in hatred, "Zhong Yuan, kill that bug, avenge the Huang Tian team, please." The black-haired man, the captain of his team, yelled, "Hey, don't make decisions on your own." The blonde-haired youth pleaded desperately, "That's Xiaoyi's weapon, she was killed by those bugs, we couldn't even find her body. She was supposed to get married next month." Zhong Yuan replied, He took out 2 throwing daggers and stepped onto the ground. Zhong Yuan aimed carefully, then threw the 2 throwing daggers with great force at the bug. The daggers flew with the might of thunder, but were blocked by 2 other bugs that emerged from the ground. The bug, which was busy gnawing on the arm, was startled, realizing the incoming attack. Zhong Yuan thought, "It noticed me, it wants to escape. It can probably command other regular bugs to shield it." Watching the special bug digging a hole to burrow into the ground, Zhong Yuan thought, "I can't let it get away." He rushed forward and activated his freezing skill. The chilling cold carrying shards of ice shot towards the bug to hinder its movements. Zhong Yuan quickly picked up the weapon that was lying on the ground next to Xiaoyi. He gripped it tightly and delivered a powerful blow to the back of the bug. The ice coating shattered, and the bug was instantly slain. Zhong Yuan dug out a yellow void star from the bug's body. A system prompt sounded, "Void star of the primordial king detected, would you like to absorb it?" Super thought, green level cannot level up, super thought increases cognitive abilities. Upon seeing this notification, Zhong Yuan understood and thought, so this is why the Worm King wasn't affected by super cute acting. I won't absorb it. Suddenly, he noticed something sparkling on the ground not far away. Zhong Yuan walked over and picked up the diamond-encrusted ring. He gazed at the ring and remembered what Feng Jing had once said, "As void energy wielders, we are always at risk of accidents. If you meet someone you like, why hesitate?" Zhong Yuan tightly gripped the ring, sighing as he thought, so that's what he meant. He must have realized this after going through countless separations between life and death. Zhong Yuan stood up and looked at the insect, thinking, this is the Worm King. It's slightly smaller, with longer legs, and extraordinary intelligence. It can command other bugs to act. Zhong Yuan cautioned, there's likely another Worm King lying in ambush underground. Wait a moment, he said, jumping onto the bug. He then activated his super perception skill. The surrounding scene was transmitted into Zhong Yuan's mind in the form of colorful patches. A strange creature resembling a beetle appeared. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, as expected, it's still here. Zhong Yuan immediately contacted the headquarters through the communication device. "I found a Worm King and sent the coordinates to you. It has laid eggs and built a nest underground. Launch fire shells to destroy it." Lu Jianlin coughed lightly and said, "I thought you no longer needed us." The people around him were somewhat awkward. Zhong Yuan responded casually, "Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm not a superhero. When I'm out of strength, of course I need to rely on you." Zhong Yuan continued, "In the Void Cave battlefield, individual heroism is useless. When facing difficulties, we must rely on the military or the country." Lu Jianlin laughed heartily. "Ha, I like what Zhong Yuan just said." Another person remarked, "I almost looked down on him because I complained about the low overtime pay, but I was just narrow-minded." After that, Lu Jianlin gave the order, "Ironclad Army, prepare to launch missiles. Enter the domain boundary immediately and cooperate with Zhong Yuan in combat." The terrifying explosion occurred, with shockwaves and intense pressure sweeping everything in its path. Zhong Yuan, having overused his skills, mumbled tiredly, his eyes exhausted. He had used his super perception 5 times to check the terrain and finally located all the Worm Kings. Standing still, Zhong Yuan said, "If no other alien species pass through, the Void Cave will close on its own after a period of time. Right now, the Void Cave has entered a stable state." In the domain boundary, there were still a few remaining bugs, which would be handed over to the Scientific Research Institute. Raising his hand with the ring on it, Zhong Yuan asked, does anyone know what this is?
The blonde-haired young man immediately saluted military style and replied, "Report, I know." Seeing the pained expression on his face, Zhong Yuan said, "Sorry, I only found this." The blonde-haired young man said, "Thank you so much. My cousin, up in the heavens, will surely find comfort." The battlefield observation team reported to the command center that the void cave was disappearing. On the screen, the void cave gate was rapidly shrinking. Finally, it flickered with a flash of light and then completely vanished. The reconnaissance team then reported, "The void cave has disappeared. The suppression of the void cave was successful." The people in the command center yelled in joy, "We did it! Unlike 12 years ago, we didn't pay such a heavy price." Another person said, "This is the greatest miracle in human history in the fight against the void cave." The surviving team members gathered around Zhong Yuan, asking him questions. One person said, "Zhong Yuan, you're the hero of this operation, history will forever remember your contribution." Another person said, "Zhong Yuan, take a photo before you leave." Zhong Yuan declined, "No, I'm allergic to flash photography."
"Come on, goodbye." With that, he sneaked onto the helicopter and left.
He looked at Zhong Yuan resting behind him, feeling pity and thinking, this child is only 16 years old and has already been sent to such a dangerous battlefield. Surely, I'm exhausted, he thought while piloting the helicopter.
"Thank you."
The hero who suppressed Void Cave.
Zhong Yuan returned to his room, feeling drained.
He immediately collapsed onto the bed and thought, finally back to the school's dorm room. I need to sleep and recover the mental energy I've burned out. Slowly, Zhong Yuan drifted into a deep sleep. He thought to himself, it's 3 a.m. now, and the alarm's set for 5. This time I can sleep for 2 hours. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Yuan opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, while the sound of the alarm blared. He got up, the sun was already shining on his backside. The screen showed it was exactly 7 a.m. Indeed, just a little nap never really means a little. In the room, Zhong Lan was a bit worried and scolded him, saying, "You were playing games with that strange girl last night, weren't you?" Fong Jing told Yuan, "You've got 2 huge dark circles under your eyes, you'd better come clean before Xiao Lan gets hurt." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan helplessly thought, I don't even have a metabolism system, how could I have dark circles? Zhong Yuan tugged at the corner of his eye and asked, "Shang Guanyi, do I have dark circles?" Shang Guanyi, seeing Zhong Lan's deathly glare, responded nonchalantly, "Seems like a little bit." In his heart, Shang Guanyi thought, although I can't see anything, I'm sure Miss Lan's instinct is never wrong. Zhong Yuan wondered, is my exhaustion state that obvious? Why does everyone keep saying that? Zhong Yuan honestly replied, well, actually, it's because there were a few cockroaches in the room last night, so I ended up fighting with them until midnight. Zhong Lan, who had a strong obsession with cleanliness, was startled and exclaimed, Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan continued, there were about 6 or 7 of them. They were so dense that I couldn't even see them. In the end, I had to use pesticide to get rid of them all. Zhong Lan, uncomfortable, shook the bottle of hot sauce and said, don't say any more, just look at how much hot sauce is in the bowl. Fong Jing, terrified, thought to herself, oh no. This level of spiciness would blow anyone's head off. At that moment, her friend Su Yuaning, acting all sweet, said, good morning, Zhong Yuan. Good morning, little sister Zhong Lan. Hey, Shang Guanyi, you're here too. Fong Jing said, filled with hostility. Su Yuaning, having caused a scene at the table, quickly moved to another seat. Fong Jing thought, she didn't greet me on purpose, didn't she? Su Yuaning, unwilling to lose, retorted, I've already eaten. I just noticed my junior was greeting Chu. Su Yuaning leaned closer to Zhong Yuan, showing off her figure and then, with a hint of innuendo, said, Zhong Yuan, could you join me tonight? Just like last night. You know, continuing that thing. The whole table fell silent, stunned. Zhong Yuan coldly responded, not interested, and thought to himself, I don't even have time to sleep, let alone train a dog.
He then thought about writing a report on the mission and watching the video of Lan Lan's training. What the hell are you doing? A mountain of work suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Yuan thought, could it be that he's too busy studying for the exam to have time for anything else? His face, as understanding as a girlfriend's, said, how about we do some practice problems together tonight?
Shang Guanyi stood up and shouted, tonight, Zhong Yuan will be doing practice problems with me. Don't think you can just barge in like a third wheel.
Su Yuaning sarcastically replied, a study loser who failed 5 subjects like you still dares to do practice problems with Zhong Yuan?
Shang Guanyi, brimming with confidence, said, I may not have any other strengths, but I do have thick skin. At that moment, Zhong Lan said, I'm full now, I'll head out first.
Zhong Yuan responded, is that all you ate? Let me help you wrap up a little xiaolongbao. If you get hungry later, you can eat it. Zhong Lan, losing interest, said, I'm not hungry, I need to go to the bathroom now.
Zhong Yuan said, we'll meet at the school gate later.
Zhong Lan answered, got it.
Su Yuaning and Shang Guanjing continued their heated argument. Fong Jingti, afraid, watched Zhong Yuan gobble down Zhong Lan's food and thought, well, you finally got that deadly tofu into your stomach, huh? In the end, Zhong Yuan still packed some food to take with him.
Fong Jing, walking beside him, asked, are you okay? You look pale, do you want me to help you with Su Ri? Zhong Yuan immediately responded, sure.
Fong Jing quickly used his Su Ri technique, which brought the target back to the state they were in 24 hours ago. Zhong Yuan's body seemed to slightly distort, as if multiple overlapping images were being created. Fong Jing was so focused on using his skills that he didn't pay much attention, but still caught a glimpse of something and startled, thinking, humph, why did that guy turn into an illusion earlier?
Did I see it wrong?
Fong Jing immediately reached out to pinch Zhong Yuan's cheek, making him confused and ask,
what are you doing? Fong Jing replied, checking if your condition has improved. Zhong Yuan casually responded, oh.
Fong Jing thought, well, there's still a physical presence. So, Fong Jing switched to another question. I suddenly remembered, last night at this time, you also ate the poisonous tofu from your sister.
Zhong Yuan scratched his chin, recalling and saying, I think so.
Fong Jing sighed helplessly.
Ah, what a waste of Su Ri. The two of them walked toward the academic building. As they entered, Zhong Yuan asked, isn't your Su Ri a healing ability? What does that have to do with the food I ate last night?
Fong Jing explained,
void energy itself doesn't have any classification. The healing, attacking, and so on are just simplified terms. The actual effect of Su Ri is to restore a person's physical state back to what it was 24 hours ago.
Zhong Yuan was surprised upon hearing this, replying,
there are that many ways to describe it. Fong Jing clarified.
If a person got injured 24 hours ago, and now they are healed, if I use Su Ri on them, it would actually bring them back to their injured state.
Moreover, Su Ri only affects the physical condition, not the mind.
Zhong Yuan pondered for a moment and said,
that's not right.
The material foundation of the mind is the brain. It must be a part of the body, Fong Jing said. The emergence of void energy has altered most of the traditional theories in physics.
What is the essence of life in terms of void energy? It is still under research, and even the latest theories contain many flaws.
What is certain now is that those who have died in terms of void energy, even if their body is restored using Su Ri, cannot be resurrected.
Zhong Yuan fell silent after hearing this, thinking to himself, so it seems that the essence of Su Ri must be some kind of time ability?
I was reborn 4 or 5 years ago, yet still in a state of death, unless I was also affected by a similar power. Zhong Yuan thought about the strange golden coffin, and a bold hypothesis appeared in his mind. Perhaps the power that caused his rebirth was not just the golden coffin. A few days later, he carried a large box of tea and called out to Zhong Yuan, your order is here. Zhong Yuan pulled up the garage door and said, place it in the storage room at the end of the first floor.
Thank you.
The delivery man responded, okay. Zhong Yuan looked at him in disbelief, thinking, I can't believe this guy is a void energy wielder too. Zhong Yuan touched the custom-made golden coffin, then said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad, it looks exactly like the golden coffin. Now I won't need to go to the cell to sleep anymore. Suddenly, he noticed some items inside the coffin and muttered, there are things inside, receipts. The instructions come with a cushion to adjust the height of the bed legs, a metal cleaning tool, and a set of cute little frying pans.
Zhong Yuan commented, not bad, just stick them all on.
And so, on the lid of the coffin, there was a whole bunch of stickers with messages from the delivery man. Warm smoke floated above the teacup. And Guan Feng said, Zhong Yuan, the reason I called you to the military district today is to discuss two things. And Guan Feng was rummaging through the cabinet and said, first, your overtime pay has arrived. If you hadn't been in the Void Cave primordial Seidel battle, Jinling City probably would have had to retreat entirely, and the losses would have been immeasurable. Finally, and Guan Feng handed Zhong Yuan a box containing a medal and said, aside from the military merit and the bonus, they've also awarded you a medal.
Zhong Yuan said, can I not take it?
My dorm already has two, and it's so cramped with them. Hearing this, and Guan Feng insisted that he had to accept it, otherwise, he wouldn't receive the overtime pay.
In his mind, he thought, this is a Yenhuang medal of the highest rank, I still crave it, and yet you're complaining about it?
Zhong Yuan scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, oh, so the medal isn't the overtime pay. And Guan Feng placed his hand on the safe next to him and said, your overtime pay is right here.
Zhong Yuan eagerly asked, what is this?
And Guan Feng replied, I've mobilized 12,000 snowbone serpents of the Void Star for you.
Zhong Yuan asked again with a slight frown, is all of this yours?
And Guan Feng generously replied, yes, you can absorb as much as you can, but you must remember, this power is a gift from the country and the people. I hope you don't forget your original intentions and use it for the right path.
Zhong Yuan nodded and said, I understand. The system notification sounded, did you absorb the Void Star's ice-cold essence? Zhong Yuan answered firmly, absorb. The energy from the pile of Void Stars poured into Zhong Yuan like a waterfall.
The system notifications kept coming, super sensing, max level reached. Your ability, super sensing has leveled up. You have gained a new ability, air bullet, red level. It can be leveled up to air bullet, max red level. Your ability, air bullet has leveled up. You have gained a new ability, heat barrier at calamity level. It can be leveled up to heat barrier, calamity level 2. The system notifications slowed down a bit, ice freeze, max green level. Your ability, ice freeze has leveled up. You have gained a new ability, extreme cold at red level. It can be leveled up to extreme cold, red level 8. Zhong Yuan received gold level earplugs, 10 green level, 100 red level, and 1000 calamity level earplugs. One level will not be able to further upgrade. The upgrade direction is starting to lean towards ice freeze now. Zhong Yuan shouted, Commander, add another barrel. And Guan Feng quickly said, Zhong Yuan, take it slow, don't overdo it. Zhong Yuan confidently replied, don't worry, I won't go overboard. And Guan Feng tossed another barrel in front of him. Zhong Yuan continued to absorb it, and the system sent another notification, Extreme Cold has stolen the maximum level of your abilities. Extreme Cold has leveled up. You have gained a new ability, Eternal Ice Domain, a disaster level ability that cannot be upgraded. Rebirth at gold level max. Your Rebirth ability has leveled up. You have gained a new ability, Immortal Green. The green level can be upgraded. Immortal Green is now at level max. Your Immortal Green ability has leveled up. You have gained a new ability, Immortal Body, red level can be upgraded. Zhong Yuan raised his hand and said, Thermal Overload, Eternal Ice Domain, Immortal Body, all of them have activated. After Thermal Overload, reaching Disaster Level 2, it seemed that some kind of force was preventing further upgrades. Eternal Ice Domain could not be leveled up, but Immortal Body remained at the red level. So, Zhong Yuan raised his hand and said, "Add one more barrel."
And Guan Feng stared in astonishment and asked, "Kid, are you some kind of beast spirit?" Zhong Yuan absorbed yet another barrel. The system sent another notification: Immortal Body, Red Level Max.
Your immortal body ability has leveled up.
You have gained a new ability.
Life Authority, with the level of Disaster, can be upgraded. Life Authority, Level 2 Disaster. Life Authority immediately grants an immortal body and enables any target within a maximum radius of 1,000 meters to instantly gain the ability to regenerate.
Zhong Yuan sighed and said, "Commander, that was what I was asking about. Are you alright? Do you need to contact someone for treatment?" Zhong Yuan continued, "Right now, I am the healing system. I've just acquired a new ability, which allows me to grant others the regeneration effect as well." And Guan Feng exclaimed in surprise, "What?"
He immediately grabbed a dagger. Without hesitation, Guan Feng stabbed the dagger directly into his palm. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan's face turned pale and he said, "One word of disagreement, and you act directly.
That's quite cruel." And Guan Feng urged eagerly, "Quick, let me see."
Zhong Yuan stretched out his hand and called, "Life Authority." A greenish glow surrounded Guan Feng's hand. Looking at his hand, flawless and unblemished, Guan Feng marveled, "Incredible, this speed is equivalent to a level 9 high-grade gold regeneration.
What is this ability called? Does it have any usage limitations?" Zhong Yuan honestly replied, "Life Authority has no usage restrictions."
However, Zhong Yuan thought, with his sense of time, he should still provide more information. So he added, "Using it can be quite draining mentally.
Yeah.
Using it too much will require compensatory sleep, at least 2 days." And Guan Feng, so happy that he raised his hand, said, Good, that's great. Another level of healing strategy has emerged. Its healing ability is even broader than Su Ri's. We can finally have a firm grip on humanity."
Zhong Yuan asked, "Commander, didn't you say you called me here for 2 matters? What is the second one?"
And Guan Feng calmed down, cleared his throat, and turned around. "The second matter is that the plan to lure the inner spies within the H-Nation military district has been arranged."
Elsewhere, in a luxurious and elegant building, a red-haired woman holding a glass of wine approached the wooden balcony. The bright red wine was poured into a second glass.
The red-haired woman said, "Commander Guan Feng of Huadong suggested allowing students to enter the domain boundary to collect void stars." The red-haired woman continued, "Using this to conduct a selection for the university competition, it's clearly to lure us into taking action against Zhong Yuan."
Bai Luoho said, "The fishing method, the bait with a salty hook, don't I see through in Guan Feng's plan?"
Deliberately agreeing to his suggestion.
Opening the domain boundary in H-Nation is just a tactic of mutual benefit.
The red-haired woman replied, "You sold Zhong Yuan's information to Deng Lian, leading to the ambush at the school. The leader knows about it, and he told me not to forget the final limit of H-Nation's people."
Bai Luoho said, "Fine, as long as they know."
Turning against each other was just a matter of time. He sat down in the chair and said, "Since the abandoned son of the Feng family decided to surrender to Jiu Yao, it was inevitable that he and I could never coexist."
The red-haired woman asked, "Are you talking about the abandoned son of the Feng family? The one who was cured of cancer by absorbing the snowbone serpent of the Void Star?"
Bai Luoho, recalling Yijin at that time, replied, "That's right. If his younger brother hadn't found the Void Star's snowbone serpent to cure him so quickly, I wouldn't have rushed to sell him to the Iron Tower Nation, fearing he might ruin my plans,"
Bai Luoho said.
Snowbone Serpent of the Void Star, TSK, if there really is such a thing as fate, then it's definitely the butterfly that flaps its wings at the point of divergence in destiny. The red-haired woman moved towards the grain station and said,
"You're still talking about fate. Looks like you've already figured out how to deal with Zhong Yuan."
The gray-haired man replied, "Of course, after all, Zhong Yuan is just a 16-year-old high school student." Inside the 2 test tubes were 2 strange insects, blood red like fresh blood. by Luo Ho, confident and certain of victory, said. Even if his strength is strong, it's nothing compared to these flying demon-eyed bugs.
Shangguani happily raised the report card, loudly declaring, I passed. I got 85 in every subject. I can participate in the college tournament this year.
The report card showed a score of 92 in Chinese literature. Mathematics 89 points, English 95 points, physics 87 points, chemistry 93 points. Fong Jing looked down on him and said, What's there to be proud of for someone who has to retake the university entrance exam like you?
Zhong Yuan also joined in and said, You dare to brag with results like that?
Zhonglan said, If you're so capable, don't ask your friends to help you solve problems.
Shangguani, irritated, replied, You're only talking about me, what about you guys? Then, the 3 sparkling report cards were presented.
Fong Jing's were all 85 points, Zhong Yuan's were all 100 points, Zhonglan's were 100 in math and physics, 93 in literature, 88 in English, and 97 in chemistry. Shangguani collapsed, squatting down and drawing circles, muttering, So thick.
On the other side, Fong Jing asked Zhong Yuan, By the way, did you sign up for both the individual and team events in this university competition? Zhong Yuan answered, Yeah, but we haven't even formed a team for the team event yet.
Shangguani immediately raised his hand and shouted, Add me.
Zhonglan also said, Me too. Zhong Yuan replied, The university competition only allows those over 16 years old to participate. Zhonglan let out a dejected sound. Hu Shangguani eagerly asked, What about me then?
Looking at Shangguani, Zhong Yuan answered, Even after forming a team, we still have to go to the domain boundary for the school selection. I still have an important task, and Shangguani gets too excited and might cause unforeseen accidents.
Zhong Yuan declined.
Find another team, if you join mine, you won't have the space to shine, said Zhong Yuan.
Shangguani hugged his head and cried, You're rejecting me. Fong Jing then asked Zhong Yuan, Our team? Zhong Yuan replied, Yeah, find 2 more people besides yourself.
Ability doesn't matter, as long as they're smart and calm.
Fong Jing answered, Got it, I'll get you the 2 with the best records.
A moment later, in this room, a young girl with gray-green hair and glasses, looking both cute and gentle, introduced herself.
My name is Zhang Yi, 2nd year in the special class, support system. My abilities are empowerment, spiritual cage, and miasmic poison fog.
Another person, a brown-haired young man who seemed to speak without hesitation, said, I'm Xia Yihan. Special Class 53, Control System, my abilities are conferred title, soundwave hypnosis, and position exchange.
Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Senior, did you just get a new student and suddenly go crazy?
Xia Yihan was startled and quickly explained, Misunderstanding, I've always been like this, I don't have any other intentions.
Fong Jing remarked, If you're not happy with him, we can change him.
Zhong Yuan replied, No need, anyway, my sister isn't in the team. Xia Yihan said, as expected of a senior, truly generous. He thought to himself, calm down, making friends with them is the most important thing. Luan, sitting to the side, said, In this school's selection, the 2 teams with the most void stars in the domain boundary.
Yeah. It is possible to represent the school in this university competition. Once everyone forms their teams, let's proceed with the draw.
Zhong Yuan was deep in thought. He recalled what Nguyen Fong had asked yesterday. I originally planned for you to go on a trip to the Shinnong domain boundary to retrieve the aberrant species of the void star from Robert, but they won't allow access.
Which domain boundary do you think would be most suitable for you to unleash your potential? Zhong Yuan casually responded. Up to you. And Nguyen Fong said. In that case, we'll go with the draw.
Now, Zhong Yuan held Fong Jing's hand and said, I heard from Su Yuaning that your hand is the luckiest, and your team always wins the draw. Fong Jing replied awkwardly. Well, I guess that's true.
Zhong Yuan urged. Come on, I believe in your luck. Fong Jing said. Yuan, check your conscience, do I really have good luck? Zhong Yuan affirmed. You must have. Fong Jing replied. Alright then, I'll go and draw. Fong Jing walked over to Lu Yun's desk. He placed his hand on the mouse and muttered. Click the button to draw. Standing behind the computer, Xia Han clasped his hands and prayed. Heavenly God, please let a meteor fall on my head. Go ahead, Fong Jing said, Zhang Jiajie. Lu Yun, in disbelief, covered his mouth and said. I can't believe it. Zhang Jiajie is the most dangerous terrain, with the most complicated ecosystem and the most bizarre alien species. Only a hand as lucky as yours could have drawn that one. Xia Han collapsed and said, Why couldn't a meteorite just fall and kill you? Zhong Yuan asked. Are there many alien species in Zhangjiajie? Xia Han replied. Plenty, it's just that. Zhong Yuan continued, If there are many, then it's a good domain boundary. Fong Jing said with emotion, Yuan, you really are my best friend. Zhong Yuan turned around and asked Zhang Yi, What do you think? Like an obsessed fan, Zhang Yi said, Through mountains of blades and seas of flames, I'll go with you all the way. Zhong Yuan said, Zhong Lan, I won't be at school for the next few days. When you go to the military district for training, make sure to take good care of yourself. Sitting in the car, Zhong Lan replied, All right. You be careful too when you go to the domain boundary. Zhong Yuan responded, I think leaving Zhong Lan at the military district for these few days will keep anyone from making a move on her while I'm away. Xiao Qin said over the phone, The commander has picked up Zhong Lan and is driving her there now. Got it, understood. He put the phone down. And Guan Feng leaned back, thinking, Good, that's good. Although Lin Dong Leang had another conflict with the cousins, fortunately Zhong Lan didn't resist going to the military district because of that. And Guan Feng thought, on the contrary, after that injury, Zhong Lan herself had to bear the aftereffect of not being able to use void energy smoothly. Moreover, before that, she had contracted a strange illness and could no longer absorb void stars. He recalled what Fong Jing had once said, I've already examined her. The specific situation involves classified information from the Research Institute. It can't be revealed. Not being able to use void energy properly is a psychological issue, and it will heal naturally after a while. And Guan Feng scratched his head and thought, forget it, a child as smart as her, even if she doesn't go to fight, she is still a rare talent. This time, let her learn something outside of void energy. The plane took off and left the city. Inside the passenger cabin, Zhong Yuan sat next to Fong Jing. Zhong Yuan was deep in thought. After absorbing the snowbone serpent of the void star, he no longer needed to activate Blood Fiend Explosion, he could use Heat Fiend Suppression and Eternal Ice Domain. As for the abilities under looting, as long as he operated them carefully, they were also usable. Zhong Yuan thought, with my current strength, there is probably only one other master among humans who could fight me. The experts within China probably aren't at that level yet. Zhong Yuan then thought he would use his satellite phone to maintain real-time communication with the staff, and that this mission would be settled. Fong Jing suddenly asked, On this journey to the domain boundary, do we still have a hidden support team? Zhong Yuan replied, You guessed that too? Fong Jing said, I'm sitting next to you, but you're sitting in a pair of seats without me. Zhong Yuan then handed one earbud to Fong Jing and said, Here, take one earbud, listen to the commander yourself. Fong Jing said, Yuan, it's already 2042, why are you still using this method to share communication? Zhong Yuan said, Then what? Fong Jing replied, Share Bluetooth audio, use the intercom system and the satellite phone, or just pull me into the command channel, that works too. Zhong Yuan was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Fong Jing pointed to her black earrings and said, These earrings I usually wear are actually miniature communication devices hidden securely, so they're not at risk of falling out. If you need, I can have the casting factory make a set for you sometime. Zhong Yuan scoffed, totally unnecessary. Fong Jing simply replied. After a while, the four of them arrived in front of a void cave. The soldiers stationed there spoke up. Hello, students from Chanying Academy.
We are the Tianjin team stationed at the domain boundary of Zhangjiajie.
My name is Song Jiangua.
Song Jiangua stepped forward and shook hands with Fong Jing, saying, "It's already pretty late, how about we rest for the night at the base before heading into the domain boundary tomorrow?"
Fong Jing responded, "No need, we'll head in as soon as possible." Fong Jing then asked, "Captain Song, you must have seen the notice already, right? How many teams from the academy are entering the domain boundary of Zhangjiajie this time?" Song Jiangua hesitated and said, "I can't say." Fong Jing murmured, "It's not classified, just give me a little hint." Song Jiangua firmly replied, "In short, you are the first team to arrive." Fong Jing turned around and said, "Let's put on the wristbands for the domain boundary." Zhang Yi replied, "Got it," while Xia Han sighed. Sigh. Song Jiangua looked at them with a strange expression.
With a hint of malice and dissatisfaction, all four of them slowly stepped into the domain boundary of Zhangjiajie. In their hands, news was being transmitted to Zhong Yuan. The Tianjin team, which was not originally stationed at the domain boundary of Zhangjiajie, had been suddenly deployed there the night before. The general staff compared the voices. "It's that person." Following Song Jiangua, Fong Jing said, "I just restored his vitality, so he should not be under mental control."
Zhong Yuan replied, "All right, we'll monitor for now."
They remained silent, their conversation unfolding in secrecy.
Fong Jing paused and said, "Let's go, it's time to discuss hunting the void stars."
There are three types of residing in the domain boundary of Zhangjiajie: the moonlight fox, annihilation rabbit, and the two-headed eagle.
Here's the distribution map.
As he spoke, Fong Jing showed the map image on his phone, then continued to introduce the creatures to the group. The moonlight fox's ability is sealing, it's a night stalker, very few in number and lives in dark caves. The annihilation rabbit's ability is acceleration, it spits bone projectiles, with a group effect. They breed rapidly, very numerous, and you can find their nests by following their droppings. The two-headed eagle's ability is dual focus, sky wall, eagle eyes, rigidity, and iron claws. They reside in caves with relatively high terrain, and their food source is the annihilation rabbit. Then, with a tone of considerable confidence, he added, "The selection of teams by the school is based solely on the number of void stars submitted. Killing the bewitching rabbit is the simplest and most effective way." After listening to his analysis, Xia Han quickly responded, "Then let's go kill the bewitching rabbit." Zhong Yuan raised his hand to speak. "The two-headed eagle," Xia Han shouted loudly, "Hey!" Zhong Yuan turned to Zhang Yi and explained, "The void star value of the bewitching rabbit is not high. Killing them requires extra effort. Since there are female students in the team, we should take care of them." Hearing him say this, Fong Jing whispered to himself, even a 24/7 control freak like him would take care of a normal female student. Clearly, he has a cleanliness obsession. After thinking this, he turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, do you feel like you need to be taken care of?" She shyly blushed and answered, "I'll listen to Zhong Yuan." Zhong Yuan signaled in agreement. "So you're that way?" Then he continued, "Actually, the drop rate of void stars from the two-headed eagle is not any lower than the bewitching rabbit. The other races don't consume void stars, but the two-headed eagle does eat bewitching rabbits. In their nests, there could very well be a large number of void stars from bewitching rabbits." Fong Jing excitedly laughed and replied, "All right, with our strength, we can definitely do it. Collecting void stars with conventional methods isn't efficient enough." Xia Han cried out and clung to Fong Jing's hand, pleading, "Please, can we take care of the male students too? I'm afraid of heights." Fong Jing turned to coldly respond, "If you're a male student, you must overcome your fear." Then he loudly commanded, "Ascend, White Dragon Sky." While walking, Xia Han looked up in fear and said, "There's no power within the domain boundary, so we can't use the elevator." Zhong Yuan coldly replied, "Climbing up that way should be fine." Xia Han immediately asked in panic, "What about the two-headed eagle attacking?" Zhong Yuan helplessly lowered his head and answered, "I have my ways of dealing with it," silently thinking, "For me, dealing with a two-headed eagle is easier than handling the terrain here."
Then he glanced over and asked his companion, Zhang Yi, can you climb?
Her cheeks flushed as she quickly responded, no problem, inwardly thinking, he's already cared for me twice, he's really warm-hearted.
Fong Jing approached, pinched her chest teasingly, and mocked, see? The girl's better than you.
With tears in his eyes, he replied, fear of heights is in my nature.
I'm out of ideas. Zhong Yuan spoke up, if it really doesn't work, I'll just carry you.
Xia Yihan, drenched in sweat, yelled, no, I can climb by myself. He thought to himself, if I let the school beauty carry me, I'll become the enemy of the entire school. Zhong Yuan quickly climbed up and called back, alright, I'll go ahead to secure the safety rope for you guys.
Xia Yihan called after him, be careful.
Zhong Yuan looked up with a determined gaze. When he saw the two-headed eagle, he silently thought, the two-headed eagle is too big, maybe it's possible. Having thought this, Zhong Yuan jumped off the ladder, leaving everyone stunned and dumbfounded, then suddenly shouted.
Why is Zhong Yuan jumping? What is he doing? As expected, Zhong Yuan successfully landed and stood on the eagle's back.
He replied, I've mounted the eagle, and it feels great. After that, the whole team finally succeeded in sitting on the two-headed eagle. Xia Yihan panicked and shouted loudly, it's too high, help, I feel like I'm going to fall.
He stammered, sweat sticking to Zhong Yuan's clothes.
Zhong Yuan, sitting in front and controlling the eagle, reminded him, if you don't sit still, you really might fall, but if you pull my pants down, I guarantee you'll definitely fall.
On another eagle, Zhang Yi shyly asked Fong Jing, Senior Fong Jing, why isn't the two-headed eagle attacking Zhong Yuan, and instead, it's obeying him? Fong Jing smiled and replied, because he's handsome.
This left Zhang Yi momentarily stunned, and he exclaimed, huh? Then he inched closer to her and continued, Zhong Yuan received a total of 1.8 million votes in the ambassador election. His strength is clear as day.
Zhang Yi added, that was the school beauty selection.
Fong Jing gently corrected him, it was the ambassador election.
Zhang Yi helplessly agreed, alright, the ambassador election.
With wide eyes, she continued, but beauty standards differ from person to person, not to mention the aesthetics of other races. Fong Jing glanced at Zhong Yuan and said, actually.
Zhong Yuan is handsome, which is a concept based on the meaning of handsomeness.
The other races can sense this handsomeness, which is why they instinctively like him.
Zhang Yi exclaimed, oh, so that's how it is.
Fong Jing glanced over, astonished, thinking to himself, I just said that randomly and she actually believes it.
Forget it, this is fine too. At least he doesn't have to be like me.
He recalled the past, when he was ostracized by everyone.
Monster, he's a monster.
The other races don't attack him, instead they protect him. His violet eyes were filled with anger as he glared at them. Fortunately, Shi Xiu showed up at that time and subdued him, threatening them.
Pay attention to your words.
The other races don't attack the boy because of the influence of his psychic powers. If you continue spreading rumors, you'll be dealt with according to military law. They were frightened and quickly apologized, sorry, we won't do it again.
After they hurriedly ran off, Fong Jing asked, Master Qi, aren't you tired of making excuses?
Shi Xiu calmly replied, sometimes, it's necessary to clear up misunderstandings properly.
He responded, I don't feel that way.
Then, Fong Jing looked out the black hole behind and continued, I treat humans' injuries, yet they're afraid of me, call me a monster. On the other hand, the other races, the higher their intelligence, the more they protect me, treat me well. He furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, or what? I might as well jump into the void cave and surrender.
The clan always approves anyway. Back to the present moment, the nest of the two-headed eagle appeared before everyone.
Zhang Yi froze for 5 seconds and exclaimed, this place is the home of the two-headed eagle. Xia Yihan excitedly shouted, Void Star, this place really has a lot of the rabbit bewitching electric sanctuaries. Over here, Zhong Yuan was patting the two-headed eagle's head and smiling as he said, alright. When he saw it was a little reluctant to leave him, he stroked it and continued, alright, now pet both heads. Xia Yihan picked up the Void Star while admiring, amazing, it really only eats the bewitching rabbit, not their void stars.
Zhang Yi excitedly exclaimed, there must be more than 1,000 void stars in the nest, right?
Xia Yihan joyfully said, no need to worry about selecting the school team anymore.
After we finish picking them up, we'll head back to school.
Zhong Yuan, feeling a bit confused, thought, my main mission hasn't even started, and you guys are already thinking of leaving.
Then he said aloud, what's the point of just 1,000?
We should at least get 10,000 more before leaving.
Xia Yihan panicked and yelled, 10,000?
Fong Jing spoke up, all right, it's already 11 p.m.
Let's sleep now.
Whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, we can deal with it tomorrow morning. Zhang Yi scratched his head in confusion and said, right, there's no night in the domain boundary, I almost got mixed up with the time.
Zhong Yuan spoke again, the Eagle King has already given us the nest, I'm going to sleep now, you guys should rest too. Feng Qiong and I will keep watch for the night. Lying in his sleeping bag, Xia Yihan trembled and called out, Zhong Yuan, can you let them be?
A supergiant two-headed eagle was staring at him.
Zhong Yuan helplessly rubbed his head and replied, fine.
He then turned to the eagle and softly said, you guys go play somewhere else, don't keep staring at us. Upon hearing this, the eagle's eyes welled up with tears, and it made a soft cooing sound. Then, they obediently followed his words and flew up high.
Fong Jing curiously asked Zhong Yuan, the mischievous two-headed eagle is also your target, right? Zhong Yuan remained silent for a while before Fong Jing continued, they treat you so well, can you bring yourself to strike against them? Fong Jing sat on the ground and asked, Yuan, you wouldn't secretly sneak into the enemy's camp, would you? Zhong Yuan stood, lowered his head, and answered, how could I? He raised his hand and looked at the eagles between his fingers, saying, these two-headed eagles obey me because I use my ability to act cute with them. They are under the influence of void energy, and they treat me well because they believe I am Mang Wang. He squinted his eyes to watch them and continued to explain, they are entranced by void energy, trapped in it, unable to escape. But I won't let that make me proud and forget my form, losing myself in the process. Then he turned to ask Fong Jing in return, why are you worried about me surrendering to the alien race? Fong Jing adjusted his glasses and replied, I encountered a similar issue. Zhong Yuan, a bit confused, blurted out, so what's your answer? Fong Jing recalled what Qi Xiu had said to him, this kid has grown some wings, learning how to surrender to the enemy and scare others with it. At that time, Fong Jing had been in a defensive stance and asked, aren't you afraid I might actually do it? Qi Xiu had responded, the alien race can't even afford a pineapple-flavored fruit candy, so how could they make you surrender to the enemy? Little Fong Jing, unable to maintain his composure, had asked in return, what if the alien race not only can afford it but can give a whole 10,000 pieces? Qi Xiu explained, you're only talking about candy, aren't you scared of that? In the human world, there are far more interesting things than candy. Qi Xiu ruffled his hair and affectionately said, what specifically? You go find the answer yourself. Returning to the present moment, Fong Jing adjusted his glasses, closed his eyes to enjoy the fresh air, and said, I still haven't figured out the answer yet, but let's put the spicy chicken aside for now. Zhong Yuan, somewhat surprised, replied, next time, I'll invite you to have strawberry cake. Zhang Tiansu had brought so many cakes that they couldn't finish them all. Inside the cave, Zhang Yi was extremely irritated by the snoring of Xia Yihan. Annoyed, she stormed over to him, picked him up, and, without a single unnecessary movement, shoved his stinky socks into his mouth. Then, she returned to her spot and fell asleep. Zhong Yuan and Fong Jing were left speechless, standing still for 5 seconds. Fong Jing leaned over and whispered, Zhong Yuan, if I snore later. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Yuan answered, I won't sleep tonight. Don't worry, I won't resort to anything extreme. Fong Jing smiled and responded, best friend, ha. Zhong Yuan glanced down, slightly surprised, and thought to himself, is this news from the Ministry of Favorable Consultation? He then covered his ears and listened carefully to the announcement. Xian Ming, the latest update has arrived. A team from Hanlin Academy has just reached the area outside the Zhangjiajie domain boundary. He asked, have you been able to track their clock?
The voice on the other end responded, yes, I'll share their location and information with you.
Zhong Yuan asked again, speaking of which, the watches we're wearing have been specially modified. They can only track locations, but not communicate, right?
His face darkened when he heard Fong Jing's question.
What do you want to do? Zhong Yuan replied calmly. Nothing, just confirming something. Does the other side have our location or not? After all, entering the domain boundary at midnight is very suspicious, don't you think?
Then he walked over, took Fong Jing's hand, and said, let me borrow your watch for a moment.
Fong Jing asked sarcastically, isn't playing on Mount Shimen enough for you? Now you want to try plum blossoms bloom twice in Zhangjiajie?
Zhong Yuan chuckled and replied, not really, I was very well behaved on Shimen Mountain last time.
After obtaining the watch, Zhong Yuan walked toward the mountain cliff. Fong Jing curiously asked, where are you planning to throw the watch? As he looked up at the two-headed eagle, Zhong Yuan answered, it won't be too late to fly around.
On the beak of the two-headed eagle were two bewitching rabbits, gently descending in front of Zhong Yuan and Fong Jing. The eagle dropped the two rabbits to the ground, and the two young men, seeing this, were momentarily speechless, feeling a bit heartbroken. Zhong Yuan looked up and asked in astonishment, wow, is this for me? He gazed at the eagle's spoils in front of him and exclaimed, oh my god. Fong Jing picked up a fox and sighed, there's even a moonlight fox. Zhong Yuan was a bit surprised when Fong Jing tossed him a gem and said, here, this is for you. A notification popped up on the screen, Void Star Moonlight Fox detected. Do you want to absorb it? Illusory Star Moonlight Fox has the following abilities, Sealing Restriction, which can steal gold and be upgraded. Sealing Restriction is a target-specific ability that lasts for 5 minutes. If the target's level is higher than the level of Sealing Restriction, it will be ineffective. The Nightshade Rat Guardian at red grade cannot be upgraded. Nightshade Rat Guardian, in the dark, all abilities are increased by 200%. Looking at the gem in his hand, Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought. The gold level Sealing Restriction was useless to him, and the number of Moonlight Foxes was limited, so upgrading it was impossible. His eyes lit up as he thought of the Nightshade Rat Guardian, but since domain boundary didn't work at night, it was restricted. Still, it couldn't be absorbed. He thought, fighting against the alien races wasn't a solo endeavor. The Void Star in someone else's hands would likely be more useful. With this thought, he tossed the gem to Fong Jing, turned away, and said, you're the team leader, you arrange it. Zhong Yuan walked over to pat the eagle's head and said, let's go, we'll take a flight around. The space shifted to the eagle's double-headed tomb, and they flew up together. After some time in the sky, they finally landed. As Zhong Yuan stepped down, he asked, Eagle, do you think I want the Void Star so you brought me to open your people's territory? The eagle then dug into the ground with its talons, revealing many gleaming Void Stars. Zhong Yuan sat down and picked up the Void Stars. System notification, has the Void Star of the two-headed eagle been absorbed? The Void Star of the two-headed eagle possesses the following abilities, dual purpose, red grade cannot be upgraded, gold grade skywall can be upgraded, green grade eagle humanoid cannot be upgraded, and gold grade steel tendon iron claw can be upgraded. He decisively chose to absorb, and the system notified him, steel tendon iron claw, gold grade, level steel tendon iron claw, green grade, level M. Your ability, steel tendon iron claw has been upgraded, and you have gained a new ability, penetration. Red grade cannot be upgraded. He thought to himself, penetration is the most practical ability in the attack system, requiring little energy but yielding high results. When used in battle, with just a light push, it can unleash a powerful attack. The system continued to notify, Sky Wall, Gold Grade, Level M, Sky Wall, Green Grade, Level M. Your ability, Sky Wall has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Void Ripper. Void Ripper Red Grade, Level Map. Your ability, Void Ripper has been upgraded. He thought, the abilities Sky Wall and Rebirth cannot be upgraded. Steel Tendon Iron Claw has reached the final stage, and it has just begun to upgrade. The screen displayed another notification: you have gained a new ability, False Void Lord, disaster grade, cannot be upgraded. False Void Lord, you are the king of the sky. Before you, all creatures are forbidden from flying. He muttered in confusion.
Forbidden from flying? That power is truly overpowered, he thought. 2 abilities that could level up had already reached their peak, while the other 2 couldn't level up at all. When reading the 2 notifications, his eyesight increased by 3,000%, and his mind split into 2, reducing all abilities by 50%. He turned to look at the giant 2-headed eagle and thought to himself, since being sucked into the golden coffin at the museum, his true self had merged with the dark world inside and had never really left. He reminisced about the past, falling into thoughts of how his external activities were now reflected through the power of the dark world within. It was no longer an ordinary human body, so what if he activated the dual focus ability? As he thought, he imagined his form changing. Zhong Yuan reached his hand toward the Void Star Eagle and spoke, could it be possible to use the power of the dark world to project 2 versions of myself? He put the Void Star into his bag and closed his eyes, thinking, I'll have to test it when I return to the academy. The abilities are maxed out now, so I'll bring the remaining Void Star with me. He leaped up and shouted, all right, let's fly. He looked down at the 2-headed eagle, now teary-eyed, and thought to himself, after thinking I couldn't level up to become the ruler of the abyss, it seems I can't use abilities below that level anymore. Never mind, it's better to just ride the 2-headed eagle back for now. Sitting on the back of the eagle, he pondered. Within the domain boundary, there were many places where the eagle with 2 heads could reside, and this was the closest to the entrance. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought, then decisively threw his watch down and thought to himself, very good, throw the watch here. Fong Jing sat comfortably on the rock, and when he saw Zhong Yuan, he said in a teasing tone, just by looking at you, it's like you've done hundreds of bad things already. Zhong Yuan replied, a bit bold. Thousands of things, you mean? Fong Jing retorted, anyway, as long as you've got your own plans, that's enough. Saying that, he took out his phone and added, let me check the command channel. A few people from the Hanlin Academy, after entering the domain boundary, went straight to the designated location. Zhong Yuan gazed into the distance and said, this proves that the enemy is really targeting us, and they even have a locator. Fong Jing spoke, that's not entirely true. He continued, earlier, when you were flying in the sky, your actions were clearly unusual, but these people went straight to the designated location. This shows they didn't gather any intelligence, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder being sent to die. Fong Jing looked at the youth rankings. Jiang Bunyao was first, Xin Ming second, Bai Wuyan third, and Zai Bai fourth. That old fox had adjusted Xin Ming's name to second place in the youth rankings, signaling to everyone that he was a key talent being groomed by the Huadong military district. Zhong Yuan's face showed clear displeasure as he listened to his analysis. The enemy, who had some understanding of your strength in the dark, chose to act against you with the wind at their back. This person is most likely impulsive and has absolute confidence in their ability to kill you. Both of them stood with their hands in their pockets, looking up at the blue sky. Fong Jing spoke up, as usual, when these expendable pawns get into trouble, the next step should be to deploy rescue personnel. If the enemy has average intelligence, they would probably arrange the most important part on the rescue team. Zhong Yuan asked, what if their intelligence is not normal? Fong Jing sneered and replied, a truly intelligent person would definitely choose to befriend you. Zhong Yuan pointed inward and said, lack of sleep is the best way to mess up a good mind. Go ahead and sleep now. Fong Jing folded his arms and grinned smugly, if I don't sleep, you're going to make me physically stupid, right? Zhong Yuan answered without hesitation, that's right. The sky was blue with white clouds, and the sun was shining. 6 words that best described the sky today. After a deep sleep, Zhang Yi stretched and welcomed the new day. Zhong Yuan sat on a stone outside the cave, and asked, you're awake, go wash your face. There are many water sources nearby. I'll go fetch more after you're done. Zhang Yi walked over and responded, thank you, before reaching out to take the water and wash her face. Zhong Yuan sighed, clearly very beautiful, why cover your face with your hair,
and even specially wear glasses to seal your beauty.
Just as you described, Zhang Yi is very beautiful. He turned away and said, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, just pretend I didn't ask."
Zhang Yi fell silent, then spoke. "When I was little, I almost got kidnapped by a bad guy. I managed to escape and report to the police, and that's how I survived. That person said I was too cute, which made him think in a distorted way."
Zhong Yuan empathized, closing his eyes to comfort her. "That was many years ago, you should let it go."
He continued, "Besides, if you weren't so cute and got kidnapped, maybe you wouldn't have been able to escape alive. Protecting things that are cute is an instinct that evolved in living creatures over millions of years."
This has scientific backing.
Zhang Yi was completely shocked when she heard him say this. Zhong Yuan smiled and said, "In certain situations, beauty can become both a weapon and a strength for you." He added, "Moreover, more important than being beautiful or ugly is being yourself."
Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, thought to herself, "That makes sense.
No wonder he's the lead character in the story, chosen as the most popular with 1.8 million votes." Her face turned red, and she thought, "He even said I'm cute."
Mm.
Zhong Yuan spoke up, "If you're free, help me start the fire."
Without hesitation, Zhang Yi agreed, "Okay." Xia Yihan, while half asleep, thought to himself, "What's that smell?
It's both fragrant and foul. Heaven and hell are placing themselves in between and rubbing against each other."
You sit up suddenly and angrily shout, "Who did that? Was it you, Fong Jing?" Zhang Yi steps forward, smiling brightly, and replies, "Sorry, Xia Senior, it was me.
Because you were snoring so loudly, I really couldn't sleep, so I had no choice but to cover your mouth."
Xia Yihan feels a mix of emotions, lost in thought. "So it was you, the culprit?
But my sister looks so cute without her glasses.
After all, she's mine, she won't die from it. So last night, she was the one who made me laugh." Thinking this, you stand up and hurriedly respond, it's okay, it was my fault." Fong Jing sighs and remarks, "Ha." Seeing his expression, you feel greedy, bitterly opening your mouth, and ask in doubt, "Is this meat from a different race? Can it really be eaten?" Fong Jing answers, "Yes, I'm providing rejuvenation treatment for you all. What poison are you still afraid of? The stronger the poison, the better it tastes, you know?" Xia Yihan responds, yes.
Hey, and he even brought salt and pepper along." Zhong Yuan hands the skewer of meat to Fong Jing and joins the conversation. "The skewer is fine, take it."
Fong Jing politely replies, "You should eat too."
Zhong Yuan retracts the skewer, puts it in his mouth, and thinks to himself, "Almost forgot, there are still people watching.
Not eating or drinking would make them suspicious." Zhang Yi blushes, watching them and sighing inwardly.
So sweet, these two are just like national fools," Xia Yihan said while chewing. "Using an alien species as a mount, void stars with meat to eat."
Following Zhong Yuan was truly a wise decision. Zhong Yuan responded, "I told the hawks to scour the void star area recently. Don't forget to pick them up later."
Looking at the massive pile of void stars in front of them, Yihan and Zhang Yi both gasped in amazement.
"Oh my god, this is way too extravagant.
Yesterday, I thought there were only a few thousand, but now it seems there are at least tens of thousands." He took out his sleeping bag and packed it up. Then Xia Yihan placed his hand on his chest.
Zhang Yi thought to himself, did he use his conferred title just to pack up faster?
Xia Yihan hurriedly crawled over to grab the void stars and said, "This time, not only can we top the tournament selection, but we'll also set a new record for collecting void stars." Fong Jing silently stared at a golden void star.
Zhong Yuan noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?"
Fong Jing answered, somewhat confused, "No, it's just that the void stars the alien species have offered you are all glowing and shimmering, like fruit candy."
Zhang Yi, curious, asked, "Void stars can't be eaten, can they?" Xia Yihan replied, "Well, it's not quite like that.
The market value of the bewitching rabbit void star is in the 5-figure range. One piece is worth 10,000 candy pieces."
Zhang Yi raised his hand and did some quick calculations, one piece of candy adds half a pound.
10,000 candy pieces gained 500 pounds. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, compared to acting alone, group actions are still more interesting.
Xia Yihan wiped his sweat and said, I can't pack anymore, and there's still some left. I'm not satisfied.
Zhang Yi sighed, well, at least the high-quality ones have all been packed. Fong Jing raised the Void Star high and asked, yesterday, Yuan got a Void Star Moonlight Fox.
Who wants it? Xia Yihan frowned and replied, absorbing the Void Star Moonlight Fox basically means breaking into the ceiling restriction. With my constitution, there's no way I can absorb it. Hearing this, Fong Jing turned to ask Zhang Yi, how about you? I think your constitution has some hope. Zhang Yi glanced over and asked, Zhong Yuan, what do you think?
He smiled and said, try it, and if you succeed, I'll change my hairstyle to celebrate.
Zhang Yi reached out to grab the Void Star and said,
I'll give it a try, but if I fail, don't blame me. She then began the process of absorbing the Void Star. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Fong Jing and Zhong Yuan both exclaimed, it worked. I saw light fly into her.
Zhang Yi cried out, Level 1.
Tears streamed down her face as she spoke in a tone of self-mockery. She thought to herself, this ability only works at night, it's almost useless.
Fong Jing lamented, what a pity, what a pity. The success rate of the ceiling restriction is 1 in 1,000. Even in Nation H, not many people have it.
Xia Yihan smiled reassuringly, don't be too sad, at least now you're a big shot with 4 abilities. Zhong Yuan spoke in a serious tone, I suddenly think that the condition to activate the Nightshade Rat Guardian might not be limited to just nighttime.
Zhang Yi, can your toxic mist cover the light? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, wait, are you suggesting that we can use Nightshade Rat Guardian inside the toxic mist? Xia Yihan said, the light is scattered in the mist, but the actual brightness doesn't decrease to the level of nighttime, does it?
Fong Jing explained, it's hard to say, but the nature of the toxic mist is different from regular fog. It depends on whether it has a sun-blocking effect and if it holds any void energy significance.
Zhang Yi clenched her fist and said, practice is the only criterion to test the truth. We'll know once we try.
The 3 young men then sat on the back of the eagle and soared into the sky. Below, Zhang Yi also began to put into practice what they had discussed earlier. She thought to herself, her toxic mist was at level 4 green, with a normal range of 50 meters. She would see if the mist's range would reveal whether the Nightshade Rat Guardian was effective or not. A golden beam of light and a cloud of gray mist swirled around her. She opened her eyes wide, her gaze showing absolute determination. Nightshade Rat Guardian, in the darkness, all abilities increase by 200%. Then, she raised her hand high, and the cloud suddenly soared into the sky.
Fong Jing laughed loudly with amusement and said, the fog range has doubled, she has succeeded.
He walked over and ruffled Zhong Yuan's hair, complimenting him, Yuan, you're still the clever one. Zhong Yuan, extremely annoyed, said, Fong Jing, I warn you not to mess with my hair.
Then, he shouted loudly at Xia Yihan, and you, stop pulling on my pants.
He was panicking, replying, I'm afraid of heights, I can't control myself.
Zhong Yuan jumped down and said, I'll go check.
Xia Yihan clung to Fong Jing and screamed, why did you just jump straight down? Fong Jing, it's all your fault, Fong Jing responded in panic.
Fine, if you're so brave, let me go, he said.
On this side, Zhong Yuan had landed and said, the ground is safe. The system reported detecting poison.
Has absorption occurred?
He whispered to himself.
Absorption. A notification appeared on the screen. The biological simulation has activated.
All abilities increased by 122%. He thought to himself, not bad, this increase is higher than the other toxins. Zhang Yi rushed over in panic, saying, Zhong Yuan, why did you go in there and get poisoned? She suddenly tripped and fell flat on her face. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and asked, are you all right?
Do you need treatment?
After all, it's just a life force sweep.
Zhang Yi, flustered, took his hand and replied, I'm fine.
No, no need to treat me. Just put on a band-aid, it's just a scratch, she said. She was moved, holding her cheek and thinking to herself, oh, Zhong Yuan is so warm, I think I might like him. What should I do? While waiting online urgently, Zhong Yuan suddenly remembered and said, right, it would be better to combine the names for convenience in the future. Zhang Yi looked up at him and replied, this skill was thought of by me, so I'll choose the name. He answered with the name Lonely Shadows. How does it sound? Zhang Yi exclaimed. A quiet space enveloped the area. Xia Yihan spoke up, although there's still time left, we can't collect any more void stars, so it's better to head back now. Zhang Yi replied, I'm fine with whatever. Fong Jing suddenly shouted, wait a minute. There was an announcement from Zhong Yuan's earpiece. The latest news, the 4 students from Hanlin Academy were fake, using counterfeit materials to deceive the Tianqin team. Their last known position matches the location of the watch belonging to the child. What's going on over there? Zhong Yuan lowered his head and replied. I threw my watch into the 2-headed eagle's nest. The voice on the other end praised, well done. Our team has gathered clues regarding the counterfeit materials and is currently investigating. Zhong Yuan said confidently over the intercom, it's time to clean up their mess, isn't it? Lu Jianlin responded, yes, indeed. The 4 imposters posing as a rescue team had reached the domain boundary gate. Your task is to try to capture them alive, but if that's not possible, make sure their brains remain intact. Zhong Yuan responded silently, I understand. He thought to himself, sigh, now I have to figure out how to avoid killing anyone. Zhong Yuan said to everyone, Zhang Yi, Xia Yihan, you two take the eagles and fly around the domain boundary. Fong Jing and I have something we need to do. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She pulled Xia Yihan along and said, no problem, you just focus on your work, I'll help Xia Senior with his fear of heights. Zhong Yuan waved at them and said, alright, once we're done, I'll come find you too. He thought to himself, partnering with smart people really eases the burden. Once something is said, they understand. On the back of the eagle, Zhang Yi was enjoying the feeling of being high up, while Xia Yihan was in a state of complete despair. Zhang Yi laughed and said, where are we going? Xia Yihan, tears streaming down his face, replied, I wanna die, I wanna die, I wanna die. I'm about to fall off. Zhang Yi tried to comfort him, calm down a bit. If you keep panicking like this, you'll be scared to death before they even finish their work. Xia Yihan, in a panic, asked, Zhong Yuan's ability is so strong. He should be done in a few minutes, right? Zhang Yi replied with amusement, the stronger the ability, the longer it takes. Xia Yihan, completely confused, stared at Zhang Yi as she shyly smiled and said, oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. I've really lowered myself. Lying flat on the eagle's back, he thought to himself. I've heard that girls really like to ship couples. Zhang Yi must be the same then. He asked her aloud, so who do you think is the Yuke among them? Without thinking, Zhang Yi immediately replied, of course, it's Zhong Yuan. Xia Yihan disagreed, answering, clearly, Zhong Yuan is stronger. Fong Jing is the little wife. Zhang Yi revealed an endless infatuation, responding, I love him, so I'll let him be the Yuke. They continued flying high in the sky. Zhang Yi turned to ask, wait a minute. Xia Senior. Xia Yihan's face darkened, thinking to himself, uh-oh, she's discovered my secret. She won't kill me and throw me down below, right? Thinking this, he quickly rushed over, grabbing Zhang Yi's hands and panicking as he said to her, actually, I'm also a fellow practitioner of the Tao of Love. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan and Fong Jing were looking at a map and discussing. Zhong Yuan said, the enemy has entered the domain boundary, we just need to go there and stop them. Since Zhang Yi and Xie Yihan were flying high in the sky, even if they were being followed, nothing would happen to them. Lu Jianlin told me to capture him alive. If I hit him too hard, you heal the enemy, alright? Fong Jing replied in shock, okay, I'll use life resonance to impale them, as long as there's one person left alive, everyone can survive.
Zhong Yuan continued instructing, if I happen to fail and someone dies, then don't rush, just make sure the brain is still intact. Fong Jing exclaimed. A complete brain.
Yeah, I got it, Wang Padi said, wanting to use a deceptive tactic against them.
Zhong Yuan turned to ask. Wang Padi? A deceptive tactic? Fong Jing explained. Wang Padi is the head of the Bureau of Case Control. His ability to use deceptive tactics allows him to read the memories of others. Even if the person is dead, as long as the brain is intact and the time of death hasn't exceeded 24 hours, he can still read it. Zhong Yuan sighed, so that's how it is. Well, no need to talk more. Once we find the person, I'll act directly. He activated his supersensory eagle eye technique. Meanwhile, Duan Yong was walking and speaking. The movement path of these two signals seems to be flying, they could also be a decoy. Old Kai closed his eyes, counting his fingers. The skywall ability can't last that long, they must have strapped the watch to Debai's two ends. Shavu gasped, have our actions been discovered by them? Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and said, the enemy is too strong and well prepared. We probably won't gain anything. It's better to give up. Although the 2 million rose is a wonderful weapon, you need your life to hold it. Duan Yong turned to warn sharply, don't be so cowardly. Aren't you still waiting to use this money to treat your 2 daughters for lung cancer? It was he who rushed to pay the tuition fees for his son studying at Feng Yi. Old Kai above spoke up, stop talking, if the plan fails, we'll have to compensate for the damages. Can you all afford that? Duan Yong looked up and said, in any case, we need to think of a countermeasure. If the enemy can reposition us, we should destroy our own clocks. Shavu looked up, surprised, and asked, why is there a 2-headed eagle above our heads? Duan Yong replied, it's fine, we just need to pretend to be dead. They were stunned and screamed, realizing that the enemy was launching a sneak attack from above. A beam of blue light was emanating from Zhong Yuan's hands, who stood on the back of the eagle. He exclaimed, is my head really only worth 2 million, just as I'm about to be struck by a spear? Zhong Yuan, growing impatient, made his move to deal with them using his powers. He thought to himself, the power below the thermal explosion level is air bullets, quite useful in combination with penetration. Fong Jing, sitting next to him, watched and guessed in surprise, I wonder if he has gained a new ability while I wasn't looking? The ones being attacked by Zhong Yuan ran away, frantically screaming, run fast, the enemy has penetrating power, we can't fight back. Another one, panicked, shouted, Duan Yong, you need to fight back now. He hurriedly ran away, saying, it's too far to reach. We'll defend and retreat at the same time. The subordinate angrily reproached Zhou Mo. Yet you still call yourself the Great Wolf of the Shibei military district? Duan Yong immediately snapped, is now the time to spout such nonsense? He used the technique of the wind to extinguish the fire that Zhong Yuan had attacked with. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan questioned, is Duan Yong someone from the Shibei military district? Fong Jing replied, he must be retired. The military wouldn't let a void energy wielder with injuries continue fighting. Without a trace of sympathy, Zhong Yuan said, veterans who willingly fall into ruin deserve to suffer more. Fong Jing clicked his tongue, he's still contributed to the country, you should go easy on him. Zhong Yuan, confused, frowned and turned to ask Fong Jing, and yet you're speaking up for the enemy, who is he to you? Fong Jing was startled and quickly denied, he's nothing to me, it's just that his downfall is mostly due to me. This was a scene at the Scientific Institute. Fong Jing was telling Zhong Yuan about an event that had occurred. Someone came to the room where Fong Jing was being held and said to him, Fong Jing, someone broke his arm and wants you to use Suri to save him. Fong Jing was sitting on the bed and bluntly replied, I won't save him. He's a soldier from the Shibei military district. He got injured while suppressing the void cave, his ability is very precious. Losing an arm means he'll have to retire. Fong Jing stubbornly reiterated, I said it already, I'm not saving him. At that time, Fong Jing was just a young boy locked in a room, his hands chained with no freedom.
He angrily said, all day long, you just keep calling Suri, and none of you even give her the rights to be human.
What gives you the right to make her bear the responsibility of being human?
It turned out that the person standing outside the cell was Fong Jing's mother. She anxiously asked, when Shisho brought you to the Void Cave battlefield, what exactly happened? Lately, you haven't been cooperating with the experiments, you haven't been saving people, you've only been sabotaging the Science Institute. If this continues, the higher-ups will really resort to extreme measures against you. Fong Jing, stubborn and uninterested in her words, casually lay down on the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and nonchalantly said, it's fine, I'm sleeping.
Don't bother me.
After a long nap, Fong Jing woke up because the sunlight, now shining on more than half of his face, was blinding. He noticed there were bags of candy beside the bed. He casually picked up one bag of candy and said, so now you're trying to bribe me with candy. Without saying anything further, he stared at the iron collar on his wrist, which was burning his skin. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Jing summoned all his strength and easily broke the chains on his wrists. He then went to the laboratory, apparently searching for his mother. When he saw her, he called out, Mom, where is the person who broke their arm yesterday? Without looking up, his mother continued working and replied, the time for using Suri has passed, so she has already gone back. Fong Jing lowered his head, feeling awkward, and hesitantly asked, so the candy in my room? My mother said it was bought by Commander Yang from the Shibei military region, and that he wanted to befriend me.
Fong Jing bowed his head and replied, I can't save anyone, just go back.
His mother had said that he couldn't save anyone, which was why he bought the candy.
Fong Jing didn't say anything more, silently retreating back to his cell.
He easily bent the iron bars and slipped into the room. He tore open the candy wrapper on the bed and split it in half, the candies spilling out in all directions. Using both hands, he shoveled the candies into his mouth, eating them greedily. After finishing the entire stash, he sat by the bed, deep in thought for a long while. In the end, he decided to tell his mother, Mom, I want to go outside the research institute and see the world through human eyes, to return to the present.
After hearing Fong Jing's story, Zhong Yuan responded, a pitiful person must have something to be angry about. He cannot accept the guilt of what he's become today.
Fong Jing added, the latter part of that saying is, a person who is angry must also have their own suffering. Zhong Yuan, losing patience, retorted, I don't know, and I don't want to know what suffering these people have.
All I know is that right now, we are the victims, and they are the perpetrators.
Zhong Yuan grabbed Fong Jing's hand, pulling him off the eagle, and commanded, when the distance is close enough, activate the life resonance.
Fong Jing, still not fully understanding what was happening, used his life resonance ability on Zhong Yuan as soon as they landed.
When Duan Yang's group was fleeing in panic, the last man running suddenly fell victim to the life resonance of Fong Jing.
He collapsed onto the ground, causing the remaining men to freeze in shock and ask, what just happened? Why did Cho Mo Can die? The blond man speculated, could it be the legendary death from anger? Another man replied, that's a national treasure level ability from Deng Tagua. How could a high school student from Nation H have such a power? Without hesitation, Duan Yang, who was behind, shouted, whatever the ability is, just run. Zhong Yuan, hearing their conversation, raised his hands in confusion, wondering what death from anger was. Also, why did he feel like he had just been brought back to life for a moment? He then glanced at Fong Jing, who was beside him, waving his arms and couldn't help but feel curious. Surely this guy didn't just link him with the enemy, did he? Fong Jing, startled, suddenly realized that he had mistakenly linked the wrong person and exclaimed, shit, I spaced out earlier and linked the wrong person. Zhong Yuan quickly asked Fong Jing, is the person who fell to the ground still alive? Fong Jing, with a blank expression, replied, he nearly died. Zhong Yuan smiled faintly and complimented, very good. Zhong Yuan immediately used his ruler-like ability. He grabbed Fong Jing's pants and pulled him up, saying, then let's use that move from earlier to deal with the other three. Fong Jing, suddenly being pulled, was caught off guard and screamed, don't grab my pants, grab me. Zhong Yuan, holding onto both Fong Jing's hands and legs, lifted him up and asked, is this better? Fong Jing responded, alright, alright, alright. After that, Fong Jing quickly used the resonance of life force ability. Once again, the three individuals were linked by the resonance of life force and collapsed to the ground. Fong Jing and Zhong Yuan landed where the group had fallen, sprawled out. Zhong Yuan, satisfied, said, "It's done, the enemy is half dead, half alive." Fong Jing, confused, asked, "Different life forces, are you really not planning to avoid me?" Zhong Yuan's face darkened, then he looked at Fong Jing and said, "Can you tell if I'm alive or dead?" Fong Jing casually pulled down his large black sunglasses, glanced at Zhong Yuan, and said, "I can see, but I won't say. Also, don't ever ask me to use this trick in front of others again." Zhong Yuan immediately responded, "This move is clearly meant to be used. Randomly using life force resonance to link corpses, that's real killing power." Fong Jing waved his hand, turned away, and explained, "Normally, life force resonance can only link oneself with others. My situation is special, it's a matter of scientific confidentiality." Zhong Yuan put his hand on his hip, letting out an "oh" sound. "Is that so?" The two of them approached the body of one who had fallen to the ground, lying motionless. Zhong Yuan spoke up, "By the way, weren't you saying that the enemy was preparing to deal with my killing move? These guys clearly aren't qualified." Fong Jing replied, "It's because you're so ridiculously strong." Zhong Yuan observed him for a moment, then curiously asked himself, "Why does this guy have a bug on his face?" Zhong Yuan directly took a knife and stabbed the bug to death. He quickly realized something was wrong. This bug had crawled out of his brain. Normally, a bug wouldn't be able to crawl through a human skull. It was of a different race. At that moment, another bug crawled out from the head of a man lying unconscious on the ground. The bug flew toward Zhong Yuan, unaware to him. On its tail, there seemed to be a sharp, glowing needle. Zhong Yuan was stunned when he realized the crucial, unsettling detail. These people were all disguised, hiding their real moves. He started to suspect that it was these strange bugs. At that point, the bug had flown around Zhong Yuan's head, preparing to attack, but he had no idea. The bug was flying in to target Zhong Yuan's brain. It seemed that something had blocked its path, preventing it from getting to him. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the bug, saying, "I've been waiting for you." Around the bug, images of Duan Yang appeared. Zhong Yuan wondered, is this Duan Yang's memory? The first image showed Duan Yang with a broken arm, unable to be treated at the scientific hospital, forced to retire from the front lines and take a bureaucratic position. Then, an image of him and his family rejecting the multifunctional subsidies offered by the military district, opting instead for compensation to buy a luxury villa for his wife and children in Fengyigua, yet unable to migrate abroad due to his identity. The next incident in his life was his son, deep in gambling debts, embezzling from the military district's public funds and thus losing his job. Afterward, Duan Yang received a commission from Deng Togwei at Web. Upon receiving the money, depositing it into fake documents, and assembling a team to enter the domain boundary of Zhangjiajie, Zhong Yuan was stunned as everything fell into place. The alien insects parasitizing in human brains could even obtain memories, their intelligence was incredibly high, and they even knew how to kill to silence witnesses. From that, Zhong Yuan deduced that there might also be insects in the brains of several other people. He had to find them quickly, otherwise, whether these creatures bred here or sent information to the enemy, serious problems would arise. A bug flew in from behind Fong Jing when he was off guard. Zhong Yuan saw it and wanted to call out to him, but before he could, the bug had already attached itself to Fong Jing's hair. Fong Jing absent-mindedly scratched his head, while Zhong Yuan froze in place. Fong Jing grabbed the bug from the back of his neck. "What is this?" "It hurts when it bites." The bug had been squashed flat, blood spurting out. Zhong Yuan anxiously rushed over to check the back of his head. Zhong Yuan panicked when he saw that the skin at the back of his head had been torn and was bleeding, leaving a bald patch. Fong Jing was stunned. Zhong Yuan even praised him, "Your head is really hard." Fong Jing, acting smug, replied, "Of course. The head of an intelligent person is always tough."
Then Zhong Yuan immediately took off, but not before instructing Fong Jing.
Take a photo of your hand and send it to the general staff. I'll catch a few more.
Fong Jing stood below, waving and shouting loudly.
Got it. After Zhong Yuan left, Fong Jing picked up 2 more bugs to inspect.
This is a special alien species from Deng Tagua, the demon-eyed ladybug, which likes to eat brains and can parasitize animal brains. Deng Tagua has not shared any other abilities or information with the outside world. After Zhong Yuan returned with the 2-headed eagle, he and Fong Jing sat next to the bodies of the 4 dead individuals. Zhong Yuan then made a phone call to report, there are a total of 8 beetles. 4 of them parasitized the 2-headed eagle's brain, 2 were captured alive, and 2 were killed.
I used acting cute on them, so they shouldn't attack anyone for now.
The voice on the other end replied, good job.
The people from the Scientific Institute have already set out to your location.
You can hand over the beetles and the 2-headed eagle to them. Fong Jing was holding one of the beetles, and he turned to look at Duan Yong, who was lying there as though he wanted to say something but remained silent. Zhong Yuan noticed his unpleasant expression and glanced at him, saying, you're already dead. Even if you keep staring, he won't come back to life.
Fong Jing said, I know.
Even if he's still alive now, once the interrogation is done, he'll still be executed. Zhong Yuan curiously asked, then why are you still looking at him? Fong Jing looked up at the sky, feeling a bit regretful, and said, I'm wondering if things would have turned out differently for him if I had chosen to save him back then.
Zhong Yuan also looked up at the blue sky and said, I'm not an omniscient god. How would I know?
But then Zhong Yuan added, even if I can't be a god, I can still be human. Hearing Zhong Yuan's words, Fong Jing smiled lightly and said, then I'll continue being human. The group from the Institute of Science had arrived, but when they were about to enter the domain boundary, they were stopped by the Tianqin team.
A person with blonde hair angrily said, Captain Song, what do you mean by blocking us?
In an emergency situation, the Institute of Science has the right to access any domain boundary. Song Jianguo frowned and apologized, we have not received any instructions regarding the emergency situation, so we cannot allow you to pass according to regulations.
One person from the Institute of Science looked at Qi Xiu and asked, Mr. Qi, what do you think of this situation?
Before he could finish, Qi Xiu coldly interrupted, a person pretending to be asleep will never wake up no matter how much you call, you have to strike them to wake them up.
He then asked the Tianqin team, does your team have a character of treatment?
I suggest you activate the life resonance as soon as possible. The Tianqin team responded angrily, no need for you to worry. Without hesitation, Qi Xiu drew his sword and used his conferred tidal power to pierce through. His eyes narrowed, sharp as daggers.
Then I'll make my move. He then performed Windblade, sealing 20 strikes.
The strength from his sword was immense, flying toward the Tianqin team.
On the other side, Song Jianguo was also trying to use his powers to counter Qi Xiu's abilities.
However, his body was already covered with wounds from the previous strike. With difficulty, Song Jianguo said, even if you are from the Institute of Science, you can't just act arrogantly. I'll report you to the Bureau of Case Control. Qi Xiu, holding his sword, walked straight toward him and said, go ahead and report me to Wang Padi, just mention my name directly. Song Jianguo heard this and immediately collapsed to the ground, stunned. He was the true leader of Jiuqiu, the most powerful supernatural organization in Nation H. In order for two to return to the scene with Fong Jing and Zhong Yuan, the two sat waiting. Fong Jing, exhausted, lay on the ground, looking at the 2 still living bugs in his hand.
He sighed, why hasn't anyone come yet? My hand is getting sore. Zhong Yuan replied, just hold on a little longer, the willpower of the demon-eyed ladybug is too strong.
I'm not sure how effective the acting cute strategy will be. Fearing that the bugs might escape, Fong Jing's phone suddenly rang. He was holding the 2 bugs with both hands and had to lean too much toward Zhong Yuan.
Hold the phone for me. The password is 778,811.
Zhong Yuan nodded lightly. He reached into Fong Jing's pocket, took out the phone, and then held it up for Fong Jing to see the message that had been sent. Earlier, they were delayed by the people from the Tianjin team, so they arrived late. The people from Nguan had assisted at the domain boundary, and were preparing a private jet to take the children back to school. Fong Jing read the message, feeling exasperated. It was just bug catching, yet his mother had called Chi uncle over. Chi Xiu also sent another message asking, "Have you entered the domain boundary? Are the children still at the original coordinates?" Fong Jing sat up and told Zhong Yuan to reply to him with the correct answer. Zhong Yuan quickly typed and sent the response. Then, Fong Jing felt something unusual again. This isn't right, he thought. Last time, Chi uncle had Yenta probe Yuan, and then called me back to Shangjing City to ask all sorts of questions. Clearly, he wanted to take the opportunity to recruit people. Fong Jing thought to himself again, going to Jiuchu, running around all day, doing hard work with no good outcome. I absolutely cannot let Yuan fall into his hands. After the two demon-eyed ladybugs were placed into a glass jar, Fong Jing let out a sigh of relief. The task was complete. Chi Xiu stepped forward, shook hands with Zhong Yuan, and introduced himself. Hello, Zhong Yuan, my name is Chi Xiu. Fong Jing quickly chimed in, this is an old friend of my mother's, I usually call him Chi uncle. Zhong Yuan shook Chi Xiu's hand and said, hello, Chi uncle. He looked at Zhong Yuan and thought to himself, I thought in the future I would be colleagues with this kid. Xiang brother called him younger brother first, but this unlucky kid, Fong Jing, actually elevated my status. He pondered for a moment and then spoke again, ahem, I heard there is a young prodigy born near Huadong, and I've been wanting to take some time to have a drink with you. Suddenly, Fong Jing spoke up for Zhong Yuan, surprising him. Yuan is underage, he can't drink, Fong Jing said. Chi Xiu laughed and replied, but fruit juice is the same, right? Fong Jing waved his hand, alcohol is a carcinogen, you should drink less of it too. Then, he turned around, pushed Chi Xiu away, and said, all right, take the bugs and go back to your shabby little courtyard and roast some sweet potatoes. He looked confused and wanted to ask, what about the domain boundary? But Fong Jing interrupted, saying, someone from the old Fox organization is handling it, you don't need to worry about it. Chi Xiu took the opportunity to hand over a business card, adding, Zhong Yuan, whenever you come to Shangjing City, make sure to visit us at our place. Zhong Yuan took the business card and looked at it. It had Chi Xiu's name, his position as the CEO of Jiunang Human Resources LLC in Shangjing City, and his phone number clearly written on it. He nodded and replied, if I have the chance, I'll come. After Chi Xiu left, Fong Jing became eager to stop Zhong Yuan. Yuan, don't go to that shabby little establishment of his. The group there is really old and thick-skinned. Every time they're short one person, they drag me along to make up the numbers. When they lose, they make me pay for the grilled skewers. Seeing Zhong Yuan smile faintly, he angrily asked, what are you laughing at? Zhong Yuan took Fong Jing's sunglasses off, looked at him, and smiled. You don't look the same as you did when you were young, you're not his biological child. This is the scene from the airplane. Everyone had boarded the plane to head back. Zhong Yuan, carrying a large backpack, spoke up, thanks for your hard work during this trip to the domain boundary. He took out some small bags, handing one to each person. Inside was a void star. He said, each of you gets 10 void star, the double-headed eagle kind. Use them as you wish or sell them for money. Xia Yihan stammered and refused, I can't accept such a precious void star. Zhang Yi also agreed, saying, we haven't done anything other than picking up the void star. Zhong Yuan calmly spoke to everyone, the conflict between the alien races and the void energy wielders is full of danger. If you have the chance to become stronger, don't hesitate. Xia Yihan took the void star bag and said, I understand. Thank you. Zhang Yi then asked curiously, aren't you going to give a portion to Senior Fong Jing? Zhong Yuan told him not to. Fong Jing waved both hands dismissively and said, for me, the most useless thing is void energy. The plane was flying through the sky. Zhong Yuan reminded everyone, I still have some business to attend to later. After we land, head straight to the faculty office to report and hand over the void star.
At Nguyen Feng's office, Zhong Yuan sat nervously and asked, "Commanderin, have you investigated the identities of those people?"
And Nguyen Feng handed him a stack of papers and said, Wang Padi just used the illusionary lens to check the 6 bugs, and from there, quite a few things were uncovered.
Zhong Yuan glanced through the papers, nodding.
It seemed that it was indeed possible to read the memories of the bugs. And Nguyen Feng added, although it's possible, it's a bit fragmented and not as effective as reading the memories of a living person. Among the 8 who entered the domain boundary, one is a mole that Deng Lian secretly placed in Nation H many years ago, and also the one who organized this operation.
Zhong Yuan was slightly surprised upon hearing this.
While reviewing the documents, he spoke, Deng Lian and Nguyen Feng explained. The Void Energy Wielder Alliance, led by Deng Ta, is one of the 10 non-governmental Void Energy Wielder organizations and is not under the jurisdiction of the Deng Tagwa government. This CCM individual is from the overseas nation H, Deng Tagwa, and had participated in the Fire Giant project experiment of Deng Tagwa. After reviewing his memories, we were able to confirm the entire sequence of events. Each country has a domain boundary that nurtures different alien species, and each side controls a certain strategic level force. The most mysterious strategic level ability of Nation H is the acting cute ability of the cute bear. The cute bear is prohibited from hunting due to its scarcity and difficulty in reproduction, and there are no reserves. In order to obtain the Void Star, Deng Tagwa took the risk of sending Robert to Nation H, cooperating with Jiao Yao, colluding with the Huazhong military region's internal spies, and sneaking into the Shenangjia domain. After you killed Robert, Deng Lian sent Yuan Kai and his group to ambush the Chang'ing Academy to recover the Void Star, but they were repelled by you once again. And Nguyen Feng stared directly at Zhong Yuan and continued, at this point, the cost to retrieve the Void Star from the Fire Giant far exceeds the value of the Void Star itself. For Deng Lian, abandoning the mission is the wisest choice. Zhong Yuan questioned, but this time, the enemy still chose to strike. And Nguyen Feng then responded, the crux of the matter lies here. The recent infiltration into Zhangjiajie, although all the connections were aimed at Deng Lian, you believed they were merely accomplices, with the true mastermind hiding behind them being an insider from Huazhong. In this series of events, you demonstrated immense strength and intelligence, as well as a clear intention to capture the mole within Huazhong. Even if it was just to protect yourself, they still had methods such as luring or killing you. Based on the characteristics of the demon-eyed ladybug, it's not hard to deduce that it's a type of foreign race that has been domesticated. It has the ability to kill, gather intelligence, and can even be used as a suicide bomber. The fact that they released the demon-eyed ladybug means they were likely trying to take advantage of the opportunity to control or kill you.
And Nguyen Feng smiled and said, luckily, you have the ability to counter the demon-eyed ladybug. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Zhong Yuan smiled confidently and said, even without a trump card in hand, I would never use myself as bait. And Nguyen Feng trusted him, laughing, we believe in your judgment, but you must remember that your personal combat strength far surpasses these matters.
Protecting yourself is your top priority. Zhong Yuan curiously asked, does the mole in Huazhong have anything to do with Jiao Yao?
And Nguyen Feng smiled and replied, of course, but we haven't yet determined the specifics of their relationship.
Zhong Yuan then anxiously asked, what about the Tianqin team guarding the gate?
And Nguyen Feng said, they are still being temporarily held by the Bureau of Case Control and are preparing for an investigation.
Zhong Yuan stood up and said, with so many clues, that should be enough for you to investigate, right? And Nguyen Feng replied, leave the investigation to us. Zhong Yuan nodded and replied, all right, then walked over to the window and asked, where is my sister?
And Nguyen Feng followed him and said, your sister is at the training field.
Should I have Shao Qin take you there?
Zhong Yuan stepped on the windowsill and said, no need, I can go there by myself. With that, he jumped out of the window and flew away using his power of flight.
And Nguyen Feng stared after him, astonished, and exclaimed, good heavens, he just went to the domain boundary, and now he can fly?
Zhong Lan's legs were trembling, and the instructor outside kept complimenting him, very good, very good. It turned out Zhong Lan was performing a stance.
The instructor glanced at the clock and said, hold for another 30 seconds.
A few seconds later, he continued, hold steady, 10, 9, 8, 7, time's up. As Zhong Lan let out a sigh of relief, the instructor waved his hand and said, you can take a break now. Looking at Zhong Lan's fatigued appearance, the instructor explained, this posture is called the horse stance. Consistent practice can help stabilize your lower body, allowing for faster and stronger force generation. Right now, you're temporarily unable to use void energy smoothly, but it will be beneficial for your cultivation and strengthen your foundation. He handed her a bottle of water and continued, after some time waiting, you will overcome your mental barriers, master the speed and natural instincts once more, and your strength will increase rapidly. Zhong Lan replied, I understand, thank you, instructor. Suddenly, she seemed a little shy and scratched her cheek. By the way, my brother will pick me up in 2 days. Could you not tell him I'm undergoing special training? The instructor asked in surprise, why? Zhong Lan shyly replied, my brother is too talented, he learns everything instantly. Every time I compare myself to him, I feel so stupid, like I can't even help him with the smallest things. Her fingers traced a circle on the ground, as if to express her confusion. The instructor laughed and said, everyone has their own strengths. Your talent is no less than your brother's, it's just that you were born a few years later. He continued to encourage her, besides, no matter how amazing your brother is, he can't do everything on his own. There will be times when he needs your help. Zhong Lan froze for a moment, then smiled brightly, like a beautiful blooming flower. Yes, she didn't know that her brother was standing in a secret location. Chan Hong, standing nearby, asked, Xin Ming, you're standing so far away, can you really see clearly? Zhong Yuan answered curtly, I can see clearly. Chan Hong continued, it's fine to get a little closer. But Zhong Yuan had a clear thought in mind. He said, she is a good sister. It's not my dependent. His eyes remained fixed on the distance, I was standing too close, which would obstruct his view. Wait until she matures. Chan Hong proudly bragged about Zhong Lan. TSK, actually, over the past 2 days, I've learned quite a lot from the military zone. Zhong Yuan was genuinely interested. Chan Hong immediately added, armored vehicles. Hypersonic flying fighters. Battle-class weapons. I've driven them all. The instructor said she's extremely talented behind the wheel and wanted to ask what your thoughts are. Zhong Yuan was taken aback, mouth agape. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Her life is hers to decide. In the end, all you guys need to do is offer some support, but let the young sapling grow on its own. Chan Hong's eyes sparkled, showing a pleading expression. Well, I have an unreasonable request. Could you teach me how to shoot a flying disc? Besides me, there are many others in the military zone who want to learn from you. Zhong Yuan let out a tired sigh. I'm very busy. Chan Hong kept pleading, just one lesson, please. Unable to refuse any longer, he finally agreed. All right, but it can't be more than one lesson. Night fell, and in the simple house with brick walls and a wooden door, Zhong Yuan stood before the golden coffin, muttering, after being busy outside for a few days, I can finally sleep peacefully. He then thought to himself, after absorbing a large amount of the snowbone serpent of the Void Star and the two-headed eagle, his sleepiness grew even more intense. Furthermore, the negative energy from the Void Star is continuously affecting my mental state, making me violent and irritable, always wanting to hit someone. Zhong Yuan opened the lid of the coffin and looked inside. If he activated the dual-purpose ability, he could truly split into 2 versions of himself. Would that mean one could sleep while the other stayed active outside? After crawling into the coffin, he closed the lid with his hand. In short, he would try first and figure out the rest later. In the hazy realm, something about him was split in 2, looking quite like 2 beings. He thought to divide his consciousness into 2 first. This step is a success. He sent one part outside, then projected half of himself out. In the small room, he was quite pleased with himself. Good. He opened his eyes. Normal vision.
Realizing something was off, Zhong Yuan froze. Hey, why did my bed suddenly get higher? And why does it feel so strange walking? Looking down, he saw two cat paws. He had turned into a cat. Startled, he jumped up and shouted. Zhong Yuan in cat form and Zhong Yuan in human form stood silently in front of the mirror, staring at themselves. He raised his hand to scratch his chin, and the cat did the same. The practical experiment proved that the dual-purpose ability could indeed create two versions of himself, but neither could both be Zhong Yuan. He continued to analyze deeply. In a situation where one Zhong Yuan already existed, the second form implicitly acknowledged itself as a black cat. We share the same consciousness, yet we can still have independent thoughts. Zhong Yuan expanded his thinking. The second form could also project images of animals or other people, but it could never project himself, including any representations of others within his subjective perception, which could be mistaken for Zhong Yuan's own form. Zhong Yuan recalled the moment he transformed into a cat, starting with the transformation into a cat. When one version of himself entered the world of darkness to sleep, the remaining versions of himself, operating outside, were forced to adopt the second form. They could not maintain Zhong Yuan's appearance and directly transformed into a black cat. The cat meowed, which gave him a slight headache. He really wondered, why can't cats talk? This question was indeed somewhat silly. The answer Zhong Yuan found was twofold. First, cats lack a language center in their brains. Second, the vocal cords of cats are located in a blunt area of the larynx and cannot produce the specific sounds of human speech. As the cat jumped off his shoulder, Zhong Yuan held his phone, thinking that his current projection only had an outward appearance. On the inside, it was entirely made of energy from the world of darkness. If he altered the internal structure of the projection, could he speak human language while in the form of a cat? The cat Zhong Yuan squeezed his eyes shut, his whole body stiffened. He tried to purr a little, but then just lay down. With the current strength of mine, I temporarily cannot handle something as complicated as that. In the end, he decided to just go with it. After all, no one would expect a cat to open its mouth and speak. He raised his hand and said, "I'll sleep before 6 a.m., then wake up. Good night." The cat also high-fived him and meowed. Zhong Yuan looked at the long and tedious system interface, which was so wordy that even the observer wouldn't want to read or reflect on it. After activating the dual focus skill, all of his power was reduced by half, but his essence remained unchanged. The second form could still be used as usual. Now, he had 14 types of abilities, with only Heat Blast and Eternal Ice Domain being precisely controllable. As for the abilities that had yet to level up, the others couldn't be used until they reached the proper level. The cat smiled a very Zhong Yuan-like smile, its claws springing out of the soft flesh cushion, plotting a sinister plan. Very good, while the cat slave Su Yuaning was still within the domain boundary, it would restart the plan to impose control. Before a store, Zhong Yuan looked down and saw a person with 3 cats. Someone had gotten there ahead of him. He thought for a moment and immediately recognized the person's identity. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the twin sister of Jiang Tiansu. Jiang Si Yuan, wasn't it? He seemed to have met her before in the special classroom during their 3rd year. Jiang Si Yuan suddenly turned around and glanced behind her. Upon seeing Zhong Yuan in cat form approaching, her eyes immediately lit up. The adorable black kitten walks with such grace. This noble posture is truly royal among cats, I've never seen it before. Is it a new cat? Jiang Si Yuan took out a piece of food and brought it to Zhong Yuan's face, calling, "Come here, I have some delicious food." But Zhong Yuan thought she was trying to stop him from disciplining the stray cats and was tempting him to dream. He suddenly had a thought, anyway, no one knows I'm Zhong Yuan right now, so in front of others, I can just do whatever I want. What are you doing, Zhong Yuan? He kept Jiang Si Yuan standing there while he looked at the group of cats. The stray cat seemed less friendly than before. Had the super cute act lost its effectiveness after all this time? Or was it because he had changed his form? He immediately struck the pose for the super cute act and used his ability again.
In the alley, a surge of purple energy radiated around him. However, the stray cats still just watched him quietly. Zhong Yuan's face grew more serious.
Strange, why was there no reaction?
What he didn't know was that someone had approached, chuckling softly.
Jiang Si Yuan, her eyes heart-shaped, smiled and said, "Little kitten, do you want me to pick you up?"
Zhong Yuan stood frozen, confused. He quickly jumped up, causing Jiang Si Yuan to miss her grab.
Zhong Yuan, in a vigilant stance, kept thinking, isn't the super cute act not very effective on humans? What's going on with this item?
Jiang Si Yuan asked, her eyes dazed as she smiled hungrily. In contrast to her, the group of stray cats showed no reaction at all. It was only then that Zhong Yuan realized something was wrong. Perhaps he had always misunderstood. The super powerful selling technique wasn't about the lower intelligence of the target being more susceptible, it worked best when used among different species. Now, in his cat form, acting cute with cats would only reduce their hostility towards him, making them feel a bit more favorable. But acting cute with people could directly make them submit. He even felt like he was slowly becoming more like a king. He came up with a clever plan, using void energy to evolve and facilitate emotional exchange. It was simple, and from there, he could influence people's behavior.
At that moment, Jiang Si Yuan asked, "Hohu, is it because my cat food doesn't catch your eye that you don't like me? What if I bring some high-quality fish tomorrow?" She immediately took out her phone to take a picture, which made Zhong Yuan panic and run away. This kind of ability to manipulate people's hearts was terrifying, and from now on, he would have to be very careful when acting cute in his cat form. Noticing Jiang Si Yuan's sneaky photo taking, Zhong Yuan turned around. He boldly snatched the phone from her hand and used his tiny paws to delete the picture of himself being secretly snapped. After finishing, cat form Zhong Yuan left as if nothing had happened, leaving Jiang Si Yuan full of suspicion. Could it be? This cat even knows how to delete photos? Am I dreaming? Although he had been careful, everything still hadn't been completely erased. The photo was still in the trash. What had just happened wasn't a dream. He quickly saved 3 copies to keep them safe. The next morning, with a clear blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine, Zhong Yuan checked his phone and quietly thought to himself that Zhang Yi had sent a message saying that he definitely had to come to the cafeteria today because there was something important that needed to be discussed. At that moment, a beautiful girl with pink hair walked through the crowd. Wow, she's so beautiful. Is she a student at our school? I've never seen her before. Why is there suddenly someone who could steal the title of school beauty from me? The girl walked up to Zhong Yuan and said, Sorry, I'm late." He asked Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking a bit shy. I promised you. After successfully absorbing the Void Star, I'm going to change my hairstyle." Seeing her hesitant expression, Zhong Yuan said, "Not bad, it really suits you." Thank you." The crowd, at this point, awkwardly realized, Zhang Yi, she looks so beautiful without her glasses? Look at how she's talking to Zhong Yuan. Are they together? I heard that Toyan has already been with Zhong Yuan. Is she playing both sides? Fong Jing appeared out of nowhere, standing behind the two of them. He said, "Did I come at the wrong time?" Zhang Yi turned around, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Not at the right time at all." In the cafeteria, Fong Jing asked again, "Are you sure you want me to sit here?" Zhang Yi, beaming like a flower, replied, "Definitely, absolutely sure." Fong Jing lifted a dumpling to his mouth and immediately transformed into a dragon breathing fire. Why is this Sichuan meat dumpling so spicy? What? The canteen tricked me. He turned around and said, "I should just throw this away and buy something else." Zhong Yuan coldly judged, "Waste of food." Fong Jing immediately retorted, "Then what should I do? Are you going to eat it for me?" Zhong Yuan answered right away, "Go away, you're not even my sister." Fong Jing slumped, cutely calling out, "Brother, brother, brother," and was instantly slapped in the face by Zhong Yuan, who mocked, "Na na na, mama hen hugging the nest."
Zhang Yi, sitting at the table across, covered his mouth and chuckled quietly, enjoying himself.
Breakfast is just too wonderful. In the teacher's office, Su Yuaning was walking proudly with Lei Ba and Shang Guanyi.
Thinking about how they had earned 139 void stars during their hunt in the domain boundary Longxing Shan, even if they didn't make it into the national top 10, it was still better than that unlucky Feng Jing, who drew the domain boundary Zhang Jiajie. Su Yuaning confidently opened the door and stepped in, saying, "Director Gu, Team Su Yuaning has finished hunting in the domain boundary, we're here."
Su Yuaning paused.
She saw the department heads scrambling over the void stars, and someone in the room said, "Director Gu, there are 1,000 void stars here, this bewitching rabbit has a pretty high quality." She spoke up, packed everything up, and placed it in the area where it had already been filtered. A young man, eyes wide with surprise, held up an orange void star and exclaimed, "Hey, this void star looks just like the one from the Moonlight Fox." The young man continued, "Wait, you're right, this one is even more valuable than the bewitching rabbits." She closed her eyes and, in a rush, urgently said, "Hurry and check the other bags that have been filtered, don't miss any void star from the Moonlight Fox." The bald-headed student spoke up, "Shouldn't such valuable void stars be kept separately?"
Su Yuaning, witnessing the whole scene, helplessly thought to herself, "What on earth is going on? Why are there so many void stars in the storage room? It's like a wholesale market here."
Shang Guanyi, seeing this scene, became disheartened, threw his bag at Su Yuaning, and said as he walked off, "I'm leaving, you handle the report yourself." Inside the teacher's office, joyful voices could be heard, "We found 2 more void stars from the Moonlight Fox. Remember, overtime pay should be tripled, and we'll have a celebration for Su Yuaning in a couple of days once the filtering is finished."
But deep down, they still thought, this is a scam, right? There's no way anyone could have this many void stars.
They must have forged them.
The sky turned into a starry night.
On the dark road, 2 figures were walking.
Jiang Si Yuan said, "All right, don't be angry anymore.
Let's go pet some cats, relax, and clear our minds."
Su Yuaning obediently replied, okay."
Jiang Si Yuan eagerly said, "Yesterday, I met an incredibly cute, beautiful black cat, so smart, always hanging around the furnace.
I've already made plans with it, and today I'm bringing some delicious food for it."
The shadow of a black cat was actually Zhong Yuan in disguise, sitting on the roof of a house. Zhong Yuan, in his true form as a black cat with 2 different colored eyes, green and amber, coldly observed. In his mind, he thought, so Jiang Si Yuan really showed up.
The power of that ultimate acting cute still hasn't worn off, huh?
Jiang Si Yuan and Su Yuaning were startled when the shadow of the black cat blocked their path.
Jiang Si Yuan shouted, "It's here!" The black cat jumped down to the ground.
Zhong Yuan, in his cat form, thought to himself, "Let's get a bit closer and see how much of the ultimate acting cute still works." Jiang Si Yuan blushed and called, "Come here, come here." Next to him, Su Yuaning also blushed.
The ultra-cute charm of Zhong Yuan, in the form of the black cat, made him exclaim, "It's just too adorable, I'm gonna die."
Zhong Yuan, in the form of the black cat, sat gracefully and elegantly on a pink cat bed, still maintaining an air of arrogance. He thought to himself, "This bed is clean enough, I guess it's okay to sit here." Jiang Si Yuan happily held out a box of food in front of the black cat, which was actually Zhong Yuan in disguise, saying, "This is what I brought for you, royal-grade salmon flown in from Wei Jinghua."
Zhong Yuan, in the form of a black cat, stared intently at Jiang Si Yuan, assessing herself. Void energy has disappeared, but the traces remain. They can't be erased completely.
Her cat addiction shows no sign of subsiding either.
Could acting cute really have such an influence on people?
Surely that can't last forever.
Right?
As Zhong Yuan, in her black cat form, pondered, she suddenly heard smacking sounds from behind. With a pause, she turned around to see Su Yuaning puckering her lips, trying to kiss her. Zhong Yuan, still in her feline guise, didn't think much. Disgusted by Su Yuaning, she muttered to herself and then unleashed a master-level combat move that sent Su Yuaning spinning like a top. Seeing her friend treated this way by a cat, her face distorted, tears streaming down like rivers, was almost comical. At that moment, Jiang Si Yuan came over to comfort her, "Ing." Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, in her proud and arrogant black cat form, walked away slowly and gracefully. That day, the sky was crystal clear.
Su Yuaning, her cheek bruised and swollen, absent-mindedly glanced at Fong Jing and asked irritably, "So this is why you called me to the infirmary?" Fong Jing replied, "Let me take a look."
The wound itself has healed, but the bruising is still there.
Did you wait too long and end up treating it yourself? Su Yuaning nodded.
I treated it myself, but it didn't work well, so I came to find you.
Fong Jing, hands in his pockets, asked, "You managed to absorb a healing ability?" Su Yuaning shot back, "Is there a problem with that?" Fong Jing sank into thought.
The greatest strength of Ultimate Wish was that even if she possessed no other abilities, she could leverage her 100% synergy copy ability with someone in the command system to achieve strategic objectives, making her virtually unbeatable. And yet, for so long, she had been dismantling her own greatest advantage.
What exactly was she planning? Cooperation means randomly copying the target's abilities by touching it, lasting for 24 hours. Fong Jing didn't think much longer and used the Su-Ri technique to heal Su Yuaning.
Fong Jing coldly walked away, but not forgetting to leave a remark, "Respect empowerment, don't die at my doorstep."
Upon hearing this, Su Yuaning responded with an equally baffling reply.
Fong Jing glanced back at Su Yuaning, thinking, the footprints on her face are clearly not those of an ordinary cat, ones that could be made in the academy.
Looks like someone skilled showed up.
Zhong Yuan, in the form of a black cat, was curled up on a tree, feeling drowsy, and thought, the training process in Lanland's military district isn't over yet, these past few days. My physical body can sleep in the dark world as usual, while the second form outside can nap too.
That means I can sleep twice as much now. Fong Jing, holding the phone in hand, seriously pondered, Jiang Si Yuan really posted a high reward on the school's forum to find traces of the black cat. Mysterious, did you really hurt Su Yuaning?
Zhong Yuan, in cat form, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Fong Jing's appearance. Fong Jing, too, was surprised by the black cat's presence. Fong Jing slightly lifted his black sunglasses, revealing his super translucent violet eyes, and looked at Zhong Yuan. In Fong Jing's eyes, the black cat only had 2 eyes with round zeros on its head, nothing more.
Fong Jing calmly asked Zhong Yuan, "What about the promise to behave decently as a cat form?"
Zhong Yuan still didn't understand what Fong Jing meant, but he kept calling out. Fong Jing, annoyed, shoved his hands into his pockets, tilted his head back, and asked again, "Before you ask why I'm checking a cat's lifespan, shouldn't you explain yourself first? Why, as a human, are you using void energy to attack others?"
Ha! Zhong Yuan continued to pretend not to understand and kept calling out.
Fong Jing continued, "No, I don't understand cat language from a scholarly perspective.
There isn't even a central language system in this world for it.
There's no such thing as cat language." Zhong Yuan, in his black cat form, sighed helplessly, resigned to Fong Jing's words.
Then Zhong Yuan muttered under his breath, "Split focus dispel." After that, Zhong Yuan transformed back into his human form, just as he normally would.
He put his hands in his pockets and said, "Fong Jing, the abilities of humans are limited." Fong Jing looked at Zhong Yuan and, in a calm tone, said, "You're talking nonsense.
Clearly, it's because your brother isn't here that you're starting trouble, right?" Zhong Yuan clicked his tongue loudly when Fong Jing didn't believe him.
The scene shifted to somewhere else, where both of them were sitting on the roof of a building, talking late into the night.
Fong Jing asked, Yuan, what do you think it really means to be human?" Zhong Yuan sighed and answered, "The sum of all social relationships."
Fong Jing asked again, "Even if this person looks human, but in essence, they're like a different species unable to absorb void star energy, able to evolve independently, and not attacked by other species.
Does that count as being human?" Zhong Yuan shot back, "Yes, it does."
Suddenly recalling something, Zhong Yuan turned to Fong Jing curiously and asked, "Come to think of it, it seems that your abilities have always been limited to just the 4 types, Lao Qi, Su Ri, the rejuvenating healing wind, and the resonance of life.
Is that right? Can the ability to see one's lifespan be considered a type of power?"
Fong Jing pondered for a moment, glancing briefly at Zhong Yuan before answering. Suri is my innate ability, and it comes in 3 forms. The rest of my abilities I developed through self-directed evolution in the Science Institute. As for my eyes, they belong to a void star creature trait, and to me, they're no different from a regular eyeball. Even if I eat, it's like a 2-headed eagle regurgitating a pile of bones. Fong Jing, with a hint of regret, looked up at the night sky and said, Yuan, in the end, you never did harm those 2-headed eagles, did you? Zhong Yuan lowered his head slightly and replied, there are already too many void stars. Fong Jing teased, you saw it alive, so you couldn't bear to watch it die. I've heard. Zhong Yuan remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, their cries. I couldn't bring myself to eat them. Zhong Yuan reminisced about the scene of hunting the monstrous beasts and said, I won't show mercy to humans, let alone to alien species. What I'm thinking is that the competition between humans and alien races is a purely competitive relationship. The benefits for one side will inevitably come at the cost of the other. Even when entering the domain boundary to hunt the alien species that have been cultivated, humans still risk being counterattacked. But if the very nature of this competitive truth shifts from competition to cooperation, the benefits that humans can gain are actually far greater than we might imagine. The image of the giant 2-headed bird flying high above, with a group of people standing below, watching intently. Some of them spoke up, Principal Bai, this is indeed the strange 2-headed eagle king. When it meets people, it doesn't attack. On the contrary, it actively shows goodwill, even offering to carry people and fly. The principal and the group of people looked up, their necks craning, as they were overshadowed by the large shadow of the 2-headed eagle. Principal Bai sneered disdainfully and said, it's truly a beast, yet so stupid, not even realizing it's in the slaughterhouse, still running over to show goodwill to the butcher. How ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant 2-headed eagle landed, standing still and continuously lowering its head to be petted, showing an extremely friendly demeanor. Some people petted its head and gently reassured it, and it looked very obedient. In front of the 2-headed eagle, Principal Bai had raised his giant cannon-like gun onto his shoulder. He seemed satisfied with the bird's tame and cute demeanor, so he adjusted his gun slightly down and aimed it carefully, not forgetting to eye it greedily. The chickens and ducks at the market are very well behaved too. He clicked his tongue, and one of the eagle's heads looked adorably at the barrel of the gun, its cheeks flushed, as it peered into the muzzle where it was about to meet its end. It cooed, as if asking, what is this? Principal Bai saw this and almost felt pity, but his animal instincts had taken over his mind, so he thought in the pessimistic way of the Wang clan, that valuable resources would cause humans to turn savage. If that's the case, even if I don't kill it, someone else will come and do it. Just as I finished thinking, a loud gunshot echoed, and everything in front of me was engulfed in smoke, followed by a massive explosion, with the feathers of a 2-headed eagle flying in all directions. Then, the principal finished the eagle's life with a gunshot. Thinking about this world again, I realized that order can only be maintained through violence. Survival of the fittest is the harsh truth in this world of void energy. That evening, on the balcony, Principal Bai was talking with a red-haired girl. The girl spoke up, criticizing, Luoho, this time you let the demon-eyed ladybug fall into Wang Padi's hands, and even threw the Tianqin team into it. You forced the leader to handle the mess personally. Now, he's very displeased with you. Bai Luoho stood with his arms crossed, speaking as if everything he had done was justified. So, what? Are you going to accuse me too? The girl turned her face away, casting a cold glance at Bai Luoho. No, I'm just reminding you. My goal has always been to become the leader of Jiu Yao's wife, not caring who the leader is. If you fail to rise to power, I won't be your doomed bride anymore. Bai Luoho, still with his arms crossed, sighed, indeed, a cold-blooded woman. I actually wanted to surprise you with something. The girl grew impatient and said, stop beating around the bush, just say it. Bai Luoho then spoke, Fong family's bastard has discovered the whereabouts of the Grim Reaper in Deng Tagua, in Guangyuan City. Once I have the strength to kill him, no one will be able to stop me from becoming the new leader of Jiu Yao. The girl immediately reminded him, Guangyuan City,
I remember that the upcoming university tournament will also be held in Yuan City.
At that time, a large number of void energy wielders will gather, and there might be unforeseen events. Bai Luoho, with his grand ambitions, seems to have anticipated everything.
Danger and opportunity always coexist.
I have a very detailed plan, and as long as it goes smoothly, all the potential threats can be eliminated in one go. At this moment, in the military classroom, Zhong Yuan was discussing the plan with Commander Ren.
He briefly mentioned the current investigation. The Bureau of Case Control has thoroughly investigated Tianqin's whereabouts, but in the end, they didn't find much useful information.
The enemy either has clever tactics and leaves no traces, or uses special methods to avoid the scrutiny of Wang Pidi. Zhong Yuan then proposed a course of action. In that case, let's stay put. With the level of threat I posed to them, sooner or later they will make a move again. Seeing that it was almost time for Zhong Lan to finish class, Zhong Yuan stood up, preparing to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go pick up my sister from school.
Commander Ren called him back. Wait a minute, you haven't logged into the official online shopping platform for void energy wielders, have you?
Generally, you need to join a group to be able to log in.
But considering the missions you've completed, you've accumulated over 1.5 million points.
I can help you register an account in advance. Hearing that the accumulated points were quite high, Zhong Yuan was a bit surprised.
Oh, I'll check it later.
On the way home after dropping Lan Lan off at school, she happily told Zhong Yuan about her new hobby. Brother, flying a plane is really interesting. If it weren't for Instructor Lee telling me that I need to prepare a foundation in various aspects first, I would have really wanted to switch to being a pilot right now. Zhong Yuan, seeing that his sister enjoyed it, reminded her, if you want to become a pilot, you need to protect your eyesight and make sure you don't get myopia.
Zhong Lan obediently replied, yes.
Zhong Yuan then remembered something and said, speaking of which, the year is almost over, and it's time to buy new clothes for you.
You've always said that I pick children's clothes, so this year, how about you choose them yourself?
Zhong Lan thought for a moment and said, I think the combat uniforms of the military district are really nice and neat. They combine both beauty and practicality. Too bad they don't come in my size. Zhong Yuan took out his phone and showed Zhong Lan. Lan Lan, look at this.
When Zhong Lan saw it, she excitedly exclaimed, combat uniforms can even be custom made?
Zhong Yuan explained, if you have military rank, you can custom make them on the official online shopping platform of Void Energy Wielder. I'll get all the designs tailored to your size.
Zhong Lan happily said, okay.
Seeing that Zhong Lan was always studying and training, Zhong Yuan invited her, Lan Lan, ever since you entered Chengying Academy, you've been studying and training all the time.
How about we go out and have some fun together on a weekend?
Zhong Lan quickly refused.
I don't want to.
Zhong Lan looked directly into Zhong Yuan's eyes and firmly said,
right now, the only thing I want is to become stronger. I don't want to do anything else. You're so amazing, if I don't try to improve, I'd be too embarrassed to call myself your sister.
Zhong Yuan reluctantly agreed with her. Zhong Lan continued, I've already told the military district people, from now on, I'll be training every weekend.
Zhong Yuan had no choice but to accept.
Fine, he thought helplessly to himself, I always feel like Lan Lan has already embarked on a path of relentless combat and will never turn back.
After returning to his room, Zhong Yuan sat down and browsed the official online shopping platform, ordering items for Lan Lan.
His total contribution points were over 1.5 million. After buying clothes and shoes for Lan Lan, he still hadn't used up the remaining balance.
He kept scrolling, looking for something else to buy.
Suddenly, he came across a listing for a Void Star Bewitching Rabbit, priced at 10,000 contribution points or 100,000 yuan per unit, with 10 pieces per set. The seller was the Huadong Military District's Logistics Department. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, the Void Star Bewitching Rabbit we delivered last time is already on the shelves. It's crazy that this Void Star junk still has so many buyers. Scrolling further, he saw a cold weapon knife from the Extreme Dao series. For 150,000 contribution points, it could be exchanged for any crafted weapon. The knife came with a 1-year warranty for repairs, and if it was severely damaged, it would be replaced with a new one. The seller is the monitoring agency, with quite a variety of items: swords, guns, halberds, yet there is no throwing knife. The set in my hand is indeed a prototype from the monitoring agency. With 100 million points of merit, one can create specialized weapons. I have the ability to fight like a grandmaster. No matter which weapon I use, it won't make much difference.
I probably don't need to create a new one.
As Zhong Yuan was browsing, he noticed a bed, but it looked like a coffin.
The product was called Customized Bed for One, perfectly fitting for a clamp.
It was priced at 100,000 merit points plus 100,000 yuan, with a special offer: buy 2, get 1 free, buy 4, get 2 free. The seller was the monitoring agency.
Zhong Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it."
He thought to himself, so the bed I have now was made by the monitoring agency.
When they say create, they really mean it.
The relationship between Fong Jing and the monitoring agency is truly deep. Zhong Yuan continued thinking, my main body is inside the golden coffin at the museum, but the metallic coffin cell where I usually sleep can be used as a medium to create my projection body. If I leave a trace of energy from the dark world elsewhere, could I possibly teleport through the dark world?
With that thought, Zhong Yuan quickly clicked to place the order. Let me try. While it's offering buy 4, get 2 free, I should buy a few more.
At the monitoring agency, an assistant rushed over to report, Director Wang, something big has happened. Director Wang, with his shiny bald head, was leisurely sipping his coffee. The assistant anxiously said, The extraordinary coffin that we placed on the official online shopping platform, the Void Energy Wielder, has been bought by someone, 6 of them in one go.
Upon hearing this, Director Wang turned pale, choking on water, spitting out his coffee.
Cough, cough, the assistant continued, the buyer's name is Zhong Yuan, and their data security level is too high for us to access.
That's why we came to report it to you. Director Wang thought for a moment.
The golden coffin was an order placed by Feng Zhuzhen for her son. The recipient was Zhong Yuan from Chongying Academy. It wasn't unusual for him to buy one for personal use, but why would he buy so many?
Was he giving them to someone else?
The assistant of Director Wang added, Zhong Yuan also said, once the items are ready, he will contact you again to choose a delivery time and location. Director Wang, overwhelmed and not wanting to think about it any further, waved his hand to signal the assistant. Follow his instructions, proceed with the usual procedures. Make sure to remove the coffin from the shelf once this order is complete, no more fussing around.
The assistant immediately went to carry out the task. Understood. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was still browsing through the items.
He thought that with his contribution points and money, he could purchase things on the official online shopping platform, but there were also other methods of exchange. As his mind wandered, Zhong Yuan spotted something interesting. He thought, the product is called Void Star Baiji, with hidden abilities, the ability to dive, and super sound waves. The system did not allow direct purchases, only accepting alternative forms of exchange. The seller was the logistics department of the Huabei Military District, and the condition for exchange was representing the Huabei Military District in 3 battles. Zhong Yuan immediately analyzed that Kui energy was a capability used by instructors to help others increase the success rate of absorbing Void Star. It seemed that there were no ranks or levels to it, and whether it could level up in ultra-silent and deep dives remained unclear. However, even at the lowest level, it would still be very useful for him. Zhong Yuan then clicked on the related product to try it out. At the logistics department of the Huabei Military District, the assistant received Zhong Yuan's order notification and hurriedly ran to report to the superior. Commander, our Void Star Dolphin by Jing, listed on the official online shopping platform for Void Energy Wielders, has already been transacted.
The buyer's name is Zhong Yuan. The security level of the information is too high for me to access.
Xia Jihui, the commander of the Huabei Military District, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, rested his chin in thought.
Zhong Yuan. That name sounds familiar. Let me look into it.
After a moment of contemplation, Commander, he suddenly remembered that Zhong Yuan was the young man who had left a strong impression on him with his combat abilities. He was the one, Xian Ming, who possessed the strategic level acting cute ability, capable of suppressing vibrations at the Nyoto mountain. He couldn't help but feel regretful about Zhong Yuan's talent, realizing that such a person staying in the Huadong military district was indeed a great talent with limited use. If he could be assigned to a unit with no regional restrictions, he could be of assistance anywhere in the country. Commander, he quickly made a decision not to let such a talent go to waste. He stood up and prepared to head to Jiuqiu. Jiuqiu is just the kind of unit for this. I'll directly consult with Qi Xiu. At Jiuqiu, Zhu Ji was watering the plants while listening to Xia Ji. We briefly mentioned Zhong Yuan. Xu Shi calmly said, "Actually, Zhong Yuan is already the 8th reserve member of Jiuqiu." Commander, he was quite surprised and quickly asked Zhu Ji, "Such an important matter, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Zhu Ji, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Because the situation is quite complicated, and he himself doesn't even know about it." Commander, he was also taken aback by this. Zhu Ji then recalled the situation at that time, when Feng Jing had told him, Yuan has never followed the usual reward system. A place as shabby as Jiuqiu has many bad habits and patterns. The fact that he didn't flatten your courtyard cell is already a sign of respect for you. Zhu Ji, with a face full of sorrow and worry, said to Commander He, in short, don't get involved in the issues of Jiuqiu. Xia Ji Hui was not interested in getting involved in such complicated matters, so he quickly left. Anyway, it was better to discuss the Void Star matter with Zhong Yuan first. At Zhong Yuan's room, after placing an order for the Void Star Dolphin by Jing, his phone rang. The ringtone was Zhong Lan's voice, acting as an alarm. "Wake up, the sun's already shining on your butt." It was an unfamiliar number from Shangjing City. Zhong Yuan held the phone in his hand, looked at the number from Shangjing, and immediately guessed, "Is this the Huabei military district calling?" He then answered the phone, "Hello, good morning." The voice on the other end responded politely. "Hello, I am the commander of the Huabei military district, Xia Ji Hui. Should I call you Xian Ming or Zhong Yuan?" Zhong Yuan politely replied, "Xian Ming, please." Commander, he immediately got to the point, "Xian Ming, we can offer you a Void Star Dolphin by Jing, no strings attached." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan immediately declined, "That wouldn't be appropriate." Commander, he explained, "It's not that we don't want your help, but the city of Shandong where you are is too far from Huabei. It normally takes less than half an hour for a movement to appear in open, but traveling from Shandong to Huabei would take at least 2 to 3 hours, and we can't wait that long." Zhong Yuan directly responded, "Commander He, if that's the case, only people from Huazhong can trade with you then. Huazhong isn't near the sea, so it's likely they can't make use of the potential power of the Void Star Dolphin." Bai Jing noticed that Zhong Yuan had figured out his intentions, and Commander He no longer beat around the bush. He spoke plainly, "You're a smart one, so I won't dance around it. We're offering this Void Star as a reward to attract people from other military districts to Huabei." Zhong Yuan asked, "Then why are you offering this Void Star to me?" Commander, he smiled and said, "Because I value your future achievements, and I want to make friends with you first." Zhong Yuan, skeptical, tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Oh, so generous, huh?" Commander, he wasn't worried that Zhong Yuan would take the Void Star and then turn his back on him. When Commander he heard Zhong Yuan's words, he confidently responded, "If you turn against us, we'll only lose a Void Star at most. On the other hand, if you hesitate about this Void Star, the real loss will be your trust in the military district." Zhong Yuan felt a strong sense of respect for Commander He after hearing him speak. He thought to himself, "This man is truly courageous and has great dignity. Revealing a bit of secret to him wouldn't hurt." Zhong Yuan then spoke frankly, "Actually, I have a special ability to teleport. It only takes me a few minutes to travel from Shandong to Huabei. For me, crossing districts to suppress the Void Cave isn't difficult." Commander, he was surprised and asked, "Really?" Zhong Yuan briefly explained, adding, "Before I activate this power, I need to send you something like this first to serve as the teleportation medium." Commander, he quickly agreed, "No problem, just send it over."
In Zhong Yuan's room, he was still in shock after placing the order.
He stood there for a moment, trying to process what just happened.
Are you sure you want to send this to Commander He of the Huabei Military District? The item he was sending was the golden coffin that he usually slept in. Zhong Yuan, with a serious expression, replied, "Definitely."
Zhong Yuan picked up a black badge and asked the shipper, "By the way, I have the black badge of the youth board.
Can you expedite the delivery?" The shipper was utterly shocked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammering, "Yes. Maybe."
The delivery man thought to himself, "Damn it, how could I be a top-tier senior and still end up delivering something as cursed as this to the commander?" After loading the coffin onto the truck, the vehicle sped off, and in no time, it arrived at the Huabei Military District. As he got off the truck, he immediately asked one of Commander He's subordinates, "It's quite large.
Where should I put it?" The subordinate replied, "Place it in the commander's office." "Please follow me."
The delivery man nodded, "All right." He then mustered all his strength to carry the coffin inside. The subordinate glanced back, froze in place, and was speechless.
Confused, he thought, "No matter how I look at it, this is definitely a coffin, right? The world of my superiors is beyond my understanding. Anyway, it's just for delivery, right?"
Finally, the delivery man managed to bring the coffin into Commander He's office. Upon seeing the coffin, the commander fell silent. His mood was indescribable. He stood frozen in place, staring at the coffin. Quickly, the delivery man unfolded the delivery receipt and said, "Please sign here."
"This is the payment that needs to be made."
Commander He, still in shock, muttered, "Oh, all right."
His mind raced with 7,749 thoughts. What is this thing? Why does it look like something just released by the Inspection Bureau? How does Xian Ming have it? Why is it sent to me? Who am I? What am I even doing here? What's going on? The man cheerfully walked away.
Commander He continued to watch leisurely. Commander He, with a stunned expression, said, "All right." He walked over, lifted the lid, but saw nothing inside. He thought to himself, "There's nothing here.
Is Xian Ming playing a trick on me?"
Frustrated, he quickly grabbed his phone and called Zhong Yuan.
"Xian Ming, you've really surprised me." Zhong Yuan asked, "Did you sign for the package?"
Commander He confirmed, "I did."
Zhong Yuan smiled mysteriously and replied, "That's good."
Xia Jihui, still confused, held the phone, waiting for an explanation from Zhong Yuan. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin popped open, causing Zhong Yuan to jump in shock. He slowly turned around. Zhong Yuan was standing right behind him, greeting him seriously, "Hello, Commander He."
"It's an honor to meet you."
Seeing Zhong Yuan standing behind him in the blink of an eye, Commander He was startled. His gaze fixed on Zhong Yuan as he held a bottle of medicine, taking a long moment before opening it. The disbelief on his face was unmistakable. As Zhong Yuan stepped out of the coffin, he said, "Commander He, you mentioned payment could be made, so I immediately arranged for the Dongfeng to be shipped express."
"You didn't notice, did you?"
Commander He, still in shock, stammered, I didn't notice." Then he suddenly remembered the purpose of Zhong Yuan's visit.
"Right."
Commander He quickly opened a safe, took out a void star, and handed it to Zhong Yuan, saying, "This is the void star that Bai Jing, the dolphin, mentioned." "Please take a look first," Zhong Yuan said politely.
"Thank you, uncle." Zhong Yuan then asked the system to check whether the void star dolphin Bai Jing could absorb it.
The system immediately displayed a row of data.
The dolphin Bai Jing has the following abilities. Activation, red level, cannot be upgraded. Diving, gold level, can be upgraded. Supersonic wave, gold level, can be upgraded.
After reading the data, Zhong Yuan immediately realized that he could absorb it. He thought, "I've already activated 8 abilities according to the data, so I shouldn't absorb the void star in front of others.
I'll deal with it when I get back."
Zhong Yuan then put the void star into his bag, shook hands with the general, and agreed to the transaction. Afterward, he asked, General He, do you have more void star dolphins by Jing at your place? General He didn't hide anything and said, The Bai Jing dolphin is a rare aquatic species, and it has only appeared twice in Nation H. The Institute of Science once planned to raise the Bai Jing dolphins in the domain boundary underwater, but ultimately failed. The total number of void stars for the Bai Jing dolphins in Nation H is less than 100.
Zhong Yuan sighed in disappointment and said, Understood.
He opened the lid of the coffin bed and prepared to leave.
All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
General He invited Zhong Yuan to stay for a meal.
It's rare for you to come to Shangjing, wouldn't you stay for a meal before leaving? Zhong Yuan replied calmly. Coming here wasn't really a hassle for me.
General He gasped in surprise.
Do you exert little effort when moving? Is there a time limit or anything like that?
Zhong Yuan explained, the lid must be tightly closed, no light can leak through.
Apart from that, there are no restrictions. Commander, he said, I understand now. You really won't stay for a meal?
The roasted duck specialty at Shangjing was roasted in the traditional, original way, not far from here.
After hearing that, Zhong Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. Can I take it to go?
In the evening, Zhong Yuan brought the roasted duck back, and everyone gathered to eat together.
Zhong Lan took a roasted duck and dipped it generously in chili sauce.
Fong Jing, seeing this, was a bit surprised by Zhong Lan's way of eating. Xiao Lan Lan, why do you need chili sauce even with the roasted duck?
Zhong Lan immediately replied, I don't like it if it's not spicy. Zhong Yuan, feeling annoyed, spoke up, so, when Lan Lan and I are eating out, you two come to join us?
Shangguani, while eating, explained, since you guys didn't come to the house to eat, I thought it was strange and came to check the dorm. Fong Jing nodded in agreement, exactly. After trying a piece of the roasted duck, Fong Jing, with his sharp senses, noticed, but why does this roasted duck taste just like the one from 2 kilometers east of my house? Zhong Yuan, avoiding the question, picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, deliberately ignoring Fong Jing.
I don't know, anyway, I can't taste anything.
Suddenly, outside, 2 cats appeared, one white, one black. They had come because they smelled the roasted duck. Zhong Lan was startled upon seeing it, quickly covering her plate with her hand and shouting, Brother, there's a stray cat trying to steal my food, hurry and chase it away. Zhong Yuan didn't even bother to look at the 2 cats, simply raising his finger and using a bit of void energy to shoot at them, causing the cats to arch their tails and run away. Shangguani panically watched them go and dropped his food. He didn't want the others to see him using void energy to drive away cats. Zhong Lan coldly said, So what if they saw? Do you fear them? She huffed, speaking all in one breath. Cats are disgusting creatures. They constantly lick their bodies with their tongues, licking their paws, their balls, and their private parts. They seem cute, but they're actually filthy. Hearing Zhong Lan's disgust, Zhong Yuan froze, as if turned to stone, spraying air freshener, too afraid to speak, his face drooping. Zhong Lan noticed her brother's reaction and asked, Are you sure you're not a cat slave? Fong Jing quickly came to Zhong Yuan's defense. Don't worry, he's not a cat slave, he's just particularly liked by cat slaves. Zhong Lan's face twisted in disdain as she said, Like Ultimate Wish, for example. Fong Jing wickedly added, Yes, because of that, she got slapped by your brother. Zhong Lan smirked in satisfaction. Well done. Fong Jing secretly imagined. Thankfully, my little sister doesn't like cats, otherwise, you would absolutely turn into a cat. I'd pounce on her and just think, the essence of a black cat is a person. Except for silent meals, what else can I say? At the female dormitory, Su Yuan Ying's roommate was sitting together, scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, a performance ranking board was posted. Everyone gathered around to discuss. One person exclaimed in surprise, The ranking for the hunters at the domain boundary is up. Our school's Fong Jing and Lu Bo teams have both made it into the top 10.
Team Fong Jing earned 86,619 Void Star Coins. Their second place position is so close, almost to the decimal point. Can this be real?
At that moment, Su Yuan, who was lying on her bed scrolling through her phone, overheard their conversation. She heard that someone had reported this matter to the Bureau of Case Control, and eventually, the figures were confirmed to be accurate. Su Yuan quickly opened the ranking board to check, only to be shocked and drenched in sweat. She thought to herself, my team is ranked 11th nationally, and 3rd in the school.
Each academy only gets 2 spots. Am I about to be eliminated? The next morning, at the campus courtyard, Director Gu made an announcement about the rankings. He spoke seriously. Students, the domain boundary hunt has ended, and the results have been approved by the organizing committee.
This time, our school's teams participating in the university competition are the Fong Jing and Lu Bo teams. According to the tournament regulations, each team can also add 2 reserve members.
Instructor Lu Wen also added.
Students from Su Yuanying's team, if you are willing, you can join them as reserve members and participate in the competition. Immediately, Fong Jing spoke up, our team wants Shang Guanyi and Chen Su.
Lu Bo, his face dark with anger, said, what?
He turned to Director Gu and said, Director Gu, our team doesn't want Su Yuan.
We don't need any of her abilities. We need a fighter.
Director Gu looked at the abilities summary and nodded in agreement. Your team has a total of 14 abilities, half of which are mental control.
Yeah, you're right, it's lacking a fighter, he added. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt crushed, thinking, I came here as a reserve and now I'm being discarded?
She stormed over angrily and shouted, Lu Bo, on what basis do you say my abilities can't help your team?
Lu Bo wasn't backing down either.
He retorted, Senior sister, it's not that I look down on you, but our team follows a strategy of quick wins, controlling the opponent with 1 strike. Your ultimate wish ability doesn't fit with our approach, and we already have someone for healing. The 2 of them immediately started a heated argument.
Su Yuan was furious that Lu Bo dared to belittle her.
Younger generation, the strategy you use against the alien races is easy, but it won't work in a team battle.
Lu Bo, still angry, shot back, determined not to back down. If that's what you think, how about our 2 teams compete? If you lose, you'll voluntarily withdraw from the reserve position. How about that? Su Yuan immediately agreed, fine. Fong Jing's team was standing outside, observing.
At that moment, Fong Jing leaned in and whispered to Zhong Yuan. Lu Bo is about to form an alliance with Su Yuan.
Zhong Yuan looked at him with suspicion.
Oh, Fong Jing explained, Lu Bo is a commander type with the ability to forge alliances. He can randomly simulate the abilities of a target through contact. As soon as Fong Jing finished speaking, he saw the 2 of them shaking hands. Lu Bo then shifted his demeanor to a more amiable one, walking over to shake Su Yuanying's hand and saying, Senior sister, we both want to bring honor to our school. A little moderation is enough, there's no need to damage the harmony.
Su Yuan, without any suspicion, returned the handshake with Lu Bo. Friendship comes first, competition second.
Fong Jing and Zhong Yuan were still watching from the outside, and Fong Jing said, Look at him, smiling so brightly. He must have formed an ultimate wish alliance.
Fong Jing then reminded.
Yuan, be careful fire prevention, theft prevention, and alliance prevention.
From now on, you must be cautious. Don't casually shake hands with others. Zhong Yuan stood still, observing, and agreed.
I'm also thinking to myself, my abilities hold too many secrets, I really can't afford to casually form an alliance with others. As soon as the match began, Lu Bo's team launched a quick and decisive attack. In the blink of an eye, the entire team of Su Yuan collapsed, completely drained of energy. Lu Bo's voice came from above.
Senior sister, the game is over.
Su Yuan, having lost in an instant, bowed her head in resignation, accepting her defeat. Our team doesn't have anyone who can break the control, and in front of them, we have no ability to fight back. Lu Bo, having won swiftly, turned to Zhong Yuan and said proudly, Junior Zhong Yuan, come join our team. As long as you join us, we won't have to worry and can easily win the championship. Fong Jing immediately raised his hand to stop him. If Zhong Yuan joins our team, it will be the same thing. Lu Bo didn't believe him and issued a challenge. I don't believe it. If you're so confident, then fight us.
Fong Jing thought for a moment.
Lu Bo had already coordinated Ultimate Wish but hadn't used it yet. This time, he was definitely itching for a fight. To prevent Lu Bo from getting what he wanted, Fong Jing grinned widely, his face full of mischief.
We won't fight with you guys.
Unable to achieve his goal, Lu Bo sneered. You're just a coward.
Zhong Yuan remained silent, ignoring the back and forth bickering between the two.
Fong Jing continued to ignore Lu Bo's attempts to provoke him, firmly refusing to fight.
We're too far apart in skill, I'm not interested in bullying newcomers.
Zhong Yuan quietly observed Su Yuan, who was slumped in a corner.
After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Lu Bo, I accept your challenge.
Fong Jing was momentarily stunned by his response. Although he didn't quite understand what Zhong Yuan was thinking, seeing him accept the challenge, Fong Jing pointed at Lu Bo's team and said, Alright then, if Yuan wants to fight, I'll face off against you guys.
Lu Bo, full of confidence, set the terms.
If you guys lose, Zhong Yuan will join our team, Fong Jing pointed at Lu Bo and scolded. If you guys lose, every team member will have to admit they are dogs.
Lu Bo casually replied, up to you.
Suddenly, Zhong Yuan stepped forward, reaching out his hand to help Su Yuan stand up.
Senior sister, please get up first.
Su Yuan, shy, reached out and grabbed Zhong Yuan's hand.
Well,
she thought, Zhong Yuan clearly didn't have to accept the challenge, but he did.
Could it be because of me?
But Lu Bo's team is so strong.
Can Zhong Yuan really defeat them?
At this moment, Lu Wen, the instructor, also sighed and spoke, Alright then, let's begin. As the battle started, Lu Bo quickly took command, trying to control Fong Jing first.
Don't let him use rejuvenation to undo the control on others.
Fong Jing confidently smiled at his opponent's strategy.
Swap my position with that fat guy opposite, unleash the single image, and activate poisonous bewitching mist, then Dark Knight's Gathering.
On Lu Bo's side, they also began using their abilities Mind Cages and Hypnotic Seals. Both sides rushed toward Fong Jing. He quickly used the skill swap to exchange his position. His and the opponent's blonde-haired guy swapped places. The blonde-haired guy, still confused and unsure of what just happened, suddenly found himself facing two powerful forces charging at him. The orange-haired guy panicked and shouted, We're doomed.
He immediately used his ability.
A powerful stone shield blocked the two forces, immediately causing an explosion around them. At this moment, the poisonous mist began to surround Lu Bo's team, reducing the visibility of the entire group, making it impossible for anyone to determine the direction. Suddenly, a girl in Lu Bo's team shouted. Fong Jing has been moved, she can't be controlled.
Another person spoke up. Lost vision, we can't control anyone anymore.
Lu Bo realized the situation was critical, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly thought of a solution. At this moment, a team member shouted, trying to alert everyone.
This fog is poisonous. Lu Bo was taken aback and shouted. What?
By now, everyone in the group had been poisoned and kept falling one after another. Lu Bo wasn't much better off, his face turned purple, cold sweat poured down, and he struggled to hold on.
Yes.
The girl with the orange hair, who had been supporting others, spoke. This is poisonous bewitching mist.
Once you make a sound, you will be poisoned.
Everyone has to remain still and silent.
Zhong Yuan walked over and coldly said. It's too late. Your antidote has lost its effect. You can only protect yourselves, I can't cure you. Your 1-3 flow tactic is too easy to break.
If you fail from the start, there will be no hope of a comeback in the next rounds. If you use your ultimate wish from earlier now, the 3-minute champion synergy might give you a chance to compare 2 moves with me.
Otherwise, you don't need me to act, you've already lost. Lu Bo silently thought to himself, realizing that what Zhong Yuan said was true.
Their biggest weakness was that if they couldn't eliminate the opponent in one round, they would have no strength left to continue. Even though the opponent merely relies on therapy and rejuvenation to help others, it could still break our strategy. After realizing there was no more opportunity for himself, Lu Bo raised both hands in surrender and declared,
"We concede." The battle ended, and the toxic mist quickly dissipated.
Instructor Lu Wen announced that the winning team was Team Fong Jing.
Lu Bo walked up to Su Yuaning and said, "Su's sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that earlier. We really need your abilities." Su Yuaning waved her hand. It's all right, I don't mind."
Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Bo bowed at a 90-degree angle to express his sincere apology. "Please, senior sister, join our team."
At that moment, Shang Guani ran up to Fong Jing and said, "President, I want to join Lu Bo's team as a hitter." Fong Jing asked him, "Why? Don't you want Zhong Yuan to take you flying anymore?"
Shang Guani replied seriously,
"I don't want to anymore."
What Zhong Yuan said earlier made me realize that coordination and teamwork are more important than individual strength. The university competition is not just a contest, but also a stage for us to demonstrate our team spirit. Shang Guani ran up to Lu Bo, clapping his hands on his shoulders, asking, with the powerful hitting technique personally taught by Zhong Yuan,
"Do you guys want me?" Lu Bo happily replied, "Yes, yes, yes."
Seeing the two of them so close, Fong Jing then asked Zhong Yuan,
"More cooperation, less competition. Working in a team rather than individually, is this the moral code you live by?" Zhong Yuan asked, confused, after hearing this. "What?"
Realizing he might have overthought it, Fong Jing quickly responded,
"Nothing."
Fong Jing moved closer to Lu Bo, his face showing he was ready to watch the fun.
"Lu Bo, I told you, if you lose, you have to admit you're a dog."
Lu Bo, seemingly having anticipated this, calmly replied, "Of course, I won't go back on my word."
Si Tu Ming, take out our battle flag.
At Lu Bo's command, Si Tu Ming pulled out a gigantic banner.
Understood.
Then, the team members unfurled a huge banner with a picture of Zhong Yuan dressed as a girl and the words, "Zhong Yuan.
Unmatched beauty, sweeping the arena. You are the brightest star."
Lu Bo shouted loudly, "I hereby declare that Zhong Yuan's fan club is officially established today." Shang Guani joined in the fun, saying, "From now on, we are all loyal followers of Zhong Yuan." After chanting the slogan together, they all began imitating dog barks.
Woof, woof, woof.
The scene turned chaotic.
Fong Jing, seeing this shameless behavior, was utterly speechless. Completely bewildered.
"After all this, is this really the true purpose behind your challenge to us?" Zhong Yuan walked over and patted his shoulder.
"Fong Jing, there's still much you need to improve in your strategic awareness."
At the airport's waiting hall, Zhong Lan happily saw Zhong Yuan off to the competition. Zhong Lan was holding her phone, looking at pictures of her older brother, and smiled happily.
"He, as expected of my brother. Even in school uniform, you're still as handsome as ever." Zhong Yuan, reluctant to part with his sister, asked her again, Lan, are you really not coming to watch the competition live?"
"If I ask the military district, they can arrange a special seat for you." Zhong Lan was still absorbed in looking at the pictures and replied,
"I don't want to.
It's fine for me to watch the competition from a distance with everyone else." Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe to stroke his face, then looked straight into his eyes and said,
"Brother, your world is so vast, and I'd be so lonely in it alone.
The world has so many beautiful sceneries, I've come all the way here, so why not go take a look?" Tears began to sparkle at the corner of Zhong Lan's eyes. She hurriedly said her goodbyes. Brother, I'm going back to the military district to celebrate the new year with Uncle Chin. When I'm not here, you have to take good care of yourself.
Zhong Yuan waved his hand in response.
He thought about what Zhong Lan had just said, the scenery of the world.
I've already lost it. Can it still be called the human world?
Zhong Yuan returned to his seat in the hall and then asked Fong Jing.
Fong Jing, do you think Lan Lan has noticed something?
Fong Jing, who had been reading a book, looked up when Zhong Yuan asked and said,
Has she realized you're a cis-con? Zhong Yuan immediately retorted. I'm not a cis-con. Isn't this just a normal sibling bond?
Fong Jing glanced at him.
Zhong Yuan immediately asked, Why are you glaring at me?
Fong Jing sharply replied, Are you really worried, or are you just using me for entertainment? Zhong Yuan fell silent and mumbled an excuse to brush it off. Well, Fong Jing continued, honestly, when I first met you, you were like a zombie. Apart from your sister, nothing could lift the lid off your coffin. It wasn't until recently, when your sister wanted to become independent and deliberately distanced herself from you, that you started to engage with the world.
I can still see the change. Doesn't she see it? Fong Jing then pinched his cheek. Zhong Yuan, irritated, said, We can talk, but don't pinch my face. Fong Jing retorted, Your sister can pinch you, but I can't? And you're saying I'm the one being overbearing?
Zhong Yuan couldn't win against Fong Jing, so he relented, all right, you can pinch, just stop when you're bored. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's phone rang, and once again, it was the sound of Zhong Lan waking him up. Zhong Yuan stood up and stepped outside to answer the call.
Hello, Commander He?
Commander He frowned, the situation didn't seem good. Shen Ming, about 5 minutes ago, we discovered a level red void cave appeared in DTN City.
It might open in 2 hours. Zhong Yuan quickly asked, In the city? Commander He replied, Yes. We need you. Can you come over?
Zhong Yuan, deep in thought, considered whether he could use his dual focus ability to suppress the void cave.
I just took a flight to Yuan City.
It's not really appropriate to use someone else's face in the military zone, so it's better to just go through the trouble of sitting on the plane. After calculating everything, I agreed immediately, no problem.
Just wait for me a few minutes.
Zhong Yuan ran to the row of seats and saw that Fong Jing had already fallen asleep. Zhong Yuan hurriedly called out to wake him up. Wake up, Fong Jing, help me with something. He quickly pulled Fong Jing into a secluded corner in the bathroom, handed him a backpack, and gave instructions. An emergency situation, I can't use my current appearance to sit on the plane with you all.
You need to help cover for me.
Fong Jing had just woken up and was still confused, asking,
Huh?
Seeing Fong Jing's dazed expression, Zhong Yuan forcefully handed him the backpack and continued.
We're boarding soon. I'll hide in the backpack first and then we'll figure things out. Zhong Yuan swiftly transformed into a black cat. While he was changing, Fong Jing became alert, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Zhong Yuan had fully transformed into a black cat. Meow meow meow.
Fong Jing came up with a solution for the black cat.
1 meow meant yes, 2 meows meant no.
To communicate easily, the black cat meowed in agreement.
Meow. Then it quickly hopped into the backpack.
Fong Jing picked up the backpack and happily said,
When it comes to things that ordinary people can't do, it's still only you. The black cat meowed twice. Meow meow. But Fong Jing liked to joke, saying that the denial didn't work.
At that moment, in the Hua Bei military district, the coffin-like bed slowly opened, and outside, Commander He was on the phone, preparing for battle.
The transport plane will depart for DTN City in 10 minutes. Everyone, get ready.
At that moment, Zhong Yuan lifted the lid of the bed and stood up.
Commander He, I'm here.
His assistant, who was standing nearby, panicked and shouted,
Oh my God. Xia Jihui stepped forward and patted the assistant's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Don't be so shocked. The assistant, still in shock after seeing Zhong Yuan emerge from the coffin-like bed, stammered. Xian Ming, he came out of the coffin. Commander, he spoke up immediately. Stop talking nonsense, this is the latest high-tech metal bed with a lid, created by the Surveillance Bureau. He then ordered his assistant. Let me speak with him. You go get a specialized combat suit for Xian Ming, for the Kudong battlefield. The assistant quickly acknowledged the order and went off to prepare. Yes, sir. Seeing Zhong Yuan step out of the coffin-like bed, Xia Jihui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Last time, he had been caught off guard by the appearance of this thing and almost thought Xian Ming was sending him off. He wasn't going to make that mistake again. Zhong Yuan found it a little puzzling that Xia Jihui just stood there laughing. On the Fong Jing side, the plane had arrived, and everyone was getting ready to board. When Xia Yihan saw Fong Jing carrying Zhong Yuan's backpack, he was surprised. He asked, Fong Jing, this backpack is Zhong Yuan's, right? Fong Jing immediately said, he has something to do for now, so he asked me to help him bring the items over first. Xia Yihan noticed that the zipper of Zhong Yuan's backpack was slightly open, so he quickly pulled it back. The zipper of this bag came undone. Let me help you zip it up. At the military district, Commander, he was talking to Zhong Yuan. Xian Ming, I remember you're used to the throwing dagger, right? Do you need any other close combat weapons? As he spoke, he turned around and was startled to find that Zhong Yuan was gone, replaced only by a black cat. Commander, he was surprised. Ha! Seeing Commander he's panic, the black cat meowed. Meow. He put his hand to his face, his mind in a complete mess. Why has Xian Ming turned into a cat? Is the pressure too much, and I'm hallucinating, or am I no longer in the mortal realm? At this moment, Zhong Yuan reappeared in his human form and continued speaking. For weapons, I can use the Crescent Moonblade from the Extreme Path system. Commander, he turned around, only to find Zhong Yuan right behind him. He was speechless, stammering. Xian Ming, you. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word and quickly turned to walk away. Zhong Yuan asked, What's wrong, Commander, he? Do I have something written on my face? Commander, he didn't respond immediately. No, nothing. I just asked the kid to bring the weapons over. Commander, he then took out a bottle of heart-supporting medicine, poured a few pills into his hand, and swallowed them, muttering to himself. That's it, it's done, my heart and eyes are no longer functioning. At least it's better now. Zhong Yuan looked at the expression of the man being frightened and thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't scare Commander he enough for something to go wrong. Otherwise, I would really have to give him my metal bed with a lid to sleep on. Zhong Yuan thought about how he had just turned into his cat form in front of Commander he, and then stroked his chin, pondering. The sealing effect of the backpack was so good that when the zipper was pulled up, it created a dark space. The dark world recognized him as the subject, forcing him to turn into a cat here. Luckily, he quickly opened the zipper again, otherwise, he would really have to explain everything to Commander he. At this moment, on the plane with Fong Jing, Xia Yihan was surprised when the zipper of the backpack came undone. He was about to zip it back up when a black cat's paw pushed his hand away, causing him to jump up in shock and exclaim. Fong Jing, you actually brought a cat on the plane? Gu Yan was also surprised and asked. Fong Jing, we're going for a competition, not a vacation. Why did you bring a cat? The black cat was also thinking to itself, since I've been discovered, there's no point in hiding anymore. It then walked up to Fong Jing and meowed. Meow meow, meow meow. Fong Jing asked. Are you sure you're not pretending again? The black cat confirmed. Fong Jing then held the black cat up and, looking at Gu Yan, introduced. Director Gu, I won't hide it from you, this cat is Zhong Yuan. The black cat obediently meowed. Gu Yan was angry and thought to himself that Fong Jing was deliberately trying to provoke him. he muttered.
This Fong Jing, always causing trouble during last year's exam, and now, as soon as we board the plane, he's already testing my limits.
He immediately shouted. While we're still on the ground, get that cat off the plane right now. The black cat was also quietly contemplating.
Upon reflection, if a backpack could be considered a closed space by the dark world, then it might be a good idea to keep some of the dark world's energy to use it for teleportation, so there was no need to use the dual-purpose technique. The sudden incident earlier hadn't given time to think things through, and now, Director Gu was pushing for the cat to be removed. Shang Guanyi immediately spoke up in defense, saying, Director Gu, Fong Jing has already said this cat is Zhong Yuan, we can't just kick an important teammate off the plane.
Zhang Yi also spoke in support.
Fong Jing is doing this because it must be Zhong Yuan's request. There's no way he's causing trouble for no reason. The members of Lu Bo's team all loudly opposed Director Gu.
That's right. Lu Bo defended.
The Zhong Yuan fan club supports Zhong Yuan.
Director Gu, are you really going to kick such a cute cat off the plane?
I'm not a servant, but I think Zhong Yuan's cat has a valid point.
The black cat sat on Fong Jing's shoulder, thinking to itself. Seriously, my ultra-cute acting is a passive effect, how come they don't seem normal?
Fong Jing also patted the black cat and chuckled, watching as they all instantly turned into a car.
Yuan is definitely acting cute. Gu Yan, however, is extremely angry. You kids are really talking nonsense.
Xia Yihan immediately raised his hand to interrupt Gu Yan.
I was talking about the cat.
Su Yuaning also looked over out of curiosity, but when she saw the black cat sitting on Fong Jing's shoulder, she was delighted.
Ah, isn't that the black cat I met with Si Yuan that night? Fong Jing brought it on the plane?
Su Yuaning quickly ran over to Gu Yan, pleading, Director Gu, I'm sorry, this cat is mine.
Its name is Zhong Yuan. Please, don't kick it out.
She then turned to the black cat, whining and stretching out her hands to hold it.
Zhong Yuan, come here to me.
The black cat shot a displeased glance and thought to itself, don't come over here. Su Yuaning, still feeling the cat's discomfort and clear dislike for her, insisted on trying to hold it. The black cat then unleashed its ultimate power, the invincible Mio Mio fist.
In 1 second, 20 claws slashed at Su Yuanying's face, leaving her in agony. She fell back in pain, trembling as she muttered, Damn, is this really Zhong Yuan?
Fong Jing helplessly said, I told you, but you just wouldn't believe me.
Fong Jing was equally helpless. Gu Yan, witnessing the scene, held his head in frustration and turned away.
This is troublesome, so troublesome.
Fong Jing, go back to your seat and remember to fasten your seatbelt. Fong Jing quickly responded, okay. At the Dxian City battlefield, Zhong Yuan walked up with his teammates.
One of his teammates, who had a shaved head, noticed the large saber in his hand and turned to Zhong Yuan, saying,
Wow, little junior brother, you seem so gentle, but you can actually wield such a big saber?
Looking at the saber in his hand, Zhong Yuan replied, Red-tier alien species are usually large, so naturally, the weapons to deal with them need to be bigger and better. His teammate was quite surprised and asked,
So, you don't just know how to use one kind of weapon? Zhong Yuan nodded. Pretty much.
At this moment, the evacuation was nearly complete, and the situation was starting to be reported.
The evacuation and transportation in the southeast area had been completed. The domain boundary at Wunyao was ready.
The energy levels of the void cave were fluctuating abnormally and seemed to be delaying the gate opening. The bald-headed teammate furrowed his brows, looking around, and said,
I have a bad feeling about this. Zhong Yuan asked in confusion. Why?
The bald-headed teammate explained. Delays in the opening of the void cave are often accompanied by unpredictable situations, especially with the initial fluctuations being at the red tier level. The risks are extremely high. In the Huabei military zone, the battlefield was being monitored. At this moment, Xiaoxi was pointing at the system notification screen. The energy fluctuations of the void cave continued to be abnormal. The estimated time for the opening was expected to be delayed by up to 2 hours. Commander He, based on the latest data analysis, assessed that there was a 66% chance that this void cave was a core anomaly. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Commander He immediately ordered: distribute protective gear to the front lines immediately, and at the same time, increase the evacuation level of the civilians by 1 notch.
Shao Si asks for instructions. Do we need Zhou Chu's help?
Commander He immediately replied, no need, Zhou Chu is already here. Commander He placed all his trust in Zhong Yuan, believing that he would win this battle. At that moment, Zhong Yuan was sitting and talking with the bald man. He curiously asked, what is the void cave? The bald man explained, the void cave is a place that has been contaminated by nuclear energy. In the early years, humanity did not have any void energy wielders, and the main method to suppress the void cave was through conventional weapons. Conventional weapons were quite effective against the gold tier and green tier otherworldly creatures, but they couldn't break through the defenses of red tier creatures. To suppress them quickly, a certain country directly dropped a nuclear bomb on the void cave. The effect of the nuclear bomb was so obvious that the void cave was sealed without a single otherworldly creature emerging.
At that time, humanity didn't know that the same void cave could open again multiple times. Zhong Yuan was puzzled and asked, the void cave can reopen? The bald man asked Zhong Yuan in return, you don't know?
This is basic knowledge about the void cave that the instructor taught us. Zhong Yuan shyly replied, I haven't graduated yet, maybe you could explain it to me first. The bald man began to briefly explain so Zhong Yuan could understand.
Some void caves open randomly and continuously within a certain geographical area.
There are also some void caves that move around the world following specific rules. When the void cave was suppressed by the nuclear bomb and reopened, people discovered the alien species inside have been mutated due to nuclear contamination. They not only possess stronger basic abilities, but also acquire new powers.
What's even more terrifying is that nuclear contamination will be released when the core opens.
The radioactive contamination caused by nuclear bombs will return to humanity once the cores open.
Even the alien species within will become a source of mobile contamination.
Those who have experienced the core, even if they are lucky enough to survive, will still suffer from nuclear contamination-related illnesses. However, if we withdraw, the alien species will destroy the domain boundary and directly bring the contamination outside, with consequences beyond measure.
Zhong Yuan asked further, humanity has surely stopped using nuclear weapons by now, right? The bald man teasingly responded, yes.
After humanity realized the danger of the cores, the countries of the world reached an agreement not to use nuclear weapons against the cores. Suddenly, the bald man became furious and said indignantly, but there are still some countries that, even knowing the risks, continue to do so. Based on the movement of the dangerous void cave, it will directly affect other countries.
The bald man, dissatisfied, shouted loudly for release, these bastards are truly the disgrace of humanity.
Suddenly, an emergency announcement came, emergency notification, the void cave is expected to open in half an hour, and there is a 90% chance that this is a contaminated core. Everyone, please put on protective suits as soon as possible and be ready to fight. Even if wearing protective suits, do not engage in combat if the contamination exceeds half an hour. If the suit gets damaged while fighting, retreat and change it within 1 minute. At this moment, someone brought over protective clothing and distributed it to everyone. Zhong Yuan looked at the suit and thought to himself, although they were saying that, when it actually comes to fighting, who would really pay that much attention to such things? Holding the protective suit in his hand, Zhong Yuan asked the bald man, is this all we can do when facing a nuclear disaster? The bald man gazed into the distance, hoping that the future would be better.
Human technology has not yet been able to eliminate nuclear contamination. All we can do is stand in front of the people when disaster strikes. Zhong Yuan quietly pondered how to make the best use of his abilities. Some of his powers had already surpassed traditional physics. What technology could not achieve, perhaps void energy could.
Zhong Yuan then returned to the plane with Fong Jing and the others. At this moment, Fong Jing was sitting and reading a university-level physics book. The black cat deliberately placed one of its paws on the book to draw attention. Fong Jing turned and asked the cat, "Not sleepy, huh? Want to read with me?" The black cat seemed to want to ask him something, meowing. Then it pointed its paw at the words nuclear reaction. Understanding the cat's intent, Fong Jing asked, "Are you asking me about nuclear contamination?" The cat let out a meow, its face showing satisfaction. Fong Jing thought quietly to himself. The book was in his hands. What the cat wanted to ask was something that reading could not resolve. Fong Jing sat silently for a long while, contemplating Zhong Yuan's problem. After a while, Fong Jing spoke. Level 3 Gold Tier Rebirth can neutralize the effects of nuclear contamination on people. Upon hearing this, the cat jumped up excitedly, meow, meow, meow. Fong Jing continued, void energy can handle unexplored sources of contamination, but if it belongs to you, it sits still and listens seriously. The scientific institute had studied the person he had frozen, with both the inside and outside of him separated by void energy. The temperature inside was extremely close to absolute zero. In this state, even protons would slow down to an extremely sluggish pace. Theoretically, it could temporarily freeze the ionizing radiation caused by nuclear contamination. Back on the battlefield near the Huabei military district, Zhong Yuan stood, staring at his protective suit for a long time without putting it on. The bald-headed man kindly said to Zhong Yuan, "Brother, if you don't know how to put it on, I can help you." Zhong Yuan immediately declined, "No need, I don't need this." Then he quickly contacted the command center. Xian Ming called the command center. A strong voice rang out. As soon as Zhong Yuan spoke, he made a decision, "Let everyone withdraw, I'll face the void cave alone." "Commander," he immediately opposed, "Xian Ming, the battlefield is not a game." But Zhong Yuan explained, "The involvement of others will affect my use of strategic-level abilities." "Commander," he firmly disagreed, "even so, it's not acceptable." "Commander," he continued, "if you make a mistake, the citizens of Dxin City will bear the consequences. As the commander, you cannot agree to such a request." Zhong Yuan set a condition of 1 minute, "If I can't finish the fight within 1 minute, you can send a rescue." As Zhong Yuan was about to charge into the heart of the void cave, everyone around him immediately stopped him, quickly turned back. "This is not a place you should be." Everyone was surprised. "What? You're Xian Ming, second on the youth rankings?" The commander, a young strategic-level void energy wielder, couldn't let him fall into the void cave. "Commander," he was currently observing the situation through the surveillance cameras. He was still deliberating on Zhong Yuan's suggestion. Although Xian Ming didn't know it yet, he was now a reserve member of Zhou Chu. When it came to command authority, the boy was of the same rank as him. While the alien species in the void cave were unusually strong, their numbers were few. If the boy's acting skills were effective, he could really take on the void cave alone. Moreover, the data indicated that the boy had a level 4 gold tier rebirth, so he wasn't afraid of nuclear contamination. After a period of hesitation, Commander, he made his final decision. "Everyone, listen up, cooperate fully with Xian Ming's actions. Xian Ming, once on site, will directly use his strategic-level ability against the alien species. If it doesn't work, retreat immediately and await reinforcements." Zhong Yuan responded, "Understood." He quickly activated the domain boundary scheme, successfully copied the terrain, and pulled the void cave into the domain boundary. After checking, he found that the nuclear contamination and its intensity were 37% higher than the predicted value. The domain boundary continues to be destroyed by ionizing radiation, and it is expected to last for 16 hours. At this point, Zhong Yuan had gotten very close to the central area and was observing quietly. A few kilometers away from Void Cave was a forbidden zone, where space was distorted, and all void energy became ineffective. If he were to take action, he would have to wait for the otherworldly creatures to make the first move. From the Void Cave emerged a foreign beast, a massive elephant. This was the one-eyed behemoth that only Deng Tagwa had. No, they had mutated, and now they should be called the nine-eyed behemoth. As soon as it appeared, it let out a ferocious roar, trampling everything in its path, crushing anything that stood in its way.
At this moment, Zhong Yuan was using the power of the Lord of the Abyss.
A pair of void energy wings appeared on his back, and he began to ascend. After flying up to face the nine-eyed behemoth, Zhong Yuan used his adorable super ability on the creature, but it had no effect. The elephant used its trunk to destroy everything in its path, leaving Zhong Yuan feeling perplexed. He silently thought, acting cute doesn't work. No, the void energy response was a clear sign that the beast had been fully subdued, but its emotions were overwhelmed with pain and discomfort, and communication was impossible. Time was running short, so killing it directly was the only option. As he spoke, Zhong Yuan immediately used his ultimate technique to freeze the elephant. He thought to himself, the consumption of eternal ice domain is quite large. The extreme cold only works on a single target under its level, but it has a similar effect while consuming far less. The nine-eyed behemoth was immediately frozen, but the creature's eyes still struggled to move, trying to break the ice. Taking immediate advantage of the opportunity, Zhong Yuan wielded his large sword and unleashed a series of combat moves. The Great Master, seeking vengeance, charged quickly toward the nine-eyed elephant. He sighed, the red-tier alien species are indeed powerful. The extreme cold can't hold them back, it's still better to kill them with physical force. Zhong Yuan struck coldly, his speed so fast that only flashes of light could be seen. In the blink of an eye, he severed the head of the nine-eyed elephant, sending it flying a distance away, blood splattering everywhere. There were still two more. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, two more left, I'll do the same. He quickly froze both and seized the opportunity to chop off their heads with his sword. In this manner, in less than a minute, he had completed the mission. The destruction team also quickly called in. Xian Ming had already used up a minute to report the situation. Zhong Yuan quickly replied, a total of 3 nine-eyed elephants have been killed. Commander He, upon hearing Zhong Yuan's report, was briefly taken aback before swiftly assigning new tasks. Good, very good. Your mission is complete. The reconnaissance team will continue to monitor the situation in the Void Cave. The logistics team is preparing to enter and deal with the contamination. Zhong Yuan added, the contamination is also part of the core operation. I told you, a one-on-one battle is just a one-on-one battle. Seeing that the method was progressing, Zhong Yuan thought, the extreme cold can indeed freeze the contamination, but it's only temporary. To eliminate the contamination thoroughly, we still need to extract the energy from the air. After finishing his words, Zhong Yuan quickly used the thermal protection technique, which created a swirling vortex of ice, gradually sucking up all the toxic radiation from the core. Those around him were so moved by the sight that they were brought to tears. The ionizing radiation that had been eroding the domain boundary had disappeared, and the pollution levels at all observation points had dropped to the lowest possible level. Someone else then asked, with the wind howling and explosions going off, what exactly is Xian Ming doing? The crowd cheered in excitement. It's over, the Void Cave is closed. Zhong Yuan reported back to the dismantling unit. The operation to suppress activities in the city of Dishan has been completed. Meanwhile, at the military district, everyone rejoiced upon hearing the situation report and jumped up to celebrate. Report to the commander, the suppression operation in the city of Dishan has been completed. The total time taken was 6 minutes and 23 seconds. There were no casualties and no detection of any lingering pollution. This directly breaks the previous record held by Jiang Buyu. Those present were left astonished. A miracle, Xian Ming has created a miracle. Commander He also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had guessed that Xian Ming had many trump cards, this still seemed a bit too exaggerated. Sure, flying was one thing, but cleaning up nuclear pollution as well? On the way back, the void energy wielders embraced each other, overcome with emotion and on the verge of tears. Hoo, I almost thought I'd have to sacrifice myself for the country today. Although I'm not afraid of death, living is definitely better.
Cheers for the goddess of luck, and a like for Xianming. One person sitting nearby turned and asked, Xianming, has it really been okay for you to be exposed to radiation for so long? Zhong Yuan calmly replied, my regeneration level is very high.
Someone next to him kindly reminded, you can't be careless about your health, you should still go to our hospital for a checkup.
Zhong Yuan immediately declined, it's really not necessary.
After the plane landed, as everyone was getting off, Zhong Yuan quickly thought to himself, I'll greet Commander He first, then find an excuse to slip away and head to the university tournament hall. Suddenly, a group of people from the Institute of Science approached, with a woman leading the group.
She cheerfully called out, Yuan Yuan.
Zhong Yuan, confused, asked, who are you?
He wondered to himself, why is this person calling me Yuan Yuan right away?
The woman walked up, took Zhong Yuan's hand, and introduced herself, I am Fong Jing's mother, Fong Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan politely said, hello, Miss Fong. Fong Zhuzhen happily said, her son said you're very impressive, seeing you in person really proves it. Commander He, who was behind, also spoke up, Director Fong, Xianming just finished fighting, you should let him rest for a bit. Fong Zhuzhen joyfully put her arm around his shoulder and led him away, yes, Yuan Yuan, let's go have some food and rest.
The car is waiting outside. Zhong Yuan awkwardly smiled and said, Miss Fong, how about I change clothes first? It feels a bit awkward to go eat like this.
Fong Zhuzhen immediately had someone fetch clothes from the Institute of Science, laughing joyfully, handsome young man, with you looking like this. Just by looking at you, I can tell you fit right in with the specialized uniform of their Institute of Sciences.
At that moment, in the office, Shishio angrily said,
Commander He, if you send a teenage void energy wielder to deal with nuclear contamination, he'll be taken to a military court.
Commander He explained. The boy has been reincarnated. Shishio dismissed Commander He's explanation and replied, that's a completely different matter.
Commander He recalled, 3 years ago, when Deng Togwa's city hub was overrun, and the contamination from alien species breached the domain boundary, causing harm to tens of thousands of ordinary people.
I cannot sit idly by and watch the same thing happen in DTN City. Undertaking such high-difficulty tasks is the responsibility of Zhou Chu. Commander He continued. If you're simply trying to protect the boy, you wouldn't have let him become the 8th person, would you?
Shishio turned pale with anger and said,
right now, the boy is still a reserve. Any transfer before his official return has to be approved by me. I won't pursue this matter this time, but there won't be a next time.
At that moment, Fong Zhuzhen happily handed him a Zhong Yuan card, honorary scholar of the Natural Science Institute of Nation H, Research Branch.
Zhong Yuan, wearing the institute's uniform, went to dinner with Fong Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan joked, Miss Fong, I hope the honor of this honorary scholar doesn't mean I'm being studied, does it? Fong Zhuzhen laughed and said, from the way you're talking, the Institute of Sciences isn't as scary as you make it out to be. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Zhong Yuan, and said, our technology today allows us to clearly observe internal structures without the need to cut the body into pieces. Zhong Yuan hurriedly stood up, so, is it still possible for me to run now? Miss Fong replied calmly, it's too late now.
The achievement of using void energy to eliminate nuclear contamination has been recorded, and you deserve to be honored as an honorary academician.
Zhong Yuan was surprised, is it because of this? Fong Zhuzhen, while picking up food, continued the conversation.
Since the action began, the people at the Institute of Science have never ceased conducting related research. There have been many hypotheses and theories put forward, but there is a lack of people who can prove them. Zhong Yuan shyly said, the theory was told to me by Fong Jing, I was just the one who practiced it.
Fong Zhuzhen, in a somewhat frantic manner, piled Zhong Yuan's bowl with food. Don't be so modest. Theory and practice are equally important, you shouldn't reject your achievements. At this point, Zhong Yuan's bowl had become a small mountain of food. Fong Zhuzhen said, if you can't finish it, even if there are leftovers, don't put them back on the plate, and she proceeded to fill Zhong Yuan's bowl to the brim. If others see that you have achieved something but it isn't recognized, they'll lose the motivation to engage in scientific research.
After all, in this world, there are more people pursuing fame and fortune than there are those pursuing the truth. After the meal, Fong Yuan took Zhong Yuan to the research area. She introduced, Yuan, look here, this is the ancient crescent moon that you tamed on Bullhead Mountain. There are also the insects and ghost eyes you captured from those mercenaries.
After the investigation was completed, she was raised at the Institute of Science.
Fong Yuan stopped in front of a glass cage, inside of which was a girl whose body had been reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Mrs. Fong continued, the materials you extracted have helped us solve 3 important issues. The person frozen into a block of ice is still on the experimental table. Fong Yuan looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, the ability you used to eliminate nuclear contamination is different from the power that freezes people, right? Let me take a guess. It was the ability after the evolution of super-level sensitivity. Zhong Yuan felt quite surprised and asked, Miss Fong, how much do you know about my abilities? Fong Yuan replied frankly, to be honest, as long as it's an ability you've left in the data logs, to me, it's not a secret.
Actually, you don't need to worry. People with lower ranks than me cannot access your data. The secrets within you could become the key to solving the mystery of void energy for humanity. As long as you are willing to help us, no matter the cost, we can accept it. Zhong Yuan then asked, but the cost for you isn't entirely without limits, right?
Fong Yuan turned and looked directly at Zhong Yuan, saying, the final limit is that the outcome must ultimately benefit humanity. Zhong Yuan replied seriously, I can retreat, but I won't sell my body, not even a single hair.
Fong Yuan was left speechless by his thinking. She asked, so, tell me, what exactly are you saying, yeah? After reincarnation, what will evolution become? Is it possible to heal others, right?
Zhong Yuan said in confusion.
Turns out Ling hasn't told you? Fong Yuan responded casually, yet you already told Ling.
Zhong Yuan helplessly said, it's a long story.
Fong Yuan pouted and said, then I won't ask anymore.
Fong Yuan raised her phone and saw that the frozen sample of the 9-eyed elephant had been collected. Mrs. Feng's eyes lit up as she said, the remains of the 9-eyed elephant that you just killed have been brought here.
While it's still cold, no, while it's still fresh, could you help me with an experiment?
Zhong Yuan silently agreed. In the laboratory, the remains of the 9-eyed elephant were being set up, with the head that Zhong Yuan had severed being sewn back together neatly.
Zhong Yuan asked Miss Fong, are you sure that if I use the power of life over them, not only can I eliminate the pollution in their bodies, but I can also bring them back to life? Fong Yuchang replied, theoretically, it's possible. You didn't use thermal explosion pressure on them because it would consume too much energy, right? Zhong Yuan admitted, yes, that's right. In practical use, thermal explosion pressure can turn matter into energy and drain it until it is completely destroyed.
But this method consumes too much, so I only used it to eliminate pollution in the air. Fong Yuan then pieced the thoughts together and said, thermal explosion pressure, eternal ice domain, power of life, immortality.
Hemorrhagic violence.
The power from the snowbone serpent, though differing in form, shares many similarities in its physical changes.
If the regenerative power directly affects an unstable atomic nucleus, it could cause its decay process to be instantly released, much like hemorrhagic violence. The radiation particles would be completely destroyed as if struck by thermal explosion pressure. Moreover, the state of near absolute zero freezes the process from life to death. At this moment, activating regeneration would produce an effect similar to immortality.
Zhong Yuan stared blankly as Fong Yuan explained.
He then said, in short, if I activate the authority of life, that's enough, right? Fong Yuan nodded in confirmation.
That's correct. Immediately, Zhong Yuan used the authority of life on the fierce 9-eyed elephant.
In an instant, the elephant revived, much to the joy of all the scientific staff. Success completely revived and free of contamination.
Our theory was correct. Zhong Yuan was also silently amazed. The snowbone serpent's power could have such an effect, it truly was a power over life and death. Zhong Yuan happily embraced the elephant, saying joyfully,
"The power of acting cute hasn't faded at all." Fong Yuan asked,
Yuan, you've made another great contribution.
"Have you thought about what reward you want?" Zhong Yuan replied, "I want access to information related to void energy at the Institute of Science." Fong Yuan quickly agreed. "No problem." After finishing, Zhong Yuan quickly wanted to leave, but then hesitated for half a day. The registration for the tournament couldn't be delayed any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Zhong Yuan ran into Zhu Ji.
Shishio blocked his way again, calling out, "Zhong Yuan, my little brother."
Zhong Yuan awkwardly greeted him, "Zhu Ji."
Zhu Ji then extended an invitation, "My shabby company is right next door, let's go have a cup of tea." Zhong Yuan hurriedly declined, "Maybe next time, I still need to compete in the university tournament." Zhong Yuan was about to leave, but Shishio spoke again, "Today, the university tournament is only for registration and performances.
I've already handled your certification information, you just need to find any cat or dog to sign for you, it'll be fine." Zhong Yuan glanced at him and agreed, "A cat or dog, huh? Alright, if you dare to say it, I'll dare to find one." Meanwhile, on Fong Jing's side, the students participating in the university tournament had arrived.
The management team stepped forward to greet them, shaking hands with the director, Gu Zhongzhugu. "This time, your student Chang'ing has achieved outstanding results in the domain boundary hunt."
So many people were astonished. Gu Yan happily replied, "It's just a normal performance."
The management team quickly guided them, "No need to say much, please have the students register now." Fong Jing raised his hand to signal, and all the students were lined up by year, with the higher years in the front and the lower years in the back, beginning to register. A staff member from the management team, holding a silver laptop, worked diligently. "Verification, face recognition successful, please sign." "Verification, signature successful, please place your finger on the fingerprint sensor." Fong Jing has also completed the verification.
Fong Jing's fingerprint verification was successful, only a few people are left now. It was soon Zhong Yuan's turn, and he thought to himself, registering requires face recognition, signature, and fingerprint verification. Yuan must have helped him register with the black cat, someone must have altered his authentication information. Could it be the Lord?
At this moment, the staff from the administration office, who was checking, also announced,
"Zhang Yi's fingerprint verification was successful, only Zhong Yuan has not registered yet. Is Zhong Yuan here?"
Suddenly, the black cat popped its head out of Fong Jing's backpack, meowed, and rushed straight to the registration desk, causing the administration staff to panic.
"What is that?"
Before he could figure out what was happening, the black cat quickly ran to the face recognition station.
What surprised him even more was the announcement. "Face recognition successful."
The staff member wiped his face, muttering,
"What?"
Before he could recover from this surprise, another one followed.
The black cat grabbed a pen and signed Zhong Yuan's name by itself. The machine also displayed, "Signature verification successful." Next, the black cat placed a paw on the fingerprint sensor. "Fingerprint verification successful."
At this point, the staff member from the administration office was frozen, utterly speechless at the series of actions by the black cat. Fong Jing immediately said, "Once you've finished registering, go up to the room and put your luggage away.
Everyone, get ready to leave."
At that moment, the staff member from the management team suddenly realized what was happening.
He quickly ran after them to stop them. "Wait a moment, Zhong Yuan is also participating in the competition, right?
There must have been an issue with the machinery earlier." Fong Jing turned around to remind him, "The fact that this cat passed the verification means that the data manager on the back end identified it as Zhong Yuan. You'd better think carefully about the consequences before interfering with someone else's business." The staff member was secretly furious, thinking to himself, not only did they let a cat sign in for someone, but they were also using their authority to suppress him. The people from Chang'ing Academy really were beyond control.
Over 80,000 void stars from the domain boundary hunt were also earned through such tricks, weren't they?
Tonight's performance competition, he would show them what true power looked like. Entering the rest area, Fong Jing immediately said, Yuan, I've placed your luggage here. If anything comes up, just come to the room next door to find me.
The black cat meowed in satisfaction. Meow. Fong Jing seemed to remember something and said quietly to the black cat, right, is there anything else? If Zhuji bullies you, just let me know. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was in Zhuji's ninth courtyard. Hearing Fong Jing's words, he immediately froze. His expression alternated between white and green. He thought to himself that he had never shared any secrets with Fong Jing. How could he have guessed this? And not only that, but he also seemed to know that he could transform into two. To think that he could even guess that his true self was sitting with Zhu Ji, this level of reasoning was as exaggerated as Miss Fong. She poured tea and said, Zhong Yuan, Fong Jing said you're a minor and can't drink alcohol, so I'll take the liberty of substituting tea for wine. Zhong Yuan gently replied, it's fine, sir. There are other matters that you've taken the liberty of deciding on your own.
Upon hearing Zhong Yuan's words, Zhu Ji was momentarily stunned, feeling an itch for a moment.
He asked again, what matter are you referring to?
Zhong Yuan straightforwardly answered, the matter of transferring my file to Jiuchu.
Zhu Ji was surprised and asked, I haven't mentioned this to Fong Jing, how do you know?
Zhong Yuan explained, well, you mentioned it to Commander He. Commander He was an old-fashioned man who would get angry at the sight of a coffin, so he was serious about military regulations. But in this situation, he hadn't fully understood your strength. Not only did he allow you to face the challenge, but he even agreed to a one-on-one duel, which revealed a lot about the situation. Zhu Ji silently admitted this to himself.
Zhong Yuan continued, Yen Ta, who ranks 150th in the youth rankings, was the person you sent to test my strength, right?
Of course, relying solely on his one-sided words wasn't enough, so during the Golden Week, you called Fong Jing back to Shangjing. If I'm not mistaken, Fong Jing advised you against bringing me in. After all, the one thing I dislike the most is someone else deciding the course of my life. Hearing Zhong Yuan's words, Zhu Ji broke into a cold sweat, silently thinking to himself.
I'm done.
The matter of silently transferring the file of that kid, angering him, has already been done. A strategic level void energy wielder with such power, if he hates Jiuchu, the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was still leisurely drinking tea, and Zhu Ji lowered his voice, I'm sorry for transferring the file. Zhong Yuan interrupted Zhu Ji, smiling lightly, and said, Zhu Ji, don't be so tense.
You are still someone who loves peace.
At least for now, there's no intention to use violence to flatten Jiuchu's courtyard cell. I know what you're worried about. Your power far exceeds the limits of a human being. There are very few who can pose a threat to you. A nuclear bomb still has two keys, but a power stronger than a nuclear bomb is in your hands.
No one can feel at ease about you. In fact, your weakness is very clear, anyone who isn't blind can see it. But that doesn't mean you can disturb her. Your character is barely acceptable.
Seeing Zhu Ji standing there silently, Zhong Yuan said, speak up, if you're stopping me from competing, besides wanting to drink tea, is there something else you want to say?
Zhu Ji awkwardly said, I've said everything, what else can you say?
Suddenly, as if making a decision, Zhu Ji said, all right, then take out the 8th position card of Jiuchu.
Zhong Yuan asked in confusion, what is that? Zhu Ji replied, it's the certificate of the 8th position of Jiuchu.
It can be used to resolve all the issues you're facing. Although in name you're still the 8th reserve of Jiuchu, in reality your authority is no different from that of an official member. As long as you hold the reserve title, the military district has no right to bypass me and assign tasks to you directly. Zhong Yuan looked at his photo on the ID card and asked.
I understand, but what's with this picture?
Zhu Ji calmly explained. This is a carefully considered choice on my part, with strategic deceptive significance. Jiu has a total of 9 members, each with deliberately exposed traits to leverage rumors and build an image that strikes fear into the enemy. The trait of the 8th position is unfathomable mystery, someone no one can truly kill. Yuan picked up the card and examined it. The rules you guys have in Jiu are really numerous and incomprehensible. Shushi spoke in a relaxed tone. You don't need to exert yourself, just maintain the status quo. Yuan then said. Oh, in that case, let's talk about benefits. When Zhu heard Yuan bring up benefits, he froze on the spot. Yuan pressed on. I'm working full-time for you now. Salary, annual leave, social insurance, allowances, don't tell me there's nothing at all? Shi Xiu immediately laid out the benefits for Yuan. 5,000 a month, 120 days of annual leave, 5 types of insurance and 1 housing fund. All allowances are calculated according to the highest national standard. So, what do you think? Yuan asked. Then what about your student status? Zhu immediately answered, the student status remains the same, it won't delay you from protecting your little sister at school. Yuan quickly stood up, preparing to leave. Holding the card in his hand, he said, I'll take this, but you'd better make sure it works. Also, don't call me little brother, I don't like being treated as the younger one. Shushi replied, let Fong Jing tell you to call me uncle, it won't hurt you. Yuan, with a sinister expression, said, I think Miss Fong seems to care a lot about you, does that mean Fong Jing would ask me to call you father or uncle instead? Hearing this, Zhu was startled and quickly apologized. At this moment, Yuan returned to his room and deactivated his multitasking. He thought to himself, if I let my clothes and belongings absorb the essence of darkness, I can teleport directly into the golden coffin. When I use it, I can project it out directly. It's quite convenient. As for others finding out I can teleport, how does Shen Ning's work in Shangjing today have anything to do with me, Yuan? Yuan then went to Fong Jing's room and found everyone gathered around discussing strategy. Tonight is the exhibition match, the organizers will have us compete against the Fong Long team. Have you guys seen the notice? Zui Yihan spoke up. Yes, they specifically emphasized that no substitutions can be made. Even the black cat that signed up has to go on the field, Zhang Wei added. Anyway, the result of the exhibition match won't be counted, so playing with them is fine. Yuan entered and asked, have you been waiting long? How's the performance match tonight? Xia Yihan asked in surprise. Who are you? Isn't Yuan the black cat? Zhang Yi also happily chimed in. Fong Jing's cat has turned into a person. Fong Jing seriously said, Yuan, you should still honestly be a cat tonight. With a dazed expression, Yuan asked again, isn't this matter already finished? In the evening, the atmosphere was lively, with many people cheering for the performance tonight. Good evening, audience. Welcome to the Void Energy Wielder University Tournament of 2043. This tournament will be broadcast live to all military districts and major universities, the beautiful MC introduced. I am MC Chang Yun, and the person standing next to me is Cui Chu Shang, the senior commander of the South China Military District. This tournament will be narrated by the two of us, and together we will witness the incredible moments of the contestants. Next was the opening performance match of the tournament. Defending was the Fong Long team, the Void Energy Wielder unit of the South China Military District, led by Fong Yumo. The main attacker, accompanied by 2 assistants, one being a healer. Are they planning to use a 3-guard-1 strategy? The challenger team was the Fong Jing team from Chongying Academy. During their hunting in the domain boundary, they had collected 86,619 void stars. This achievement was truly impressive, and they had already attracted attention even before the match began. Cui Chu Sheng exclaimed in surprise, the Fong Jing team has only 3 players and a black cat on the field. Cheng Yan then introduced, currently, 3 players are on the field, Fong Jing, the healer, Xia Yihan, the controller, and Zhang Wei, the supporter. Their main attacker is Yuan, who is being introduced right now. As soon as Chang Yan finished speaking, the logistics team raised a sign for the MC.
Player Yuan is unable to participate in the opening match.
After reading the announcement, she continued, latest news, player Yuan cannot participate in the opening due to some special reasons.
He didn't even have time to register. Changying Academy has used a black cat to register on his behalf.
According to the rules of this tournament, since the cat has signed, it must participate in the opening match. One person was full of admiration, praising the player. This black cat looks full of fighting spirit, standing like an emperor.
So cute, the cat of my dreams has become a reality. His teammates saw this and shouted, "Stop with the cat servant expression, will you?" Zhang Tiansu also expressed regret. Is the organizing committee doing this on purpose?
Renxiu, standing next to them, was busy adjusting his hair and said, "Anyway, it's just an exhibition match, anything goes."
Zhang Tiansu sighed, what a pity Yuan won't be on the field.
Fong Jing looked at Fong Yumo and thought to himself, Fong Yumo doesn't seem like the type to voluntarily sign up for an exhibition match. There must be another reason he's here. Fong Jing cheerfully greeted, "Fong bro, long time no see."
Fong Yumo asked curiously, "Why hasn't Xin Ming arrived yet?"
The black cat, upon hearing this, walked over and raised a paw in greeting.
Why wouldn't he be here? Xin Ming is here. But Fong Yumo ignored it. He stepped forward to greet. Forget it, if he's not coming, he's not coming.
Just so you know, I won't go easy on you guys just because there are fewer of you. Taking advantage of the handshake, Fong Yumo slipped a piece of paper to Fong Jing.
Fong Jing responded, "All right."
He gently took the paper and hid it. Shang Yun commented. Both teams coincidentally formed a 121 formation. The vanguard of Team Fong Jing is a black cat. If Team Fong Long kills this cute cat, they'll likely be condemned by all cat lovers.
Shui Chu Shang also added.
Changying Academy always comes up with astonishing strategies.
Truly eye-opening. Fong Jing fell silent, thinking about tactics.
His own Su Ri made any strategy that drained resources ineffective. If Fong Yumo wanted to win, he could only use his shadow bombs to knock everyone off the field.
As long as Zhang Yi used poisonous bewitching mist to block the light, the shadow bombs would become useless. The outcome was already decided. However, Fong Jing asked, Yuan, what do you think of Fong Yumo? He's bullying the weak with fewer people. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? The black cat raised a paw in agreement. Fong Jing then directed. Alright, then you stay in position on the moving lane, and prepare your claws. Xia Yihan, wait a moment, no matter who Fong Yumo is attacking, you just need to swap the positions of the person being attacked and the cat for me. Xia Yihan was confused but still agreed. That's fine, I'll listen to you. Zhang Wei asked. What about me? Fong Jing said.
You'll adapt as the situation changes.
Zhang Wei objected. Why like that?
But the objection was in vain, no one listened. The referee raised the flag and loudly announced. Both sides ready.
Countdown, now. 3, 2, 1, the match begins.
Immediately, Fong Yumo rushed to attack. He thought to himself. Su Ri of Fong Jing is too strong, the only way to reduce their numbers is to knock out the other two. His main body would attack Xia Yihan, while his clone would attack Zhang Wei. He quickly executed a series of moves: empowerment, conferred title, acceleration.
Seeing Fong Yumo getting closer, Xia Yihan thought. This is the moment.
He used void energy to swap positions with the black cat.
Fong Yumo was surprised when the person he was aiming at was Xia Yihan, but instead, the black cat appeared. The black cat immediately used void energy, undeterred. Meditation cat meow.
The meow kept charging like crazy, not stopping until it went all out.
Invincible meow meow fist.
The black cat kicked Fong Yumo square in the face, sending him flying several meters, throwing his weapon aside.
Everyone was watching the match on the screen. The MC's voice echoed. Champion of Meow Meow Fist. Directly causing Fong Yumo to be unable to fight. The Fong Long team conceded defeat, and the Fong Jing team emerged victorious. Was this truly the invincible strength of the Black Cat, or was Fong Yumo's acting skills better than even a film emperor? Just now, the South China Military District released a psychiatric evaluation report on Fong Yumo. It turns out he has had a cat phobia for years. Seeing a cat makes him faint. Upon hearing this, Chan Hong, who was sitting watching the match on TV, suddenly burst into laughter. Among all the performance matches, this year's was the most effective. Zhong Lan, who was nearby, heard these words and looked quite upset. She quietly stepped outside, still able to hear the MC's voice through the TV. The Black Cat player played a strategic role in this match and is a very deserving MVP. While Zhong Lan was strolling down the street, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Zhong Lan. She turned around and immediately spotted Lin Dong Leang coming out of a small alley. Zhong Lan called out. Uncle Lin, I just saw you mocking Zhong Yuan. What happened to him? He always says he wants to make it into the top 10 of the individual competition, but now, in the opening match, he was passive and scared, even finding a cat to fight in his place. Zhong Lan spoke sadly. He's not like that, he. Lin Dong Leang became enraged. He harshly criticized Zhong Yuan, saying that if he had done something wrong, he should admit it and make corrections, not find excuses. Zhong Lan wanted to explain when suddenly, Chan Hong appeared and shouted loudly. Lin Dong Leang made Zhong Lan turn back in surprise. Chan Hong angrily said, I've put up with you for a long time. Then, he quickly charged forward and delivered a thunderous punch straight to the middle of Lin Dong Leang's face. A chain of kicks and punches followed, hitting him in the face, and as he did so, he angrily said, What exactly did Xin Ming and his brothers do to anger you so much that you won't let go of them? When you were teaching, you made me miss the opportunity to consult Xin Ming, and now you're here? Lin Dong Leang's face was swollen and distorted, blood streaming from his nose, and he dazedly asked, Xin Ming, what are you talking about? Isn't Zhong Lan's brother? Zhong Lan asked, bewildered. Xin Ming, the one you always mention? And he's your nephew? Chan Hong realized he had misspoken and scratched his head in an attempt to explain, didn't you know? No, I meant someone else. Anyway, his nephew is Xin Ming, and Xin Ming is his nephew. Lin Dong Leang also stood up to fight back. Right now, Zhong Yuan has a military rank, it's even more inappropriate. Chan Hong wouldn't back down. Don't play the moral high ground. How does Xin Ming fighting in battles have anything to do with you? Lin Dong Leang retaliated, neither giving in to the other. Chan Hong said, You're attacking someone for personal reasons, which is a serious violation of military discipline. As people passed by, they shouted, What's going on? Are they fighting? Zhong Lan anxiously tried to intervene, Stop fighting. Suddenly, Taiga walked over, patted Zhong Lan on the shoulder to calm him down, and then shouted. Stop right there. The two men finally halted their fight. Taiga comforted Zhong Lan, saying, It's okay, Zhong Lan, don't be afraid. Zhong Lan felt somewhat relieved at last. Yes. Taiga asked, Can you tell me what exactly happened? She then took Zhong Lan back home. The two of them sat on the balcony and chatted. Zhong Lan began to tell her the full story of her brother's enrollment, from start to finish. After listening, Taiga suddenly exclaimed, This kind of thing happened when you two were enrolling? Zhong Lan replied sadly, Although Uncle Lin has a prejudice against my brother, he didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I have a physical issue that disrupted Uncle Lin's arrangements. Taiga grew agitated and said, What do you mean he didn't do anything wrong? What he violated is Article 262 of the Criminal Code on fraud in child abduction. Even if your brother were attending school with you, he would still be convicted for intentional crimes. Zhong Lan lowered her head and said, Let's just drop it, this is making things troublesome for you, Taigu. Why are all your brothers like this? Is patience and endurance an innate trait of people from Shandong?
Zhonglan was still trying to defend Lin Dong Leang, but Uncle Lin had also been recruiting talent for the country. He even gave her the precious Void Star, and even if we looked into it, we wouldn't know who is who. Suddenly, Zhonglan smiled happily and said, "The most important thing is that my brother had already made an appointment with him beforehand. As long as your brother makes it into the top 10 in the individual competition of the university tournament, all grievances will be forgiven." And Taiga listened to Zhonglan's reasoning and, feeling helpless, said, "Alright, if Xianming has decided this way, I won't say anything further."
Zhonglan gratefully responded, "Yes, thank you."
And Taiga thought to herself, Lin Dong Leang often seeks out people with void energy talent among ordinary individuals, who knows what evil deeds he might be plotting.
Once he's settled his grievances with Xianming's brothers, I'll expose all of his tricks.
Zhonglan suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, about me discovering Xianming is your brother, don't tell him."
And Taigu responded, "Your brothers like hiding things from each other, huh?"
Zhonglan hesitated, unable to give a clear reason, simply saying, "He's just."
"Well. Anyway, don't mention it."
The girl appeared troubled, almost on the verge of tears. And Taigu, seeing this, decided to go along with her. Alright, I won't say anything."
After agreeing, and Taigu got up to leave, "Well, it's getting late. I'll be going now, you should get some rest too."
Zhonglan waved her hand in farewell. "Okay." Once left alone, Zhonglan silently scolded herself, "Stupid brother, are you afraid that I'll see a side of you that's not so gentle?"
"Forget it, I'm not in a position to say anything to you.
After all, I'm the same, afraid you'll see a side of me that's not so gentle either." Zhonglan immediately took out her phone and texted her brother, "The champion of the university tournament is so beautiful.
Can you bring it home for me, please?"
On the other side, Yuan smiled when he saw his sister's message. He replied, "No problem, I'll bring both back for you, one for tying your hair and one for clipping your hair."
Zhonglan happily sent a smiling emoji and continued, "Brother, that black cat is actually a pet you've raised, right?
It's fine to keep a cat, but it has to be bathed every day.
You're not allowed to let the cat smell like your mouth." After reading the message, Yuan muttered to himself, Lan doesn't even dislike the appearance of my cat. Is she influenced by the ultimate acting cute, or is she afraid of hurting my feelings, so she's saying that? Even if I ask, she'll say she doesn't mind the cat, so it's better not to ask.
Yuan put his phone down and opened the window. There was something else that needed his attention urgently. He transformed into the black cat and jumped through the window, heading toward Fengjing's room. Fengjing's cat was reading a book, and when it saw the black cat at the window, it said, "Knock on the door."
Even if you're not human right now, you still need to knock. Yuan then turned back into a person and teased him, "Are you emphasizing knocking like this because you're reading some kind of dark book?" Fengjing responded, "Would you like to read a serious and proper book on orthopedic medicine?" Yuan said, "The book is proper, but you're not." "Alright, you didn't close the window, weren't you supposed to guess that I would come? What does the paper Fong Yumo gave you say? Hurry up and take it out."
Fengjing immediately took out the paper, which read, "At 12 o'clock tonight at the Bai Yi Tavern."
At the tavern, Fong Yumo was holding a glass of wine, drinking gloomily.
Not long after, the two arrived at Fong Yumo's table. "Fong bro, we're here," Fengjing said with a smile.
"Couldn't call you, so we had to use this method to meet up." "What's going on?" Fong Yumo said in a low voice. "Let's go somewhere else to talk."
At the ancient Chenghe garden, Fengjing spoke up, "Well done, you changed the venue to a nightclub."
"It's wild enough. Are we going to see some skinny beauty get up from a coffin and dance with us later?" Yuan was also surprised, saying, "This is really an experience, following wisdom like the sunflower turns to the sun."
Fong Yumo, while climbing over the wall, said, "The person on duty at the cemetery isn't there, so we have to climb the wall to get in."
Fengjing then turned to ask Yuan, "Hey Yuan, if I come over to your house someday, will you give me a following wisdom like the sunflower turns to the sun too?"
Yuan cheerfully replied, come on over. When you fall asleep in the car, I'll hammer 7 copper nails for you. I'll make sure you turn into a stiff corpse that's hard to wake up, just like me." After successfully getting inside and walking for a while, Fong Jing asked, "How much longer do we have to go?"
Fong Yumo said it was ahead.
Fong Jing weakly said, Yuan, protect me." Zhong Yuan disgustedly said, "Don't, bro, don't mess around." At this moment, Fong Yumo shone the light ahead and said, "It's here."
Zhong Yuan asked in surprise, "Is this my brother's tomb, Yijin?"
Then, Fong Yumo recounted the story from when they were children.
Fong Yumo ran from afar to his brother, shouting, "Yijin, I've known everything, you are my real brother." Yijin immediately stood up and left.
Fong Yumo said, "All these years, the Fong family has wronged you. I apologize on their behalf, please go back."
Brother Yijin then asked, "For me to return to the Fong family, is that your one-sided wish?"
Fong Yumo had no rebuttal. Yijin, with a serious face, said, "If you can't do it, don't make promises easily." When they returned home, Fong Yumo said to his family, "Yijin is so outstanding, whether in learning or in combat, he's better than me. He has the same blood as me, so why doesn't Dad accept him?" The father lowered his head and sternly said, "Accept him? Don't you know that his mother almost killed you back then?" Fong Yumo immediately retorted, "His mother made a mistake, but why does he have to bear that?
Mom told me everything.
Back then, for some reason, she couldn't give birth to me, so Dad found someone to carry me.
After I was born, my mom and them were brought back to the Fong family. After I was born, my father personally drove them out of the family. It's clear that my father was wrong. They are all his children, how could he be so biased?" Fong Yumo said angrily. "Alright, make your position clear first, then we can talk. You are the legitimate heir of the Fong family.
If they stay in the Fong family, they will only threaten your position." Fong Yumo's father immediately responded and left. "As for this position or that family, I don't understand." "I don't have to be the heir of the Fong family," Fong Yumo replied.
"Fine.
Let's see if you can survive without eating the Fong family's food or living in the Fong family's house. Let's see how long you last," his father said. That night, Fong Yumo sat alone in the cold rain, his stomach growling. He thought to himself, "Hold on. It's just not having a meal, right? Even if I starve to death out here, I won't bow to them." Suddenly, he smelled the fragrance of food wafting through the air. It smelled so good. He looked up and saw Yijin holding an umbrella in one hand and a bag of food in the other, walking toward him.
Fong Yumo was surprised and called out, "Brother?"
Yijin handed the food to Fong Yumo and said, "I won.
In order to get you to come back home, your father reluctantly accepted me as his son.
It's just an acknowledgement of the blood relation, and I won't stay with the Fong family or drive them out."
"You don't understand why I insist on acknowledging a brother I barely met, do you?" Opening the food container, Fong Yumo asked, "Did you buy this food?" Yijin said, "What's wrong?"
Fong Yumo laughed and replied, "You're the kind of older brother who would buy food for his younger brother when he's hungry.
Isn't that reason enough?"
Yijin was helpless in the face of Fong Yumo's thinking, shaking his head and saying, "Humph, you really are a hopeless younger brother." Back to the present, in front of Yijin's tomb. Fong Yumo opened the bottle of wine and poured it all out in front of the grave, saying, "After my brother graduated, he joined the Void Energy Wielder team in the Huanan military district, achieving great military feats. But 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with cancer. His condition rapidly worsened, and soon there was no cure. That night, he quietly unplugged the life support machine and died alone. Over the years, he had done countless things for the family, but the Fong family still couldn't spare even his corpse, using it as a bargaining chip. Under this tombstone, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing." Zhong Yuan, after hearing this, muttered to himself, "Cancer, huh? Why does it sound like the aftereffects of nuclear radiation?" According to the Institute of Science, this type of cancer could theoretically be cured by regeneration.
The ability he truly needed wasn't immortality, but regeneration.
Fong Yumo must have given him at least 100 snowbone serpents from the Void Star.
He should have been able to absorb them, right?
After recounting everything, Fong Yumo spoke again. Zhong Yuan, no, Shen Ming, I need your help. Using my position as the second in the youth rankings, I will retrieve my brother's remains. His life has already been so difficult. I don't want him to die without peace. Zhong Yuan spoke up. I agree with you, but whether it will succeed, I'm not sure.
Then, Zhong Yuan thought again.
This matter likely has hidden motives, so it would be better to go back and figure out how to trap the main issue first.
At the Lan Tian Hotel, Fong Jing was guiding Zhong Yuan to log into the official website of Void Energy Wielder Nation H. This is still the official website of Void Energy Wielder Nation H. Log in directly with your old account.
Shuji has transferred your profile to Jiuchu, and your access rights will be increased, Fong Jing said.
Zhong Yuan hurriedly asked, does this count as using public resources for personal matters?
Fong Jing replied nonchalantly, if you don't have this little bit of privilege, then who would want to do the clerical work for Jiuchu? Besides, if Yijin is really still alive, even if you don't investigate, someone else will. Zhong Yuan searched on his phone, and the profile displayed that 3 years ago, Yijin participated in the operation to breach the armor city of Deng Tagua, which coincided with the time he was diagnosed with cancer. The profile read, name, Yijin, participated in the operation to breach the armor city of Deng Tagua 3 years ago. At the bottom of the document, there was a note, the document you are viewing has been deleted.
Zhong Yuan immediately said, wait a minute.
The record of his transfer to the breach mission had been deleted.
Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. The editor took notes.
Jiang Buyu is at the top of the youth rankings, always one step ahead of me.
Fong Jing had a bad feeling about this. This is going to be troublesome.
Although you could defeat Jiang Buyu in terms of strength, the forces behind him are too complicated, it's still better not to get involved in this murky situation.
Zhong Yuan confidently said, what's there to fear? I just changed into the Jiuchu robe, do you think I can't handle this humiliation?
At the university tournament hall, a man and a woman approached the management team and said,
Hi, sorry for the trouble. The hall staff politely replied, it's fine.
If I had forgotten my phone here, I'd be in just as much of a rush as you two.
The girl said as they entered, TSK, the domain boundary of Nation H doesn't have any day-night cycles.
Staying here for a long time will definitely disrupt daily habits and severely affect skin quality.
Yijin, walking behind, said, could you be a little more discreet about sneaking into enemy territory? Stop acting like you're just strolling through the streets.
Sula and I, walking in front, turned around and said, well, whatever, you'll still be doing surveillance later, so it's the same thing. Yijin then released countless ant god drones. Sula and I, surprised, exclaimed, these ant god drones from Deng Tagua really do look like real ants.
Do you think the students would recognize them if they saw them?
Yijin immediately replied.
Not recognizing it wouldn't be our goal. Smart people like to think a lot, and the more they think, the more useful it becomes when they realize it.
The next morning, at the university tournament hall, MC Cheng Yin energetically said, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2043 Void Energy Wielder University Tournament. As scheduled, we will have the team competition in the morning and the individual competition in the afternoon. In the team event, the draw based on hunting ranks in domain boundary will determine the opponents for each team in this round.
After 6 rounds of competition, the top 10 teams with the highest scores will enter the final. As everyone knows, luck is also part of strength.
Let's give a warm welcome to the Fong Jing team, the leaders of the domain boundary hunting competition, who will draw first for this event.
Fong Jing grinned broadly.
Zhong Yuan cheered, go captain, pick the strongest team for the first battle.
Beat them, and the teams behind us will automatically surrender when they see us. Fong Jing replied. I really appreciate your fighting spirit.
As Fong Jing stepped up to draw, the MC announced,
It's here, the legendary hand of the gods is about to make its reappearance in the world. Let's see which opponent the Fong Jing team will face in the first battle. Fong Jing pressed the button, and the screen displayed. Fong Jing team from Chongying Academy will face Suja team from Void Energy Wielder Academy, affiliated with Shangjing University. The entire audience cheered enthusiastically for last year's champion, Team Suja. Watching Fong Jing draw lots was even more exciting than watching the match itself. Fong Jing walked back to his seat and immediately high-fived Zhang Yuan, fulfilling the trust placed in him. MC Chang Yun announced some news to everyone. I'm sorry to inform you all that the Black Cat player, who showcased his strength yesterday, has been permanently banned by the organizing committee of the dog faction for being too cute. And today, their main attacker, Zhang Yuan, has successfully rejoined the team. Please take a look at the big screen. On the screen was an image of a black cat with the caption, Chang'ing Academy, Zhang Yuan, 137th in the youth attack rankings. MC Chang Yun hurriedly corrected. Sorry, I picked the wrong picture. Please wait a moment. Then, the screen showed Zhang Yuan dressed as a girl. The MC quickly explained again. This step is also incorrect. In short, please focus on Zhang Yuan in the break area. Immediately, Zhang Yuan's fan club in the stands began chanting loudly. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan. The MC quickly reassured them. Alright, the earlier picture wasn't wrong, I just wasn't thinking clearly. Zhang Yuan's face darkened, speechless. The stands were packed with attendees. The voice of the host echoed again. Now, all the teams have finished drawing lots, and both Team Fong Jing and Team Suja are on the field for the first match. Both sides are now seated on the benches. Team Suja doesn't even have a captain. It could be called rubbish talk. There was a guy sitting in the stands above, smugly thinking to himself. Fong Jing, oh Fong Jing, I told you to go to Shangjing University, but you refused. You insisted on going to that San Lu Changing school. Today, I'll give you some face, so your first match isn't too embarrassing. A girl with purple hair stood facing Fong Jing, speaking arrogantly. Originally, you all could have relied on your points to fight for second place. Unfortunately, it's our bad luck to be stuck with you. He calmly responded, Don't worry, I'm not competing for second place with you. We'll take first. On Zhong Yuan's side, the system's notification board displayed a series of connected targets, all being attacked simultaneously. When locking onto targets, all nearby energy was focused on one individual target. After hearing this, he instructed his teammates, Chinsu, when the match starts, link the four of them together and then lock one of them down. Once done, he added with a whistle, Xia Yihan, protect Chinsu. Chinsu replied, understood. Xia Yihan also responded seriously, I will try my best. At this moment, the referee raised their hand and announced loudly, both sides, prepare. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. Upon hearing this, Chinsu began raising his hand, unleashing a force that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The commentator's voice echoed, the four members of Team Suja have used the 22 formation to charge toward them. The Fong Jing team once again chose the strategy of counterattacking with defense. Suddenly, the members of the Suja team, who were being attacked by the energy chains, froze in place. They were all extremely panicked, and then became tightly bound. The chains of spiritual power constricted around the bodies of the Suja team. Chensu happily announced, It's done. At that moment, Shi Zhong Yuan, feeling satisfied, said, Very good. A powerful spiritual force began to radiate from him as he focused. The Lord of the Abyss could not only fly out but also alter the airflow within his field of vision to a certain degree, enhancing the power of the air bullets perfectly timed for use right now. Zhong Yuan then raised his hand to unleash the penetrating air bullets. 3 threads of spiritual power transformed into bullets and shot straight into the people suspended in midair. The sound of piercing screams echoed. Comments from the crowd followed, My God, what's happening? The 4 members of the Suja team were struck by the invisible, penetrating attack and fell to the ground like ragdolls.
Above the arena, the 4 members of the Suja team were now entangled by chains of light, each one having been struck by 3 air bullets, blood splattering everywhere.
Fong Jing then said to the referee, "Hurry up and call it, they've lost. Any delay could be life-threatening."
The referee paused for a moment, then glanced at his wristwatch and slowly began counting, 30, 29, 28.
Murmurs filled the air.
It seemed the referee believed the Suja team still had a chance to turn things around, so he decided to count down the time. Fong Jing, seeing this, felt a sense of urgency and thought, "This isn't good, the lives of the people on the opposite side can't hold on any longer." He quickly rushed over to where the 4 injured individuals were lying scattered.
The referee, seeing this, shouted loudly, "No attacking players who have already fallen.
If you approach any closer, I'll give you a red card." In a rush, Fong Jing swung his hand and yelled, "Get out of the way."
The referee stumbled backward, blood spurting from his nose.
The arrogant man sitting in the stands earlier was now flustered.
He raised his hand and loudly said, "We concede.
Shangjing University concedes, hurry up and call it."
The referee, still dazed after being knocked, continued rubbing his head.
After a while, he sluggishly blew his whistle. "You win, Fong Jing's team." Meanwhile, Fong Jing was still trying his best to tend to the 4 injured players.
Chen Su, now furious, pointed at the referee's face and shouted, "Is this referee blind? Fong Jing is trying to save people."
One of his teammates held him back and advised, "Chen Su, calm down, don't clash with the referee.
The red card's been issued, it can't be taken back. We can only file a complaint later."
The referee, still confused like someone who had just fallen from the sky, looked blankly around. A long, slender hand picked up the red card.
Zhong Yuan nonchalantly held it in front of the referee and mocked, "Is this the level of referees at the university tournament?"
Hearing this, the referee's face showed clear anger.
He raised a yellow card and shouted, You've maliciously insulted the referee. Yellow card."
Zhong Yuan, after hearing this, just clicked his tongue and looked at him with a mocking expression.
The people at the table were discussing among themselves.
The battle had just ended, and the judging panel had unanimously decided that the winner was the Fong Jing team from Chungying Academy.
MC Chang Yun, while reviewing the documents, spoke up.
This battle lasted a total of 37 seconds, just 2 seconds slower than the team competition record set by the legendary Jiang Buyu, almost breaking the record. Cui Chu Sheng, who was beside him, continued with the announcement. Chungying Academy has filed a complaint with the organizing committee, and the referee has issued a red card to a member of the Fong Jing team. Oh, the referee was suddenly called away by someone else. The scene shifted to the Huanan Military District's office, where under the clear sky stood a massive building. Regardless of human life, all means were used to extend the time to 37 seconds. "You've really saved face for me," said a man, tapping his fingers on the table. The referee, at this moment, wore a fawning smile. "Of course, how could we allow a new student from San Lu to break your record?" The other person raised his hand, resting his chin, and grinned as he asked,
"Do you think Zhong Yuan is just some insignificant junior that anyone can step on at will?" The referee, still smiling flatteringly, replied,
"Well, not exactly, but Huanan is known for being the most understanding. This fool just arrived in Guanyuan City and is bound to embarrass you. Naturally, we need to have him tone it down." At this moment, Jiang Buyu clicked his tongue in displeasure. Then, he began to sit up straight, his expression darkening as he coldly asked, "You say he embarrassed me, but do you know who you are embarrassing?" The referee, at this point, started to feel uneasy, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Buyu stood up while pulling out a chair and continued, "Behind this university competition lies the powerful forces of the government's powerless practitioners across the entire nation H. The authority of a referee is equivalent to the authority of the nation H government. You deliberately blew the whistle to suppress a talented individual. That is trampling the national face underfoot." His hand now rested on the referee's shoulder, causing the man's face to turn pale and ashen, unable to find words to say, sweat pouring down his face. Jiang Buyu brought his face close to the referee's and coldly remarked, this Jiang here does not dare to accept this humiliation. Terrified, the referee fell to his knees, clutching Jiang Buyu's legs, crying out in desperation, "Young Marshal, I was wrong, truly wrong.
I won't do it again, please spare me."
Jiang Buyu calmly responded, "Death sentences can be pardoned, but living ones are harder to forgive. If you can't be a good referee, then go back to your hometown and marry a man." Upon hearing this, the referee could only watch, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, on the match side, the MC Chungyan continued with the announcement, "Good afternoon, dear audience.
We've just received the latest news from the organizers.
The referee, who mistakenly gave a red card to player Fong Jing, has resigned." Chui Chu Sheng continued, "The unfortunate thing is that red and yellow cards, which are issued based on the principle of respecting the referee's decisions, cannot be revoked. In the next match, player Fong Jing will not be able to take the field. This afternoon, there will be an individual match, and the competition will follow a double elimination format. Due to the large number of participants, we will have our distinguished guests draw lots. Come on up, one hand of the god." As he spoke, MC Changyan placed one hand under his chin, wearing a dangerous expression, creating a dramatic atmosphere for the match.
Below, a black cat was being gently groomed with a spiked comb. Fong Jing, sitting beside, asked, "Is this comfortable?" Zhong Yuan immediately responded, "It's not exactly pleasant."
Fong Jing, feeling curious, said, "Now I really want to try it."
Suddenly, a call interrupted, making him jump. "Is player Fong Jing here? Is player Fong Jing here?"
Fong Jing stood up, turned around, scratching his head while sighing, "Again, they want me to draw lots.
Do they think I should face Suja first, or Zhong Yuan?"
Sase Ihan, watching from the side, nervously thought, "This isn't good, there are still a lot of people from our team registered for the individual competition, and if Fong Jing draws the lots, they're done. What do we do? What do we do?" Then, looking over at Zhong Yuan, who was still combing the cat with the spiked comb, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Got it." Then, he started raising his finger and happily began to switch positions. Fong Jing had just reached the lottery draw position. He raised his hand to press the button, but suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy appeared around him, and instead, a black cat took its place. The cat's paw touched the button, and it meowed. The crowd below erupted in excitement. Wait, someone just used a teleportation ability to swap Fong Jing's position with the black cat. Let it draw, let it draw. A girl also helplessly rested her chin in her hands and said, "I think it's better for the cat to draw than Fong Jing." The black cat thought reluctantly. Fine, I'll do it," it seemed to agree. MC Chan Yun sighed again. The cat athlete presses its noble paw down, determining the entire competition schedule for the individual match. "Ha, Fong Jing's first opponent is Suja, is this fate?" Below, Zhong Yuan was still concentrating, sweating, while asking, "Is this alright?" Even though Fong Jing's head was bloodied, he still wore a satisfied smile. "It feels great." Zhong Yuan complained again, "Your head is too hard, you broke my metal comb." He then turned and, with a frown, said, "I'll find where the metal needle fell and fix it so it's still usable." Zhong Yuan raised two fingers and used his super sensitivity. Eagle eye. Meanwhile, Fong Jing happily placed his hand on his head, using Su Ri to heal himself. Suddenly, an ant appeared in front of him. "Hey, why is there machinery inside this ant god drone?" Without hesitation, he took out his phone, snapped a picture, thinking while taking it, and asked if anyone recognized it. On the phone screen was a conversation with Qi Xiu, where he had discovered this in the tournament hall, and inside it was a machine. "Do you know this?" Zhong Yuan asked. Shushi replied, "A preliminary assessment suggests this is a drone produced by Deng Tagua, model name Ant God. It has the ability to record footage and navigate simply. It's one of the most common reconnaissance drones. Deng Tagua's technology does not support cross-border communication. To transmit data, either someone must enter or the drone must fly out." Zhong Yuan continued, "But doesn't the tournament have a live stream of the Void Energy Wielder competition?"
Wouldn't it be easier to stream the data instead of using a drone? Shuji answered, there's more to this, let me investigate it for you. Zhong Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, Uncle really is forgetful.
Considering our long-standing relationship, I'll let him investigate. At that moment, on a small competition field, two people were standing facing each other, surrounded by others watching. An ant crawled across the space between them. Zhong Yuan began his analysis. The size of the domain boundary was just slightly larger than the university tournament hall. Using super-sensitive perception to search wasn't difficult, but it would be exhausting. Was it really necessary? Thinking from a different angle, if he had a drone like that in his hands, the objective would be to obtain information that could only be found at the university tournament. I'm sure it would be better to put it on the control room vehicle or on the clothes of the important staff rather than letting it crawl around like this. Could it be that the opponent is really waiting for this drone to be discovered? While he was thinking, Fong Jing turned to him and said, Yuan, for the next match, I'll be on court number 1, you'll be on court number 3.
Zhong Yuan calmly replied,
At that moment, Fong Jing raised another small gesture and said, if you can't find it, don't bother anymore.
I'll replace it for you with a new one. Zhong Yuan responded indifferently, it doesn't matter. Feeling that something was off, Fong Jing asked, why so distracted? Is something going on?
He replied seriously, it's a small matter, my cat is taking care of it.
Let's get back to the next match.
At that moment, the black cat was wandering around searching.
It found another ant and mistook it for the same one.
So far, it had discovered 5 ants, all of them running around the yard aimlessly with no clear target.
An ordinary person wouldn't notice them, but those who knew their origins would certainly spot them.
Once discovered, people would assume that Deng Tagui was intercepting data cables.
No matter what, the event organizers would definitely be investigated and held accountable. Could it be aimed at the organizers?
The black cat's eyes had now turned one gray, one yellow.
Without hesitation, it pounced on an ant, continuing to think.
To find out who was causing the trouble, the best way was to create a risk for the opponent. Force them to respond, crush a few of the ants first, and then probe to see if they could control them. MC Chang Yin now began to speak again. Let's take a look at what's happening on court number 1. The draw of the black cat had resulted in player Fong Jing directly facing off against player Suzhou in the first match. As everyone knows, player Suzhou is the champion of the previous 2 individual tournaments and currently ranks 65th in the youth rankings. His strategic skills are so extraordinary that, to this day, no one has been able to defeat him. Fong Jing, on the other hand, is the only healer to make it into the top 100 of the youth rankings, currently holding 82 ND place.
This is his first time participating in the individual tournament.
Suzhou stood across from Fong Jing and said, Fong Jing, on behalf of my teammates, I thank you for saving them this morning.
I accept the match. Before he could continue, Fong Jing cut him off. Have you even stepped onto the arena yet?
If you're already conceding before the match starts, your rank won't change.
Let me finish the fight before you bow out.
Suzhou immediately felt helpless, and the referee reminded, player Fong Jing, please do not encourage your opponent to fix the result. Suzhou raised both hands and, with a calm expression, said, all right then, today I won't use my full strength.
Whether you can defeat me or not will depend on your skill.
On the other side, Zhong Yuan was facing a girl. The commentator's voice rang out. The 2 players on court number 4 have also taken their positions.
The matchup is between Zhong Yuan from Chongying Academy and Lan Shan from Peishan Academy.
This morning, player Zhong Yuan used a single move to defeat 4 members of the opposing team. His abilities have not been publicly disclosed to the organizers yet, but his strength is undeniably impressive. Facing Lan Shang is a player skilled in mental control. Her ability to control minds allows her to dominate up to 19 people at once, according to the 3+2 years education system of the Void Energy Wielder Academy. She is a 4th-year student, which means she should have already joined the regular team to begin her internship. However, for some reason, she has not yet been assigned to any team. Zhong Yuan frowned and thought.
This girl looks like she can't stand being hit. I get the feeling that with just a little force, I could knock her out. Fong Jing, on the field next to them, couldn't rush over to help and had no one with a life-linking ability for her. I should go with an attack that won't harm her life. I'll just knock her out of the arena. With that, he prepared for battle. The referee called out, both sides, get into position. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the referee's hand dropped, Lan Shang focused intently, and a trace of spiritual energy appeared. Zhong Yuan jumped and swiftly glided past her. Lan Shang, still in her attacking posture, suddenly turned her gaze to follow him. She didn't have time to adjust her movements and was struck by a kick to her backside. Lan Shang, gritting her teeth, maintained her stance, using her power to stay firm. Even when hit with a non-lethal attack, she remained standing, unwavering. A layer of spiritual energy radiated from around her. Zhong Yuan stood behind, contemplating. Despite taking a hit, he was still able to stay on his feet, showing some skill. Suddenly, the referee raised a yellow card and angrily reminded him. Zhong Yuan, please show respect for the female student and stop harassing your opponent. Both contestants stared back at Zhong Yuan, frustrated, thinking, I positioned myself in the easiest spot to attack, how did this become harassment? Is it forbidden to make a physical move just because the opponent is a girl? Suddenly, Lan Shang reached out and called to Zhong Yuan. She began emitting a wave of negative energy that struck him. He was wounded, heartbroken, completely losing any hope in life. He could no longer fight. Zhong Yuan assessed in his mind, I've activated my courage now. She's launching a mental attack against me. Since I can't physically strike her, I should be able to counterattack mentally, right? He then began using his courage ability to resist. With a dark expression, he retorted to Lan Shang. You're thin, you're anemic. If you win, I suggest you drink more hot water. Lan Shang, hearing this, was both embarrassed and angry. She launched another attack. Zhong Yuan, I'm beautiful, I'm attractive. You're completely obsessed with me, you like me, you love me deeply, you'll do anything I say. Just admit defeat already. The two of them fell into a silent standoff, staring at each other. Zhong Yuan, refusing to back down, retaliated. You're ugly, you're vicious, you're scheming against me. I've never seen anyone so shameless as you. The referee unexpectedly intervened. Zhong Yuan is fighting passively, warning number 1. He irritably turned to the referee and said, I'm using a mental attack to counter her mental attack. How is this considered passive fighting? Hearing this, the referee was also surprised and asked, you have a mental attack ability too? He immediately explained, this is my own mental attack, a combination of psychology, literature, and performance skills. MC Chang Yun, who had been observing from above, also commented, according to the personal information reported by Lan Shang, she has no immunity to mental attacks. Zhong Yuan's mental attack must be at a physical level, right? All right. Xu Sheng unexpectedly added, wait, Lan Shang has already fallen from the blow. Below, Lan Shang suddenly collapsed backward and cried out, no, Aga, don't come over here. She then burst into tears, struggling to raise her hand, I'll fight you. At this moment, she had completely lost her mental strength. Zhong Yuan looked up, then analyzed, it seems like some kind of force passed over my head. Is that also her mental attack? The referee, while checking his watch, announced, Zhong Yuan's mental attack has had an effect. Lan Shang fell, counting down the time, 27. 26. 1. Zhong Yuan wins. Zhong Yuan looked down at the fallen Lan Shang and asked suspiciously, is this allowed? Why do I feel like she's acting? He pondered. He had destroyed a drone, and this was the last one he found. The operator hadn't reacted yet, probably wasn't in the hall. Then, the black cat analyzed, the antennae are the communication device, the eyes are the recording device, the mouth is the audio recording device, the body is an integrated chip, and the butt is the battery.
The opponent was using the Ant God drone, likely to make everyone think he was trying to intercept the tournament's information cables. I had deliberately destroyed the last communication device, which could make me look like a fool trying to trick him into physically restoring the data.
That should make him act.
With this thought in mind, the black cat began to use thermal pressure attacks on the ant, constantly feeling like some important information was about to be revealed. While waiting and thinking this, Fong Jing had already knocked out Su Jia.
The announcement sounded.
Fong Jing, the defender, had used Ji Zhangsek's northern kick to knock Su Jia out of the arena, claiming a direct victory.
Was this really an attack that the healing system could perform? Or had Su Jia quietly conceded?
Fong Jing, while using healing winds on Su Jia, happily said, "The double elimination format, we'll have another match in a few days. Next time, you can use your full power, but I'll still win."
He responded cheerfully, "Not necessarily. What if you lose 2 rounds in a row and get eliminated directly?"
Fong Jing replied confidently, "The only person who can defeat me in this year's university tournament is one person."
With that, he walked over to the chair to wait, asking the others, "Where's Zhong Yuan?" The big screen should have shown that he finished his match a while ago, right?
One of his friends spoke up. The organizers confirmed that he intentionally used his mental attack ability to seriously harm someone, so they've called him to the office. Director Gu is currently discussing it with Peijin Academy. Fong Jing immediately took out his phone. "I'll check the situation with him." Then he thought to himself, satellite phones really are great. There's still signal within the domain boundary. On the phone screen was a conversation with Zhong Yuan.
"Need help?"
Zhong Yuan replied, "Help me check on Lan Shang's condition, and forget about whether the organizers think someone needs saving." While reading the message, Zhong Yuan thought, "I only noticed the drone after the draw. Peijin Academy probably has nothing to do with it."
Wait, the timeline. This is actually the breakthrough point in investigating the origins of the drone.
Suddenly, a group of people in front of him angrily began criticizing. Zhong Yuan immediately lifted his ability from Lan Shang, or else he would be permanently banned from participating. Not only that, but he would also be tried by a military court.
Zhong Yuan calmly raised his hand in response, "Sorry. Please stop for a moment and observe the map on the screen."
The domain boundary is a new space, created by copying the terrain based on actual conditions.
The terrain itself in this space is entirely simulated by the energy of the domain boundary and cannot exist independently from the anchor point.
Even the electrical wiring and plumbing of the tournament hall must be specially designed for this purpose, so they can be used normally once out of the real world. Items that can be taken out of the domain boundary can only be placed after the terrain copying is completed. The domain boundary of the university tournament is the terrain that was copied just yesterday. Drones can only be released within these 2 days, so the investigation range is very small. Zhong Yuan raised his hand to his chin and analyzed the surveillance video from the tournament hall, which was very clear. By checking the surveillance, they could roughly find traces of the drone and identify who had brought it in. Combined with the city's external surveillance of the domain boundary, they would definitely gather important clues. Once Zhong Yuan had thought it through, he raised a card and said to Jiu, "Work together a bit." The others were startled and exclaimed, "What girl? Who at Jiu looks like this? Let me see if it's real or fake." What appeared was a card showing an image of Zhong Yuan dressed in female attire, with the words 8th place Jiu written on it. A crow flew past their heads, and everyone's expression showed clear disdain. Then came a sharp questioning. "Are you playing us?" If I hadn't seen this fake photo, I would have almost believed it. "Zhong Yuan, you fabricated the Jiu ID, that's ruthless." Exactly, don't think you can fool us just by using a fake ID." As they spoke, they threw the card back at Zhong Yuan. He felt it was hard to explain, rolling his eyes, then angrily slammed the card onto the ground before pulling out his phone to call someone, gritting his teeth and saying, "Boss Chi, I'm going to fire you." At that moment, someone using advanced camouflage stepped out from the space. The 2 people standing next to him didn't notice, only feeling something was off. "Oomph, it feels like there was a breeze just now."
Was that an illusion?
As Jiang Buyu passed through the security guards, he deactivated his camouflage ability. He thought to himself, just casually using the camouflage and entering the hall like this. The security for the university tournament is too unprofessional, they need to be properly trained. The referee this morning had probably given Zhong Yuan a biased impression of him, so he needed to directly apologize.
No matter what, Zhong Yuan was a second-tier strategist, and his combat strength might even be higher than his own. Even if they couldn't be friends, they absolutely couldn't be enemies. But if I go and openly defend him, won't it seem like I'm showing off too much? Camouflage might look too suspicious. Should I just wait for him to come out? Also, he's 16, I'm 25. Will there be a generational gap when we talk?
I heard that high school students at this age are supposed to interact with each other when they meet, but I don't wear overalls, I don't play basketball, and I wonder if the shoulder dance I used to know is now outdated. Thinking of this, Jiang Buyu felt a bit helpless. He suddenly passed by a chair, on which a black cat was lying.
Jiang Buyu thought again, is this black cat a substitute for her? Did she raise it? I always feel there's some secret on this cat. Fong Yumo's fear of cats was probably just an excuse.
Then, he suddenly stopped. Jiang Buyu leaned his face close to the black cat, and the cat, startled by the sudden appearance of a person, was taken aback. Jiang Buyu began using logical communication, targeting the goal. The interaction was unhindered, but the black cat, now sweating, glanced at him. Suddenly, Jiang Buyu took out a notebook and a pen.
Then, he smiled warmly and kindly, holding out the pen and the notebook, saying, "Can you sign this for me?
I watched the live stream of the competition, and I'm a loyal fan of yours."
The black cat stared at the notebook swaying in front of it, and for a moment, it was confused, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? He just asked for an autograph, but why is he using powers?
When it comes to void energy, I'm not afraid of anyone. Let's see who gets hurt first. Then, the black cat extended a paw and knocked the pen off, but quickly grabbed it with its mouth, all while using its super-acting cute skill to lure the demon.
A pink aura full of enchantment surrounded the black cat.
Moments later, two characters, Zhong Yuan, appeared in the notebook. Jiang Buyu looked at the writing in the notebook and screamed internally, "You asked me to sign, and I ended up writing Zhong Yuan.
Could it be that my name is Zhong Yuan? Or did this cat receive special training, so that the moment it sees a pen, it knows to write these two characters?" He pointed again at another sheet of paper in the notebook and said, "Can you write a sentence for me?" Magic is a scam.
But people who watch magic like to be deceived. The black cat, confused, thought, the dialogue of Phantom Fin White, the concentration is too high. Then the black cat placed a paw on the notebook and meowed, "Too long.
I won't write."
Jiang Buyu, heartbroken, pulled out something else and tried to tempt, "I still have the last piece of chocolate.
It's for you. Please.
I'll treasure your calligraphy forever."
The black cat, lying helplessly on the couch, replied, "Meow meow meow. Chocolate contains bromine. Cats will die if they eat it."
Jiang Buyu, unaware of this, panicked upon hearing it. "Oh, I see that people nowadays like to name their cats something or other."
The black cat, feeling frustrated, replied, "Are you even a proper cat? Forget it.
After all, I'm not a proper cat either.
Once I finish, I'll just kick you out." After drawing, the cat was about to put the pen in its mouth.
Magic is a deception, but the audience enjoys being deceived. Jiang Buyu needed to lift the notebook, reading and reflecting as he went, definitely not a trained cat but a serious person.
After all, was this Zhong Yuan or someone else? Done, the black cat turned and chased him away. "You can leave now, stop bothering me and let me sleep."
Jiang Buyu hurriedly grabbed him.
"Wait, then why?" He panicked inside, thinking it was over. He had no more topics to talk about, and continuing would be really embarrassing.
Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Jiang Buyu exclaimed,
"I got it."
After thinking it through, he cautiously started to sneak around this way. Then, he suddenly pointed at his pen holder and accused,
You've bitten through my pen, look at this hole. The black cat looked a little confused, then got angry and thought. This person is so annoying, but anyway, right now I'm a cat.
He decided to just meow a couple of times to respond to him. So, he started meowing.
Jiang Bu helplessly thought. Playing dumb like this, fine, let's learn to meow together. Without any hesitation, he sat down and meowed. Meow 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 meow. The black cat, still confused, meowed back. Jiang Bu patiently sat there and continued meowing. At this point, the black cat, truly angry, shouted. Talk properly.
Jiang Bu then looked pitiful, turned away, and hugged his face while sighing.
You bit my pen. And you're pretending to be dumb with me.
Then, he started crying again and complaining. He had been using this pen since the first grade of elementary school. It had accompanied him through countless days of triumphs and solved innumerable problems. It had extraordinary significance, but the black cat immediately exposed the truth.
That's nonsense. This is something you can exchange points for at a convenience store.
Jiang Bu stubbornly replied.
Yes, that's it.
Although it has been through countless bodies, in his heart, it will always be a pen.
The black cat, with arms crossed and a look of helplessness, responded. Well, I can replace it for you.
Meow, 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 go outside, turn right for 200 meters, you'll find the Yangshi Ziying convenience store. Go in, report my phone number, and use the points to exchange for one. The membership code is 300,412. The phone number is Jiang Bu, he said, struggling to enter the digits, sweating as he thought that this was the phone number on Zhong Yuan's record.
That must be Zhong Yuan.
The black cat, exhausted to the point of emitting steam, collapsed onto the chair and groaned.
I'm going to sleep. Jiang Bu immediately called out. Why are you sleeping during the day? Get up.
The black cat, seeing this, stretched out one paw, furrowing its brow in annoyance and said.
I've replaced the pen, and yet you're still not leaving. Is this person really able to understand, or is he pretending to understand? Earlier, he activated his power on me, but wasn't that supposed to be a translation power?
In short, let's talk a bit about the topic of void energy to test his reaction.
Done, the black cat turned to explain while probing. Actually, there's nothing to hide. I've absorbed too much void star, so I'm affected by the negative energy in it.
The only way to release it is by sleeping. Meow meow meow, my true self has a bunch of things to do, but only my second form can sleep through a few naps.
Jiang Bu then crouched up and said, busy with the tournament? You're ranked second in the youth division now, what's the point of playing in any tournaments? If you want something, just ask in Fong for it.
The black cat replied, I still need to play in the tournament because I made a promise to someone else that I need to fulfill.
Jiang Bu calmly responded, alright then. I've fired the referee who blew the whistle.
It's morning already, anyone who dares to bully you again will face the consequences.
The black cat sighed at this moment, they're bullying me right now. I have a mission to complete. Who did I bring out? They're saying it's a fake ID?
That's why I decided to just sleep like I am now.
Jiang Bu was startled and exclaimed, what? Them?
Suddenly, the phone rang loudly.
Too loud. A shark in the lake.
He pulled out his phone and said, wait a minute, I'll take the call. As he moved to a secluded spot to answer, the voice on the other end immediately shouted, Jiang Bu, are you covering the sky with one hand in Huanan now?
Do you not even care about the people from Jiuchu?
This made him feel both confused and flustered. Jiang Bu turned to look at the black cat sleeping soundly on the couch, then replied nonchalantly, I don't understand what you're saying. Zhu Ji, on the other side, angrily shouted, the people from Jiuchu are carrying out a classified mission in Yuan City. The kid presented his ID but was falsely accused of forging his identity. It was only then that Jiang Bu, in a state of panic, shouted, oh my god, Zhong Yuan is actually from Jiuchu? Zhu Ji shouted again, the university tournament hall was infiltrated by someone who secretly released a drone. No one noticed, only my Xiaoba's sharp eyes spotted it. Where's your hall supervisor?
Where's the site inspection? None of it.
A drone is a serious matter, you need to handle it immediately. In Qishou's heart, he felt uneasy and thought, I didn't easily manage to get Zhong Yuan into Jiuqiu.
If the kid resigns over this issue, it will be a huge problem.
Jiang Buyu then responded, understood, before quickly hanging up the phone. Strange, Jiuqiu can directly track his phone. If Zhong Yuan was truly on an urgent mission, he should have called me directly. Why is Qishou talking about this?
Could it be an internal conflict within Jiuqiu?
An internal conflict within Jiuqiu would only harm, not benefit, Nation H. Moreover, this time, it was because I failed to supervise properly, so I have to bear the responsibility and can't shift the blame onto someone else. Lost in thought, he glanced down at the black cat still sleeping soundly. Done, Jiang Buyu immediately knelt on one knee and said loudly, allow me to introduce myself, I am the commander of the Huanan military district. Jiang Buyu expressed his sincere apologies for the oversight of the organizing committee and assured that he would address it immediately. This made the black cat, who was asleep, snap awake in confusion. Jiang Buyu then spoke earnestly, I do not expect your forgiveness right away, but I hope you can understand that our goals are the same. I can promise you that sooner or later, I will create a world where you can rest peacefully before that time comes.
Can you be patient for just a little longer? The black cat's eyes brightened, excitement bubbling within.
Qishou, having printed random photos, caused the organizing committee to reject them.
Did he really just go ahead and blame the committee for this? Was there really someone like this in the number 1 position of the youth ranking? The commander of the Huanan military district, no less? After that, the black cat finally asked, how did you know I am Zhong Yuan?
Jiang Buyu raised a hand to explain, I used my strategic level rationality to understand you. As long as you express your will, no matter the form, I can understand it. I reviewed your data and cross-referenced it, which is how I recognized you.
The black cat asked again, can you resist my acting cute? He replied, the effect of acting cute is to reduce hostility, right? I don't have any hostility toward you.
The black cat probed further, earlier, you said you wanted to create a world where I can rest peacefully.
Can you do it?
Jiang Buyu replied straightforwardly. Maybe not just by myself, but with you, it's possible. Hearing that, the black cat turned around and said with a hint of grievance, you said you're my fan, but actually, you've been lying to me, right? Then, it quickly turned back, raised a paw, and touched Jiang Buyu's hand, cheerfully saying, you're a blatant liar, but I'm actually happy to be deceived. Jiang Buyu sighed and responded, I'll help you solve this problem.
Just tell me what I need to do.
The black cat immediately thought of the strange ant and said, the drone has just moved and is preparing to leave the domain boundary. Let's follow it first. As for the organizers, there's no need to worry about them for now. Jiang Buyu firmly replied, I'll drive, you navigate. The yellow car started speeding along the road. The conversation continued. The black cat said, I damaged the drone's antenna, so it can't be controlled remotely and can only follow the preset route. He responded, so, you knew someone would follow, even taking the time to wait for the traffic lights. The black cat continued, the Bureau of Case Control is usually in charge of investigating cases like this, right? Could the enemy's target be the Bureau of Case Control? Jiang Buyu, focusing on driving, explained, to be more precise, it's Wang Padi, the director of the Bureau of Case Control. The black cat looked confused and turned to ask, how do you know? Jiang Buyu immediately explained, I have a senior who often says that intelligent people tend to overthink. The appearance of the ant god drone is a kind of filter only smart, knowledgeable people can notice it. They are also the ones who tend to think too much. The more one imagines the conspiracy behind this issue, the higher the likelihood that Wang Padi will be intrigued and decide to investigate personally. The black cat then offered a compliment, your senior has a great understanding of human nature. Jiang Buyu suddenly replied with a hint of sadness, there may be no one in the world who understands people better than he does. It's just a pity that I attended his funeral last month."
Upon hearing this, the black cat sighed and offered its condolences. "I'm sorry for your loss."
Jiang Buyu turned and said, "Our ranks are equal, so you can just call me by my name."
The black cat couldn't help but blurt out, "Jiang Buyu, you started explaining the meaning of your name." Buyu is Wuyu in the Guang Yuan dialect.
Though Wu is pronounced like Wa, the written form is different. The golden cart still keeps rolling.
The conversation is getting too complicated and pointless.
I should just call you Yuan Xiao.
Then you can call me Jiang Xiao.
Yuan Xiao it is. It sounds the same as Jiang Xiao in Chinese.
Suddenly, the black cat became curious and asked, "By the way, do you have a photo of Wan Padi?"
Jiang Buyu took out his phone and replied, "Here it is."
Suddenly, the black cat transformed into a man with yellow eyes and a chin covered in stubble. The black cat spoke, "Does it look similar?"
Jiang Buyu, seeing this, was startled and exclaimed, "Endless illusion." The black cat, sweating, thought to himself, "Even though I just changed my appearance according to the photo, if such a power truly exists, I can simply tell others that endless illusion is the explanation in the future." Jiang Buyu, coming up with another clever idea, pointed at his own face and said with a smile, "Jiang Xiao, I could also turn into your appearance, right?
You've been working for 5 years straight without taking any time off, so could I help you with the night shift? Please, I'd even sleep in the office if necessary."
The black cat confidently replied, "Young Master Jiang, there will come a day when I create a world where you can take time off whenever you like.
Until then, please be patient."
The scene shifted to another place, where a middle-aged man was sitting on a lounge chair basking in the sun, with a golden dog playing beside him.
A sigh was heard, "I no longer want to kill."
The golden dog continued to chase and play with a butterfly. At that moment, two young people, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, appeared beside the middle-aged man.
Another sigh followed, "The more people I kill, the more I feel that life is something to be revered. I am old now, my sight is failing. Why are you two still looking for me? I just want to live out the rest of my life in peace."
Do not allow him to finish his sentence, the two of them interrupted, each speaking a sentence. "Mr. Pangbu, ever since you inherited the title of Noble Heir Void Star, you've been completely out of touch with the idea of peace for the remainder of your life. 8 years ago, you left Iron Tower Nation, but did you truly think you could retire from your past life?" Mr. Pangbu's face darkened as he replied, "You're forcing me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down with me when I fall?" One of them arrogantly answered, "The ability to trigger rage can only be activated once a day, and it targets a single person."
"But we're not just one person.
We can kill you after you activate your power, then let your daughter inherit your aberrant species of the Void Star and your Death God title in Iron Tower Nation.
If you don't want to kill anyone, your second daughter will help you do it." He spoke in a threatening tone.
Mr. Pangbu clenched his teeth at that moment, inwardly cursing. He recalled the past, desperately staring at the body hanging on the central post, when a voice, sharp as a knife, echoed again, "Whether you want money, fame, or women, we can give them to you.
But freedom? You're not worthy of it.
Obey us, and if you dare run or betray us, we have ways to make you regret it." In front of him was a tiny body that had ended its own life with a rope.
Mr. Pangbu had then screamed in despair, "How can you be so cruel?
Annie was only 6 years old, she hasn't even begun to enjoy the beauty of this world." He began to pull out a knife, trembling. "It's all because of the Void Star, this eternal noble heir legacy. It makes one lose their conscience, causes one to lose their freedom, leaving them to live in this world merely as a tool. As long as I can condense the Void Star parasite before I die, I can end this chain of sin." His hands shook as he prepared to stab himself. Around him, dark energy began to emanate. His expression turned blank, his eyes bloodshot, staring at the knife in his hand. He murmured, "As long as I thrust it down, there will be no more sacrifice." Then suddenly, the sharp knife fell to the ground.
Sobbing sounds followed, "Hoo-hoo."
He had collapsed to his knees in agony, unsure how to alleviate this pain. After a moment, a man appeared, smoking a cigarette, his face expressionless as he gazed forward. A voice spoke from beside him, "What's wrong with being an assassin? After all, you don't know the people you kill." It was a blonde girl. They were lying together on a bed. She continued, "Their death will only turn into your money and fame. Your children, and your children's children, will live the same good life you've had. Isn't that kind of life happiness?" The man sighed gloomily, tilting his head as if to sever the emotional thread that connected him. "That doesn't matter anymore. What drives me to live? It's just fear of death." The image of a street corner appears. Tall, expansive buildings loom below, and cars zoom by on the road. A newborn baby, fresh from birth, cries loudly. Someone speaks as if talking to themselves. "I fear I will die, and I fear others will die because of me." Mr. Pangbu, at that moment, pats the head of his golden dog, attempting to reassure himself. "If I activate noble air once more, I will die from exhaustion. If I fail, they will send my second daughter to continue. Therefore, I must succeed this time." His expression briefly darkens. Suddenly, a sickle appears in his hand, pressed against the neck of the dog, which looks up at him with innocent eyes. Mr. Pangbu continues, "So the next action must proceed smoothly. Apologies to De Huang over there. Sulai and I, who is currently using binoculars, speaks up, were hiding and watching from afar, only seeing the hands of the commander in action. It's so boring." Yijin, standing beside her, asks, "The false image of Wang Padi can read others' memories. The fewer people we encounter, the lower the risk. Do we really need to be this cautious?" Sulai and I, somewhat dissatisfied, replies, "You just put the ant god drone into the chairman's meeting, then followed the schedule for the operation. You've circled the enemy, and both Wang Padi and Jiang Bu took the bait and followed. How could they be so dumb?" Then she turned to Yijin to discuss. "After you finish Void Star Noble Air from Pangbu, can you come back with me to Iron Tower Nation? First, we'll provoke the Bureau of Case Control, and then we'll team up to kill Zhou Chu. Once we kill both Wang Padi and Jiang Bu this time, Nation H won't allow anyone to keep you alive." Yijin didn't know how to respond and just fell into deep thought. Sula and I continued, "You can't go back anymore, come with me. Your only way to escape is Iron Tower Nation." The falling leaves on Yijin's body made his face even more sorrowful. The yellow car was speeding down the road. Zhong Yuan, in the form of Wang Padi, spoke up, "Young Master Jiang, do you have the ability to protect your life?" Jiang Buyu, confused, gave a small nod, then quickly explained, "Currently, I have 6 cooperative abilities: rational intuition, infinite dreamscape, super resolution, super camouflage, enhanced defense, but protection of life is indeed my weak point." Zhong Yuan asked in surprise, "Really? You're telling me this directly?" Jiang Buyu answered cheerfully, "You already know my secret that I can transform into a cat, so we're even." Zhong Yuan grew even more curious, "Oh, then what about your luck when drawing lots?" Jiang Buyu gazed into the distance, calmly responding, "I've drawn 2 SSRs out of 10 consecutive attempts. Right now, I really want to kill you. You're just changing your fate through a lucky draw, of course, you'd get some good pulls." Zhong Yuan turned his face away, letting out a cold snort, then spoke again, "In that case, let's make a deal. If you manage to draw my life-saving ability, consider yourself lucky." Jiang Buyu looked at Zhong Yuan seriously, then asked, "Do you think we're going to die soon?" Zhong Yuan replied, "My premonitions are usually very accurate. If you don't draw it right, get out of the car immediately, and don't end up as a target." Jiang Buyu clicked his tongue while driving, saying, "Tisk, you've been hiding a bunch of strategic level abilities that aren't in your records, right? Is it really okay for me to make a deal with you?" Zhong Yuan turned to him irritably and reminded, "Why are you dragging this out? If I told you to make the deal, then just make the deal." Jiang Buyu suddenly remembered and quickly raised his hand, replying in a hurry, "Okay, I won't hold back then." Jiang Buyu placed his hand over Zhong Yuan's. Suddenly, his expression was one of both confusion and alarm. He exclaimed, this is showing up as a magical formation made up of complex and obscure symbols.
The deal grants the ability, power of life. Jiang Buyu was still staring blankly in one direction.
After a moment, an iron gate appeared, and beneath the ground, an ant emerged. As they entered the gate, Zhang Yuan spoke. The drone stops in front of the entrance to a ruined neighborhood.
The enemy is probably inside, setting up an ambush for us. And then the two of them began to walk in.
Jiang Buyu continued.
Although the enemy knows we are coming, the ultimate camouflage can still play a role in causing disruption. Zhang Yuan agreed.
Yeah, when the battle starts, just directly use the power of life.
Don't hesitate.
Jiang Buyu replied, the power of life consumes a lot, I can only maintain it for a few seconds.
Also, once used, I can't use other abilities. Zhang Yuan looked at him with a disdainful expression. The number one on the youth leaderboard is like this?
Too weak. Jiang Buyu sighed helplessly and said.
Being second on the leaderboard doesn't really fit the reality. You go ahead of me. Zhang Yuan's face was emotionless.
No, I refuse to take the lead. At this moment, Zhang Yuan activated his ability, Super Eagle Eye Sense, his eyes glowing.
He then reminded. Stop talking nonsense, I've spotted the enemy. Jiang Buyu asked again to be sure. They're definitely not ordinary civilians, right? Zhang Yuan then described.
There's an old man in the vegetable garden, holding a stiff dead dog in his arms, constantly patting it, clearly trying to create a suspicious point for us to go over and check. Jiang Buyu furrowed his brows. With a hint of fear, he asked.
How do you know he's not just preparing it for tonight's dinner? Zhang Yuan gave him a confused stare.
He started hugging himself, fearfully saying.
I've heard that people here, like you guys, eat anything, not even avoiding fried food. Jiang Buyu quickly explained. Zhang Yuan was still panicking, trying to avoid. Surely, you don't actually desire my entire body, do you? Jiang Buyu quickly clarified. I don't, I'm not interested in being gay.
By now, Zhang Yuan had jumped a considerable distance away, exposing him, and he even outright said it truly a case of leaving no stone unturned. Jiang Buyu, flustered, was too panicked to filter his words. His explanations only became more twisted.
People from Guanyuan don't eat people from Shandong, nor do they eat cats from Shandong.
No, I meant we don't eat people, don't believe those rumors.
The bickering continued. You're a true cat lover, you absolutely wouldn't desire a cat's body. You feed cats chocolate. Who would believe you are on top?
The two men in black who had been watching the scene earlier began to murmur to each other. It seems like the enemy is arguing, even with super camouflage, they're still fighting.
Do they look down on us?
Then, one of them pulled out a sniper rifle from somewhere and confidently said.
It doesn't matter, whether they use super camouflage or not, it makes no difference to me.
He began using a special technique. His eyes gleamed as he aimed through his glasses, and a sharp bullet was fired with immense force toward the target.
Zhang Yuan, furious, was about to shout back. You!
Suddenly, as if sensing something, he hurriedly shoved the person next to him and warned.
Watch out!
The man who had fired the gun was stunned upon seeing this. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed.
It's impossible. How could he react the moment I pulled the trigger? Can he actually predict the future?
A voice called out from above, Wang Padi has been shot, quickly, noble heir Jiang. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was still holding out his hand, using his extreme cold power.
Waves of energy poured out from his hand as he single-handedly blocked the attacks from the two above.
Suddenly, a beam of light shot down, passing over him.
Mr. Pengbu lunged forward, intending to strike Jiang Buyu.
He thought to himself, sorry, Jiang Xilei, but I'm being forced into this. Jiang Buyu, at this point, was under the control of another with the conferred title empowerment, and was in a state of panic. Mr. Pengbu took advantage of this and used noble air.
A brief explanation of this ability. it designates a target to be killed instantly. If the target's power level exceeds that of noble air, the ability will have no effect, and it can only be used once per day. Jiang Buyu stood frozen, his expression one of shock as he looked up. When Zhong Yuan saw this, he anxiously called out, "Young Master Jiang." In his mind, he quickly assessed the situation. Young Master Jiang was in danger. Even though they were in a residential area, the only way to deal with the enemies was to clear the entire area first and then break the ice. Having made up his mind, Zhong Yuan slammed his hand to the ground, creating an eternal ice field. A wave of blue power surged forth. Jiang Buyu's body stiffened and he collapsed onto the ice. Mr. Pang Bu was now frozen in place. He quickly used the power of life, appearing just in time to catch Jiang Buyu, who was lying motionless in the block of ice. Zhong Yuan anxiously thought, the power of life combined with an immortal body only works for me. Healing others can at most result in a gold-level resurrection. But I hope he wasn't attacked earlier, because resurrection can't heal him if that's the case. Jiang Buyu remained still. Zhong Yuan sat down beside him, crying and reproaching him bitterly, "Jiang, you deceived me. You promised you would create a world where I could sleep peacefully, but you failed halfway through and it all collapsed." Hoo-hoo, winning or losing is natural. Hero, please start over. Jiang Buyu's face started to twitch. Zhong Yuan, deep in thought, looked at the person before him with a displeased expression, then angrily spoke, "Are you done acting? If you fake death again, I really will bury you. If you use Wang Padi's face to tell me you're not dead, I'll make you die laughing." Jiang Buyu, his head tilted to one side, held back his laughter, but couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling into a smile. Zhong Yuan sighed in defeat and said, Fine, I'll change back." Moments later, Zhong Yuan transformed back into a black cat. Jiang Buyu looked at the frozen figure and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this man is the legendary Grim Reaper of the Iron Tower Nation." Pang Bu, the black cat sitting on Zhang's shoulder, was surprised. The Grim Reaper of Iron Tower Nation? Jiang Buyu immediately explained, "A while ago, Wang Padi investigated Pang Bu's illegal entry into the country 8 years ago. If the matter involves Pang Bu, it could explain why they set up the Bureau of Case Control. Iron Tower Nation has a strategic level ability called Noble Air, which is the origin of the title from God. It's said that right now, only Pang Bu in this world possesses the Noble Air ability. He once stood between Nation H and Iron Tower Nation, becoming a legendary figure 30 years ago. However, 8 years ago, he mysteriously disappeared and is rumored to have retired to Nation H to live out his old age." Then he continued explaining, "Just now, I actually felt the Noble Air ability strike me. But I had already activated the power of life in advance, so the Noble Air was blocked by the power of life, along with my immortal body. The ability can be triggered without a target, truly noble." That's what was said on the outside, but Jiang Buyu was sweating on the inside. In reality, if the sniper hadn't seen through my super camouflage and hadn't shot first, I wouldn't have had the chance to activate power of life before being affected by the Noble Air. If it wasn't for Jiang Shao's timely intervention, that bullet would have hit us. We would have died. TSK, if I hadn't activated the power of life, I might have been taken out halfway. The black cat, standing by, also regretted, thinking, had I known this guy would be fine, I wouldn't have used Eternal Seal. This time, I froze the entire residential area, and now I have to clean up the mess. Done, the two of them began to turn their eyes toward Mr. Pang Bu, who was frozen solid. Jiang Buyu looked up and asked, "Jiang Shao, even though Pang Bu is frozen, you can still bring him back to life, right?" The black cat asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid he'll become a Noble Air again?" He immediately replied, "I'm not afraid. I have a special technique for persuading surrender." The black cat questioned again, "What's the point of persuading him? Wouldn't it be better to just extract the essence directly?" Jiang Buyu explained, "He served as the Grim Reaper of Iron Tower Nation for many years. He must have a wide network and extensive knowledge. Alive, he's far more useful than dead." The black cat said helplessly, "I'll just melt the ice. The rest is up to you."
As he spoke, the black cat raised a paw and unleashed the power of life.
Spiritual energy began to flow out.
Jiang Buyu responded, "No problem." At that moment, the ice melted halfway, revealing half of a youthful face, while the other half still bore wrinkles where the frost remained. Jiang Buyu stretched out his hand, casting the infinite illusion spell. Streams of purple energy radiated outward as he smiled confidently and said, "Now, it's showtime." At that moment, in a desolate wasteland beside a grand house, Mr. Pengbu lay sprawled on the ground in disbelief. "Am I dead?" "That's right, I triggered the instant strike for the last time, my body completely drained.
No one could possibly save me."
After that, he tried to stand up and then wondered aloud.
Is this heaven or hell?
Ah, someone like me, after death, surely belongs in hell. Suddenly, a pair of familiar feet appeared behind him. Mr. Pengbu anxiously turned around and, to his shock, saw the girl in front of him, exclaiming,
"Annie, is that you?"
"This is the world after death, we're both already dead." The girl smiled at him, and then, unexpectedly, Mr. Pengbu suddenly hugged his daughter tightly, sobbing uncontrollably.
"Annie, I'm so sorry.
If I had accepted my fate as a tool for killing earlier and obeyed orders, you wouldn't have died because of me."
Annie, now serious, asked, "Have you already died as well? Will you bow your head and surrender to fate?"
Mr. Pengbu trembled and responded,
"Surrender or not, what does it matter?
The lives of others are valuable, but you are my daughter. If I could start over, even if my hands are stained with blood, I would protect you no matter what." Suddenly, the girl coldly spoke.
"If my father were someone like that, I would choose death."
Hearing this, Mr. Pengbu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide open. The instinct to cling to life is a natural part of being human, but what truly moves the heart is the story of sacrifice for righteousness. People often say that life should be revered. But what truly deserves reverence is not life itself, but the intangible, vague spirit that stirs the heart when one entrusts their life to it. The little girl Annie smiled brightly and advised her father,
"Go back, your life is not over yet.
Carry with you the lives that you have taken, and wield the sickle against those who have killed the humanity in you, turning you into the god of death." Mr. Pengbu, feeling weak, replied, "They are too strong, I can't resist." Annie then encouraged him, "As long as you're willing to dedicate yourself to Nation H can become your ally, protecting both your family and you." He was still deeply worried, sitting down and asking, "I was born and raised in Iron Tower Nation, and I only have half the blood of Nation H.
Will they really accept me?"
The little girl quickly responded, "Nation H has never judged a hero by their origins."
Mr. Pengbu remained uncertain. "Even the lifelong sins of mine, can they really save me?"
Annie answered resolutely, "No, only you can save yourself, father. Once you've washed away your sins, we'll meet in the other world." As she spoke, she flashed a bright, innocent smile, her face incredibly cute and pure. Mr. Pengbu trembled once more, tears falling from his eyes.
He clenched his teeth and responded,
Annie suddenly remembered something and continued, "Oh, right, there's one more thing. Even if you're crying, you still need to stop and be curious." A moment later, the little girl, drooling and with her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "The dog was killed by you, father, you must take responsibility."
Boiled dog and braised walnut brains are famous dishes in Yuan City. Just find the recipe, and you'll see.
After finishing his words, the image of the little girl gradually disappeared. Back to reality, at this moment, Mr. Pengbu was sitting in front of a plate of meat. He was eating while tears streamed down his face.
"Hovu de Huan, I'm sorry, it smells so good."
Zhang Yuan, who was standing nearby, frowned with emotion upon witnessing this scene, while Jiang Buyu beside him wore a devilish smile, holding something in his hand. Zhang Yuan turned to him and said, "I'm not really a cat, but you're definitely a real dog." Jiang Buyu replied indifferently, "He almost killed me."
"I'm just getting a small revenge on him, is that too much?"
Zhang Yuan countered, "As long as you put that package down, I'll believe that."
Jiang Buyu expressed helplessness, continuing, "What was that?" I froze and thought all the people in the neighborhood. That must have consumed a lot, right? Next time, don't be so tense. My life is tough, it won't collapse that easily. Zhong Yuan responded, it's fine.
Freezing everyone at once was a good way to catch all the enemies in one net to prevent a counterattack. As for the residents nearby, using power of life on them once doesn't hurt, and the consumption isn't that much.
Jiang Buyu exclaimed in a panic, the consumption isn't that much?
Zhong Yuan folded his arms and, with a disdainful look, said, you can't handle it because you're too weak.
Go practice some more.
While they were playing around, someone pushed the door open and entered with a report. Position number 8, sir, we have completed the investigation of everyone in the residential area and found a total of 4 void energy wielders from the Iron Tower Nation. Zhong Yuan turned around and calmly replied, the next investigation will be handed over to the Bureau of Case Control.
Remember to check the surveillance footage at the university tournament hall, there may be important clues there.
The man raised his hand in a military salute and responded, understood. Zhong Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable at this moment and said to him, Director Wang, please don't call me sir, it sounds strange.
You can either call me by my name or Xianming, that works too.
Director Wang happily replied, alright, Xianming.
Thank you for your help with the drone incident. If it weren't for your intervention, I'm afraid the outcome would have been much worse.
Zhong Yuan bluntly said, no need to thank me just yet, I still have another matter I need your help with, Director Wang.
Director Wang became serious again and asked, what is it? How can I help? Zhong Yuan wrote down his phone number and said, come with me to the hospital to visit a student. I'll explain the details on the way.
At that moment, the phone screen displayed a conversation with Fong Jing.
Zhong Yuan continuously sent messages, I've reviewed Lan Shang's situation. She fell into a coma due to using a mental depletion ability.
Mental depletion is a kind of ultimate move that results in mutual destruction, meaning the user also suffers the same damage. I find this situation strange.
The document search from the Institute of Science has identified several issues. Here's the link, check it out. The mental illness is complex. KC-19E has a security level B in AIM, Lan Shang, with a mental control impairment that slows down cognitive ability.
The primary cause of the illness is mental collapse, with a gradual absorption of negative energy following the diagnosis of a disease that involves reversed spiritual contamination. The symptoms following the use of mental control result in reversed contamination from the target, creating powerful hallucinations. These hallucinations primarily come from the target's negative emotions, especially those absorbed when the target consumes Void Star. The root cause of the illness is the first consumption of Void Star at a young age. The time intervals between each consumption were too short, and the process of absorption often failed, resulting in the accumulation of negative emotions. These emotions interacted with the individual's existing abilities, causing mutations.
After reading the information, Zhong Yuan spoke up. Patient Academy has reported to the Bureau of Case Control requesting an investigation, right?
Director Wang quickly replied, yes, but because this issue concerns the Institute of Science, only those with high enough security clearance can investigate, or it can be referred to the Institute for diagnosis. At this point, both were sitting in the car, preparing to go somewhere. Zhong Yuan continued, Lan Shang's current situation is indeed related to me, but the cause is linked to S-level security content.
I can't provide details, uncle.
I can't get involved personally with my identity as Zhong Yuan.
Director Wang, could I borrow a coat from the Bureau of Case Control?
Director Wang immediately took out an item and said, no problem, I'll give you both the identification vest and the physical vest. From now on, you're a special investigator of the Bureau of Case Control, on the same level as the deputy director.
Zhong Yuan held up the vest, somewhat speechless, and asked with a slight smirk, I understand, but why is it women's clothing?
Director Wang nodded with a forced smile, this is the only spare set left in the car. He quickly changed into the outfit and said, forget it, you should still wear it.
Yeah, I'll use endless illusion to create a projection. Director Wang couldn't help but exclaim.
His face didn't change much, but he appeared as if he were a completely different person. Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "These days, people identify others by their hairstyle." Still incredulous, Wang's eyes widened. "You look a bit more mature, I believe it now." He then turned to ask, "By the way, could you activate illusory reflection later, so I can see the situation with Lan Shang at that time?" Scene change, a little later, as the sky began to darken in the hospital. In Lan Shang's patient room, the doctor saw them enter and spoke, "Director Wang, is this about my student again? Do you really need to come personally?" Director Wang politely responded, "No need for pleasantries, let me check on the child first." Zhong Yuan chimed in, "Once again, Director Wang, the doctor doesn't need to be so formal. Everyone else can step out." The doctor was puzzled upon hearing this. "This is Director Wang," he said, extending his hand in introduction. "This is Xian Ming, a special investigator from my bureau." A young doctor, upon hearing this, remarked, "Xian Ming is a second-tier youth, but he's so young?" The doctor beside him also couldn't help but speak, feeling that he resembled Zhong Yuan a little. "Is it just my illusion?" The older doctor quickly waved his hand at the two. All right, we'll talk outside." After observing Lan Shang for a moment, Director Wang finally asked, "How is her condition?" Zhong Yuan hesitated slightly before replying, "She might be saved, but I need to see her memories from the fight with me." Director Wang quickly agreed, "All right, I'll proceed with the technique." With that, he began forming a gesture with his hands to activate the illusory reflection ability. At that moment, the space above Lan Shang's body shimmered into a golden yellow hue. Zhong Yuan stood in the center of this spatial circle, and various documents began flooding toward him. A moment later, he found himself inside Lan Shang's memory, back in the battle they had just fought. He was now attacking her with words, "You're ugly, you're cruel, you have ill intentions toward me. I've never seen anyone as shameless and thick-skinned as you." The referee raised his hand to interrupt. Zhong Yuan, warning for negative combat once. At this point, Lan Shang, worried, thought to herself, trying to control her spirit, realizing that her divine abilities had no effect on him. "I also have a trick to break my spirit, but it's a skill I shouldn't use in a competition. Forget it, I'll just accept defeat." Suddenly, a strange force was attacking her. Lan Shang panicked. The reversal of spiritual pollution has come. Wait, what's going on? Why are his negative emotions so overwhelming? A giant, sharp claw then appeared in front of her, reaching out from some bizarre space. She screamed, "No, don't come here." The claw grabbed Lan Shang, startling her, but she still tried to shout with her trembling hand, "I'll fight you." The claw then used spiritual collapse to squeeze both her body and spirit. All she could feel was pain as tears streamed down her face. After a moment, her eyes fluttered open, and a figure of someone appeared, becoming clearer. It was Director Wang. He was extremely anxious, nervously asking, Xian Ming, are you alright? Wake up." Then, he hurried over to support Zhong Yuan, who was slightly dizzy. He rubbed his forehead and responded, "I'm fine." Afterward, Zhong Yuan froze, thinking, was this the situation that Lan Shang had seen back then? The two of them continued to watch Lan Shang lying unconscious in the hospital bed. Zhong Yuan thought, the giant claw that had killed me and Lan Lan in the previous life had now appeared in this form. Could it be that deep down, there are no more emotions left in me, and all that's left is fear and hatred towards these giant claws? Her spirit was now extremely weak, almost in a vegetative state. The dark world energy within her body still remained, so it was possible to establish a connection with her. After some thought, he began to reach out, letting dark, ominous energy flow down onto Lan Shang's head. Moments later, he found himself in another space, where, with that same dark energy, he observed that her mental world had been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even her life was sustained only by his dark world energy. If he couldn't resolve this, once that energy faded, she would die instantly. He then spoke in that space. Lan Shang, I saw you fight that otherworldly creature. I just have one question for you. If you encounter it again, would you be willing to fight it to the end? His gaze suddenly became steely. From the depths of the space, a voice rang out.
The dark energy was still surrounding Zhong Yuan.
Then, unexpectedly, he pursed his lips, raised his hand, and caught the dark energy, speaking as he did. Lan Shang, I take back my previous words.
You are not evil, you are not corrupted, you are a brave and heroic warrior.
The strands of dark energy began to gather toward Zhong Yuan's hand. Later, it began to merge into a familiar silhouette. He continued speaking, let's fight for humanity together. A while later, the two people, Zhong Yuan, exited the hospital room, and someone who had been waiting for a long time stood up.
Have you finished investigating the situation?
Director Wang patted Zhong Yuan on the shoulder in response. It's been taken care of.
The other person exclaimed in panic, it's all been taken care of?
At this moment, Lan Shang had also regained consciousness and spoke to the person in front of her, Leader, I'm fine now. The other person still found it hard to believe and asked, You didn't? She quickly explained, I just overexerted my mental energy, temporarily exhausted, which caused me to faint. The earlier diagnosis was wrong, but the experts from the Bureau of Case Control have treated me.
Zhong Yuan is not guilty, please don't wrong him.
The scene shifted to another location, where a group of people were sitting on a sofa, chatting while waiting.
Why has Zhong Yuan been in the bathroom for so long? Did he activate his escape ability? The person guarding the domain boundary entrance didn't see him leave. The match schedule for today is over.
We should head home now, maybe we shouldn't stop him. Looking at the card on the table, they continued, earlier, he called that boss, Mr. Chi or something. He must not be an ordinary student.
How else would he have a satellite phone? How could he make a call inside the domain boundary? It's just to show off his power and influence.
Suddenly, from outside the door, Jiang Buyu walked in with his hands in his pockets, speaking in a low, somber tone, You guys did well this time.
Two subordinates followed him in, their expressions not much better. One of the people inside spoke up, asking, Major General, why have you come? He replied, annoyed, why can't I come?
You've colluded with external forces, obstructing Jiu Chu from carrying out a confidential mission. The evidence is clear, and the impact is negative, so you should be charged with treason. His words left everyone inside momentarily confused. Then, in a panic, he knelt down and cried bitterly in frustration.
How unfair this is. We have been loyal to the country, we would never do such a thing.
Zhong Yuan fabricated an ID. General, you cannot trust him.
Is this picture really him? Jiang Buyu glared and said, Isn't it just light makeup? How can it no longer be the real person? Don't you have a card reader to check whether it's true or not? The hall isn't without network access. The others continued to argue with weak justifications.
General, for all these years, we've been respecting Mr. Jiang.
Are you really going to force us into this corner?
Yes, all of us were promoted by the old Commander Jiang.
You're slapping your father's face. Jiang Buyu coldly responded, TCH, not talking about legal matters but emotions, huh? Fine, I'll give you a chance.
Go apologize to Zhong Yuan yourself.
Whatever crime you think he committed, let him decide.
Soon after, those people went to find Zhong Yuan.
Gu Yan noticed them approaching and spoke up. Do you gentlemen have any business?
The athletes from our academy have all finished resting.
One of them said, Leader Gu, we're here to find Zhong Yuan. Gu Yan then questioned.
Zhong Yuan has been kept by you all for so long, and only just returned to rest.
You dare to disturb him again? The group answered with a more conciliatory attitude.
It's not that, we're here to apologize.
He asked in confusion, what's there to apologize for? If it's something trivial.
I'll take his place, I said. Upon hearing that, they hurriedly spoke up, each giving an explanation.
This isn't easy to explain. Can't we just go in and see him right away?
Actually, he dropped something, and we came to return it to him.
Gu Yan calmly replied, "Give the item to me, I'll return it."
They remained adamant, "No, this is an important matter. It has to be handed directly to him." With that, the little dog-like man tightly hugged Gu Yan and shouted, "I'll stop him, you all go upstairs quickly."
At this moment, the man anxiously yelled, "You still want to rush in?"
The others quickly seized the opportunity and rushed inside.
Gu Yan, however, raised a finger to eliminate the friction.
At that moment, the others suddenly found their outer pants falling down on their own, a scene that was incredibly humorous. Now, the others had their pants down and were kneeling before Gu Yan.
The man angrily shouted, "Run! If you dare, go up and find him."
They sadly begged the leader, pleading not to act like this, to leave them an escape route so they could meet again in the future.
Upon hearing this, the man grew even angrier. "Meet again? Please, I don't have such a heavy appetite." From a distance, someone appeared, observing them. That person's foot was placed next to Zhong Yuan's card, which had fallen from the pockets of the others. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it." It was Jiang Buyu. He thought for a moment and bent down to pick up the card.
A moment later, a hand rose and knocked on the door.
Zhong Yuan opened the door, and the person who arrived was Jiang Buyu.
Upon seeing him, Jiang Buyu spoke, "Jiang Xiao, you look very unwell."
Zhong Yuan replied, "It's the effect of negative emotions being materialized, resting will help."
Then, Jiang Buyu began using logical reasoning.
Zhong Yuan was enveloped in a light, pleasant aura. He asked, "Could you make it a little more soothing?" Zhong Yuan answered, "It has a mild effect." "Can your translation ability also soothe emotions?" Jiang Buyu responded, "It depends on the situation."
Then he continued explaining, when logical reasoning is safely activated, it can completely synchronize your thoughts with the targets to a certain extent. As long as you stay calm enough, you can use your logical reasoning ability to help me calm down.
Zhong Yuan curiously asked, "To what extent can you synchronize thoughts?"
Jiang Buyu sat down in a chair and replied, "Not as powerful as your acting cute. It can't make someone who's not interested in cats immediately become a cat servant."
Zhong Yuan then said, "Being hit by acting cute is like not being hit at all, you can't even tell."
Jiang Buyu then became curious, "Your best skill is definitely fake rank reports.
You've revealed the secret of logical reasoning, so now it's your turn to reveal the secret of acting cute."
Zhong Yuan, now sitting on the bed, explained, "The rank in the report is indeed wrong.
My acting cute is an upgraded version of the usual acting cute.
Just getting hit once under certain conditions will forever change your perception, making you treat me as your king and submit to me." Jiang Buyu exclaimed in shock, locking the charm spell.
Zhong Yuan responded in a panic, "This can't be played around with."
Jiang Buyu said again, "Really, the effect of your acting cute is so powerful, there's no way to undo it for life. What if one day a misfortunate person falls under your charm, makes you happy, and ends up dying unjustly?"
"Well, that would be great," he said very seriously.
Zhong Yuan then said, "Young Master Jiang, your fear of acting cute has reached me through reason. There's an old saying, the butt determines the head, your butt is seated on the human chair. Of course, I hope all the different races in the world would be struck by your charm, submit to you, and get whatever they want." Jiang Buyu gave a smile with a hint of wickedness and replied, "But if the situation is reversed, humanity would be deceived by the acting cute of other races. They would abandon their dignity, show pity towards them, and exchange the blood and sweat of taxpayers for the peace and joy of those other races." A moment later, he flashed a friendly, cute smile.
"If I don't cut through, I swear I won't be human.
If I can't cut the head, at least I must cut the butt."
Zhong Yuan was momentarily speechless, then he quickly retreated, looking fearful and asked, "Young Master Jiang, I haven't done anything to upset you, have I?"
Jiang Buyu, upon seeing this, panicked.
"No, you're talking about cute bear. Why should I step back like that?"
Zhong Yuan said fearfully, "Your expression is so friendly, and you keep looking at my place." At that moment, Jiang Buyu handed over a few items in his hands and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about the main matter.
I came to return these things to you."
Zhong Yuan took one item, left his own card behind, turned away, and casually said, "I'll accept the chocolate, but you can take the trash with you."
This reaction left Jiang Buyu somewhat stunned and confused.
A moment later, they sat down together again. Jiang Buyu took out another card, explaining, "Jiang Shao, as long as you present this card now, you can directly take command of any military district. It's not to be dismissed as trash."
Zhong Yuan still didn't want to accept it and pointed at it, asking again, "Is this still hazardous waste?"
Jiang Buyu quietly tried to explain, "This card uses the highest level chip technology from Nation H and is compatible with most card readers on the market.
You can even use it to buy food and drinks."
Only then did Zhong Yuan show interest. He took the card, looked at it with admiration, and said, "It has such functions? Let me try it." The scene shifted to the group of people from earlier.
One man was now drenched in sweat, begging for mercy. "Leader Gu, we're sincere."
He raised his hand, striking them lightly. The men had been beaten to the point where they were piled on top of each other, their buttocks exposed.
A loud shout echoed.
"If you hadn't made them run 3 times, I would have believed it." Standing nearby, Jiang Buyu and Zhong Yuan were silently observing. Zhong Yuan raised a hand to shield his eyes and sighed, "Old people these days really know how to play all kinds of tricks." Jiang Buyu pulled his hand and cheerfully said, let's go, don't bother with those old demons." Suddenly, the group, as if sensing something, their eyes lit up. Each one, looking different, rushed towards Zhong Yuan like hungry ghosts, shouting, "Zhong Yuan, we've fallen, we were wrong, we truly were wrong. Please, show mercy and forgive us."
Zhong Yuan looked at the person next to him in confusion. "Young Master Jiang, you didn't send them here, did you?"
Jiang Buyu smiled wickedly and replied, "These people deliberately obstructed me from carrying out my mission. Whether they are guilty of treason or dismissed from their positions is up to me." He broke into a cold sweat and added, "But it's not that bad." He then began to analyze, although their attitude was a bit poor, the issue with Lan Shan wasn't done out of malice. As for not taking responsibility, it's Qi Xiu who's been carelessly printing photos everywhere. After considering for a moment, he turned to say, "Jiang Buyu, the university competition can't be without anyone in charge. These people were just lightly scolded, a minor penalty should suffice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu responded, "All right then, no charges." The others hastily expressed their thanks. "Thank you so much, thank you Mr. Zhong Yuan, for your generosity and tolerance, and thank you, young commander." At this moment, Jiang Buyu appeared like a devil with 2 horns on his head, his face dark and grim as he said, "All the losses from this mission will be compensated by you."
"Is that unreasonable?"
The others, tears streaming down their faces, answered in unison, "Not unreasonable, not unreasonable." He continued, "You can go to the Bureau of Case Control to collect the penalty receipt yourself, including both the economic losses and the consequences of the security work."
Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." At this point, Zhong Yuan tried using the card. He held it up to scan the code, and the machine beeped. Beep, deduction successful. Jiang Buyu was stunned, his mouth agape. It's scanned, so it's really true. Zhong Yuan, while bending down to pick up a can of soda, asked, "You don't even know whether it's real or fake?" Jiang Buyu quickly explained, "I heard it can also be used to buy stuff on the official online shopping platform for void energy wielders, no limits. Try it." After hearing this, Zhong Yuan took out his phone, replying, "I've checked out the official online shopping platform for void energy wielders already, and there's nothing worth buying." Jiang Buyu swiftly snatched the phone from his hands, excitedly tapping the screen, then handed it back to him. The latest limited edition Snow Bodyguard version, with exposed cowhide, amphibious, powerful functions, can also drive on snow, and has ice-breaking capabilities. Plus, there's a fully furnished private villa with a large garden, ready to move in. Perfect for a handsome guy like you. The deduction was successful. This made Zhong Yuan panic, his face turning pale. He shouted, "What is this?" After retrieving his belongings, he frowned and said to young Master Jiang, "I don't have a passport, nor am I settled in Guangyuan City. You're wasting too much."
Jiang Buyu, still holding his cheek, happily replied, the budget of Jiuchu is twice that of the major military districts. If you don't take care, I'll continue using it for reckless actions.
Zhong Yuan quickly responded, can I accept this harmful waste?
Later, Jiang Buyu turned away and waved his hand high, signaling, dismissed.
The organizing committee still has many things waiting for you to handle.
Zhong Yuan stood behind, feeling a bit guilty, and called out, young Master Jiang, I apologize. It wasn't right for me to rush and act cute with you. In the future, I won't appear in front of you with a cat-like appearance. You also need to be careful, don't vent your anger for me and chase away the entire organizing committee.
I don't mind such trivial matters.
Jiang Buyu clenched his fist, his expression grim as he replied, what if the one in trouble today is the weak?
If it were you, you couldn't hold back. Punishing them is my personal wish, not influenced by the acting cute.
Zhong Yuan could only follow behind, watching with a thoughtful gaze. By now, the moon had risen high, and a towering building stood prominently, with voices of scolding audible from outside.
Damn!
These useless idiots were all captured alive. After using the noble air, Pang Bu not only didn't exhaust himself to death but actually reversed his aging and became youthful again. What's going on? Yijin turned to the girl beside him and said, it's fine. Actively killing him, retrieving the void star energy and his corpse are the same. Sule and I, with a knowing expression, asked, Yijin, back when you were so meticulous in handling the traces, did you already predict that this operation of ours would fail? Or was it all intentional on your part? Yijin looked away, responding calmly, you're overthinking it. We failed simply because we were unlucky to run into Jiang Buyu. His strength is average, but his title as the Child of Fortune in Nation H is not just for show. The scene then shifted to the competition. At this point, MC Chang Yun and Chui Chu Shang began the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the schedule has reached the second round of the team competition.
The new drawing will begin. The first contestant to draw is our famous Black Cat contestant.
The latest news is that contestant Fong Jing is unable to compete due to receiving a red card in the team round. The organizers have lifted the ban on the Black Cat contestant.
The draw results will be announced immediately. Today, Fong Jing's opponent will be. It's actually the Suzhou team from Shangjing University. The two teams certainly have a fateful meeting. At this moment, Suzhou helplessly covered his face and instructed his teammates, get ready, we lost the last match, this time we have to play seriously. His teammates, each with their own expression, looked incredibly varied. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was holding the cat while saying, there's no healing today. Who will take the hits later? Xia Yihan immediately swapped places with the cat. Upon hearing this, Xia Yihan anxiously exclaimed.
Zhong Yuan continued, if there are any other situations, Chen Su can channel attacks through the cat.
Chen Su, sweating profusely, responded, a cat this cute? Could you really do that?
Fong Jing, at that moment, pushed up his black glasses and casually said, Suzhou is the ultimate cat servant. The appearance of the black cat is the strongest shield, providing full defensive and counterattack capabilities.
Zhong Yuan added, since Fong Jing isn't here this time, attacking will take more time.
Xia Yihan and Chen Su, make good use of the cat, protect yourselves, and leave everything else to me. At that point, the two teams of 7 players and 1 cat stood facing each other. The voice of the MC rang out as the two teams stepped onto the field and began their pre-game interactions. One of the players from the opposing team, upon seeing the black cat calmly sitting on Zhong Yuan's shoulder, trembled with anger. He thought to himself, it's really stepping onto the field. How devious, how can I possibly counter this? But then again, I could do the same. With that, he extended one hand in front of the black cat and flashed a scheming smile, hello, black cat player. First, friendship.
Second, competition.
Zhong Yuan quickly covered the black cat's face, thinking, so, this guy is the commander type. However, if you casually grab my hand, something will happen, she then cleverly responded, my cat is afraid of strangers, so please don't mess around. The person, seeing this, cried and stepped back. Another girl, observing the scene, thought, last time, I was beaten terribly, but this time, I will make sure to save face for all of you. Her expression was extremely malicious. After thinking it over, she realized that only Zhong Yuan in front of her could be struck, while the others were just distractions. She only needed to initiate the attack using the 7 Spirit Seal to block Zhong Yuan's 5 senses, explaining the 7 Spirit Seal briefly, which would immediately cause the target to lose all 5 senses for 3 minutes. She continued to think maliciously, since the other side had no healing system, they would surely fall under their control. Losing all 5 senses meant not being able to perceive anything in reality, not even knowing whether they were alive or dead. Until now, aside from the young General Jiang Buyu, no one could remain calm after being hit by the 7 Spirit Seal. As she thought, her hand moved, channeling a flow of spiritual power. Once both teams took their positions, the referee started calling out, and both teams were ready. The match began, and the girl began to seriously extend her hand, activating the 7 Spirit Seal that she had prepared earlier. At this moment, Zhong Yuan and the Black Cat were both stunned and stood still. He anxiously thought, what's going on? I'd been hit by the spell. His bravery ability hadn't been activated, and it wasn't a mental control. Both he and the cat had fallen into this state. The target of the power wasn't the body, but the spirit. His entire body seemed to be submerged in a pitch-black night. This deathly silence, this realm devoid of time and space, was like the moment when one foolishly dies, their spirit trapped inside a golden coffin. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was breathing somewhat heavily, trying to regain his composure. This was bad. His negative energy surged uncontrollably as he absorbed the void star. In a hurry, he leaned back, evading the waves of spiritual power that were attacking him. Suddenly, the gigantic claw appeared again, aiming directly at Zhong Yuan. On the other side, the cunning girl continued to manipulate everyone, persistently urging, Suja, hurry up and make a move. Suja, in a stance ready to strike, was trembling all over as he stared at the black cat Chinsu was holding up. She angrily shouted, why are you hesitating to fight now? At this moment, his teammate jumped forward, swinging his fist while gritting his teeth, I'll deal with the cat, you take care of Zhong Yuan. This caused Chinsu, still holding the cat, to feel a sense of panic. Over by Zhong Yuan, he seemed to snap out of his daze, furrowing his brows as he thought, there's killing intent, this isn't an illusion. Who's attacking me? He then raised one hand, his other hand forming a fist enveloped in a layer of cold ice. In a sudden motion, he swung his hand, sending sharp ice shards flying toward his attacker. The air was filled with screams. The cunning girl, now panicking, could hardly believe the reality before her. He can't sense the outside world anymore. How could there still be a counterattack? The shards of ice were attacking everyone, indiscriminately, without distinguishing between allies and enemies. Chinsu, who was holding a cat, became panicked, what's going on? The ice shards gathered together to form large, sharp blocks of ice. But it didn't stop there, the shards kept spreading out densely across the entire arena. Suja, running while yelling in a panic, Zhong Yuan has lost control and is going berserk. My team surrenders, quickly call for reinforcements. It was only then that the referee shouted, Team Fong Jing wins. Then, he raised a yellow card and shouted loudly, Zhong Yuan, stop now. Otherwise, it's a yellow card. But unexpectedly, the yellow card in his hand started gradually freezing. The liquid inside the card began to turn into a block of ice. MC Chang Yun nervously said, the referee has declared Team Fong Jing the winner, but Zhong Yuan is still. Why is the screen turning black? Chui Chu Shang also looked up in worry, the temperature on the field is too low, all the electronic devices are malfunctioning. A group of people in black clothing rushed out at the same time, continuously shouting, we need to control Zhong Yuan quickly. Otherwise, the hall will be in serious trouble. Call for more medical teams, patients frozen for too long might not be saved. Ultimate Wish from Chongying Academy was sitting in the audience, I'm heading to assist her. Up in the stands, Su Yuaning was being helped by everyone around her. The sharp ice shards kept appearing. Shang Guanyi, confused, asked, what are you doing being so rude?
Su Yuaning replied helplessly, "It must be my contract." A man in black quickly ran off at this moment. "Damn it, the healing breeze."
Fong Jing, standing above, removed his glasses slightly and began assessing the situation. It seems like Zhong Yuan's eternal ice domain is different today, Zhong Yuan said with worry. Suddenly, the eternal ice domain field turned cold.
Could it be?
Fong Jing immediately stood up, hurriedly walking away but not forgetting to remind, "Stay here and don't run around, I'll go take a look." As he thought about it, he was relieved that the last time they were at Shimen Mountain, experiencing his eternal ice domain, his body had evolved to resist the cold. Inside Zhong Yuan's subconscious, countless loved ones were in pain, including his beloved little sister. He was filled with rage, continuously shouting, "You bastard, come out here, I want to kill you." He kept searching, both up and down, "Where are you hiding? Come out here." His fury grew, "You killed my sister, I want to tear you into 1,000 pieces." Then, the giant claws appeared. At this moment, the gigantic claws emerged from above, accompanied by a dark, powerful aura. Standing before this immense power, Zhong Yuan remained calm and said, "So you finally showed up." Outside, Fong Jing was still trying to use his rejuvenation powers to assist Zhong Yuan, who was sinking deeper into the illusion. The enormous red claws above Zhong Yuan began to dissipate, while he remained standing there, his head bowed, motionless. At this moment, Fong Jing had stepped closer to Zhong Yuan, his finger pointing directly at Zhong Yuan's forehead as he administered treatment. Fong Jing gently called out, "Wake up, there's no enemy ahead, only friends." After returning to reality, Zhong Yuan was momentarily stunned.
Was it all an illusion just now?
That's right, when I was in the competition, I was hit by the opponent's attack. After falling into darkness, the negative energy from the void star that was absorbed filled the empty space. Thankfully, the ability I unconsciously activated was the eternal ice domain. I almost used the power of life on them and pretended nothing had happened. At this moment, he was standing face to face with Fong Jing amidst large blocks of ice. Some people were still frozen, lying beneath them. After understanding everything, Zhong Yuan let out a sigh of relief.
Phew!
Fong Jing quickly supported his hand. Zhong Yuan, breathing tiredly but gratefully, said, "Thank you, my friend."
Fong Jing cheerfully responded, "This is the time when one should act, and I did." Zhong Yuan, upon hearing this, looked slightly speechless and replied, "What, an old song from ages ago?"
Fong Jing then struck a dramatic pose with his hands on his hips and said, "Ah, my mom made me listen to it."
Note, the song mentioned is this hero of mine. Then he threw his arm around Zhong Yuan's shoulders, walking and humming along.
Zhong Yuan, feeling helpless, said, "Singing just 2 lines will be enough." At this moment, the members of the opposing team finally thawed out, breathing a sigh of relief.
"We're still alive."
Zhong Yuan regained his senses.
"He even thawed us out."
Chinsu, holding the black cat, said with a heart full of sorrow, "That's great."
"Ah, the cat is cold now."
Another teammate, stroking the black cat, lamented, "It's frozen stiff, it's beyond saving." Suzhia, from the other side, shouted, "Black cat." Moments later, a grand funeral ceremony appeared, deeply mourning the spirit of the black cat resting for 1,000 years. On the table, there was a photo of the black cat, beside it a coffin, with 3 incense sticks in a censer and a large wreath on top. Everyone wept, heartbroken.
Sniff sniff.
"Little cat, I hope there's no void energy wielder in heaven." Another girl standing nearby comforted her, "Senior sister, calm down.
The cat is gone, it can't be revived."
Even Su Yan was heartbroken, lowering his head and sighing with regret. In the end, it returned to the cat planet. Fong Jing and Zhong Yuan stood quietly outside, witnessing the scene.
Fong Jing turned to him, frowning, and asked softly, "Is this the kind of funeral you had in mind? Look at them, they love you so much. Why don't you want to live anymore?"
At this, Zhong Yuan simply gazed up with teary eyes in silence, then turned and walked away. Fong Jing quickly followed, before asking, "The specific effect of your..."
"Isn't it? Do you remember?" Fong Jing immediately recalled, increasing his charm to dispel any hostility. Zhong Yuan responded, yes, the effect of increasing charm is permanent.
If not activated, it will still continue to have a passive effect and will become more exaggerated once activated.
The acting cute effect of the cat is too strong.
Just relying on the passive effect alone can make someone lose their consciousness, unable to distinguish right from wrong.
When activated, it can even turn people who dislike cats into cat slaves. Fong Jing still didn't quite understand. So what?
Zhong Yuan helplessly said, yesterday, I met someone who feared that my cat's charm would mesmerize all living beings and harm the people, so they wanted to deal with my cat. Fong Jing frowned upon hearing this and walked closer to the object.
Who opened it? Who is so immoral? He did not hide anything and replied honestly.
The commander of Huanan, Zhang Buyu. After hearing this, Fong Jing paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, ta, that guy has been single since birth, such a force of nature. Zhong Yuan was puzzled by his reaction, and Fong Jing continued, seeing something so adorable and wanting to deal with it, truly the natural enemy of girls. Then he started hopping around, humming, shall see orders, descend the mountain to hunt monsters.
Old commander has assigned a task, the black cat at the foot of the mountain is a lake, avoid it when you encounter it. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but laugh and let out a snort, even shedding a tear.
Fong Jing leaned in closer to his ear and continued, Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense.
Acting cute is such a powerful skill, if you don't use it, it's like never drinking water. He couldn't hold back his laughter as he spoke.
Oh. Fong Jing cheerfully said, in simpler terms, charm means being loved by others.
If you want to be loved by people who admire beauty, you must become beautiful. If you want to be loved by those who admire wealth, you must become rich. If you want to be loved by those who admire virtue, you must become virtuous.
If you want to be loved by those who admire strength, you must become strong. He used void energy to control his desire to burst out laughing, ensuring the others felt the satisfaction of his emotions.
This was no different from the physical act of acting cute. Zhong Yuan still had some doubts. But you can't just do it recklessly. Fong Jing quickly explained, it's not the spelling itself, it's how the user employs it, isn't it? Your sister also watches the live stream of the tournament you're guarding, and does she really hate your cat? At that moment, he suddenly realized.
From the phone, a voice came through, brother, I told you it's fine to raise the cat.
As long as raising it makes you happy, then keep it. I just need to see that you're doing something you like.
Zhong Yuan stood there in a daze for a while after hearing his sister's words, then smiled contentedly. Zhong Lan cheekily winked and added, of course, if raising it brings you pain and torment, then no worries, you can give it up.
Hearing this, Zhong Yuan seemed like he might just explode in reverse.
Fong Jing, who had been eavesdropping beside them all this time, was biting his lips to hold back his laughter.
However, he couldn't stop himself and leaned in to speak to the screen. Xiaolan Lan, don't you think the black cat is a little cute?
From the other side, the girl maintained her stance, it's cute, sure.
But the fact that you, my older brother, clearly like cats, yet you're worried I'll dislike it and are concerned about that, now that's the most adorably sweet thing in the world. As she spoke, the girl winked in an incredibly cute manner.
Zhong Yuan, praised by his sister, started to hug his face happily and exclaimed, Lan Lan says I'm cute.
Yep, hi, cute.
Then, he somehow pulled out 2 cat paw gloves from who knows where, jumping around while meowing, meow meow. Fong Jing, seeing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat and said, Zhong Yuan, please don't, I'm scared. Zhong Yuan, still in his moment of joy, moved toward him and teasingly raised Fong Jing's mouth, saying, come on, don't be shy.
If you don't buy it, then your head's in the water.
At this point, Fong Jing could only helplessly curse, ABC, ridiculous, seriously, you're really going to hold a ceremony for that cat? Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed, making both of them snap back to seriousness and turn around to look.
Another voice refuted, the hotel has already been booked by Chang'ing Academy, and we've paid for everything. If you don't like it, then don't come.
At that moment, Ing Sheng appeared with a few subordinates and arrogantly said, people die every day in this world.
With so many heroic figures, why pity them? Yet you want to pity a cat? No wonder you're a top student of San Lu.
Arrogant beyond belief. Su Yuaning shouted back, you talk endlessly about righteousness and morality, yet you turn a blind eye to what's happening right next to you.
That's what I call heartless and senseless.
He still responded with a despicable look on his face, the young lady of the Beishan Corporation, the prideful daughter of heaven who possesses the ultimate wish, hanging out with this kind of crowd all day, you're seriously lowering your worth.
Su Yuaning refused to back down, pointing at him and snapping, I'm not some commodity. Don't talk to me about worth and price.
Even Ing Sheng snorted coldly, humph, I heard long ago that you were betrayed by Zhong Yuan at Cheng'ing Academy.
And now you're holding a funeral for his cat? Truly simple lord behavior. Eye-opening.
Another female student appeared and objected to him. She wanted to pursue Zhong Yuan, and naturally, Fong Jing dealt with her.
What the hell does that have to do with you?
A male student beside her stopped her.
Shut up already. Only then did Ing Sheng panic and turn back. What? Fong Jing is actually Su Yuan Ying's real boyfriend? What a mess.
Zhong Yuan, who had been watching the whole time, finally spoke.
Who is this guy?
Fong Jing replied while checking his phone, judging by the uniform, probably from Zhongnan Academy.
I haven't looked yet.
On the phone screen appeared the profile of a person, Ing Shang, son of Ing Zhongshang, deputy commander of the Central Military District, who had recently drawn significant attention for acquiring the ability to fly. Perhaps you wanted to become famous through the tournament, but inadvertently, you were overshadowed by him, and now you can only come here in frustration and anger to cause trouble. Zhong Yuan turned to look at Ing Shang and said to his companion, he brought his face to my claws, so it's only reasonable that I satisfy his wish to be beaten, right? Fong Jing, who had been itching for a fight, immediately cracked his knuckles and smiled with delight, it's totally reasonable. Zhong Yuan then said, hurry up, it's your turn to perform. Only then did Fong Jing appear in front of them, arrogantly speaking, where did this little brat come from? Seeing us hold a funeral and suddenly eager to jump into the coffin to take their place? Ing Shang, still unaware of who he was, irritably asked, who the hell are you? Fong Jing pointed at the corpse of the black cat, then loudly introduced himself, I am the guardian of the Xian Ming cat, Su Ri. My master walks beneath the path of light, holding the power of life and death. I am not someone you can casually disrespect. Ing Shang, enraged, kicked the black cat's coffin and shouted, are you out of your mind? Fong Jing raised one hand to cover his face, while the other struck a combat pose, coldly saying, today is supposed to be the day my master rests in peace, and yet you foolishly desecrate his resting place. Because of your actions, he cannot rest, and he will rise from the depths of death and hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ing Shang was livid. Do you think I'm a fool? The black cat, now awake with eyes open, responded to him. Are you not a fool? It then leapt forward, attacking Ing Shang. He was utterly shocked. The black cat wasted no time and slapped him, sending him crashing backward against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. The lackeys around them anxiously called out, quick, treat him. Just a moment ago, everyone was grieving, but now they cheered joyfully, shouting, he's alive, the cat's come back to life. There's nothing that power can't achieve. Even Gu Yan rushed in through the door, exclaiming in astonishment, no heartbeat, how is he still alive? At this moment, Ing Shang was still being treated by his subordinates, his mouth stubbornly barking, Fong Jing, you raised an otherworldly cat, assaulted people, and harmed others, your crimes deserve death. I knew from the start that the achievements of your Void Star Hunt must be shady. You've colluded with the otherworldly beings to do evil. Fortunately, Principal Bai discovered it early and eradicated the two-headed eagle that was conspiring with you. For the sake of the people, harm has been eliminated. As he spoke, a trace of joy appeared on his face, feeling he had caught the Fong Jing group off guard. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan, with a cold expression, walked toward him. His eyes gleamed like a demon, staring down at him as he asked in a low voice, what did you just say? Zhong Yuan demanded once more, say it again. Ing Shang, still with his stubborn mouth, repeated it.
Are you in a hurry? Did I hit the nail on the head?
You're a human, yet your heart is set on the other races. You're ruthless towards humanity but show compassion to outsiders. You keep those alien cats for your own selfish purposes, and still dare to insult me, a straightforward person.
Zhong Yuan pressed further. If you can say something like that, it must mean the two-headed eagle king hasn't directly attacked humanity and entered the domain boundary, right?
At this moment, Ing Sheng was helped up by two others, his face full of arrogance. I don't know what you guys did with that stupid eagle, but it's definitely some dirty, shady act. Otherwise, why would you be too scared to openly report the battle? Zhong Yuan fell silent. Behind him, Fong Jing nervously thought, this is bad. If Yuan can't hold back and strikes this guy, he'll really end up with the mess that he created. Then, without a second thought, he kicked Ing Sheng out of the door, shouting, I can't be bothered to waste words on an idiot like you, get lost. Ing Sheng still kept a mocking smile, haha, you're scared now. Fong Jing couldn't be bothered to explain, closed the door, and left a parting remark, you guys are deliberately disturbing your opponent, I'll report this to the organizers. With that, he turned to his close friend, thinking that Yuan's state today was really off, and he kept running into these ridiculous situations. Once he got the chance, he was going to beat that guy senseless. After thinking that, Fong Jing spoke up to offer comfort. Yuan, your goodwill toward the Eagle King is not wrong, it's just that Zhong Yuan immediately interrupted. Fong Jing frowned and said sadly, the essence of acting cute is not goodwill, it's servitude. At least that's how it is between me and the Eagle King. He then turned away, waving his hand, the competition field I froze is broken, it won't be fixed until tomorrow. You should rest today. At this moment, Fong Jing could only remain silent, unsure of what to say. Inside a high-level meeting, many seasoned veterans were gathered. One person spoke up clearly, with Zhong Yuan's abilities, there's no need for him to compete anymore. His strategic-level capabilities are already unfair to others. And Guan Feng calmly replied, I agree that there's no need for him to compete, but these two words fairness you mentioned need to be discussed further. The man angrily shouted, and Guan Feng, what do you mean by that? Someone from across the room intervened, stop arguing, stop arguing. Just give the kid a reward equivalent to the champion's prize. Jiang Buyu calmly spoke up, Zhong Yuan is indeed so strong that he doesn't need to compete, but that is not a reason for us to strip him of his right to compete. Someone sitting next to him rebutted, the university tournament is supposed to be a place for students to showcase their strength. Zhong Yuan's strength has disrupted the balance. Hearing this, he casually responded, competitions are meant to have winners and losers. There is an old saying that goes very well with this. The winners are, of course, worthy of respect, but the opponents who persistently race to the finish line even when falling behind deserve admiration as well. And those who watch such opponents without laughing are the future pillars of Nation H. Another person, hearing this, added, it's not impossible to let him continue participating, but his strategic-level abilities are really not suitable for use on the battlefield. A person with a shaved head next to them also started sharing their opinion, banning him is fine, it's just the right time to balance out the power. Another person then spoke up, on the Void Cave battlefield, no one can ban the strategic-level abilities of the alien races. And Guan Feng still cheerfully looked towards Jiang Buyu, a bit curious. The organizer of the tournament this time was Huanan, and the final decision might fall to Commander Jiang. The person sitting next to him turned to comment, Commander Zhang's qualifications are somewhat shallow. And Guan Feng had nothing to retort. His achievements surpass yours. This immediately silenced the person beside him, unable to argue further. Neither of them noticed that Jiang Buyu was staring intently from across the room. After a moment, he furrowed his brows and spoke, my opinion is to maintain the status quo, without imposing any restrictions. After the meeting ended, as he looked at the cup of noodles beside him, he thought, the meeting went on so long that my noodles have become soggy. Just as he was about to pick up the cup, Jiang Buyu suddenly noticed a familiar object meowing. Zhong Yuan, now in human form, landed by the window and cheerfully said, Commander of the Huanan military region. Want to have this for dinner? Jiang Buyu replied helplessly, the staff at the restaurants and eateries are all on holiday for the new year, and outside food can't be brought into the military compound.
Zhong Yuan then asked, can't you go out to eat?
Jiang Buyu, while picking up his noodles, said with a hint of sadness, the venomous snakes raised in the domain boundary of Mount Lufu are too vicious, relentlessly devouring the environmental simulation of the domain boundary. The maintenance costs for the domain boundary last year have already reached astronomical figures. I was supposed to finish reading this report yesterday, but it was delayed because of the tournament.
Today, there's no more room for delay.
Then he turned to ask the younger friend, Zhang Xiao, did you come to my office just to cover my shift?
Zhong Yuan quickly replied, I have something I need your help with. Once it's done, I'll cover your shift. Jiang Buyu was curious, what is it that you need help with?
Zhong Yuan's expression grew more serious than ever. I want to have my cat put down today to fade from the public eye, but there's someone forcing me to act inhumanely. I don't have any particularly violent intentions, I just simply want to beat him up.
Is there a backdoor for the university tournament's electronic lottery?
Jiang Buyu, resting his chin in thought, said, it's up to you to use, covering the shift can wait.
Right now, there's something else I want more. Zhong Yuan asked in return, what is it? Jiang Buyu happily responded, how about you come to my house for dinner tomorrow night?
After a while, Zhong Yuan jumped through the window and returned to his room. Fong Jing was sitting and reading the newspaper, waiting.
Upon seeing him, he spoke up and asked, back already? Zhong Yuan responded, you didn't remind me to knock, looks like your mood really exploded.
Fong Jing turned away and continued reading the newspaper, replying, I'm afraid you might hate humanity because of the two-headed eagle king and switch sides to the other tribes.
Zhong Yuan pulled out a chair and responded, I've actually thought about that, still can't forget the two-headed eagle king. Isn't that you?
This question left Fong Jing speechless. By then, Zhong Yuan had sat down and lowered his head to explain, I admit, I really liked the two-headed eagle king when I was younger and had some naive dreams.
But now I understand that the affection people have for their own kind and for foreign tribes is different.
Lan Lan and I can stroke each other's hair, sacrifice everything for one another, even our lives.
We have a relationship based on complete equality.
As for the foreign tribes, I can comfortably eat their flesh, enjoy their flattery, pet the two-headed eagle, and crush a few crabs with one foot. But if the foreign tribes eat humans, they'll have people humbly cater to them like cowards, and they'll accuse us of ugly crimes like murder.
I just feel that's the scene of hell.
Zhong Yuan looked out the window and continued, human nature is not about equality, but selfishness. Even I find it hard to give up such unequal advantages. So how can I ask others to restrain themselves for the common good and mutual benefit with outsiders? Outside, the sky had already darkened, and the bright stars shone down, helping people see the surroundings more clearly.
Upon hearing this, Fong Jing's face fell into deep thought, remaining silent.
At that moment, a hand gently rubbed his head, as if offering comfort. Zhong Yuan, standing beside him, cheerfully said, right now, we have relatively equal human rights. Those who do not want to be slaves rise up and fight with hammers and sickles. The king of eagles cannot become a human, but you, on the other hand, have managed to ascend to the stage. At this moment, two teams stood facing each other, with the referee in between.
The voice of MC Chang Yun once again echoed through the arena.
Next, we have the showdown between Fong Jing's team from Changying Academy and Ing Sheng's team from Zhongnan Academy. Today, Changying Academy still hasn't allowed their main team member from the new school to take the stage.
Are they trying to keep her as a secret weapon for the end?
Ing Sheng flashed a proud smile and said, Fong Jing, today I will put an end to your team's consecutive victories, making you nothing more than stepping stones for me. Fong Jing raised his hand to push up his glasses and calmly replied, get on with it. I couldn't be bothered to scold the fool, yet he continued to act arrogantly.
Ha ha, your mouth is full of nonsense, can you even back it up?
He then raised his hand, creating a small flame, looking dangerous as he continued speaking. I am not afraid to tell you, I have absorbed the hidden power that the Wang clan just acquired in the Void Star of the Great King with two heads. Its strength can definitely be called strategic level, and in front of it, you have no ability to resist. Zhong Yuan, who was behind, found this even more interesting and smiled in response.
Haha, let me see then.
At this moment, Fong Jing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, if the direct approach doesn't work, then a knife should be easier, using it would only leave a life awaiting crystallization.
The referee, feeling helpless, thought, why does this match have such a heavy smell of gunpowder? It's over. He raised his hand between the two teams and signaled the start. Stop talking, stop talking. Both sides were ready to begin the match. As soon as the words were finished, Ing Sheng leaped up and used Sky Wall, and two wings made of spiritual power appeared on his back. MC Cheng Yin commented in surprise, the match has started, and player Ing Sheng has used Sky Wall to soar into the sky. Chui Chu Sheng continued, as everyone knows, in the university tournament, fatal attacks are not allowed. There are only 3 ways to defeat your opponent: control, incapacitate them for more than 30 seconds, severely injure them to the point where they lose their ability to fight, or knock them out of the arena. The two commentators continued, the weapon of player Ing Sheng is a specially designed bow and arrow from the Huazhong branch of the Supervision Bureau, and combined with his full damage ability, he can cause very powerful long-range damage. With the help of his teammates' locking abilities, Ing Sheng had directly gained the upper hand in the previous 2 matches, absolutely overwhelming his opponents. At this moment, Ing Sheng crafted a crossbow, attaching an arrow to it, and arrogantly said, "Humph, with my Sky Wall plus full destruction, let's see how you all deal with it." The arrow quickly sliced through the air towards Zhong Yuan. He, still standing motionless, waited, and as the arrow approached, he swiftly tilted his head and easily caught it between 2 fingers. Holding the arrow in his hand, he turned to the referee and asked, "Referee, wasn't that attack of his just now considered a lethal strike?" The referee raised a yellow card and replied, the assistance from the player. Ing Sheng's lock failed, but no casualties occurred. This is a first yellow card warning. According to the usual practice of previous years, giving Ing Sheng a red card wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Is the referee getting too tense? Zhong Yuan, with a darkened expression, pulled a red card from his pocket. Fong Jing, upon seeing this, couldn't help but think to himself in surprise, wait, isn't this the same red card the referee gave me in the previous match against Shang Jing? The referee, panicked, shouted, "What do you want to do? I warn you, do not attack the referee." Zhong Yuan calmly responded, "Don't worry, I won't attack you." Then, he raised the red card in his hand and coldly said, "This red card is for you, just a penalty for the referee." Then, Zhong Yuan directly dropped the red card. The red card fell and stuck straight into the ground, leaving the referee both confused and panicked. The 2 people above were utterly stunned upon seeing this. Faced with the referee's unfair punishment, Zhong Yuan, the player, surprisingly drew the red card and expelled the referee. The grudges between Zhong Yuan and the referee weren't just from 1 or 2 matches, the accumulated resentment had finally erupted. According to the rules, players do not have the authority to punish referees, so Zhong Yuan's red card had no effect. The students sitting below were angrily voicing their complaints, this referee is being unreasonable. Could he have been bribed by the Holy One? Zhang Tiansu gritted his teeth and said, "If I had known, I would have paid double to the referee to make him side with Zhong Yuan." The members of Su Ji's team also commented, "Zhong Yuan is too emotional. Confronting the referee on the field is asking for humiliation. Zhong Yuan isn't bringing his cat today." The girl immediately yelled at him, "What do you know except for the cat?" Suja, the small one, could only close his eyes and endure. "Do you think Zhong Yuan will be punished later?" Su Yuaning turned to ask the others. Guyan rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought, not sure. Shan Guanyi confidently responded, "Zhong Yuan has never done something without being sure of it." The group that Zhong Yuan had previously spared was now discussing, what should we do? Which side should we help? What's there to hesitate about? Zhong Yuan is Jiu. That's right, if it weren't for him showing some mercy, we would have already been thrown into jail for the lack of a captain. We can't forget his kindness. At this moment, the referee pointed directly at Zhong Yuan's face and shouted, "Zhong Yuan, how dare you question me? You're not even a referee. What gives you the right?
One of the men in black who had rushed in earlier quickly covered the referee's mouth and yelled, "Stop talking."
Someone else, go out and make the announcement on behalf of the referee. Zhong Yuan's red card took effect, and the referee was sent off the field. The match continued. The referee could only let out some faint, "Oh, oh, oh." Ying Shang, flying in the air, saw this scene and thought in panic, "Damn it, the organizers are actually siding with Zhong Yuan. They even replaced our referee." After dealing with one of his subordinates, Zhong Yuan looked up and said with satisfaction, "Very good. Let's continue playing. I don't like looking up at others. Please go down." At this moment, he had activated the sovereign's dominance, and a pair of beautiful, radiant wings appeared on his back. Instantly, Ying Shang's ugly, fake wings were shattered, and he began to fall freely. As he fell, he panicked and thought, "Why am I falling? What ability did he use? Ceiling restriction? Ceiling restriction is useless against me. Let me show you the hidden power of the two-headed Eagle King, and you'll have to bear the damage of falling from the sky." He gritted his teeth, calculating, and then used. He reached out, aiming to attack Zhong Yuan, but unexpectedly, he was struck by a column of golden energy that shot down into the ground, causing rocks and dirt to scatter in all directions. At this moment, Zhong Yuan used his immortal body. No matter how powerful the force was, it only tore his clothes, his body remained completely intact. Then, he furrowed his brow and thought, "Oh, so this is the ability to transfer damage to oneself? The passive ability of my immortal body has been activated. It seems that the intensity of the damage caused by this fall has exceeded the threshold of my shadow clone's endurance." Then, he glanced over at the three members of the opposing team. Ying Shang's three teammates weren't doing anything. Were they planning to take advantage of this moment to kill him? However, he turned to Fong Jing and said, "Fong Jing, leave those three members of Ying Shang to you." Fong Jing eagerly replied, "Got it." Ying Shang uses a damage transfer ability. How do you plan to counter it? Zhong Yuan answered, "Damage transfer can't affect me, it will only make him take more hits. He uses his authority to suppress people, and I'll use mine to suppress him back. He cares about his reputation, so I'll make him lose face." As he spoke, Zhong Yuan employed a grandmaster-style technique. A fierce red flame materialized behind him. He then threw a punch, landing it squarely on Ying Shang's face, causing him to spit out blood. Back to the textbook. With another punch to the other side of Ying Shang's face, he spat out another mouthful of blood. And then came another punch to the middle of his chest. Loud comments erupted, praising Zhong Yuan's martial arts style, which was as swift as the wind and as powerful as thunder, refined and unique. The Tao of Heaven was embedded in his punch at this very moment. Every move of his martial art was a strike against the mortal world and secular life. This precious martial technique was captured by our camera and will be shared on the official Void Energy Wielder website for everyone to watch and learn from. 1 minute passed, then 3 minutes, then 10 minutes. Thanks to Ying Shang's extraordinary endurance, he was able to create the most valuable martial arts tutorial video ever. At this point, Fong Jing and his team had controlled the remaining members of Ying Shang's group. He sat in his chair and nonchalantly asked, "Do you have any sunflower seeds?" The referee, now sweating profusely, responded, "Having a long chair is already quite good." Ying Shang seemed like he wanted to say something, but was once again hit by a flurry of kicks from Zhong Yuan. The referee outside muttered helplessly, "Sorry, Ying Shang, I really can't offend Zhou. Anyway, you're not going to die, so you can take a few more hits. We'll all thank you for your contribution to teaching." Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's phone rang. "Wake up, the sun is already shining on your butt." He pulled out his phone, looked at the caller ID, and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is Director Wang calling me at this time?" The scene shifts back 20 minutes earlier, revealing the Iron Tower Nation Embassy, a tall building standing firm against the clear blue sky. Inside a room, two people are having a conversation. Sula Ni is seated on a chair, asking Yijin, "Is it not time yet?"
Yijin, who is leaning against the west-facing window, holding a phone, replies, "Just wait a little longer."
She asks again, "Why are we waiting until the last minute to act?"
Yijin, looking at his phone screen, gives a brief response, to avoid complications. On his phone screen, a message from someone named Mr. Bai appears. The person who took Pingbu last time was not the real Wang Padi, but a student participating in the university tournament. This person is extremely dangerous, and you are no match for him. I've provoked him to ensure that not only will he continue competing, but he will also come down to fight on the field himself.
As soon as the tournament starts, you must act quickly and win.
Yijin replies, "Killing Pangbu is easy, getting the body out is the hard part." The other person responds, "As long as we ensure Pangbu is dead, the body will naturally be taken out."
Sulai Air rests her chin on her hand, watching him, and asks, "Actually, from the very beginning, you plan to sever ties with Iron Tower Nation and join Jiu Yao after reclaiming the Void Star Noble Heir, right?"
Then, with a sad expression, she says, "Yijin, Sulai and I don't think I have wronged you in any way." On the other hand, Jiu Yao has always concealed information, sharing only half of the intelligence and never fully trusting you. Yijin replied, "Don't think about that nonsense." She continued, "You can tell me not to think wildly, too." After killing Pingbu, he absorbed the aberrant species of the Void Star from him, becoming the new generation of the Grim Reaper, under the management of the Iron Tower Nation.
He coldly responded, "Got it."
After speaking, he moved to the Bureau of Case Control. At this moment, two people were conversing.
One of them asked, "Are we taking these to the cafeteria? Why hasn't the fur been shaved off and the skin been peeled yet?"
The person pushing the cart with the slain animals replied, "Maybe the cafeteria wants to experiment with a new dish." Mr. Pingbu, at that moment, was holding a bottle of wine and giving instructions to the chef. Using wine and spices to season traditional dishes can sometimes bring unexpected results.
The chef then questioned, "If we put these in the soup, wouldn't it turn into pot water?" Pangbu responded, "Don't limit the soup." The cart was finally pushed inside.
The person pushing it entered and said to him, "Pangbu, I'll leave the meat here."
Mr. Pangbu, not paying attention, waved his hand and replied, "All right."
Then, he went over to the animal on the cart, observed it, and thought to himself, The way these poultry are prepared is strange. They don't look like proper ingredients, but rather like they're meant to be used as sacrifices to activate some kind of power." Upon thinking this, he suddenly felt something was wrong and panicked.
Mr. Pangbu quickly jumped aside, shouting, "An enemy is attacking stealthily, quickly call Chief Wang."
At this moment, beneath his feet, the ground had cracked open, splitting in two. On this side, Yijin and Sulai and I were speaking to each other through some kind of nerve connection. The first position was lost, and Pangbu quickly retreated toward the 6 o'clock direction to fix the positioning. Understood, the guards also quickly appeared, each holding a shield to protect Mr. Pangbu. The entire area was on high alert. Damn it, where the hell is the enemy? What kind of ability is this? Mr. Pangbu exclaimed in worry. It was very likely the secret ability of the Iron Tower Nation. The sacrificial technique of the executioner's scaffold allowed the user to deliver a fatal blow using this power, fully retaining the strength of that strike, and then launching successive strikes without depletion. As long as a fatal blow could be landed, it could be followed up with a series of attacks.
The executioner's scaffold technique must require someone to position it to activate. The enemy was nearby.
Suddenly, beneath his feet, something like a slimy substance appeared. Radar's on, but no target has been detected yet. Then, those substances began to stretch out on their own, stabbing upward. They formed into tendrils, tightly binding Mr. Pangbu. At this point, he could no longer say a word and was completely controlled by that monstrous thing. Suddenly, countless streams of hidden weapons attacked them. Mr. Pangbu and the other guards were pierced by the sharp projectiles, crying out in pain. The monstrous thing began to manipulate and rip out Mr. Pangbu's heart. He could only feel stunned and in pain at this moment. At this time, Director Wang quickly appeared and shouted loudly, "Mr. Pang!" He extended his hand, using life resonance, placing it on Mr. Pangbu's wound, trying to heal him, persisting. Jiu Chu is on the way, Mr. Pangbu, in pain, still tried to remind him.
Director Wang, be careful.
Then, a sharp consciousness surged towards Director Wang. He exclaimed in panic, quickly withdrawing his hand.
He used an air bullet to counter the incoming force.
Mr. Pangbu, now in unbearable pain, fell, unable to stand. Both of them were thrown back, and the earth and stones around them rose in a whirl. Suddenly, a hand reached out, using Su-ri to heal both of them just in time. The two men were now enveloped in a very soothing source of spiritual power. At that moment, Zhong Yuan flew over with his sparkling, ethereal wings, bringing his good brother Fong Jing.
He asked, "Am I too late?"
Director Wang quickly urged everyone, "No time for talk, just look at Mr. Peng's memories."
He began using void projection. Zhong Yuan responded, "Understood."
Fong Jing also added, "Let me see too." Looking into Mr. Pangbu's memories, Zhong Yuan began to think.
The life fate cutting stage needs to be located before it can be activated. The opponent is likely monitoring the scene.
It was the shadow explosion that had ripped out Pangbu's heart. Thinking of this, his eyes widened, and then he raised his finger between his eyes, activating his super-sensory ability. One of his eyes glowed, revealing another space where a shadowy figure was running away. He thought to himself that the person was trying to take the Void Star, that is, from the heart of Pangbu.
The person was completely shrouded in darkness, holding the heart and fleeing.
Suddenly, a flying dagger shot towards him. The dagger pierced directly into the heart, causing the person to panic and hurriedly drop the heart, which fell to the ground. At that moment, Pangbu was about to turn back to grab the heart. Zhong Yuan rushed in time, calculating that the flying dagger couldn't attack Pangbu. In short, he had to seize the Void Star first. Just as his hand was about to touch the heart, Pangbu snatched it up first. He quickly absorbed the heart and disappeared swiftly. Only a mass of black mist remained in the air. Zhong Yuan picked up the shell of the heart, thought for a moment, but Pangbu had already vanished. There was no Void Star inside the heart.
Wait a minute, he thought. Fong Jing just used Su-ri on Pangbu, he surely wouldn't use it again, would he?
At that moment, Fong Jing had also arrived, anxiously asking,
"Zhong Yuan, are you alright?" Zhong Yuan turned around and asked another question. "Earlier, you used Su-ri on the person whose Void Star was taken, right?"
Fong Jing scratched his head and replied,
"I did. The Void Star would turn into 2S-level classified items from the Institute of Science."
Zhong Yuan looked at him with a strange expression.
"Didn't you get locked up and drained of Void Stars?" Fong Jing immediately responded, "That's in the past."
Zhong Yuan suddenly slapped Fong Jing hard on the back, showing a sinister smile. "Don't worry, with me around, you'll never be used as a tool for cleaning up the Void Star again." Fong Jing winced in pain, then said, "If you were the villain in a comic and I didn't clear 1800 Void Stars for you, I doubt you'd ever get away." He then grew serious and continued, "Enough nonsense, let's talk seriously. The light that entered the shadow explosion earlier, I always felt it resembled the light that absorbs Void Stars.
Although there's no precedent, it's possible that this shadow explosion can absorb Void Stars."
At that moment, Director Wang was helping Mr. Pangbu out of the basement.
Director Wang sat down wearily and said, "This madman is being unreasonable. Do you think this shadow explosion has been contaminated by nuclear radiation and mutated?"
Fong Jing was checking Mr. Pangbu's wounds as he spoke. "There's actually someone who's been exposed to nuclear radiation and still has the ability to use shadow explosion."
Zhong Yuan skeptically asked, "Are you talking about Fong Yu's older brother, Mo Yizhen?"
Fong Jing explained, "After shadow explosion escaped, there was a brief delay when the heart was pinned down. It must have been in a state of the shadow figure separating. With shadow explosion reaching red level, the distance the shadow figure can separate could be as far as several dozen kilometers." Zhong Yuan, after hearing this, sighed. The shadow explosion in Yizhen's file was indeed at the red level.
In theory, it's possible to control the bio network at the initial stage of the execution from tens of kilometers away. No wonder the people from the Bureau of Case Control couldn't find anything using radar.
Suddenly, Director Wang continued, I just remembered something.
That night, I checked the surveillance at the university tournament hall.
Although the footage in the hall was erased and the staff involved had their minds controlled, making their memories vague, the traffic surveillance cameras outside the domain boundary still captured something. As he spoke, he held up an image from his phone and continued, the clothes these two are wearing are the uniforms of Sanshan Academy, but none of this year's contestants from Sanshan Academy have numbers like theirs. Zhong Yuan also leaned in to observe, then frowned and said, My Yizhen, who graduated from Sanshan Academy, it's too much of a coincidence.
It can't just be a coincidence anymore.
Suddenly, Fong Jing turned away, his voice grim as he said, Actually, there's another clue.
The poultry were sacrificed when the bio network was first activated. It's also possible to use the false sacrifice to review their history.
His gaze was incredibly serious at that moment.
Even if the other party deliberately concealed their appearance, he could still find information about the farm and the shipment from the memory of the poultry, deducing where they were sold.
At this point, everyone stood in front of the cart with the animal from earlier.
Director Wang raised his hand to cast a spell and said, Found it. It's the Iron Tower Nation Temple in Yuan City.
These scoundrels have been hiding for so long, but finally, their foxtails have been exposed. Fong Jing turned to Zhong Yuan and suggested, Let's go, we'll head to the Iron Tower Nation Embassy.
Zhong Yuan tried to dissuade him, the other party has the noble air ability. You shouldn't go.
There's still one more individual match in today's university tournament, and by coincidence, we're facing each other.
I'll concede.
At that moment, Fong Jing, who usually appeared casual and playful, responded with complete seriousness, All right, I won't hold you back. He then turned and walked away, waving his hand as he said, As for the individual match, I'll concede this one. After the tournament, if I don't defeat Su Zhe, I won't enter the losers bracket.
Zhong Yuan looked at his back and quickly responded, All right, we'll meet in the finals then. He then turned to Director Wang and, using his ultimate acting cute skills, asked, You all know what can and can't be written in the report about today, right?
Director Wang, immediately caught by the charm, replied, Got it.
No information related to the Science Institute would appear in the report.
Mr. Pingbu suddenly spoke up, Well, about the fact that I still have the noble air ability.
Zhong Yuan instructed, Consider yourself as if you've become an ordinary person. The reason me, and Zhang Buyu, spared your life is because of who you are, not because of your ability. Speaking of Zhang Buyu, Director Wang, I have a question for you. He immediately said, Go ahead and ask. Zhong Yuan did not hesitate and asked, Can his infinite dreamscape deceive your void projection?
Director Wang finally began to respond, In theory, it is possible, but why are you asking this? Zhong Yuan answered, When we were hunting at the domain boundary, the Tianqin team was stationed at the domain boundary.
Zhang Tianjie fell into your hands, but no results were found. The most reasonable explanation I can think of is that someone activated a certain ability to deceive your void projection. Director Wang then asked, If that is the case, then it has nothing to do with this marriage, right? He replied, Not sure.
According to my analysis, the incident involving Pingbu involves three forces. Apart from the Bureau of Case Control and the government of Iron Tower Nation, someone wants to play the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Director Wang was even more surprised. The drone incident indeed involved a third party trying to take advantage of the situation, but how do you know it's Jiu Yao? Zhong Yuan honestly explained, helping Yizhen fake his death to escape, taking refuge in Iron Tower Nation, then sending a saint to provoke and control me. These two incidents coincidentally align, and Jiu Yao could have done them.
Director Wang continued to ask, What about Commander Jiang?
Zhong Yuan thought for a moment and then replied, The coincidence with Jiang Buyu makes it hard to believe it is just a coincidence. Right now, everything is just speculation, and talking more is pointless. Wait for me to make a trip to the Iron Tower Nation's embassy, the truth will reveal itself. As he spoke, he turned and calmly walked away.
The scene shifted to the evening, at a gate to a building complex.
Outside the gate, two guards were standing watch, and countless people were passing by on the street.
Zhong Yuan had transformed into a black cat, currently nearby, looking down and observing.
He thought to himself, this is the embassy of Iron Tower Nation.
The black cat began analyzing.
The embassy appeared to be just an ordinary building, but if he activated his enhanced perception, he would discover that inside, there was an invisible domain boundary, using foreign technology and operating on its own day-night cycle. The entryway to this domain boundary was integrated with the embassy's gate through special technology, so the boundary was not visible, much like the teleportation portals often seen in game dungeons. The only way to enter the domain boundary was through the main entrance. Passing through the wall would lead only to the real world, with no one inside. It seemed like there was a party at the embassy today.
Soon, everyone would be in formal attire for the event.
If one wanted to get in, the best way was to find someone to bring them inside. Suddenly, the black cat noticed a girl sitting in a car below, speaking loudly on the phone. "I've been waiting for 5 minutes and you still haven't arrived.
Do you still have the face to try to get in touch?
Go away, I've already kicked you out of my life.
Don't ever come back."
After hanging up the phone, the girl happily scrolled through her contacts and said, "Sigh, should I invite pretty boy number 2 or pretty boy number 3 to tonight's party?" Suddenly, the black cat came down, meowing once, acting cute, which startled the girl for a moment. Then, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Oh my god, how can there be such a cute little cat in the world?" The girl quickly got out of the car, picked up the black cat, and happily said, "Pretty boy is nothing compared to this black cat. Tonight, you're my boyfriend." At that moment, the black cat, in the girl's arms, widened its eyes, meowed, and lay between her breasts, sighing, "Rich ladies are really terrifying." But when the girl reached the gate and was about to enter, someone stepped forward to stop her. "Miss, the embassy doesn't allow pets inside."
The girl quickly made up a story and said, "It's not a pet. It's my boyfriend." The black cat chimed in, meowing cutely once more.
The man now fixed his gaze on the black cat. The cat, satisfied, thought, "Good.
My super passive acting cute has lowered his IQ. I don't even need to try hard to get through."
Then, unexpectedly, the man told her to go in. The girl smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you." The two gatekeepers then started talking amongst themselves. "This cat is too white. Come on, wake up, this is a black cat. Next life, I won't be human anymore. Let me be a cat." At this point, in the middle of a large courtyard, people were gathered and chatting.
The black cat began to think of a plan.
Successfully sneaking in, taking advantage of the crowd, and looking for a chance to escape. Then, while the girl was chatting with someone else, the black cat suddenly leapt down, knocking the wine glass out of her hand. The girl looked on in shock. The man hurriedly apologized.
"Sorry, I couldn't see where I was going."
The girl quickly replied,
It's fine, it's fine."
The black cat ran off while glancing back, thinking to itself, "Goodbye, rich lady.
Let's hope we never meet again."
A moment later, the black cat appeared on the railing of an upper floor. Stretching lazily, it thought, "This must be the guest area, where the person I'm looking for should be staying." Then it randomly slipped into a room, planning to check each one methodically. And so, the black cat activated its ultimate sense, sending waves of spiritual energy rippling through the surroundings.
"Let's see.
There's a suspicious safe hidden behind the painting in the first room."
The safe revealed itself.
The black cat approached and unleashed its thermal shock, sparks flying off the metal surface. Moments later, the safe door burst open, and an assortment of indescribable items spilled out. The black cat widened its eyes and thought,
"Damn it, original underwear? Don't they worry about the smell piling all that together?"
It quickly dumped the pile into the toilet, thinking gleefully, "Helping you with your health, no need to thank me." In the next room, the black cat discovered a black suitcase. The suspicious suitcase was found under the bed. Inside it were small, oddly shaped items. The black cat thought they were parts of a gun, likely smuggled items. If caught, the punishment could be years in prison. Then, once again, with a kind heart, it shoved everything into the toilet and casually said, "Help me destroy the evidence, no need to thank me."
The next room.
It seemed like something was hidden in the closet. When the door was opened, the black cat was stunned. The condition of the corpses was identical to the ones in the district control office. The owner of this room was a fake powers user who had been pretending to be someone else. Suddenly, countless sharp energy blades attacked from above. The black cat was momentarily taken by surprise, then quickly leaped to the side to avoid the attacks. The black cat broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "There's no one around here, no surveillance cameras in the house.
I must have triggered a trap by using void energy." The knife that had just attacked didn't cause lethal damage, nor could it shoot continuously. The fake powers user pretending to be someone else might soon deliver another strike.
It would be better to change form and blend into the pile of corpses, waiting for someone to come. After a moment of thought, the black cat transformed into a corpse bird and jumped into the pile of carcasses to hide. Suddenly, the door opened.
The black cat heard it. At that moment, two maids entered.
Upon seeing the scene, one of them covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Oh my God!
What's going on?"
The black cat was now confused.
But it wasn't Yijin nor the vague woman in the photo, or could they be disguised as regular employees of this place?
The blond young man hurriedly pushed the girl outside, saying, "Hurry, call security to check it out."
At that moment, the black cat had transformed back into its cat form. Puzzled, could it be that the ability to disguise oneself as a high-ranking official isn't here?
Suddenly, the black cat became alarmed, thinking to turn back. "Wait, this outfit is the uniform from Sanshan Academy that the woman in the picture wore, and there's the fake silicon chest and this fake tribe getup. How careless of me, this person is actually a big shot dressed as a woman. I thought void energy didn't have the power to transform people, but I forgot that humans can physically disguise themselves.
Let me go." The foul-mouthed jerk suddenly made a noise, grabbing the black cat's attention. "Ha, that's the voice of the rich woman."
The girl who had earlier brought the black cat in was now being humiliated by a man.
"You raise a bunch of pretty boys and still pretend to be innocent with me?"
she retorted sharply. "What does raising pretty boys have to do with you? They can make me happy, while you just disgust me." Seeing this scene, the black cat could only feel speechless. After leaving the room where the black cat had been earlier, the blond man spoke up, "Yijin, you were right to tell me to disguise myself. Someone really is looking for us."
Yijin calmly responded at this moment, "It's Jiu-Chu." The other person asked, "Jiu-Chu? Didn't we kill him? Is this someone else?"
Yijin's face darkened as he explained, "Jiu-Chu is the most powerful secret weapon of Nation H. Two Jiu-Chu will not be deployed in the same event. Last time, Jiu-Chu's number 8 position helped the Bureau of Case Control investigate us. We took advantage of the situation because we were ambushed by a third-party force. His appearance this time proves that he didn't die last time." The blonde person then looked up at the camera and continued, "The Jiu-Chu that Shadow Explosion saw in the Bureau of Case Control was a long-haired high school student, right? He didn't look quite the same as before. Could it be a different person?" Yijin responded uncertainly, "Jiu-Chu number 8 is mysterious, unpredictable, and ever-changing. Just a moment ago, he was a high school boy. He might transform into a cat that a rich lady brings in next." The blonde person exclaimed, "Huh?" On the camera now was an image of a girl holding a black cat in her arms. He continued, "Look at this surveillance video. The embassy doesn't allow pets, but she used mind control to bring the cat in." The other person asked, "Why did she bring the cat?" Yijin crossed his arms and made a guess, maybe it's a condition to activate some ability or to serve as a distraction. The blonde person pointed up and announced, "It seems like she's been entangled with someone now." Yijin looked up and reminded, "Don't be careless. She definitely hasn't eaten tiger meat yet, she's pretending to be weak but is actually in control of everything. The light where she is isn't bright enough, so it will take some time for me to launch the shadow explosion from her. You hold her back and draw her attention. At this moment, the man pushed the girl down and tore a piece of her clothing. He then used the spiritual cage to attack her. The girl could only cry out in pain. While controlling the pink energy, the man smugly said, "Haven't you seen this before? This is called a spiritual cage, a type of void energy. In Iron Tower Nation, void energy has long been a semi-public secret. Only your nation, still tries to hide the truth. This is the consequence of your blind attempts to conceal it. Look at how foolish you look right now, it's really laughable." The girl bit her teeth in pain and sobbed. The man's expression grew even more sinister. "I don't like making things difficult for others, so why don't you be a bit more sensible and take the initiative?" Suddenly, something strange attacked from behind, piercing straight through his chest, causing his blood and flesh to splatter everywhere, along with spitting out blood. Sulai and I, in the form of a blonde man, used a life-threatening execution strike to attack him. The girl's expression twisted, and saliva dripped from her mouth incessantly. "Ah, you killed someone." Sulai Air withdrew her weapon, grinding her teeth in anger and said, "Jochu, stop pretending. Let's speak frankly, and don't even think about pulling any tricks. Otherwise, the sacrificial knife that I intend to use on him will immediately chop off the heads of the innocent civilians in this banquet hall." The girl retorted, "Jochu, huh? If you surrender now, you might still receive mercy." Sula and I replied irritably, "And you can say something like surrender. TSK, big chest, no brains." The black cat, who had been observing from the side, thought to itself, "It seems like the decapitation ability, pretending to be a rich lady, can be turned into Jochu. In a moment, just directly freeze them with extreme cold. Also, where did Jijin run off to?" Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind, startling the girl. The black cat frowned in annoyance, and the shadow explosion appeared. It turned out that their tactic was to use the fake ability to draw attention. After that, the black cat quickly jumped out, using noble air to counter the impact. The black cat meowed, and Shadow Explosion thought in panic, "Noble air doesn't hurt or itch." At this moment, the girl, seeing this, joyfully shouted, "Is it you, Black Cat? Are you here to save me?" The black cat thought hard and replied, "Don't interrupt at a time like this." Suddenly, Shadow Explosion started to flee. The black cat became furious, noticing that Shadow Explosion had disappeared. The opponent didn't want to fight head-on. "Ah, this rich lady is in the way." It was still a hurry to get her into the car, then quickly transform into human form, gently saying to ensure her safety, "Now I will take you to the car." The girl was astonished when she saw this, exclaiming, "Black Cat, you've turned into a human." On the way to the red car, a voice spoke, "What happened? Please keep it confidential tonight." Zhong Yuan, carrying the girl on his shoulder, reminded her, in the situation earlier, self-defense is considered justified. Next time, please understand the law before advising someone to surrender. The girl, blushing and lost in thought, wondered, what just happened? Her black cat turned into a human, saved her, and even carried her into the car. Was she dreaming? He continued, "Later, you should drive home yourself. If you're not sober, call someone to drive for you." Once they reached the car, Zhong Yuan tossed the girl inside. She called out, "Wait, will I be able to see you again?" Zhong Yuan decisively replied, "No, and don't come looking for me if anything happens." He dialed the Bureau of Case Control, tossing a lipstick inside as he spoke, "I've written your phone number on my heart. Goodbye." At that moment, a string of numbers appeared on the girl's chest. She could only watch him leave, speechless. After a while, Yijin ran to a corner, feeling anxious, thinking, "This is too strong, too terrifying. Jochu doesn't fear the noble air, and even has the power to rival others. Fighting head-on, I will have no chance of winning." Then he gasped for breath, remaining calm. "Right now, I'm hiding in a lake and using super resolution to divert away. Jochu can't find me. I just need to wait for Jochu to leave, and I'll still have time to plan for the long term." Although using mental communication consumes spirit energy and it's impossible to know who the thoughts belong to, for now, it was the only way to confirm the situation outside. Then, he used the power in his eyes to make them shine brightly, immediately allowing him to see the thoughts of all targets within a certain range. Among them were useless messages.
This party is so boring, I just want to go home. How about a charity auction party, using the funds donated by Ingren for charity to the royal family of Iron Tower Nation?
The 6-year-old son of the ambassador took something and, without shame, brought it out to sell for 500,000.
These foreign enthusiasts, do they drink water with their heads?
As long as my son becomes a void energy wielder, I'll immediately move to Iron Tower Nation.
Where has Yijin gone?
Upon hearing this, Yijin sighed in relief.
Only Su Kai-er knows my name. This thought must be hers.
She has top-tier escape skills, so she must have successfully escaped and is now looking for me.
Then, Xian opened the lid and crawled up, happily calling out.
Surprisingly, above, Zhong Yuan is waving his hand, smiling warmly, and greeting me. Then Yijin shrank back again. This action made Zhong Yuan feel a sense of frustration. He quickly flipped open the round lid and, with a sigh, said, "Stop avoiding reality.
Yijin, I want to talk to you.
Please go outside first."
At that moment, Yijin was sitting huddled underneath, silent. After a while, he quickly climbed up and asked, "What do you want to talk about?"
But in his mind, he was starting to strategize.
Since he couldn't confront him directly, he'd have to use his wits.
If he read his thoughts, he might find a breakthrough. Zhong Yuan began speaking. "How about we start by talking about why you successfully absorbed the rebirth in Void Star Snowbone, yet you didn't tell your younger brother, who went to fetch the Void Star for you?" At this point, Yijin read Zhong Yuan's thoughts. The face in front of him was exactly the same as the one in the photo on Yijin's tombstone. I call him Yijin, he doesn't deny it, so indeed, he is Yijin.
Fong Yumo asked me to find Yijin's body. Should I turn him into a corpse and bring him back?
Yijin had previously set a trap to kill Wang Padi, and if he was caught, the punishment would likely be life imprisonment. Moreover, his involvement with the illegal organization Jiu Yao meant he could face punishment for numerous crimes. He frowned when he heard these thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Zhong Yuan continued thinking, "Right, it seems the old number 8 of Jiuqiu was also killed by him to retire, and I am the new number 8. Taking over this matter is hardly a satisfying resolution. The sentence for these crimes is not light, and even Fong Yumo's family could be implicated. Or perhaps I should directly help Fong Yumo, sacrificing myself for the greater good here." Then he suddenly clenched his fist and said, "Jiuqiu, you've mistaken the wrong person." He then began fabricating a story. Yijin had long since died in bed, under the cold eyes of the world. Now, standing before him was nothing more than an unnamed demon who had inherited Yijin's body, contrary to Yijin's wishes, committing countless sins. I should not hope for any luck in this cold and cruel world. Yijin had his pride, and this body should be destroyed by my own hands. As he spoke, he used his spiritual energy to point at his head. Immediately, Yijin's body disintegrated into fragments.
Zhong Yuan was incredibly panicked.
He reached out, calling, "I haven't finished speaking."
"How could you?"
Suddenly, the system notification sounded, detecting the aberrant species of the Void Star absorbing energy, which didn't surprise Zhong Yuan. The system interface appeared. The aberrant species of the Void Star has the following abilities: Super Resolution, Level 7, unable to level up, degrades substances into particles of 0.5 nanometers in size, and temporarily eliminates the gravitational pull between molecules.
I am made of iron skin, Level 1. Cannot level up.
Permanently increases the body's defensive strength. The speed remains at Level 1 and cannot be upgraded. Copies the velocity of the target in the same reference frame. Shadow Explosion at Level 5 cannot be leveled up. Uses one's own shadow to create a shadow explosion. Shadow Explosion inherits 10% of the body's combat power. The shadow can be separated from the body at a maximum distance of 50 km.
Telepathy. Level 2 cannot be leveled up.
Immediately perceives the thoughts of all targets within a certain range.
Gold robbery regeneration at level 4 cannot be leveled up.
After reading the notification, he thought of Yijin's aberrant species of the Void Star. Wait, he thought, telepathy. Looking down at the dissipating black shadow, Zhong Yuan panicked. This isn't right, Yijin is dead, so why is the shadow explosion gathering? Could his shadow explosion have absorbed immortality? Then, as if realizing something, he gritted his teeth in anger. Earlier, he wasn't saying his last words, but rather listening to his own heart, trying to make me lower my guard. The shadow explosion not being retracted by its master means immortality. Now he's using immortality to turn it into a masterless shadow explosion. If he absorbs the Void Star of his true body again, no one will be able to restrain him. Even though absorbing the power from this Void Star will severely restrict my rank, I have no other choice. I will absorb it all. Saying this, he raised both of his hands to welcome the swirling new sources of power. At this moment, Yijin had transformed into something exceedingly strange. He spoke, "Well done, Jiu Chu. You actually saw through my intentions and even seized my Void Star." A moment later, Zhong Yuan opened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and then extended his hand, channeling a powerful surge of spiritual energy. He spoke, "Yijin, don't blame me for lacking humanity. You failed to act like a person." Zhong Yuan then began using telepathy, his voice ringing out, "The only hope of survival is the life-saving hope your younger brother, Fong Yumo, found for you. Yet, you used it to betray the country. Do you think you're worthy of your younger brother?" At this moment, Yijin had transformed into Shadow Explosion. He gritted his teeth in anger, a mixture of indignation and a desperate hope for survival. "Stop joking. For years, I've been a servant to the Fong family, but they have oppressed me. Living like this is worse than death. The Iron Tower Nation, Jiu Yao, I no longer have any hope. Right now, I am immortal, invincible. Even without the original Void Star, as long as I can escape, I'll still be free." Zhong Yuan then began using an ultra-level acting cue technique, and a pink aura of power emanated from around him. "If you insist on being so stubborn, then I will show no mercy." The power surged towards Pang Bu. He panicked and thought to himself, "Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Why do I suddenly feel that this man is incredibly charming, and I can't control the urge to pursue him? Why am I having such disgusting thoughts? No, I can't succumb to this." But suddenly, Shadow Explosion knelt down and cried out. At this moment, Shadow Explosion was kneeling before Zhong Yuan. It made him think indeed, Shadow Explosion wasn't human. The effect of the super-level acting cute was still very effective. Then, he coldly asked, "Can we talk properly now?" Shadow Explosion gritted his teeth in anger and began to reflect. By now, it was late at night, and a large building appeared. Inside a spacious house, a woman was slumped over the table, trembling and crying. On the table were several empty bottles of alcohol. "Hoo-hoo, why is my fate so hard? I ended up with a man named Fong, who promised that after giving birth, he would guarantee me a life of wealth and honor. It's all lies." A young boy approached, raising his hand and calling, "Mom." Unexpectedly, the woman slapped the boy's hand away and snapped, "Go away. If it weren't for you being in my way, I could have married someone else." The bottles of alcohol fell from the table, crashing into the boy. One of the bottles shattered. The boy looked at the broken pieces in front of him and blamed himself, "Is it because I'm useless that Mom is suffering like this?" Suddenly, at that moment, a hand reached down to the boy. The boy, incredibly happy, took the object and asked, "As long as I successfully absorb it, will I become a useful person?" The man smiled broadly and replied, "Yes, go ahead and start." The boy, at that moment, only wanted to become strong enough to care for his mother, so he didn't hesitate and began absorbing the object. After a while, he joyfully reported back to the man, "I've absorbed it. Super disintegration, red raid level 7. The man also cheered, "Success, success. I knew that the special physique would be a perfect match for this. Quick, let Umo absorb the next one."
The person beside him responded, yes. The boy still looked up with innocent eyes, bewildered, and asked, is this where I am useful?
The scene shifted to a small table, now covered with countless scribbles.
A boy was being teased and mocked by several others. An illegitimate child like you actually deserves to study at our school? TCH.
Foolish kid, only good at reading books, no father, yet wants to stand out. The boy Yijin, now grown, responded with a grim expression, useless, achievements, abilities, virtues, none of that is as useful as standing out. Suddenly, another young man appeared, raised his hand, and shouted at the others, damn it, I'll beat the crap out of you idiots.
This person is using the infinite skill.
The others were scrambling, urging each other to run.
Run fast, Dragon Bone Transmutation, Commander Jiang is coming.
The young man, seeing the group running off, gave a cold snort.
Yijin, sweating heavily behind him, asked, are you the young man?
Jiang Buyu turned around and winked, replying, my name is Jiang Buyu. If you encounter any difficulties, just come to class 1 and find me.
Yijin then said, this is the high school classroom.
Jiang Buyu, laughing heartily upon hearing this, responded, don't sweat the small stuff. Whether it's a second-grade shrimp or a high schooler, they all go into the pot. The scene shifted to another time, where Jiang Buyu was sitting on a public bench, his face swollen from being beaten.
A voice rang out, asking, who hit you? A leg appeared and sat down next to him.
Jiang Buyu looked over and answered, my dad told me to eat raw pickled vegetables, and just like that, I turned into braised pork with sugarcane. Yijin coldly remarked, you rush to the high school classroom so zealously to do a good deed, but it's a bit immature.
Jiang Buyu, feeling aggrieved, asked, should I just pretend I didn't see anything?
Yijin then calmly said, you are Si Ling's son.
You can do whatever you want.
Jiang Buyu shouted back, I'm not just the son of the commander.
Later on, I'll be the commander in the same department of destruction.
Yijin lowered his head, a little sad, and said, mixing with lowly, useless people like you will only bring shame to me.
Jiang Buyu angrily retorted, what's that supposed to mean? The lower class people are also the masters of Nation H.
Even though they are weak, they are still shining. Even if they only rely on labor to make ends meet, it is still better than those lazy ones who demand to be fed without doing anything.
All the funding for the military district is sustained by taxes.
Behind every void star is the sweat, blood, and trust of the people. If you feel embarrassed to roll up your sleeves alongside them, and can't even speak up for them, then what right do you have to hold this power? The two of them were still sitting there talking. Jiang Buyu patted Yijin's shoulder, smiling cheerfully and said, you're also a void energy wielder, and you're fighting for the people. For the sake of justice, at least next time, if there's school violence, fight back. At this point, Yijin could only remain silent, glancing at the young man beside him. After a while, he finally spoke, next time, I'll try. The scene shifted to another location, where 3 arrogant figures were walking towards them.
They arrogantly said, why is the Dragon Bone Transmutation from the Zheng family here at the high school?
TCH, at the dinner party my father hosted for Commander Zheng's family last time, maybe I said something that he overheard.
He keeps coming out to support Yijin. Let's change the subject and play with something else.
Then, they pointed at a student in front of the sinister-looking person and said, that guy over there looks like he's really lacking attention. The group cornered the student against the wall, mocking him, you look so ugly, it's hurting our eyes. You owe us 3 pairs of eyes that have never seen someone like you, or you'll have to compensate us for emotional damage.
We won't bother you otherwise.
The student at this moment was extremely frightened when suddenly the shadow explosion technique appeared, locking one of them in place, as if he was made of iron.
Another one was grabbed by someone's hand. It was Yijin.
He slammed their heads together with each hand. At this point, the 2 of them were motionless, almost lifeless. After being knocked around, both of them stiffened in their initial positions and fell to the ground. The remaining one, controlled by the shadow explosion, trembled and begged for mercy, brother, please spare me. Yijin raised a fist in a threatening manner, don't let me see you bullying the weak again.
Jiang Buyu may not really kill you, but I will.
With that, he punched the man in the face, causing him to spit blood. The student who had been surrounded earlier was about to say something, but Yijin interrupted him. "Don't thank me." He then turned to encourage him. "You're also a void energy wielder. Next time, you should fight back yourself." At this moment, standing in front of the teacher's desk, the teacher said, "Yijin, your strength is truly profound, beyond measure. Don't be nervous, I didn't call you to the office to criticize you." Then, he gave a somewhat awkward smile and explained, "The military zone values your strength and intends to cultivate you, but your background is really, well, it's a bit awkward. Huanan is entirely void ability clan." Upon hearing this, his face became sad. The scene shifted to home. At this moment, Yijin was kneeling in front of his father, seemingly pleading for something. The father, visibly displeased, responded, "Do you want to go back to the Fong family? No way. Your mother tried to harm you time and time again. It's a mercy that I didn't kill both of you." A young boy with innocent eyes ran out the gate and asked, "Are you my older brother?" Yijin didn't turn around and decisively replied, "No." At that moment, on a stormy, thunderous night, angry shouts could be heard from inside a house. "You're a troublemaker. What kind of charm or potion did you give Yuan that made him leave home and even forced me to accept you?" Yijin calmly responded, "If you insist on blaming me for causing the rift, then no matter how much I explain, it will just sound like an excuse." The man continued to yell, "Fine, very well. So, you want to be cruel? I'll accept you as my son. If you insist on being part of the Fong family, then I expect you to take on the corresponding responsibilities. From now on, you will work for the Fong family. Is that clear?" Then, at a competition, the announcement rang out, 2034 University Tournament of Void Ability Users, Individual Champion, Yijin. At this point, Yijin was holding a large trophy, surrounded by those who had ranked lower. At this moment, the father glanced at the trunk with a cold grunt and said, "Still unhappy, you did very well. By the end of the internship, you can join Han Wan's team. The Han family has been developing rapidly recently, and the Fong family has to establish connections with them to succeed." The younger brother, at this moment, joyfully poked his head in and cheered, "Is Big Brother the champion? Wow, that's amazing." He waved his hand and said, "What does it matter if he's the champion? Go do your homework." Yijin lowered his head, feeling down. While sitting in class, a friend turned to him and asked, his tone not so happy, "What are you thinking about?" Yijin, leaning on one hand with a bored expression, replied, "The human heart is hard to understand." The friend then pointed out, "If you want to read someone else's thoughts, there's actually a shortcut. I heard that the Jiang family has a void star with telepathy that they've kept hidden for years, but because the members of the Jiang family aren't suited for it, it's been left untouched." A little later, Yijin, following his friend's advice, took out an item and presented it to Jiang Buyu, saying, "Jiang Jr., this void star with telepathy was something I won in the university competition. Can I exchange it for your telepathy?" Jiang Buyu, surprised, asked back, "The void star with telepathy is a strategic level ability. Are you sure you want to exchange it with me?" Yijin confirmed, "Definitely." After that, he began practicing telepathy. He thought, with telepathy, he'd be able to read his father's thoughts. But when he finally read the innermost feelings of his beloved father, it left him feeling utterly hopeless. Yijin is too outstanding. Sooner or later, it will threaten Yumo. If I had known this, I wouldn't have gone through artificial insemination. If it weren't for that child, everything would be fine. It is the child that damn woman from the DP family raised. Han Shu is absolutely immoral, thick-skinned, and wants to return to the Fong family. The goal is undoubtedly revenge. After hearing these thoughts, Yijin gradually became indifferent as he stepped out into the rain. He cursed at the telepathy. Then he looked up, letting the cold raindrops hit his face, and painfully muttered. Yijin lowered his gaze, listening to the instructions from the person before him. Yijin, the military district originally planned to promote you, but recently, you've been too loud. The military district hopes you can calm down and focus on training.
Do you understand the hardship of the teachers? Yijin stood upright and replied, I understand. The teacher in front of him rested his chin in satisfaction. That's good.
Yijin used telepathy, and the teacher's thoughts appeared. Lu Zhong, the previous principal, had said to dismiss Yichen, but why was he now telling me to pressure him?
I don't even know why. Could it be related to the Fong family?
It's just unfortunate that the messenger like me is stuck in the middle, neither here nor there. DP walked away, and the other students looked towards Yijin, but little did they know that Yijin could hear every thought they had. This kid Yijin is really pitiful. He doesn't come from a good background, yet he has such high talent. Yijin is already ranked 6th on the youth table, why not choose another military region? Next year, Zhang's son will be interning at the command. Having a good family background is what truly matters. My father told me to stay away from Yijin, although I don't know why, but it's definitely for the best. Someone secretly rejoiced in their heart, thinking that as long as they could take credit for Yijin's achievements, when something goes wrong, he would help cover it up. My father said that as long as Yijin is suppressed, I could have whatever I want. This annoying Yijin, because of him, I can't get any good assignments. Team Hanwhan can't stay any longer. This mission has little merit and many complications, so it's right to assign it to Yijin. It's right to squeeze him out. So what if Jianling's son becomes the new commander? Without the support of powerful families like ours, he's nothing. Jiang Xiling is so stupid, even trying to pull Yijin in. Yijin is truly a jinx. Nothing good ever happens with him around. At that moment, Yijin was at the table, the whispered words ringing in his ears. He raised his glass and took a drink. A man with long hair sitting beside Yijin spoke, empty spaces in the chest can be filled with wine, and an unfair world can be dealt with by a sword. Yijin's face flushed, clearly a little drunk. Hearing the person beside him, Yijin mumbled, what do you think is unfair about this world? The person with long hair next to the dark side responded. The innate ability to absorb Void Star inherited from the family, this is the greatest injustice in this world. At this point, Yijin was a little more awake and asked the person next to him, how do you plan to eliminate this injustice? The person with long hair spoke, make the existence of void energy public to everyone, encourage the entire population to become void energy wielders. As for innate abilities, there's no way to change them. Yijin looked at the person beside him and asked, is the ability you use to conceal your appearance infinite dreamscape? The person sitting next to him replied, yes, if you are willing to join us, I can lift the dreamscape. Yijin panicked and asked, who are you? Who are you? The person sitting next to him still hadn't revealed his face. Only his mouth and nose were visible, with his eyes concealed. The person introduced himself, Zhou Yao, White Halo, you can also call me Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai and Yijin sat across from each other in the CAF. The music played softly, and the decay in the corner was like light that could not shine. That day, Yijin refused, sorry, Zhou Yao is an unacknowledged underground organization, and I still have concerns in this world. At this moment, Yijin sat with a friend in a CAF. The friend sitting across from him raised his hand and said, Yijin, we've always had trouble receiving good missions, and it's not the right approach. Why don't we take on a private job? Yijin, holding a glass of water, asked in confusion, private job? The friend explained. It's the type of mercenary mission posted on the dark web. At that moment, in a place filled with flames and smoke, Yijin and his friend, with tattered clothes and injuries all over their bodies, were struggling. Yijin supported his friend and tried to walk. Around them, there were screams. Void Cave, Iron Tower Nation, those damn old men, they deceive mercenaries like us by sending us to the battlefield without any protective gear. Some people were shouting for help, while others were crying bitterly. I don't want to die, I don't want to get cancer. At this moment, inside the hospital, Yijin sat on the hospital bed, while Umo held Yijin's hand in comfort. Brother, I will definitely find a way to cure your illness. Wait for me. Yijin reached out and touched the snowbone serpent of the Void Star, confiding. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. The system notified Yijin, you have gained the ability of reincarnation. The snowbone serpent of the Void Star fluttered around Yijin's hospital bed. Yijin stood up and walked to the window, holding his phone while talking. Mr. Bai, I've thought it over. A voice came from the other end of the line. Which country do you want to go to? Yijin asked again. Which country? Didn't you say I was joining Jiuyao? What I mean is, I want you to go to another country to be a spy. This is a crucial mission that only you can undertake. You won't refuse, right? On the table at that moment was a globe, from the Su-Ri Research Center. Mr. Bai Yuan looked at the shadow in front of him, his expression stern, and spoke. Jiuyao always talks about wanting to eliminate the injustice in the world, but what do they want you to do? Calculate Jiuchu, calculate the Bureau of Case Control. How many more people do you want to kill before you can see the true face behind their falsehoods? Yijin knelt on the ground, his hand on his head, and earnestly said, Enough, don't say anymore. I no longer want to be involved in these conflicts. Please, let me go free. Zhong Yuan asked again, You want freedom? His eyes were cold, and he continued, Freedom is simply stopping the search for approval. Under the night sky, Zhong Yuan reached out towards Yijin's shadow explosion. If there is still anger or joy in your heart, don't use freedom as an excuse to escape. Yijin remained kneeling, his hands placed on the ground, his head lowered as he hesitated before speaking. Zhong Yuan cut him off, saying instead, even if I die, will crawl out of the coffin, wielding my sword to cut through the injustices that prevent me from resting. If you trust me, you will also need my trust. So follow me, become my shadow. The shadow explosion materialized, and the dark shadow gradually took shape. Yijin's gaze was sorrowful as he sighed. Indeed, what I want is not freedom. Yijin appeared in motion, his shadow forming beneath Zhong Yuan's feet. Yijin thought, even if I stumble time and time again on the path to pursue the light, with bruises turning into darkness, I still want to chase the light. Somewhere else, Buyu was sitting at his desk, holding the phone and talking. Zhong Yuan gave the referee a red card. This was my decision, is there a problem? Actually, she's a special referee I secretly hired. Buyu laughed joyfully, at least she's more reliable than those referees who are on the deputy commander's side. If there's nothing else to discuss, goodbye. Buyu hung up, placed the phone on the desk, and then buried his face in his hands. Nian Xiaolai cried out inwardly. Jiang Xiao had promised to treat him to dinner. It was already past 8 p.m. Why was there still no news? She had run off the field after receiving a call this morning, surely there was an urgent task. Could she still be on a mission now? Buyu's face fell, his mouth even drooling as he looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Should he just eat something first? But what if she's cooking? Or maybe the food she ordered got delayed due to a traffic accident. Sigh, maybe he should just have 3 bowls of ice cream for his afternoon tea. The phone screen lit up with a new message. Buyu woke up. A message. He quickly grabbed the phone. Are you not entering the Lan Tian Hotel through the main entrance? Fong Jing posted a wanted poster of the infamous evil demon at the hotel reception. What is this? At night at the Lan Tian Hotel, Yijin stirred his glass of water in his hand. Lord number 8, please have some. Zhong Yuan sat on the bed, looking at the shadow cast on the wall. Yijin, I don't need you to do these unnecessary things. Once everything is over, I will perform the shadow separation technique so you can be free. Yijin mournfully cried. No, please let me follow Lord Cat King forever. Zhong Yuan tiredly reached up to touch his forehead. This guy is affected by extreme acting cute, seems to be turning into a please, Lord type. Zhong Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. In comparison, Jiang Buyu is definitely the one with the strangest reaction after being hit by the technique. He says he turned into a cat servant, but his actions aren't abnormal at all. Once rationality kicks in, you can tell he's really scared of acting cute.
Suddenly, Buyu appeared at the window, his face cheerful. Jiang Shao, you're here.
Yijin was stunned, his mouth agape.
Commander of the Huanan military region sneaks in through the bedroom window of Jiu Chu at midnight. What does that mean? Also, why didn't you use the elevator? You climbed up 15 floors as if it's some secret date no one should know about?
Yijin's shadow suddenly cracked. Yijin, my shadow's broken.
Buyu looked confused.
I was just wondering about the shadow beneath Zhong Yuan's feet. Jiang Shao, your shadow has shattered into pieces. Zhong Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the shadow.
Yijin, stop playing tricks. Your junior Jiang is here to visit you. Yijin, why are you telling such a scary story?
Zhong Yuan smiled.
Yes, it's a scary story. Whether we survive until the end depends entirely on your role in the story. Zhong Yuan silently used telepathy.
Buyu, standing opposite, had a confused expression, but Zhong Yuan could hear all the thoughts in Buyu's mind. Yijin doesn't sell salted duck eggs. Last month he was buried with 100 of them. The food served was quite good, deserving of the money spent on wreaths and consolation. Wait, Jiang Shao must have checked the records of the division and turned it into this.
This dinner really is a feast at Hong Gate. Where's the food from the feast at Hong Gate? At least give me a pig roll to help. Who's going to chop it and eat it?
I really want to have some chicken rice, glutinous rice cakes, glass shrimp dumplings, sweet taro paste, ginkgo, fish porridge, stir-fried beef entrails, steamed chicken bao with garlic bones, chicken wings, eggplant stew with fish flavor, braised fish, honey-glazed roast pork, chicken feet, oysters, fish belly.
Zhong Yuan smiled helplessly, at a loss for words. In just half a second, so many dishes appeared in this guy's mind. It seemed like he had promised him a good meal yesterday. Has he been hungry all this time?
Zhong Yuan happily handed the glass of water that Yijin had prepared earlier to Buyu.
You should drink this first. Buyu reached out and accepted it.
Buyu picked up the glass of water and drank, but in his heart, he couldn't stop thinking that he had drunk too hastily.
Was there any poison in the water? Does she need to poison me to kill me?
To be fair, if I fought with her, I would only end up hanged. If I seal her restriction and activate Infinite Dreamscape, maybe I could put up a fight.
Zhong Yuan immediately spoke up loudly, you still have sealing restriction hidden? What are you stealing?
Buyu was startled, hesitated, and replied, stealing disaster. Wait, how do you know what I'm thinking?
Zhong Yuan admitted right away, that's right.
Buyu used reason to explain, the more I eat, the hungrier I get.
I'm about to starve to death, let me eat my fill first. Then you can kill me, please. Zhong Yuan responded, Buyu, why the rush? After my sealing restriction is done, what kind of dream are you planning to show me?
Buyu stood opposite Zhong Yuan and answered, I haven't thought about that yet. But I'll start by saying that I am someone who watches dreams and imagines. Right, the version where you hunt wrong, dress up like your little sister, and play games in her room, only to be caught by her.
How's that?
Zhong Yuan remarked openly, this dream isn't exactly healthy.
I advise you not to do it. Buyu then asked, then what do you want?
A dream of kicking 12 golden hairpins.
Zhong Yuan reminded, the theme is getting more and more twisted. What's going on in your mind?
Buyu's expression was not really under his control, he couldn't hold it back.
What if I give you a confirmation box instead?
If you don't click it, just close telepathy on your own.
Has Buyu shown the box asking if you're over 18 yet?
Zhong Yuan raised his hand for confirmation.
It's fine, emotionally you're already 20.
At this moment, in reality, Zhong Yuan and Buyu were facing each other. Yijin was confused, wondering why they suddenly stopped talking.
Were they using their psychic abilities to merge into eternity?
A message appeared above Zhong Yuan's head, a real reader's message. Zhong Yuan grabbed Buyu by the collar, his eyes sharp and cold.
What's going on with Yijin's file? Tell me, don't think you can hide it from me.
Bu Yu's innocent eyes looked at Zhong Yuan, who was glaring at him. No leading the war, no navy, no tactics, and if you don't like it, don't spit.
I don't want to retell this harmful story. Zhong Yuan, with malice in his eyes, shoved Bu Yu into the box.
I'll help you plant full armor, the real reader's message is up too.
Bu Yu screamed. Don't! You admitted you were wrong but didn't fix it. Please, give me some face. I'm begging you.
Zhong Yuan was malicious.
No way.
Past images flashed by. Bu Yu was punching Commander Jiang, who was his father, straight in the face.
Bu Yu's eyes were full of resentment.
Commander Jiang's face was bruised from the punch, but he smiled.
Not bad, daring to punch the old commander in the face. You've cultivated a whole lot of arrogance, haven't you?
Bu Yu, with one eye half closed and feeling tired and worn out, asked the person in front of him, "When did you calculate Yizhen's actions actually start?" Commander Jiang replied, "It started when you were in middle school, and continued when you reached high school."
Bu Yu was astonished. What?
Commander Jiang explained, "At the official banquet, someone deliberately let you know about the grandson of Guan Mao bullying Yizhen. After you took action, it caused a rift between the Guan family and the Jiang family. I gave you a light beating to make it seem like nothing had happened between the two families. At that point, you could have taken the opportunity to bring Yizhen under your wing, but instead, you let him retaliate against the Guan family. This meant that you pushed him toward opposing the Jiang family. The biggest competitor of the Jiang family is the Lu family, who is allied with the Fong family. The Lu family saw an opportunity and tried to recruit Yizhen, hoping to persuade him to return to the Fong family, but forcing emotions never works. The same goes for family ties. All I needed to do was increase Fong Yumo's desire for reconciliation just a little bit, and that would create conflict between father and son, forcing them to rely on external forces to mend things. The Lu family mistakenly thought that recruiting Yizhen was nothing to worry about, so they took advantage of the university competition to hand Yizhen a Void Star calculus guide. At this point, I took the opportunity to let Yizhen know that the Jiang family had a Void Star expert who could help him integrate into the Feng family. Just as I expected, he chose to exchange the Void Star with you. No one from the younger generation of Nation H has the kind of strategic level competitive skills to rival yours. Yizhen, due to his telepathic abilities, became the target of exclusion by all the noble families of Huanan. After all, every prestigious family has secrets they cannot allow others to know, and they certainly don't want him to find out about them. Bu Yu, feeling helpless, collapsed to his knees with a thud, stunned. Everything had been planned out by his father from the very beginning.
Commander Jiang stood in front of his son. Each step of his father had a backup plan. The current situation was just one of countless possibilities. If even this kind of strategic planning couldn't be carried out, you might as well resign from your position as commander.
Bu Yu bit his lip, his gaze blank and full of sorrow.
Commander Jiang continued.
Yizhen accepted a private mission, encountered a setback, and developed cancer. The noble families chose to ignore it, even fabricating records to cover up his actions, hoping he could recover and live for a few more years. Not only will that plan fail, but it will also be seized by others.
Commander Jiang turned and began to walk away.
You've been a commander for 2 years now, you should know how to handle things.
No need for me to teach you.
Later, Bu Yu knelt before Yizhen's tomb, where the wretchedness was the pass of the vile, and the nobility was the epitaph of the noble. The image of Yizhen on the gravestone filled Bu Yu with a deep understanding of his father's words.
The stain of vileness would strip away all innocence.
He had to remain calm and blend into the world where both black and white coexisted. But he also had to remember, this was black. He could never let his own contamination with black lead him to turn black to white, to distort right and wrong. Bu Yu, remembering his father's words, placed the bouquet before Yizhen's grave, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow.
Currently, Zhong Yuan was sitting on the floor, evaluating.
He did not expect that telepathy and rational understanding would simultaneously activate with full force, and that it could also facilitate mental communication through the command system's abilities like this. Bu Yu lay helplessly on the floor, his hands and legs sprawled out.
He was already a defeated fish. Then Buyu tilted his head and saw a dark figure. Young Master Jiang, have you truly made your decision? Buyu replied, I've made my decision. He sat up and kneeled in front of Yizhen. Yizhen, I'm sorry. The reason you were ostracized at the military district was because the aristocratic families feared your telepathy abilities. At this moment, Yizhen still had doubts in his mind. Buyu clarified further, I wanted to quickly ascend to the position of commander, so I plotted against you, seizing the rational understanding that belonged to you. I feared that once you matured, you would consider me an enemy, so I used the hostility of telepathy to make the aristocratic families suppress you. Yizhen now understood, and the more angry he became, the more disappointed he was. Was it really because of telepathy? How could it be you, Buyu? His eyes shut as he lowered his head in apology. My life has been ruined by you. Even if you kill me here, I will not hold a grudge. It's just that right now, this Jiang still has a responsibility, so I can only owe you one. Yizhen crossed his arms and looked at Buyu, who was pleading before him. Yizhen closed his eyes, remembering what he had said today. If one day you do something disgraceful with this power of yours, I will personally take your life. Buyu stood up, thank you. Yizhen sat in the chair, bluntly dismissing the person, leave, I don't want to see you now. Buyu walked away, waving a hand in farewell. Yuan Xiao, you go ahead today. As Buyu reached for the door handle, Zhong Yuan called out to Zhong the trickster. Zhong Yuan looked at the spotless white clothes of Zhong Yuan, now stained with smudges, and suggested, your clothes got dirty when you climbed upstairs. I can take them to the dry cleaners downstairs for you. Zhong Yuan smiled. He wasn't concerned about the dirty clothes, but he couldn't respond. Zhong Yuan held up a swipe card from Jiu Chu. I was almost about to make a move myself. Buyu hurriedly obeyed, taking off the stained shirt and handing it to her. Sorry for the trouble. Zhong Yuan pointed at the pants, and the pants too. If I wash everything, are you going to wear a brand new outfit like the emperor? Wang Padi gave me a specially tailored uniform from the Bureau of Case Control. You can wear it. At that moment, in the supermarket, Zhong Yuan was pushing a shopping cart, while Buyu, dressed in an outfit no different from that of a high school girl, wearing something quite chic, said to the butcher, you should chop the bones smaller. Zhong Yuan was helpless. He spent nearly the entire day twisting over washing clothes, but walking through the supermarket in women's clothes didn't seem to bother him. Buyu, unbothered, turned around and winked, if the commander doesn't want to wear women's clothes, he's not a freak. Zhong Yuan and Buyu, one after the other, went to the market. Zhong Yuan asked, if I hadn't sent you a message today, would you have just starved to death at your desk? Before telepathy, I really never expected that the commander of Huanan would be such a tangled mess. Buyu just smiled casually and replied, being tangled over small matters won't lead to death. The payment card was presented, and the payment system chimed, beep, payment successful. At this moment, at the apartment, Zhong Yuan held his phone, let me check the card from Jiu Chu that you used to buy the house for me in Guangyuan. It should be here, right? The two entered the house, the lights came on, and the house was sparkling clean, but there was nothing on the stove. Zhong Yuan couldn't believe it, he had said that all he needed to do was move in, but there wasn't even a single pot in the kitchen. Buyu, lost in thought, said, how about you come to my place? I've got everything, and it's just 2 steps away. Zhong Yuan responded, I suspect you've been planning this for a long time. Meanwhile, at Buyu's place, a table full of delicious dishes was spread out, with a perfect chicken right in the center. Surrounding it were other vibrant and colorful dishes. Zhong Yuan spoke up, Zhong's trickery, I've already made the dinner I promised you. Buyu ate with great enthusiasm, quickly picking up one dish after another, enjoying every bite, his mouth constantly full of food. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. Zhong Yuan looked at the person in front of him, who was aggressively bending his form, and asked, are you really not going to change out of that women's outfit? Buyu's mouth is still chewing. The clothes that you didn't try to make me wear, I'll change as soon as I get home. Isn't that showing some respect for you?
Zhong Yuan crossed his arms and closed his eyes. I can't stand how you dirty your white clothes, especially since this happened because of me.
Bu Yu casually picked up some food. Whether it's the white commander or the black commander, they can both dominate. Void Cave is a good commander. Zhong Yuan glanced at Bu Yu and exposed him. You understand what I mean, so don't pretend with me. Bu Yu continued to pick up food. Let's stop talking about that. Your cooking skills are amazing. Are you interested in coming to my place and working as a chef? Price is negotiable. Zhong Yuan touched his chin and made an offer. Does that include you asking me to sell my body? Bu Yu was startled and reminded him. I said first, tell me what you want me to do. Zhong Yuan leaned back in his chair. During the university competition period, I will take care of your breakfast and dinner. During this time, I can freely use all your void stars. What do you think? Bu Yu smiled and asked. Which of my abilities do you care about? I can help you get void stars. Zhong Yuan responded again.
A person of integrity does not engage in shady business.
I need your rational understanding and infinite dreamscape. Bu Yu picked up more food.
In the Nation H's warehouse, there are no more void stars of rational understanding left.
I've only heard of infinite dreamscape. Zhong Yuan replied again, it's not that I want the logical method, but I want you to activate the effect. Bu Yu still doesn't fully understand. Zhong Yuan explained further, I've told you before that I absorbed too much void star, which led to the accumulation of negative energy.
Your logical method may have the effect of suppressing this, reducing my need to hibernate.
Bu Yu asked, are you sure you can assimilate the effects of the logical method?
Occasionally it's fine, but if done too frequently, you'll end up becoming a shameless and indecisive person like me.
Zhong Yuan calmly responded, assimilation is indeed frightening, which is why I need to ask you 3 questions first. Please answer truthfully. Bu Yu casually agreed, you can open telepathy and ask. Zhong Yuan opened telepathy and began posing the questions. The first question was, I used acting cute to tame a 2-headed eagle king in the domain boundary of Zhangjia, making it take on a human-like form. Later, the principal of Zhongnan by Xianli Academy entered the domain boundary and killed the eagle to obtain the void star for Ying Sheng to absorb. What do you think about this?
Bu Yu evaluated, the domain boundary nurtures such exotic races, and they are resources for the military region, measured by their value.
A 2-headed eagle king with complete abilities that could be used by humans is far more valuable than its void star.
From the living eagle to the void star, even if Ying Sheng absorbs it successfully, the total value decreases. By Xianli mixed personal interests with official duties, both foolish and despicable. Zhong Yuan continued to ask questions and recalled the moment he was hospitalized.
Zhong Lan was turned into a void energy wielder by Lin Dong Leang.
The second question, when I was an ordinary person, I lived with my 12-year-old younger sister, without a mother or relatives. The captain of the Nighthawk team, Lin Dong Leang, discovered my sister's talent. When I was severely injured in an accident, he asked my sister to become a void energy wielder without telling me, in exchange for curing me.
What do you think about this?
Bu Yu reasoned that the transformation from an ordinary person to a wielder of powers was a pivotal moment in the change of one's life.
Fight for trust and you are a warrior. Fight for gain and you are a strategist. Fight under threat and you are a martyr.
The thinking of a 12-year-old girl, still immature. Becoming a void energy wielder in such a way would surely distort her heart.
It is no exaggeration to say it would ruin her life. Lin Dong Leang corrupts his students. Both foolish and wicked. Zhong Yuan continued asking questions.
The third question, Yizhen was supposed to die from illness, but his younger brother Fong Yumo found a large amount of snowbone serpent of the void star for him, due to an accidental coincidence I created. He absorbed it himself and was reborn, Shadow Explosion absorbed it and became immortal.
Bu Yu was shocked.
You sent Fong Yumo east to attack the forces at Shimen Mountain.
He really did obtain the Void Star Snowbone Serpent. So what exactly is Yizhen's current situation? Zhong Yuan interrupted, hold on, let me explain everything.
Zhong Yuan clarified, Yizhen was reborn and, using Zhou Yao's power, faked his death to escape. Zhou Yao asked him to become a spy, taking advantage of the opportunity to seize the Void Star noble heir that Tai Fagua had been preparing to reclaim. He and Su Kai-er, the daughter of the Champagne Duke from Iron Tower Nation, searched for the residence of the death god Pangbu in Guangyuan City, and ended up provoking the Bureau of Case Control. To prevent my sister's life from being destroyed, I became a void energy wielder, triggering a chain reaction that indirectly led to the former number 8 of Zhou Chu, who had assisted the Bureau of Case Control in investigating a case, being severely injured by Yizhen and forced to retire. From this point on, Yizhen began accumulating more crimes. He even used the ant god drone to attempt to harm Wang Padi, nearly costing him his life. Later, Zhou Yao, in order to help Yizhen infiltrate the Bureau of Case Control and kill Pangbu to steal the Void Star, deliberately provoked Ying Sheng to anger me. I momentarily lost my composure and forgot about Pangbu. In the end, Yizhen and Su Kai-er killed a total of 6 investigators from the Bureau of Case Control. By the time I arrived, Yizhen's subordinate was absorbing the Void Star energy right before me. As he himself put it, if I hadn't fought him at the Tai Fagua embassy, he might have really left Nation H. Together with Su Kai-er, I returned to Tai Fagua, becoming the new death god of Tai Fagua. In the end, Yizhen was pushed into a desperate situation by me, and with super resolution, I struck down his true form in one blow. Pang Buck, inheriting his memories, remained alive due to immortality, becoming an immortal monster, and possessing the power of noble air. Zhong Yuan continued explaining, since Yizhen obtained the Void Star Snowbone Serpent, everything that has happened, whether directly or indirectly, relates to me. What do you think about his fate at this stage? Bu Yu replied seriously, is this your third question? Zhong Yuan responded, yes, if you persist in thinking that Yizhen's tragedy is your fault, then you and I share the same guilt. Bu Yu remained silent. He closed his eyes. He never believed in something called fate. He only believed that everything had its own laws and underlying causes. Even if mysticism existed, he preferred science. Bu Yu opened his eyes and smiled. If you don't want me to find someone both foolish and evil in this story, then the destiny fabricated by this series of coincidences is both foolish and evil. Zhong Yuan smiled with satisfaction, very well. Even if we don't share the same philosophy, we are in agreement. Feel free to use rationality to communicate with me. The commander in the white coat is full of crafty schemes. As for your infinite dreamscape, since the enemy coincidentally has this ability as well, I want to study it carefully. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself. In the night battle, beyond the window, a dark figure jumped in through the window. It appeared as a figure, the image of Yizhen. Shadow Explosion Yizhen was truly astonished and asked, Lord Number 8, can you also transform into my appearance? Zhong Yuan entered, casually starting a conversation. Zhong Yuan sat down on a chair and asked, Mr. Bai of Zhou Yao, after I saved Pangbu, has he cut off contact with you? Yizhen replied, yes. Zhong Yuan asked further, do you think he could be principal by Xian of Zhongnan Academy? I'm not sure. Zhong Yuan glanced and said, I have sent everyone from Ying Sheng's team to the Bureau of Case Control for a thorough investigation. Even Ying Sheng's father has asked Zhu Ji to arrange for capable individuals to review and handle the matter. If the investigation reveals no issues, it will actually prove that they have a problem. The pot of hot pot on the stove emitted a fragrant aroma, with smoke rising. Zhong Yuan asked, how many slices of smoked meat do you want? Let me think. Zhong Yuan, flustered, quickly responded. 2 slices, no, 4 slices. Or should we just put the whole package into the pot? Zhong Yuan raised his hands and asked again. How many eggs do you want? Bu Yu inquired. Normally, I'd put a few eggs in a sandwich. Any amount is fine, can you make them soft-boiled? Zhong Yuan repeated, any amount is fine, can you make them soft-boiled? Yes. Zhong Yuan cracked the eggs, while criticizing Buyu for being so indecisive over breakfast. Jiang Buyu, I think you are like a 1,000-year-old sage, forever indecisive.
Buyu waved his hand and chuckled, a person's name is whatever it lacks. Zhong Yuan, holding a plate of sandwiches, asked again, does the coffee have any special design? Buyu responded, your family has the tools for design, don't they? Aren't they in your cupboard? You have those for decoration or whatever, right?
The food ingredients you use in Guang Yuan are really hard to understand.
Buyu thought for a moment. Was Jiang Xiao planning to use his tea set to brew coffee? Could this actually work?
Although he didn't understand the coffee preferences of people from Shandong, someone like him, who was waiting to drink, couldn't afford to be picky. Buyu happily presented the image, creating the design of a thief in a white cloak. Zhong Yuan refused, no, it might be traced by some zero list or something. Buyu came up with another idea, it's a weird thief in white clothes, not a weird thief in black.
Zhong Yuan continued to reject, neither is acceptable.
Buyu had no choice but to surrender, then I'll just do what I usually do. At that moment, a cup of coffee with the face of a slightly annoyed cat appeared. Buyu still took it cheerfully, his expression full of excitement, the fragrance intoxicating, and the flavor rich.
Is this really coffee? There's no computer accessory in it, right?
Zhong Yuan replied, I added a bit of void energy, and used a grandmaster's method to grind the beans and foam the milk with air bullets. Buyu looked at Zhong Yuan with admiration, you must have used your abilities to make it taste better. Not really, Zhong Yuan said, glancing at his phone screen.
Stop the nonsense, let's get to the point. Boss Chi just told me some bad news.
The entire Ing Sheng team was taken in for questioning yesterday, and Ing Sheng's father, after a whole night of investigation, was found to have committed no violations. On the contrary, his direct superior, the commander of Huazhong, suddenly died last night under mysterious circumstances. It is suspected that his brain was eaten by the demonic-eyed ladybug. Buyu touched his chin. Wang Zhongsheng bribed the staff of the organizing committee and even prepared a Void Star super energy as a reward for Ing Sheng.
I still have the evidence here.
Zhong Yuan, sitting opposite Buyu, spoke up. Originally, I wanted to investigate Principal Bai Xian of Zhongnan Academy, but he erased everything too thoroughly.
I couldn't find any suitable excuse to arrest him. Zhong Yuan looked at Buyu. Fortunately, you reminded me yesterday. I finally realized my fatal flaw. My bravery might be immune to the mental control recorded in my file. It's only at the green level.
But once subjected to other abilities, like ceiling restriction, Infinite Dreamscape could trick me into falling into a trap without me even noticing.
Buyu placed his cup into the sink.
Even after Infinite Dreamscape stops activating, its effects will still persist. And the one who triggered it can sense the connection from the void energy.
Zhong Yuan also placed his plate into the sink. Even for me, directly confronting them carries some risks.
Buyu added, in the worst-case scenario, not only will we fail to kill the person, but we might also end up alerting others.
Even I was brainwashed by the dream.
The sky was clear, and the trees were lush and green. At the house, two people were discussing and deliberating with each other. I need to address the issue of negative energy before I can absorb Void Star again to resolve this situation.
This will take at least 10.5 days. Let's do a small experiment today with your infinite dreamscape. The white clouds and the blue sky.
Beneath the sunlight, there was a field, with referees standing there. They looked at the cat's chair in confusion.
What is this? A cat bed? Who put this on the referee's chair? And on the main referee's chair, no less?
It has the shape of a young general.
A black cat appeared and leisurely spoke up. Please move aside. The referees all looked at the black cat in surprise. Then suddenly, they realized something was wrong. Did the cat just talk? Isn't it unusual for a cat to speak? That's right. Why does it feel strange for a cat to speak? The black cat sat on the referee's chair. Is this the power of infinite dreamscape?
directly affecting concepts. It's terrifying. The black cat sat comfortably in the chair, pressing a button. The chair rocked back and forth, the massaging comb, and the air conditioner all deserved a 5-star rating. The screen also displayed images, capable of playing videos on a hard screen for the cat to watch alongside whatever it was attached to. Sharpening a sword, going to the beach to catch seafood, trimming fire claws. The referees, their eyes wide like stars, stared in bewilderment at the black cat trying out the various items. The referees seemed to be under someone's control, staring at the large screen, confused. What are we here for again? Show, watch this video and then speak. The black cat looked at them, completely unaware. It seemed that the deceleration power of the boy was even stronger than the infinite dreamscape. Above, in the commentator's booth, Chu Shang and Shang Yun were focused on the commentary. What was unfolding now was a fierce battle between the main team of Sanshan Academy and Hanlin Academy. The players on both sides were caught in an extended war of attrition. Below, the players were desperately attacking each other. The main attacker of Hanlin Academy could no longer hold back and took aim at the opponent's weak spot to strike. Ah, so it's a feint? The referees were discussing, is this considered a fatal strike? I don't think it's a feint, and moreover, Iron Fortress has already avoided it. But Ying Shang's previous fatal strike wasn't penalized. Could it be the same this time? The black cat, sitting silently on the chair, then held up a red card. If you're not going to give the red card, then take it yourselves. The referees were left speechless. The commentators were eager. After a tense debate, the referee team finally made the decision to issue the red card. After many back and forths, the referees finally did something human for the first time. Let's take a look at the current situation at the referee's bench. The referee team was in a tough spot, all looking towards the black cat, who was peacefully sleeping in his chair. The commentator was suddenly taken aback. This is excellent. Let's give a warm welcome to the new black cat referee. Its punishment is just, fair, and impartial, truly a model for all cats. Fong Jing, sitting in the stands and cheering, praised. Even during the competition, the referee gets involved. No wonder he's the boss's son. Zhong Yuan folded his arms and spoke up. The previous referees were all dismissed. There weren't enough staff, so Commander Jiang invited me to double as the referee. Fong Jing immediately asked, does the dual role come with a salary? Zhong Yuan placed his hands on his hips. He succeeded in getting my cat to speak, so how long do you think it'll last? Zhong Yuan Buyu once said, the infinite dreamscape can't make a real cat talk, but if the avatar's body has the potential to speak, it can learn on its own. Once the subconscious gets used to the current state, even if energy is expended, it won't have an effect. Zhong Yuan replied, in theory, it's eternal. Fong Jing stroked his chin. Cunning Jiang is very crafty. If I can't find a way to amuse you, he'll dig you up like a blooming flower. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan asked, what do you want to do? You're already sitting in the referee's seat. Can't I make some fun while I'm at it? Zhong Yuan smiled and agreed, fine, today I'll sit back and watch you entertain yourself. Tian Su, with a look of joy, hugged his body. It's done. Just now, Zhong Yuan personally drew our team's name. Xiu Ren, standing beside, chuckled, President. Calm down a bit, don't get too excited. Tian Su was ecstatic. My sister told me that recently Zhong Yuan has been staying in the dormitory and couldn't be photographed. Do you know how I've been living through these 3 months? Now, I can finally talk to my idol. Xiuren pointed at the TV screen. Fong Jing, the team leader, has announced the battle roster. Zhong Yuan isn't playing. Tian Su, what's so surprising about that? Xiuren tapped Tian Su's shoulder and whispered, Fong Jing is leading the team with ill intentions, deliberately not letting Zhong Yuan play. Don't you want to defeat him? Get pumped up, overcome all obstacles for love, and beat Fong Jing. Tian Su looked gloomy, his brows furrowed, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He eagerly announced, next up, Fong Jing, the captain of Changying Academy, will face off against Jiang Tian Su, the captain of Hualang Academy. The two schools from Shandong City have had a deep rivalry for many years.
Today's battle, although Zhong Yuan won't be on the field, his spirit and teammates are still with us.
On the field, Fong Jing and Lu Wen, along with their teammates, stood confidently. But what was more striking was the image of Zhong Yuan in female form that was pinned to the front of the Fong Jing team's uniforms.
They even fashioned it into a flag, displaying Zhong Yuan's female appearance. Tiansu seemed unable to believe his eyes. Damn, Fong Jing's move is too low.
The Hualang team members clutched their heads. It's over, we can't win now. Fong Jing held a small badge with an image of Zhong Yuan on it, a cheerful woman looking at the unparalleled beauty of his appearance. Was he really heartless enough to let these photos be destroyed in the midst of battle? Tiansu trembled with anger, while the players on Fong Jing's side were embracing each other and crying. The jersey we just printed will be used in this condition for the first match. Even though we've printed 100 identical jerseys, each one that's ruined causes me great pain. Zhong Yuan sat in the stands, assessing that the pursuit of fame was shallow when it only focused on appearances. If you're my fan, you must learn to make the most of my combat abilities. The players in the stands agreed, saying, exactly, no wonder he's our idol. A dark shadow appeared beneath Zhong Yuan's feet, and Yijin, tears streaming down, said, the road is the 8th one in Jiuqiu, and yet he's still a high school student. He's sitting as a referee and still wants to compete, even teaching his fans to use pictures of his female fans as shields.
I'm shattered. I'm shattered again.
At that moment, on the battlefield, Tiansu charged straight toward Fong Jing with a clenched fist, but Fong Jing raised the image of Zhong Yuan's female fan, causing Tiansu to halt.
Tiansu then called out to his teammate, stop. Don't hit Zhong Yuan. The other replied calmly, it's just a piece of merchandise. Don't act like that. Tiansu stood dumbfounded, oh.
Xiuren, standing next to him, his spirit ablaze, angrily reminded, President, please, close your eyes and keep fighting. Tiansu closed his eyes, telling himself that as long as he didn't look at the beautiful black-haired figure, his heart wouldn't be shattered. Tiansu closed his eyes, and the image of Zhong Yuan with her long, beautiful hair appeared, but that image shattered in his mind. When Tiansu opened his eyes again, his teammates had fallen to the ground. Along with them, the images of Zhong Yuan also crumbled and fell to the ground. The commentator shouted, did you defeat Fong Jing's team? Tiansu felt like he was collapsing. It's shattered. It's still shattered. On the other side, Xiuren shook hands with Fong Jing. Fong Jing, we may fight, but occasionally we can also have friendly exchanges. Let's stay in touch. Fong Jing shook his hand in agreement. Alright, whoever mentions friendship pays for the meal, no problem. Xiuren grabbed Tiansu's hand excitedly. President, Fong Jing agreed to the friendship. Zhong Yuan, the real person is even more beautiful than the photo, right? Tiansu was still dazed. The referees looked at the black cat. Does Fong Jing's tactic really not carry any risk of disrupting the atmosphere of the match? The black cat glowed with an aura of brilliance. A tactic is good if it works. Don't be so narrow-minded, you referees have all learned something today. Fong Jing raised his hand on the field, sealing Zhang Tiansu's abilities. Great success. Zhong Yuan, you were right, beauty is indeed a weapon. Zhong Yuan's photo could even be considered an accessory. The defensive power increased by 10,000%. Zhong Yuan raised his thumb, two demonic horns sprouting from his head, his gaze malicious. Great, from now on, I'll leave the matches to you. If you can't win, just call me. Fong Jing still had the image of Zhong Yuan's female form on his stomach, cracked and shattered. He asked, are you really going to go all in with this trick? Zhong Yuan replied with another question, can being a referee allow you to go back to your country? Fong Jing thought to himself, Yuan's level of cunning today is higher than usual, no doubt because cunning Jiang has corrupted him. Yijin spoke with Zhong Yuan, Master number 8, it seems you don't want to compete anymore. Beating the rookies is getting boring. Your loyal shadow explosion is asking to go into battle. Zhong Yuan answered, oh, well then, in the individual match this afternoon, I'll just stand still and do nothing. TRNH was still eager to announce that the Demon King Zhong Yuan had slaughtered his opponents in the previous matches. It seemed that he had grown tired of the boring grind of dominating and was not planning to take part in the team match either. On the field, Zhong Yuan faced his opponent. The referee shouted, 3, 2, 1, start. The commentator continued with his commentary. However, his politeness was limited to team competitions. In the individual match, he would still mercilessly crush any opponent who dared to challenge him. And today, his opponent was Fong Quan from Shuei Academy. Zhong Yuan spoke, "Go ahead." Yizhen's berserk state followed orders. His feat revealed Ping Buck, inheriting all of his master's attributes, unlocking the full potential of the Joyous Well, and entering a battle mode. Shadow Explosion would also be enhanced. Yizhen appeared right before Fong Quan, who was taken by surprise. In an instant, Yizhen knocked Fong Quan to the ground. Looking down at the arena, Yizhen used a burst of light to send Fong Quan flying. The commentator, astonished, remarked, "Oh my god!" Zhong Yuan activated the Shadow Explosion ability, and in just 2 seconds, he defeated contestant Fong Quan, sending her to the boundary line. Fong Quan is out, Zhong Yuan wins. Medical staff have quickly taken Fong Quan off the field. Her condition looks grim. The commentator continued to praise, this match lasted only 2 seconds, setting the record for the fastest individual competition victory. Zhong Yuan's strength is truly bottomless. He possesses overwhelming power and strikes with cruelty perhaps a bit too much. Even though it's a record, such a heavy-handed approach isn't something to be proud of. Zhong Yuan walked away and spoke to Yizhen. "Yizhen, Shadow Explosion hits, the master takes responsibility." Yizhen feels guilty. "Lord number 8, I was wrong, your strength is too powerful. Even though I only inherited 10% of it, it's already quite terrifying. Next time, I will definitely go easier." The commentator, surprised, looked in the direction Zhong Yuan was heading. Wait, contestant Zhong Yuan is heading toward the medical room. Could it be that his conscience has stirred and he's going to apologize to Fong Quan? The Zhong Yuan phone rang. "Get up, the sun is shining on your backside." Zhong Yuan put his hand in his pocket and took out his phone. It's Lin Lan's call. Zhong Lan's expression turns serious. "Where are you going? Are you going to see your opponent from earlier?" Zhong Lan's tone became more serious, not allowing him to leave. Zhong Yuan didn't understand. Zhong Lan's eyes were full of concern, and she advised him, "Don't listen to those two talking nonsense. The university tournament is a competitive event. If you hurt your opponent, you don't need to apologize. You didn't hurt them so badly they can't be treated. Come on, read with me. As long as I don't have any morals, then I won't be bound by them." Zhong Yuan held the phone and started walking. "I'm going, don't worry, I'm not going to apologize." "Really?" "Yeah, really." "Then I'm relieved." Yizhen, at this moment, continued to be astonished. So the number 8 big shot actually has such a gentle and cute side? The contrast is so huge, I can't take it anymore, I'm cracking up. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the doctor instructed Fong Quan, "The wound has been treated. Rest for now and observe for a bit." Fong Quan lay on the bed, tears streaming down his face. "My embarrassing appearance has now become the record-setting foundation, hasn't it?" The doctor, tactfully yet somewhat ruthlessly, replied, "Well, that's just how things turned out." Fong Quan cried with a broken heart, and Zhong Yuan appeared at the door, unable to say anything. The doctor was surprised. Zhong Yuan reasoned, "Fong Quan's defeat doesn't bring shame to me. She clearly knows my strength is immense and that I would not show mercy to a subordinate, yet she still faced me. That alone proves her courage and integrity." Zhong Yuan extended his hand with a smile, saying, "You are a worthy opponent." Fong Quan blushed and took Zhong Yuan's hand. "Thank you." Zhong Yuan transferred the power of life. Once the task was done, Zhong Yuan bade farewell and left. Fong Quan watched Zhong Yuan's figure disappear, blushing as she thought, his words are clearly those of an incredibly straight man, yet why do they sound so moving?
Moreover, he's really handsome.
Fong Quan, holding her glasses in hand, was surprised. Wait, how was I able to see clearly earlier without my glasses? The scars on my body are also completely healed.
Fong Quan's mind was filled with 1,000 questions. Why is that?
Meanwhile, in the lobby, the competitors were noisily enjoying themselves.
It's your turn now, the devil card must be with you. Tian-su, his face full of regret, had not yet arrived. Zhong Yuan was still absent.
Xiaoren, holding 2 cups of hot water, said, "President, don't be too upset.
You know Zhong Yuan's aloof personality, it's not surprising he didn't come. The friendship between our schools is still normal."
The black cat lay on the sofa, thinking, before, these people only knew the cat as the one on the plane, but now that my true form has appeared, it seems they have already assumed the cat is being raised by me. I'm not sure whether the passive effect of the super-level acting cute really reduces IQ too much, or if they just didn't believe from the start. The black cat lazily lay on the couch. After all, Jiang the fraud had released Infinite Dreamscape for me. Everyone who saw me tacitly acknowledged that I was the cat raised by Zhong Yuan. In short, I had to overwrite their perceptions to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although it seemed useless to Feng Jing, it didn't matter.
Lu Bo approached Tian-su with his hands in his pockets. "Zhang Tian-su, are you interested in joining Zhong Yuan's fan club with us?"
Tian-su recognized Lu Bo. He was the one who had printed a bunch of photos of Zhong Yuan.
Lu Bo admitted, "That's right." Tian-su criticized, "You guys are too much, how can you use your idol's photo as a shield?" Lu Bo chuckled, "Zhong Yuan supports it, so why can't we?" "What if Zhong Yuan supports it?" Tian-su raised Zhong Yuan's photo and spoke angrily. "What does Zhong Yuan even understand?"
The black cat, hearing this, tilted its head and woke up.
Lu Bo was confused. "You even say that Zhong Yuan doesn't understand Zhong Yuan, and the rest of us are just gossiping."
Zhong Yuan himself understands, it's just that there are people who understand him better than he understands himself.
Tian-su firmly pointed to the female photo of Zhong Yuan. "Do you guys even remember why you became his fans in the first place? Wasn't it because of his prosperous era VR pure beauty queen?"
Tian-su thought of the enchanting image of Zhong Yuan, and his gaze became captivated. He was the brightest star in the clear night sky. He was the purest stream in the quiet lake. Every furrow of his brow, every smile, made people's hearts involuntarily beat faster. Just seeing him made all worries vanish.
Then Tian-su raised his voice to prove, "Does he understand the emotions we feel when we see him?" "He doesn't understand. We must do our best to protect him and let more people experience this beauty. This is the love of the fans." The people sitting and listening were taken aback.
A girl among the players spoke up in opposition. "You praise his appearance but ignore the essence of his soul.
Is this what you call love?"
Tian-su retorted, "Appearance is also an objective reality in physics and an indispensable part of him." The girl responded, "In reality, everyone will grow old and become less beautiful."
"Will you stop loving him when he becomes unattractive?" Tian-su, with a fierce expression, firmly stood by his love. "He will never become unattractive.
In my heart, he will always be young and beautiful. If he ever loses his beauty, it would mean my love for him was not enough." The players cheered and admitted, "True soulmate, you understand Zhong Yuan the most."
"The Zhong Yuan fan club sincerely invites you to join." Tian-su declared, "I officially announce that Zhong Yuan has been expelled from the fandom."
The girl sitting in the chair was stunned.
"However, I am speechless."
The boy next to him replied, "I already told you it's Zhong Jing. It's the left and right of Zhong Yuan."
The black cat sitting next to Feng Jing didn't understand what they were talking about. Feng Jing explained, "We're discussing who will be the father between the two of us. And Feng is quite good."
"You changed your name to Zhong Jing, seems like it's not bad," Feng Jing reminded. At the Jiangbu Yu household, Zhong Yuan showed a picture of a chubby cat with a pink bow on its neck, its eyes a different color from each other.
"Young Master Jiang, it seems like the acting cute effect on your body hasn't been fully exhausted yet? Could you launch an attack with this picture?
Buyu focused on eating his meal but still responded, if the results I can achieve from attacking this picture are enough to soothe the pain I feel from attacking it, then I will take action, no hesitation. Zhong Yuan made a sound of acknowledgement, and Buyu continued eating.
My father once told me that the most important thing when being a commander is decisiveness in punishment.
Buyu recalled the words of Commander Jiang. Commander Jiang had once seriously taught him, decisiveness in punishment means quickly and accurately weighing the pros and cons of different options.
Punishment means abandoning disadvantageous choices without hesitation.
Slashing indiscriminately with a sword, without maximizing benefits, is not decisive punishment, it is impulsive action.
Yijin appeared and asked, "Is this why you spent half an hour agonizing over whether to specialize in acting or AD?"
Buyu replied, I was very decisive when I gave up the frying option.
Zhong Yuan reminded, let's focus on the main topic, don't change the subject. Yijin asked, is acting cute considered the main topic? Zhong Yuan responded, of course, if even someone relying on straight male willpower to defend against acting cute can't attack me, then I'll just use a cat form to sneak deep into the enemy camp and act cute once.
That way, even if the people from Jiao Yao have ceiling restriction, adding infinite dream images won't harm me.
Yijin asked in shock, what if the opponent has the ability to resist acting cute?
Buyu spoke up.
Zhang Shao decisively absorbed and saw through it, unafraid of being trapped, and could still have a countermeasure. Zhong Yuan praised, good idea. Buyu pointed, Zhang Shao, your power limit probably wouldn't exceed 8, right?
Zhong Yuan shrugged, my abilities have no limit, I can even absorb void stars of the same type to level up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to borrow your rational method to solve the negative energy after absorbing too many void stars.
Yijin also chimed in, is it really that strange for the power limit to exceed 8?
After I transformed into Shadow Explosion, I had 16 abilities.
Buyu fell silent, not knowing what else to say.
Zhong Yuan recalled providing information.
Right, there's also something else.
Last night, I transformed into Yijin and opened telepathy to the core to see if I could directly lure the enemy. But he couldn't lure them, and in the end, he only confirmed that the Bureau of Case Control branch in Guangyuan City knew nothing. Bosku, Yi Sana's former superior, Sulai and I, has been thawed by me and sent to the Institute of Science as a specimen. I told Wang Padi to announce to the outside world that she had died, just to see how many fish we could lure in. Taifa Guo reacted fiercely to the news of Sulani's death. Her fiancé, Men Ka, declared that he would avenge her.
He entered the country today and is already at the Iron Tower Nation Embassy.
Buyu questioned, fiancé?
Wasn't Sulai and I supposed to be a master of cross-dressing? Zhong Yuan explained, the Institute of Science conducted a full body check. Although a bit flat, she's indeed female. Yijin was shocked, she's really a woman?
Buyu accused you.
Yi Senior, your little sister has been chasing after you for so long, and you're still asking this? Are you even a man?
Zhong Yuan delivered an even harsher blow, right now, he's not even human anymore. Then Zhong Yuan put on a serious face, in short, tomorrow I need to take care of Menka first. Yijin, full of fighting spirit, Lord Number 8, your loyal Shadow Explosion requests to go into battle.
Now that I don't need to pretend to be weak anymore, I can use noble air once a day.
Zhong Yuan looked at Yijin, and Pangbu spoke, noble air requires proximity and direct confrontation to ensure the success rate. For you to use noble air, I'd better disguise myself and sneak in.
Buyu, holding an outfit with 2 demonic horns on the head, smiled wickedly, if it's about sneaking in. Then let's wear the legendary urban disguise for battle.
Menka stood in the middle of the road, holding 2 swords in his hands, puffing out his chest and confidently thinking that he looked imposing.
He arrogantly said, didn't the monkeys of Nation H accept my challenge? Why haven't they shown up yet?
His subordinate, standing behind him, reassured him, Master, don't rush, there are many people on the road during rush hour in the morning.
Today, there's no one here, so they must be regulating the traffic and preparing for battle.
Hearing this, Men Ka immediately ordered his subordinate to bring Su Sana's body over.
The subordinate, upon hearing this, fell silent, then gently corrected his master's mistake. "Master, it's Su Lai and I, not Su Sana."
On the outside, it seemed respectful, but inside, the subordinate was thinking very differently.
Men Ka had even misremembered the name of his fiancée.
No wonder Su Lai had placed so much importance on a pretty boy from Nation H. It was clear that the girl, with her short hair, wouldn't accomplish anything. She probably just wanted to steal the credit and claim the Void Star noble heir, but did she really think Zhou Chu of Nation H was incompetent? At that moment, Zhong Yuan was riding his rented bike and happened to overhear the subordinate's inner thoughts. The embassy's restroom was clogged, and there were gun parts stuck in the drain, making it difficult to repair. The Duchess had to resist Taifa Gua, and back then, she had randomly chosen a H nation chef who was of mixed blood. At the same time, to increase his strength, noble heir fell into the hands of that hybrid Pang. All the low-blooded monkeys from the H nation had to be dealt with. Su Sana died at just the right time, providing him with an excuse to go to H nation and kill a few more of those filthy monkeys to vent his anger. The figure of Zhong Yuan gradually became clearer in Men Ka's line of sight. His subordinate, seeing him cycling on this road, couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the road closed? Why is there still a high school student cycling through?" Men Ka immediately took notice of Zhong Yuan. He said, "Eyes aren't good, if you don't see the no entry sign, you'll have to pay the price." The subordinate silently thought to himself that the person crossing the road in front of him would be killed as a warning to the H nation. Zhong Yuan sped past Men Ka as if nothing had happened. The two of them brushed past each other like a gust of wind. When the subordinate saw Zhong Yuan pass by safely, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Weren't we supposed to make that high school student pay the price?" A sudden silence swept over. The subordinate, not hearing any response from his master, became even more puzzled. He turned around and asked, "Lord Men Ka, I see you're trembling uncontrollably. What's happened to him?" Then, suddenly, Men Ka screamed out loud. That person's body was sliced right down the middle. This caused the subordinate to be utterly shocked and stunned. Men Ka slowly collapsed and fell face down onto the ground, making a loud crashing sound. The subordinate, looking at this, screamed in fear, "Lord Men Ka! It's obvious who is responsible for this incident, Zhong Yuan. Indeed, we cross paths in life only to hurt each other. We barely brush past each other, and yet the damage is so great." Afterward, the legendary tale from the third-tier gods began to spread across the world. The scene shifts to when Zhong Yuan arrives at his destination. He stands his bicycle up. Beneath him, Yizhen's shadow loudly says, "Haha, Men Ka didn't even get a chance to do anything before getting killed. Great Eight, the wise, the unbeatable Great Eight, the eternal Great Eight." Hearing Yizhen's loud praises, Zhong Yuan felt a headache. He seriously said, "We're on the road. Keep it down." Zhong Yuan picks up his phone and pays a 10 yuan fee, which is 2 yuan more than the public bus fare in Shandong. He looks at the phone, assessing the situation. After a series of transfer operations, his phone rings, confirming the bike return. As soon as the payment is complete, the bike arrives. "Jiang Shao's here, get on." On the bike, Zhong Yuan looks at Jiang Buyu, who is sitting in the driver's seat, and says, "Young Master Jiang, are your public bicycles in Guangyuan blessed? The price has increased by over 25%. Jiang Buyu sighs in response, "Is it really that bad?" Zhong Yuan answers, "The average salary in Guangyuan is lower than in Shandong, but the prices are higher." "It's absurd." Jiang Buyu sighs again. He quietly muttered to himself, then said aloud, "Your fuel costs last month went up by several hundred, too." Director Wang, who had been listening to the two of them alternately complaining about the prices in Guangyuan City, was getting a headache. He irritably snapped, "The fuel and bike costs will be reimbursed by the Bureau of Case Control. You two, one's a Jiuchu, the other's a military zone commander with dedicated cars and planes to pick you up. Can't you stop obsessing over a few $100? Have we managed to solve Men Ka yet?" Jiang Buyu ignored Director Wang's words and kept driving, then asked Zhong Yuan, Zhang Xiao, you really don't want to get a driver's license?
Since you got the car, I've been the one driving all the time. Zhong Yuan calmly responded, why would I want to drive? Isn't it better to have the commander drive me? Director Wang, sitting in the back, was fuming from being ignored. He impatiently asked, can someone tell me whether Menka is alive or dead now?
Zhang Buyu glanced back at him and casually said, as if it were obvious, Zhang Xiao is back, so clearly, it's been resolved. Zhong Yuan also added, and we dug up the void crystal too. He then tossed the bright yellow void crystal to Director Wang and said, take that void crystal. Director Wang was both shocked and stunned, exclaiming, Menka is ranked 43 RD in the world, and you've already killed him and taken the void star without even getting out of the car? Zhong Yuan, upon hearing this, scratched his head and spoke as if it were the most natural thing, standing by the side of the road. I want to get off the car, the lock is a bit troublesome. Director Wang, already anticipating Zhong Yuan's complaints about the public transport, rubbed his temples and interrupted, his tone weary, stop talking about public transport. Zhong Yuan, upon hearing this, decided to return to the main point, blurting out his abilities in one breath, telepathy, acting cute, and then casually mentioning shadow explosion and asking if it would be convenient to dig void star. Director Wang, hearing Zhong Yuan list his powers so nonchalantly, couldn't help but ask in disbelief, telepathy, noble air, shadow explosion, how many abilities do you actually have? Zhang Buyu, not wanting to delve further, interjected, Director Wang, confidentiality. Upon hearing this, Director Wang had no choice but to fall silent. Zhong Yuan, seeing the awkwardness, tried to ease the situation, it's okay, the place he reports to is Arjiuchu. Director Wang was utterly perplexed. He scratched his head in frustration, his face turning pale as an inexplicable fear rose in his chest. Damn it, if there's no confidentiality, I might as well not leave this car today. 2 of the 8 members from Jiuchu had mentioned to him the previous day that they suspected Commander Jiang. Little did he know that both of them were from the same faction. Zhang Buyu turned the steering wheel with ease, his driving posture so graceful that it seemed to add to his otherworldly good looks. Chan Yun, as the MC of the event, cheerfully announced, the team point calculation of the team competition has now reached the 5th round. Team Fong Jing has once again decided not to let Zhong Yuan compete today. And Zhong Yuan himself did not come to the scene, it was only the Black Cat player who continued to cheer for them from the referee's chair. On the referee's chair, the Black Cat looked at the long line of players ahead and couldn't help but think, I once thought this tournament was full of shady things, but now I am the shady one. Back to the competition, Fong Jing somehow produced an enormous loudspeaker. It was even larger than the entire team combined. Chui Chu Shang was taken aback, commenting, player Fong Jing has brought out a strange weapon today, and from its appearance, it looks like a giant loudspeaker. Other players were also shocked and confused, who would go against society like this? Are they really calling this a weapon? Another player responded, no one can beat me in my own BGM. Another player, still puzzled, asked, isn't that against the rules? He replied, if it's not prohibited, then it's not against the rules. Shun Yun excitedly announced, the match has begun. Suddenly, a thick fog appeared in the arena, obscuring everyone's vision. Is this Zhang Yi's ability? Zhang Yi was now using her power, standing there casting enshrouded in poisonous fog. Seeing this, Chui Chu Shang immediately remarked, judging by the color of the fog, this must be enshrouded in poisonous fog. Chung Yun explained, poisonous fog is a type of special field control ability, as long as a sound is emitted within the fog, it will cause poisoning. Chui Chu Sheng commented further, the poison can be removed by the rejuvenation of the healing system, but the real issue is that it obstructs vision. It seemed like she had noticed something strange, and she suddenly looked in that direction, saying, hey, it sounds like there's some weird noise coming from the courtyard. The speaker Fong Jing brought suddenly blared loudly. The little girl imitated the TV and asked, Daddy, where are we going? Her father didn't pay attention to her, but her mother smiled. The little girl turned to her mother and asked, Mom, why are you smiling? Upon hearing this story, even the opponent couldn't help but laugh. It truly felt like an early New Year comedy, light and humorous.
For some reason, this little joke made them burst out laughing. The laughter echoed silently. They must have been laughing hard.
Seeing through the tricks and tactics of Fong Jing's team, Changyan said, the big speaker is playing pre-recorded jokes.
If the opponent can't stop laughing, they'll keep getting poisoned.
The rejuvenation won't completely clear it in time.
The speaker keeps playing these boring but surprising jokes. Fong Jing's team might have referred to Mei Uncle's jokes to come up with humor that isn't funny but actually is funny because it's not funny, and their teammates end up laughing. The next story came up.
The shrimp and the boy both scored 100 points.
The teacher asked, "Whose shrimp is this?"
The shrimp spoke.
"I'm copying the boy's homework." The teacher asked, "What are you so good at?"
Chui Chu Sheng observed the current situation. He saw the opposing team's healing system collapsed, their members lying scattered on the ground, unconscious. He then said, "The healing system is exhausted, all the opponents have been poisoned and are knocked out." Fong Jing's team won, and Shang Yun couldn't help but feel surprised.
She said, "So this is the great luck that Fong Jing's team has been hiding all along?" Looking at the scene before her, the black cat couldn't help but feel amused inside. "Not bad," Cheng Yun happily commented.
Fong Jing's team, the main team of Changying Academy, had undoubtedly gained the upper hand in this competition. Meanwhile, Lu Bo's team from the same school hadn't lagged behind and had also won up until now. Chui Chu Shang made a remark from the side. Su Yuan Ing from their team doesn't need much introduction, Ultimate Wish is already a well-known strategic level ability. Notably, Shang Guanyi's strength had suddenly skyrocketed this year, and it seemed like he had mastered the legendary prediction ability.
Upon hearing about the prediction ability, Chang Yun couldn't help but ask, "Prediction ability?"
Chui Chu Sheng explained, "Prediction is a kind of combat intuition that allows one to anticipate where an attack will come from at critical moments." According to what Shang Guanyi said, it's a skill he has perfected through countless experiences.
Chang Yun immediately understood and responded, "Is that so? I wonder if Zhong Yuan also has this kind of predictive ability?"
Chui Chu Sheng, hearing this, was also quite uncertain. He offered an objective comment.
"Zhong Yuan's strength is overwhelming.
I fear that in this year's tournament, we won't find an opponent with equal strength who could force him to use his predictive ability."
The black cat, lounging lazily in the corner, couldn't help but be curious. It thought to itself, "Predicting?
Now that I think about it, when I shoot frisbees, I seem to rely on my instincts to predict."
Shang Guanyi doesn't even shoot frisbees, yet he could have trained to develop predictive ability?
It thought and thought, but couldn't figure it out. Oh well, no need to think about it, it's less stressful for this cat. It decided to let it go.
Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. It's lunchtime now.
I'll sleep for a bit and figure it out later.
The scene shifted to Zhang Buyu's office.
Zhong Yuan was currently sprawled on the sofa, speaking absently, "I've made lunch to recharge you." With a hint of logic and high efficiency, Zhang Buyu sat at his desk and responded, "The current output is at the optimal energy saving ratio.
If we increase the power, we'll need to enable energy saving mode at night."
Zhong Yuan, unconcerned, said, "Just turn it on. I have a match in the afternoon, and this should be enough to fully charge you." Zhang Buyu turned to him and seriously asked, "Zhang Xiao, what kind of agreement was it that made you stick to playing in this university tournament until the very end?" Zhong Yuan was also quite puzzled, and he could only respond, "Well, it's a long story." Zhang Buyu proposed a solution to shorten the storytelling time while holding chopsticks and eating, with a few grains of rice still stuck to his mouth.
"Open telepathy, connect to my logical reasoning. What would take an hour to say can be told in just 1 minute."
Some time passed, and in the realm of consciousness, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Buyu were sitting cross-legged, conversing. After a while, Zhang Buyu suddenly said, "My sister's talent is actually the ability to recharge life force." Zhong Yuan responded, "If this gets out, she'll be seen as a person who bears a cursed gem, perhaps even becoming a tool to absorb rare powers." Hearing this, Zhang Buyu explained to Zhong Yuan, "Zhang Xiao, actually, the crux of the matter is not about my sister's lifespan.
Upon hearing such a strange remark, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but be confused and questioned, huh?
Jiang Buyu clarified, lifespan is not something that can't be sacrificed, it depends on what you receive in exchange for it. Raising a finger to illustrate, Jiang Buyu continued, if recharging life force can make all the void caves disappear forever, don't even talk about 20 years. Even if you asked me to sacrifice 20 lifetimes, even lose my humanity and force others to recharge life force, I'd still do it.
Hearing this, Zhong Yuan asked, if forcing my sister to recharge life force could make the void caves disappear forever, you would do it?
The conversation turned into a sharp back and forth, and Jiang Buyu could only respond vaguely, it depends on you. If you destroy the world because of it, then it might be better to keep the void caves around. The more they talked, the more it fell off.
Zhong Yuan cleared his throat to break the increasingly tense atmosphere. Where did we leave off again?
Jiang Buyu said, my sister absorbs both rapid growth and innate abilities. As for tactics, they can be replaced by the conferred title and the system's lock-in feature. Clearly, it's not worth sacrificing 20 years of life for this, but my sister still chose to pay the price.
The fundamental reason is that her outlook on life has been distorted.
She undervalues herself too much and places too much importance on the recognition of others.
The Void Energy Wielder Academy is essentially a military school.
Since enrolling, both my younger sister and I have been under the jurisdiction of the school and the military district, with no connection to Lin Dong Leang personally. Lin Dong Leang is involved in everything concerning both of you. Even though he may have taken a subjective approach in training my sister, the objective truth is that he's using his power to ruin her character. If he were to be tried, the sentence would surely be at least 20 years. Hearing such a frustrating matter, Zhong Yuan felt his blood boiling. His face darkened as he stood up and said, wait for me a moment, I'm going back to take care of this. Seeing his brother on the verge of losing his temper, Buyu hurriedly advised, don't worry, and Guanfeng is recognized by the entire military district as a sly fox. He couldn't have failed to notice the psychological issues with your sister, and he wouldn't let her become twisted.
After saying that, Buyu switched to a dangerous expression and asked, is the old fox leaving Lin Dong Leang behind so your sister can personally eliminate the mental demons and rebuild? Zhong Yuan presented an exquisitely crafted bento box with a variety of dishes, each looking incredibly appetizing. He said, I just made this. Want some?
Fong Jing, noticing his brother's strange demeanor today, which seemed like he had lost his mind, couldn't help but worry, he's avoiding competitions and even cooking now.
This is definitely not the usual Yuan. Fong Jing anxiously asked, Yuan, you smell like a fox.
Zhong Yuan, far from being angry, responded with a follow-up, recently, it seems like I've become a bit more crafty.
Understanding Zhong Yuan's intention, Fong Jing immediately said, what do you need help with? Just tell me.
Zhong Yuan, not wanting to beat around the bush, spoke directly after all, he was from Haifeng.
Zhong Yuan asked, you're the one who submitted Lanlan's medical records regarding the void energy, right? I want to make a correction. While holding Zhong Yuan's bent box, I carefully examined it. Fong Jing replied, how do you want to correct it?
Zhong Yuan responded, correct it, neither too much nor too little, just enough to convict Lin Dong Leang to 20 years in prison.
Upon hearing such shocking news, Fong Jing couldn't help but be surprised. He seriously turned to Zhong Yuan and asked, are you planning to disregard the agreement and directly take action against Lin? With a serious face, Zhong Yuan's eyes burned with an unspoken anger.
He was extremely frustrated and angrily said, whoever takes action, this is an issue that must be resolved.
The truth about Lanlan's talent cannot be made public.
It will either force her to swallow her anger and pretend to be obedient when dealing with others, or make others think she is unreasonable. Only by presenting the loss on the negotiation table in another form can this issue be resolved fairly. Whether she wants to be a saint, a commoner, or a villain, she must choose when her subjective emotions align with objective truth. After hearing Zhong Yuan's words, Fong Jing fell silent for a moment. He thought for a long time before replying, alright, after the competition, I will revise Lanlan's medical record. Knowing that in this world, nothing good comes for free and no one is willing to help without expecting something in return, Zhong Yuan reasonably asked, How would you like to be compensated?
Fong Jing slightly raised his lunchbox and said, "Does a meal not count?"
Zhong Yuan, serious, responded, "You've helped me handle the aftermath.
One meal isn't enough."
Fong Jing began recounting. My mother, Fong Zhuzhen, the director of the Institute of Science, entered the Science Academy at the age of 16 and became the youngest academician in history. She participated in Professor Su Zhengqi's experiment, the head of the Life Sciences Department at Peking University, to study how to make humans be born with void energy. At the age of 20, my mother gave birth to me, the culmination of life technology. The experiment was a success, and she was honored to become the director of the Institute of Science. That same year, Zhu Ziqixiu had a heartbreak and joined Jiuqiu. After many years of effort, he finally secured the sixth seat, the true position of power. Jiuqiu is a place of infinite glory to the outside world, as powerful as a legend.
It's the domain of the strongest void energy wielder in Nation H. In reality, it's a dangerous organization. Ordinary people don't live to retirement age, they are silently replaced by countless generations. Perhaps even Zhu Ji never expected this. He has been able to live in Jiuqiu for so long. Although he is very formulaic, often working on impulse, and also a bit just wanting to love, the basic human rights I have are essentially due to him granting them to me. I do not want to match my mom and Uncle G, but everything always backfires. My mom is determined to dedicate her whole life to science. She just hopes to find a man. However, Zhu Ji is trapped in traditional views on marriage and steps into the darkness on the path of power and authority. As he spoke, he walked over to the window, stared thoughtfully at the scene outside, and said, I want to drink to their happiness. If you get the chance, could you help me out? The scene shifts to the next day at the competition arena, where the organizers announced that the individual competition will begin in the afternoon. The current elimination progress was displayed on the large screen. Due to the nature of the double elimination format, today we are about to witness a dramatic showdown. Among the losers, Fong Jing and Su Zhe, who had already faced each other once, are now set to meet again in a fateful second match. Standing above, Fong Jing sighed and said, Very good, today I want Su Zhe to know what violence really means. Standing right behind him, Zhong Yuan, hearing this, asked curiously, Do you have some grudge against Su Zhe? Fong Jing answered somewhat unwillingly, Every day, the Su family digs at my mother's foundation, and now they want to steal my cat too. Hearing the key point, Zhong Yuan showed some interest. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at Fong Jing with a deep, meaningful gaze and said, Oh, you two are childhood sweethearts, love and hate intertwined. Fong Jing immediately jumped up in response, There's no love, only hate. After a brief pause, Fong Jing's mood lightened. He walked toward the arena with a powerful, commanding stride, like a general preparing for battle. Zhong Yuan said, You should head up now, hurry up. With his chest puffed out, Fong Jing said, Cheer for me. Zhong Yuan, hearing this, reluctantly shouted some unenthusiastic and humorous words of encouragement. Fong Suri rushed up, and tomorrow the price would go up. The host began speaking. The two competitors, Fong Jing and Su Zhe, had taken their places and started exchanging insults. Su Zhe pointed directly at Fong Jing's face and loudly declared, Fong Jing, I won't hold back this time. Fong Jing remained completely unruffled. Hands on his hips, he calmly replied, Even if you did hold back, you still couldn't beat me. Hearing Fong Jing's confident words, Su Zhe, intrigued, said, Confident, huh? Want to bet a cat with me? If I win, you'll give me your cat. Fong Jing shrugged, responding calmly, Betting with cats is bad for your health, I'm not betting with you. Upon hearing Fong Jing's words, Su Zhe lost all interest. He sighed in frustration. There's nothing to say, just fight. The referees started calling. The players on both sides prepared themselves. 3, 2, 1, start. The match began. It had just started, but Fong Jing quickly ran into the shadow. His actions were completely puzzling. The commentator said, Fong Jing retreats into the darkness after the match begins. Su Zhe was chasing him, seemingly not trying to use his ability to move through shadows to get closer for a fight,
but aiming to win with a single move using extreme shock. As Suja approached Fong Jing, he was angry, and a strange expression of disgust appeared in his eyes. Fong Jing, if you can't take it, just surrender. Changyan watched the match, and she was so excited that she stood up and said, here it comes, here it comes. Suju is using extreme shock. Everyone knew that extreme shock was a combat power ability unique to Nation H. It could designate a type of polar material and cause a violent shock. This ability required specifying a target type. If the target was specified the first time, it could not be changed later. And Suja's extreme shock target was water. Water molecules are a typical example of polar molecules because the angle between the two hydrogen atoms is not 180. Under the influence of powerful earthquakes, they vibrate back and forth, collide with each other, rapidly heat up, vaporize, and expand. The explosion inside a living organism would cause great damage. To put it simply in a metaphorical way, it's like putting an egg directly into the microwave to warm it up, the commentator said excitedly, with intense enthusiasm. Player Fong Jing has withstood the full impact of the shockwave and hasn't suffered any harm. After successfully absorbing the powerful attack, Fong Jing gradually stabilized his body, then looked at Suja with an extremely provocative gaze and a tone that was almost taunting, as if daring someone to punch him in the face. Your microwave power is neither painful nor itchy. Someone had blocked his attack and was now mocking it. Suja was furious. He couldn't help but wonder, did he have to absorb the power in order to be immune to the shock wave? Fong Jing didn't say much. He just sneered, such shallow skills. It's just a shock wave. How could it possibly shake my body, which is as tough as steel? That was what he said outwardly, but inwardly, he reflected. After being hit by Suja's shock wave during the team competition last year, his body had evolved a resistance to shock waves. When the water molecules in his body were struck by a shock wave, the hydrogen atoms in the molecules would automatically align at a 180-degree angle, transforming into polarized molecular chains, making them completely immune to the attack. Hearing Fong Jing's ridicule, Suja was incensed, the blood boiling in his veins. He said, "Oh, you purposely stood in the shadow, trying to force me to use my displacement technique to deal with you? Fine, I'll give you exactly what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, Suja executed the move, surprising everyone. The commentator was also caught off guard, saying, Suja launched the shadow shift and merged with the shade, making it impossible to see his position or predict when he would strike. Hearing this comment sent a chill through everyone, because in a competition, the worst disadvantage is not knowing where the opponent is or when they will attack, like a needle in a haystack. However, Fong Jing was different. He stood still, silently watching, as if everything, every move, and every event was unfolding according to a plan he had made long ago. The commentator continued, when he jumps out of the shadow and launches an attack, that's when Fong Jing will be defeated. Fong Jing remained silent, repeating to himself his very irritating words. The commentator added, Fong Jing will lose. He cracked his neck a few times and thought, although his vision was impaired from wearing dark glasses, it was still enough to spot Suja's life expectancy. Looking at this trajectory and speed, he's about to strike. Now. Suja leaped out of the shadow and charged at Fong Jing, aiming to land a punch. But Fong Jing quickly dodged it with ease, even though it was an attack from behind. Then, Fong Jing spun around and delivered a powerful punch to Suja's stomach. Suja was sent flying, and the commentator could not hide his shock. Oh my god, it's as if Fong Jing could predict where Suja was going to strike and the exact moment he would make his move. He used inhuman speed to send Suja flying out. The referee stood on the side and called out, Suja, step outside. Fong Jing won. Cui Chu Shang was taken by surprise, saying, from the video captured by the camera, it's clear that the moment Fong Jing turned around coincided with the time Suja appeared. Could it be that Fong Jing also possesses the predictive ability like Shang Guani? Cheng Yun, standing beside him, was also stunned, saying, this surely isn't just a reaction after sensing an attack. Does everyone around Zhong Yuan have some sort of prediction ability? Cui Chushang speculated, "It's strange, Zhong Yuan's strength is so unreasonable, yet he's only ranked 137th on the youth leaderboard." Chang Yin found it hard to accept, so she retorted, "Maybe he's just someone who doesn't like to engage in challenges, that's all." Cui Chushang countered, "Talented fighters can actually be ranked based on combat simulations. According to Hua Dong's military region, he has at least 3 strategic level abilities and doesn't want things to escalate further." Chang Yin made her final remark to end the discussion about the rankings, "Let the organizing committee worry about the list." She returned to her position and resumed her initial task, saying, "The next match will be Zhong Yuan's.
His opponent today is Lu Zichang from Jinlang Lai."
As the match of Zhong Yuan began, standing before him was Lu Zichang, who saluted him seriously and in the proper military manner. He said, "Zhong Yuan, I know you are actually Xian Ming.
Thank you for saving my cousin." Chang Yun was taken aback upon hearing this. "What?"
Xian Ming Cui Chushang helplessly replied.
"I told you, turns out it's already the top 2, reasonable and understandable," Chang Yun said.
Also, he broke young Marshall's record in individual competition.
Could it be that he's stronger than young Marshall?
Upon hearing such a bold remark, Cui Chushang felt a bit helpless.
He could only say, "You dare to say that? I'm afraid I'll be switched to a different collaborator tomorrow."
Out of nowhere, Zhong Yuan's identity, which he had worked so hard to hide, was casually exposed like this, which made him extremely uncomfortable.
He could only helplessly smile to brush it off, secretly cursing inwardly, "Couldn't he have warned me before exposing it? Although there's nothing to hide, still."
Young Master Jiang had not only pulled the strings to change his ranking once, but was truly unafraid of others saying he was being married off.
Lu Zichang excitedly said,
"I heard from my cousin that after you taught Chan Hong the skill of throwing frisbees, Chan Hong also learned to predict.
I want to ask you to teach me." Upon hearing such shocking news, Zhong Yuan found it hard to believe his ears. He was stunned and said, "Even Chan Hong knows?" Lu Zichang was extremely excited, with eyes shining like headlights, showing his determination and enthusiasm. He said, "Shang Guani said, as long as it's a life or death moment, one can activate the potential for prediction. Please give me a chance." Seeing the enthusiastic demeanor of his friend, Zhong Yuan felt a bit reluctant to refuse. He could only helplessly shrug and say, "All right, just this once." Lu Zichang was overjoyed to the extreme, shouting, "Woohoo!" To avoid any misunderstandings, Zhong Yuan quickly warned Lu Zichang, "I hope he knows when to back off. Just so you know, I don't even know where their predictive ability comes from, so if you can't learn it, don't blame me." Chang Yun, observing the situation before her, was quite surprised and said, "Contestant Zhong Yuan is requesting a wooden sword from the referee, and contestant Lu Zichang doesn't want to be left behind, so he also requests a wooden saber." Cui Chushang also marveled at the unusual situation. It seems that this match is going to turn into a tutorial session. No matter the outcome, we will upload the related videos to the official website for everyone to study and analyze. The referee handed Zhong Yuan a wooden sword, the one he had requested. Grasping the sword, Zhong Yuan thanked the referee and then used his super resolution ability to break the sword into a bundle of evenly sized sticks. The commentator was utterly amazed, saying, "The wooden sword has turned into a large bundle of sticks in Zhong Yuan's hands. What kind of power is this?" While the commentator was discussing his abilities, Zhong Yuan quickly rearranged the sticks. As he adjusted them, he recalled the time when he helped young Master Jiang cook, where he had used super resolution to finely chop the tofu. Breaking down the specific parts of an object to alter its shape is a wonderful method. After a while, when Zhong Yuan was ready, the referee's shout rang out, and the match began. Both individuals started in a prepared stance. Zhong Yuan said, "The individual competition is nearing its final stages. If you've made it this far, your strength is definitely not weak. Let's start with 6. Lu Zichang responded enthusiastically. Zhong Yuan shot 6 wooden sticks with astonishing speed. His posture for launching the sticks was also very relaxed, making it clear that his skills were extraordinary.
While throwing the sticks, Zhang Yuan didn't forget to kindly remind Lu Zichang, "Be careful, don't die."
Lu Zichang used his wooden sword to sweep away the sticks Zhang Yuan had thrown, his speed matching Zhang Yuan's.
Suddenly, one of the sticks managed to avoid his defense and shot directly toward Lu Zichang.
He quickly used his iron body ability. Ugh!
A grunt escaped as the stick that was heading toward him was stopped, causing little harm to Lu Zichang.
He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Continue." Zhang Yuan paused for a moment and asked Lu Zichang, "Was the technique you just used bronze body and iron skin?"
Lu Zichang replied, "Yes, I used iron body to enhance my physical abilities, allowing the wooden stick to strike me without causing any bleeding." Having heard the answer that closely matched his guess, Zhang Yuan now took out 8 wooden sticks. He, with his innocent yet handsome face, uttered words that sent shivers down people's spines, "Then I won't hold back anymore."
Lu Zichang was somewhat caught off guard. He sprayed the spray stiffly, blinking in confusion, sounding like a little deer, "Eh?"
Zhang Yuan, unfazed, replied, "Since you've already exposed my Xin Ming identity, there's no need to hide my healing abilities anymore.
Don't worry about being hit, I'll heal you before you die."
Watching the match, which, though a training session, was no less thrilling, Chang Yun speculated that Zhang Yuan used a throwing technique like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Could he really not be from the legendary Tang sect of the Shu region? Cui Chusheng answered, "As of now, there's no ability like that known in void energy, so he must be relying on skillful techniques to throw." Chang Yun was somewhat skeptical. In previous bouts, Zhang Yuan had demonstrated martial skills worthy of a textbook, and he never expected his dark energy to be so potent.
Cui Chusheng was equally curious. Zhang Yuan had thrown dozens of times, but would Lu Zichang be able to predict his moves before being struck?
Back to the fight, after struggling for a considerable amount of time under Zhang Yuan's relentless attacks, Lu Zichang appeared exhausted. His face showed signs of fatigue, and his whole body seemed drained from the grueling training. Gasping for breath, he said, "Continue."
Seeing Lu Zichang's lifeless, barely surviving appearance, Zhang Yuan felt a bit reluctant. He suggested, "How about I treat you first?"
Lu Zichang didn't realize that this move of his was the most foolish one he'd ever made, and it would make him regret it deeply. Stubbornly, he said, "No, I need to be closer to death before I can truly grasp the essence of prediction."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan gave up. He summoned Yizhen.
Using his subconscious, he communicated with Yizhen, "Yizhen, give me control of the Shadow Explosion's body."
Yizhen complied.
Then, Zhang Yuan prepared the wooden sticks in his hands, ready for battle, and said, "Come on, fulfill your request." Seeing the wooden sticks coming from Zhang Yuan's side, Lu Zichang was terrified.
He panicked, "So many wooden sticks coming at me, if they all hit, I'll definitely die." Zhang Yuan didn't give Lu Zichang any more time.
He shouted to prepare, thinking Lu Zichang would fight to the end because of his enthusiasm and determination. But unexpectedly, Lu Zichang immediately became terrified, his eyes filled with tears.
Wait, I surrender, I surrender." Zhang Yuan innocently asked, "Oh, you don't want to predict anymore?" Lu Zichang, horrified, hurriedly responded, "Thank you, I've learned my lesson."
The referee, seeing that Lu Zichang had surrendered, declared the final result.
The winner. Zhang Yuan felt everything was happening a bit too fast, and he was somewhat confused, scratching his head. Is it really like this? He thought to himself, why do I feel like he gave up before even learning?
The scene shifted to when they were at Zhang Buyu's house. Wearing his beloved apron, Zhang Yuan looked even more handsome than ever with his face, body, and personality, all making him look perfect. It's true that silk looks beautiful because of the person wearing it, but the person now holding a sprouting potato and kindly talking to his friend in quotation marks was a different sight.
Young Master Jiang, winter in Guangyuan City is warm and humid. The potato sprouted just one day after being put in the fridge.
On the other side, Zhang Buyu was also wearing an apron, looking over and saying, "Sprouted potatoes are toxic, you should throw them away." Zhang Yuan was annoyed upon hearing that, saying, "Such a waste. I've heard that sprouted potatoes are a famous dish in the southwest region.
I'll give it a try. Jiang Buyu seemed a bit worried and uneasy, saying, Jiang Shao, all your negative energy has been absorbed. Get ready to deal with it and extinguish the fire. Zhong Yuan glanced at Jiang Buyu with a dangerous look, his eyes sharp, and his tone extremely provocative. He didn't say anything, but even if it ended, there would always be a next time. The digestive and stomach tablets from young Master Jiang were a must-have for those who liked to indulge in spiritual creatures during home travels. Seeing Zhong Yuan's expression and tone, Jiang Buyu couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. But he still stubbornly said, I don't believe it, unless you let me form a contract. Zhong Yuan agreed to the contract. Then he took hold of Zhong Yuan's slender and clean wrist, using his ability. The contract, formed by the real power of the reader, surprised Jiang Buyu and made him a bit anxious. Holding the bowl of rice in his hand, Jiang Buyu excitedly and happily said, There's poison in this. Potatoes that have sprouted really are poisonous. The real power of the reader has been activated as soon as the contract was formed. All of your abilities have increased to 101.2%. The dining table in front of him was laid out with extremely appetizing and beautiful dishes, looking incredibly delicious. Jiang Buyu ate eagerly, and as he ate, he couldn't help but praise, so poisonous, but so good. Seeing Jiang Buyu so excited, Zhong Yuan was at a loss for words and said, Poisonous, and you like it so much? Jiang Buyu didn't even flinch. He replied, The poison doesn't affect how delicious it is. Zhong Yuan sat for a while and then asked in confusion, Both times you formed a contract, you've gotten the closest standard ability, you're so lucky. Jiang Buyu explained, There's an unconfirmed theory about the contract. The abilities that can be contracted aren't entirely random, they depend on intuition. The stronger the intuition, the easier it is to absorb a contract in the Void Star, and the easier it is to contract the necessary ability. Hearing Jiang Buyu's explanation, Zhong Yuan fell into a moment of thought. Intuition? It seems a bit like prediction, Jiang Buyu suggested. I've also watched some university tournaments. Everyone around me seems to have predictions. You or I should teach him. Zhong Yuan was a bit at a loss for words. He responded, If I don't understand it myself, how can I teach? Jiang Buyu offered an idea, Anyway, let's try throwing a skewer of grilled meat at him first. Zhong Yuan was silent for a moment before instructing Yizhen to take all the knives from his house. Yizhen, excited and happy, said, Got it. Jiang Buyu was a bit confused, why the pay footstep intimidation tactic? No need to be afraid. If I really kill you, my funeral will personally prepare the wine to cleanse the evil spirits. Winter melon and tofu. Jiang Buyu, frightened, said, Don't joke around like Yizhen. Zhong Yuan seriously said, Then show me some skill. Saying that, he threw a knife toward Jiang Buyu. Just as Jiang Buyu lowered his hand slightly, the knife struck the wall and bounced out, scaring Jiang Buyu into freezing up for a moment. After a while of being stunned, Jiang Buyu's face turned pale. He flailed about, jumped up, and cursed at Zhong Yuan, Jiang Shao, I don't have martial virtue. Zhong Yuan replied innocently, Didn't you say you could predict? Jiang Buyu, a bit frustrated, retorted, What kind of prediction is that? You rely entirely on your body's memory to execute extreme reactions. You saw my movements, and if you couldn't hit. It's just that your hand speed is not fast enough. Hearing this explanation, Zhong Yuan felt a bit disappointed. He muttered gloomily, The prediction I understood is just like that. Jiang Buyu replied helplessly. Shan Guanyi and Feng Jing were able to respond to their opponents simultaneously without even looking. Zhong Yuan weakly countered, but it was unscientific. Jiang Buyu gradually became annoyed. He said, Do you remember when I turned into Wang Padi and we investigated the drone together? When the enemy fired, you immediately pushed me out of the way, and then you calculated the speed of the bullet based on the sniper rifle we had obtained. It makes sense at least you reacted simultaneously when the enemy pulled the trigger. At that moment, we were both facing away from the enemy. Jiang Buyu continued, I think the essence of this prediction is intuition,
not calculation.
Zhong Yuan countered, isn't intuition just the subconscious calculation? I'm too tired of arguing.
Jiang Buyu said, it's useless no matter how much we talk here.
You have a training room at home.
Wait until we practice, and you'll see what happens.
After a while, they moved to the training room. Looking at the equipment, Zhong Yuan asked in confusion, does your training room have flying discs too?
Jiang Buyu casually flexed, the one my house owns is recognized as the most difficult first-generation model. You can pass through all the locks with fixed directions at the back. But you can't even make it past the second level with random directions.
Zhong Yuan replied, then I'll try it first.
Zhong Yuan started practicing. His quick speed easily launched the flying disc at lightning speed.
The system notification sounded, you have passed the final stage, standing at an observation point.
Jiang Buyu praised, 666 points, 100. Jiang Buyu moved towards Zhong Yuan, put his arm around him, and acted coyly, saying, Zhang Xiao, teach me how to shoot the disc, please. He sensed that the secret of the prediction was hidden here. Zhong Yuan, a bit speechless, said, you don't lack hand speed or accuracy.
How could I teach you?
Jiang Buyu proposed a specific solution, let's use rationality, common sense, and mutual understanding to connect. In theory, we could synchronize the thoughts of my prediction of the trajectory, and then you would act on it.
Zhong Yuan agreed, all right.
When it was Jiang Buyu's turn, he used a sword, and with his agile speed, everything seemed to go smoothly. The system notification sounded, you have passed the final stage, points, 100.
Jiang Buyu was a bit surprised. He paused, then said, is this the prediction? Zhong Yuan assessed, I didn't expect you to use the disc shooting in close combat.
Jiang Buyu explained, I tried using bullets before, but the accuracy wasn't as good as with the sword, so I gave up.
Jiang Buyu pondered for a moment and then said, Zhang Xiao, be careful when experiencing the synchronized thinking sensation, and realize that my prediction resembles the abilities of the time system more than intuition. Could it be that you've absorbed the power of prediction and can foresee the future, but haven't realized it? Zhong Yuan wondered. Do you have any evidence to support that? Jiang Buyu responded.
No evidence, but perhaps it can be directly tested. Zhong Yuan was slightly surprised and exclaimed, oh. Jiang Buyu said, launch the flying discs in random directions, one by one, each flying every second.
When the first one flies out, think about the direction of the second.
When the second one flies out, you'll know if your prediction was correct.
Zhong Yuan said, let me try.
He stood in front of the disc launching machine and began to make his guess.
This is the first one, I predict the second will go in the direction of.
As soon as he finished thinking, the disc flew exactly in the direction Zhong Yuan had predicted. He was astonished and thought, I really can predict the future. Jiang Buyu approached the machine, pressed a button, and said, Zhang Xiao, your ability to predict the future is the real deal.
Can we continue with the experiment?
Please do.
Zhong Yuan was a bit confused and asked, what kind of experiment do you want to do next?
Jiang Buyu replied, the flying disc generates a random sequence of numbers when it launches the first disc and determines the direction of all subsequent discs.
This direction won't change because of your actions.
If you've read many stories about time systems, you would know about something called the observer effect. Specifically, your behavior in predicting the future will cause changes in the future in reality. He stood still, and without moving, I could predict his actions in the next moment.
If I predict that he won't move, then I should hit him. But if I predict he will be struck, then I deliberately won't hit him.
If some external intervention makes the future align with my prediction, it means that the observed part of the future cannot be changed.
Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought, his expression showing concern as he said, what kind of prediction is that?
I only know how to anticipate. Jiang Buyu's gaze shifted, suddenly lighting up. He excitedly said, just imagine this if you do nothing, then a second later, you'll hit me. No, Zhong Yuan reluctantly agreed, let me try.
I'll do nothing. And in 1 second, will I? While Jiang Buyu was speaking, Zhong Yuan closed his eyes to feel it. In his mind, he saw an image of Jiang Buyu being struck on the cheek, looking quite painful. Realizing this, Zhong Yuan suddenly thought, I see the image, but it's young Master Jiang getting hit. Then, without warning, he swung his arm and threw a punch towards Jiang Buyu. It seemed like he was going to hit him, but instead, he pinched Jiang Buyu's cheek, leaving him stunned and clueless, only able to cry out, ah. Zhong Yuan said nothing. He simply murmured, very good, the future has changed. After a moment of settling down, Zhong Yuan explained to Jiang Buyu, just now, I tried to predict what would happen if I didn't make a move. But instead, I see a future where you will be beaten. Therefore, I took the third action, Jiang Buyu replied. I know. Your subconscious knew that you would take the opposite action, so this level of logic was included during the prophecy. Your prophecy about the future is essentially a deduction. Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought. He said, deductions require relevant information. If I can predict the direction of the flying saucer, there must be a way to obtain the related information. Jiang Buyu continued, but in the end, I was able to change the future. That proves that my willpower is greater than this method. Jiang Buyu said, this deduction proves that my willpower exists on a higher spatial dimension than time. In the world we live in now, time is no longer unique, but my willpower is unique. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan was deeply shocked. He froze for a moment, then suddenly began to think. He pondered over the uniqueness theory, so when I activated my dual-purpose concentration, no matter what, I couldn't project two Zhong Yuans. Is it because Zhong Yuan has this uniqueness? When exactly did I develop this uniqueness? Was it when I was sucked into the golden coffin, or when I was killed by the giant buttocks and reincarnated? Or was it from an accident in my previous life? Or even earlier? After a long period of contemplation, Zhong Yuan felt utterly confused. He sat down, holding his head in thought. Although he couldn't be sure, he could now vaguely sense that the time limit in which he could predict the future was 4 years. That was exactly the moment I was reincarnated. Seeing that my friend seemed a little off, Jiang Buyu stepped forward and asked with concern. Jiang Shao, are you all right? Has predicting the future drained too much of your energy? Zhong Yuan responded. Predicting the future does indeed consume a lot of mental energy, but it's not as exaggerated as that. Zhong Yuan pondered for a moment. Young Master Jiang, I suddenly have a very bad feeling, though I can't explain this sensation. I just know that if I try to predict now, the effect might be divided. Jiang Buyu sympathized with Zhong Yuan and offered a suggestion. Then, if you can't explain it, would you like to try dream divination? Zhong Yuan was somewhat doubtful. Divination? That's not quite what you would say. Jiang Buyu replied. It's just a mystical way of speaking. Essentially, it's about using infinite dreams to tap into your subconscious, revealing those elements that make you feel uneasy in a more intuitive form. Zhong Yuan, intrigued by this, said. Alright, if that's the case, let's give it a try. Jiang Buyu cast Infinite Dreamscape, and the movement of heaven follows consistent principles. It does not favor harm, nor cause destruction. If one responds with order, there will be fortune. If one responds with chaos, there will be calamity. After a swirl of faint purple energy, Zhong Yuan gradually sank into his subconscious, transitioning to a place where it seemed an event was taking place. The loudspeaker announced to the intruders. Due to a temporary fire drill, the museum would be closing in 10 minutes. All customers, please leave as soon as possible. Zhong Yuan now seemed like a soul. He stood, watching the bustling crowd move, quite surprised. This is the Shandong Museum, which had opened the void cave before my reincarnation. Am I looking at the scene from the perspective of an outsider? He walked to another place to observe the situation here and to understand why he had come. As he passed by a section with handicrafts and landscape paintings, he saw a couple playfully pulling each other in the corner. The girl said, "Can I invite you to dinner?" The boy didn't seem to be familiar with the girl. He avoided her. Let's go ahead. Seeing that the boy seemed nervous, the girl tried to comfort him. It's just a fire drill, no need to hurry. Looking out through the glass window, Zhong Yuan heard the second announcement. The gold-level void cave is expected to appear soon at 3:40 p.m. The anchor points for the 3 sides have been activated, the terrain replica has been completed, and the domain boundary has been opened. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan silently pondered. At that moment, his phone suddenly lost signal, undoubtedly due to the domain boundary. The sky in this domain boundary was dark. It seemed that the domain boundary technology of Nation H had also made progress over the past 4 years. Suddenly, a massive arm appeared from a gigantic purple black hole in the sky. It stretched its enormous hand down toward the city with a loud rumble. The hand destroyed many things, and suddenly a voice rang out, "This alien race, with one swipe, has shattered the domain boundary, it has entered reality." The alien hand smashed a corner of the ceiling, crushing the unconscious couple from earlier, leaving their fate uncertain. The scene was chaotic. Zhong Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, resting his chin in thought and said, "I remember Lan Lan saying that the gigantic claws outside were just an illusion, so the one striking the golden coffin must be the real entity." He went to the ruins where this golden coffin was lying discarded, and next to it, the bodies of him and the woman who had harassed him earlier lay dead. He thought that, judging by the trajectory of the gigantic claw's descent, its target was the golden coffin. He must have been injured. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan saw something that stunned him. Before him lay his own corpse, but it was not his current age, it had reverted to his face at 16 years old. He was stunned. His body had been transformed to appear as it did when he was 16, returning to a time when death could not claim him and he could resurrect. This kind of power was clearly Su Ri's. Standing in front of the glass window of the building, Zhong Yuan pondered, "Is this the reason I've been feeling uneasy? No, the bad omen still hasn't fully disappeared. There must be other important information in the dream." Outside, the scene was one of fierce combat. Zhonglan's captain shouted, "Zhonglan, I order you to return." At this moment, Zhonglan was completely frantic. She screamed loudly, "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. I want to kill, 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 whether it's an illusion or the real body, I don't care." Lin Dong Leang, terrified, ordered, "Shinjun, quickly release the resonance life force." Zhonglan was the first genius in 10 years in Shandong City to be able to absorb all 8 types of powers. "We cannot let her get hurt." Chen Jun replied, "I've released it already." Lin Dong Leang, helpless, shouted, "Zhonglan, obey the order, come back now." A nearby girl, frightened, said, "The domain boundary isn't complete yet. If she retreats, we're all dead." Lin Dong Leang ordered, "Everyone, retreat, wait until the domain boundary's 9 anchors are finished." Chen Jun, just having released the life resonance, blocked him. "No, if we retreat, how can those preparing the domain boundary finish their task? I can still hold on. They can take the life of the Guardian, but Zhonglan only has 1 life, and there are still ordinary civilians around here who haven't been evacuated." Lin Dong Liang shouted cruelly, "What's the time now, and you're still worrying about those civilians?" Seeing the coldness and indifference of these people, Zhong Yuan clicked his tongue. Ugh, such a distorted and disgusting kind of concern. He thought to himself, maybe for Lan Lan in this life, dying in battle would be the best outcome. Suddenly, streams of golden light began to weave and envelop the surroundings. It illuminated the entire museum and emitted a strange glow. Zhong Yuan looked around in confusion, utterly surprised by the strange phenomenon. The environment was changing, and time seemed to be reversing. Watching the streams of light swirling and blending together, Zhong Yuan silently speculated that 4 years of time were converging. Then he saw those beams of light invade his body, ultimately sealing themselves within him. At that moment, the doctor's voice rang out, "Zhonglan, you don't want your brother to stay in the hospital forever, eventually becoming a vegetable, do you?" Zhong Yuan paused, listening silently to the conversation. The scene shifted to a moment later, back in reality, where Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu were sitting on a bench. Zhong Yuan spoke first, "Young Master Zhang, I might need infinite dreamscape again. But not right now? Jiang Buyu asked, somewhat surprised. Wasn't the effect of the previous one strong enough? Zhong Yuan replied, that's just part of the reason.
Then both of them fell into silence. Zhong Yuan thought about his past life. After the accident, the injuries on his body remained even after he woke up, at least proving that the person who treated him wasn't Fong Jing. The injuries were nearly enough to leave him in a vegetative state, something that an unknown person could not have cured. There were still hidden secrets within this. The true cause of his unease lay here. Drawing 4 years of time into his own body, and now his own self had fused with the world of darkness within the golden coffin, which was in the Shandong Museum. Perhaps only by enhancing infinite dreamscape once more could he confront the golden coffin. Only then can we find the key point that changes fate. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yuan turned to speak. Jiang Buyu, I know you're the type of person who would risk your life, but I don't want Zhong Yuan to finish speaking. Jiang Buyu raised his hand to stop him from continuing. He said, no, I don't want to. Zhong Yuan pushed his hand away, replying, if you refuse, I will use 1200% of my super-level acting cute to force you to do it. Jiang Buyu quietly said, can you just casually risk your life like that? I dare to trust you, but you don't dare to trust yourself. Zhong Yuan threatened, you dare to deceive me and say you don't dare. How bold of you. Jiang Buyu reluctantly blushed and said, fine, fine. I admit you're pretty useless. The only reason you're at the top of the youth rankings is because of your thick skin. If you can't do it, forcing you won't help. Zhong Yuan made his request, I want to enter a deeper dream, one where I can sleep for a very long time, perhaps not even able to wake up on my own. During this period, I need you to make judgments on my behalf. When should you wake me up? Jiang Buyu looked up at Zhong Yuan and asked, what's the standard for making a judgment? Zhong Yuan replied, the more you trust my intuition, the more important this dream will be. Also, if my sister is in danger, you must wake me up at any cost. Jiang Buyu was somewhat puzzled, what if your sister can resolve the danger on her own? Zhong Yuan replied, she's only 12 years old, it's normal that she can't handle it. Jiang Buyu responded, the situation at home is unclear, but outside the door, it's obvious. She might not love you the way you think. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan let out a soft "oh." Jiang Buyu glanced at him and smiled lightly. He suggested, today, you turned around during the live stream of the tournament, and she didn't call you. I once wondered why that was. Zhong Yuan thought for a moment and said, that's right, the hotel and the school have now become the scene of a literary breakup. Why hasn't Lan Lan reacted at all? Could it be that she didn't watch the live stream? Jiang Buyu proposed Zhang Xiao. He directly analyzed. You might find the reason hard to believe. How about you see it with your own eyes? Zhong Yuan asked in confusion. See what? Jiang Buyu propped up his chin, a bold idea forming in his mind. Tomorrow, during the university tournament, I'll play an infinite dreamscape instead of you. Guess how your sister will react? The scene shifted to the next day at the university tournament hall. Jiang Buyu, looking like Zhong Yuan, walked in with confidence, causing everyone around him to look up in admiration. Passers-by couldn't help but be impressed. Truly, Xian Ming, ranked second in strength, was just as formidable as the young marshal from back then. My roommate and I analyzed all night about who was stronger, Xian Ming or the young marshal. We still haven't come to a conclusion. We even analyzed in our sleep. The conclusion was that the beauty value of Xian Ming completely overshadowed that of the young marshal. Jiang Buyu arrived and immediately sat down next to Fong Jing. Fong Jing glanced over and stayed silent for a moment, thinking. The height and build of this person were not much different from Yuan. The face was a mask mimicking a real person, the eyes wore contact lenses, and the hair was real but dyed. The length was very likely something Yuan had crafted using the power of life. Daring to do such things in front of the camera, this would undoubtedly unlock the infinite dreamscape, a power that transcended the screen and affected concepts.
Fong Jing moved closer and said, "Celibate Great Demon King."
Jiang Buyu stiffened, cursing internally, his mind in a mess.
Jiang Buyu awkwardly said, "I don't accept this nickname. Wait, how did you figure it out?" Fong Jing replied, "Why don't you speak first? How do you know Zhong Yuan?"
Jiang Buyu quickly covered up, "I've been pen pals with Zhong Yuan for over 10 years, and we only met recently."
Fong Jing, somewhat incredulous, said, "What era is this, and you're still pen pals?"
Jiang Buyu proudly showed a pen. "These are the friends who exchange points for pens at the Yangshi convenience store."
He flustered, "If you don't believe me, just ask him." Fong Jing, hearing this, relented.
He said, "Forget it, I won't say anything about what Zhong Yuan has allowed, as long as you don't trip me up."
Jiang Buyu felt pleased.
"You'll soon be able to see the new trick that both Zhong Yuan and I invented together."
Jiang Buyu cursed inwardly.
During the process of invention, Senior Yi took revenge on the attack by stabbing 17 times, piercing his heart. His entire body was covered in wounds at that time. Jiang Buyu silently thought to himself, "Fortunately, the power of life from Zhong Yuan extended my life and even helped my hair grow back." The logical reasoning of his and Jiang Shao's telepathy had been recorded in each other, so as long as they both activated it simultaneously, they could communicate at any time over an infinite distance. Even if he is hiding under the cover of the flower, he can still separate people from their shadows, and can rely on Jiang Shao's judgment ability to communicate remotely without delay. Jiang Buyu suddenly became confident. This is called the F2A divine connection, connecting the thoughts of each of us. Yijin saw Jiang Buyu suddenly becoming enraged and said, "Jiang Jr., do you feel uncomfortable if you don't play tricks all day?
Or should I use my authority to heal you?"
Even the black cat wasn't exempt, saying, "Young Master Jiang teased Fong Jing for a brief moment of pleasure, but as soon as it ended, it was straight to the cremation furnace, transitioning to the time when Jiang Buyu was drawing the referee." The last draw was to avoid the team losing points, and the Fong Jing team began their streak of 5 consecutive victories. They drew the Kong Shao team from Jean Lingdi, who had lost 5 times in a row. The black cat expressed strong dissatisfaction when seeing the result.
"Jiang is deceiving me, saying his luck is good. Was that a lie?"
Yijin also intervened. "Master number 8, Jiang Buyu has been given the nickname Fortune, this son of Nation H." The black cat was somewhat silent, and it said, "The anger from words isn't enough to satisfy the vengeance, it's better to drag him out and execute him." Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Zhong Yuan, I have something to say to you, can you come over here for a moment?" The black cat, upon noticing this, explained to Jiang Buyu, "This person's name is Zhang Tiansu, a friend of mine." Both of them went to a somewhat secluded place to talk.
Jiang Buyu spoke first, "What is it?"
"You can speak."
Zhang Tiansu suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Jiang Buyu's clothes. He angrily said, "Who are you, huh? Why are you impersonating Zhong Yuan?" Jiang Buyu feigned ignorance and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Zhang Tiansu, furious, snapped, "Don't pretend with me. If you don't speak, I'll expose you right now."
In his heart, he thought, Zhong Yuan is clearly a delicate, pure, and lovely beauty. This person is like a Bobby B. Diamond, strange to the point where the heavens and earth could collapse.
He wants to deceive me?
Jiang Buyu, somewhat speechless, communicated through divine sense, "Jiang Shao, all of my friends are people who can see through your dream world with just a blink."
The black cat was also helpless.
"Ah, well, only these 2 people can probably see through it with a blink." Jiang Buyu didn't want any conflict or dispute to arise. He spoke calmly, "You've been entrusted by Zhong Yuan to help me fight in this battle.
Could you pretend not to know?" Zhang Tiansu asked with some suspicion.
"You are Zhong Yuan's friend," Jiang Buyu replied. "We're very close friends," Jiang Buyu continued.
Zhang Tiansu was not easily convinced. He asked, "Do you have any proof?"
Jiang Buyu took out a photo showing Zhong Yuan wearing a cooking apron, looking rather clumsy.
"I mean, competent."
Jiang Buyu proudly said, "He's making breakfast for me at his house." Zhang Tiansu stared at the photo intently, as if he were going to eat it up.
Jiang Buyu helplessly asked, "Do you believe me now?"
Jiang Tiansu replied, if you show me 30 more photos, then I'll believe you. Jiang Buyu was somewhat confused.
Ha!
On the surface, he forced a smile in response to this puzzling situation. Inside, however, he was silently sending an SOS to Yijin and the Black Cat. Jiang Xiao was oozing with murderous intent, asking for pictures of his little brother. He probably wanted to use him as a target for virtual darts. Yijin, angry, said, Lord Number 8, Jiang Tiansu has improper designs on your photo.
Please allow me to take care of him.
The Black Cat, however, had the mildest response, at least don't give him the photo for free. With permission granted, Jiang Buyu gradually became more devious.
He held up the photo and gave a sly grin. Jiang Tiansu, you're helping Zhong Yuan now.
Even though you're being rude, you're trying to take advantage of the situation while the house is burning.
Aren't you afraid I'll report this to Zhong Yuan?
Hearing this, Jiang Tiansu felt a bit scared, instinctively shrinking back in panic.
After a moment of hesitation, everyone got what they wanted.
Jiang Tiansu held the photo in his hand, drooling on his face, and happily ran off. At the same time, Jiang Buyu was also in a great mood.
30 photos in exchange for 3 instances of Jiang Tiansu's body being sold. It was truly a great deal. The Black Cat said, split it, 3 for me, 7 for you. Jiang Buyu didn't mind at all, happily skipping along as he responded, wow, you get a share too?
I heard Su Zhang from Shangjing is an ultimate cat slave.
What if we sell some of the cat photos to him? The Black Cat replied, wait until I take more photos next time.
When they reached their seats, Jiang Buyu patted Fong Jing on the shoulder and said, let's go, time to perform.
As the two left, the others couldn't help but gossip.
The atmosphere between Zhong Yuan and Fong Jing today felt a bit strange.
Did they argue?
It must be Zhong Yuan who's being unfaithful.
Little Qiao the. Fong Jing got angry then, no way.
Zhong Yuan was warm, lovely, upright, and the team leader. If anyone were unfaithful, it must be Fong Jing. Hearing their conversation clearly, Jiang Buyu grinned and said, Fong Jing, you're working hard.
Fong Jing got a little frustrated, replying, still laughing?
I'll spread a rumor that you and I are in love, and let's see if they pair you up with me.
Jiang Buyu confidently responded, hurt the enemy 1000, self-damage 800.
Stop talking nonsense, both teams have taken their battle positions. The referee shouted loudly, Team Fong Jing and Team Kong Jiao are ready to begin the battle. Player Zhong Yuan held a wooden sword used for training.
Does Team Fong Jing want to make adjustments today?
Jiang Buyu broke the sword into a staff, splitting it into small, sharp wooden sticks. The commentator was surprised. Zhong Yuan's trick of turning a wooden sword into a wooden staff has appeared again, and in a ridiculously large quantity. The battle began, and player Zhong Yuan made his move. With the support of others, Jiang Buyu leaped forward.
Conferred title empowerment. The commentator exclaimed excitedly.
Chang Rui and Xia Yihan simultaneously used their abilities to support him. With a flick of his hand, Jiang Buyu unleashed his power, Illusory World's Aporisy.
His opponents sprayed glue and rose, mouths agape, unable to understand what was happening.
The small wooden sticks now soared toward them. At first, they seemed like ordinary sticks, but with Jiang Buyu's power, they appeared far more dangerous than modern weaponry. The commentator, taken aback by the scene before him, couldn't hide his shock. My God. After being thrown, these sticks seemed to stop in midair, and more keep gathering. The 4 opponents stood frozen, dumbfounded.
Is this the time-stop ability that only exists in Legends?
The wooden sticks flew at an incredible speed, leaving their opponents astonished. Except for the only girl, the others were successively attacked, with blood splattering everywhere. The scene was truly impressive. Jiang Buyu swung his hand again, looking very much like a carefree young man, and said, I don't fight healers, just admit defeat. The girl was terrified to the point of almost dying, her legs trembling uncontrollably as she knelt down with a thud, forcing herself to say a few words, I admit defeat. The referee, seeing the situation unfold too quickly, was stunned for a moment and paused before finally announcing, the winner is Team Fong Jing. Zhang Buyu felt proud inside. The actual battle had lasted only 8 seconds, plus the 20 seconds of the opponent surrendering and the referee's days 28 seconds in total.
This should be a record-breaking performance. The Black Cat complimented him.
Xiao Si, what seemed like a pause earlier was actually just a method of misdirection. I used advanced camouflage to make Yi Senior invisible, while Jiang Xiao triggered his own enhancement. The long-distance transmission to Shadow Explosion boosted Yi Senior's abilities immensely. After I threw the wooden stick, Yi Senior used his tentacles to catch it, looking as though it had been paused in mid-air. After accumulating enough, Yi Senior simultaneously inserted the wooden sticks. Thousands of sticks were launched to pierce the opponent. As for stunning the opponent for a few seconds, Infinite Dreamscape could easily accomplish that. Meanwhile, Zhang Buyu was happily analyzing the situation from earlier.
There was a group of people who weren't very happy.
They were the organizers of the competition, having a discussion about the recent events.
What should we do now?
Zhong Yuan has broken young Marshall's record again.
Should we side with Zhong Yuan or with young Marshall?
TSK, the youth ranking still has young Marshall at the top.
They've probably already discussed it beforehand.
One of the organizers made the key point: in the individual match, Zhong Yuan has already broken the record, but in the team competition, we should still favor young Marshall. Sitting in the waiting seats, Zhang Buyu waited for the announcement from the organizers. The announcement came, stating that the match between the Fong Jing team and the Confucian team had ended.
The entire battle lasted 35.5 seconds. Unfortunately, it was 0.5 seconds slower than young Marshall's record.
Zhang Buyu couldn't believe his ears, completely stunned, with thousands of question marks running through his mind.
The Black Cat didn't seem too surprised and said, "Young Master Jiang, surprised? Unexpected, huh?"
Yizhen chimed in, Jiang Jr., you should experience for yourself just how shady the university competition is." Zhang Buyu felt downcast. "Zhang Xiao, you wanted to change things and clear my name, but I've already dyed your hair for you."
The Black Cat, feeling helpless and exhausted, reluctantly indulged, "You carry my backpack into the restroom.
I'll teleport over, become Chang'ing, and speak on your behalf." Meanwhile, Yizhen continued laughing. "Zhang Jr., you really are both romantic and arrogant."
"The romantic arrogance in your tea box at home, that's you, right? Ha ha."
A while later, on the news, Chungyun announced, "Just now, the commander of the Huanan military district, Zhang Buyu, personally visited the university tournament and filed a formal complaint with the organizing committee. The time for this match has now been adjusted to 28 seconds. The young marshal, without hesitation, allowed his own record to be broken, in hopes of enabling Zhong Yuan to set a double record in the tournament. This is the true spirit of greatness, truly worthy of being the leader of the military for the new generation of Nation H."
Zhong Lan, watching the tournament news, felt incredibly incredulous.
She thought her brother would never resort to such American-style tactics, nor had he ever treated the healing system in a special way.
Zhong Lan angrily thought, "This person is not my brother."
Later, in his room, Nguyen Phone looked at the tablet screen, his face full of confusion as he made a deduction.
"Cameras can only capture images and sounds, but cannot record void energy."
He then added, "Only through the screen can actions be executed based on concepts, no matter the distance, like Infinite Dreamscape acting cute." With a thought, Nguyen Feng's eyes glowed with the golden light of clairvoyance, as he observed the battle unfolding on the screen between Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu. He then pondered further. Zhong Yuan's body only held the power of Infinite Dreamscape, while Zhang Buyu's body possessed the additional ability of super-level acting cute. Next, he found it hard to understand and asked himself, what kind of act are they putting on? Suddenly, Taigu and Zhong Lan entered. She followed behind Zhong Lan and spoke to her father. "Father," Zhong Lan, for some unknown reason, was so upset that she cried and wanted to speak privately with you, while I was still wiping my eyes and crying."
"Boo-hoo!"
Seeing this, Nguyen Phone looked up at them and spoke to confirm.
"All right, Taigu, you go out first.
I'll talk to Zhong Lan." Soon, only the two of them were left sitting in the room. And Fong looked at her, standing there, and seriously asked,
Is there something about Zhonglan that requires a private conversation with me?
Zhonglan stopped crying, her eyes filled with grievance as she tearfully said, "And Si Ling, something happened to him.
Is there any way you can save him?"
Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, silently thinking, Zhonglan, who has no ability to resist the infinite dreamscape, was able to notice the issue? Then, and Fong smiled smugly, a look of pleasure flashing as he glanced at the girl, who seemed lost in her own thoughts. This child noticed something was wrong with her brother and didn't directly speak to anyone else but found an excuse to speak to me privately. He couldn't help but reflect inwardly, this girl, indeed, was not as simple as she seemed on the outside. Piecing everything together, and Fong seemed to come to a realization and fell into silent thought.
Fong Jing had just corrected Zhonglan's medical records. Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu were acting together, so it turned out they were testing us?
Next, he calmly opened his mouth and confirmed, not bad, Zhong Yuan in the livestream is indeed not him. Seeing this, she also glanced at him, rubbing her eyes with a look of confusion. Then, tears welled up in her eyes as she leaned towards him to ask for confirmation again.
Uncle, you really noticed too.
Upon hearing this, and Fong added, not only did you notice that it wasn't him, but you also figured out the reason behind it. Upon hearing that, Zhonglan hesitated, looking at him and asking again, then. At that moment, and Feng's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes, giving her a cold, gloomy stare before speaking in a chilling tone. If I told you that he fainted and asked you why you didn't prepare to save your brother, what would you do? Upon hearing this, Zhonglan widened her eyes, frozen in place, unsure of what to say next. Soon after, Zhonglan's expression changed, her eyes filled with hostility as she glared at him, her tone wary as she made her assessment.
And Si Ling, you're the command system, and I'm the attack system.
Right now, we're less than a meter apart, and with you not being on guard, you might not be able to gain the upper hand over me.
Hearing her words, and Fong looked at her with a neutral expression before asking, have you ever considered? If you were to strike at me, what consequences would you and your brother have to face?
Zhonglan placed her hand on the armrest of the chair with a serious demeanor, stating firmly, my brother is a void energy wielder at the strategic level.
Strategic level means he is not bound by ordinary rules.
She added, similarly, if you are punished by this rule, he will directly step on the rule. At this point, Zhonglan's gaze narrowed coldly as she looked at Fong and spoke threateningly. You may think you have no ability to kill him. Then she made a statement, but you have the ability to stir up trouble, and if you make a move, the one in a difficult situation will be only you. It was unclear when Fong had left his seat, but he had moved in front of Zhonglan. With one hand in his pocket and the other ruffling her head, he spoke with praise. Ah, good, very good, I truly did not misjudge you. Seeing this, Zhonglan looked up, puzzled, and asked in return. Oh, and Fong continued, full of admiration, you have quite a bit of courage. This little head of yours is very smart, but your ability to analyze the situation is still a bit immature. Next, Fong sat back in his chair calmly and explained to Zhonglan. If you know that your brother is a strategist, and he interrupted and added something, then you should understand that we cannot stand by and watch without helping. He then made a final observation, if we don't help him, it can only mean that he is not in any danger. Seeing this, Zhonglan looked at him in shock, as if suddenly realizing something, her eyes widening. Then, she lowered her head, embarrassed, and spoke.
Unsealing, I'm sorry.
Flustered, Zhonglan placed her hand on her knee and nervously stammered. I just got carried away earlier and spoke without thinking. Hearing this, Fong also softened and looked over, speaking to comfort the girl.
It's okay, having a little overreaction is not necessarily a bad thing.
Upon hearing this, Zhonglan, confused, looked up at him and asked again, why is that? Fong calmly looked at her and explained. It might sound a bit harsh, but the more the child today wants to unleash their fighting spirit, the more they end up holding back their older sibling, and then he added, on the contrary, if you focus on self-preservation so that your older brother can fight without worry, the overall battle outcome for both of you will be better. And Guan Feng's face was serious as he looked at Zhong Lan and stated in a firm voice, "Fighting is not the goal, it is merely a means." Then, he added, "If you can achieve your goal without fighting, then the one who holds back their emotions and puts away their weapon is the true warrior." After that, he confirmed once more, "Of course, not saving your older brother doesn't mean doing nothing." At another building, surrounded by the clear blue sky, a sword was pressed against Jiang Buyu's neck. A girl, holding his sword, pressed it to his neck and questioned him, "Be honest about the situation with Zhong Yuan." She paused slightly before continuing, "Even if you are the commander, I cannot lower myself to pity you." Jiang Buyu remained seated, his hands clasped on the desk, calm as ever. Then, he turned his body to face the girl and responded to her questioning. "Is this Jiu Chu's way of dealing with things?" Seeing that, the girl with the ponytail remained unfazed, still holding the sword against the neck of the person in front of her, and shouted, "Stop changing the subject." "What happened to Zhong Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu calmly placed both hands on the armrests, leaned back, and spoke in response, "Zhong Yuan is in the office, but he's already dead." The girl screamed in shock and asked again, "What?" Before she could react, he had already moved his finger towards the edge of the blade at his neck. Jiang Buyu used a high-resolution technique, and in the next instant, the blade in her hand vanished. Jiang Buyu remained calm, looking at her before asking, "I want to see, who is the one truly qualified to show mercy, me or you?" The ponytailed girl stared at her empty hand and the weapon gradually disappearing, her face full of astonishment. Jiang Buyu's eyes were as cold as steel, his voice sharp as he emphasized each word, "Or is it me?" Then, Jiang Buyu's body jerked forward, pushing her away in the shock of the ponytailed assassin. She fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Buyu's attack was still coming, making the female assassin frown, her body stiffen as she raised her hands to block. She then placed both hands on the ground, preparing to stand. Immediately after, she swept her leg in a circular motion, sending stones toward Jiang Buyu. But he quickly dodged, turned, and pinned the female assassin to the ground, subduing her. Next, Jiang Buyu looked towards her hand, where a ring was glowing, and he was startled. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out, throwing him outside. Finally, his body dissipated along with it. The ponytail-wearing female assassin, who had just managed to stand up, looked over and was shocked by the sight. She furrowed her brows and yelled, "That's not a real person." Inside a wardrobe in the room, Zhong Yuan pulled open a door and stepped out, commenting as he did, "To think she could destroy her own projection in one move, even her immortal body was defeated. Her strength is truly impressive." His eyes turned red, filled with anger, as he spoke to the girl, "Which number Jiu Chu are you?" Upon seeing him, the girl seemed to realize something. She looked at him and frowned, then questioned Zhong Yuan, "Did you create that fake Jiang Buyu?" Zhong Yuan, still calm, walked over, clasped his hands behind his back, and reminded her, "Hey, I'm asking you." The assassin, wary, watched him approach and warned, "I won earlier, so you answer me first." At these words, Zhong Yuan's face turned cold. His eyes narrowed, full of killing intent, as he mocked, "You can't even tell who won or lost. Is your head just for growing hair?" Hearing this, the girl furrowed her brows, looking at him in confusion before asking, "What do you mean?" By this point, Zhong Yuan had somehow closed the distance between them. He spoke again, his tone matter of fact, "If I had used super resolution and hit the back of your neck, you'd be dead by now." Next, he spoke again, commenting on the situation. "I, subordinate, show mercy, yet you turn around and strike with me. If you strike again, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Seeing him approach, she took a step back, but quickly bumped into the edge of the table, anxiously and struggling to speak. "Jiu Chu number 1, Yan Ruanan." She then added, "I just received an urgent mission to rescue you, and I am following the clues." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned against the table and quickly collapsed, causing Yan Ruanan to fall to the ground as well. Nearby, Zhong Yuan could not help but remind her, "Madam, can't you calculate your own weight?" Hearing this, the girl, who was lying on the table, pushed herself up with her hands, looking at him. Seeing her struggling, he chose to let it slide. "All right, no need to explain further." Next, Zhong Yuan, seeing her kneeling before him, casually commented, "Your strength is barely acceptable, but your mind isn't that sharp." Zhong Yuan continued to remind her, "I designed this situation, so I won't blame you for today, but you'd better remember it." Yen Ruanan, at this moment, could only lower her head, kneeling and listening. After hearing this, he lowered his head and looked straight into her face, observing her, and then spoke with a threatening tone, "Being stupid is not scary, what's scary is being stupid and thinking you're smart." As the cold, terrifying face drew closer to hers, Yen Ruanan widened her eyes in fear, unable to speak a word. Zhong Yuan spoke up again, "Next time, if you dare to recklessly use lethal moves without fully understanding the situation, don't blame me for not being reasonable with you." Then, in the room where only the two of them remained, he reminded her, "You wrecked Zhang Buyu's office like this. The repair costs, there's no issue with Zhou Chu covering them, right?" Hearing that, Yen Ruanan's face darkened as she reminded him in return, "You're also part of Zhou Chu's budget. Of course, if it needs to be spent, then spend it." At that, Zhong Yuan suddenly remembered and sighed, "Oh, I forgot I haven't resigned yet." Then, he confirmed with her, "You can go now. I'll explain it to Boss Chi myself." In a certain apartment complex, Zhong Yuan lifted the coffin lid with his hands and looked around. Next, he pushed the lid completely aside, sat up from the coffin, and stared blankly at the door in front of him, silently wondering to himself, "Huh? Wasn't this coffin supposed to be in Commander He's office? Did they move it somewhere else?" Then, he walked toward the only door in the room. As he opened it, Zhong Yuan noted, "It's not locked. I can open it." Outside stood Boss Chi Dan, holding a watering can. Seeing him, Boss Chi looked over, smiled cheerfully, and stammered as he spoke, "Zhong Yuan, I knew you were coming." Zhong Yuan could only stare at him speechlessly. Finally, with a gloomy expression, he asked, "Boss Chi, why are you even competing with Commander He over a bed?" After that, Zhong Yuan and Chi Xiu sat down at the table. He looked at him and spoke up, his voice hesitant and awkward. "What was it again?" "It's not very good to leave Zhou Chu's personal items in the military district's office. Can you help me move that, bed back to Zhou Chu?" Then, he sat across from the man and denied it. "I'm too lazy to listen to you making excuses for these trivial matters." Next, Zhong Yuan coldly crossed his arms, looked at his uncle, and asked him, "Was it you who arranged for number 1 to be sent to rescue me?" Upon hearing this, Chi Xiu's face was covered in sweat as he confirmed, "Yes, your sister called me and said you were in trouble." Then he added, "She asked me to think of a way to save you, so I sent number 1 to investigate." Then, Chi Xiu looked at him, forced a smile, sweat beading on his forehead, and asked again, "You can probably make it back to Zhou Chu on your own, right?" But Zhong Yuan didn't let it go, dropping his hands and looking at him as he asked once more, "Boss Chi, have you ever thought about how my sister got your phone number?" Seeing this, Chi Xiu casually replied with suspicion, "Didn't you tell her that you were in trouble, and she called me?" Seeing how simply he thought about it, Zhong Yuan sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead with a forced smile, his eyes closed in frustration. And Si Ling was indeed an old fox, directly involved with Zhou Chu. Going up against him, Boss Chi was just too honest. He made his assessment. Then, he stood up abruptly from his chair and spoke to his uncle, who was holding a cup of tea across from him. "To sum up, the matter has been resolved in detail, so please don't ask about what happens after my sister calls you. Kindly answer the phone quickly." Seeing this, his uncle thought he was about to leave, and voiced the doubt in his mind. "Hey, wait a moment. Has Zhang Buyu solved the issue with the organizer not accepting the ID last time?" Upon hearing this, his expression turned cold, and he looked at his uncle before replying. "Zhang Buyu didn't just carry the pot for me." Zhong Yuan interrupted, then added, "He also wanted to find a way to persuade me to stay in Zhou Chu. For him, Zhou Chu is the stronghold of the military district, the protector of Nation H." Shi Xiu then looked up at him, listening to what he said. Zhong Yuan, with confusion in his voice, asked his uncle, "And what does Zhou Chu mean to you?" Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. As he walked, Zhong Yuan left Chi Xiu in silence and asked him aloud,
Is it a comforter to escape reality or a box that wraps itself in fruit? As he continued walking, he confirmed once more.
I don't need your answer, but I do need someone to choose Fong. At Feng's house, Zhong Yuan touched one of the 6 coffins in front of him. Behind him, the bald man also looked toward him and spoke.
Zhong Yuan, the bed you ordered is ready. Then, the man added. Check it to see if there's no problem, and give me the delivery address.
Next, he opened his eyes, glanced at the coffins, then with a calm expression, gave instructions regarding them. The 3 were handed over to Commander He Jihui of Huabei, Commander Nguyen Fong of Huadong, and Commander Zhang Buyu of Huanan, respectively. The address written on the envelopes was their office locations. Then, he spoke again, adding, one should be sent to the Chang'ing Academy address from before, and another to my nephew's residence in Guangyuan City. Beside him, the bald man who had been observing him was also taken aback. He then placed his hand on the man's shoulder and continued, the last one, I'll leave it to you. Keep it for yourself or give it to someone else, it's up to you. Seeing the sour expression on the bald man's face, he quickly furrowed his brows and asked for confirmation, are you serious about giving this to 3 commanders? In response, Zhong Yuan leaned closer to him and whispered, still keeping his hand on the bald man's shoulder.
If you understand, then you understand. If you don't, there's no need to.
He then glanced at the coffins again, falling deep into thought. The size of the bed was large enough to retain a fragment of dark energy inside. He spoke again, making a point about using it to transfer instantly, appearing in human form without needing to explain how a cat could turn into a person. Soon after, the moon quickly covered the night sky, and his voice echoed once more, by the way, I also want to design something like this.
Can you make it for me here?
Next, when Zhong Yuan returned with Zhong Lan, he placed a string of berry-shaped beads into the girl's hand, causing Zhong Lan to look at it in confusion and ask him again.
Hey, are you sure you want to give this to me?
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan stood in front of her and asked back.
Do you like it?
Zhong Lan looked at the necklace in her hand, appreciating it, and then replied to him.
I do like it, but is it really something that required you to run all the way back here for?
Hearing this, Zhong Yuan confirmed with Zhong Lan.
This is a protective charm that I specially made for you, extremely, extremely important. It has to be handed to you personally.
Zhong Yuan then stared at the berry-shaped pendant, lost in thought. The strawberry pendant was actually a small, sealed box that could be opened from the inside. He had left a trace of dark world energy inside, and then he added, it could also project an image and turn into a teleporting insect whenever needed. The ultimate safeguard for Lan Lan should still be me, that way, I'll feel the most at ease. Upon hearing him, Zhong Lan happily raised the necklace and, with a beaming smile, spoke to her brother.
Then, could you help me put it on?
Seeing his little sister so happy, Zhong Yuan quickly agreed and replied.
All right.
Without delay, he took the string and carefully placed it around Zhong Lan's neck, while she lowered her head to make it easier for him to put it on. Then, Zhong Lan's voice rang out.
Actually, I've already figured out some of your little secrets.
After that, Zhong Lan hesitated for a moment, her eyes distant as she bit her lip. She touched the strawberry necklace around her neck, smiled at the reflection of the 2 siblings in the glass in front of her, and offered her observation, you've seemed to lose yourself since the car accident during the summer vacation. She continued, you're no longer the Zhong Yuan who just wanted to be a big brother.
Whatever doesn't suit you, you try to hide it.
She vaguely realized, you want me to be Zhong Lan, but I'm not your little sister anymore.
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan listened quietly, smiling lovingly at her.
Then, Zhong Lan raised her head, smiled, and confirmed, but without the sibling bond, Zhong Lan wouldn't be complete, and Zhong Yuan wouldn't be complete either. She smiled brightly, still holding onto the strawberry necklace around her neck, before making her decision. She interrupted, I'll protect you.
Zhong Yuan bent forward, gazing at his little sister in surprise.
Zhong Lan spoke again, I'll protect your weaknesses so you don't have to worry and can focus on fighting. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he nearly broke into tears. Zhonglan turned on her heel, stepped back, and then spoke again. This is the best way to fight, and it belongs only to me. She embraced him lovingly and affirmed, this time, let me take on the role of Zhong Yuan's little sister to protect you. Seeing that, Zhong Yuan's hand paused for a moment. He looked at his little sister, surprised and unsure of what to say, then quickly smiled brightly and spoke. All right. Next, he reached out and ruffled his little sister's head. Then the scene shifted to a dining table with a plate of dumplings and a steaming cup of coffee. Zhong Yuan looked at the table and couldn't help but voice his doubt, asking, everything can go with coffee, is this the breakfast style of Shandong people? A voice next to him confirmed. That's right. Then, Jiang Buyu, with her hair tied into twin braids, ran out in her pajamas, grabbing the back of a chair and pulling it out while smiling eagerly. Zhong Yuan, seeing this, was at a loss for words. He looked at her indifferently and then asked, young Master Jiang, did you spend half an hour in front of the mirror just to adjust your hairstyle? Without hesitation, she shamelessly confirmed. This is called acting cute physically, using cuteness to counter your passive acting cute. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan quickly stepped behind her, grabbed one of her braids, stared at it, and pouted. In response to his actions, Jiang Buyu squinted at him in confusion. Finally, Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate to grab a pair of scissors, and with a swift snip, cut the braid off. Seeing this, Jiang Buyu jumped up, crying out in pain and shouting. Ah! Hearing this, Zhong Yuan stared at her awkwardly and shouted in return. Why are you screaming? Hair doesn't feel pain. Immediately after that, he reached out and used the power of life technique on his hair. Instantly, it grew longer. Zhong Yuan then spoke up, confirming with an indifferent expression, all right, I've returned your hair to its original color, and you can cut it however you want. Jiang Buyu, who was staring at his hair, which had grown down to the floor and was turning white, also had his mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment, he too spoke up, confirming, well, I'll wait until I finish eating, then I'll use super resolution to cut it myself. Next, he sat at the table, happily eating breakfast, while Zhong Yuan sat across from him, holding his phone and sighing, lost in thought. The final of the university competition was about to take place. To ensure the athletes' performance, the rest period was relatively long. Today, the team competition was a ranking battle to determine the top 10 and top 8, which was none of his concern. The individual competition was the same. With this in mind, he glanced over at Jiang Buyu and sighed again, his thoughts lingering. On the contrary, this guy's office is already broken, and he still wants to work from home, with no days off all year round, not even on weekends. Being a commander is even more tiring than being a slave. Suddenly, Jiang Buyu seemed to remember something and looked up at him, casually asking, Jiang Shao, how have you been handling the negative energy from Void Star? How much longer do you have to juggle this position? Hearing that, Zhong Yuan, still fiddling with his phone, glanced at him and replied, actually, it's fine now. It's just that I was about to finish the competition first, then deal with that unsettling premonition, and then absorb the lingering emotions. Next, he remembered the team from last time, who were being taken care of at the hospital. His expression grew serious, his face cold, as he fell into deep thought after the Ying Xing team had been defeated by me and sent to the Bureau of Case Control for investigation. It seemed that all the members of the Ying Xing team had mental issues and had directly dropped out of the competition. Bai Xian, Principal Li from Zhongnan, claimed that he was on vacation, but his whereabouts seemed to have vanished from the world. Don't rush to investigate them in the next day or two. Don't pick a time when they're the most cautious. Then, Zhong Yuan raised his hand to stroke his chin, his cold eyes continuing to analyze. Regarding void energy and the void star, I've always felt that they carry an extremely chaotic aura. He then recalled the four-tiered color hierarchy, from lowest to highest, yellow, blue, red, disaster, and calamity, and made an observation: when humanity gains powers from the void star, they directly receive a reminder about the name of the power, its level, and how to use it. Afterward, he pondered aloud, who decides the names of these powers? And who writes the reminders? Next, he recalled a young man holding a blazing fire sword, burning fiercely, and questioned further, I can understand how many supportive abilities can enhance other powers, but why can they also increase the attack power of weapons? Soon after, other questions kept arising. Many powers often produce effects that aren't entirely consistent with the intended outcome, especially when applied in practical situations. Why is that? Back in the present, Jiang Buyu needed chopsticks, and secretly placed them on the plate of food while looking at him and answering Zhong Yuan. In fact, the Institute of Science has already initiated research projects on your issue, but there are still no conclusions. Seeing this, the person beside him casually looked at him and confirmed.
Is that so?
With the plate of food on the table now completely empty, Jiang Buyu's expression darkened as he looked at him seriously and said, "There are still many speculations." He added, "The most widely accepted hypothesis is that void energy itself will continue to develop spontaneously. The number of void caverns opened each year is increasing, and with the growing number of other races, there is a basis to say that void energy could eventually go extinct." Right after that, he quickly moved toward him, placed a hand on Zhong Yuan's shoulder, and with a smile that squinted his eyes, he reminded him, "All right, stop overthinking it, just leave these issues to the Institute of Science for research." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and didn't respond, his hand clenched tightly on the table where the plate was now completely clean. Next, he called out to Zhong Yuan, "Let me show you this beauty to change your mood."
Ha ha ha, once the hairstyle of a famous boy band idol, isn't it handsome?
His head was shaved smooth and bald, with only the hair at the back remaining. He spread his arms out, his gaze full of pride and charm as he spoke. Zhong Yuan, upon seeing this, immediately got goosebumps and yelled out in frustration, "Give me back your old hairstyles." Seeing this, Jiang Buyu pouted and whined, "Let me play with it for a bit." Zhong Yuan, approaching him, grabbed his head and pressed it down, forcing him to grow his hair back, angrily commanding, "No, your mental power now belongs to me.
No wasting it."
Jiang Buyu's head was pressed down, causing him pain as he screamed out. Next, in a vast hall, the commentary team, consisting of a man and a woman, sat on the commentary platform. The male commentator, Kue Shu Shang, spoke up with excitement. The scoring round of the team competition ended yesterday, and the points and rankings are tied. A total of 14 teams have made it to the top 10. Then, the female host, Chang Yun, sitting beside him, added more information. Some teams with the same score will compete in today's ranking battle to determine who will take the 9th and 10th spots to receive special rewards. Meanwhile, the top 8 teams will proceed to the finals. Below the stands, 8 individuals stood in 2 opposing teams.
The commentator's voice echoed with excitement again. The first match today is between Liu Bei's team from Changying Academy and the Iron Fortress team from Sanshan Academy.
The result of this match will decide which of them will advance to the quarter-finals and qualify for the finals. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, who had transformed into a cat, sat on a small chair observing the match. Suddenly, Yijin appeared beside him and confirmed with him.
Ultimate wish lost this time.
Upon hearing that, Zhong Yuan simply glanced at him and let out a soft "oh." Yijin continued to explain.
The opponent has 3 crowd control abilities.
Unless she surrenders right from the start, there's no way to win. Then, Yijin, filled with anger, leaned forward and shouted.
Moreover, that guy named Quan is probably from the Guan family of Guangfu City.
People from that family are particularly fond of absorbing the notorious charm abilities. Next, Zhong Yuan glanced over at Yijin, who was turning into a black, misty figure, and then asked again.
I've seen it in the Void Energy textbook. Isn't that just a normal mental control ability?
Upon hearing this, Yijin also looked back at him, furrowing his brows before speaking to explain. Its effect is weak against the alien races, but it works very well on humans. When released, it doesn't distinguish between friend or foe, I only look at the range, he added. Anyone who absorbs this power will, to some extent, have impure motives.
Hearing this, Zhong Yuan understood and sighed. Is that so?
Below the arena, Liu Bo instructed Su Yuaning. As soon as the referee announces the start, initiate the era. Surprised, she looked at him, and he confirmed with a nod. Before she could say anything further, the referee blew the whistle, raised his hand, and shouted the command. Start! At that moment, both teams stood opposite each other, ready for battle. Almost immediately, Iron Fortress stretched out both hands, grinning maliciously, furrowing his brows as he muttered the name of the technique that would disrupt the thoughts of all targets within range. Two of his palms emitted swirling purple energy. Seeing this, the four members of Lu Bo's side were startled, dazed by the effect. On the stands, Changyun raised a hand to cover his forehead, then made an observation. Iron Fortress from Sanshan Academy has started to release the interference. The resistance of Su Yuan and Lu Bo is too weak, so they've been disrupted on the spot. Shang Guanyi and Si Tu Ming are still struggling to resist. Next, a man wearing glasses named Wen Hui raised both hands to touch his head, looking at them as he executed a move to direct his focus on a specific target, causing confusion for the person affected. The fingertips that touched his head emitted purple swirling rings, controlling his mind and making him feel entranced. Commentator Changyun then spoke up, analyzing the situation. Wen Hui is cooperating quickly, and with the successful use of the mind control from the fate item, he has taken control. Immediately after, his eyes spun wildly, and he reached out toward Shang Guanyi, executing a mental cage skill that left Shang Guanyi stunned, dazed, and dizzy. The commentator also seemed surprised, shouting, "Si Tu Ming is in utter chaos, releasing the mental cage on Shang Guanyi. I'm really impressed." Seeing this, the man known as Iron Fortress quickly glanced at his teammates and urged, "Wen Rinjiu, hurry up." Hearing this, Wen Rinjiu immediately responded, "I'm on it." Right after, sand began to accumulate under his feet. Standing on the sand pile, he spread his arms confidently, using his sand domain technique. Next, a powerful wave of sand surrounded the four of them like a cage, causing them to look around in confusion. Commentator Changyun, observing this, spoke again. The four of Lu Bo are still unable to break free from the mental control and have now been trapped in Wen Rinjiu's sinking sand domain. Then, a male commentator's voice echoed with doubt, asking, "A minute has passed since Lu Bo and his four companions were buried from head to toe in sand. Can they still rely on ultimate wish to turn the situation around?" Seeing this, Zhang Yuan also walked over to the referee and asked, "Why hasn't he started counting the rope yet?" Next to him, Yizhen stood, equally confused, gazing at the referee. Upon seeing this, Yizhen also glanced over and asked Zhang Yuan in return, "Su Yuanying's ultimate wish can last for 3 minutes. Remember, this is their strategy to delay. So, what now?" Then, Zhang Yuan focused his energy, narrowing his eyes as he looked inside and spoke to confirm, "Is that so? Let me see for myself." His body shimmered with a purple glow as he used his supreme sensing skill. Inside the sand, Su Yuan had fainted, and the sand continued to swirl around them. Zhang Yuan silently thought, "These quicksand areas keep surrounding Su Yuan. She's been buried in it so much that she's exhausted." Next, Zhang Yuan shouted to the referee next to him, immediately declaring them the losers. "Quick, save her." The referee, seeing this, turned back to look at him in a panic, stammering to follow the command, "Ah, yes." Immediately after, the referee rushed over in a panic and declared, "The Iron Fortress team wins. Quickly, retract your powers." Seeing this, Wen Rinjiu sneered, not letting up and looking at the referee, confirming, "My ability takes time to retract too, it's not that quick." Soon after, his soul returned to Zhang Buyu's office, looking at him in a state of alarm. Zhang Yuan then regained his composure, lowered his head, and spoke to Zhang Buyu with instructions, "Young Master Zhang, Infinite Dreamscape, provide some protection." Beside him, Zhang Buyu, seeing this, also left the computer, looking at him with a confused expression but nonetheless spoke up to confirm. As for the cat he had transformed into, its body suddenly emitted streams of purple energy, its gaze tightening with determination before it walked over to sit down. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuan used his lightspeed technique and quickly appeared on the battlefield, surpassing Wen Rinjiu, who also looked back at him in confusion. Even Iron Fortress was startled and shouted out in bewilderment, "Why did Zhang Yuan suddenly appear here?" Zhang Yuan paid no attention to them and swiftly moved toward the group of Lu Bo, who were sinking in the sand. His feet slammed onto the ground, and using his super resolution penetrating technique, a powerful green energy appeared beneath his feet. Next, the sand on top of them was quickly blown away, and a red hole appeared in the ground beneath. The four individuals lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. He then looked at them seriously and remarked, "The bodies of these four are filled with sand.
My power of life can't help them remove it.
It's best to bring Fong Jing here." He then used his lightspeed technique again to appear behind Fong Jing, placing a hand on his shoulder, which startled Fong Jing, leaving him confused. Zhong Yuan, however, seriously concluded in his mind, when activating lightspeed, the user immediately matches the speed of the target. Afterward, the user adds acceleration, and the combined internal and external forces at this speed do not harm the human body. However, the air resistance when moving at high speeds will. Right after that, he teleported the two of them to the arena, simultaneously using supersonic air bullets and air bullets to slow down their descent. Zhong Yuan still had a firm grip on Fong Jing's shoulder as he made an additional remark, "Take it slow when you bring Fong Jing over." Immediately afterward, Zhong Yuan threw him into the pit, calmly stating, "Leave the rescue to me." As Fong Jing was tossed into the pit, his face was filled with confusion as he screamed during the free fall, "Could you be a little gentler?" Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, standing above the pit, had already wrapped things up. He looked incredibly cool as he shoved his hands into his pockets, glanced at the referee, and casually asked, "If when Rinjiao attacks after the match, does he get a yellow card?" The referee, sweating bullets, immediately raised the yellow card and shouted, "When Rinjiao from Sanshan Academy attacked after the match, yellow card warning." Seeing this, he looked up in confusion, displeased, and shouted, "Nonsense, I wasn't even attacking." Down in the pit, Fong Jing looked at the group of people sprawled out and slowly regaining consciousness. Above the pit, the referee also looked down, stunned. Soon after, Zhong Yuan used telepathy, then glanced at Wen Rinjiao, his face growing serious as he spoke firmly, "The truth won't change just because you guys try to make excuses." Immediately, the other person scowled, grinding his teeth in anger, glaring at him.
Zhong Yuan read his thoughts, "No way. No one except me knows what's happening under the sand. He's just showing off his power and influence."
Next, that person shouted loudly, his face contorted in anger as he threw a tantrum.
"Injustice.
When I retract my abilities, it really takes time, it's not something I can control." But deep inside, a completely different thought echoed in his mind.
"As long as I keep my mouth shut, nothing will happen. The referee didn't see the issue, so can they blame me?"
Meanwhile, Fong Jing crawled slowly from the pit and confirmed with Wen Rinjiao, "Your quicksand ability was used earlier.
Compare and see how many seconds it took to retract."
Hearing this, the referee quickly frowned, took out another yellow card, and announced, "Wen Rinjiao, your attitude towards the referee is defiant. You've received another yellow card, which adds up to a red." Seeing this, the person became even angrier, gritting his teeth and glaring at the referee, speechless, unable to argue further. And you were lost in the thoughts of everyone present, silently frowning while listening to their voices in your mind. Zhong Yuan and Fong Jing were both people you couldn't afford to offend. No matter how Wen Rinjiao defended himself, issuing the card was justified in the referee's mind. My thousand curses couldn't express the frustration with that Wen Rinjiao. And there was still Fong Jing's inner voice offering an opinion, "This idiot with sand abilities must have a grudge against Ultimate Wish. To strike so cruelly, if I had been a minute late, he'd be frozen solid by now." On the other side, Su Yuaning also muttered to himself, "Where's the sand from earlier?
Am I dead or still alive?"
Then, someone spoke up again, "The mental control has been lifted.
Is this a revival of spring for me?" There were also people from the other team who commented, "Why is Wen Rinjiao so emotional? He got a red card, and it's going to be tough for our team to win the next match with him on the bench." On a cat-shaped cushion in front of a computer, light streamed through the leaves. In Jiang Buyu's office, he was sitting upright in his chair, processing documents on his computer. Next, a cat quickly appeared from the drawer and meowed. "Young Master Jiang." Seeing this, Jiang Buyu was startled, his expression changing. He then frowned and scolded Zhong Yuan, "Jiang Shao, you scared me to death." Inside, his thoughts raged, but he quietly acted cute with himself. He then made an observation, "If she's cute, let her be, I'll remain unmoved."
Then, he continuously recited the mantra from Lady Tuesday's Blade, Sever Mang Ti. Intelligence does not enter the realm of flourishing cuteness, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, contribution, integrity, and friendliness.
Next, Zhang Buyu bent over, resting his hands on his knees, and looked at Zhong Yuan with a smile, asking, "Is the issue resolved?"
Zhong Yuan, stunned by this line of thought, sat obediently and squinted at him, responding sharply, "So this is the real mantra to counteracting cute.
I really admire you now."
Hearing that, Zhang Buyu lowered his body, sitting down, hugging his knees with a look full of grievance.
Acting cute, he gazed at him and asked again, "Did you enjoy it? Acting cute while secretly reading my thoughts?" Upon hearing Zhang Buyu's question, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but confirm, "Enjoy? Not really.
What I mean is, I think that sometimes acting cute with you can not only soothe your logical faculties and ease negative emotions but also effectively reduce the integration of personalities." Seeing this, Zhang Buyu, with a disappointed and hurt expression, stared at him and issued an order, "Next time, when you act cute, no telepathy allowed." Seeing this, Zhong Yuan also broke into a cold sweat and looked at him, confirming the order. Then, Zhang Buyu reminded him to open his logical faculties and said something to him. Zhong Yuan obediently responded, and right after that, the drawer below automatically closed. Afterward, the two of them exchanged a few words and took a cup of water from the table.
Zhang Buyu then asked again, "What about harming the ultimate wish? Does he have any intentions?"
In response, Zhong Yuan, sitting next to him in cat form, also answered, "When I opened the telepathy, I could tell that he was probably momentarily impulsive, unable to hold back his murderous intent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buyu, leaning on his hand and touching his chin, lowered his head, furrowed his brows, and fell into thought before asking Zhong Yuan, "Could it be that he's influenced by interference or a muddled state of mind?" Right after that, he also spoke up to explain to him, "I calculated the distance between Iron Fortress and him when it was activated, at least he didn't get hit by interference or in this match." Seeing this, Zhang Buyu quickly took out his phone, smiled with great enthusiasm, and suggested, "If he's seeking his own demise, then let's take him to have tea with Wang Padi at the Bureau of Case Control." Immediately after when Rin Jiu was caught, the other three members of the team sat in the meeting room drinking tea. Wen Hui sat with his arms crossed and legs spread, and began to discuss. The people from the Bureau of Case Control, as soon as they disagreed with anything, directly took Wen Rinzhou away.
"What should we do now?"
As for Iron Fortress, leaning back in his chair, he tapped his fingers on his head and made an assessment. He can still be a substitute for the upcoming quarterfinals. But if he enters the field and can't leave, we'll basically lose the next matches. Next to them, Tong Xiaotang sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and rested his hand on his chin, thinking deeply. Then, when Hui spoke again, shouting out with a confused expression, frowning in dissatisfaction, asking, "Where did they get the ability to let the Bureau of Case Control take people like that?" Upon hearing this, Tong Xiaotang quickly responded with an assessment, "I've checked the background of these people. Su Yuan Ying's family business is large, but it can't reach as far as Huanan's head. Zhong Yuan is just a blade of grass. Does Feng Jing think he can do whatever he wants just by relying on Su Ri?" Upon hearing this, the man wearing glasses also spoke up, saying, "Had I known earlier, I should have had when Rin Jiu reported as well. He just absorbed the Sand Spirit Blast medicine, so he definitely possesses a unique, strategic level ability." After that, Tong Xiaotang regained her composure, closed her eyes, and calmed the two others down. "Don't rush." Seeing this, Iron Fortress leaned his hand on the chair, his face scrunching up as he looked at her and asked, "Tong Xiaotang, what's the situation now? How can you still be in the mood to drink tea and make sarcastic jokes?" Then, she spoke again, her tone firm, "As long as when Rin Jiu is clean, the Bureau of Case Control won't be able to do anything to him. As for the investigation, the delay is just a matter of time." Next, she made a phone call to someone, not even taking a sip from the teacup on the table, instead starting to stir the water's surface. She said to the person on the other end, "Hello, uncle, it's me." She then briefly explained the situation. "I'm telling you, these past few days I've been competing, and one of my teammates was suddenly taken by the Bureau of Case Control." That evening, at Zhang Buyu's house, Zhong Yuan, while cracking eggs into a bowl, smiled and commented, your cooking skills are improving quickly. It looks like when I leave, at least you won't have to survive on instant noodles." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Buyu, wearing an apron, kept working while complaining to him, "Clearly, you hired me as the chef, so why is it always you who washes and cuts the vegetables?" Seeing this, Zhang Yuan calmly smiled and replied, "If he wants to be stronger, he must cut away his weaknesses." Jiang Buyu was lifting a knife when the phone next to him rang with a ting-ting sound, drawing his attention. He spoke to himself in his mind.
"Hey, Wang Padi sent me a message."
Then, while reading the message, his expression darkened, and he informed Zhang Yuan, who was cooking behind him. "Zhang Xiao, this time the flood really reached Dragon King Temple." Seeing the abstract comparison, Zhang Yuan's face turned puzzled, almost like a carved statue, as he turned around to look at Jiang Buyu and asked again,
"What does that mean?"
Jiang Buyu glanced at him with a serious expression and explained further.
"When Rin Jiu just entered the Bureau of Case Control. Before he even finished his tea, someone dragged him out."
Then he added more details. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan turned his entire body toward Jiang Buyu, while Jiang Buyu continued to chop vegetables and confirmed.
Number 4, Jiu Chu Tong Xiang Yuan is a relative of Tong Xiaotang, when Rin Jiu's teammate?
Yes. Then Jiang Buyu responded, adding more information about the number 4 person, Jiu Chu.
Tong Xiang Yuan came from an ordinary family and was accidentally caught up in the struggles of void energy wielders.
The Huanan military region, for security reasons, recruited him as an office staff member. Imagining him walking the high path of a career, Jiang Buyu confirmed. Before long, it was discovered that he had extraordinary talent for void energy. From there, he leveled up to become a top powerhouse and joined Jiu Chu.
The entire Dong family also skyrocketed, becoming a new void energy wielder noble family.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan also understood the issue, turned back to cook, furrowing his brows seriously, and spoke with a firm tone. If he came from a lowly background, he should know the suffering of oppression from strong powers.
Then, he once again asked in confusion, now that he has become a strong power, is he oppressing others in return?
Hearing this, Jiang Buyu also looked up with a furrowed brow and spoke with sympathy, denying Zhang Yuan's statement.
One can't blame him. In Huanan, having no personal connections is almost an insurmountable obstacle.
Then, Jiang Buyu added, the genetic traits of the void talent trait family further encourage the culture of noble families where morality is unnecessary among close relatives. His gaze became melancholic, and his brows tightened as he continued. Tong Xiang Yuan achieved countless feats, once suppressing a void cave disaster, saving millions of lives. He imagined Tong Xiang Yuan standing alone at the entrance of the dungeon, walking up the long staircase as he confirmed, Jiu Chu underground allowed his self-serving actions, merely making him more dependent on Jiu Chu. Then, he added that the allure of the rules of the powerhouse system was so tempting that everyone wanted to become like Tong Xiang Yuan, the only difference being whether or not they had the talent. Back to the present, Jiang Buyu had finished slicing the vegetables and neatly placed them in a bowl, continuing his explanation. The real reason Nation H is hesitant to reveal void energy to the public is that if a void energy wielder breaks free from the state's coercive control and becomes a new class, ordinary people without talent will never escape the fate of being oppressed. Furthermore, openly revealing void energy will only create countless Tong Xiang Yuan. In the long run, Nation H will no longer belong to the people, but to the void energy wielders. Afterward, Jiang Buyu lowered his head in self-mockery, his face complex as he spoke to Zhang Yuan. It's laughable that you want to protect the people, protect the country. Then, Jiang Buyu looked at the knife in his hand, gloomily remarking, I cannot avoid using this power, full of selfishness and injustice. Perhaps, in the future, as I continuously compromise with the aristocratic families, I will gradually degenerate into the very thing I despise the most. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who had been silently focused on cooking, couldn't help but look up. With his red eyes, he coldly affirmed, you will not. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan brought the vegetables over to Jiang Buyu, who stood still, enveloped in silence, unsure of what to say, while Zhang Yuan quietly continued cooking. Beside him, Jiang Buyu, with a hint of suspicion, asked, and you, are you sure you won't? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan explained to him, I've been listening to your rational logic for so long, how could I not understand you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu had no more words to say. After a pause, his gaze grew calm as he spoke. You once said you wanted to create a world for me where I could live in peace. Then he added, and also, I can do it too. Even if you deceive me, I will still trust you. Next, Zhong Yuan smiled, turned to extend his hand towards Jiang Buyu, and spoke enthusiastically to reassure him so that he could rest at ease. Zhong Yuan interrupted and confidently said, the day I can truly sleep in peace, I will strive with you. Let me be your support this time. After that, Jiang Buyu's face was full of disdain. He looked up at Zhong Yuan and innocently asked, I understand the reasoning, but can we change the ritual to something other than a handshake? Seeing this, Jiang Buyu also looked at him, feeling bothered, and then suggested another idea. Then what do you want? Seeing this, Jiang Buyu, shameless as ever, proposed fusion transformation. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan agreed with him. Then, Zhong Yuan tilted his head with a smile, raised both hands above his head, tilted to one side like two power outlets, his face darkened, and he yelled, punching the Jiuqiu and kicking out in a pose. On the other side, Jiang Buyu was also full of excitement, happily following his movements, and shouted, eradicate all the evil in the world and establish an era of prosperity and peace. Their legs fell into a battle stance. Seeing how excited Jiang Buyu was, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but think that it was crazy. His face darkened, and he asked, are you really that happy? Jiang Buyu next to him replied, super happy. Soon after, they calmed down a little. Jiang Buyu walked or spoke to him, how are you going to deal with Tong Xiang Yuan's cover-up, and Wen Rinjiu? How do you plan to handle it? As for Zhong Yuan, he glanced at him, squinted and smiled wickedly, then spoke to confirm, first, beat the kids, then beat the fakes. The more evil you do, the more punishment you'll receive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu also chuckled with excitement, encouraging him, go ahead, beat them as much as you want. If you kill them, just say it was your fault. That evening, in Fong Jing's room, he and the others sat on the bed, staring at the competition diagram. Fong Jing raised his hand to rub his chin, sitting on the edge of the bed, examining the tournament bracket and then commented, Yuan, our next opponents in the team competition have already forfeited. He, with one leg propped up on the bed and the other hanging off, confirmed, as expected. After all, the tournament not only decides the champion but also the rankings and prizes. Forfeiting is a smart tactical choice to conserve strength and aim for a higher ranking. Hearing this, Fong Jing voiced his own speculation, I guess our opponents in the semifinals will also forfeit, and will go straight into the finals. Zhong Yuan then added his own assessment of the situation. In the team event, we're currently ranked first, while Iron Fortress team is temporarily ranked 8th according to the planned schedule. We'll have to wait until the final to face them. They looked at the team distribution chart, and Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate to click his tongue in confirmation. I have no problem with them climbing higher, the harder they climb, the harder they'll fall. Next, his face was full of gloom, the kind that could kill someone. Fong Jing saw this and began to sweat nervously, glancing at him before speaking up. Although that bastard Wen Rinjiu really deserves to die, is it really okay for us to make a move at the tournament? Hearing this, Zhong Yuan's face darkened even further, and he confirmed with a deep voice. I don't like killing, unless the other side really wants to die. Then, Fong Jing asked him again. I heard that when Rin Jiu was taken into the Bureau of Case Control, only to be pulled out by someone. It can't be the Lawbringer of Lightning, can it? At this, Zhong Yuan regained his composure, turned to look at Fong Jing, and asked in return. What the hell is the Lawbringer of Lightning? Fong Jing spread his hands, smiled at him, and began to explain. The 4th place, Jiuqiu Tong Xiang Yuan, will be the example for this. In Jiuqiu, his combat ability ranks 9th. His communication skills rank 9th from the bottom. Seeing that Fong Jing understood so well, Zhong Yuan asked him in turn. In your eyes, is he a good person or a bad one? But suddenly, Zhong Yuan made a sound of realization, crossed his arms, and with a serious expression, furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself. People have both good and bad sides. Immediately after, he shoved his hands into his pockets in a cool manner, stood up, and confirmed. Is that so?
I understand now.
Beside him, Fong Jing looked at him in confusion and asked,
What do you want to do?
Forget it, I'll just play dead.
Do whatever you want, Zhong Yuan replied.
Next, Fong Jing pinched his chubby cheeks, tears welling up behind his sunglasses, his eyes full of water as he acted cute with a sense of grievance. Only when you reminded me did I remember that there aren't many individual matches left. Most of the people in the winning group were scared off by you, so they had no choice but to directly admit defeat and join the losing group. My schedule these days is so packed that I'm almost exhausted. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan remained unmoved, quickly frowning and gritting his teeth in annoyance as he reached out and yanked at the cheek on Fong Jing's face, then harshly asked,
You're still learning how to act spoiled.
Seeing his expression, Fong Jing's face turned pale, beads of sweat appearing, but he still tried to justify himself.
Who told you to be so superficial? You flirt with anyone wherever you go. Hearing that, Zhong Yuan, confused, let out a soft, huh?
Soon after, Fong Jing recalled the beautiful men and women and started listing them. Lan Shang, whom you saved, a girl with red eyes and silver hair; Fong Quan, whom you cured of myopia, a girl with green eyes and reddish-brown hair; and Suzhou, who collapsed in front of your cat. They've all applied to transfer to Chang'ing. A young man with his hands clasped together, his face full of resolve. Then, Fong Jing added, emphasizing further. Especially Su Zhang, who blocks my door every day demanding to pet the cat.
It took me half a day to chase him away.
Upon hearing the complaint, Zhong Yuan quickly turned into a cat, darting out through the open window, then shamelessly said,
I don't know anything. Goodbye.
Seeing that, he stood behind and looked at him, calmly commenting, I understand the urge to smack Zhang Buyu's cat. The next morning, at the arena, the female host Chung Yun, with a serious tone, raised her voice and remarked, The strength of the Fong Jing team from Chang'ing Academy is truly formidable. Their opponents in the top 8 have been gradually conceding defeat these past few days. Then, beside her, the male host Chui Chu Shang also looked down at the audience with a stern face and commented, After several days of fierce ranking battles, the teams from 3rd to 8th place have been decided. The event to come will be the highly anticipated team final. Next, the female host Chung Yin spoke up again, expressing doubt as she asked, Could it be that the Iron Fortress team from Sanshan Academy, who were already predetermined to take 2nd place, still have the courage to challenge the Fong Jing team? On the side of the arena, the 4 members of the Iron Fortress team were walking out. Wen Hui, with his hands in his pockets, spoke up confidently, TCH, the champion hasn't been decided yet. Nearby, Iron Fortress also walked while glancing at his teammates and said, No matter how strong Zhong Yuan is, the competition rules don't allow for fatal attacks. His battle power skills essentially have no chance to shine. When Rinjiu, walking at the front, was still laughing mockingly as he repeated, Last time, after I retracted my cutting field, he only managed to dig a big hole. If I hadn't retracted my power, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do anything to me. Only Tong Xiaotang, who was last to arrive, was the quietest. The light from outside the window shone down on the group of them. Immediately after, at the head of the field, the 2 teams faced each other, and without warning, the other side made a taunt. Fong Jing, everyone says you're the strongest healing class. I want to see if your sunlight can save anyone today. The members of Fong Jing's team, seeing this, also responded with taunts of their own. Do I need sunlight to beat you guys? I'll warn you in advance, no matter how badly you get beaten, I won't save you. Seeing this, the other side retorted angrily, Who needs you to save us? You're just being overly sentimental. Then, Fong Jing turned to ask the referee. Is the healing class strong enough? I don't want to finish the match and still have to save people. The referee, seeing this, laughed and responded affirmatively, You are just a regular competitor, you don't have a duty to save anyone. Upon hearing this, Fong Jing nodded with satisfaction. Great, now I can rest easy. Immediately, the referee raised his hand high and loudly announced the start of the match. Both teams were ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Just then, Iron Fortress from the other side charged forward, and together with Wen Hui, he signaled for him to control the formation. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stopped abruptly. On the other side, Yuan, seeing them charge towards him, calmly shoved his hands into his pockets and extended one hand, preparing a freezing move.
His teammates, looking in his direction, said nothing.
Suddenly, two ice blocks containing people appeared in space, inside of which were Manhwa and Iron Fortress, while he himself sank into his thoughts. These two had mental control abilities, so to prevent any tricks, it was best to freeze them at the lowest level. He set it to automatically thaw after a few minutes, without needing to activate the full power of life. Immediately after, he nonchalantly and coolly summoned two arms, throwing them off the arena and looking at them with contempt. Up above, the host also saw this and made a loud announcement, Iron Fortress and Manhwa have been thrown out by Yuan's shadow explosion. The Iron Fortress team blinked, now reduced to just 2 people.
Meanwhile, he calmly observed them and thought, should I kill the remaining 2 or spare them? Let me hear your hearts and we'll figure it out. On the other side, Tong Xiaotang's inner thoughts surfaced, what does freezing them do?
They only need to hold you for 1 second, and the tactical goal will be achieved. She then stretched her arms wide, and a dark, dense area of shadow spread out behind her. This was the technique of invoking the dark sky maze. Next to her, when Ren Kai also placed his hands on the ground, creating waves of sand.
This was the sand domain technique.
Then, she added, shadow explosion is most vulnerable in places without light. As long as we turn the arena into darkness, we can suppress shadow explosion.
Upon seeing this, the arena was soon engulfed in complete darkness. The audience watching the match also gasped in excitement, their mouths agape.
On the commentators' side, they became more excited and shouted loudly. Player Tong Xiaotang activated the field, causing the arena to fall into darkness, making it impossible to see anything. Then, a sound of adjustment was heard, and the camera quickly switched to infrared mode.
Meanwhile, Yuan stood nearby, watching Yijin, who had become his shadow, and used his spiritual sense to speak to him. Yijin, is it affecting you?
Yijin quickly responded, I'm not in pain, no itch. Seeing this, Yuan remained silent, his body glowing as he spoke, giving instructions to Yijin, lift my teammate out of the pit. Immediately, Yijin dispersed his body into strands, grabbed the 3 others, lifted them, and inquired about the pit that was sinking. Around them, it was so dark that nothing could be seen.
Soon after, Yuan's shadow sprouted wings and soared into the air. This was the ruler of the void, who then looked down at the other team and provocatively spoke to them, this move is useless, move on to the next one. Seeing this, Tong Xiaotang also raised her head to look at him, her face wrinkling in surprise as she thought to herself, he can fly? This is completely absurd. Then, she thought further or perhaps confirmed that her field had registered 3 abilities in total, including weightlessness and extremely high temperatures. The extreme temperature was a deadly ability used to deal with extraterrestrial beings and couldn't be used in the arena.
She decided to focus on using weightlessness. Next, she constructed a theory about the lift force of his abilities and made her assessment. Weightlessness is the state in which the gravitational force acting on an object is greater than the force opposing gravity. Then, she thought for a moment. After the target entered her weightless space, the necessary lift to maintain flight would decrease, leading to an acceleration downward under the influence of gravity. Internally, she was thinking of ways to make him lose his weightlessness and fall. Next, she quickly came up with a solution, snapping her fingers to use the weightless airspace. Then, she resolutely shouted, fall down for me. Seeing this, Yuan remained suspended in the air with the 2 canes behind him, and he mentally confirmed, the lord of my domain controls the nearby air currents, creating greater lift to counterbalance the weakening of the lift caused by the weightless space.
The sandstorms also quickly rushed toward Yuan with great force.
His calm voice rang out again, sorry, this trick is useless. Below, when Ren forcefully reached out toward him, controlling the sand to strike his face with determination, sending a message back. Beside him, Tong Xiaotang covered her face with her hand to avoid the sand but still watched him and reminded him, when Ren quickly retract your sand.
The man blinked, not yet ready to give up, and shouted at her, retract? What for? I want to defeat Yuan head on. Then, the entire arena floor was covered with sinking sand.
Dong Xiaotang, next to him, frowned as she looked at the sand that had firmly stuck to her legs in fear. Meanwhile, the body of the man began to turn into sand. As he disintegrated, he mentally commented to himself. He confirmed, as long as I turn into sand, I will be invincible. Then, beneath him, a massive sandstorm appeared, and Dong Xiaotang was still stuck beneath it. This was the Sand Spirit Blast, instantly boosting his power by 600%, granting immunity to damage and abnormal statuses. It lasted for 30 seconds, while Zhang Yuan hovered above with his wings, watching them indifferently. Soon after, a sand vortex shot up rapidly toward him. This was the ruler of sand, transforming into sand as he wished. Then, he engulfed Zhang Yuan into the sandstorm, while Zhang Yuan continued to fly freely inside, noticing that the other's inner satisfaction was growing, hidden within the vortex as it advanced toward him.
Haha, watch me drown you with sand. Go ahead and counterattack, under the help of the Sand Spirit Blast, I am invincible.
Then, he added, even if you're a second-tier youth, you can only be suppressed by me. In the face of his arrogant words, Zhang Yuan widened his eyes and stared at him.
Within the sandstorm, without a trace of fear, he wondered inwardly, my immortal body has been activated again. Should I say this guy's strike is too weak, or is he overestimating my defense?
Below, Fong Jing also took off his glasses, his eyes shining as he assessed the sandstorm. One hand lowered his glasses, the other hung loosely at his side, his face furrowing in worry as he concluded, why is Wen Rinzhou's remaining lifespan decreasing so rapidly? Could it be that he has underestimated the human threshold and activated the ability to increase by more than 448%? After that, he presented the result. If this speed continues, the end is near, and he's unlikely to survive for more than 5 minutes. On the other side, the referee, standing on the podium, looked confused and spoke up to inquire, with your cat form, casually sitting there watching the drama, should Wen Rinzhou's situation be penalized with a red card or should we start the countdown? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, with a calm expression, responded, he's all the same. Seeing this, the referee was even more puzzled and frowned. He made a sound, then, following Zhang Yuan's cue, started the countdown, 23. 22. The sandstorm continued to swirl. Inside the vortex, Yizhen's arm reached out. He threw the unconscious Dong Xiaotang out. Next, the host excitedly commented. The referee on the field believed Zhang Yuan's defense would hold up, so he began the countdown based on his control abilities. Then, the host added more updates. The countdown is not over yet, but Zhang Yuan's shadow explosion suddenly threw the player Dong Xiaotang out of the field. Soon after, the sandstorm dissipated, leaving only a few grains of sand falling one by one. The referee shouted out loudly, filled with tension, the Iron Fortress team is left with only Wen Rinzhou, who is turning into sand and still fighting alone. Can he turn the tide? Then they shouted again, hey, suddenly all the sand on the field disappeared, and Wen Rinzhou's sand transformation was also undone. Next, Wen Rinzhou's body was covered in blood, with blood flowing from his eyes and mouth. He panicked and screamed in his mind, has my time extension run out already? He muttered with a strange thought, wondering why his sand transformation was also. Immediately after, he staggered, his eyes bulging and darkening, his confusion evident. Finally, he collapsed rapidly to the ground. As for Zhang Yuan, he slowly descended to the ground, standing on his team's side and looking at Wen Rinzhou, then spoke, giving his verdict, if the heavens cause trouble, it can be avoided. But if one brings misfortune upon themselves, they cannot survive. His body is covered in blood, and he died right here in the arena. Soon after, the referee raised his hand and shouted an announcement, Wen Rinzhou is severely injured and has lost his combat ability. The winner, Fong Jing's team. Another referee, standing beside Wen Rinzhou, who was lying in a pool of his own blood, continuously flowing, raised his hand and shouted, call for medical help. Seeing this, the two people quickly grabbed the stretcher and walked toward him. Then, Zhang Yuan leaned backward and whispered to Fong Jing, it looks like I'm about to die. Hurry and get me to the hospital. Seeing this, Fong Jing quickly reached out to support his shoulder, thinking to himself, in healing, right? I'm best at acting this out. Then, as he carried Zhong Yuan on his back, he ran like the wind toward the arena's exit, shouting in panic.
Zhong Yuan was severely injured and needed continuous treatment for a full day and night. During this time, no one should disturb me.
Upon hearing this, the spectators looked up in confusion and concern. Next, when Hui and Iron Fortress, both drenched, were sitting trembling in the puddle of water on the ice block beneath the stands. The one with glasses clutched his body and shivered, his voice echoing, "It's so cold."
Is there anyone who can sweep the wind and heal me?
The person beside him struggled to get up, frowning as he spoke in doubt. "The battle's over."
Yeah, did I just get hit with the enhanced freezing version? He immediately confirmed, "It's over."
When Rinjiao is about to collapse, we need to resonate with life energy again. Meanwhile, the healing team, 4 people standing in the 4 corners, awkwardly watched when Rinjiao, who was gasping for breath, his face contorted as he lay on the ground, unsure of what to do. No one knew what power when Rinjiao had used, his life force drained beyond recovery.
One of them quickly spoke up, "Blood. Hurry and find Su-ri."
Upon hearing this, another healing system member nearby reminded, "Su-ri already saved Zhong Yuan.
Get someone to work with him." Another person spoke gravely, "It's over. Su-ri has disappeared, we can't reach him." The representative from the opposing team, furious, looked at Guling Dui and shouted, "Guling Dui, what's wrong with your academy student? After harming mine, he pretends to be dead and runs away?"
Seeing this, a girl from the team behind couldn't hold back and spoke up, questioning him.
"Faking death, huh? Go try swallowing half a minute's worth of sand and see if you'll die."
Guling Dui looked at him indifferently, casually slipping her hand into her pocket as she calmly repeated her words.
"Captain Liu, the students from my school are clearly the victims. Your people are abusing their powers. How is it reasonable to ask us to treat them?"
Then, she added. Before the fight, Iron Fortress specifically said there was no need for Fong Jing's treatment. Immediately after, he turned around angrily, his eyes bulging, grabbing Iron Fortress by the collar and questioning him.
"Iron Fortress, why did you say that? If when Ren Jiao dies, will you take responsibility?"
At that moment, Iron Fortress shrank back like a turtle, his eyes filled with fear as he stammered.
I can't hold on anymore, he's already dead."
Seeing this, the manager from the other team shouted in panic, pleading,
"Please, just hold on a little longer. I'll immediately request instructions from the military district."
At once, Iron Fortress turned back, placing his hand on Tong Xiaotang's shoulder and urgently pleaded with her.
"Xiaotang, quickly go ask your second uncle for help.
The Bureau of Case Control listens to him, he'll definitely get Fong Jing here." Seeing this, Tong Xiaotang furrowed her brow, a bit troubled, and stammered. But before she could finish, the man cut her off.
"Life is important."
Seeing this, Tong Xiaotang had no choice but to reluctantly compromise.
"All right."
She then moved to a quiet corner and made a phone call. "Uncle, one of my classmates is injured and wants to find Fong Jing for treatment," she said, adding, "but Fong Jing has a powerful backing, we can't approach him."
"Why is it that even you can't get him to move?"
On the other end of the line, the voice was full of worry, and the person reminded her. "Xiaotang, Fong Jing's background is bigger than you think.
It's not worth offending him just for a classmate."
Upon hearing this, Tong Xiaotang on the other end let out an ah, and then Tong Xiang Yuan, on her side, spoke up to remind her. Fong Jing only responds to gentle approaches, he was even harder to deal with when he was younger. He doesn't respond to hard tactics, only sweet things work, like pineapple candy.
She then continued with further advice.
Stop worrying about your classmate, building a good relationship with Fong Jing is what's most important.
Upon hearing this, Tong Xiaotang held the phone, listening.
Her hands trembled with confusion and helplessness as she silently questioned herself, then spoke out loud.
How is flattering Fong Jing supposed to work? Is Uncle begging Fong Jing like some kind of god? Right after that, they hung up.
Tong Xiaotang turned back to look at Iron Fortress, who quickly asked her.
Well, is it possible?
Hearing this, Tong Xiaotang furrowed her brows, looking guilty, and replied.
Uncle said he's too busy to deal with something like this.
Suddenly, a voice rang out. No need to save him anymore. Among the healing systems, one person was holding a phone, receiving instructions, and spoke up to confirm once again. Young Marshall has already said, if it can't be saved, give up.
Don't torment the healing system anymore. Upon hearing this, the healing systems surrounding Wen Rinzhou's body all widened their eyes in astonishment.
Later, in the courtyard of Jiuqiu, the sunlight shone brightly everywhere. Shi Xiu sat in front of a wooden table, watching the match on the computer, and sighed, is that kid playing with sand crazy or something? No need to risk his life, but don't attack Zhong Yuan with such a vicious move. Seeing this, Feng Zhuzhen beside her also propped her chin up, reproaching Zhong Yuan.
Yuan, really, why did he just stand there and take the hit?
Then she added, if I didn't know the kid had some skills, I would have thought he was seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiu, sitting next to her, also commented and sent a message to Han, saying don't just glance and assume the kid is fine. After his words, Feng Zhuzhen looked at him with a puzzled expression, her face completely innocent, and asked, why can't you say it? Shi Xiu, at this point, scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. He stammered, there's a classic phrase that describes emotions. I like flowers, but I won't tell you I want flowers.
Hearing his explanation, Feng Zhuzhen raised an even more confusing question, isn't that the kind of reasoning that little girls often use when talking about love?
Next, he looked at her and confirmed with a nod. Family ties, friendship, love, old and young, men and women, these are all applicable. With this thought, Shi Xiu pointed again, his face scrunching up in seriousness.
He then thought about Zhong Yuan's coffin and Feng Jing's fondness for pineapple candy, offering an explanation.
Whether it's just eating pineapple candy or using a coffin as a bed, at its core, they're both awkwardly seeking attention from others. That afternoon, at the Lan Tian Hotel, the sunset had already set. Zhong Lan was sobbing on the phone, her eyes wide, her face flushed as she screamed out orders with deep concern, from now on, you're not allowed to scare me like that again. Seeing his sister crying so bitterly, Zhong Yuan helplessly forced a smile, feeling like he had committed a great fault, and quickly turned to Feng Jing for support, speaking to justify himself, it's fine, I wasn't hurt at all. If you don't believe me, you can ask Feng Jing. Feng Jing, standing beside him, also honestly spoke up to support him. That small scare was nothing, and they both stared at the phone in Zhong Yuan's hand. On the other end of the line, Zhong Lan continued to sob with sympathy, yelling, but it will still hurt.
Zhong Yuan persisted in trying to explain, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch.
I swear.
Then, the little girl cried even harder, yelling, but I still feel heartbroken.
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan's face grew even more awkward. He stared at the phone and spoke soothingly, then don't watch anymore. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end cried out louder, yelling at him, no, you're not allowed to hide your injuries from me. Next to him, Feng Jing observed Zhong Yuan's expression and the awkward interaction between the brothers, sneering inwardly with a sense of delight. As expected of Xiaolan Lan, a thick tangerine peel has sharp claws. In Jiang Buyu's office, a member of the organizing committee looked at him anxiously and spoke up to confirm, young Marshall, the university tournament has been held for over a decade, and no one has ever died. His hands were tightly clasped, showing his tension. Before continuing, the Void Energy Wielder Forum has been buzzing with controversy over the matter of the scholars. He began pacing and gesturing as he reported to him, when the captain of the Sanshan Academy publicly condemned the Huanan military region for organizing the university tournament. He added that the lack of medical supplies led to the loss of a genius. The tone of his post was so cryptic, it was as if he was just a step away from directly insulting you. At this, Jiang Buyu remained calm, sitting at his desk, with Zhong Yuan beside him, lying on the pillow in the form of a cat. The other person continued to question him, are we just going to let them smear us like this? Jiang Buyu, now resting his hand on his chin, smiled smugly and looked at him before responding, if a dog bites me, I'll cook the dog before I bite back. At this, the other person was left confused, unable to understand what he meant and completely at a loss for words.
Don't be stunned. Right after that, Zhang Buyu's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brows and asked the other person, "Have you sent Wen Rinzhou's body to the Bureau of Case Control this noon?" The person quickly responded, "It was sent from the beginning," and then confirmed with the one reporting. "Alright then, you may leave." Next, Zhang Buyu walked over to the window, picked up the phone, and asked the person on the other end, "Director Wang, did you use the false memory to review Wen Rinzhou's memories?" The voice on the other side quickly responded with a report, "There is no clue suggesting that he was manipulated by anyone in his memories." Then he confirmed further, the heavy-handedness during the competition was entirely due to his own rashness. Hearing this, Zhang Buyu calmly responded, "I see." He looked down from the glass window at the dark sky below, while Zhong Yuan peeked his head out like a curious cat, listening intently. Afterward, Zhang Buyu hung up the phone, turned around, and asked him, "Young Master Zhang, what are you planning to do?" He then added, "The eyes of the public are sharp, and it's enough to search and make the truth public." Zhong Yuan, who was lazily lying on the cat's bed, propped his head up and confirmed, "Even so, we can't avoid being scolded." Hearing him, Zhang Buyu's face grew serious. He frowned and looked at him, confirming, "Where there is action, there will be resentment." Right after, he took responsibility, "Since I ordered the treatment to be abandoned, I can't avoid their resentment." Then, he switched back to his cute act, raising both hands to his forehead and smiling like a little kitten, sending a heartwarming smile toward him as he spoke, "I also can act cute on behalf of the military region in front of everyone." Then he asked himself again, could he possibly trick them by acting cute? Seeing this, Zhong Yuan squinted his eyes and then commented about him. "Young Master Jiang, you're pointing at the wrong target, blaming the wrong person." Next, he pointed his hand at Zhong Yuan, who was lazily lying down with one hand in his pocket, and sarcastically said, "You're scolding cute bear, don't take it personally." Seeing this, his eyes began to show little goodwill, and he reminded him, "Zhang Buyu, if you keep this up, tomorrow morning I'll use my butt to brew coffee for you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buyu quickly clasped his hands and looked at him, tears flowing down, making a childish gesture while shouting. At the same time, Zhong Yuan next to him looked at him and then reminded him, speaking in a calm tone. Buyu only spoke softly, full of guilt. Later, at the CG Hotel, Iron Fortress, who had just logged online, stared angrily at the screen and asked in confusion, "Did the storm in the forum last night happen due to the organizers' mistake? Why is everyone turning around today and blaming us for being arrogant?" Hearing this, Tong Xiaotang beside him also looked over and confirmed. "You and Wen Rinzhou are indeed quite arrogant, it's nothing new." Seeing this, he didn't take responsibility, frowning and shifting the blame to him. "Zhong Yuan must be intentionally blackening my name." Seeing how foolish he was, Dong Xiaotang silently lowered his eyelids, furrowed his brows, and thought to himself, "These three stupid teammates, none of them are competent." Then, he added, "Especially Iron Fortress, who lacks the sense of responsibility that a man should have, always causing trouble everywhere. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have formed a team with them." Next, Tong Xiaotang's body suddenly trembled. Her face turned red, her eyes widened, and she screamed in her thoughts, "Not good, this damn feeling, has my period come early?" Immediately after, she also screamed, "I'm going to the bathroom, hurry and check it out." Iron Fortress stayed behind, still focused on the screen, grunting in acknowledgement, then frowning while reading comments and commenting, "Feng Jing didn't save Wen Rinzhou when he was dying. Instead, we're being suspected of not being worthy of the runner-up position in the national tournament. Humph, they must have bribed the Navy. I'll also get the Navy to attack them." Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing somewhere made Iron Fortress glance over and mutter to himself, "Xiaotang forgot to bring her phone." Then, looking at the screen, he wondered, is the person calling the second uncle of hers, the one who's really impressive? Without hesitation, he picked up Tong Xiaotang's phone, grinning wickedly while doing something. In another city, Zhang Tiansu sat in a chair in the living room, scrolling through his phone, speaking with confusion, "Strange, why are there suddenly so many rumors on the Void Energy Forum?" Beside him, Qiu Ren, who was sitting next to him, glanced over at him while scrolling through the forum and commented, "It feels like the tactics of the high-level Navy." Seeing this, Zhang Tiansu was not willing to back down and made a decision. It can't be like this, I'll buy 10 times more Navy forces to fight back.
Hearing him say that, Xiaoren shouted in panic, startled, and quickly spoke out to stop him. President, calm down, this matter involves the Huanan Military District government.
Spreading rumors will lead to an investigation.
Seeing this, Jiang Tiansu quickly reconsidered, stared at his phone, smiled, and then made another decision. That's right, I'll have my sister help Dad find out who posted the article and send the name of that bastard spreading rumors to the Bureau of Case Control. Soon after, in the Bureau of Case Control's room, one person from the department rushed in through the door, panting heavily while announcing to the people inside the room. No need to investigate anymore, don't bother with the rumor making on the Void Energy Wielder forum, just come arrest this person with me. At that, they all looked towards a girl in the room. Moments later, Jiang Tiansu happily laughed out loud and explained. I just received an anonymous report email with full evidence. He then shouted out the specific information. The person spreading the rumors is Iron Fortress, living in room 1206 of the CG Hotel. Upon hearing this, the group of people getting ready to arrest the criminal all excitedly yelled and cheered. Let's go, let's go. But a voice from the door extinguished their excitement. Wait, you can't arrest this person. Nearby, Lin Han also looked confused, startled, and asked him. Director Li, why is that? The person closed their eyes, walking slowly as they spoke to the group. Number 4 Zhou Chu just mentioned that Zhong Yuan intentionally provoked Wen Renjiu to attack aggressively, and told us to deal with him severely. Seeing this, Lin Han also shouted in shock, what? Next, the face of Director Li darkened. He pointed at the group, his face stiff, and explained, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. A small city branch director like me can't make any decisions. Then, Director Li gave an order to Lin Han, you're under Grand Director Wang, you should ask him for instructions. Upon hearing this, Lin Han scratched his head awkwardly, frozen, wondering to himself, with the internal conflict between number 8 and number 4 Jiu Chu, even Grand Director Wang may not be able to handle this. After a moment, he made up his mind, forget it. I'll report it first and then figure it out. Soon after, in a room, the voice of Grand Director Wang could be heard. In short, this is the situation. He picked up a cup of tea from the table, then turned to look at Zhong Yuan, who was pouring tea, and said helplessly, I'm really out of options, I can only directly ask for the opinions of both of you. Meanwhile, the two young people communicated through their thoughts. Jiang Buyu looked at him and reminded, Jiang Xiao, remind you senior, the oolong needs to be brewed 3 times. The temperature in the pot isn't enough. He also spoke up to confirm with him. It's okay, Wang Padi is from Shandong, he only understands coffee, not tea. Then, he raised the cup of tea to his mouth, eagerly took a sip, and blindly praised it in his heart. This tea is really good. Zhong Yuan actually knows how to use shadow explosion to brew tea, truly a professional tea master. Seeing this, behind them, Jiang Buyu also pointed at him and spoke up to confirm. Jiang Xiao, you're right, he doesn't understand tea. Zhong Yuan then looked at him, full of suspicion, and asked. Can you also read his thoughts? In response to his question, Jiang Buyu explained. When the two of us are connected, I can use telepathy to read thoughts, so you can do the same. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan, as if learning something new, asked again. Is that really possible? The situation between the three of them, two talking privately and one sitting in the middle, not understanding tea but still drinking it, was surprisingly harmonious. Then, Wang Pading looked at him, his face full of regret, furrowing his brows as he explained. Zhong Yuan, it's not that I don't value you. It's just that right now, you're still nominally number 8 on the reserve list, and when it comes down to it, you're still overshadowed by number 4. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan looked at him with disappointment. Then, his gaze turned cold and sharp as he glanced at him, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and spoke. Are you working with the Bureau of Case Control to solve this case? You're not looking at right or wrong, just at ranks. Hearing that, Wang Pading awkwardly turned his head to look at both of them and stammered. Uncle, there's no time for him to say anything else.
Jiang Buyu, smiling as he extended his hand, spoke up and asked him. I believe Director Wang is not the kind of person like that, right?
Seeing this, he became even more flustered, turning his head to look at both of them and quickly trying to explain. No, what I meant was Zhong Yuan, you should definitely stop working at Jiuchu and transfer to the Institute of Science. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan looked at him in confusion and blinked slightly. Immediately, Wang Peding also started to explain further. He explained while staring at him intently. Now that you're an honorary academician, in a few years, when you and Zhuzhen retire, you'll strive to become the director of the institute. Then, continuing the explanation, working at the Institute of Science will be stable, safe, and respected by others. All of Zhou Chu's people are their bodyguards. Upon hearing his words, Zhong Yuan remained firm, glancing at him while stating his own position. Director Wang, whether I change jobs or not in the future, this time, I want to face Tong Xiang Yuan head-on. Upon hearing that, Wang Peding, who was standing beside him, was also puzzled and uncomfortable, stammering to ask him. Why does it have to be like that? Seeing this, Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate to explain. Today, I'm the one who's being targeted. I could directly change jobs and disregard him. But he interrupted himself, then asked Director Wang with full integrity. What if the person in trouble today were the weak one? Next, he made another statement, if you step back, this evil force will harm the weak. They will want to retreat, but they won't be able to. Upon hearing these words, the two others turned to him, their mouths agape in surprise. Then, his gaze grew firm, his face wrinkled in concentration, and he spoke again, Jiuchu is the trump card of Nation H. If it is destroyed, what we should do is not avoid it. He paused before firmly affirming, we should heal it. Seeing this, Wang Peding also lowered his head, looked at him, closed his eyes, and spoke in acknowledgement, I have learned. Then, he stared straight ahead, sitting cross-legged, his hand resting on his knee, resolutely expressing his thoughts. However, due to the relationship between Tong Xiang Yuan and Fong Jing, he could not make a scene regarding Wen Rinzhou's death. Seeing this, the old man also looked at him, his expression full of shock and surprise. Zhong Yuan then continued, there is something hidden in this matter. I hope Director Wang will be cautious. Someone is impersonating the order. Upon hearing his words, the old man quickly stood up, walked away, and asserted, I must return to the Bureau of Case Control to investigate the truth. No matter who is behind this, I will make sure to give you an explanation. The other two remained seated, still watching his figure as he left. Then, Zhong Yuan turned to face Jiang Buyu, placed his hand on his thigh, and asked, Young Master Jiang? He also raised his head to look at him and asked, You asked Jiang Buyu what he wanted for dinner. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, sparkling as he grinned like a kitten. Delighted, he placed his hands between his legs, gripping the chair as if he were sitting like a cat, then eagerly spoke up, let's make some Shandong specialties. He quickly imagined a dozen delicious dishes and began listing them, braised shrimp, 5 spiced chicken legs, 4 flavor cabbage buns, mushroom soup, 8 treasure chicken, spicy beans. Then, he concluded with a confident statement, anything's fine, there's nothing I make that isn't delicious. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan tilted his head, looked at him, and replied, okay. Not sensing any danger in this strange response, Jiang Buyu innocently asked, what are you laughing at? Then, he heard a voice, addressing him directly, next time, let me collaborate with the readers, I'll definitely give you all the dark material. Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu feigned a sad kitten expression, extended his hand towards him, and yelled, are you just going to leave it at that? Once back, Wang Peding investigated the matter. He clenched his fist on the table, his face serious and furrowed, and asked, you just said you told them that Zhong Yuan's number 4 isn't him, but his assistant Lu Gue. Upon hearing this, Chief Li quickly bent forward and explained, normally, he represents number 4 with full authority, passing on orders to us, so. Before he could interrupt, Wang Peding, filled with anger, furrowed his brow and shouted, absurd. He's sitting at the desk, while the people in the bureau are standing around reporting, with Bureau Chief Li at the forefront. Then, he furrowed his brow again, his face filled with indignation, and yelled at Bureau Chief Li, I ask you, what is the Bureau of Case Control?
It is the national agency that investigates and apprehends void energy wielders.
Afterward, he answered his own question. Wang Peding, in a fit of fury, slammed the table and shouted to emphasize, even if number 4 himself comes, he can only work with us on the mission. And don't tell us to act like dogs for him. Seeing this, Bureau Chief Lee could only lower his head, trembling, and apologize.
I was momentarily confused. It will never happen again.
Then, Wang Peding placed his hands on the table and ordered, "Let's go, follow me to arrest Lu Gue." Afterward, he clenched his fists, his face full of determination, furrowed his brow in anger, and gave further instructions. Lin Han, take people to the CG Hotel to arrest Iron Fortress. Also, bring Tong Xiaotang in for interrogation. Upon hearing this, the person behind him bowed solemnly and acknowledged the order.
Yes.
Then, the group quickly made their way to the hotel's front door.
Wang Peding looked down with a puzzled expression and spoke to confirm. Is this Lu Gue? Why does he look different from the photo?
Bureau Chief Lee, struggling, responded, "This is his old photo." Then, Wang Peding looked at him standing in front of him, furrowing his brows and commenting, "Your life seems quite good, all dressed in branded clothes, surrounded by beautiful women, fat enough to fry a few pounds of oil." Immediately after, the group from the bureau advanced and surrounded Lu Gue.
Wang Peding shouted and pointed, ordering them to arrest him.
Upon hearing the pair of glasses fall from Lu Gue's hands, the woman beside him was also pushed down and cried out. The aura of the group was fierce. Seeing this, Lu Gue finally realized and yelled angrily, his eyes wide open, "Bureau of Case Control.
You have no reason to arrest me, can you bear the consequences?"
At this point, his hands had already been restrained and could not be raised. Next, Wang Peding turned and pointed at the woman accompanying him, giving the order, "Don't let her run. Catch her." Seeing this, the woman turned around, looked at him, and tried to flee. Lu Gue's face turned pale, like rotten flesh, beads of sweat forming as he screamed internally, "I'm done for. Everything I have today is thanks to marrying Tong Xiaojie, the cousin of number 4, living as a son-in-law. If the Bureau of Case Control gets evidence that I caused trouble, my life is over." Thinking of this, he stopped struggling, was restrained, and called out, "Chief Lee, let's talk things over, at least release me first, name your price." Seeing this, Wang Peding turned back to look at him, frowned, and sighed. Seeing this, Director Lee began to tremble, flustered, and continuously denying. "No, at most it's just a few meals, absolutely no financial transactions." Then, Wang Peding frowned, crossed his arms, and looked at him sternly. Lu Gue looked at him in panic, his face even paler, his mouth agape as he concluded in his thoughts, "This is bad, this person must be the Director General of the Bureau of Case Control, Wang Peding." He then recalled in fear, hearing that his aura could read other people's memories, and now he realized he couldn't hide any secrets in front of him. Immediately after, he broke free from the two people restraining him, fell to his knees, and cried out, screaming, "I am willing to be truthful, please handle me with leniency." Seeing this, Wang Peding remained cold, still with his arms crossed, and firmly ordered, "Take him away." Soon after, at the Bureau of Case Control, a report was quickly submitted by Director Lee. Holding a file, he extended it toward Wang Peding while confirming aloud. Lu Gue has confessed to all his crimes, but he hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Peding also asked with a hint of doubt, "But what?" Director Lee then summarized the report. There are a total of 6 murders, a series of bribery crimes, but none of them are related to case number 8. Upon hearing this, Wang Peding was equally stunned and shouted, "6 murders?" Right after that, Director Lee pointed and spoke up to explain. "All of the women he's been with, he killed them right after because he was afraid his wife would find out. He's ruthless." Seeing this, Wang Peding also looked over to the side and commented, "The woman next to us, if she's met us, she's lucky." Then, Director Lee spoke again. "The cousin of number 4, Tong Xiaojie, said she wanted to meet Lu Gue, and at this point, she has." But before she could finish, she was interrupted. Tong Xiaojie screamed in fury, her face contorted, her eyes wide with grievance, "Lu Gue, what have I ever done to you for you to treat me like this?" They were both in the room. One person was being questioned while the other, unable to keep her composure, looked at him and yelled in anger. Back then, you said you didn't want to become the director. I went to every length to make sure you could retire early. Xiang Yuan went to Jiu Chu, and you wanted to be her assistant. I begged her for a month before she agreed. He stubbornly replied, shaking with injustice, wife, please listen to me. Then, Tong Xiaojie couldn't take it anymore and cursed at him, you shameless pig, I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. Immediately, a furious shout rang out from inside, go to hell. Tong Xiaojie charged in quickly, landing a devastating blow straight to Lu Gui's head, causing his brain matter to splatter out. Seeing this, Director Li and Wang Peding finally rushed in. He froze for a moment, then hesitantly scolded her, I told you it was just a visit, why did you punch his head open like that? Beside him, Wang Peding was at a loss for words. Tong Xiaojie, seething with anger, his hands still clenched tightly and bleeding, spoke through trembling lips, I can't stand this scum for another second. Seeing this, Wang Peding quickly raised a hand to his forehead in frustration, then gave an order. Tong Xiaojie, obstructing official duties, slowly regained her composure. Suddenly, someone came rushing over in a panic and shouted a report, Chief, this is bad, something's happened to Lin Han. The man grew more anxious as he spoke, his face tightening, eyes widening as he continued, Dong Xiaotang refused to cooperate and was arrested. The extreme heat sent our men and the Iron Fortress team into the hospital's emergency room. Hearing yet another problem, Wang Peding pressed a hand to his forehead, tilted his head back, cursed loudly, and then said, it's in another mountainous region. At that moment, Tong Xiang Yuan, who had been taking a call in a quiet corner, suddenly heard an urgent voice shouting on the other end, Xiang Yuan, something happened at home, you need to come back immediately. He glanced over at his teammates, who were still busy cooking, then calmly replied, Grandfather, I'm on an overseas mission. How can I just leave whenever I want? The others kept their focus on cooking, oblivious to his phone call. The voice on the other end shouted again, asking, with your abilities, can't you just finish the mission early? Hearing this, Tong Xiang Yuan frowned in confusion and asked once more, what exactly happened? Right after that, the person on the other side couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, telling him the truth. Lu Gui was caught by the Bureau of Case Control for messing around with women outside. Xiaojie punched him to death at the Bureau of Case Control, and then added, even Xiaotang doesn't understand why she got brought into the bureau, you should go back and handle this. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiang Yuan's face froze in shock and panic, unable to believe his ears, with a lot of doubts rising in his mind. After that, Tong Xiang Yuan regained his composure and said to the person on the phone, the Bureau of Case Control wouldn't arrest someone without reason, something must have happened. Alright, I'll call the Bureau of Case Control to ask. He rested his hand on his hip, standing in the middle of an abandoned bed. With a worried expression, Tong Xiang Yuan dialed the number, his mind darkly contemplating, this morning, Xiaotang's teammate received a call and helped her. I told him to contact Lu Gui directly to resolve the issue, but nothing's happened yet, right? His fingers continued scrolling, and he soon called Wang Peding. He was also in the office, sitting at the desk, seriously listening to the phone and confirming, number 4, no matter what you say today, you can't pay the bail for them. The young marshal has ordered, telling you to do your job fairly from your end. Upon hearing that, they quickly ended the call. Tong Xiang Yuan continued scrolling through his contacts, his face scrunched up, muttering, sigh, do I really have to find Jiang Buyu? Then, the phone rang, indicating that the call to Jiang Buyu's number had failed. Sorry, the number you've dialed has been. Tong Xiang Yuan held the phone in his hand, trembling with anger. Then, he slammed the phone onto the grass, losing his composure, and shouted out from the mountaintop, Jiang Buyu, are you taking personal revenge and adding fuel to the fire? Meanwhile, at Jiang Buyu's house, Zhong Yuan was in the kitchen using a spoon to scoop spices for cooking. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, telling young Master Zhong to go out and buy some soy sauce, yet he still hadn't returned. Forget it, I'll make the 8 treasure spicy sauce dish first. He decided to make the dish on the pan, and the sizzling sound of the food, along with the spicy soy sauce, began to slowly drip down. Then, Zhong Yuan poured the entire bottle into the stew pot and concluded to himself, spicy food is a form of pain. young Master Jiang has a high tolerance for pain. I'll just use the amount of chili that suits Lan Lan's usual taste. The food emitted a thick, fragrant steam. Then, as if sensing something, he glanced outside and formed a thought in his mind: there's unusual movement outside. He immediately spoke to the shadow at his feet: Yijin, go outside and check. It obediently sat still and responded, yes. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was still holding the large spoon, stirring the food in the pan with one hand while gripping the pan's handle with the other. Outside, Tong Xiang Yuan was running as fast as he could, his whole body drenched in sweat. He leaned on a knee brace, bent over, and gasped for breath, shouting inwardly, I'm going crazy. This was the address of Jiangbu written on the documents. He then looked at the house in front of him. Right after that, his expression began to darken as he silently complained to himself. The country where he was carrying out his mission was too poor, there were no passenger flights back to Nation H. Lu Gue had died, and no one arranged a private jet for him to return. He couldn't even find anyone to help. Tong Xiang Yuan's face turned pale as he gasped and continued, in the end, the local people found a cargo plane for me, and I flew back myself. Fortunately, Jiangbu lives opposite the residential area where Void Energy Wielder's property is, so there's a helicopter pad available. As he caught his breath, he glanced down at the orange tree beside Jiangbu's house, wiped the sweat off his face, and confirmed aloud, it's different, right? I should be fine eating 2 of his oranges, right? Without thinking much, he stretched out and picked an orange from the tree. From a distance, Yijin saw this, his mouth dropped in surprise. Immediately, he hastily directed the long, tangled chains toward Tong Xiang Yuan and shouted angrily, you bold thief, drop the orange right now. You'll be bound. As for him, just as he shoved the orange slice into his mouth, his face turned pale. One hand still held the half-peeled orange, and he widened his eyes in slight shock. But soon after, Tong Xiang Yuan regained his composure, raised his hand, and muttered, from the primal force, while his other hand kept eating the orange, prioritizing thirst quenching. He chewed on the piece of fruit, glaring at Yijin. After being hit by the attack, he collapsed multiple times, mouth agape, and with his mind still reeling, he shouted out in panic, brother, over here. Master number 8, save me. There's someone outside with primal energy, I'm being suppressed. Hearing it so strained, he also spoke up to confirm, here. Right after that, Zhong Yuan rushed out from outside, wearing an apron, holding a large spoon in his hand, and shouted, thief, don't even think about resisting. His face was full of grimaces as he looked at him, while he himself ran toward him. Seeing this, Tong Xiang Yuan also panicked, mouth agape, staring at him, silently shouting in his heart, isn't this Jiangbu's house? Who is this person? Next, Zhong Yuan used the large spoon as a weapon and swung it towards Tong Xiang Yuan, shouting, take this. Then, he continuously waved the spoon and charged at him. Tong Xiang Yuan quickly tried to retreat, but was still too slow and got hit, causing the half-eaten orange he was holding to fall. Meanwhile, Yijin also grimaced, feeling that Tong Xiang Yuan was running. Seeing them rush at him like this, he stumbled and fell to the ground, raising his hand to shield himself, panting heavily, and shouted an explanation, wait, sorry, is this the Zhang Mansion? Seeing this, Yijin also shouted back in reply, Zhang Mansion? This is Zhong Mansion. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiang Yuan quickly shouted an apology, sorry, I went to the wrong place. Next, Zhong Yuan chased after him, still holding the large spoon, and fiercely shouted, you still want to run? Stop right there. Behind him, Yijin quietly pursued, while Tong Xiang Yuan kept running, looking back at them in panic. He turned his head to look at him and made an observation, oh my god, this guy strikes 20 times in a second, faster than the number 1 swordsman of Nation H. If I don't run, I'll definitely die. But the stream of water from his body began to disperse around him. Below, Zhong Yuan stretched out his hand to cast the Eternal Ice technique. A circle quickly appeared in the palm of his hand, and Tong Xiang Yuan's body started freezing instantly. Zhong Yuan shouted, liquefy, humph, not a single drop will escape. Inside the block of ice, Tong Xiang Yuan's water-based form was trapped, leaving him stunned with his mouth agape. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Jiang Buyu was still resting his hand on his chin, contemplating the soy sauces on the shelves.
Which one should I buy?
Light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, diluted soy sauce, black bean soy sauce, regular soy sauce, or spicy soy sauce?
Which one should I choose?
If I buy them all, I won't be able to use them all up, and it'll be such a waste.
He had a thoughtful expression.
Suddenly, the shopkeeper looked outside, his face filled with surprise, and then stood in the counter, shouting, "Hey, it's snowing in Yuan City." Jiang Buyu heard this and also looked outside, his eyes wide with curiosity, shouting in confusion, "Huh?" A single, bewildered sound. As for Zhang Yuan, after catching Tong Xiang Yuan, he glanced at the orange tree that had been stripped bare in one section from the thief's actions, and made an internal note, this thief has plucked half the lime tree of young Master Jiang.
Young Master Jiang will surely be heartbroken when he comes back from buying soy sauce.
Next, he placed his hand on the tree trunk and thought to himself, wondering whether the power of life would have any effect on plants. Then, his palm turned a vibrant green, and the power of life appeared, a large circle of green energy impacting the tree before him. After that, the fruit began to bloom densely, making Zhang Yuan silently cheer inside.
Not bad, it works.
Next, he raised his hand to wipe his forehead, then looked up at the twin oranges on the tree and silently thought,
did I overdo it? Got the OCD again. He then spoke out loud, offering his opinion.
Definitely, either don't do it, or do it properly. All beings are equal, after all. In the sunlit yard, Zhang Yuan, holding a harvested kumquat in his hand, reached up to pick more fruit, his face focused and serious. In the distance, the garden was decorated with a cold block of ice. Meanwhile, Tong Xiang Yuan had just returned home, and upon seeing this scene, he was startled and spoke out, his eyes full of questions.
What on earth is going on here?
Finally, he was so confused that he let go of the shopping bag in his hands, and below, Yizhen seemed to have been waiting, reaching out eagerly to catch it. After that, Yizhen ran over with a bottle of soy sauce in hand, exclaiming, "Your Excellency number 8, here is the soy sauce you needed." Meanwhile, Jiang Buyu stood still, staring at the orange trees at the door without saying a word. Then, he glanced at the half-eaten kumquats on the ground and deduced,
there are a few kumquats left uneaten on the ground. Has someone eaten the kumquat at my house and, not even halfway through, been frozen by Jiang Shao? Then, he asked himself, isn't that related to physics, with the water freezing?
Finally, as if realizing something, Jiang Buyu sneered and thought to himself, especially telling Wang Padi to direct the resentment towards him. The phone was switched to airplane mode, so it seemed the bait had been taken. Inside the house, Zhang Yuan was setting the food on the table while apologizing to Jiang Buyu.
Young Master Jiang, I accidentally made your kumquat bigger.
It looks a bit unreasonable, so I ended up picking all the fruit. Seeing this, he looked at the table full of spicy dishes in front of him and confidently said, "Go ahead, I'll take care of finishing everything, not leaving anything behind." Immediately, Jiang Buyu grabbed a skewer of candied haws, took a bite, and while eating, couldn't help but look up, eyes wide, and praised, "It's so delicious. I've never had such good candied haws in my life.
Could you add some shaved ice and fruit for a late-night snack?"
Then, he made a suggestion. Opposite him, Zhang Yuan sat down on a chair, closed his eyes, and casually responded to Jiang Buyu, "Let's finish dinner first. You said you wanted to try Shandong specialties, and after thinking about it, I still think you should try the 8 Treasures spicy sauce, my signature dish." Then, Zhang Yuan asked, "It might be a bit spicy, if you really can't handle it, there's no need to force yourself." Soon after, Jiang Buyu also scooped some food onto his plate with a spoon. Next, he took a large gulp, chewed, and closed his eyes to savor the taste. His hand moved in the air as if performing some kind of trick, and then his whole body began to tremble violently. Finally, with a grimace, he screamed in agony, clenching his fists tightly, his body stiffening, and let out a roar, unexpectedly kicking the habit. Immediately after, Jiang Buyu smiled meaningfully, pointing toward the garden outside, closing his eyes as he made the announcement to him. "Jiang Shao, the person you froze in the garden must be number 4, Jiu Chu Tong Xiang Yuan." Soon, the horns and tail of a little demon appeared on his head. Jiang Buyu spoke softly, indicating that the person must have had a hard journey, feeling both different and hungry, so he secretly ate some kumquats.
Please invite him to dinner.
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan beside him looked at him in confusion and asked, "Since when did you become so kind?"
Then Jiang Buyu justified his actions. Tong Xiang Yuan's crime doesn't warrant death. We should give him some humanitarian care.
As Jiang Buyu had said, he obediently went to the east for Tong Xiang Yuan, then casually invited him in, following behind with a faint smile. The person, feeling awkward, looked at Zhong Yuan and spoke up, "Brother, I didn't mean to eat your kumquats, I'm really sorry, I'll pay you back." Next, the two of them sat down at Zhong Yuan's table, and hearing this, Zhong Yuan furrowed his brow, slightly uncomfortable, and spoke up, "The kumquats belong to young Master Jiang, and the dinner on this table is also his. He reluctantly shared half with me.
Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly."
On the other side, Tong Xiang Yuan was both embarrassed and nervously looking at him while forcing a smile and nodding his head. All right, he said, holding the bowl of rice in his hands, not daring to argue further. Then, Tong Xiang Yuan, while holding the bowl, buried his face in his food, but his thoughts began to stir.
Who is the expert using this spatula? With Jiang Buyu here, he probably won't hit me anymore, right?
And now he's making such a strong statement, quickly promote him to be my successor at Jiuqiu, and I can retire. Next, he picked up a super spicy dish from the table with his chopsticks.
Tong Xiang Yuan thought to himself, someone this handsome deserves a straightforward path.
After putting a spicy piece of meat in his mouth, he had to turn pale and yell with intense fire, his body stiffening and trembling as he shouted in his mind.
What kind of hellish food is this? If I've done something wrong, please punish me by law, not with pepper.
On the opposite side, Jiang Buyu propped his chin with his hand, looking at Tong Xiang Yuan with sincere goodwill, nodding, and then asked him, "This was originally my dinner.
You wouldn't be disrespecting me, would you?"
Tong Xiang Yuan, his body trembling from the burn, glanced over at him, his mouth swollen, tears starting to fall, and he was at a loss for words. Then, Zhong Yuan conveyed his deep dissatisfaction towards Jiang Buyu.
"Young Master Jiang, if you dislike this dish, you can speak frankly."
Seeing this, he also looked at him, his hand firmly placed on the table, and spoke his thoughts aloud. "No, I honestly think it's delicious." Hearing that, he also spoke up with his opinion. "It seems that his tolerance for spicy food isn't bad, he might be able to unlock a new dish for me."
Upon hearing this, he spoke up again, asking, "Does it come with power of life?" Hearing that, Zhong Yuan confirmed, "It requires an additional fee."
They looked at each other across the table filled with food. Next, Jiang Buyu, while reaching his hand toward Zhong Yuan, smiled and introduced him to Tong Xiang Yuan. "Number 4, let me introduce you. This is Zhong Yuan, a first-year student at Chungying Academy." Upon hearing this, the other person was also taken aback, then quickly turned to smile and, with goodwill, asked, "So he's the top student at Chungying Academy?
Wait, isn't that the school in the Huadong military region? Why is he still sitting still at the table?"
Then, Jiang Buyu added another layer to Zhong Yuan's identity. He's also a senior investigator at the Bureau of Case Control and an honorary scholar at the Academy of Sciences. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiang Yuan stood up in surprise, looking at Zhong Yuan with confusion. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan remained calm, narrowing his eyes, composed, with his hand resting on the table. Then, Jiang Buyu's voice rang out again, delivering the final blow. "After all, she's still number 8 of Jiuqiu, your colleague." Upon hearing this, Tong Xiang Yuan's face turned pale, ashen, and trembling, he screamed out in horror. Next, Zhong Yuan, eyes half closed, let out a soft sigh. "I never expected my colleague would fall into the path of theft," he said, before adding with a slight pause. "Clearly, I saw dozens of large properties and hundreds of luxury cars on your file, not to mention a diamond mine." After fully understanding Zhong Yuan's identity, he stood up, waved his hands awkwardly in front of him, and stammered in an attempt to explain. "Xiaoba, please don't misunderstand, I really didn't steal. The property of the Dong family isn't mine either." Meanwhile, Jiang Buyu, seeing him in this state, lifted his head from his hand and, in a calm tone, made an announcement.
"Number 4, my garden has cameras, everything's recorded.
At this, he became even more flustered and let out a cry. In the end, Zhong Yuan, with a serious expression, tilted his head and asked him again.
Tong Xiang Yuan, do you know where you went wrong?
Then, he continued to point out his mistake, his tone indifferent. You didn't understand the gravity of the situation when you handed power to someone else, and now when things go wrong, you deny any association with them. Hearing this, Tong Xiang Yuan frowned in dissatisfaction and shouted loudly.
I didn't know they would. But before he could finish, Zhong Yuan interrupted him.
He closed his eyes and accused his relatives, along with his own irresponsibility. They shamelessly accumulated wealth, and their misdeeds were a result of his past carelessness, not because of any insurmountable circumstances. He then added, whether your relatives are good or bad, their current position entirely comes from the power of your fourth-ranking position in Jiuqiu. Next, he thought about himself and the three relatives, and made the observation, you can delegate power, but you can't shift the responsibility that comes with that power. You still have to bear it on your shoulders. If they commit crimes using your power, then you are the one who should be held accountable. Then, Zhong Yuan approached the trembling man sitting at the table, who didn't know how to respond, but seriously looked at him and asserted, of course, you bear the blame for the crimes of your relatives. On the other side, Jiang Buyu silently listened to their conversation.
Zhong Yuan then added, it's not as if it's a matter of life or death. But you need to understand that your power doesn't come from your merits, it comes from your ability to fight. Afterward, Zhong Yuan's expression grew darker and colder, and with a sneer, he made his conclusion, the power of Jiuqiu also comes from the rule the strong command the respect of the void energy wielders. Then, his face became even darker as he threatened, under this rule, my strength surpasses yours. I could directly kill you without needing any reason, and I wouldn't face any repercussions. At some point, Zhong Yuan had circled behind Tong Xiang Yuan and placed his hand directly on his shoulder, causing him to flinch in surprise. Then, he leaned in closely and asked, are you afraid? At this action, Tong Xiang Yuan was slightly startled and couldn't react in time. Afterward, he trembled and stared back, responding, I am.
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan seemed to understand his feelings. His gaze remained calm and undisturbed as he reminded him, when you are the one beneath, you will naturally fear those above you and unquestioningly obey them. This is called servility. He imagined a spider's web, with a fly caught in it, struggling helplessly, while the spider slowly approached, preparing to devour the fly. Then, he made his conclusion, but when you rise above, you will forget this fear. Immediately after, Zhong Yuan made a motion as if striking the air, releasing something. Next, he fiddled with it on his finger, his face indifferent as he moved away from Tong Xiang Yuan, continuing his reminder, servility has two sides, oppression, where the one above suppresses the one below. That, too, is servility. The root of servility is blind worship of the strong. What he truly feared was not someone stronger than him, but the concept that the strong are to be worshipped. Zhong Yuan added, the law of nature is that the strong prey on the weak. But what makes humans different from animals is that they use clever methods to prevent the strong from eating the weak due to differences in power. Once he finished speaking, Zhong Yuan turned and walked ahead. Seeing this, Tong Xiang Yuan silently observed him. Then, he reached for a small knife and continued, in Nation H right now. Jiuqiu entrusted power to the strong. He interrupted, then quickly turned back to Tong Xiang Yuan, placed the knife against his neck, and continued, it is a compromise for survival. If you want to remain human, use this power carefully. Seeing this, he tilted his neck with tension, staring at the knife pressing against his throat, swallowing nervously. Zhong Yuan spoke up to remind him, on the other hand, if you insist on applying the law of the strong eating the weak among humans, don't blame me for expelling you. Next, Jiang Buyu, who was standing nearby, also stepped forward, placed his chopsticks on the plate in front of him, and calmly said, you can't eat humans, but you can eat braised shrimp. Behind him, Zhong Yuan still held the small knife at his throat, but at the same time, he regained his composure and lowered his head. Then, one person moved forward, holding chopsticks with a piece of shrimp on them, while another placed the knife near his throat. Finally, Jiang Buyu spoke again to remind him, Tong Xiang Yuan, eat, and then become human again. Tong Xiang Yuan's face turned pale with fear at this terrifying threat. Tears began to fall from his eyes, and he started to cry. You! He seemed to understand the truth, lowering his head and sobbing bitterly. Hoo-hoo! The smell was intoxicating, as he cried while eating pitifully. The other two could only shake their heads in disbelief. Jiang Buyu kept offering him shrimp. Meanwhile, at another location, Tong Xiaojie was sitting cross-legged while talking on the phone, his face scrunching up in indifference as he confirmed something. Lu Gue deserves to die 1,000 times, it is only natural for me to kill him. The people from the Bureau of Case Control want to punish me, but clearly, they don't understand the situation. Then, a voice from the other side spoke, reassuring her. Don't worry, Xiang Yuan is back. We'll deal with them in just a few minutes. Upon hearing this, someone from the other side, with a stern tone, reminded her, who allowed you to make a call inside the detention area. But she ignored them and cheerfully shouted, Xiang Yuan. You're here. Next, Lin Han, standing beside her, awkwardly stammered, she's the cousin of number 4. We didn't dare delay. Wang Peding, standing nearby, frowned in anger and shouted, nonsense. This is the Bureau of Case Control, then turned to question him, you represent the law, order, and the people of Nation H. If the people refuse to bow their heads, you must be firm, not cowardly. He then did not hesitate to turn to his cousin and confirm, Tong Xiaojie disturbed the Bureau of Case Control's law enforcement, so whatever punishment is deemed necessary should be applied. Following that, Tong Xiang Yuan added, if the actions were the same before, then they should be dealt with accordingly. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiaojie's face turned pale as she looked at him, stammering in panic, what? Xiang Yuan, we're family. How could you treat me like this? He then firmly replied, the law shows no leniency for personal feelings. Whoever does it, it's the same. Immediately after that, he didn't hesitate to fold his hands in prayer and instructed directorly, investigate the entire Dong family, don't treat them specially. The man standing beside him also seriously confirmed, yes. Next, Tong Xiang Yuan added, it's not just the Dong family, from now on, anyone you meet with a powerful background should be treated the same way. Then, with a solemn and determined expression, he shouted, announcing, from now on, I, Tong Xiang Yuan, will be your force in enforcing the law with fairness. After that, in the interrogation room, Zhong Yuan and Jiang Buyu sat on one side with two officials managing both sides. In front of them sat Tong Xiaotang, her head bowed in regret as she explained, sorry, I was wrong. At that time, I was really confused and not thinking clearly, which is why I used my ability to attack someone. She pleaded further, please, spare me. At her words, Zhong Yuan remained indifferent, his expression calm as he responded, we have a rough understanding now. Please explain in detail why Iron Fortress answered the phone for you. She, hearing this, sat up and asked in confusion, Iron Fortress answered the phone for me? When did that happen? I don't know about it. Beside her, Jiang Buyu looked at her with his arms crossed, while Zhong Yuan continued, this morning, your uncle called you, and Iron Fortress picked up. What happened at that time? Hearing this, she seemed to understand and quickly spoke up, awkwardly responding. At that time, I was using the restroom and didn't bring my phone with me. Later, I silently cursed to myself, thinking, damn it, if he continues asking me the reason, do I have to tell them I'm on my period? That's too embarrassing. Or should I just say I ate something wrong and have a stomachache? On the other side, Jiang Buyu, having heard her inner thoughts, put on a serious expression and spoke to him, Jiang Xiao, if you find hearing her inner thoughts a bit awkward, we can turn off the heart communication. He, too, looked at Tong Xiaotang seriously and confirmed, I'm fine. If you're uncomfortable, we can turn off the Li Jing Tong sure. Then Jiang Buyu spoke again, offering his opinion, as long as we don't laugh, it won't be awkward. Seeing this, he shrugged and responded indifferently, then it's up to you. On the other side, Zhong Yuan folded his arms and asked again, forget about that. Today, you resisted and attacked the employees of the Bureau of Case Control. I suspect you were influenced by the Iron Fortress's temptation. Do you realize that? Upon hearing this, Tong Xiaotang honestly looked at him and answered, I'm not sure. After all, the effects of interference vary from person to person. The reason we can work together in a team is largely because our mental resistance is quite strong. We're not easily influenced by interference. Nearby, Zhang Buyu listened calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Buyu, with his lips pressed together, muttered something darkly in his mind, Zhang Xiao, I think there's something wrong here. Hearing that, he was also filled with confusion and glanced at him. Oh, raising his voice now requires an explanation. Seeing this, Zhang Buyu also spoke subconsciously, the Guan family and the Zhang family are in a relationship, so you know a little about the ability to confuse or disrupt thoughts. Upon hearing this, he urged, explain more clearly. Zhang Buyu, neither too fast nor too slow, explained, the ability to confuse or disrupt, as the name suggests, is to disturb a person's thoughts. Zhang Buyu imagined the scene of a person being surrounded by confusion, then added, once a person's thoughts are disturbed, emotions that were previously suppressed by reason will unintentionally be released. After all, the emotions that people usually can't express are mostly negative ones. Afterward, Zhang Buyu crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and continued explaining, frowning, no matter what kind of ability it is, the memories related to it will not disappear once the effect ends. Being disturbed, causing chaos in thoughts and memories, will naturally continue to influence a person's thinking. Because of this, Zhang Buyu continued, Tong Xiang Yuan believes that confusion is an extremely sinful ability. He is very dissatisfied with the Guan family's use of it. Finally, Zhang Buyu couldn't help but express his lament. Unfortunately, Tong Xiang Yuan still prioritizes protecting himself. Several times, he intentionally created opportunities to suppress the Guan family, but his efforts were half-hearted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan also lowered his head, saying nothing, but fell into deep thought. Then, Zhang Buyu narrowed his eyes and voiced a doubt to him. Dong Xiaotang may team up with Iron Fortress, but this doesn't seem quite right. The two of them left the interrogation room. Zhang Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, walked down the hallway and made a comment. Tong Xiaotang probably doesn't know anything else. It's best to go to the hospital and ask Iron Fortress. Beside him, Zhang Buyu also agreed. Yeah. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan stopped. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to confirm with Zhang Buyu, who was walking behind him. Young Master Jiang, after thinking about it, some of Iron Fortress's matches have some suspicious oddities. He glanced at him, paying attention. Zhang Yuan recalled the match involving Iron Fortress and offered further analysis. In the match between our team and Hanlin Academy, I had to send off a man with a red card for a deadly attack on Iron Fortress. Looking back, that guy might not have intentionally committed a foul or wanted to kill, but perhaps he was influenced by interference or... The opponent swung a sword at him, but he managed to dodge. Next, Zhang Yuan remembered the match between Lu Bo's team and spoke up with more analysis. In the match between them and Team Lu Bo, the referee cut off the tactical exchange between Su Yuanying and Lu Bo, shouting directly, perhaps also because of interference. That Iron Fortress guy saw me and yelled in panic, why did Zhang Yuan suddenly appear? Back in the present, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and added with certainty. Even when Rin Jiao died when facing me. It's very likely the same. Meanwhile, Zhang Buyu also closed his eyes, composed himself, and seriously made his decision. Even if when Rin Jiao has survived until now, by the time all the truths are revealed, I will still give up on him, he added grimly, in military strategy, there is no good or evil, only advantage and disadvantage. At this point, when Rin Jiao, whose mind had been distorted to the extreme due to the injuries or madness, had reached a point where the cost of him correcting his mistakes was greater than the value he could contribute to the military region. Soon after, Zhang Yuan walked forward and turned back to him, calmly exposing the truth. But the logical reasoning in your mind clearly says, you want to save him. Behind him, Zhang Buyu also lowered his head and sighed. Then, he got into the car. Zhang Buyu, in a somewhat spoiled tone, reminded him. As a commander, you can't think like that, so just pretend you didn't notice. Immediately after, Zhang Buyu sat in the driver's seat, looking out the window as he urged Zhang Yuan. Get in the car.
Everything will wait until we finish dealing with this.
He then glanced back inside and confirmed aloud.
Okay.
Soon after, the two of them drove to the hospital. Once they arrived and stood before the hospital room, someone came out to greet them.
Number 8,
Young Marshal, you're here.
Then, he asked the people inside, are all the people injured by Tong Xiaotang's high temperature here?
They confirmed his question aloud. The people from the Bureau of Case Control were all here, and Iron Fortress was right next door. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan walked toward the people from the Bureau of Case Control, extending his hand toward them as he used the power of life. Immediately, a brilliant streak of light appeared on the person's body, like a miniature universe. The person sat up straight and voiced his suspicion, I'm healed.
Shortly after, Zhong Yuan turned around and began walking away.
Another person beside him looked at him with joy and exclaimed, it's number 8 who healed us.
He's actually from the medical system.
Upon hearing this, the person who had been lying on the bed, now healed, also voiced his doubt, that's
odd.
Next, he walked toward the room next door. Almost immediately, Iron Fortress sat up, getting out of bed while looking at his hand with confusion, wondering aloud, why am I suddenly healed?
Who healed me?
On the side, he and Jiang Buyu looked at him and spoke, all right, before Zhong Yuan interrupted. Then, with a calm expression, he pointed at Iron Fortress and spoke again, confirming, count your crimes in detail.
Iron Fortress.
Behind him, Jiang Buyu stared in awe at Zhong Yuan's cool demeanor. Then, Iron Fortress quickly leapt off the bed, rushing toward Zhong Yuan in a panic, shouting, Zhong Yuan, why are you here? Wait, young marshal. As Zhong Yuan stepped inside, his hand arrogantly stuffed into his pocket, he reminded Iron Fortress, I don't like wasting words.
You'd better not challenge my patience.
Behind him, Jiang Buyu also entered. Then, both of them squinted and looked at him with disgust and contempt. At the back, Jiang Buyu used ceiling restriction to disturb, and then spoke mentally, informing Zhong Yuan above. Iron Fortress is so bold that he couldn't hold back and started to abuse the disturbance, so ceiling restriction had to be applied first. Seeing this, he confidently questioned him, Dong Xiaotang used high temperature in panic because you used disturbance, right? Both of them looked at him in exactly the same way, hands in their pockets, while the man stubbornly shouted in protest, you're talking nonsense, spitting venom, but inside, he was already betraying his own master. The people from the Bureau of Case Control came to arrest us and used disturbance to provoke Dong Xiaotang into fighting against them. As a result, I was also injured. The man's face darkened, filled with tension. He bit his lip, frowned, and analyzed further, though he wanted to shout back, it seemed like he couldn't. Zhong Yuan asked, did the disturbance just now, when it first appeared, make you realize that he discovered what I did to Wenzhou Run? Then he questioned himself, lost in thought. On the other side, the two of them, hearing this, calmly questioned him. Then tell me, how did you and Tong Xiaotang end up teaming up with Wenzhou Run? Seeing this, Iron Fortress stubbornly tried to justify himself. We just happened to meet and formed a team. What else could we have done? In his mind, he recalled when Rinjiu, arrogantly controlling the sand, his hands on his hips, full of pride, while the crowd around him cheered, and he thought to himself. The fool Wen Rinju has never taken his studies seriously, always relying on his innate talent while being flattered to the heavens by those around him. Pretending to cultivate? What a joke! Just because he absorbed the Void Star Serpent, does Ling Shiwan really think he's now invincible in this world? Then, he shamelessly spoke up to confirm, I only used a little bit of interference or forced him to reveal his true self, turning him into a fool who only knows how to kill. After that, he recalled when Rinzhou's state when he was creating the sandstorm, his face darkened, his hands executing reckless moves. Then, Iron Fortress made a self-assessment in his heart, I'm being shunned and avoided by others because of interference, and he shouldn't even dream of living well. The teacher once taught that one shouldn't recklessly use too much power, so if he ends up killing himself, it serves him right. Soon after, he remembered how Tong Xiaotang had looked at him with disdain, cursing him in his heart, and then there's that bitch, Tong Xiaotang. She flew straight to the top after absorbing that spatial cheat. Under my interference,
she should obediently follow my orders, join my team, and be my servant, shouldn't she?
Next, he arrogantly yelled in his mind, only interference is the true ultimate power in the world.
Those fools in the military zone don't understand a thing.
Seeing Zhong Yuan questioning him like this, he scowled in anger and pointed at him, shouting to confirm, "Young Marshal, I'm innocent, I didn't do anything." Then he cursed at him and accused, "Zhong Yuan is despicable and shameless, he killed Wen Rinjiu."
Still want to slander me? Be careful, you might get deceived by him.
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan also looked at him with disdain, but did not respond. Next, his face turned angry and dark, his eyes widened, grinding his teeth as he thought to himself. Although his father had told him not to use interference or deal with the Jiang family, at this point, if he didn't, he would truly be doomed. Immediately, his body released a technique, and he shouted inwardly with confidence, "Interfere now, young marshal." Seeing this, Jiang Buyu stepped forward to face him and accepted it. As for the Iron Fortress, upon seeing this, he stepped back in panic, confused, and thought to himself, why can't it be used?
What's going on? Meanwhile, you answered in your mind, which he couldn't hear, sealing restriction. Alright, thank you. On the other side, Zhong Yuan glanced at him, still calm, with a hint of disdain, and then asked, "Young Master Jiang, he wants to interfere with you, yet you can still remain composed?" After that, Jiang Buyu sighed, feeling more sorrow than anger, his anger would come later. Upon hearing that, Zhong Yuan, puzzled, asked, "What is he sorrowful about?" Then, Jiang Buyu confirmed, "Don't ask, it's over." Finally, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and calmly walked closer to him, then asked, "Iron Fortress, you use interference very skillfully. You must have harmed many people, haven't you?" That person saw him approaching and lost his composure, collapsing to the ground and stammering to deny it. I didn't." Then, Jiang Buyu spoke up again, reminding him, "If you don't use the distortion technique or deal with me, I might still spare some face for the Guan family and only strike at you alone." Immediately afterward, Jiang Buyu bent down and grabbed the back of his neck, causing Iron Fortress to grimace and shut his eyes in pain. Then, he looked at him with a gaze filled with both disdain and disgust, and questioned him, "Do you truly understand why the distortion technique is infamous, and why it is not prohibited but instead allows the Guan family to live in luxury and honor?" No. Seeing the look on his face like a demon demanding his life, the man's face tensed up and paled as he looked up. Finally, Jiang Buyu calmly looked at him, narrowed his eyes, and coldly reminded him, "Distortion technique is a sharp weapon, but it can only kill people." He then added, "The Guan family has reached its current position because they willingly became the blade of the Jiang family, swearing to use it to cut down those beasts disguised as human beings." Next, Jiang Buyu added, "Not using the distortion technique with the Jiang family is the critical point that the Jiang family set for the Guan family. Now, you, representing the Guan family, have touched that critical point. The entire Guan family can no longer be spared." With that, he let go, causing the man to fall to the ground even more helplessly, his face turning pale with fear as he looked up at him, mouth agape in shock. Shortly after, the man was taken into the interrogation room. Sitting across from Wang Peding, he handed over a piece of paper, glanced at him, and reminded him, the old rule, write a self-statement first, then proceed with the illusory projection. The other man, trembling all over, cried pitifully and stammered, I can't write it out." Seeing this, Wang Peding spoke in disdain, looking at him and questioning, "Don't you know how many crimes you've committed?" Upon hearing this, the man shuddered and began sobbing uncontrollably. In the end, with no other choice, Wang Peding extended his hand, and golden energy swiftly radiated into the air. This was the illusory projection. Then, Wang Peding confirmed with him, "Fine, if you can't write, then stop resisting and accept the illusory projection honestly." Seeing this, the man began to glow, surrounded by golden light, his head lowered as he sobbed silently, sitting on the interrogation chair. Next, a surge of electricity appeared around Wang Peding's body, and a stream of golden energy surrounded his legs. He was filled with doubt and voiced his thoughts, since he absorbed the interference, it's been nothing but trouble using it on ordinary people. I'll use this to observe the changes in those affected by the technique." Immediately afterward, he gained access to Iron Fortress's memories.
In the man's hand was a stack of money. Then, the man picked up a box and left the shop, not forgetting to glance at the unconscious shopkeeper lying on the floor. Upon seeing this, Wang Pading understood and confirmed in his thoughts the convenience store employee he interfered with earlier.
He stole money.
Then, the store manager's death was discussed. Next, the memory resurfaced where he had driven his car and accidentally killed a woman on the street, leaving her body covered in blood and spreading all around.
Wang Pading also realized and confirmed his crime.
The driver, either disturbed by him or motivated by the huge insurance fraud, had run over his wife, staging the scene as a car accident. In front of this memory, his expression couldn't help but darken, his face turned livid with anger, and he mentally screamed. In addition, there are countless other cases, so many that he himself couldn't even count them. No wonder he couldn't even write a confession. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore, slamming his hand on the table, losing his composure, and shouting curses, "Beast, a beast in human skin." Immediately after, he turned to look at the officers from the Bureau of Case Control and announced, "Disturbance or truly extremely dangerous." Then, he added, "Immediately follow young marshal's orders.
Arrest all the people from the Guan family tonight."
On the way home, Jiang Buyu scratched his head with one hand, while the other covered his mouth as he yawned, then complained, "Tormenting me in the middle of the night.
It's already 4 a.m. He then walked along, asking Zhong Yuan, who was beside him, "By the way, did the water pipes in your house freeze because of my eternal ice domain?"
He added, "Even the bathroom's unusable." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan, who was walking parallel to him, stuffed his hands into his pockets, glanced at him, and confirmed.
"I've already reported to the team and asked them to find someone to solve it.
At least we'll have to wait until tomorrow night before it can be restored to normal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu, yawning, spoke up with a comment, "Oh, then you should sleep in the office tonight." Next, as they reached the car, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you really okay to drive when you're this tired?" In response, Jiang Buyu, still half dazed, scratched his head and confirmed while holding the door handle, "This car has self-driving capability. As long as you don't fall asleep, you're fine sitting in it."
Zhong Yuan then remarked, "I think you'll fall asleep."
Jiang Buyu confidently replied, "I won't, not if I'm talking." The two of them stood beside the car, conversing back and forth. Then, Jiang Buyu quickly sat in the driver's seat, switched on the control panel, and the car announced that it had entered self-driving mode. He continued the casual conversation, "After such a long detour, we were both caught by that beast, Iron Fortress, setting us up." From the passenger seat, Zhong Yuan calmly leaned back, closed his eyes to focus, and mumbled in confirmation, "Yeah, who would have thought Iron Fortress would use jamming signals to brainwash Wen Rinzhou?" He then added, "Turning an ordinary person into a lunatic who dies tragically from the backlash of their own abilities." He continued, "And even after Wen Rinzhou died, Iron Fortress spread rumors to stir up more trouble, a clear display of how vile he truly is." Then, he mentioned, "I heard the phone call from Tong Xiaotang." Zhong Yuan further commented that in order to maintain his pure and innocent reputation, he even dared to secretly answer a call from Tong Xiaotang, which had disturbed Tong Xiang Yuan. He then proceeded to elaborate on the matter. Tong Xiang Yuan, without clarifying the situation, dared to give assistant Lu Gui's phone number to Iron Fortress. This nearly led the Bureau of Case Control to believe there was an internal struggle between the fourth and eighth parties. In the middle of it all, Tong Xiang Yuan served as the bridge for Lu Gui and Iron Fortress to meet. Then, Zhong Yuan made another observation, stating that Tong Xiang Yuan had chosen to turn a blind eye when faced with responsibility, becoming an accomplice to countless opportunists. Zhong Yuan further remarked that the worst part was that Tong Xiaotang was disturbed or influenced by Iron Fortress, nearly making a grave mistake. Iron Fortress had firmly grasped Tong Xiaotang with a lewd smile, manipulating her with his supernatural powers, while she appeared resolute and stubborn. Zhong Yuan added that if it weren't for her still relatively strong will, she might have ended up like Wen Rinzhou. In the car, Jiang Buyu, sitting in the driver's seat, turned to ask him, "How do you plan to handle these people?" He calmly sat in the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and was about to speak when he replied, "Let Wang Padi handle the sentencing, then make additional adjustments." The fact that Tong Xiaotang is being disturbed or influenced is similar to that of a psychiatric patient, and she still needs mandatory treatment. The two of them continued their journey home, but Zhong Yuan then raised his hand, supporting his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he made another observation. Iron Fortress directly dying would be too good for him. It's better to send him to the Institute of Science as experimental material. After using up the remaining heat and then dying, he could speak up again. As for others in the Guan family, the grudges between your family backgrounds, I won't get involved. Meanwhile, Jiang Buyu also raised his hand to cover his mouth while yawning. Leaning against the driver's seat, he spoke up to confirm, is that so? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan beside him was somewhat surprised and glanced over at him, asking, what's wrong? Do you want me to deal with the Guan family? Hearing this, Jiang Buyu lightly denied, yes and no, after all, even you are still tangled up in this. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan then asked again, Gang Buyu clearly just said you wouldn't spare the Guan family. Next, Jiang Buyu covered his face with his hand, closed his eyes to calm down, and explained to Zhong Yuan, the Guan family has helped the Jiang family with countless difficult and dirty tasks over the years. You could become the commander without their help. Even though they occasionally do things that aren't quite right, you just turn a blind eye, suppress it, and it's over. Jiang Buyu then seemed to recall his past, sitting in the current position, and spoke as he remembered, you became famous at 17, became a commander at 20, suppressing over 100 void caves. Behind this glorious image lies countless dirty secrets and bloody deeds. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but ask in confusion, why have you never thought about resigning and returning home to stay clean? Hearing that, Jiang Buyu did not hesitate to speak up and share his thoughts. But when he saw the pharmacy early in the morning, the subway during peak hours in the morning and evening, the employees' lunch at 2 p.m., and the taxi ride at midnight, he added, when you see your fellow countrymen working tirelessly to survive, drained of their surplus value without even realizing it, you can't help but think. Jiang Buyu interrupted, and yet their cars keep driving down the road under the night sky. Then, he remembered the cute bear, and with a gloomy tone, he firmly spoke, the foreign tribes living within the domain boundary can enjoy food produced by farmers without having to do any work. The stable environment created by workers and void energy wielders protects them from external threats. Jiang Buyu added, if they also had a death exemption card like acting cute, preventing them from being killed and having their essence stolen, then he couldn't help but question, how many people would want to become cute bears living in this ideal survival land? At this point, Jiang Buyu couldn't help but turn to him and make an observation, the absurd thing is that this world truly has countless cute bears disguised as humans. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan, who was sitting next to him, calmly looked ahead and expressed his point of view, humans are a higher species, inherently possessing animal instincts. He then added, only by overcoming these instincts can humans become truly human in a meaningful sense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu, who was beside him, spoke up to refute. But in the world, there are also people who learn about interference or physics, the initial idea makes others abandon reason, becoming beasts governed by instinct. Then, Zhong Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, crossed his arms, looked outside, and asked, in terms of meaning, interference or acting cute is basically a low-level form of it. Next, Zhong Yuan spoke up to confirm, they are all powerful tools to force others to behave badly, but the packaging of acting cute is more refined and harder to detect. Seeing this, Jiang Buyu, sitting next to him, also withdrew his hand from his face, looked forward, his cheeks blushing as he confirmed. Therefore, he was afraid of acting cute, and then added, I'm afraid it will turn me into something inhumane, and I'm also afraid that its power will weaken you, and then I'll become something that's not even human. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan transformed into a cat, leapt up, and flew toward him, causing Jiang Buyu to look over, his face turning red, mouth agape, and shout, huh? Immediately after, Zhong Yuan whispered from his shoulder, reminding him, face the fear inside you. Seeing this, Jiang Buyu's face became full of difficulty, sweat running down his face, and he shouted, oh, don't bother me while I'm driving. Then, Zhong Yuan reminded again, the green light is already green. The car quickly began to move. Zhong Yuan, hearing his justification, spoke up to remind, now it's in autopilot mode. But Jiang Buyu still shouted firmly, driving while playing with the cat, and something was bound to happen. Don't come over here. Immediately after that, he spoke up to justify himself further. Animal instincts are also a part of being human, and we must learn to reconcile with ourselves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Buyu still shouted in rebuttal, full of contradiction.
Don't you?
In the end, Zhong Yuan stopped teasing Jiang Buyu and softly asked, in a serious tone,
Have you thought about how to handle the Guan family? Hearing that, Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought and asked back. If acting cute can replace the disruption, would you want to take their place?
Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan, with a determined cat-like expression, confirmed. Very good, soon I'll show you what physical ceiling restrictions and strategic theft really mean. The next morning, when he opened the coffin lid to wake up from his work at Jiang Buyu's place, he then walked over to the sofa bed, shoved his hands into his pockets, and noted it was already 6 a.m. Now, he was a dead man, capable of not eating or sleeping, but this guy wasn't allowed to. Next, he hesitated, wondering if he should wake him up to go to work. Meanwhile, Jiang Buyu remained asleep, holding his phone and covered with a blanket, completely indifferent to the world. Soon after, the phone rang with an incoming call, displaying the name Jiang Ling in the contact list. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan bent down to take a closer look and thought to himself. Jiang Ling seems to be Jiang Buyu's father, the former commander of Huanan. He then spoke to himself again.
Is it my turn to answer someone else's phone now?
The ringtone from Jiang Buyu's phone continued to ring incessantly. Finally, he picked up the phone and made the decision to answer the call. Then, he pressed it to his ear and spoke, Hello, Commander Jiang, this is number 8, Jiu Chu. He then informed the person on the other end, Jiang Xiling is currently asleep. If it's an urgent matter, I can help you wake him up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling on the other side glanced at the phone, his expression darkening as he asked, You're calling me Commander Jiang? Looks like number 8 is preparing to handle the Guan family matter. On the other end of the line, Zhong Yuan confirmed, That's right.
Commander Jiang, you won't stop him, will you? Hearing this, the older man responded, Of course, I won't.
Then, Jiang Ling on this side gently spoke, giving his instructions, Gulong, my nephew, sleeps deeply. Let him rest until you've finished with the Guan family, then wake him up. He looked over at Jiang Buyu, who was sound asleep on the bed, and asked again, Commander Jiang, do you consider me just a weapon to be used? Seeing this, the older man frowned and coldly retorted, Didn't you want to be a weapon yourself? Hearing that, he replied from the other end, You really know how to joke. Then, he couldn't help but remind the children, I still have 2 years before I turn 18. Just make sure your son doesn't get accused of pedophilia. Goodbye. Immediately after, the man hung up, while he pulled the phone away from his ear, slowly lowering it. His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he muttered to himself. Commander Jiang actually revealed his age. He knew that he was Zhong Yuan, and only then did he understand the real issue in that statement. Wait, what does being charged with child molestation mean? If I use Infinite Dreamscape to create an animated film for myself, would I also be charged with child molestation? Immediately after, Zhong Yuan dismissed it and spoke up. Forget it, let it be. You decide. He then transformed into the appearance of the person who was sleeping like a corpse and walked toward the door, confirming, Your father said to let you sleep a bit longer, so I'll reluctantly go to work for you today. At the military base, a group of young people asked Lin Dong Leang, Did Jiang Buyu come today? He yelled in response, sounding extremely surprised, Today is the day of inspection, so even if the commander doesn't come, he has to show up. Upon hearing this, Yen Ta, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but ask, What's got you so upset this early? Immediately, he became the target of some frustration. Lin Dong Leang shouted at him, You have no idea what he did yesterday. From morning until night, in just a short span of 24 hours, the Guan family and Dong family were summoned to the Bureau of Case Control and still hadn't left. Even people with some connections hadn't returned, it was a full-on situation. Behind them, a person with green spiky hair closed his eyes and remarked, So we promoted him to the position of commander, and then added, Now that he's got power, he treats us like this. He arrests people without a word and doesn't even give us a chance to explain. Upon hearing this, Yen Ta looked at them, utterly surprised. He then turned to the soldiers behind him and began giving orders.
9 o'clock, the censorship begins. It's now 8 o'clock.
The crowd responded with cheers. Inside the military district, the thoughts of everyone continuously echoed. Wait a little longer, and we'll all sit in the hall and silently protest.
A century-old dynasty, a 1,000-year-old family, and he dares not show us respect?
We'll just push him off the stage. Jiang Buyu has already dealt with the others.
Number 4 will definitely stand against him with us.
If Jiang Buyu's attitude is too stubborn, I'll have to lead my team to another military district. The strength of a Jiang family member can't possibly contend with the entire power of our families. This time, Jiang Buyu will have no choice but to compromise with us.
They were all certain about their conclusions.
Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, who had taken over for Jiang Buyu, was sitting in his office, listening to a report from his secretary.
Young Marshal, what should we do?
If we don't handle this properly, it will definitely have a significant impact on your reputation. Seeing this, the people under him also started shouting loudly. These people are truly scoundrels, one of them couldn't help but yell again.
You've helped them secure so many void stars and resources, and now they dare to threaten you in return?
He sat in his chair, his expression firm, and spoke with certainty.
It's fine. They want to jump ship, but other military districts wouldn't dare take them in. Furthermore, if it's a one-on-one fight, they can't beat me.
If they don't want to face a dead end, they have no choice but to compromise with me. Then, he exhaled, his breath turning icy as he murmured. The cute bear group, who thrive on the sweat and blood of the working people, only seek to benefit themselves and their families. Next, Zhong Yuan made the following remark: today, I must help them straighten things out so they can reflect on who the true master of Nation H is. Outside, a bird struck by his cold ice blocks began to fall. Dark clouds filled the sky. The bird landed at the exact moment, stiffening in front of the green-haired mushroom-headed man, causing him to gaze in confusion and shout, "What is that?" Nearby, someone in the military zone pointed to the sky and asked in bewilderment, "Why has it suddenly turned so dark?" The others also looked up. Soon, sharp, spiky snowballs continuously fell from the sky, and the gunshots that hit several people in the military zone made them scream in terror. Is this hail? Help! These hailstones are bigger than basketballs. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. They were hit, their heads bleeding and splattering as they fell. Seeing this, the mushroom-headed man also panicked and shouted to confirm, "Young Marshal has summoned external forces to deal with us, activate the defense system quickly." Immediately after, a madman created a shield and shouted to everyone, "Only mechs can counter basketballs. Brothers, sing along." Seeing this, the others quickly followed and started singing. The sharp snowflakes and hard snowballs continued to charge forward relentlessly. The defensive and healing systems were working non-stop. Their screams echoed through the air. Seeing this, one person couldn't help but shout, "Stabilize the situation." Who's singing? Can we stop making it worse? On the other side, one of the defenders, exhausted from trying to create a shield, yelled, "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. We need to retreat." Upon hearing this, the captain, standing behind the shield, shouted angrily, "It's only been 5 minutes. Retreating now isn't admitting defeat to Jiang Buyu." Above them, the sharp snowflakes and hard snowballs, as solid as rocks, kept falling relentlessly. One person couldn't take it anymore and cursed, "Damn it, stop using fire powers. The snowballs are melting into water, hitting the ground, and then freezing again. Do you want to turn this into an ice rink?" Up above, the secretary looked down and saw the thickening dark clouds. She asked in doubt, "Young Marshal, when did you learn to absorb such powerful ice powers?" He sat calmly in his chair, using his other identity to explain, "Oh, I'm the physical partner of Xianming." Hearing this, she asked, still puzzled, "Does a partnership even involve physics?" He then lowered his head slightly, softly confirming, "Every void energy has a physical counterpart." Below, the defense shields were gradually cracking under the relentless assault. People started running in panic, shouting, "I can't hold on any longer.
Goodbye, you guys. Anyone who wants to protest, feel free to do so.
Then, another voice quickly reminded, if we concede now, Jiang Buyu will cause even more trouble for us. Next, another person collapsed to the ground and confirmed, I give up, anyway, the young marshal really won't let us die. They had been beaten to a pulp. Mu Hong tried to heal the injured using the power of life and reminded the others, the ice ball is blind, we'll really die if we give up.
Stop struggling and surrender quickly.
Seeing this, several of the more fearful ones immediately ran in and shouted, whoever wants to die can keep resisting, I'm going to surrender to the young marshal now.
Goodbye, including the direction of the head. Upon witnessing this, Lin Dong Leang couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Alright, you guys retreat, retreat.
Who told us our skills aren't as good as theirs?
He's willing to submit.
The mushroom-headed man standing among the crowd also spoke up, likely to leak some information. Jiang Buyu invited the outside forces first, truly despicable and shameless. Nearby, another person, arms raised, confirmed, the young marshal's fighting style has never been picky about Xiaoxia, as long as it leads to victory, anything is fair game. He's never been defeated in the past 5 years. The healing system quickly got to work, the energy intense saving the injured on the ground. Suddenly, he descended and stood in front of them, mocking, I thought you guys were so tough because you had the strength.
Who would have thought that only half an hour in, and I already couldn't keep going?
Seeing that, everyone turned their gaze toward him.
Finally, their thoughts began to surface one by one.
The Mandarin spoken by the young marshal today seemed exceptionally flawless.
Is this just my illusion?
Then, another person spoke up, muttering to himself.
This is so strange. The accent of the young marshal today isn't that of the boiled bamboo shoot. Next, he questioned them again, clearly dissatisfied. Young Master Zhong's Mandarin is obviously very accurate. You all shouldn't be speaking ill of him.
Never mind, anyway, soon I'll play the acting cute card to correct your distorted thoughts. Xiaoxia decided to let it slide. He quickly extended his hand towards them and, with a serious expression, asked aloud.
I really don't understand what you guys are rebelling against here with this ice ball thing?
Then, he answered his own question.
Isn't it because of the Guan family affair?
At that, the mushroom-headed guy immediately cried out, his tears smeared as he scolded him. We've risked our lives for you, bloodied the battlefield, and in the end, you treat us like this.
Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Then, someone else spoke up, questioning Zhong Yuan. Without us, there wouldn't be your achievements today. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan unleashed a supreme air of power, his body glowing with brilliance as he reminded them sternly.
Have you ever fought for me?
You clearly just want to elevate the leader to a higher position to make a play for the noble families.
But I just happen to fit that requirement.
Before this skill, the 3 leaders of the rebellion also stared in bewilderment, shouting their thoughts out loud, their wide eyes fixed on him. What he said seems to make sense.
Ah, young marshal, this is the awakening of the world. Why do I suddenly feel that the resistance earlier was meaningless?
Seeing this, he took a step forward, and they bowed their heads with helpless expressions, offering an explanation. Today, when you protested against me, what you wanted to uphold were simply the human rules between noble families. Then he added, however, all rules not supported by strength are nothing but scrap paper, they can be torn apart at any moment. You can oppose me at will, and I can retaliate as I please. In the end, the one with the bigger fist will have the final say. At this, the scene fell silent, everyone gaping as they looked at him. Then, Zhong Yuan stepped onto the stairs and, with a smug smile, asked those below, I used the power granted by the noble family to gain strength, but then suppressed the noble family in return.
Do you accept this?
Lin Dong Leang shouted affirmatively, I do not accept. Next to him, the guy with green hair also yelled out, indicating, I do not accept either. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan raised his hand to the back of his neck, looking up with a sneer, affirming that it was right not to accept. Then, he looked down at them from above with cold, contemptuous eyes and confirmed.
Human beings are all selfish.
If you place a selfish person in a position where they can suppress you, they will certainly betray you. Immediately after, Zhang Yuan stood on the platform, extended his hand toward the crowd below, and began shouting passionately. The workers have used their blood and sweat to create the weapons and protective gear in your hands, and have also nurtured the different races within the domain boundary so you can hunt the void stars.
However, you use this power to benefit the noble families. That is a betrayal of them. Upon hearing this, those below looked up at him in shock.
Then, he turned around, stepped onto the stage, and continued speaking. As long as humans have selfish motives, people from different classes will inevitably have conflicts of interest and try to break rules that do not benefit them. Selfishness cannot be eradicated, but unity can narrow the power gap between classes and implement fair and just rules to the end. He then added, equality is not the pursuit of hollow emotions, but the maintenance of practical benefits. There was no one below who could refute his words. Right after, Xiang Chan looked up at him and shouted in affirmation, we, even when united, still can't defeat you. Zhang Yuan, looking down at them from above, shrugged and confirmed, because there are too few of you. If you stood with the people, who could still shake you? Then, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and urged the crowd below to strike. He shouted loudly, times have changed. The nation H of today no longer has an emperor standing at the pinnacle of power.
Everyone, including you, is the master of this land. Protecting the interests of the people is protecting your own interests.
The crowd below remained silent for a moment as they stared at him, before they all joined in, shouting together. Fight for the people, fight for the people. Behind, the secretary blushed and assessed him with a newspaper in hand.
Today, young Marshal looked exceptionally handsome.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, standing at the front, raised his hand to comb through his hair blown by the wind, smiling arrogantly as he listened to the cheers below. Later, in Zhang Buyu's room, he had reverted to his true form, holding a document and asking Wang Peding, who had been interrogating the Guan family members all night. Thank you for your hard work, Chief Wang. You've been lying on the chair, waiting for confirmation from the tops. Luckily, with help from me and Commander Jiang, we were able to perform some preliminary filtering. The workload has been significantly reduced. He then picked up the papers and began to reorganize them. Afterward, he rested his head on the armrest and turned to look at Xiao Chui, sighing with a resigned expression. Almost all members of the Guan family have absorbed or used interference.
They likely used interference for illicit activities.
However, the crimes they committed go beyond just one or two offenses. He paused, then added, Jiang Hongling, the former commander of the South, repeatedly ordered the Guan family to interfere with others. The goal even includes Zhizhen Fong Yumo's younger brother, as well as their father, Fong Jinglei. The two individuals in the family looked toward the group of other malicious people. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan, holding the document, with an angry expression, almost spat out each cold word, confirming aloud, all cases related to Jiangling will not be filed in the Bureau of Case Control's records and will be handled separately for you to keep.
He then added, other criminals will be dealt with according to the law.
Immediately after, he stood up, full of authority, gazing into the distance, and affirmed, any disturbance or excessive danger absolutely cannot be left unchecked. Once again, he affirmed, I will manage the entire Void Star under the banner of number 8 Jiu, disrupting or prohibiting any unauthorized actions.
Ordinary energy users will absorb the disturbance or energy.
Beside Wang Peding, upon hearing him speak, also raised his head, his Xiao Chui expression looking up. Under the effect of the super cute acting cute, everyone around him went wild, eagerly pulling out photos in an attempt to make a match. An elderly woman said, Young Marshal, my granddaughter is 20 this year, gentle and kind-hearted, may I give her a chance? A young man said, Young Marshal, my cousin, 25 this year, has never had a boyfriend and is gentle and kind. Another young man wearing glasses also said, Young Marshal, my aunt's daughter is 16 this year, and her academic achievements are outstanding. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, disguised as Jiang Buyu, could only feel helpless. I think I only have myself to blame for using the ultra-powerful acting cute tactic, not being careful and accidentally triggering bipolar tendencies, plus a whole bunch of people trying to set up young Master Jiang with blind dates. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but silently analyze the composition of Jiang Buyu, which was 5% arrogance, 10% cunning schemes, 10% gluttony, 15% straight and stubborn, 20% brainless, and 40% talent for comedy. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, young Master Jiang is usually too lonely, with no one even to cook for him at home, so I should help him break his single status. Thus, Zhong Yuan instructed his secretary, schedule all the matchmaking appointments for tomorrow afternoon. You can arrange them as needed, no minors, and prioritize those who know how to cook. The secretary responded, understood. After handling all the matters, Zhong Yuan finally returned to his room, letting out a long sigh of relief. Phew! Zhong Yuan, exhausted, mumbled, finally, a moment of peace. It turned out that Commander Jiang had anticipated the situation earlier and specifically reminded him not to let Jiang Buyu commit any crimes related to pedophilia. Yizhen, who was behind him, sighed and said, Master No. 8's foresight is indeed meticulous. Zhong Yuan transformed into a black cat and jumped toward the window, calling out to Yizhen. Zhong Yuan asked, given how I've treated the aristocratic family today, do you harbor any resentment? Yizhen replied, resentment? What resentment? Zhong Yuan, in his black cat form, said, the difficulties you've faced in life have mostly been due to the mistreatment you've received from the aristocratic family. But I've shown mercy towards them, advising them to turn towards the right path. As for the Guan family, it's about resolving the issue without pushing them to the edge of ruin. Even wanting to protect your enemy. Yizhen was silent for a moment before expressing what was on his mind. It would be a lie to say he didn't harbor hatred, but he also understood that what he truly despised was not any specific descendant of the aristocratic families, but rather the prevailing mindset of those families that placed personal connections above everything else. Yizhen said, although Zhou Ya may not be a good person, Mr. Bai's words are very true. The talent to absorb Void Star depends on the inheritance of one's family, and this is the greatest injustice in the world. Yizhen calmly continued, as long as this injustice exists, the aristocratic families will endure forever. No matter how much we struggle and resist, we can only prolong our final breath. Zhong Yuan, in the shape of a cat, said, sorry, in the end, I still chose to preserve the bigger picture, and I've wronged you. Yizhen replied, actually, ever since Jiang Buyu knelt before me, more than half of my resentment disappeared. There must be many people in this world like you guys. Yizhen smiled faintly and added, people who aren't afraid to dirty their hands, yet still want to bring this filthy world to light. So rather than resentment, what I feel in my heart is more hope. Zhong Yuan, in the shape of a cat, said, so, I'll take that as you acknowledging my actions today. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the door leading to the room behind. He silently transmitted a teasing message. Young Master Jiang, how long do you plan to eavesdrop from the next room? You can't keep pretending to be asleep, can you? It's already past 3. Drinking tea before, drinking tea, drinking tea. After a while, Zhong Yuan sat in a pavilion and said, Jiuqiu can indeed issue a prohibition to disrupt or interfere with abilities, but you need to turn your provisional status into official before it can be done. Is it convenient to make it official now? Shishio replied, anytime. Shishio continued, you said that you don't like others making decisions about your life without permission. Therefore, I specifically called you here this time just to confirm this matter directly with you. Becoming official means you will become the ultimate trump card of all the void energy wielders in Nation H. You won't be able to refuse or escape when faced with the most dangerous and difficult tasks. Have you truly decided? Zhong Yuan responded. I've decided, Shishio warned, you can't throw the card away like you did with the drone incident. Zhong Yuan casually said, Zhu Ji, the prohibition to interfere has no benefit for you personally. If you don't have the awareness to take responsibility for the future of Nation H, then why would you waste your effort on such a futile thing? Zhong Yuan continued, this land holds your ideals, the people you care about, and the responsibility of Jiuqiu happens to be protecting them. So, if you want to become Jiuqiu, you need the power that comes with this responsibility in order to better achieve your goals. Zhong Yuan called Zhu Ji and asked, what is your ideal? Shishio replied, Sai, I admit that I'm somewhat obsessed with love. It's been almost 20 years, and I still can't forget her. At first, he joined Jiuqiu to escape reality,
and later, all his efforts were just to become someone worthy of her.
Zhou Yuan said, Jiuchu is the backing of the people of Nation H. Number 6 is the leader of Jiuchu. It has nothing to do with whether you love Ant Foam or not.
Shi Xiu involuntarily cried.
Zhou Yuan continued, give your career the freedom it deserves, don't force it to be bound by your emotions.
You also hope that Ant Foam will marry Qi Xiu, not the position of number 6 of Jiuchu, right?
The secretary came in and spoke to Feng Zhuzhen, Director Feng, number 6 asked me to give this to you. Feng Zhuzhen furrowed his brows, opened the letter, and read.
What's this? 6 p.m. tonight.
Feng Zhuzhen read the content of the letter aloud. At the bridge where we first met, we won't leave without meeting.
What era is this? You still have to write a small note for a dinner date.
Feng Zhuzhen said, speaking of which, I can't even remember where Shou brother and I first met on a bridge.
It's been so long, I have no impression left. The secretary was startled, hinting, you really don't remember? Then you can ask him? Feng Zhuzhen asked. Where is he now? The secretary replied, he's probably still at the Zizhou Chu yard nearby.
Back in the elegant courtyard, Zhang Yuan had left, and Qi Xiu seemed to have disappeared too. It turned out he had gone to the newly decorated house, the beauty of a handsome man. Qi Xiu, having shaved his beard, stood before the mirror, talking to himself.
Hey, shave your beard off.
It reluctantly makes you look a bit younger, but you're still the same stubborn person who never lets anything slide.
Zhong Yuan said, when in doubt, you should recite something. The second to last sentence from the record of Yeyang Tower will do, but it's a bit too direct.
Maybe it's better to recite the Zhixiang Shu instead. At that moment, Feng Zhuzhen pushed the door open and called out, Xiu brother, where do you want to go for dinner?
We can just go there together.
Qi Xiu was startled and let out a stream of incomprehensible words.
Feng Zhuzhen didn't mind and said, why bother with childish games like writing notes?
Qi Xiu said, that. You sit in the courtyard for a while first, I need to prepare something. Feng Zhuzhen exclaimed, oh, just a little while. Afterward, Qi Xiu finished his preparations and stepped outside to fulfill his long-held wish. Qi Xiu looked around for Feng Zhuzhen and was about to call her, but then hesitated. He saw Feng Zhuzhen standing on tiptoe, admiring the scenery inside.
Qi Xiu asked, the courtyard's view, haven't you grown tired of it after so many years? Feng Zhuzhen turned and answered, no, I haven't.
Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the sunshine, rain, and snow, from morning till night. Though every time I come here, the scenery seems the same, it's still never exactly the same. Qi Xiu gathered all his courage and said, Ajahn, I have something I want to give you. Qi Xiu took out a ring box and said, this ring, I bought it 18 years ago, planning to give it to you. Although it's a bit late now, and it's lost its original meaning, I still want to give it to you. Feng Zhuzhen held the ring, then sighed and said, what do you want to do with this carbon-cut cubic crystal placed right in the center? Qi Xiu, with a dismissive tone, said, this is called a ceremonial feeling.
Feng Zhuzhen replied, ceremonial my foot, I'm here summoning the evil god of hedonism.
Qi Xiu helplessly covered his face and said, fine, fine, fine.
If you don't like this elemental carbon crystal, can I at least read you a passage?
Feng Zhuzhen said, go ahead. Qi Xiu raised his voice and began, if I love you. Feng Zhuzhen, utterly bored, said, do you need to add if to I love you?
What's this nonsense?
Qi Xiu shouted, you, Feng Zhuzhen, are at a loss for words.
I've been helping you raise a son for over 10 years, can't you tell that I love you?
Qi Xiu continued, last time, you hinted at marrying me, and I told you I've already married science.
Feng Zhuzhen logically responded, love is an emotion, marriage is a contract. They're not the same.
Qi Xiu collapsed and said, can this steel-hearted woman like me ever love you?
Can you just say it clearly?
Feng Zhuzhen happily responded, yes, I love you.
Then, Feng Zhuzhen leaned closer and asked, do you want to take me as your husband? Will you marry me?
Qi Xiu, embarrassed, replied, no, not me, you.
Finally, Qi Xiu said, isn't it possible for me to pretend?
You are the tree,
and I am the cotton flower. Is that all right? Fong Yuan happily replied, I've been waiting for that line from you.
Meanwhile, in another part of the bedroom, Fong Jing spoke to the black cat version of Zhong Yuan. Yuan, you've succeeded. My mother said she'll marry Zhuji next year.
How did that happen? The black cat Zhong Yuan asked. Your wish, I've made it come true. I had Zhuji read an essay for Aunt Fong.
Fong Jing went silent, simply unable to imagine what Fong Yuan would think if he heard Qishio read the essay.
Finally, Fong Jing said, Forget it, never mind. Which table do you want to sit at for the banquet? Zhong Yuan replied, I'll sit at the children's table with Lan Lan. Fong Jing said, All right then, we'll go with that. Set an alarm so you don't oversleep. The black cat Zhong Yuan answered. Okay. Jiang Buyu said. This is bad. You've completely changed my morning tea routine. Now, without coffee, I won't be able to eat or drink properly. Zhong Yuan, with no way to respond, said. You watched me make coffee this whole time and still haven't learned? Jiang Buyu replied. I've tried, but it doesn't turn out the same as when you make it. Zhong Yuan asked. Have I ever told you that I don't need to eat, that I have no sense of taste or smell when I sleep? Jiang Buyu responded. I can tell. Every time you cook something new, you always ask me to check if it's salty or bland. Zhong Yuan said, so if you tell me it tastes different, I really don't know, let's not talk about this anymore.
Wang Padi just sent me a message saying that everyone in the Guan family, including Iron Fortress, had encountered an unexpected situation. Zhong Yuan said, they started going crazy since last night and kept rereading some poorly rated catastrophe novels on the Tomato Novel website, including, but not limited to, The Wife of the Troubled Main Character. My network, it's up to you to reverse it, but from the start, I was already pushed into the snake pit. Jiang Xiling, do you have any clues? Jiang Buyu replied indifferently. Anyone who plays with human hearts will eventually be played by others. He called this phenomenon a stick that doesn't hit its owner's back. Zhong Yuan asked, when they captured them, didn't they use Infinite Dreamscape, intentionally waiting for me to grab hold of the Zheng family's handle before they acted? Jiang Buyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Zhong Yuan said seriously, old Zhang gave orders to stir up trouble for the Guan family or others. Most of the heads of the major families have already known about this matter. Even if it were to be made public, it wouldn't shake the position of the Zhang family. On the contrary, if I choose not to make it public, it would be equivalent to sitting in the same boat as the Zhang family. Jiang Buyu awkwardly said, all right, you admit that your schemes are intricate and unscrupulous, you just want to pull me onto your ship. Zhong Yuan replied calmly, I've seen through it, but your magic is really too special, I'm happy to be deceived. The joy came too soon, leaving Jiang Buyu stunned and speechless. Then, he scratched his head and used a technique to change the subject, saying, what was it again? All right, today is the final match of the university tournament. What kind of reward do you want? A void star or something? Zhong Yuan asked in surprise, can I choose it myself? Jiang Buyu replied, the void star as a reward was already decided from the beginning. It's just a normal ability, not considered a strategic level one. I'm afraid you wouldn't care much about it. After hearing this, Zhong Yuan became interested and asked, what kind of abilities are there? Jiang Buyu listed them, from origin energy, super level reproduction, material creation, super resolution, mental collapse, speed up, high temperature. There's also the soul rending burst that one Renjiu absorbed, but it hasn't been reported as the super level Ling Shang, which was originally intended for Ring Shang. Jiang Buyu continued, additionally, I've helped you find a void star that can break the curse level. The breaking ability allows you to see through abilities of a lower rank without affecting the effectiveness of others. For example, if you break through my infinite dreamscape, you can forcibly turn the dream into a lucid dream, while courage can only break through the dream, not make it lucid. Zhong Yuan was shocked and asked, I only mentioned the breaking ability a few days ago, and you've already prepared it for me?
Jiang Buyu replied, yes, for this Void Star, do you want to follow the tournament's process, or Jiuchu's process? Zhong Yuan said, the tournament's process is fine. The rewards for the top 3 in both individual and team events are Void Stars of the talent level. The reward for the individual competition that I want is Destruction, Supercharged Energy, Far-Reaching Destruction, and Super Resolution. I will not participate in the team competition reward and will let my teammates divide it themselves. On the day of the university tournament, the voice of the host echoed throughout the arena. Hello, everyone. What you are watching right now is the 2043 University Tournament of Void Ability Users. The much anticipated final of the individual competition will begin in 5 minutes. The 2 hosts, one male and one female, spoke. Contestant Zhong Yuan and contestant Fong Jing from Chungying Academy have each gone through many battles and are finally facing off in the final. Not only are they from the same school, but they are also teammates in the same team. They won the team championship just 3 days ago. The 2 of them stood on the arena and looked at each other. The host said, facing Fong Jing, the strongest healing system in Country H, will Zhong Yuan choose to show courtesy, or will he fight with everything he's got? Zhong Yuan turned to ask the referee, the individual competition uses a complete double elimination system, so I have to lose both rounds for Fong Jing to be considered the winner, right? The referee answered, correct, Fong Jing is in the losers bracket and has already lost once. If he loses again, you will win. Zhong Yuan said, oh, then I'll concede the first match. Fong Jing said, you're confident you can beat me 100%, are you? Zhong Yuan replied, the first time we faced off, you lost, so I'll take the loss this round too. Give it back to him, Fong Jing said. Respectfully, I follow your command. The female host said, oh, it seems like they are about to settle the score in a real match. This one will be serious. The referee called out, both contestants, ready. Fong Jing assumed his stance. Zhong Yuan also prepared for battle. The referee started counting down, 2. A certain energy seemed to rise between them, making the crowd feel an almost palpable tension, drawing their attention. The final count echoed, 1. Suddenly, Fong Jing dashed forward and shouted loudly, rock paper scissors. Zhong Yuan was startled, not understanding what was happening. Then, Zhong Yuan quickly reacted, raising his fist. The host said, right at the start, Fong Jing suddenly shouted rock paper scissors. Zhong Yuan only saw Fong Jing showing scissors, while Zhong Yuan showed rock. The host continued, Zhong Yuan quickly adapted to the rock paper scissors mode. This win, in the blink of an eye, was decided in a flash. The screen began to replay the earlier moment. The host said, this happened so fast that it was over before anyone could fully catch it. The high-speed camera had captured the scene. Let's watch the video again. As the hands were about to collide, Zhong Yuan's hand seemed to open, forming a fist. The host explained, when Fong Jing shouted rock paper scissors, Zhong Yuan reacted instantly. Fong Jing made a fist, while Zhong Yuan formed a paper. As a result, Fong Jing's fingers slightly spread apart. The host said. In the midst of the movement, Fong Jing's 2 fingers spread apart, ready to turn into scissors. Instantly, Zhong Yuan's hand, which had been open, suddenly withdrew in a flash. The host continued. At the same time, Zhong Yuan's hand also began to pull back, preparing to turn into a fist. The female host Chun Yun excitedly said. In that brief 0.1 second interval, both sides changed their moves simultaneously. In the end, Zhong Yuan came out one step ahead. This match can truly be called a pinnacle showdown of psychology and hand speed. Fong Jing crossed his arms and said, still using your ability, that's too much. Zhong Yuan replied, couldn't help it. I automatically predict, even if I wanted to lose rock paper scissors, I couldn't. Fong Jing rubbed his back as he walked away, saying, not playing anymore, not playing anymore. Goodbye. Then the referee raised his hand and shouted. The winner, Zhong Yuan. The entire audience erupted, cheers of excitement echoing through the skies.
In the monitoring room of Zhong Lan's team, Zhang Xiong said. Double champion of both the individual and team tournaments, Zhong Yuan is truly at the top. Zhong Lan happily shouted. As expected of my brother. Even in rock paper scissors, he's the strongest. Zhong Lan immediately called Zhong Yuan and asked. Brother, congratulations on becoming the double champion of the tournament.
When are you coming back? Zhong Yuan replied. Now. Zhong Lan exclaimed in confusion. Ha!
Seeing Zhong Yuan open the door and step in carrying 2 trophies, Zhong Lan shouted.
You know how to teleport? Zhong Yuan said, it's simple.
The 2 brothers sat on the chairs, and Zhong Lan said, actually, it's not that I think you're good looking and want you to compete, but Zhong Yuan said it's because you're someone who pays special attention to the spiritual contract. I'm afraid if you get angry, you might tear up the agreement with Lin Dong Leang, and then you'll feel guilty. Zhong Lan replied, Zhong Yuan's face grew cold as he looked in another direction and said, now is the time to settle old scores with him. Meanwhile, Lin Dong Leang walked back and forth anxiously, muttering to himself, he did it, he really did it. At first, he said he wanted to make it into the top 10 in the individual competition, which proves his talent is even greater than Zhong Lan's. He could replace Zhong Lan in the fight. And Taigu, leading a group of people, came over and said, Lin Dong Leang, now that the competition is over, the grudges between you and the Zhong Yuan brothers should also come to an end. Lin Dong Leang responded, with the mess I've made with Zhong Yuan now, I'm afraid he won't be willing to join the Night Hawk team.
And Taigu said, what are you thinking? And Taigu continued, have you seen this document?
These are all the pieces of evidence of the crimes you've committed since becoming a void energy wielder. Today, I am charging you with a series of offenses, including aiding and abetting murder and illegal trafficking, and I will take you to a military court.
Lin Dong Leang was arrested but still stubbornly said, what? I've never done anything like that. And Taigu said, do you still remember the talents of void energy you discovered among ordinary people?
Lin Dong Leang, confused, replied, I haven't paid attention to them in a long time. And Taigu calmly responded, one of them, after countless failed attempts to absorb the void star, was abandoned by you and ended up committing suicide in despair.
2 others faked their deaths to escape the military zone.
Currently, one has been confirmed dead, while the other has been captured and charged. Additionally, the most ruthless one became a serial killer after going mad and seeking revenge on society. And Taigu continued, moreover, you kidnapped Zhong Lan, a teenager, causing irreparable harm to them. All of this together amounts to a death sentence. Lin Dong Leang panicked and shouted, no, I didn't. They did all of this on their own, it has nothing to do with me. And Taigu said, Jiuchu's number 8 has ordered strict control over void star interference and an investigation to see if any involved personnel have incited these crimes.
Have you heard about this? Lin Dong Leang replied, I never used interference abilities.
I discovered talents based on void energy sensing.
And Taigu said, the methods you used to discover talents among ordinary people are no different from interference, aren't they?
Lin Dong Leang continued to deny, I am not guilty, I am innocent.
I never told them to do that.
And Taigu responded, the interference itself is innocent, but inciting others to commit suicide, escape, or murder is a real crime.
And Taigu no longer wanted to say much and immediately gave the order to take the person away. Lin Dong Leang angrily shouted, no. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the blind date that Zhong Yuan had arranged for Jiang Buyu. The secretary said, young marshal, I have arranged today's blind date schedule as per your instructions. The matchmaker aunt pointed to the several young women behind her and said, these ladies are excellent in their skills, and the dishes they make will surely suit your taste. Jiang Buyu asked, where is the food? She wanted to ask, do you want them to cook right now? Jiang Buyu, with a naturally calm tone, said, they're applying for the position of chef but didn't bring any food? Then he took out a lunchbox and proudly showed it off, see this? This is what my cat made for me. If they can't match its skills, there's no need to continue. He then raised a photo of his cat, showing the exact same image, and said, "This is it, cute, right? If they aren't as cute as it, there's no need to continue." The matchmaker, seeing this, loudly declared, "Young Marshall is together with Fury, and everyone is becoming catwives." The young women responded, "No problem," and then left, bewildered, under the stunned gaze of Jiang Buyu. A moment later, Jiang Buyu, sweating coldly and terrified, let out a soft, eerie voice, "Young Marshall meow, meow meow meow." Not only were there several cat women, but two incredibly muscular cat men were also meowing, begging for affection. Jiang Buyu screamed in fear, "I understand the reasoning. Why is there still a man? There's no need for a man to love, my dear." The matchmaker rubbed her hands and said, "Don't focus too much on gender." Then, leading the group forward, Jiang Buyu became even more panicked and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Oh. Jiang Buyu, desperate, went completely crazy and made up another excuse. "I'm flipping the card now. I'm a fan of machinery, I only like beings without life. Preferably version 404, or 59, if not, just give me a copy of the Rabbit Fairy to collect." Jiang Buyu spoke very seriously, "If I marry a carbon-based creature, within 3 days, I'll kill her to prove my faith. I said it, if you're not afraid of death, then come. I never expected you wouldn't be afraid of it. Those who are afraid, go back." A cat girl stepped forward, saying she could marry the young Marshal. "I would even die willingly." At that moment, Jiang Buyu was scared. He broke the window with one strike, jumped out, and said, "I can't mess with you guys, why can't I leave?" His voice carried a deep sense of regret, dragging out the tone. The young Marshal, falling, was free. Jiang Buyu quickly activated super resolution. The ground below exploded, all broken down into a dense mass of high-pressure gas that shot upwards. Jiang Buyu landed safely, and Zhong Yuan, in cat form, was waiting below, praising the technique. Using super resolution to break the ground into tiny particles. The air was expanded due to the evaporation of particles, then used as a cushion for landing. From then on, the landing was stabilized. Jiang Buyu said, "It's a bit of a waste of resources." Unexpectedly, the female attendants had already blinked down and were rushing towards them, shouting, "Young Marshal, don't run." Jiang Buyu was so frightened that his soul almost fled. He immediately scooped up Zhong Yuan in his cat form and used super camouflage to make their escape. Zhong Yuan, in his cat form, then transmitted his voice, "Young Master Jiang, you're not a child anymore. Stop avoiding the major event of your life." Jiang Buyu replied, "My 7-foot body has already pledged allegiance to the country. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Jiang Buyu said, "Stop talking about this. Let's go check out the good stuff I've prepared for you." Zhong Yuan asked, "What stuff?" Jiang Buyu answered, "Of course, the void stars." Jiang Buyu took out a wooden box and said, "I've gathered all the void stars from the different tribes that I could get for you. At least one of each kind, and some even have dozens." Zhong Yuan reverted to his human form, took a void star, and said in confusion, "My constitution can only absorb void stars of the same type to level up. I can't use so many different types." Jiang Buyu smugly replied, "I carefully thought about your constitution, which can absorb an unlimited number of void stars without risking explosion. I've come up with a plan that will level you up in a way that will shake the heavens." Jiang Buyu said, "The enhancement ability is calculated by multiplication, so go ahead and absorb some low-level great self-deficiency energy. At the same time, it opens up the possibility of easily achieving 100-fold amplification." The version of me back then was the omnipotent god. After hearing this, Zhong Yuan was stunned and said, "By using this method, I can activate the super-amplified upgraded version of all abilities with the least amount of void star absorption. This unique leveling method is something only you could come up with." Zhong Yuan reached his hand into the box and called out, absorbing all the terrifying white-blue energy that spread out around him. Jiang Buyu excitedly shouted, "Come on, let's devour the divine energy, let's eat." So, Zhong Yuan's skills continuously leveled up at an astonishing speed. After absorbing the entire pile of void stars, Zhong Yuan sat back in the chair, holding his head.
Jiang Buyu stepped forward and asked with concern, Jiang Xiao, are you alright?
Did absorbing too much void star at once cause some issues? Zhong Yuan replied, that bad premonition has come true. Jiang Buyu understood, asking, you mean the bad premonition that came when you awakened your future seeing abilities? Zhong Yuan responded, yes.
Zhong Yuan said faintly, as soon as I finished absorbing this void star, I felt that all the truths I had been searching for were right in front of me.
Even though I don't want to face it, I can't escape it.
Jiang Buyu said, you were the one who discovered your future prediction ability, and it was also you who used infinite dreamscape to bring you closer to the truth.
Zhong Yuan replied, I don't blame you, even if the path to the truth is a dead end. We still have to continue. Jiang Buyu sighed.
A moment later, Jiang Buyu reached out and opened the golden coffin-like bed of Zhong Yuan. He assessed the space inside and said, I think your bed is quite spacious, adding one more person wouldn't make it too cramped.
Zhong Yuan startled, looked up, and said, Jiang, you're deceiving me.
Jiang Buyu raised his fist and said, even if the road ahead is a dead end, I will fight alongside you to the end. I don't ask to live and die on the same day, in the same month, in the same year, only that we die on the same day, in the same month, in the same year.
Zhong Yuan replied, this is the hardest thing for me in all your wishes.
Jiang Buyu said, please.
Zhong Yuan firmly grasped Jiang Buyu's wrist and said, I will do my best.
The infinite dreamscape was activated again. Zhong Yuan appeared in a pitch-black space, with a golden light gradually illuminating along with the image of two men. Zhong Yuan remembered that this was the 4 years sealed within his body, merging into the dark world, to see what was inside it.
Zhong Yuan in my first life, I was in an accident.
The one who saved me was a brown-haired doctor. He said that his brainwaves were so weak that basically, he was in a vegetative state.
The dark blue-haired man beside him turned and said, didn't you say he was the most talented person you had ever seen? How could you just throw him into a sick room like trash?
The brown-haired person said, Lin Dong Leang's void energy sensitivity level is far inferior to mine, so it's normal that he couldn't detect his own talent. The dark-haired person asked, but those people still made a deal with the girl and promised to cure her brother's illness.
The brown-haired person replied, yes, his condition cannot be delayed any longer.
The restoration of brain function can only be initiated by you, and then he will gradually recover in the hospital. The dark-haired person agreed, when that time comes, bring him to me.
The dark-haired person raised his hand and used infinite dreamscape.
He said, I will open a realistic dream for you, so you can return to reality. Don't be afraid, as long as my power is still here, you can survive. The man with dark hair said, remember, I am the leader of Jiu Yao.
After that, the two of them left.
Watching their retreating figures, Zhong Yuan thought, the leader of Jiu Yao is Wang Zongsheng, the vice-commander of Huazhong.
I've looked up Wang Zongsheng's records before, and it's definitely this face.
But in my first life, this doctor never took me to meet Wang Zongsheng. Then, the image shifted again, showing the brown-haired boy being escorted by two people dressed in black. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan understood, thinking, oh, because he had an illegal transaction with Jiu Yao and was arrested by the Bureau of Case Control. At that time, I hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. It was only later that Wang Zongsheng used the connection from the V-Limited Dreamscape to find me.
Wang Zongsheng invited him to meet at a CAF. Wang Zongsheng said, this is the truth about void energy, do you want to join me in founding a world of fair and righteous governance? At that moment, Zhong Yuan asked, if I refuse, will you kill me to silence me?
Wang Zongsheng replied, I will erase your memories, so you forget that you ever met me.
Zhong Yuan candidly said, then I must refuse. Wang Zongsheng asked, why?
Zhong Yuan answered, a person chosen because of their talent is destined not to fight sincerely for fair and righteous governance. If all the members of Jiu Yao are chosen this way, then this organization will eventually collapse. Zhong Yuan thought, I refused him, but since he didn't take away my dreamscape power, I lived peacefully for the next 4 years. Afterward, Wang Zongsheng stopped seeking me out and shifted his focus to recruiting Yizhen. However, by then, Yijin had failed to absorb the void essence and be reborn 3 times in a row, and Wang Zongsheng considered him incurable in this way. On the ground lay the corpses of the cute bears, scattered carelessly. Among the crowd was Robert, who was also tossing a body down to Zhongyuan air. In order to find another way to cure Yijin, Wang Zongsheng had struck a deal with Deng Togguo and helped Robert sneak into the Shenangjia domain in exchange for Hua Zhong's price, to poach the cute bears raised there.
Wang Zongsheng held in his hand a strange pinkish-purple void star.
Seeing this, Zhong Yuan thought, in the first life, I did not intervene.
Robert successfully infiltrated the domain boundary and brought the cuddly star bear back to Deng Togguo. In return, Deng Togguo gave Wang Zongsheng an artificial void star containing the power of regeneration. Later, Yijin held the artificial void star and successfully revived. Zhong Yuan thought, the artificial void star is an exclusive technology of Deng Togguo, a consumable item. It does not require the user to absorb it to activate its power, but can only be used once. Wang Zongshan used the artificial void star to cure Yijin's illness and took him into Jiuyao.
Zhong Yuan thought that Yijin had used his telepathy ability to discover that Bai Luoho and Rong Rong were secretly betraying Jiuyao and reported it to Wang Zongsheng.
Wang Zongsheng decisively eliminated the traitors, and from then on, Yijin became an important force for Jiuyao.
The scene shifted to Yijin shaking hands with Roberts. Zhong Yuan thought that Yijin, on behalf of Jiuyao, once again cooperated with Deng Togguo, intending to use his telepathy ability to eavesdrop on the secrets of some void energy wielders in Deng Togguo. The scene changed again, showing a familiar figure walking along the road. Zhong Yuan recalled that their goal for this collaboration was Zhong Yuan thought to capture Fong Jing, whose arrogant and defiant expression was the same as ever.
Fong Jing was sitting at the dining table alone, and suddenly I had a question: what kind of person is Fong Jing? The answer was a lonely person.
This was Zhong Yuan's recounting after all the chaos had unfolded.
Fong Jing, he was different from ordinary people in every way.
After labeling himself as a member of a different race, he no longer expected to gain recognition among humans. Yijin used telepathy to discover Fong Jing's inner weakness, created a clone of him as bait, and eventually succeeded in kidnapping him onto Deng Togguo's pirate ship. Deng Togguo had also successfully obtained a cell sample from Fong Jing and began a series of experiments on Su Ri in the nuclear submarine laboratory located in the deep sea area. This purple dragon was Su Ri, coming from the race of the 10,000 nether dark dragons, a higher tier species. The void star of the 10,000 nether dark dragons has only one ability, which is Su Ri. All other abilities have merged into the flesh and become instinctive, no longer existing in the emptiness of love. The 10,000 nether dark dragons possess the power of time. The deeper they hold it, the further Su Ri can take them back. Combined with the eyes that can see lifespan, they can directly use Su Ri to make the target revert to its weakest state. Deng Togguo successfully created a replica of Fong Jing using the cell samples collected with Deng Togguo's catalytic technology. This replica developed at an incredibly fast rate. Within 1 year, it had grown to the point where it was even more exaggerated than Fong Jing. At that moment, a cargo ship carrying numerous cultural relics passed through the sea. These cultural relics had originally been placed at the Shandong Museum and were about to be returned to Nation H after being transferred to Deng Togguo for an 8-month-long exchange exhibition. The golden coffin in the Cultural Heritage Exhibition resonated with the replica of Fong Jing at the bottom of the sea, causing the void cave to quietly open on the sea. This void cave was the same one that appeared in Shandong City 10 years ago. The darkness in the previous void cave took away a large number of people. This time, the darkness took away the nuclear submarine carrying the replica of Fong Jing. 3 years later, this void cave reopened in the Shandong Museum. The replica of Fong Jing and the darkness merged and evolved, becoming a large claw that struck down and killed well. Su Ri of the large claw made me return to my weakest period. At that moment, it was when Wang Zongsheng used infinite dreamscape on me. These two powers reacted with the dark world inside the golden coffin simultaneously, sealing all 4 years of the world into my body. Zhong Yuan opened his eyes, feeling as if a long time had passed. At that moment, Zhong Yuan was dead. He was just a faint shadow standing by, watching as Feng Jing lay motionless on the ground. In Zhong Yuan's heart, there was only a single obsession to protect his sister, which fused with the dark world and the golden coffin, causing the dark world to carry Zhong Yuan's will. The final result seemed to be that I had been reborn 4 years ago, but not returned from death. Zhong Yuan said in a daze to himself, "That's why when I first reincarnated, I looked like a zombie. I didn't care about anything except Lan Lan, but Lan Lan spoke to me." Lan Lan's clear voice rang in his head, "Brother, your world is so vast. I'll be so lonely all by myself. There are so many beautiful sights in the world. Since I've come, why not go and see them?" Zhong Yuan had never been so calm. He told himself, "I am no longer an illusory flash of lightning. Everything I've experienced in this world has shaped anew me." While thinking, Zhong Yuan suddenly sensed something strange was happening. What's going on? Why has this force suddenly become so violent? It seemed like it was drawing closer, wanting to attack. Zhong Yuan immediately used a break technique to observe. Zhong Yuan quickly realized that the infinite dreamscape left by Wang Zhongshang within him was constructing a new world and wanted him to sink into it. Zhong Yuan dodged and firmly said, "I already know the truth, no more dreams, get away, don't come near me." He clicked his tongue in anger, thinking how troublesome this was. If he leveled up all the abilities he had just absorbed, he should be able to kick it out, right? Just at that moment, the system notification came through, "Your abilities have leveled up. Your abilities have leveled up. Your abilities have leveled up." Important reminder, 3 times. Empowerment level max. You have acquired a new ability, Ultimate Wish. Red level 1 can be upgraded. Ultimate Wish. All abilities of up to 6 targets are increased by 448%. Entering the Invincible state, Ultimate Wish level max. You have acquired a new ability, Shatter the Supreme Vow, a calamity level, cannot be upgraded. Shatter the Supreme Vow releases any ability in memory, with effects increased by 448%. There's also Super Acting Cute level max. You have acquired a new ability, Divine Acting Cute, a calamity level, cannot be upgraded. Divine Acting Cute is your charm, establishing an everlasting royal authority. Slowdown level max. You have acquired a new ability, upgraded to Absolute Immobility. Calamity level, cannot be upgraded. Absolute Immobility is the suspension of time for the target. You have received a new attribute, Divine. Zhong Yuan was stunned after hearing the list of new abilities. What caught his attention the most was the line, "You have received a new attribute, Divine." The scene before Zhong Yuan suddenly changed. He was puzzled, wondering why he had suddenly left the world of darkness. Where was this place? Zhong Yuan slowly moved forward, seemingly seeing many ancient scenes in what appeared to be a river-like stream, accompanied by annotations from a divine perspective. The earliest image he could observe was himself raising his hand to cast a spell. The origin of void energy was desire. He could see strange events unfolding. For eons, many powerful beings had yearned for eternal life and to live in another world after death. Their desires and corpses were sealed within coffins. They touched the boundary between life and death, and after a long time, lost their consciousness, becoming mere shadows. The golden coffin placed in the Shandong Museum preserved the shadow of the origin. This golden coffin was destined to become divine, and its future would adversely affect the past. The boundary between life and death was shattered by the power of a god. Void energy, on the other side, began to operate. The boundary between life and death started to function. The void energy at work corroded much of the remaining darkness on the boundary between life and death. Some shadows shattered into coffins before they could complete their evolutionary process, attracting their kin to the mortal realm. Some shadows had completed their evolutionary process within the coffins and activated spatial abilities, opening passages to the other side of the boundary between life and death. The path opened by the mature shadow was toxic. Some shadows possess a certain kind of responsibility and are always found in specific places. They are usually silent unless they sense the desire to open a path. This kind of wish often originates from the other side, the boundary between life and death. The owners of these wishes are often a group of alien creatures. These alien creatures were originally normal beings without any special abilities. They were corroded by the void energy that was active and began the process of endless self-evolution. Their evolution is also influenced by the wishes. The alien beings who longed to be loved evolved into acting cute. The alien beings who yearned for interaction evolved into rational understanding. The alien beings who longed for the appearance of the savior evolved into ultimate wish. The void star itself also has a wish to be used. Only humanity can absorb the power within and understand how to wield it. Once an alien creature fully masters a certain ability, this power will merge into their flesh and blood, passing down through generations via their bloodline. Other creatures will also evolve void energy after consuming the flesh and blood containing void energy. Inspired by this, human scientists began a study called the Heavens Rupture Experiment, aiming to make humans born with void energy. The first test subject was Fong Jing. He successfully harnessed the power of the 10,000 nether dark dragons and became a naturally born alien. The second, third, and fourth test subjects died immediately after birth and could not survive. The fifth test subject was Yuan. He successfully gained 3 abilities from the artificial void star: the ability of empowerment, the ability of death sense, and the ability of destiny link. The corrosion from void energy caused Yuan to be born with defects, but his regenerative ability allowed him to heal successfully. Possessing a survival instinct stronger than that of an ordinary person, he could survive even if he ate recklessly, and his appearance also gradually changed to become more attractive. The corrosion from void energy also made his mother's body more prone to miscarriage. However, Yuan instinctively activated his empowerment ability to ensure that his younger sister was born smoothly. This empowerment ability also made Yuan a genius, able to learn everything after just one attempt, and even cook deliciously. Death induction didn't allow Yuan to escape his fate of death, but it evolved into a predictive ability after death and continued to develop into a foreseeing power. Yuan reviewed all the subsequent images, which depicted his life at Chang'ing Academy, then his journey to Guangyuan City to compete. Hey, why do these images differ from what I actually experienced? Jiang Buyu completely can't resist acting cute, always looking for a cat instead of me. Although he uses reason to communicate with me every day, he can't eliminate the negative energy that comes with my absorption of Void Star. It seems like there are also events happening in the future. Yuan learned that Su Yuaning had secretly absorbed the healing wind, which was discovered by her family, forcing her to go to the Science Institute to eliminate the ability through Fongjing. In order to predict the outcome of the surgery, Yuan activated a long-term prediction about the future. However, his divine energy was exhausted, so he could no longer maintain the divine projection. The Dark World exploited the remaining power of Wang Zhongsheng's dreams to make Yuan dream. In the dream, Yuan became a living being with an endless life force, and every ability was forced to activate and could not be turned off, including telepathy and partial fragmentation. Yuan had no idea he was dreaming, abandoning thoughts within the dream and only acting on instinct. In the dream, Yuan joined Zhou Yao and became Wang Zhongsheng's adopted child to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. Because of this, he changed his hairstyle. Everyone at Zhou Yao, even the demonic-eyed ladybugs they kept, was influenced by the super-level acting cute. Without exception, they all turned into Yuan's slaves. Those he encountered during this time, like Fan La, who glanced at Yuan, were also transformed into slaves by the super-level acting cute. Seeing this, Yuan was also astonished. He was shocked and couldn't understand it. He was going through something similar to Yijin in his first life within this dream. At the end of the dream, the power of the Dark World revealed itself, and the power of acting cute spread to these people in reality, turning them into slaves of acting cute in the real world. First, by Xianli, then Ing Shang, and Rong, those who betrayed Zhou Yao, were all killed. Afterward, Yuan entered the domain boundary, absorbed a large number of cuddly starbears, and his super-level acting cute evolved into god-level acting cute. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed, and Zhong Yuan gained forbidden powers that did not belong to this world, becoming a divine being roaming the mortal realm. Zhong Yuan stood in front of Yijin and spoke directly. Yijin, if one day I am completely corroded by the negative energy of the Void Star, utterly degraded, and my gaze becomes pensive, I ask that you personally end me. The events that followed were influenced by the divine power of acting cute. I turned everyone in the world into slaves of acting cute. At the same time, Deng Togwa failed to kidnap Feng Jing, but discovered another person who had been poisoned by the 10,000 nether dark dragons. Suddenly, a figure appeared and spoke to Zhong Yuan. This is not a place you should be, nor is this the right time for you to be here.
Zhong Yuan stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. After thinking for a moment, he silently speculated, is this person from the future? But then, he suddenly snapped out of it. No, this person is the god at the end of the fate path I just saw. This is Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, not me. My attributes and abilities cannot return to their original form. The time in this place must be frozen. Could it be that only gods can enter this higher world? I just maxed out my acting cute attribute, which is why I ended up here. The one who came doesn't seem friendly, so I should pull him in first. To clarify the situation, Zhong Yuan reached out to shake hands with the other. Hello, another me. Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute frowned, staring at Zhong Yuan. Strange, you have abilities I've never absorbed before. Which version of me are you? Zhong Yuan was startled. It was just him, didn't he see his own fate? Zhong Yuan turned around, looked away, and said, I need to think about this issue first before I can answer. Then, Zhong Yuan silently thought, the reason why the Void Cave came into being was because the golden coffin carried the fate of Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute. Zhong Yuan will be unique because Zhong Yuan is destined to become a god. So that's how it is, I was just looking at Zhong Yuan's fate in chronological order. That's why it feels unreasonable for the future to affect the past. But if you step outside the timeline and view it from the perspective of fate, there was first the fate of Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute. And from Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, two paths branch out. Zhong Yuan receives the divine level power of acting cute, and Zhong Yuan has a unique nature. From this point, many things happen and develop rapidly. For Zhong Yuan receiving the divine level power of acting cute, at first, Zhong Yuan wanted to act cute. Acting cute made Zhong Yuan happy. Zhong Yuan lacked love, and the power of acting cute coexisted with the bear of acting cute, which is why void energy existed. As for Zhong Yuan's unique nature, others couldn't receive the divine level acting cute, and humans couldn't absorb the infinite void star. This is where the gap in innate talent and the highest absorption limit appeared. But on the other hand, Zhong Yuan could receive the divine level acting cute. Then, Zhong Yuan broke through the limits of humanity. In the end, Zhong Yuan died again and merged into the golden coffin. Zhong Yuan felt very strange. He could see his own fate, but he could not see his own fate. This shows that, in terms of fate, I appeared later than him. He has become a master of acting cute, and only by adding something else could he fully embody the god he is now. This something else is the gap between our fates. My negative energy has almost been completely eliminated by the rational wisdom of Jiang Buyu. But he couldn't get rid of his negative energy in the same way, so he can only try to sleep more. The negative energy contained in the Void Star alien race not only includes the pain of death, but also the desires they had when they were alive. Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute proves that he has already been deeply corroded by the negative energy of the cuddly star bear. If Jiang Buyu knew that I had turned my extreme emotions into the rational wisdom of him, which could eliminate my negative emotions, he would be amazed. He continuously performed by Lady Tuesday's blade, Sever Mang Ti, the indomitable intellect that neither enters nor falters, ready to deal a decisive punishment, only looking at what is advantageous, not considering emotions, cutting first and then angering, annihilating the cute bear who could no longer be human. Thinking of this, Zhong Yuan glanced at Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, secretly thinking to himself, I am unique, I am the true Zhong Yuan. Although he has the same appearance as me,
his essence is just a phantom representing the fate of becoming a god through acting cute. If I admit that this fate cannot change, then he is my future. On the other hand, if I create enough differences so that the end of fate points only toward me, Zhang Yuan then used his empowerment ability, pointing toward the river's heart. Then he is the past of me.
Zhang Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute suddenly asked. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan replied, I think the people of this world are too sentimental, so I wish them well. 120% rationality isn't too much, right?
Zhang Yuan grabbed Zhang Buyu by the hand, then used ultimate wish on him and said, and Zhang Buyu, who is too tangled up to be a commander, let's cast ultimate wish on him. A penalty of 448% is quite reasonable, don't you think? Zhang Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute was also casting a spell to summon 2 swords.
He said, don't you have any respect for fate and karma? Zhang Yuan coldly replied, if fate is foolish and karma is broken, then it's not worth fearing.
Zhang Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute's face was full of killing intent as he threw the sword directly at Zhang Yuan. Seeing the sword coming toward him, Zhang Yuan didn't resist and let it come.
Goodbye, my past self.
Zhang Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute swung his hand, cutting a path of sword energy toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan vaguely closed his eyes, feeling time flow once again. His great decision was beginning to count down, but the power of the dream seemed to still be wrapping around him.
At this moment, a giant black cat appeared, shouting at Zhang Yuan, feeling tired like this, wouldn't it be better to take a nap? Zhang Yuan looked at the magical beast in surprise and murmured, so, you want to dream?
The black cat responded, come on, fall into the wonderful dream I prepared for you and experience the extreme joy that acting cute can bring you. Without beating around the bush, Zhang Yuan immediately responded, I refuse. Instantly, he used his absolute immobility ability, creating a vortex in front of him.
The black cat was stunned by Zhang Yuan's action. Did you stop the time of the shadow world? Zhang Yuan believed that infinite dreamscape couldn't be activated immediately.
As long as your time is paused, the power of the dream will no longer corrode me.
The black cat, panicking, said, I am you. If my time is stopped, yours will be too.
Zhang Yuan calmly rebutted, no, you are the original owner of this golden coffin, and I am Zhang Yuan.
The black cat responded, we have long fused, there is no distinction between us. Zhang Yuan cut off its words, I refuse the depravity that you crave.
When our thoughts are no longer aligned, we will drift apart.
The black cat desperately explained, acting cute is not depravity. Don't you crave being loved by many people, being cherished in their hearts?
Zhang Yuan shouted at its face, liking everything in the world is, at its core, a form of recognition. The acknowledgement of objective value forms people's affection for material things, while the recognition of subjective will shapes affection between people. The material brain allows people to have their own will, making humans not just beings of matter but beings of spirit. Standing proudly in front of the massive black cat, Zhang Yuan declared, I hope others will recognize me as someone with thoughts and beliefs, rather than just a beautiful, rare, and powerful creature. The black cat spoke in an angry tone, if you want to draw a clear line between you and me, then return my power. All the abilities you gained from Voidstar were simulated by the world of darkness.
If you lose your power, you will only be trampled under my feet.
Suddenly, Zhang Buyu appeared, grabbing Zhang Yuan and pulling him out, successfully avoiding the black cat's attack. Zhang Buyu said, he isn't fighting alone.
The black cat was stunned, looking at Zhang Buyu, and asked, Zhang Buyu, how did you get in here?
Zhang Buyu smiled at the black cat and replied, lie down on Zhang Xiao's bed, close the lid, and you're in. Zhang Yuan, who was standing beside him, added, his logical connection has always been linked to the world of darkness. Even if he enters the world of darkness, he won't get lost.
At this point, the black cat no longer showed mercy, fiercely struggling and writhing in vain. All your abilities are in me, including telepathy. Relying on just 2 mortals cannot shake me. Zhang Yuan smirked, then asked, who says I have no abilities?
He listed his abilities one by one. The Heavens Rupture experiment granted me 3 initial powers.
My own evolutionary ability transformed empowerment into annihilate the prayer.
I can release any ability from my memories through annihilate the prayer. Each word Zhong Yuan spoke made the black cat shudder. Coincidentally, I once saw a dark world that could be slashed through.
Even an immortal body couldn't block that ability. The black cat, with a furrowed brow, speculated, "Are you talking about anti-number 1 from Jiuqiu?"
The information says that the effect of anti-number 1 is to manifest the essence of light for attacks, but there's no light here. Jiang Buyu happily took out a pen and raised it, saying, "What a coincidence, today I suddenly remembered that Jiang Shao still owes me a pen. So I went to the convenience store and exchanged it with Jiang Shao's points." This pen had a 7-colored laser light. As he spoke, Jiang Buyu pressed a button, and the laser light lit up. Powerful shockwaves also appeared. Seeing the light source, the black cat could hardly believe its eyes.
It opened its mouth in astonishment. What?
Then, both Zhong Yuan and Jiang Buyu worked in unison. They each held the pen and pressed the button, aiming the light straight at the sky. Jiang Buyu said, "Because it's raining, we want to tear apart this sky." Both of them shone the light onto the black cat, using the move 1 pen, infinite, and breaking the curse prayer. Anti-number 1 continuously shone light directly onto the black cat, causing it to scream in pain.
Within seconds, the black cat's body exploded, scattering yellow fragments around. Jiang Buyu looked ahead in confusion and asked, "Is it over?" But Zhong Yuan realized it wasn't finished yet.
Jiang Buyu looked ahead seriously and said, "Although the original owner of the golden coffin has died, the power of Wang Zongsheng's dream still exists. Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood." In acting cute appeared and said, "The fragments of the dark world gather under the power of dreams, transforming into an illusion of destiny that refuses to dissipate."
Zhong Yuan looked at them with a smug expression.
"It's pointless," he continued. "All your struggles are in vain. For the powerful force of the gods has pierced through time and space, binding the fate of everyone to me."
The white life vests surrounding him were a symbol of a person's throne. However, were these life vests bound to him by chains, tightly fixed to the chair he sat upon? He then said, "Everyone loves me and looks forward to my response. Are you really so heartless as to disregard their expectations?"
Zhong Yuan glared at him angrily. "You're just using god-level acting cute to forcefully distort their wills, making them obsessively offer everything they have and humbly beg for your attention." He pointed directly at him and continued, "Freedom is not seeking validation.
My mission today is to break the barriers of god-level acting cute and give them freedom."
But the other man coughed, and the power of the gods surged forward, causing no one to be able to finish their words. Suddenly, bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, leaving him stunned as he looked up. From within those shockwaves, a massive claw emerged, reaching down, and the claw crushed his throne to pieces. Zhong Yuan spoke again, "One suri is enough to strip you of your godhood." He was severely wounded by the attack of the claw. "It's impossible," he muttered, "the true form of this colossal claw hasn't even been born yet." In the blink of an eye, a man appeared from the massive claws, his eyes wide open, trying to figure out who I really was. At this point, he also recognized the person in front of him as Feng Jing. At the same time, the gigantic Feng Jing rushed forward to hold Jiang Buyu and Zhong Yuan in the palm of his hand. Zhong Yuan spoke to him, "There is a huge gap in the fate you've woven. The giant claws that killed me in my past life, the claws I will encounter in this life's future are not the same." Hearing this, the giant Feng Jing also became eager, which meant that any suri could become the giant claws, so I could as well. Zhong Yuan continued, "The illusion that I'd become a god is something I absorbed today, so just 24 hours of suri would be enough to strip away the divine power, turning us all back into ordinary humans."
At this moment, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute seemed irritated and loudly questioned, "How could you do this?" Feng Jing's fate clearly is to retract his claws and become human. Why would you let him turn into a monster?
However, Zhong Yuan rebutted, "Being human is not about possessing the appearance or strength of humans, but whether he has a human heart."
Feng Jing also happily stated, "This is how I choose to be human."
Zhong Yuan then flew up, extended his hand, and cast a spell. "If you want to talk about fate with me, then let those involved choose the future they desire." Immediately, Zhong Yuan sat back down in a chair across from Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, separated by a table. The next moment, Zhong Yuan grew larger and controlled Jiang Buyu with Feng Jing as they stood on the black raft. Zhong Yuan, cold and imposing, gazed at his opponent.
I don't need to strike. I can attack you directly.
At this point, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, reached into the chained rafts and spoke. Xiao brother, in the future, I will bring many benefits to Jiu Chu, and even let uncle and aunt Feng have a child to inherit both of their bloodlines. Shi Xiao and several others were bound by him.
Go and defeat the enemy in front of you, and gain a much brighter future. At this moment, Zhong Yuan summoned a swarm of butterflies carrying abundant spiritual energy. You wouldn't think that I've increased everyone's rationality by 20% in this multidimensional world as a joke, would you? Just a little bit of reason is enough to make the butterflies of fate stir up a storm. The butterfly flew towards Qixio, gnawing at the chain on his body. In an instant, the chain snapped. Qixio, using his own strength, shattered the chain and yelled loudly. Jiu Chu is the trump card to protect Nation H, not a dog tag to show identity. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, grew anxious. I treat Jiu Chu well. I've served Jiu Chu like a servant, without any complaints. Why are you like this? Shishio said, in your world, you've never seriously thought about your responsibility as number 6 of Jiu Chu, you're just stuck with this position, fumbling around. He continued. But in this world, you understand your responsibility. Jiu Chu is a blade, and if no one holds the blade with clarity, and if there's no direction to swing the blade, then it means nothing, no matter how sharp the blade is. Feng Zhuzhen also spoke up, you like Shou brother not because you were moved by his pursuit of you, but because you agree with the ideal of standing by him to protect Nation H. Tong Xian Yuan also believed that Jiu Chu could not use ignorance as an excuse for neglecting her duties. A girl also agreed with Zhong Yuan, stating that one should not use deadly force before fully understanding the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute immediately grew furious. All right, you are all rational, you are all noble. What about Su Yuaning? In my world, no matter how foolish she may be, she can still be forgiven by me, and I could even bring her into Jiu Chu as a favored companion. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Su Yuanying's neck, causing her to collapse in pain. He then stepped closer, lifting her chin with his hand. But at that moment, she was on the brink of being swept away by a wave of fury that could easily lead to her tragic death on the operating table. If she does not follow the fate I have arranged for her, she will never be healed, he said coldly. Zhuzhen reached out, snapping the chain and shouted loudly, this is a rare example of exceptional talent in absorbing the Void Star. I won't study this girl's experience with absorbing the Void Star, nor will I perform surgery to strip her of it. The chain around Yuaning was broken, and her eyes shimmered with tears as she listened to Zhuzhen. Foolishness has its value, her persistence is valuable. All she needs is someone to guide her. Su Yuaning bent down in agony and said, if it must be stripped away, then please strip away my ultimate wish for the Su family. I don't want anyone to pursue me. The power I gained without effort would negate all the hard work I've done. At that moment, everyone had returned, and we faced Zhong Yuan. He was eagerly watching the other party. Come on, continue. Let me see how many people truly don't want a rebel, how many are willing to become your slaves from the bottom of their hearts. Zhong Yuan, who had ascended to godhood and acting cute, waved his hand in panic to stop him. No, they're not slaves. They all have pure and beautiful familial love for me. My acting cute will only turn them into my family. He glanced at Wang Zhongshang and continued on this subject, my adoptive father will prove this for me. He felt pleased to have someone supporting him. However, Yizhen was frustrated and wanted to run away. Damn it, in your world, you trapped me with acting cute, and then said I'm so ugly that no one would want me. You're playing with me. He glared and shouted back, that's because you willingly betrayed Nation H and surrendered to Iron Tower Nation. But some things are just not the same. Wang Zhongshang, too, now looked at him and said, interesting. Who would have thought that in a world where acting cute becomes divine, we'd have a father-son relationship?
He added, "Father once gave me 4 or 5 lives, it's worth calling you father, adoptive father."
Wang Zongsheng continued, "You have my infinite dreamscape within you.
I can see your first life, and I can also see the entire karmic relationship between us. In your first life, at the age of 16, you were severely injured in an accident. I saved you with my infinite dreamscape, but you refused to join Zhou Yao. 4 years later, you encountered a void cave in a museum. The power of my infinite dreamscape had been sealed in your body for over 4 years and was reborn with you. But in this life, after your reincarnation, I did not use the infinite dreamscape to save you. You never warned me about the selection of participants in the divine competition, nor did I truly consider bringing Yizhen, who has telepathy. Since then, the invisible butterfly has continued to flutter its wings. That rebellious butterfly is now perched on Wang Zongshang and keeps flying around him. In the fate of your acting cute to ascend to godhood, the remaining power of my infinite dreamscape has caused you to fall into a long dream of becoming the heir of Zhou Yao. When you woke up, part of the dream returned to me so that I could dream the same.
Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute told you this was not just a dream."
Wang Zongsheng suddenly fell into deep thought, realizing that after waking from this dream, you would choose to take on a new identity and become my adopted child in the future. He said that by Xianli and Rong Rong's conspiracy to assassinate me had been thwarted by you.
You saved my life and removed the betrayers from Zhou Yao. But none of this can happen in reality anymore. Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute didn't understand what he meant by that.
Suddenly, a man beside Wang Zongsheng spoke up to explain. Because I have strengthened everyone's clarity, Wang Zongsheng truly wants to recruit Yizhen into the group of prodigies and will never stop paying attention to him. After hearing this, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute felt heartbroken and trembled as he collapsed onto the chair and cried.
He said, "So this is why you betrayed me, huh?
Fairness, trust, all of it. I treated you all so well, but you don't want to treat me fairly." Suddenly, he thought of Lan Lan and called her name.
Lan Lan.
Immediately, the image of Zhong Lan appeared and rushed down in front of him. He, full of hope, asked,
"You'll choose me, won't you? I've given you everything I have, and I've obeyed you, no matter how unreasonable your requests were."
Zhong Lan glanced at him with a displeased expression and then said, "In a world where the cute acting brother becomes a god, I've been spoiled into becoming a pig, both fat, arrogant, and lazy.
The affection gained from acting cute is superficial, a blurred line between right and wrong.
So, you've also used the same method to love me."
But he made an excuse, arguing that to love someone, shouldn't you be tolerant of everything about her?
Including her dark side. Suddenly, Lin Dong Leang, who had been floating on a raft, spoke up in agreement with him.
"Exactly, just like me."
He then flew down and continued. "I discovered Zhong Lan's talent for creating fake void energy. As someone in a higher position, I gave her precious void stars and a satellite phone. Zhong Yuan's attitude was so arrogant, but I didn't pursue it and allowed him to attend school with my younger sister. However, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute then yelled. He's forcing her to drain her life force to absorb the void star." But he himself thought,
"I didn't know about this."
The decision to drain her life force was hers alone.
"And because of that, you forgave me, didn't you?"
Upon hearing this, Zhong Lan became enraged and pointed directly at Lin Dong Leang. "Enough, the flame cloud wind king you gave me, the one you kept hidden and didn't report to the country, and the satellite phone you gave me, which is a necessary military resource that requires approval. Especially the funds for training void energy wielders at Chang'ing Academy, which also belong to the military district.
Based on what do you think you can control everything?
Your so-called care for me, so I shouldn't thank the country, but thank a scum like you who distorts the truth."
She continued. "If the love I receive is rotten from the start, I'd rather not have it."
As she spoke, Zhong Lan picked up the strawberry-shaped necklace and began to think. The others also expressed their opinions. Love without distinction between right and wrong will only encourage the darkness within people.
Only by removing the darkness can we welcome the light. Go ahead, Zhonglan, let us be your strength.
Immediately, a series of golden spiritual energy flows flew toward Zhonglan to empower her. With this, Zhonglan gained more motivation and flew into the air, casting spells.
Butterflies surrounded her.
What I love most is not the delicious strawberry cake, but the real strawberry cake itself. Zhonglan summoned her sword and gripped it tightly in her hand.
Justice is not love or indulgence with darkness, but hatred and slaughter against darkness.
Only pain and fresh blood can save those poor souls, lost in darkness without even realizing it.
With that, Zhonglan swiftly passed by Lin Dong Leang and struck him down with one swift blow.
He collapsed, unable to utter a final word. Zhonglan then said, the affection gained from acting cute nurtures the dark side of your heart and erodes your original intentions. Standing tall, Zhonglan raised her sword high and declared loudly, I am Zhong Yuan's sister, and I must protect his weakness. The darkness in his heart will be eradicated by my own hands. This left Zhong Yuan, who had ascended to godhood through acting cute, bewildered, his face showing sorrow. At this moment, all of Zhong Yuan's admirers eagerly rushed forward. Zhong Yuan's fan club would die defending him, fighting for the little beauty with straight black hair. The sisters rallied to protect the most adorably precious, fragile ones. Even the magical beasts appeared in support of Zhong Yuan.
Mangwang, 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 long live Mangwang. Only Mangwang can lead us to the light. I must bear a litter of little Mangwangs for Mangwang.
At the same time, Zhonglan used her sword to sever the chains binding everyone.
They cheered, we are fans, not followers of a dark god.
As for me, I am a fan of beautiful faces, and I refuse to let my dull mood cloud my feelings. Zhonglan swung his sword through the air, slicing through a group of alien creatures. His aura enveloped them, killing.
The others joined in, exterminating the aliens without mercy, regardless of their anguished roars. Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute, witnessing this horrifying scene, paled in shock.
His face darkened as he clutched his head and screamed, no, it can't be. The alien creatures are also life forms.
Why are we killing them?
Humans are foolish, forever knowing only how to kill.
Why can't humans and aliens live in peace together?
As for Zhong Yuan, in truth, he was sitting there with a sense of satisfaction, watching. His slaves were willing to fight for him, to kill all those like us who refused to be slaves. If we didn't want to die, if we didn't want to be slaves, we had no choice but to resist the gods. At that moment, the battlefield was covered in blood and the shattered remnants of alien bodies.
Zhong Yuan approached, watching the enemy crumple in agony.
Victory had been decided, and it was time for this farce to end. At this point, a part of the darkness was shattered, and light began to emerge.
Zhong Yuan had transformed into a god wearing a mask.
In the end, fate still led to submission to the divine. He said, look at the shadow beneath your feet, it is the dark side of you, the shadow of your destiny.
The light you seek is in the opposite direction. Try to view your inner self through a lens of negation.
Zhong Yuan pointed his sword directly at his opponent. I know that pursuing the light is difficult and exhausting, but please, do not give up. As long as you continue to turn toward the light, you will surely become me. After hearing this, Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood and acting cute had a change of heart. He raised his hand and gripped the tip of his sword in front of him. In my eyes, his appearance was both wicked and healing, while his sword was cold and sharp. But if this was the only path to the light, then let me use this illusory body.
With that said, Zhong Yuan's sword pierced through his own body. Come, feel the true taste of your punishment.
He staggered up, touched Zhong Yuan's face, and said,
but don't forget, you once were me.
At this moment, Zhong Yuan spoke softly.
I will take you with me to the light.
In the blink of an eye, his body dissolved into the illusion, leaving behind only golden specks of spiritual energy. Zhong Yuan also sighed in relief, finally putting an end to it all. However, he thought to himself, although I succeeded in changing the fate of acting cute to become a god, the outcome of that change was that I temporarily became a god by using the method of complete exaggeration. Even though I borrowed Su-Ri to nullify the godly power, my experience of becoming a god cannot be undone. He clenched his fist tightly, realizing that the fate of Zhong Yuan has ascended to godhood in acting cute was already a predetermined conclusion. I can't use the method of eradicating causality to remove void energy from the source, so that void cave and the alien races never existed in the first place. Jiang Buyu had overheard everything Zhong Yuan was thinking. He walked over, turned his back to Zhong Yuan, and said, "No, you have already plotted the omen of reversed causality for me." He glanced sideways at Zhong Yuan and offered a piece of advice. "Think back on what happened before you entered the world of darkness." The scene changes, and the two of them have returned to the reality outside. Zhong Yuan gave a displeased glance at Jiang Buyu. "Are you using infinite dreamscape again to deceive fate?" Jiang Buyu calmly explained to him, "Uniqueness is a characteristic of a deity. You're not a deity yet, but you have uniqueness. This means you are destined to become a deity. If you have a bad premonition, it's likely because your instincts are resisting the fate of becoming a deity. But first, you have to become a deity before you can change your destiny. And thus, an infinite loop is formed." Jiang Buyu continued, "What Zhong Yuan believes, what he thinks will happen, cannot be changed. But if we deceive Zhong Yuan's will..." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan anxiously asked him, "How do you deceive it?" Jiang Buyu replied, "You will use infinite dreamscape to cover your will, making you dream, and you'll think you're still in reality. And at this moment, because your will believes that the events that follow are real, they will indeed be real in your fate. When you become a deity in this dream, it is as though you've truly become a deity. And once you become a deity, you can freely alter the laws of this world, even making the void cave vanish from existence." Jiang Buyu continued, "Once everything is completed, you will break the infinite dreamscape. Then, as you recall the process of falling into the dream, everything you've just experienced will become an illusory dream. The power of time will take away your destined path to becoming a deity, and you will never become one, while your uniqueness will be returned to time." He presented a clearer system chart to make it easier to understand when Zhong Yuan's subjective perception was taken into account. At this point, destiny had become godlike. Then, he thought of himself as a god, but when he used the power of a god to change his fate, he was no longer a god but merely a god within the chain of causality. The actual timeline would have been that he had the fate to become a god and had indeed become one. But when he used the god's power to alter his fate, he did not become a god, and the destiny of becoming a god was destroyed. Since fate had changed, the void cave also completely disappeared. Jiang Buyu looked directly at Zhong Yuan and simply said, "As long as you are willing to be deceived by me, you can achieve the power level of a god. Let's transform our world into a new one, without the void cave and without gods." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan became excited and happy. "Sounds great, let's start the performance. Fate thief, what are you waiting for?" Jiang Buyu grew worried. He feared that the version of him from that time wouldn't arrive in time to bid him farewell, so he said, "Good night, sweet dreams." At this moment, Zhong Yuan once again entered the world of darkness in his role as a god. He had changed his fate. The scene shifted to the early morning. Zhong Lan's voice calling Zhong Yuan awoke him. "Wake up, the sun is already shining on your butt. Fong Jing has brought breakfast for us." However, Zhong Yuan was still snoozing, mumbling, "Let me sleep a little longer." Fong Jing then said, "Let me wake him up." Suddenly, a gigantic claw appeared before Zhong Yuan, causing him to open his eyes in shock. He hurriedly sat up, startled. "Damn, what is this?" Fong Jing explained. "These are the gloves I just bought." "Cool, right?" Zhong Lan, standing beside him, also shot a glance at her brother. "Today is Aunt Fong and Zhuji's wedding. If you don't get up now, you won't make it in time." Scene changed to the wedding. Qixio happily put the ring on Fong Zhuzhen as the MC spoke. The groom and bride exchange rings as a token of their vows, pledging to be together forever. Zhong Yuan was smiling as he looked at the bride and groom. My name is Zhong Yuan, I'm 21 years old, and I'm attending the wedding of a classmate's mother. The world I live in is a boring one, with no superpowers. Sometimes, I wonder if superpowers ever existed at all. But now, I'm at the end of this story. At this moment, everyone was happily chatting. Su Yuaning was surprised to see how much Si Yuan's sisters resembled each other, but both of them quickly denied it, saying they were nothing alike. Zhong Lan looked at Feng Jing, puzzled.
I've always been curious. Feng and Zhuji's personalities are completely opposite, right? How did they end up together? Feng Jing replied.
At first, I didn't understand either, but after my mother explained it, I got it. Men analyze a flower from a rational perspective, while women experience it from a perceptual angle. With different perspectives, all streams eventually flow into one sea, and they both recognize the same flower called love.
He continued. But my parents are the opposite.
Zhong Lan looked intrigued.
Got it.
Zhong Yuan teased Feng Jing, saying, Dad has changed how he addresses me from Zhuji to Dad, huh?
Han uncle chuckled upon hearing this.
A bunch of fools with no experience in love, only able to talk about it on paper. But Zhang Yi believed that watching others fall in love could also be a source of joy.
Xia Yihan agreed with this logic and suggested, you could try setting them up. Set them up, set them up, set them up. Director Lu Wen couldn't help but chime in.
Old Lu and Director Fong have been tangled up for more than 20 years, and it's only now that they're getting married, so it's only natural.
Tong Sang Yuan sensed the drama unfolding and remarked, I smell drama.
Director Wang also added, I heard that a friend of Director Feng's son came to Shandong City during the holidays to teach his sister how to read, and old Qi overheard it. That's why old Qi took things to the next level. At another table, Xia Jihui was happily chatting with a few old friends.
It's been a while since we gathered, hasn't it?
General Jiang agreed, saying, every time we meet, it's all about military strategy.
Not gathering means the world is at peace.
And Guan Feng spoke up, old Xia is retiring next year, and old Jiang has just a few more years left. He said once Gulong Hai is settled, I can handle things on my own. The scene then shifts to the airport, where Zhong Yuan was talking to his sister. Lan Lan, Dad says he'll come pick you up at Shandong Airport.
Are you sure you're okay flying back alone? Zhong Lan pouted, I'm 17 already, why do you still treat me like a kid? Alright, then I'll see you off here. Suddenly, Zhong Lan asked again, brother, is the friend you're meeting in Guanyuan a man or a woman?
He replied, she's a woman. She posted a photo of herself on her Moments, she's quite pretty.
Zhong Lan was a bit surprised and looked up at her brother, am I going to have a sister-in-law soon?
Zhong Yuan quickly waved his hand, no way, we're just friends. However, Zhong Lan angrily shouted at her brother, I don't believe it. If nothing happens between you two after this meeting, then if you die alone, I won't care.
Scene change. Jiang Buyu, dressed as a maid, holding two different socks, asked everyone which one he should choose, black socks or white socks.
Yizhen looked at his brother, astonished, Jiang Jr., you're meeting your pen pal, why are you dressed like a woman? He explained, because she misunderstood that I was a woman and I didn't have time to explain to her. It's been nearly a few years now.
A young man, casually eating an apple, asked, Jiang Sr., is your pen pal a man or a woman?
Jiang Buyu wasn't sure, but he thought it might be a woman, because I saw on her Moments that she posted cute tutorials on how to make strawberry cakes and style hair. The girl beside him also suggested, you should wear your own clothes, don't wear women's clothes. If she sees you dressed like this, you might escape your current fate and the scene will change to a different one. Pang Bu was surprised to see Wang Padi in front of him, Chief Wang is coming to Guanyuan for work? He replied, of course, Mr. Pang, you know that people from Shandong like me can't go a day without coffee. And your coffee is the one that suits my taste the most. Mr. Peng mentioned that his CAF was filled with young people, and he was the only serious middle-aged man who came to drink coffee. At that moment, Zhong Yuan also arrived at the CAF and sat at an empty table. Meanwhile, at the next table, Tong Xiaotang and Wen Rinjiu were also there. Wen Rinjiu, our club's activity next weekend is hiking, we can go. On this side, Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu sat at two tables with their backs to each other, both texting and chatting.
Zhong Yuan texted, "I'm here. I'm wearing white, that's me." Zhang Buyu replied, "I'm wearing black today."
Suddenly, the two turned around and looked at each other in surprise.
"You're a man? You too?"
It took a second to process, then both of them happily grabbed each other's hands.
Great.
That way we don't have to worry about our friendship turning awkward.
I think you're right about that. Zhang Buyu asked Zhong Yuan, "What do you want to drink?"
Zhong Yuan replied, "I brought you a bag of coffee that I grew in the school club." Zhang Buyu then pulled Zhong Yuan's hand and walked to the counter.
"That's fine, just grind it here and drink it."
At the counter, Zhang Buyu said, "The owner is my friend, so he won't mind this small thing."
Mr. Pang looked at Zhong Yuan and said, "You're Xiaozhang's friend?
Just treat this place like your own home, feel free to use whatever tools you need."
Zhong Yuan also smiled happily at Mr. Pang. "Then I won't be polite anymore." Zhong Yuan walked up to the bar and asked Zhang Buyu again, "Do you want me to draw something on the coffee?" He was eager.
Yes. Then I'll draw you a dream I had last night." A moment later, Zhang Buyu was surprised to see his face and a black cat on the coffee cup. It was the thief of destiny and the dreaming black cat. The two of them started chatting happily, and it sounded quite interesting.
"What was the dream like?"
Zhong Yuan began to recount. "The dream started with me working as a part-time tour guide at a museum.